Upon traversing to the illustrious Tang Dynasty, our protagonist fortuitously aligns himself with a remarkable scion of the elite, making an indelible impression at a grand banquet and beginning to unveil his potential. His ascent to prominence commences today. Unbeknownst to him, however, the formidable Emperor Shimin has been quietly observing this youth, increasingly reminded of someone he knows. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Talent. During the prosperous reign of the Tang Dynasty, in the mansion of Duke Lu, the day marks the birthday of the esteemed General Chengqian. The estate is adorned with festive decorations, and the sound of drums and gongs fills the air, celebrating the occasion with great fervor. The guests in attendance are all of significant wealth and status, with none other than Emperor Shimin himself seated at the head of the table. After several rounds of wine, Chengqian proposes a contest of strength to enliven the festivities. The rules are straightforward. The individual who can lift the heaviest weight shall be declared the victor. The young talents present are eager to showcase their prowess before the emperor, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Following a series of trials, Wang Jingzhen, the heir of the prestigious Wang family, astounds the assembly with his extraordinary strength, lifting a stone lock weighing 300 pounds, which elicits resounding applause from the crowd. Just as everyone anticipates the appearance of Chengqian's eldest son, Chengqian, the latter instead summons a humble youth from the crowd. This young man, appearing to be merely 16 or 17, is of slender build. Whispers ripple through the guests, perplexed by Chengqian's choice. Yet, before the astonished eyes of the assembly, the youth effortlessly lifts a stone lock weighing 500 pounds, instantly quelling the competition's spirit and leaving the audience in awe. Shimin, visibly delighted, exclaims, "A hero emerges in youth indeed. Our Tang Dynasty is brimming with talent." This unexpected turn of events causes distress for Wang Shijing, who had intended to showcase his son's abilities. The prospect of his son's future now seems overshadowed by this audacious newcomer. Wang Shijing's expression darkens. "I must inquire, Duke Lu, having heard of your son's remarkable martial prowess, why has he not taken the stage to compete against my son, instead opting for an outsider?" Chengqian, caught off guard by the inquiry, feels a wave of embarrassment. Although Chengqian possesses commendable physical attributes, he has not diligently practiced his martial skills and lacks the assurance to best Wang Jingzhen. In this esteemed gathering, Chengqian finds himself at a loss for words, his frustration mounting. The youth, known as Li Chun, is a time traveler. His presence here is the culmination of a meticulously crafted plan. Upon his arrival, the system assigned him a mission titled Emerging Talent, promising rewards upon completion. Yet, he had long struggled to find a fitting opportunity. In the Tang Dynasty, to achieve greatness necessitated connections with influential figures, yet Li Chun was merely a commoner, lacking access to the elite. It was only when he rescued Chengqian and Qin Huayu from peril that the wheels of fate began to turn. Chengqian, renowned for his appreciation of talent, welcomed Li Chun into his household, especially since the system had bestowed upon him a beginner's gift pack, significantly enhancing his physical abilities. Thus, Li Chun settled in, biding his time for the right moment. Today marks his debut, and he must make a remarkable impression. "I have heard tales of your immense strength. Can you lift the stone lion at the entrance?" The weight of 500 pounds lay before him, and Wang Shijing, fully aware that continuing the contest was unrealistic, still felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Observing Chengqian in silence, he turned to Li Chun and spoke. Upon hearing his words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It is known that the stone lions at the entrance of the Duke of Lu's residence weigh 1,000 pounds. Who among ordinary people could move them? If one cannot lift it, that would be an affront. Do you comprehend the implications of such an act? Li Shimin, standing nearby, discerned Wang Shijing's maneuver and felt a surge of displeasure. After all, he had just commended Li Chun. Yet, Li Shimin refrained from intervening, curious to see how much strength this young man possessed. From the moment Li Chun had appeared, he had been observing him discreetly, increasingly convinced that the youth bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. At this moment, he sought to validate his suspicions through Li Chun's capabilities. Why does this old man harbor such animosity towards me, despite having no grievances? Li Chun mused silently as he regarded Wang Shijing. He had certainly perceived the subtle intentions lurking in Wang Shijing's mind. "Humph, if you wish to witness my humiliation and accuse me of treason, then you shall not fault me for my response." With this thought, Li Chun deliberately feigned indecision. Upon witnessing this display, Wang Shijing's excitement surged. "What's the matter, boy? Are you afraid?" He then smiled at Li Chun, If you hesitate to make the attempt, then you are merely mocking us. Are you aware of the consequences that follow? Thighs. At Wang Shijing's taunt, Li Chun immediately adopted a facade of panic. What's going on with this lad? Observing Li Chun's timid demeanor, Cheng Yaojin began to harbor doubts. Although his acquaintance with Li Chun had been brief, he understood the young man's character well enough he would never act without purpose. Li Chun, regardless of the circumstances, would face any challenge with composure, quite unlike his current state. Could it be? This lad intends to ensnare Wang Shijing? With this realization, Cheng Yaojin's expression morphed into one of peculiar interest, and as he looked at Wang Shijing, sympathy filled his face. Yet amid his sympathy, there was a glimmer of anticipation evidently. He too wished to witness the expression on Wang Shijing's face after being outwitted by Li Chun. As for Wang Shijing, witnessing Li Chun's alarm only intensified his exhilaration. It felt as though the moment of retribution had arrived, and he clung to Li Chun tightly. Very well, what if I manage to lift it? Under Wang Shijing's relentless pressure, Li Chun, as if resolved to take a stand, shouted back. With that feeble physique of yours? Seeing Li Chun's display of bravado, Wang Shijing felt emboldened, snorting dismissively. If you succeed in lifting it, I, Wang Shijing, shall kneel before you in public and offer you 5,000 guan as compensation. That is your promise. Li Chun chuckled inwardly, though his face betrayed no hint of amusement. I hope all present here will bear witness to this. With an indignant expression, he turned to the surrounding crowd and clasped his fists in salute, then strode towards one of the stone lions, Xiao Chun. Upon witnessing Li Chun's actions, Chengqian stepped forward at that moment. That old rascal harbors ill intentions. Do not fall for his schemes. If it truly comes to that, do not force yourself. Let my father explain it to you later. Clearly, Chengqian had discerned Wang Shijing's malicious intent, and his intervention was entirely for Li Chun's benefit. After all, the weight was staggering. Even Chengqian might struggle to lift it. If his father could clarify matters before Li Shimin, the situation would surely be defused. Indeed, Xiao Chun, do not act impulsively. Qin Huayu also approached, her face etched with concern as she advised Li Chun. Rest assured, it will be fine. Upon hearing the words from Qin Huayu and Chengqian, Li Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. Trust me. Seeing Li Chun's demeanor, Chengqian and Qin Huayu exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be? You, this fellow? Realization dawned upon them. If they remained oblivious, it would be truly foolish. Thus, they ceased their objections and retreated, casting a glance at Wang Shijing that revealed a hint of inexplicable sympathy. Observing the change in Chengqian and Qin Huayu, Wang Shijing furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. I refuse to believe you can truly lift this 1,000-pound stone lion. Wang Shijing fixated his gaze on Li Chun, waiting for the moment of his failure. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Chun approached one of the stone lions step by step. Putting on a show. Wang Shijing coldly scoffed at Li Chun. Do not play your tricks on me. If you can lift it, I shall not go back on my word. But if you cannot. Though Wang Shijing left the latter part unspoken, the implied threat was starkly clear. Evidently, he believed Li Chun to be merely blustering otherwise. If he were truly capable, he would not waste words in dialogue. In that case, let me show you. Li Chun's lips curled slightly before he ceased to speak, slowly turning around. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he extended his hands and gradually bent his body towards the stone lion. Lift! A loud shout reverberated. Immediately, to the astonishment of the crowd, the stone lion was gradually lifted off the ground by Li Chun. Chapter 2. It is time for you to fulfill your bet. He actually lifted it. Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. What unfolded was overwhelmingly shocking. The stone lion weighed 1,000 pounds, and compared to its size, Li Chun appeared as a mere infant beside a giant. Yet, at this moment, this infant had lifted the giant, leaving the onlookers' emotions in turmoil. No, it's impossible. This cannot be. This moment, Wang Shijing was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by his disbelief. Previously, he had firmly asserted that Li Chun would be incapable of moving the stone lion even the slightest bit, yet now, witnessing him lift it effortlessly, he was overwhelmed with incredulity. Indeed, this must be his limit, he reassured himself amidst his astonishment. Our wager was that he must lift the stone lion. If he fails, I shall still emerge victorious. However, just as this thought crossed Wang Shijing's mind, Li Chun seemed to perceive his contemplation. He let out a powerful shout and, with a sudden heave, launched the stone lion high into the air. Hiss! A collective intake of breath resonated through the crowd as they witnessed the astonishing scene unfold. The stone lion, previously cradled in Li Chun's arms, was now soaring upwards at his command. As it descended, Li Chun raised his hands high, deftly catching the stone lion with unwavering poise. Oh my, good heavens! How? How is this possible? The spectators were once again left in profound shock, their expressions reflecting sheer amazement as they gazed upon Li Chun. The stone lion weighed over 1,000 jin, even the formidable Chengqian could not budge it, yet Li Chun had not only lifted it, but had also thrown it into the air. The unfolding spectacle had captivated their minds entirely. He truly can lift it. Not only the onlookers, but even Li Shimin was equally taken aback. He had previously contemplated providing Li Chun an avenue for retreat, yet the sudden turn of events had completely transformed his perception of the young man. Even his brother, Li Yuanba, could not achieve such a feat. How could he not be astounded? This must be a trick. It has to be a ruse. As the crowd remained in awe and Li Shimin was left stunned, Wang Shijing stood rooted, his gaze fixed on Li Chun, shouting at the top of his lungs in a frenzied manner. You must have employed some trickery. How else could this be possible? Ah, trickery. Observing Wang Shijing's frantic demeanor, Li Chun chuckled softly. If that is your belief, then Lord Wang, you are welcome to inspect for yourself. With that, he thrust his hands forward. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the stone lion was forcefully dropped at Wang Shijing's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. You! Wang Shijing stumbled back 2 steps, pointing at Li Chun, rendered momentarily speechless. Clearly, from the thunderous sound of the stone lion's landing, he discerned that there was no deception involved. Lord Wang, did you not just accuse me of cheating? Li Chun fixed his gaze on Wang Shijing, enunciating each word deliberately. Now you may examine I. Wang Shijing found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. The stone lion was evidently genuine, leaving no room for deception. If he failed to uncover any discrepancies, it would undoubtedly confirm his defeat in the wager. Since you won't inspect it, allow me, old Cheng, to take a look. Just as Wang hesitated, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward with a grin, ready to approach the stone lion. Uncle Cheng, it would not be appropriate for you to conduct the inspection, Li Chun interjected, halting Cheng's advance. Everyone knows I am a guest in your household. If you were to inspect it, it would likely give rise to rumors. It would be wiser to select a person of esteemed virtue and integrity from among the dignitaries present, ensuring that Lord Wang feels reassured. Indeed, the lad speaks wisely. Cheng Yaojin nodded in agreement, turning his gaze directly towards Li Shimin. Following Cheng's lead, the assembled crowd fixed their attention on Li Shimin. If there were anyone among them with a reputation for virtue, it would undoubtedly be Li Shimin. Very well. If that is the case, I shall conduct the verification myself. Li Shimin smiled at the gathered onlookers, casting a meaningful glance at Li Chun before making his way towards the stone lion. With his acumen, it was clear to Li Shimin that Li Chun had orchestrated this moment for him to validate the wager. Yet, rather than harboring any resentment, he felt a twinge of admiration. Upon reaching the stone lion, Li Shimin commenced his examination. This stone lion shows no signs of alteration. After a thorough inspection, he surveyed the crowd and declared loudly, "Thus, this young man has not engaged in any cheating." As Li Shimin's words resonated, Wang Shijing staggered back as if struck by lightning, his body trembling, his complexion ashen. With Li Shimin's affirmation, it meant there was no longer any hope for him to overturn the wager's outcome. Lord Wang, you have lost. With Li Shimin's declaration, Li Chun fixed his gaze squarely on Wang Shijing, his eyes gleaming with mockery. From beginning to end, it was evident that Li Chun had been toying with Wang Shijing. You have been deceiving me all along. The realization dawned upon Wang Shijing as he observed the glint in Li Chun's eyes. If he still failed to comprehend the situation, he would be truly foolish. Ah, my lord, this wager was set by your own hand. I did not coerce you. Li Chun replied with a faint smile. Moreover, the esteemed gentleman present can attest to my words. Now that the wager has been completed, it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. As Li Chun's words hung in the air, Wang Shijing's countenance darkened considerably. Previously, their wager required Li Chun to kneel and pay 5,000 guan. While the sum may not have posed a significant burden for Wang Shijing, the act of kneeling was utterly intolerable to him. Moreover, with so many officials of the court present today, how could he possibly maintain his dignity if he were to kneel before Li Chun? Contemplating this, Wang Shijing cast his gaze towards the other court officials, hoping that someone might rise to speak on his behalf. Yet, as he surveyed the room, he found that those officials averted their eyes, none daring to step forward. They were all seasoned players in this political arena, having already grasped the implications of Li Shimin's disposition. It was evident that Li Shimin had shown a marked preference for Li Chun. To interject at this moment would be to invite ridicule upon themselves. Furthermore, these astute individuals were keen to observe how this favored youth, Li Chun, would navigate the unfolding events. Chapter 3. What a good boy. Upon realizing that none of the officials came to his aid, Wang Shijing's countenance turned bitter. He could only cast a pleading gaze towards Li Shimin, fully aware that his salvation rested solely with him. After all, this was a wager between the two of them. And thus, it was their affair. Noticing Wang Shijing's look, Li Shimin coolly replied, "You two should resolve this matter yourselves." Clearly, Li Shimin was passing the responsibility to Li Chun, eager to observe how Li Chun would respond. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Wang Shijing's last glimmer of hope shattered instantly. Very well, I shall fulfill the wager. He had no choice. Li Shimin was a witness to this bet, and failing to honor it would constitute a betrayal, potentially staining his reputation among his peers with the disgrace of dishonor. With a rueful smile, he adjusted his robe, bent his knees, and prepared to kneel before Li Chun. Wait, just at that critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Li Chun swayed and swiftly approached Wang Shijing, extending his hands to halt his kneeling gesture. "Oh, there is no need for such seriousness, my lord," Li Chun said with a slight smile as he supported Wang Shijing. "I was merely jesting with you earlier. Besides, as you are my elder, if I were to accept your bow, wouldn't it shorten my lifespan?" As he spoke, he helped Wang Shijing back to his feet. You. Wang Shijing was momentarily taken aback by Li Chun's unexpected action, clearly astonished that the previously assertive Li Chun had altered his demeanor so swiftly. "What do you mean by this?" he stammered. "Nothing at all," Li Chun replied with a smile, observing Wang Shijing's expression. "Did I not just say that I was merely trying to lighten the atmosphere and share a jest? You need not take it to heart." Li Chun had his own reasons for acting this way. After all, he had just arrived in the capital and had yet to establish his footing. He could not afford to create enemies outright. Moreover, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Wang Shijing. He understood the wisdom in showing mercy, as it is often said that one should leave room for others in their dealings, paving the way for future encounters. Furthermore, it was crucial to consider that all present were high-ranking officials. If he continued to be unyielding, it would leave a negative impression on them, potentially hindering his opportunities for advancement later, a consequence he wished to avoid. Is it truly just that? Wang Shijing still harbored some doubts. Indeed, Li Chun affirmed with a confident nod and a slight smile. Very well. Observing Li Chun's earnest demeanor, Wang Shijing took a deep breath. Then today, I am deeply grateful. He then bowed deeply to Li Chun in front of everyone. This lad, as Wang Shijing performed the gesture. Cheng Yaojin gazed at Li Chun with a light chuckle. The youth, if all goes well, is destined for a boundless future. This young man is indeed remarkable. What a splendid youth. Not only Cheng Yaojin, but also the other officials gazed upon Li Chuan with expressions of admiration. Indeed, he possesses both valor and wisdom. A fine lad. Li Shimin shared this sentiment, his gaze towards Li Chuan filled with appreciation. The reason he had previously passed the ball to Li Chuan was to test his ability to handle affairs, and now it seems that Li Chuan has greatly satisfied him. Since your wager was merely in jest, let us put this matter aside. With a slight smile, he added, however, you are still obligated to pay the 5,000 guan. After speaking, he turned his attention to Wang Shijing. Yes. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Wang Shijing quickly bowed and replied, I will have someone deliver the 5,000 guan to this young man tomorrow. To be honest, while 5,000 guan was somewhat painful for Wang Shijing, it was certainly far better than kneeling. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Li Shimin had already begun to harbor disdain for him. The Wang family, after this banquet with Qing Yujin, would gradually decline, but that is a tale for another time. Haha, Wang Shijing. Just bring that 5,000 guan directly to my residence at the Duke of Lu's Manor. I will receive it on behalf of young Chuan. Cheng Yaojin interjected, laughing heartily at Wang Shijing. Clearly, his intention was to prevent any future retaliation from Wang Shijing, as Li Chuan's current status was merely that of a commoner. Humph. Hearing Qing Yaojin's words, Wang Shijing scoffed and turned his head away. To be truthful, although Li Chuan had previously extricated him from a predicament, he still bore a grudge against Li Chuan and had intended to send someone to subtly chastise him when delivering the money. However, Qing Yaojin's remark had completely thwarted his plans. Well then, today's banquet has been quite enjoyable for all. Li Shimin surveyed the crowd and declared, let us conclude here for today. Yes. As Li Shimin's words echoed, everyone responded in unison, bidding farewell to one another before departing the Duke of Lu's Manor, each casting a friendly smile towards Li Chuan as they left. Cheng Yujin, find a quiet place. Once the guests had departed, Li Shimin spoke sternly to Chengqian, clearly preparing to inquire about Li Chuan's background. In the Duke of Lu's manor, within a grand hall, Li Shimin sat regally in his chair, with Changsun Wugo attending him. Their expressions were uncharacteristically grave. Meanwhile, Li Chuan and Chengqian stood in the center of the hall, each lost in their own thoughts. The chamber was occupied solely by the four of them. After a moment of silence, Li Shimin finally spoke. I presume you are already aware of my identity? This statement was clearly directed at Li Chuan. Yes. Li Chun did not conceal anything. Clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, he remarked, it was merely that. Upon observing your intention to keep your identity undisclosed, I refrained from addressing you with the title befitting the emperor. You are indeed astute. Upon hearing this, the previously stern countenance of Li Shimin broke into a faint smile. In that case, you should surely know who this person beside me is, he said, gesturing towards Changsun Wuji. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. With Li Shimin's words, Li Chun immediately bowed deeply in homage to Changsun Wuji. Li Chun possessed a certain understanding of the history of the Tang Dynasty. The only one capable of consistently accompanying Li Shimin and providing counsel from time to time was indeed Empress Changsun. Such a meticulous mind. Observing Li Chun's gesture, Changsun Wuji beamed, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Chun responded with gratitude before gradually straightening his posture. Since you were so clever, do you know why I have summoned you? Just as Li Chun had regained his stance, Li Shimin posed the question directly. I am unaware. To be candid, Li Chun genuinely did not comprehend the reason why Li Shimin had chosen to retain him and Chengqian. In his mind, he considered himself merely a humble commoner. Even with extraordinary strength, it seemed improbable that Li Shimin would summon him alone, especially in light of the jade pendant previously bestowed upon him, which left Li Chun utterly perplexed. Chapter 4. Allow me to tell you a tale, then I shall inquire once more. Li Shimin spoke. Do you, perchance, share the surname Li? At this question from Li Shimin, Li Chun found himself momentarily perplexed, yet he responded, yes, humble citizen bears the surname Li, given name Chun. Upon hearing Li Chun's reply, Li Shimin visibly trembled, though he swiftly concealed it, yet the slip did not escape Li Chun's keen observation. What could this mean? A sense of unease stirred within Li Chun, although he shared the same surname as Li Shimin in the vast realm of the Tang Dynasty. There were countless individuals bearing the name Li. It seemed improbable that Li Shimin would be so stirred merely by a surname. Could there be some deeper significance that eluded his understanding? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Do you know the origins of your surname? Just as Li Chun's confusion deepened, Li Shimin seemed to suppress the tumult within him and once more posed a question to Li Chun. It is, of course, my father's surname, Li Chun answered without hesitation. And your father, what is his name? Where is he now? In a surprising turn, Li Shimin rose abruptly from his seat. Witnessing Li Shimin's sudden reaction, Li Chun felt increasingly bewildered, yet he replied truthfully, I do not know my father's exact name. Do not know? Li Shimin's brow furrowed deeply, and his gaze bore into Li Chun. How could you not know? As his son, it is inconceivable that you are unaware of his name. As he spoke, he raised his voice in fervor. Clearly, Li Shimin could no longer contain his excitement. It was understandable. Li Yuanba was his own younger brother. And it could be said that without Li Yuanba's valiant efforts, the foundation of the Tang Dynasty might never have been established. Yet, following that pivotal battle, the Tang Dynasty was born, while Li Yuanba vanished from the eyes of the world, having enjoyed none of the ensuing glory or wealth, with no knowledge of his fate. This lingering guilt had weighed heavily on both Li Yuan and Li Shimin's hearts. At last, the faintest possibility of discovering Li Yuanba through Li Chun had emerged. Only for Li Chun to declare ignorance, which could not help but provoke Li Shimin's agitation. Your Majesty, please, do not be so agitated. Noticing Li Shimin's unusual demeanor, Changsun Wugo hastily rose to her feet, gently patting his back as she spoke. Let us address this matter calmly. There is no need to rush. How can I remain calm? In response to Changsun Wugo's words, Li Shimin brushed aside her comforting hand in frustration. What is happening? Observing Li Shimin's state, Li Chun stood frozen, utterly bewildered, as if grappling with an enigma. He could never have anticipated that a single statement from him would elicit such fervent emotion from Li Shimin. Could it possibly be related to my late father? I pose another question to you. At the moment when Li Chun scratched his head, Li Shimin stifled the tumult within him and inquired once more. Why do you not know your father's name? He passed away before my birth, Li Chun replied languidly. Moreover, when I asked my mother, she too was unaware of his full name, only that he bore the surname Li. What? He has passed away. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? It is impossible. His speech became somewhat incoherent. Yet, it is not surprising. If his speculation held true that Li Chun's father was Li Yuanba, the impact would indeed be profound. For years, he had tirelessly sought news of Li Yuanba, and now, just as he had begun to glimpse a lead through Li Chun, he was met with such devastating news. A testament to his current turmoil. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Observing Li Shimin's distress, Changsun Wuji grew alarmed and swiftly supported him, then calmed his breathing, which brought some relief to Li Shimin. Your Majesty, do you know my father? Reflecting on the series of events since meeting Li Shimin, Li Chun could no longer contain his curiosity and directly posed his question. This was not the first time Li Chun had questioned this matter. From the moment he entered Chang'an and encountered Cheng Yaojin, inquiries regarding his father had arisen. Now, with Li Shimin echoing the same sentiment, even if he were unaware, suspicion inevitably arose. Your Majesty, do you know my father? With this thought, Li Chun tentatively asked Li Shimin once more. However, rather than answer directly, Li Shimin inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions. Do you know why I previously gifted you that jade pendant? He countered with a question. At this, Li Chun reached for the jade pendant bestowed upon him by Li Shimin after he lifted the boulder and shook his head. I do not know. Indeed, while he understood the significance of the pendant, he had long been puzzled as to why Li Shimin would grant him such an important item. Clearly, there was more to the story. Do you know the meaning that this pendant represents? Li Shimin inquired again. If my guess is correct, this pendant must be a personal item of yours, Your Majesty, Li Chun replied, observing the pendant in his hand. Moreover, it is adorned with a soaring dragon, signifying that the bearer of this jade is akin to the sovereign's presence. Precisely. At Li Chun's response, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with admiration. This pendant is indeed a personal possession of mine, and it holds profound significance for me. Even Guanyin Bai has never been allowed to touch it. Li Chun's heart suddenly raced. He was acutely aware of whom Li Shimin referred to as the Guanyin maid. It was someone he knew well, someone even Empress Changsun had never touched. Thus, this jade pendant must undoubtedly hold significant importance in Li Shimin's heart. Yet, why would he bestow such a precious item upon me? Contemplating this, Li Chun couldn't help but lift his gaze, filled with curiosity, towards Li Shimin. I shall tell you a story, Li Shimin said. However, instead of directly addressing Li Chun's confusion, he gazed out at the night sky and began to recount a tale. Before the establishment of our great Tang Dynasty, there was a young man, endowed with extraordinary strength. As he narrated, a subtle smile gradually appeared on Li Shimin's lips, as if he had slipped into a reverie. 15 years ago, various feudal lords and heroes clashed with the soldiers of our Tang Dynasty at Mount Zijin. This young man, through sheer force of will, defeated Yuan Chengdu, decimating an enemy army of 1,800,000 to a mere 68,000. Ultimately, he compelled Li Mi to surrender the Imperial seal, striking fear into the hearts of the rebel leaders who hastily submitted their declarations of allegiance. This act firmly established the foundation of the Tang Dynasty. Indeed, this individual was truly valiant. Even Li Chun could not help but be moved by Li Shimin's account. However, he soon recalled having read about this battle in history. A frown etched upon his brow as he pondered. Yes, the young man of whom Li Shimin spoke must surely be Li Yuanba. Chapter 5. I wish to acknowledge you. In an instant, Li Chun recalled the events prior to his time travel, the battle at Mount Zijin. While it may not have resonated through the ages, it was undoubtedly a profoundly moving spectacle. Every time he reflected upon it, he found himself in awe. The pivotal figure in that confrontation was none other than Li Yuanba. With his singular might, he vanquished countless rebel forces, enabling the establishment of the Tang Dynasty. It can be said that without Li Yuanba, the founding of the Tang would have been delayed by many years amidst the chaos. However, why was Li Shimin sharing this with me? Despite these thoughts, Li Chun remained perplexed. Moreover, what connection did this jade pendant have to the matter at hand? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Li Yuanba was a half-brother to Li Shimin. Could this pendant be a gift from Li Yuanba to him? With this thought, clarity washed over Li Chun. This was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, Li Shimin would not have recounted the tale of Li Yuanba during his inquiry about the pendant. Yet, why would he present this pendant to me? Although he had speculated about its origins, Li Chun's brow furrowed once more. If he was correct, this pendant was indeed a gift from Li Yuanba to Li Shimin, holding profound significance for him. The fact that it was now bestowed upon him raised suspicions within Li Chun. Li Yuanba, Mount Zijin, vanished. Could it be? As he pondered, Li Chun's heart raced, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Li Shimin. It appeared you have deduced the truth. Observing Li Chun's reaction, Li Shimin inhaled deeply, suppressing his memories, and fixed his gaze intently on Li Chun, enunciating each word. Indeed. I suspect you are the son of my third brother. Boom. With Li Shimin's declaration, Li Chun's mind erupted in a cacophony, his heart tumultuous and restless. Though he had harbored a faint suspicion, Hearing this revelation left him in disbelief, for the news was too staggering to comprehend. Initially, he believed his father to be merely an ordinary villager. Now, he found himself transformed into the nephew of Li Shimin and the child of the legendary Li Yuanba. In that moment, disbelief clouded Li Chun's thoughts. How is this even possible? Staring blankly at Li Shimin, he struggled to articulate, "My father is just an ordinary peasant. There is nothing impossible about it." Yet before Li Chun could finish his sentence, Li Shimin raised his hand to silence him. "After the battle at Mount Zijin, my brother vanished from the world. Although I dispatched many to search for him, there has been no trace. Yet, I have never ceased my quest. In recent years, I have gleaned a fragment of insight from subtle clues. The direction in which my third brother departed leads directly to the realm of Zhongnan Mountain. With your village of Heishui nestled at its foothills, coupled with your appearance and strength, I am convinced that you must indeed be the son of my third brother. Therefore, I wish to acknowledge our kinship." Fixated upon Li Chun, Li Shimin spoke each word with deliberate gravity, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Clearly, he felt an overwhelming sense of obligation towards Li Yuanba, the father of Li Chun, believing that the Tang Dynasty owed him far too much. He yearned to bestow upon his third brother as only son, Li Chun, the status and prosperity he rightfully deserved. However, upon hearing Li Shimin's declaration, Li Chun hesitated. He was not one to covet wealth and luxury, while he was profoundly astonished by what Li Shimin had proclaimed. This did not mean he could accept such a revelation without contemplation. Moreover, he had to consult his mother, for it was imperative to fully comprehend the situation at hand. "Do you not wish to acknowledge our relationship?" Noticing Li Chun's conflicted expression, Li Shimin furrowed his brow slightly. "This matter was far too perplexing for me." Li Chun, disregarding Li Shimin's demeanor, shook his head with a rueful smile. "I need to reflect on this thoroughly. Furthermore, based on your earlier statements, my identity is merely your conjecture. Should there be any inaccuracies, it would not bode well for either of us. Indeed, I may have been a bit too hasty," Li Shimin conceded, momentarily pausing. He had yet to investigate Li Chun's true identity with due diligence, relying solely on his own judgment. As Li Chun pointed out, if his assumptions proved correct, it would be fortuitous. However, if he were mistaken, he could not possibly elevate an unrelated individual to nobility. "Ah, Your Majesty." At this juncture, Chengqian, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. "Does not little Chun have a mother? We can ascertain his identity through her." He then proposed to Li Shimin. "Though little Chun may not know his father's name, surely his mother does? Through her, we can undoubtedly clarify this matter." Upon hearing Chengqian's suggestion, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with realization. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly what the participant cannot. In his eagerness to acknowledge Li Chun, he had overlooked the pivotal role of Li Chun's mother. "Let us proceed as you suggest," he promptly agreed, addressing Chengqian. "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me." Turning his gaze back to Li Chun, he added, "This way, your concerns will be alleviated." "I have no objections," Li Chun replied, clasping his hands in agreement. As previously articulated, this situation was far too bewildering for him. Clarity was essential, and his mother was the key to unraveling it. "Very well, it is settled then." Li Shimin chuckled and remarked, "It is already late. At dawn tomorrow, I shall return to this place, and we shall embark together." With that, he lingered no longer. And accompanied by the respectful farewells of Chengqian and Li Chun, he proceeded alongside Empress Changsun towards the entrance of the Duke of Lu's residence. "My dear Chun, this matter may seem quite extraordinary to you, yet for His Majesty, it embodies a hope that alleviates a lingering regret in his heart." Once Li Shimin and his companion had departed, Chengqian, with a meaningful pat on Li Chun's shoulder, continued, "You may not fully comprehend the esteemed position that Li Yuanba holds in His Majesty's heart. Ever since his disappearance, His Majesty has never relinquished his concern, even sending me on numerous occasions to search for him, yet to no avail. Your emergence has become His Majesty's sole beacon of hope." Chengqian, being a trusted aide of Li Shimin, was well aware of his master's sentiments, particularly regarding Li Yuanba. It was not just him. Even figures like Qin Xiong and Li Jing understood this matter implicitly. Although Li Shimin seldom voiced it, he had never given up on the search. Moreover, if this matter were to hold truth, it would not only resolve a long-standing regret for His Majesty, but would also significantly benefit your future growth. Thus, as Chengqian spoke, his expression gradually grew solemn, for this affair must not allow for even the slightest oversight. "Yes, I understand," Li Chun replied, nodding in acknowledgement after hearing Chengqian's words. He recognized that Chengqian's counsel was intended for his own good. However, turning his gaze to the jade pendant in his hand, he offered a wry smile and said to Chengqian, "Have you perhaps long suspected my true identity?" Chapter 6. This return to the village is not just for me, ha ha. Naturally, Chengqian, shedding his earlier solemn demeanor, laughed heartily and remarked, "From the moment you entered the residence of the Duke of Lu, and I laid eyes upon you, I had my suspicions regarding your identity. After all, your appearance and strength bear an uncanny resemblance to Li Yuanba. Is that why you insisted that Chumo and I become sworn brothers? Li Chun retorted, pursing his lips. Well, to some extent, yes, Cheng Yaojin replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face upon hearing Li Chun's words. However, it is not entirely the case. The primary reason is that Chumo genuinely regards you as a brother. Otherwise, even with my thick skin, I would not have dared to undertake such a matter. All right then. After hearing this, Li Chun shrugged his shoulders in resignation, evidently unrepentant about the brotherhood he had formed with Chang Chumo. Enough of that. Let us change the subject. The hour is late, and we must journey to Heshui village tomorrow. You should return to rest, and I shall take my leave. With that, without waiting for a response from Li Chun, he turned and made his way back to his quarters. Li Yuanba has indeed become my father. Watching Cheng Yaojin's retreating figure, Li Chun reflected on his previous conversation with Li Shimin, shaking his head with a wry smile. If it were truly as Li Shimin speculated, then Li Chun would have transformed from an ordinary commoner into a member of the royal family, a transition that was undeniably overwhelming. It was only natural for him to feel somewhat disoriented by such a drastic change. In summary, today's events were utterly astonishing for Li Chun. Nevertheless, there was no point in dwelling on it now. Upon returning to the village tomorrow and reuniting with his mother, clarity would surely follow. With this thought, Li Chun ceased his contemplation, stepped out of the room, and made his way toward his courtyard. The next day, at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, two figures gradually appeared before the gates of the Duke of Lu's residence. One male and one female. The man donned a blue garment that, though simple, exuded an unmistakable air of authority through his demeanor. The woman, exquisite in beauty, was clad in a flowing green dress that enveloped her entirely, radiating an aura of regal elegance as she walked. These two were none other than the current Emperor Li Shimin and the Empress Changsun Wugo. This morning, in his eagerness to verify Li Chun's identity, Li Shimin had even concluded the morning court session prematurely. He then changed into plain clothes with Empress Changsun and made his way here directly, presenting their tokens. Li Shimin and the Empress were courteously granted entry into the Duke of Lu's residence by the guards. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Upon seeing the Emperor and Empress approaching hand in hand, Cheng Yaojin hurriedly bowed in respect. Today, under special permission from Li Shimin, he had not attended the morning court and had been waiting at home. Rise, Li Shimin said wearily, raising his hand slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin expressed his gratitude before straightening up. Your Majesty, did you not rest well last night? As he observed the unmistakable fatigue etched upon Li Shimin's face, Cheng Yaojin could not help but inquire about his well-being. However, upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Shimin merely waved his hand and shook his head. Your Majesty, interjected Empress Changsun with evident concern, you did not sleep a wink last night. Perhaps you should rest here at Jijia for a while. Indeed, Your Majesty, Cheng Yaojin added. The health of the dragon body is paramount. That young lad cannot escape. It would not be too late to visit him after you have had a brief respite in my residence. That is unnecessary, Li Shimin replied, shaking his head once more. If I do not ascertain the situation, I cannot find peace in slumber. Where is Li Chun at this moment? Allow me to find someone to summon him immediately. Cheng Yaojin acknowledged the futility of dissuading Li Shimin and proceeded to usher the two into the grand hall, subsequently dispatching someone to fetch Li Chun from his quarters. My lord, why are you awake so early today? At that very moment, within Li Chun's quarters, the maid Wang Liping handed a towel to him after he had completed his morning ablutions. I have matters to attend to. I must return home for a short while. Li Chun replied casually after wiping his face. My lord, are you truly leaving? Wang Liping's mood visibly dampened upon hearing his words. Yes. There are some affairs I must address, Li Chun responded, unaware of the change in Wang Liping's demeanor. Will you return? She asked, clutching her garment tightly. Mustering the courage to gaze into his eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, I shall return, Li Chun replied with a gentle smile, playfully brushing her nose with his fingers. How could I possibly stay away with our dear Zhaoping here? My lord. Wang Liping, slightly pouting, blushed deeply, her cheeks turning as red as a ripened apple. You too, so early in the morning, indulging in sweet nothings. At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted, followed by Cheng Chumo entering with a mischievous grin. Ah. Little Chun, this is your fault, he teased, approaching Li Chun. Zhaoping is my maid. How could you dare to tease her? Li Chun, shaking his head in resignation, thought to himself how every word that left this fellow's mouth seemed to twist in meaning. Unlike Li Chun, however, Zhaoping's face flushed even more, and she bowed respectfully to Cheng Chumo before covering her face with her hands and fleeing the scene. The little girl is quite bashful. Cheng Chumo chuckled at her flustered retreat, then turned his attention back to Li Chun with a mischievous glint in his eye. Did you not claim to have no interest in the maids I sent you? Why then have you entangled yourself with one? Upon hearing these words, Li Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation. How is it that your words have taken on a different flavor? I merely regard her as a younger sister. Nothing more insidious than that. I am quite innocent. Indeed, Li Chun's treatment of Xiaoping stemmed solely from pity for her plight and circumstances, without any ulterior motives. In Li Chun's heart, Xiaoping was still a child, merely a charming little sister in his eyes. Who would believe you? In response to Li Chun's statement, Chengqian merely scoffed, clearly skeptical of Li Chun's sincerity. All right then. Li Chun shook his head in resignation. What brings you here so early in the morning? Heh. I heard you are returning home today, Chengqian replied with a grin. Could you take me along? I'm nearly suffocating from being cooped up in the Duke of Lu's residence. Since the incident involving the Great Worm in Qinhuayu, Cheng Yaojin had imposed a house arrest on him, and now that he had finally learned of Li Chun's impending return to the village, he was determined not to miss this opportunity. That decision is beyond my purview. Li Chun said helplessly, this trip home involves more than just myself. More than just you? Chengqian was momentarily taken aback. Who else is involved? It was evident that this fellow remained oblivious to the details of Li Chun's background. Did your father not inform you? Li Chun was taken aback by Chengqian's seemingly genuine confusion. No, what should he have told me? Chengqian responded, bewildered. Nothing of consequence. Li Chun shook his head. Since Cheng Yaojin had not disclosed anything, Li Chun saw no reason to bring it up, especially since his own identity had yet to be fully established. At that moment, just as Chengqian remained in a state of perplexity, a servant entered the room. Young Master Chun, my lord requests your presence. Chapter 7. Returning to the village. Ah, I understand. You may return first. I shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing the servant's words, Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. The servant bowed to both Chengqian and Li Chun before departing the courtyard. My father? Once the servant had left, Chengqian looked at Li Chun with a puzzled expression. Is my father accompanying you? Indeed, Li Chun replied with a smile. My goodness, upon hearing this, Chengqian sighed despondently. If my father is going, what will become of me? Not just your father, but others as well. Observing Chengqian's demeanor, Li Chun chuckled. If that person consents, your father will not impede you. Who is that? Chengqian immediately perked up. You will soon find out. With that, Li Chun paid no further attention to Chengqian and stepped out of the courtyard. Hey, wait for me. Watching Li Chun's movements, Chengqian hastily called after him. You must speak on my behalf when the time comes. He hurriedly followed suit. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a house. Xiao Chun, you must advocate for me. Standing outside the door, Chengqian wore a pleading expression as he addressed Li Chun. I truly do not wish to remain at home any longer. All right, I understand. You've mentioned it repeatedly along the way. Hearing Chengqian's words again, Li Chun exhaled in exasperation, having endured Chengqian's incessant chatter throughout their journey. Haha, that is splendid. It all relies on you now. Upon hearing Li Chun's assurance, Chengqian grinned, shaking his head in resignation. Li Chun approached and gently knocked on the door before pushing it open and ushering Chengqian inside. To his astonishment, it was none other than His Majesty and the Empress. Upon realizing the scene before him, Chengqian's expression transformed into one of disbelief. Although he had heard Li Chun mention that others would accompany them aside from his father, he never anticipated that it would be the reigning emperor and the empress, leaving him both shocked and perplexed. Why would His Majesty and the Empress accompany Xiao Chun to Heishui village? Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty and the Empress. While Chengqian was engulfed in confusion, Li Chun clasped his fists in reverence to Emperor Shimin and Empress Changsan. Your humble servant pays his respects. Your Majesty and the Empress. Chengqian swiftly regained his composure and bowed hurriedly. Rise. Li Shimin wearily rubbed his tired eyes and casually gestured for both of them to stand. You little rascal, what brings you here? Upon spotting Chengqian, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened as he directed a sharp inquiry at him. Faced with Cheng Yaojin's fierce expression, Chengqian instinctively shrank back, casting a pleading glance at Li Chun. Uncle Cheng, it was the younger generation who invited Chemo to come. As Chengqian cast a glance at Li Chun, the latter reluctantly stepped forward. Chemo was a sworn brother of the younger generation, and his presence in the village would provide an additional companion for conversation. He hoped his uncle would acquiesce. No, this rabbit cannot go, Cheng Yaojin retorted without a moment's hesitation. Under different circumstances, he might have been more lenient. But this time they were heading to Heishui village to ascertain Li Chun's identity. Until that was fully established, it was prudent to keep the number of people involved to a minimum, even excluding his own son. Never mind. At that moment, however, Li Shimin waved his hand dismissively. Since little Chun has said so, let this lad accompany us. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Li Chun bowed and expressed his gratitude. Chengqian, too, excitedly thanked him, yet amidst his elation, he found himself puzzled once more. Why was His Majesty so benevolent towards little Chun? Could it be due to yesterday's events? That seemed unlikely. Who was Li Shimin? He was the sovereign, the supreme ruler. Based on what Chengqian knew of him, even the power Li Chun had displayed the previous day should not warrant such treatment. Moreover, the affectionate tone in His Majesty's address towards Li Chun further deepened his confusion. Well, since everyone is gathered, let us depart. Just as Chengqian pondered this, Li Shimin, accompanied by Empress Changsun, stood and headed towards the door. Following their lead, Cheng Yaojin hurriedly trailed behind. Hey, little Chun, why are the Emperor and the Empress suddenly accompanying you to Heishui village? Once the three had exited the room, Chengqian quietly inquired of Li Chun. How should I put this? Li Chun shook his head with a wry smile. Until things are confirmed. It's not something I can discuss. What? What on earth is it? Chengqian's curiosity intensified. Never mind, don't ask. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. You'll understand once everything is settled. Without further ado, he stepped outside. What could it be? Why the secrecy? Chengqian scratched his head and followed suit. In front of the Duke of Lu's mansion, a carriage was already stationed there, arranged by Cheng Yaojin. Beside the carriage stood 3 servants, each holding the reins of a swift horse. Clearly, this carriage was prepared specifically for Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, as the Empress, being of noble birth, could not ride a horse. The 3 swift horses, of course, were intended for Cheng Yaojin, Li Chun, and Chengqian. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please board the carriage. Cheng Yaojin said, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. You have shown consideration, the Emperor acknowledged. Li Shimin nodded, and Empress Changsun smiled gently. With Li Shimin's assistance, the two promptly entered the carriage. Let us depart, he commanded. Yes. At his command, Cheng Yaojin and Li Chun mounted their horses, setting forth toward Heishui village. Your Majesty, there lies our Heishui village. 2 hours later, under Li Chun's guidance, a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Zhangnan Mountains gradually came into view. Is that your Heishui village? Li Shimin inquired. Lifting the curtain of the carriage to gaze at the distant settlement, his expression one of astonishment. The reason for his surprise was simple, to his eyes. The village appeared exceedingly diminutive. From afar, the houses resembled tents pitched against the mountainside, and based on his estimations, the population of this village could not exceed 200 souls. Clearly, it was his first encounter with such an insignificant settlement. Your Majesty, that is indeed Heishui village. Li Chun, perceiving Li Shimin's thoughts, continued, our villagers are primarily composed of refugees who fled during the tumultuous times of war, which explains the village's current state. Refugees. Upon hearing this, a somber expression overtook Li Shimin's countenance. This is all my fault. Chapter 8. Respected in the village with a heavy sigh. Li Shimin raised his gaze toward the direction of Heishui village. His aspiration had always been to be a sage ruler, ensuring that the people of the Tang Dynasty had clothing to wear and shelter to inhabit. However, witnessing the stark poverty under his reign undoubtedly filled him with sorrow. In the future, I shall ensure that the common folk are free from worries about food and clothing. Upon contemplating this, Li Shimin's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. Your Majesty is indeed a sage ruler of our time. Hearing Li Shimin's vow, Li Chun dismounted his horse and respectfully bowed. Under your leadership, the people of the Tang will surely flourish. Li Chun's words were not mere flattery. He understood well that although many in the Tang still lived in dire straits, Li Shimin's emergence would gradually lead them out of such hardships and towards a prosperous era. Even someone like Li Chun, who was not well versed in history, knew of the illustrious Zhenguan era, which would be an unprecedented golden age, with Li Shimin as its architect. To call him a sage ruler was no exaggeration. Enough. You rascal, there is no need for such flattery, Li Shimin chuckled, shaking his head at Li Chun's actions. He clearly believed that Li Chun was merely trying to amuse him. Your Majesty, I offer no flattery, Li Chun replied with a shake of his head. Then added with a knowing smile, I firmly believe that you will usher in an unprecedented golden age for our Tang Dynasty. Well said. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin burst into hearty laughter. Old Cheng also believes that your Majesty is indeed an unparalleled sage ruler. And I too believe. Chengqian chimed in eagerly from the side. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Encouraged by the banter from Cheng Yaojin and his companion, Li Shimin laughed heartily. Then I shall embrace the role of a sage ruler. Little did Li Shimin realize that this day was merely a spark on that foundation. All his subsequent decisions would gradually manifest into reality, solidifying his resolve for the Zhenguan era. Li Chun, tell me, what do the villagers of Heishui live on? He shifted his gaze toward Li Chun, observing that the area bore no signs of crops. How do the villagers secure their food? Your Majesty. Although the villagers have no land to cultivate, they rely on the mountains and waters for sustenance, Li Chun replied with a smile, clasping his fists. Most villagers, aside from the elderly and women, are hunters. They primarily live by hunting, trading their catches for food, which allows them to scrape by. Hunting, you say? Upon hearing Li Chun's response, Li Shimin's brow gradually furrowed. This is not a sustainable solution. Indeed, while the Zhangnan Mountains are vast and lush, there would inevitably come a day when the game would dwindle, and the presence of fierce beasts posed significant dangers for the villagers, hindering their development. Though aware of these matters, Li Shimin currently finds himself at a loss, for the Tang Dynasty has only recently been established, and improving the lives of the common people must be approached gradually. Your Majesty, there is no need to fret over the villagers' sustenance. As if reading Li Shimin's thoughts, Li Chun remarked with a smile, before your arrival, Uncle Cheng and Chu Mo had already assuredly supported the villagers. Oh, hearing this, Li Shimin immediately turned his gaze toward Cheng Yaojin. Is that so, Zhijia? Hiki, well, old Cheng, only found out later, Cheng Yaojin chuckled, scratching his head. In truth, this was all my little brat's idea. Chu Mo's idea? Li Shimin raised an eyebrow in surprise, then turned to Cheng Chu Mo. Enlighten me. What prompted you to suddenly consider aiding these villagers? Actually, it's all thanks to Xiao Chan. Cheng Chu Mo replied somewhat bashfully. Before my father's birthday, Qin Huayu and I came to Zhongnan Mountain to prepare a special gift for him, but unexpectedly encountered a great beast. Cheng Chu Mo did not withhold any details, recounting the incident of their encounter with the beast and how he sought Li Chun's assistance. Seeing the villagers suffering, and knowing it all fell upon Xiao Chan, I resolved to help them. Well done. Upon hearing Cheng Chu Mo's account, Li Shimin burst into hearty laughter, his gaze toward Cheng Chu Mo brimming with admiration. Though it was evident from the brief exchanges that Li Chun had played a significant role, Li Shimin remained unconcerned. After all, both Li Chun and Cheng Chu Mo had the well-being of the people at heart, and as an emperor, he could not cast blame. Chu Mo, you surpass your father, he said, pointing at Cheng Yaojin. This old man only knows how to fight, yet he has produced a commendable son. He indeed. Cheng Yaojin, far from feeling offended, wore a proud grin upon hearing this. And you little rascal, are quite impressive as well. Ignoring Cheng Yaojin's delight, Li Shimin turned to praise Li Chun. Upon hearing the emperor's commendation, Li Chun scratched his head in embarrassment. Clearly aware that Li Shimin had discerned his involvement in the decision to provide grain through Cheng Chu Mo. Seeing Li Chun's current awkwardness, Li Shimin laughed heartily. Clearly, he bore no ill will regarding the matter. Rather, he held great appreciation for Li Chun's actions. After all, not everyone seizes the opportunity to give back to their community. From this alone, Li Shimin recognized that Li Chun was a person of deep loyalty and affection. For after saving Cheng Chu Mo and the others, he could have easily prioritized his own interests instead of advocating for the villagers' needs. All right, let us enter the village, he said with a smile to Li Chun and the others, then lowered the carriage curtain, returning to the interior of the carriage alongside Empress Zhangsan. As Li Shimin spoke, Cheng Yaojin and the others ceased their chatter and mounted their horses, heading directly towards Heishui village. Xiaochun, you have returned. Within Heishui village, news of Li Chun's return spread rapidly as villagers eagerly rushed to greet her. Xiaochun, I heard you went to Chang'an. Indeed, how is Chang'an? A cascade of concerned inquiries washed over Li Chun like waves, filling her heart with warmth. This is truly my home. Observing the villagers' enthusiastic expressions, Li Chun smiled brightly, responding to each greeting. Young master. The young master has returned as well. Greetings, young master. Young master. How is your health today? As the villagers recognized Cheng Chumo, they excitedly paid their respects. Yes, greetings to everyone. Cheng Chumo responded with a silly grin, his face alight with pride, his posture straightening as he walked with a newfound confidence. With his father and Li Shimin by his side, as well as Empress Changsan present, it was only natural for Cheng Chumo to feel a sense of triumph amidst the enthusiastic villagers. I never expected that you two little ones hold such high esteem in the hearts of these villagers. Observing the warmth of the villagers around him, Li Shimin smiled at Li Chun and Cheng Chumo, sharing a moment of lightheartedness. Chapter 9. You have endured much over the years. Hiki. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Chumo chuckled with satisfaction. Your Majesty, you flatter me. In contrast to Cheng Chumo, Li Chun slightly cupped his fist towards Li Shimin and said, These villagers are unaware of your esteemed identity. I hope your Majesty will not take offense. Not at all, Li Shimin replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. He could easily discern that Li Chun was merely concerned about inciting his ire, but he was evidently unconcerned. Who are those three? Just then, as Li Shimin engaged in light-hearted conversation, the villagers shifted their attention towards the newcomers. They must be significant figures. Did you not see how even the young master treated them with such respect? Significant figures. At this point, the villagers became visibly excited. It could be said that they had never encountered anyone of great stature in their lives. Cheng Chumo was the most distinguished individual they had ever met. And now these people held an even higher standing. Their excitement was entirely understandable. Ha ha ha, little Chun, you have finally returned. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from behind the villagers. The village chief, Zhang Tai, parted the crowd and embraced Li Chun warmly. Uncle Tai. Li Chun smiled affectionately as he was embraced. Zhang Tai was different from the other villagers before Li Chun's arrival in this world. It was Zhang Tai who had looked after him and his mother. Without Zhang Tai's support, they might have perished from hunger on the streets. So Li Chun felt an immense fondness for him. Young master. After releasing Li Chun, Zhang Tai bowed respectfully to Chengqian. The villagers of Heishui village were able to live in comfort, all thanks to Chengqian's assistance. Thus, Zhang Tai could hardly be anything but respectful. There is no need for such formality, Chief, Chengqian said with a smile as he helped him up. Young master, may I ask who these individuals are? Oh. This is. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's inquiry, Chengqian was about to introduce Li Shimin and the others. Oh, we are friends of Little Chun and Chimo. However, before Chengqian could finish, Li Shimin stepped forward and spoke to Zhang Tai with a smile. It was evident that he wished to keep his identity concealed from the villagers. Then, you must be esteemed guests. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai quickly replied. No wonder I heard the magpies chirping this morning. It turns out that esteemed guests have arrived. I shall prepare a feast to honor you all. Zhang Tai was not foolish. Although he was unaware of Li Shimin's true identity, the fact that these individuals were friends with Chengqian, who he revered, was enough to indicate that they were of high status. Thus, he was determined to treat them with the utmost hospitality. With that, Zhang Tai turned to prepare the feast. Uncle Tai, there is no rush, Li Chun said with a smile, stopping him. These gentlemen still wish to visit my home first. We can arrange the feast a bit later. Oh, very well then. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tai suppressed the stirrings of his heart and nodded in agreement. Uncle Tai, is my mother at home now? Li Chun promptly inquired. Yes, Zhang Tai replied. I just finished chatting with your aunt. She should have returned home by now. That's good to hear. With a slight smile, Li Chun expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the care her mother had received from Uncle Tai and aunt during her absence from the village. It's nothing, Zhang Tai waved his hand dismissively. You should head home now. Your mother is probably already aware of your return and may be waiting anxiously. All right, Li Chun nodded, then whispered a few words to Li Shimin before leading the others back towards her home. Zhang Tai watched their departing figures and murmured to himself. I wonder who those prominent figures are. Those individuals certainly exude an air of distinction, especially that middle-aged man in blue, who radiates authority. He pondered how Li Chun had come to befriend such notable characters, and, lost in thought, he couldn't help but emit a sigh. All right, everyone, you may disperse now. He then sent the villagers away before turning to prepare for the feast. Little Chun, do share with me how you have fared over the years. Li Shimin said as they strolled along the village paths, taking in the simplicity of their surroundings with a tinge of melancholy. In truth, my memories of these years are rather scant, Li Chun replied with a bittersweet smile, shaking her head. To be honest, she had only traversed here in the past year or two. The former Li Chun had been a simpleton since childhood, leaving her with few recollections to recount. What do you mean by that? Li Shimin paused, furrowing his brow as he regarded Li Chun. Not only he, but even Empress Changsun and the father-son duo of Qing Yaojin cast puzzled glances her way. Clearly, they were bewildered by Li Chun's statement, questioning how one could suddenly forget their own memories. Your Majesty, you were unaware, Li Chun sighed at their expressions, ever since my birth. My mind has not been quite right. To put it plainly, I have been a fool, wandering through the years and a days. It was only a couple of years ago that I accidentally fell from a mountain and struck my head, which restored my senses. Fool. Upon hearing this, a sharp pang struck Li Shimin's heart. If all went as expected, Li Chun was the only son of his third brother, and it was evident how sorrowful his childhood had been, revealing the turmoil in Li Shimin's heart. My child, you have endured much hardship over these years. Empress Changsun stepped forward, embracing Li Chun with a touch of compassion, for in her heart, if Li Shimin regarded Li Chun as a nephew, she held the same sentiment. What is happening here? Observing the expressions of Li Shimin and the Empress, Chengqian felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surge within him. This is somewhat forgivable for your Majesty, but the Empress Changsun actually cradled Little Chun. Clearly, Chengqian's mind is somewhat befuddled at present. After all, this is the Empress Changsun, the mother of the nation, who would comfort Li Chun. What exactly is going on here? It is evident that even now, Chengqian remains oblivious to Li Chun's true identity, which is why he is so astonished by the actions of Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. However, though he is unaware, he is not foolish. There must be some intricate circumstances between Li Chun and Li Shimin that elude his understanding. Your Majesty, Your Highness, do not grieve too deeply. Just as Chengqian stood there, his face a mask of shock, his father, Cheng Yaojin, stepped forward to offer words of comfort to Li Shimin and Empress Changsun. Little Chun is quite well now, and moreover, once her identity is confirmed, we shall bring both mother and child back to Chang'an. And then we can make amends for the years lost. Indeed, what Ji Jie says is quite right. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. To be frank, his purpose in coming here was twofold. One, to personally ascertain whether Li Chun is truly the progeny of his third brother, Li Yuanba, and the other, to ensure that once confirmed, he would welcome them into the palace to rectify the regrets surrounding Li Yuanba. Chapter 10. This is my home at this point. The mood of the group lightened considerably. Xiaochun turned to me and said, "Please share with us the events that transpired after your return to normalcy." She then turned to Li Chun with a smile. "Upon regaining my former self, I sought to repay the kindness shown to me by the villagers over the years. Thus, I relied on my own abilities to venture into the mountains and hunt to provide for them." Li Chun, feeling no need for concealment, began recounting the experiences of the past year as they walked, fully aware that even if he remained silent, Li Shimin possessed numerous means to uncover the truth, rendering secrecy unnecessary. As Li Chun spoke, a modest courtyard gradually came into view before them. "Your Majesty, Queen, this is my home." Upon seeing the courtyard, Li Shimin's expression turned bittersweet. To him, the term modest hardly sufficed to describe the dilapidated state of the abode, which could barely be deemed habitable. "Xiaochun, have you truly lived here all these years?" Empress Changsuan's feelings were profoundly complicated, for this courtyard paled in comparison to the more comfortable residences of her sons, even lacking a proper toilet. "Indeed," Li Chun replied, nodding brightly at Empress Changsuan's words. No matter how tattered this dwelling might be, it was still his home, the very place where he was born and raised. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, and Uncle Chum, please come inside." With these words, Li Chun pushed open the fence before welcoming them into his home. "Mother, I have returned." With a loud call, a woman hurried out from within, Li Chun's mother, Cui Shi. "Xiaochun, you're back." She rushed to embrace him tightly, her demeanor resembling that of a loving mother who had finally welcomed her wandering child home. "Mother, I apologize for causing you worry these past few days." Observing the concern etched on his mother's face, Li Chun spoke softly, filled with remorse. "It's nothing. You're back now, and that is what matters," Cui Shi replied, discreetly wiping away her tears while smiling and gently patting Li Chun's back. The warmth of this scene did not go unnoticed by Li Shimin and the others, who stood silently by, watching with quiet reverence. "Mother, I have brought some guests with me." Releasing Cui Shi, Li Chun gestured towards Li Shimin and the others. Oh. Upon hearing this, Cui Shi finally turned her gaze towards the esteemed guests, quickly adjusting her attire. "Forgive my lack of decorum, as a simple country woman. I am not accustomed to proper etiquette." With that, she offered a respectful bow to Li Shimin and the others, expressing her apologies. Not at all, not at all." In a gracious gesture, Li Shimin stepped forward to assist her in rising. "Mother." Li Chun moved closer to support his mother, adding, "These esteemed guests have some inquiries for you." "Inquiries for me?" Upon hearing these words, the Cui matriarch was momentarily taken aback, and then her gaze turned towards Li Shimin, as if a revelation had struck her, causing her heart to race. A few guests inquired about the matter concerning the woman, but she feigned composure and directed her questions towards Li Shimin and his companions. Observing the subtle shift in Cui's demeanor, Li Shimin furrowed his brow slightly. Although she had masked her emotions well, his seasoned experience could not be deceived. "Mother, let us discuss this indoors," Li Chun suggested, oblivious to the tension between them. "Indeed." "Very well." Cui nodded absently before ushering Li Shimin and the others inside. After serving tea to each guest, she stood aside, her mind elsewhere. "Mother, what troubles you?" Li Chun inquired, noticing her distracted state. "Is something amiss?" "And no." Cui shook her head, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Li Chun, not dwelling on it further, gestured toward Li Shimin and the others, saying, "Mother, these esteemed guests have come to inquire about my father." "Indeed, just as my father mentioned." Cui seemed to have anticipated this, letting out a silent sigh. "Surely, you deduced this upon meeting us?" "Yes," Li Shimin remarked calmly, observing her expression. Cui did not conceal her thoughts, nodding in affirmation. "From the moment Chun mentioned your visit, I surmised it must pertain to my husband." "Mother, you..." "Chun, I have not intentionally concealed the truth from you. However, your father forbade me from speaking of it, and, truth be told, I remain unaware of his true identity." Cui replied with a wry smile before Li Chun could finish her sentence. "Could you share with me what you know about your husband?" Li Shimin interjected, rising to his feet. "What does he look like? How did you meet? And when did this encounter take place?" "It was 15 years ago," Cui began, her gaze drifting as if lost in memory. "On a day much like any other, my father took me hunting in the mountains. As evening approached, while we were preparing to return to the village with our catch, a figure suddenly emerged. Was that person my father? Li Chun could not contain her curiosity. Yes, indeed, Chui confirmed. Chui nodded, recalling that your father was drenched in blood, resembling a specter of crimson, which utterly terrified both me and your grandfather upon his sudden appearance. Later, your grandfather mustered the courage to inquire about his identity, yet your father stood there in silence, seemingly dazed. Observing his injuries, your grandfather intended to quietly approach and offer assistance with the bandaging, but before he could reach him, your father collapsed unconscious. As time passed, it was Chengqian who posed the next question. At this point, a gentle smile unconsciously grazed Chui's lips. Subsequently, your grandfather and I brought your father home, sought the aid of a physician, and ultimately succeeded in preserving his life. Sandy. Upon hearing this, tears gradually welled in Li Shimin's eyes. That was indeed his younger brother. What transpired next? Li Shimin inquired, his tone heavy, asking why he remained here after his injuries were treated. Although your father's wounds were healed, he awakened 7 days later. Chui continued, stating that when he regained consciousness, we asked him who he was. But he could only respond that he remembered nothing, as if he had lost his memory, save for the knowledge that his surname was Li. Lost memory. Li Shimin felt as though struck by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 11. The grave of the third brother. Later, my father, moved by his plight, allowed him to reside in our home. Chui, however, paid no heed to Li Shimin's current demeanor and continued, after living together for a while. My father recognized his honesty and integrity, and thus, he betrothed me to him, allowing us to live together in this manner. At this juncture, Chui gradually revealed a hint of a sweet smile, as if recalling that period was akin to reliving her most cherished moments. However, such bliss was short-lived. When I had just conceived Xiaochun's father, suddenly, as she spoke, Chui found herself at a loss for words, her hands covering her mouth as she began to weep. Sandy. Li Shimin took 2 steps back, his face etched with sorrow. After years of searching and waiting, he finally received news of his third brother, only for it to dissolve into mere illusion, reflecting the turmoil within his heart. Erlang. Observing Li Shimin's expression, Empress Changsun hurried forward to support him. Mother, please do not grieve. It is all in the past. Li Chun also rushed to Chui's side, embracing her to offer comfort. Under Li Chun's soothing words, Chui gradually calmed down and then turned to Li Shimin, inquiring, "This esteemed guest, could it be that you are acquainted with my husband?" "Indeed, your husband is none other than my third brother, my dear brother," Li Shimin asserted emphatically, each word resonating with conviction. Upon hearing Li Shimin's declaration, Chui momentarily froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. You are, mother." "This is His Majesty," Li Chun interjected, revealing Li Shimin's identity upon witnessing his mother's astonished expression. "Truly, it is your Majesty." Clearly, Chui had never anticipated that the person standing before her was indeed the reigning sovereign. Villager, I pay my respects to your Majesty." She hastily knelt before Li Shimin, her face a mask of terror. "Sister-in-law, please rise," Li Shimin responded, stepping forward to assist her. "You are the wife of my third brother, thus you are my sister-in-law. Henceforth, when you meet me, there is no need for you to kneel." Without a moment's hesitation, he granted her this exemption. From Chui's earlier account, it was evident to Li Shimin that the person she had saved was his third brother, Li Yuanba. Moreover, Chui was Li Yuanba's only wife. Now that Li Yuanba had passed, it was only natural that Li Shimin's feelings of guilt towards him would be transferred to Chui and her children. "And you, Li Chun, in the future, you too need not kneel when you meet me." He then turned his gaze towards Li Chun. "Thank you, your Majesty." Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun clasped his fists and bowed in gratitude. "Mother, quickly express your thanks," he then urged, turning to remind Chui. "Thank you, your Majesty." Upon being reminded by Li Chun, Lady Chui finally awakened from her earlier astonishment and hastily prepared to kneel before Emperor Li Shimin once more. "Sister-in-law." At that moment, however, Empress Changsun directly reached out to halt Lady Chui's motion, reminding her, "Did His Majesty not just say that you need not kneel?" After which, she displayed a warm and affectionate smile towards Lady Chui. You are. Mother, this is Her Majesty the Empress." Observing her mother's current demeanor, Li Chun revealed the identity of Changsun Wugo. Your Majesty." It was evident that Lady Chui's heart was still unsettled. She had once been a mere village woman, having never even encountered a county magistrate in her lifetime. Yet now, not only had the reigning emperor appeared before her, but the mother of the nation also treated her with such familiarity, and she had unexpectedly become the sister-in-law of the current sovereign. It was only natural that her mind struggled to comprehend this sudden transformation. "Sister-in-law." Just as Lady Chui's heart remained in turmoil, Li Shimin, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Where lies the grave of Yuanba?" "At the back mountain." Upon hearing the emperor's question, Lady Chui dared not conceal the truth and directly revealed the burial place of Li Yuanba. I wish to pay my respects to Yuanba. Li Shimin inhaled deeply. Turning his gaze towards Lady Chui, he had sought Li Yuanba for many years. Now, his desire was finally fulfilled. Though Li Yuanba had passed as his elder brother, it was only fitting that he pay his respects. Moreover, he had already resolved to relocate Li Yuanba's remains back to Chang'an to honor their ancestry. The village woman will guide you. Noting the emperor's earnest expression, Lady Chui found herself unable to refuse. After all, Li Shimin was not only the reigning sovereign, but also the elder brother of her husband. Both sentiment and reason compelled her to acquiesce. With that, Lady Chui stepped out of the room, leading the way towards the back mountain. Empress Changsun gently grasped Li Shimin's hand, and the two followed closely behind, observing their actions. Cheng Yaojin said nothing and silently exited as well, with Li Chun and Cheng Chumo trailing behind. Isn't that Xiao Chun and young master? As Li Shimin and the others made their way towards the back mountain, the villagers of Heishui stood at a distance, watching their departing figures and engaging in hushed discussions. Are they heading to the back mountain? What could they possibly want there at this time? Could they be going to pay tribute to Xiao Chun's father? But why are those strangers following them? As they gazed at the departing figures of Li Shimin and his entourage, various speculations began to circulate among the villagers. Could they have known Xiao Chun's father? Who can say? When Xiao Chun's father visited our village, he was clad in armor. Perhaps he truly did know these prominent figures. Ah, it cannot be. Just ahead, amidst the villagers' endless speculations in Heishui village, Li Shimin and his companions, under the guidance of the Chui family, made their way to the back mountain. Pointing towards a nearby hollow in the terrain, Chui turned to Li Shimin and spoke. Little Chun's father is buried there. Upon hearing Chui's words, Li Shimin nodded silently, then stepped forward in the direction indicated. As he brushed aside the surrounding undergrowth, a mound of earth, shaped by yellow soil, gradually came into view. Although this grave was concealed amidst the weeds, there was not a single blade of grass upon it, indicating that it was regularly tended to. This is my third brother's grave. Gazing at the mound before him, Li Shimin whispered softly, tears welling in his eyes. A profound sense of desolation surged within him. In his eyes, this grave was starkly simple, marked only by a wooden plaque, upon which there was not even a complete name, merely the character for Li. Chapter 12. He is a deserter. But who is the hero? After the demise of my husband, knowing only his surname, my father hesitated to bestow upon him a name. Observing the expression on Li Shimin's face, Chui, with sorrow etched upon her countenance, remarked that they had merely erected this wooden plaque in his honor. I understand. Li Shimin acknowledged, nodding at her words. It was evident that he bore no resentment towards Chui. After all, Li Yuanba had emerged from the midst of a million soldiers, ultimately finding his way to the Zhongnan mountain. Given Chui's previous account, had it not been for her and her father's intervention, Li Yuanba might have long since succumbed to the wilderness, his body devoured by beasts. Furthermore, the Chui family was unaware of Li Yuanba's true name. Thus, their act of erecting this monument posthumously could only be seen as a gesture of respect. How could he reproach them? I wish to relocate Yuanba's remains back to Chang'an for a proper burial. Turning to Chui, Li Shimin inquired, Sister-in-law, do you consent? This. Upon hearing his words, Chui hesitated momentarily. Mother, this is a blessing, Li Chun interjected, grasping Chui's right hand. Father left no name during his lifetime. Allowing him to return to his roots after death is a good thing for him. As the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots. I believe that if Father watches from above, he would not refuse this. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Following Li Chun's heartfelt reassurance, Chui finally set aside her uncertainty and agreed to the relocation of the grave. Her initial reluctance stemmed from the fear that, after the grave was moved, she would no longer be able to visit as frequently to pay her respects. After all, he had been alone for so many years, and she had shared her sorrows and innermost thoughts at Li Yuanba's gravesite. He was, in essence, her spiritual anchor. The prospect of him being moved suddenly filled her with resistance. However, after Li Chun's comforting words, she recognized that this matter was no longer solely within her purview. Moreover, she could not afford to act selfishly, as Li Chun had eloquently stated, fallen leaves indeed return to their roots. She had previously been unaware of Li Yuanba's identity. But now that she knew, how could she obstruct his rightful return to his ancestry? Sister-in-law, do not worry. Observing her demeanor, Li Shimin discerned her internal conflict. During the process of relocating the grave, I shall ensure that both you and Xiao Chun are brought into the palace, allowing you to visit your third brother frequently. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this, Chui was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face, and she immediately knelt before Li Shimin in gratitude. Please, rise. Witnessing her actions, Li Shimin personally helped her to her feet. In truth, he harbored a sense of gratitude towards Chui, for without her and her father's intervention, Li Yuanba might have perished in the wilderness after that battle, leaving them with no trace of his remains. Though he was now deceased, they would be able to give him a proper burial once more. In a certain sense, the Cui family may be regarded as benefactors to the Li family, and furthermore, Cui is the only lawful wife of Li Yuanba. Naturally, Li Shimin would not confine her to this small village. Sister-in-law, I have another matter to inquire of you. Casting a glance at Li Yuanba's grave, Li Shimin once more addressed Cui. When you and your father rescued Yuanba, did you happen to see his weapon? As soon as Li Shimin's words fell, both Empress Changsun and Cheng Yaojin turned their gazes towards Cui. You mean, those two hammers? Cui retorted, responding to Li Shimin's inquiry. Indeed, that is correct. Li Shimin nodded with a hint of excitement. It is the two hammers. If Li Shimin had been 90% certain of Li Chun's identity before, then upon hearing Cui mention the two hammers, his conviction solidified completely. After all, the weapon used by his third brother was indeed two hammers, known as the drumbeat bronze hammers. Where are those two hammers now? He promptly pressed Cui for an answer. We have concealed them, Cui replied. After my husband passed, my father feared that the hammers would be discovered. So he enlisted a few trusted villagers to hide them in a secret cave and sealed them with stones. Fearful of being discovered? Li Shimin's brow furrowed slightly at Cui's words. Yes, Cui nodded, continuing, those hammers are quite heavy. My father said they are certainly not ordinary weapons. To prevent them from falling into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, he sought to conceal them in the cave. Moreover, as she reached this point, Cui hesitated, lowering her gaze, feeling apprehensive. Moreover what? Li Shimin inquired, taken aback, evidently unaware of why Cui suddenly appeared so troubled. Sister-in-law, do not hesitate to speak. Encouraged by Li Shimin's words, Cui finally summoned the courage to continue. Moreover, when my father and I saved my husband, although he was clad in armor, he was covered in blood, resembling a fleeing soldier. This was also the reason my father wished to keep his weapon from being seen by outsiders. At this juncture, Cui turned her gaze towards Li Chun, adding, this is why I have refrained from mentioning his father to little Chun over the years. I feared that if others learned, he would be bullied and looked down upon. Mother. Li Chun's eyes brimmed with tears as he tightly grasped Cui's hand. Clearly realizing for the first time why his mother had always avoided discussing his father, it was all for his protection. A fleeing soldier? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin shook his head and chuckled softly. If Li Yuanba were a fleeing soldier, then who among us would be deemed a hero? Pray tell, sister-in-law, how could you label Yuanba as a coward? Cheng Yaojin is somewhat older than Li Yuanba, and in his heart, he regards the Cui family as Li Yuanba's kin. Thus, by virtue of age, he naturally refers to Cui as his younger sister-in-law. Yuanba is indeed a distinguished hero of our Tang Dynasty. You may not be aware, but he single-handedly vanquished an army of over 100,000 foes. If such a person were to be labeled a deserter, then what would we be? Merely the short-sighted village women. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Cui nodded hastily. Uncle Cheng, you startle my mother. Observing Cui's anxious demeanor and recalling Cheng Yaojin's earlier bellow, Li Chun could not help but roll his eyes. Ah, dear sister-in-law, please forgive me. Cheng Yaojin chuckled awkwardly. I, old Cheng, have always had a loud voice. If I frightened you, that is indeed my fault. It's quite all right. Listening to Cheng Yaojin's somewhat apologetic remarks, Cui quickly waved her hand. Sister-in-law, the two hammers you saw are the battle hammers used by Yuanba in his lifetime. I wish to take them back and enter them with him once more. Gazing at Cui, Li Shimin inquired, could you lead us to retrieve those two hammers? Certainly, certainly. Upon hearing this, Cui nodded eagerly. The cave is not far from here. I shall take you there at once. With that, she turned and walked toward another area of the back mountain, following her lead. Li Shimin and the others hastily followed suit. Two hammers? Could it be? The thunder drum and golden hammer. Chapter 13. Alas, I, old Cheng, am utterly incapable of breaking it open. Meanwhile, Li Chun trailed behind, reminiscing about his previous conversation with Li Shimin, and gradually felt a surge of inspiration. The drum-banging golden hammer. At this thought, Li Chun's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. Prior to his traversal, he had garnered some knowledge of the illustrious generals of the Tang Dynasty, particularly the formidable Li Yuanba, who wielded the very weapon known as the drum-banging golden hammer. If his conjecture held true, it was these two war hammers that his mother was currently leading Li Shimin to seek. Should these indeed be the hammers, they would be perfectly suited for him at this moment. Given Li Chun's current strength, he found ordinary weapons beneath his consideration, as mere iron was far too light for him. The drum-banging golden hammers, however, each weighed around 500 to 600 pounds, ideally meeting his needs. I must acquire them. With this determination, a resolute expression emerged on Li Chun's face. As for how to obtain them, he would naturally ask Li Shimin directly. After all, He was the sole son of Li Yuanba, and it was only fitting for a son to request his father's possessions, which Li Shimin would have no reason to deny. Your Majesty, the cave lies just ahead. While Li Chun's mind raced, Cui Shi halted in her tracks, gesturing towards a section of the mountain wall and softly speaking to Li Shimin. As her words fell, the accompanying crowd lifted their gazes towards the direction she indicated. However, upon observing the scene before them, everyone was taken aback, for in their line of sight stood merely a steep mountain wall, devoid of any semblance of a cave. Sister-in-law, where's the cave? We see nothing. Cheng Yaojin could not help but inquire of Cui Shi. Right beneath that mountain wall. As she spoke, Cui Shi parted the underbrush with her hands and made her way towards the base of the wall. Seeing her actions, the others followed suit without hesitation. Upon approaching, the mountain wall gradually revealed its details before them. This is the cave. Cui Shi turned once more to softly address Li Shimin and the others. This cave is remarkably concealed. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his expression one of exaggerated astonishment. The reason was simple. The cave they beheld was exceedingly hidden. Situated at the lowest point of the mountain wall, obstructed by large stones at its entrance, and surrounded by thick underbrush. Had Cui Shi not led them here, they would have remained oblivious to its existence. At that time, my father and I were also wary of being discovered, which is why we concealed those two hammers here. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Cui Shi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Sister-in-law, did you excavate this cave yourselves? In contrast to Cheng Yaojin's reaction, Li Shimin gazed at the cave with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The cave before them was a marvel of nature, so intricately formed that if it had indeed been excavated by human hands, it would indicate the presence of a master craftsman. The Tang Dynasty had only recently been established and was in dire need of skilled individuals, especially with various barbarian tribes lurking nearby, poised to provoke conflict. He feared that one day these tribes might ignite a war against the Tang. If the creator of this cave could be recruited into the military, they could design traps and fortifications, enabling the Tang forces to easily thwart any invading enemies. However, upon hearing Li Shimin's inquiry, Cui shook her head, asserting that the cave was naturally formed and not man-made. The news brought a shadow of disappointment across Li Shimin's face. He had hoped to learn that the cave was a product of human endeavor rather than nature's handiwork. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed his regret, acknowledging that while skilled artisans were not uncommon, few possessed the ability to design effective traps and fortifications for the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, his concerns would eventually materialize, nearly compelling him to sign a humiliating treaty, though that was a tale for another time. Is my brother's warhammer within this cave? He asked, refocusing on Cui. Indeed. She replied softly, nodding. The two hammers are concealed within this cave. Very well, Li Shimin murmured, then turned his gaze toward Cheng Yaojin, his meaning unmistakable. Ah, Your Majesty. Watch me, Cheng Yaojin grinned, understanding Li Shimin's intent as he stepped forward. Let me break open this cave. With that, he approached a large boulder, hoisting it effortlessly before striding to the sealed cave entrance. Gathering his strength, he raised the stone above his head and brought it crashing down towards the cave. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated through the mountainside. As dust and debris scattered, the onlookers turned their eyes toward the cave, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The sealed entrance remained utterly unchanged, the boulder at its mouth not even shifting. By the heavens, is it truly that sturdy? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his confidence wavering as he cursed under his breath. Undeterred, he sought out another large stone, summoning all his might for another attempt. With a tremendous crash, he struck again. I refuse to believe I cannot break you open, old cave. After 2 consecutive failures, Cheng Yaojin was utterly determined. He rolled up his sleeves and once again brought forth a large stone, though this time, it was significantly larger than the previous 2. With a fierce shout, he positioned the massive stone against his chest and charged directly towards the cave entrance. With a resounding crash, he collided with the stone, only to be violently rebounded by the force, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Cursing under his breath, he grimaced in pain as he rubbed his sore backside. What on earth is sealing this entrance? He exclaimed. Your Majesty, I, Cheng, am utterly incapable of breaking through it. With a wry smile, he turned his gaze towards Li Shimin. Chapter 14. Should I give it a try? Seated on the ground, Cheng Yaojin wore an expression of profound frustration. Previously, he had confidently believed that with his strength, he could easily break open the sealed cave before him. However, to his astonishment, the cave was as solid as a fortress. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, the massive stones blocking the entrance remained utterly unscathed, leaving him feeling immensely vexed. Get up. Seeing Cheng Yaojin in such a disheveled state, Li Shimin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet, as he turned his gaze back to the cave, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. While others may not grasp the extent of Cheng Yaojin's strength, Li Shimin was acutely aware of it. In the past, Not even a city gate could withstand Cheng Yaojin's might for long, let alone a mere cave entrance. With this thought in mind, Li Shimin stepped closer to examine the situation. The cave was sealed with such seamless precision. After a careful inspection, even Li Shimin could not suppress his astonishment. The cave, though clearly sealed by someone, exhibited no gaps between the massive stones, appearing as if they had formed a single entity. What Li Shimin did not know was that the cave had been fortified so robustly due to the efforts of the deceased father of the Chui family. To ensure that the two warhammers of Li Yuanba remained undiscovered, he had engaged the most renowned architect in the area to seal the cave using ancestral techniques. Unless one employed a siege engine, it would be virtually impossible for an ordinary person to budge it even slightly. Gentle, Tuhui. As Li Shimin scrutinized the sealed entrance, Cheng Yujin, aided by Cheng Chumo, gradually stood up. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this entrance has been sealed using a special method, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to break through. He then limped over to Li Shimin, gesturing towards the sealed cave. Perhaps we should return and fetch some tools. It would not be too late to open it then. Although Cheng Yujin was somewhat reckless, he was not foolish. Given that his repeated attempts to break the sealed entrance had yielded no results, he sensed something amiss. After years of battling, he had encountered many similar tactics, and to breach this barrier, specialized tools would be required. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Shimin began to feel the wall, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, as Cheng Yaojin had said, the entrance had been sealed using a peculiar method. Dear sister-in-law, do you know who sealed this entrance? Li Shimin did not respond directly to Cheng Yaojin, but instead turned to inquire of the Chui family. This cave was sealed by a close friend of my father during his lifetime, Chui replied candidly. That individual was the most esteemed architect in the region. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, dispelling the previous disappointment he felt towards the naturally formed cave. If he could locate this architect and enlist him into the army, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the Tang forces. With this thought in mind, Li Shimin eagerly inquired, do you know the whereabouts of this individual? I must meet him. However, upon hearing Li Shimin's request, Chui hesitated for a moment. What is it? Do you not know, dear sister-in-law? Seeing the change in Chui's expression, Li Shimin's brow furrowed slightly. No, it's not that. Chui quickly waved her hand and said with a hint of bitterness, Your Majesty, my father's friend passed away over a decade ago. Passed away? Upon hearing Chui's response, a bitter smile crept onto Li Shimin's face. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. Did he leave any descendants to inherit his legacy? Li Shimin, still unwilling to give up, pressed Chui for more information. Unfortunately, Chui shook her head once more. No, although he had a son. He perished in a distant land during the chaos of war. Alas, what a pity. After listening to Chui's words, Li Shimin could not help but shake his head and sigh. Jia, proceed as you suggested. He then turned to Cheng Yaojin. Initially, Li Shimin had hoped that if he could find the one who sealed the cave, he might successfully open it. Now, it seemed that this avenue was no longer viable. Understood, Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin nodded. I will make the necessary arrangements upon my return. Very well, let us return to the village, Li Shimin replied softly. We must discuss the relocation of my third brother's grave. As he spoke, he prepared to lead his entourage away from this place. Your Majesty. At that moment, Li Chun, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. Your Majesty, may I attempt to open this cave? He pointed towards the sealed entrance. Having previously contemplated how to acquire the drum and golden hammer, he had refrained from speaking up. Now, seeing Li Shimin and the others preparing to leave, he could not let this opportunity slip away. You wish to try? Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. He knew that Li Chun possessed significantly greater strength than Cheng Yaojin. However, the cave before them had been sealed using special methods, and despite Li Chun's considerable might, there was a possibility of failure. This cave has been sealed with unique techniques. Are you certain you wish to attempt it? Yes, I am certain. Li Chun nodded resolutely, a glimmer of cunning flashing briefly in his eyes. Should fortune favor him and allow him to breach the cave, he hoped His Majesty would grant him a subsequent request. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Without hesitation, Li Shimin readily accepted Li Chun's proposal. However, he cautioned him to act within his capabilities. Though he harbored doubts regarding Li Chun's ability to penetrate the cave, Li Chun was, after all, his beloved nephew, and he wished to shield him from harm. Fear not. Your Majesty, Li Chun replied with a sly grin, and then, under the watchful gazes of those present, he slowly approached the entrance of the cave. In the presence of Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Chun refrained from immediately taking action. Instead, he paused to observe intently. Chapter 15. Truly remarkable. His curiosity piqued. He wished to discern the means by which this cavern entrance had been sealed. Upon finally beholding the obstructed cave, even Li Chun could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. for in his gaze, the marks left between the massive stones appeared akin to the cement employed in later ages. It was essential to note that this was the Tang Dynasty, a time yet to witness the advent of cement, unless, of course, someone like him had traversed time to this grand era. However, Li Chun firmly believed that within this world, he was the sole anomaly. There could be no other like him. With this thought in mind, Li Chun extended his hand to explore the surface of the stones, particularly the joints where each stone connected. Fortunately, it was not cement. As he rubbed the powder between his fingers, a sense of relief washed over him. The substance resembled cement but fell far short of its standards, merely a mixture bound together by some unknown material. Nevertheless, it was alarmingly close to cement. Gazing at the powder in his palm, then lifting his eyes to the formidable assembly of stones before him, Li Chun could not suppress a sigh of admiration. They say that true masters dwell among the common folk, and indeed, this was no idle claim. He wondered how the creator had conducted their research. Hey, Xiao Chun, are you capable or not? What are you staring at? As Li Chun pondered over the powder, Cheng Yaojin's voice broke through his reverie, tinged with impatience. Oh, nothing much. Li Chun replied with a smile. I was merely marveling at the skills of the individual who sealed this entrance. Well, no need for your astonishment, Cheng Yaojin retorted bluntly. If it were that easy, I would have smashed it open already. Hurry up and get to it. All right. In light of Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Chun felt no irritation. Having spent time with him, he had come to understand his temperament. With a slight smile, he stepped back, creating some distance from the wall, all under the watchful eyes of Cheng Yaojin and the others. Taking a deep breath, Li Chun gauged the distance. Suddenly, with a powerful push from his right foot, he propelled himself towards the wall with the speed of a striking cheetah. This lad is attempting to do it barehanded. Cheng Yaojin's expression turned to one of disbelief. He was acutely aware of the wall's formidable hardness, having previously failed to breach it with 3 large stones. He was astonished that Li Chun would attempt to do so with his bare hands. No matter how great Li Chun's strength, it was improbable that he could confront such an unyielding barrier. It seemed the youth was in for a challenge. A resigned smile escaped him. It was not just him. Even Li Shimin and Cheng Chimo were taken aback by Li Chun's audacity, clearly unprepared for his bold choice. However, this tale is rather lengthy, yet it transpires in but an instant. Just as Cheng Yaojin wore a wry smile, and Li Shimin stood in astonishment, Li Chun's figure swiftly approached the wall. Stand back. As he neared the wall, merely a foot away, he let out a thunderous shout, and with a sudden surge, his right arm shot upward, fingers clenched into a fist, directed straight at the wall. Boom. A deafening roar reverberated in the ears of the onlookers, and with the sound of this tremendous impact, the entire mountainside trembled. As the mountain shook, clouds of dust were stirred up, and the booming echoed throughout the vicinity. This. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the thick fog of dust. Even Li Shimin's countenance was painted with profound shock. The scene before them shattered their comprehension. The wall quaked, and the dust billowed. They never fathomed that Li Chun's punch could possess such formidable might. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the dust that lingered in the air, revealing the scene beneath the mountainside to Li Shimin and his companions. There stood Li Chun, still poised in his striking stance. Yet the wall that had once loomed before him lay in ruins, reduced to scattered rubble strewn about his feet. Before their eyes, a dark, gaping hole emerged. Incredibly, he truly shattered it with a single punch. Gaping in awe, Cheng Yaojin regarded Li Chun with sheer astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone wield such power. To shake the mountain wall with one blow required an unimaginable strength. Even Li Yuanba could hardly accomplish such a feat, could he? Just how immense was his strength? Contemplating this, Cheng Yaojin's perception of Li Chun's power underwent a transformation. Indeed, this strength was befitting of the lineage of the third brother. In contrast to Cheng Yaojin's astonishment, Li Shimin's expression was predominantly one of delight amidst the shock. Li Chun was indeed the son of his third brother, Li Yuanba, a descendant of the Li family. To witness such unparalleled strength in his bloodline filled him with immense joy. Your Majesty, the entrance is open. As Cheng Yaojin marveled and Li Shimin rejoiced, Li Chun lowered his right arm and slowly turned to face Li Shimin with a smile. Well done, young lad. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin burst into hearty laughter, generously offering his praise. Truly, a worthy scion of the Li family. Li Chun grinned in pride at Li Shimin's commendation. This is merely a trifle. Indeed, the sealed entrance had been insurmountable for Cheng Yaojin, yet Li Chun possessed unparalleled divine strength. Moreover, after completing his first task, his physical prowess had elevated, rendering the wall inconsequential to him. All right, enough of the self-satisfaction. Upon encountering Li Chun's triumphant demeanor, Li Shimin chuckled and remarked, "Let us first explore the cave." As he spoke, he intended to lead his companions directly into the cavern. Your Majesty, wait. However, upon witnessing Li Shimin's actions, Li Chun hurriedly interjected to halt him. This cave had been sealed for many years, its air stagnant and potentially toxic. He certainly did not wish to see Li Shimin and the others enter, only to find himself tasked with extracting them one by one. Observing Li Chun. Li Shimin's expression shifted to one of confusion. What is the matter, you rascal? Cheng Yujin inquired, equally bewildered. Sighing, Li Chun shook his head, insisting that entry was not advisable at this time. Why not? Cheng Yujin pressed. Do you not wish to see the 2 warhammers left by your father? Of course I do, Li Chun replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 16. The hammer awaits. If you wish to enter, why do you obstruct us? Cheng Yujin wore a puzzled expression. Your Majesty, Xiao Chun is right. Now is not the time to proceed. Just as Cheng Yaojin was lost in thought, Empress Changsun seemed to have an epiphany. She cast a penetrating glance at Li Chun before addressing Li Shimin, saying, this space has been sealed for an extended period. There may be toxic gases present. It is my fault for being too hasty. Upon hearing the Empress's explanation, Li Shimin's face transformed into one of sudden realization. He understood well that a long-sealed space would lead to stagnant air and the potential accumulation of noxious vapors. He had merely overlooked this matter in his eagerness to retrieve his brother's hammer. Thank you for the reminder, young man. He then turned to Li Chun with a smile. Your Majesty was simply too anxious to pay attention. However, Li Chun shook his head with a smile, clearly unconvinced by such elementary reasoning. The esteemed Emperor Li Shimin was not one to lack awareness. After all, he was a sovereign accustomed to the rigors of battle, having faced countless situations. His earlier fluster was simply a result of concern. Ah, so that is the reason. Cheng Yaojin caught on to the exchange among Li Chun and others. Little Chun, I did not realize you were so knowledgeable. He then turned to Li Chun with a hearty laugh. Uncle Cheng, I have told you not to call me little one. Li Chun rolled his eyes in exasperation at Cheng Yaojin's words, finding them rather awkward. Ha. With Li Chun's remark, both Cheng Yaojin and Li Shimin burst into hearty laughter, as the young lad had sparked much imagination. Not only they, but even Empress Changsun stifled a few chuckles behind her hand. Little Chun, I find this title quite fitting. I shall not change it henceforth. Cheng Yaojin, relishing the moment, decided to solidify this new appellation. Do as you wish. Li Chun sighed, rolling his eyes once more at Cheng Yaojin's antics. Little Chun has truly grown up. Observing the playful banter among Li Chun and the others, Cui Shi, who had remained silent for a while, revealed a look of contentment. It could be said that her son, Li Chun, had been a simpleton since birth, a source of guilt for her. Not only for his deceased father, but also for Li Chun himself. This had long since become a burden on her heart. It was only after Li Chun's fall from the mountain a year ago and subsequent recovery that things began to improve. Now, witnessing Li Chun mingling so well with such esteemed individuals, how could Cui Shi not feel a swell of joy? Father, can you see this from beyond? This is our son, Chun. She gazed toward the direction of Li Yuanba's grave, tears of overwhelming joy streaming down her face. As the soft murmurs of the Cui clan echoed, a gentle mountain breeze suddenly swept through, stirring her hair as if in response to her words. Why did the wind arise so unexpectedly? Accompanied by this refreshing breeze, Cheng Yaojin let out a soft exclamation, soon noticing the current state of the Cui clan. Sister, what troubles you? Why are you in tears? With Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Shimin and others, who had initially overlooked Cui, turned their gazes toward her, feeling their attention. Cui quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. No, it's nothing. Sister, do not be too sorrowful. We shall face everything together from now on. Empress Changsun, being an astute and compassionate woman, perceived Cui's inner turmoil and approached her, taking her hand and offering comforting words with a warm smile. Cui responded softly as Empress Changsun held her hand. Mother. Although Li Chun did not speak much, her demeanor conveyed understanding. Little Chun, I am fine, Cui said with a gentle smile directed at Li Chun. All right, Your Majesty, we may now enter, Li Chun said, turning to Li Shimin after half an hour had passed. Having waited and allowed the mountain breeze to dissipate the foul air, the cave was now mostly cleared of impurities. Even any remaining traces posed little threat to their well-being, making entry safe. Very well, then, let us proceed, Li Shimin replied, nodding, and he stepped forward toward the cave. Wait, Your Majesty, allow me to enter first. Cheng Yaojin interjected, stepping forward and entering the cave first. His intention was clear, to scout ahead and ensure Li Shimin's safety. A quarter of an hour later, Cheng Yaojin emerged from the cave with brisk strides. Your Majesty, it is now safe to enter, he announced to Li Shimin, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. What did you find? Li Shimin inquired. Did you see my brother's warhammer? Indeed, I did, Cheng Yaojin replied, nodding earnestly. The 2 warhammers are within the cave. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's hesitation vanished, filled with anticipation as he made his way into the cave. Following his lead, Li Chun and the others also entered. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped them. Your Majesty, a soft call broke the silence as Cheng Yaojin produced a fire starter, igniting a torch, thus restoring their sight. The flickering light revealed that the cave walls were not smooth but rather adorned with stones of varying sizes. The rugged terrain indicating that this cave was a natural formation rather than a man-made excavation. To his astonishment, a cave had formed in this location. Gazing at the towering walls surrounding him, Li Chun could not help but murmur softly, "What is there to find strange?" In response to Li Chun's whispered observation, Cheng Chimo smirked, stating, "This is the Zhongnan Mountain, renowned for its lofty heights and dense forests. The formation of such a cave is hardly surprising." Hiki. True enough, Li Chun replied with a noncommittal smile upon hearing this remark. Meanwhile, Li Shimin, walking ahead of the group, appeared disinterested in the cave's formation. Instead, he inquired of Cheng Yaojin, "How deep is this cave? Where are my brother's warhammers?" "Your Majesty, the cave is not particularly deep. I would estimate it to be around 10 zhang," Cheng Yaojin promptly responded. "Moreover, Yuan Ba's 2 warhammers are located at the top of this cave." "Very well. Let me there swiftly," Li Shimin urged upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's answer. "Yes, Your Majesty," Cheng Yaojin replied, raising his torch as he navigated past the others. Heading deeper into the cave. Under Cheng Yaojin's guidance, the group soon reached the innermost part of the cavern, illuminated by the flickering light. A relatively spacious area revealed itself to their eyes. "Your Majesty, the warhammers are right there." Chapter 17. I will promote it at the behest of Cheng Yaojin. The crowd lifted their gazes in unison. In the direction of their collective sight, a mat woven from wild grass lay serenely upon the ground. Upon this mat rested 2 enormous hammers, reminiscent of mallets, which unmistakably belonged to the legendary hero, Li Yuanba, known for wielding the thunderous drum and golden hammer. Gazing at the formidable warhammers, Li Shimin could no longer attend to anything else. He seized the torch from Cheng Yaojin's grasp and hurriedly approached. Indeed, these were the hammers of my third brother. Crouching down to caress the hammers beneath him, tears streamed down Li Shimin's face uncontrollably. It could be said that Li Yuanba was his closest brother. Witnessing the hammers without their master was a poignant reminder of his absence. "Your Majesty." Observing Li Shimin's sorrowful countenance, Empress Changsun approached him with a sympathetic expression, offering her comfort. "Your Majesty, your health is of utmost importance." Cheng Yaojin stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon the hammers, his voice heavy with grief. "The demise of Yuanba fills my heart with profound sorrow, yet death is irreversible. Our primary task now is to retrieve these hammers and arrange for Yuanba's burial, allowing him to return to his ancestral roots." "Indeed, Your Majesty, Lord Cheng is correct," Empress Changsun added, seeking to console him. "This will fulfill Yuanba's final wishes." "Fulfill Yuanba's wishes." Upon hearing their words, Li Shimin gazed silently at the hammers, whispering softly, "Cheng Yaojin." He then rose, calling out the name of Cheng Yaojin. "At your service." Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists, awaiting the imperial decree. "I command you to immediately retrieve Yuanba's hammers, and thereafter, ensure that his remains are transported back to Chang'an. I shall proclaim to the world the establishment of a new tomb for Yuanba, allowing him to reunite with his ancestry. Your command shall be obeyed." Cheng Yaojin responded solemnly, then stepped forward towards the 2 war hammers, evidently intending to fulfill the decree. However, upon hearing Li Shimin's order, Li Chun felt an immediate surge of anxiety. If they were to take those hammers, his previous intentions would surely be thwarted. "No, those hammers rightfully belong to my father, and thus to me. I could not allow them to be taken away." With this thought, Li Chun quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Uncle Cheng, please wait. I have something to say." As Li Chun's words fell, Cheng Yaojin, who had approached the hammers, halted abruptly, casting a puzzled glance towards Li Chun. Not only he, but Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, along with the others, turned their heads toward Li Chun. Your Majesty." Faced with the gazes of the assembly, Li Chun hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to speak. "Do you remember the promise you made regarding my next request?" "I certainly do." Li Shimin nodded slightly and remarked that after this matter, whatever requests you have, I shall certainly fulfill them. "After this matter?" Upon hearing these words, Li Chun immediately rolled his eyes. He could not wait for the future. "Your Majesty, I must speak now." "Little Chun." At Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin grew anxious for him. Li Shimin was already in a foul mood, and if Li Chun further irritated him, a reprimand was inevitable. "I truly cannot remain silent any longer." Li Chun understood that Cheng Yaojin meant well, yet he still wore a troubled expression and insisted, "If I wait until later, it will be too late." He could not afford to remain silent. If Li Shimin were to bury those 2 war hammers with his father, retrieving them afterward would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, Li Yuanba was still his father. How could he disturb his father's grave? Such an act of rebellion was beyond him. Thus, he had to act now. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Li Shimin's previously furrowed brow began to ease, though their acquaintance was brief. He could discern from Li Chun's handling of matters and his adaptability that he was not a person lacking in discernment. Very well, speak, he said, fixing his gaze on Li Chun. What is your request? Your Majesty, I desire those 2 war hammers. Li Chun boldly expressed his thoughts before Li Shimin. You wish for these 2 war hammers? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated such a request. These war hammers were relics of his late brother. Originally, he intended to bury them alongside Li Yuanba, but now he found himself in a quandary. Indeed, Your Majesty. Noting the expression on Li Shimin's face, Li Chun seized the moment and continued, These hammers were wielded by my father in life. As his son, I do not wish for them to gather dust. Moreover, at this point, Li Chun's eyes gleamed as he inquired of Li Shimin. May I presumptuously ask if my father achieved remarkable feats with these 2 war hammers during his lifetime? Li Chun posed this question with sound reasoning. Historically renowned for the Battle of Zhenguan Mountain, Li Yuanba wielded the resounding golden hammers to sweep across the battlefield, single-handedly decimating hundreds of thousands of enemy troops, thereby establishing the foundation of the Tang Dynasty. Although Li Yuanba was now deceased, Li Chun believed that Li Shimin could never forget this pivotal battle. You are correct. Indeed. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin reflected deeply, saying, In the Battle of Zhenguan Mountain, Yuanba wielded these 2 war hammers to vanquish all foes, defeating various rebel forces and ultimately compelling the opposing kings to surrender, thereby laying the cornerstone of our Tang Dynasty. The battle at Purple Gold Mountain was an indelible memory for Li Shimin. It was precisely because of that confrontation that Li Yuanba sustained injuries and vanished from their sight, creating the chasm that now lay between them. Observing Li Shimin lost in recollection, Li Chun felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained composed as he stated, These 2 war hammers, which have proven invincible in my father's grasp, cannot be allowed to languish in obscurity. As his son, I am determined to elevate them further. I humbly request your Majesty's support. With that, he bowed deeply to Li Shimin, clasping his fist in reverence. Please rise, Li Shimin said, raising a hand to gesture for him to stand, yet his lips did not offer an immediate affirmation, leaving Li Chun somewhat anxious. Your Majesty. The young man speaks with some merit, interjected Chengqian, stepping forward to address Li Shimin. These hammers weigh nearly 1,000 pounds combined and are formidable weapons against foes. Should they fall into neglect, it would surely not be Li Yuanba's desire. Moreover, with such weight, it seems only young Chun possesses the strength to wield them freely. Keeping them close to him might one day inspire terror in our enemies once more. With Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Shimin exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze toward Li Chun. In that case, I shall bestow upon you these resounding gold hammers. Chapter 18. Are these individuals not notable figures? Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing these words, Li Chun finally exhaled in relief and bowed in gratitude to Li Shimin. However, unbeknownst to both Li Chun and Li Shimin, in the times to come, the golden hammers would indeed instill terror in their enemies, just as Cheng Yaojin had proclaimed. But that was a matter for another time. Please take them away. Observing Li Chun's excitement, a faint smile curved the corners of Li Shimin's lips. Yes, Your Majesty. With an eager response, Li Chun hurried towards the 2 golden hammers. Quite impressive. Bending down, he grasped both war hammers, feeling their substantial weight in his hands, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He then began to swing them in front of Li Shimin and the others, the sound echoing like a fierce gale. It seems that gifting these hammers to this young man was indeed the right decision. Watching Li Chun's actions, a smile flickered across Li Shimin's face as he whispered to himself. Clearly, even without Cheng Yaojin's presence to support him, Li Shimin would have consented to Li Chun's earlier request. Although these hammers feel somewhat light for my current strength, they are still manageable. Pausing his movements, Li Chun regarded the hammers in his hands and spoke with a grin. Well, since we have found Yuanba's hammers, let us return. With that, he did not linger, and Li Shimin led the way out of the cave, heading towards Heishui village. Seeing Li Shimin's actions, Li Chun and the others followed suit without hesitation. Heishui village. At Li Chun's home, Li Shimin sat firmly in the high seat and, with unwavering authority, commanded Cheng Yaojin. I decree that you commence the arrangements for the relocation of my 3rd brother's grave tomorrow without fail. Your servant obeys. Cheng Yaojin clasped his hands in respect. Sister-in-law, please prepare accordingly today. Li Shimin nodded and then turned his gaze towards the Cui family, speaking slowly. Tomorrow, you and Xiao Chun shall accompany Cheng Yaojin to the palace. For I wish to announce to the world your formal titles. Yes, Your Majesty. Both Li Chun and his mother, Cui Shi, responded in unison. All right, Cheng Yaojin. Accompany me back to the palace. After succinctly outlining the matters at hand, Li Shimin rose to depart. Xiao Chun, At that moment, a voice suddenly called from outside. Village chief. Li Chun opened the door to find Zhang Tai, the village chief of Heishui, standing outside. Xiao Chun, I have prepared the banquet. Looking at Li Chun, Zhang Tai smiled. Please invite the esteemed guests to join us. Ah, hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Chun turned to Li Shimin. Haha, thank you for your efforts. Li Shimin smiled gently at Zhang Tai. However, we have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. As for the banquet, please enjoy it with Xiao Chun. After all, upon returning, Li Shimin had numerous matters to attend to, particularly the relocation of Li Yuanba's grave, which required careful prior arrangements. Hence, he could not afford to linger for too long. Having said this, Li Shimin strode out of the courtyard, simultaneously boarding the carriage with Empress Changsun, and under the escort of Cheng Yaojin. They made their way towards the village's outskirts. Xiao Chun, we shall take our leave now, he called out to Li Chun, as Cheng Chumo raised his whip, urging the horses to quicken their pace. Xiao Chun, are those individuals significant figures? The village chief, Zhang Tai, inquired knowingly as he observed the retreating figures of Li Shimin and his entourage. Clearly, he had discerned their extraordinary status the moment they entered Heishui village, especially with Cheng Chumo, a young master, attending to them with such deference. However, he could not fathom the true identities of Li Shimin and his companions. Indeed, they are esteemed elders from the capital, Li Chun responded, refraining from elaborating on their identities upon hearing Zhang Tai's question. Recognizing Li Chun's reluctance to divulge more, Zhang Tai wisely chose to change the subject. Xiao Chun, the banquet is all prepared. Why not go over with your mother? He suggested, diverting the conversation. Thank you, village chief, but my mother and I still need to tidy up a few things, Li Chun replied with a smile, shaking his head. I am deeply grateful for your care over the years. I shall remember it and repay you in due time. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Are you and your mother planning to leave Heishui village? Li Chun nodded. Yes, we will be moving to Chang'an tomorrow. He did not conceal this matter, knowing well that the villagers would eventually learn of their departure. It is for the best, with your abilities. Heishui village is too small for you. You deserve a broader horizon, Zhang Tai said, regaining his composure. He had long surmised that Li Chun's talents would not allow him to remain in their humble village forever. It was merely a matter of time before this fledgling eagle soared into the vast skies. However, he did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. Rest assured. Village chief, Li Chun reassured him with a smile. Wherever I go, Heishui village will always be my home. Good, 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 Zhang Tai exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he repeated his affirmation. I shall refrain from being a burden here. You both should hasten to pack your belongings. Wiping away his tears, he waved goodbye to Li Chun. Tomorrow, I will lead the villagers to see you off. With that, his stooped figure departed from the scene. Xiao Chun, remember what you just said? Cui Shi admonished sternly, observing Zhang Tai's retreating silhouette. Heishui village is the place that nurtured you. You must never forget it. And village chief Zhang Tai, without his support over the years, we might have perished on the streets, she added. Yes, I understand, mother, Li Chun replied. Listening to the counsel of Mrs. Cui, Li Chun nodded solemnly. He was not one to forget kindness. The assistance rendered to him and his mother by this iron had long been etched in his heart. The adage that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring was a principle Li Chun would never disregard. That is good, Mrs. Cui thought, feeling a slight sense of relief upon seeing Li Chun's demeanor. Clearly, she did not wish for him to become one who forsakes loyalty for personal gain. Mother, shall we return home to prepare our belongings? Indeed, let us do so. With Li Chun's support, the two made their way back home to begin packing their satchels. Chapter 19. Fear not, young one. The following day, in the morning hours, a grand procession entered the village of Heishui, led by Cheng Yaojin, who commanded hundreds of armored soldiers and elegantly clad palace maidens surrounding a luxurious carriage. Following this impressive entourage were even dozens of individuals resembling llamas. How could so many people have come here? And why are there so many soldiers? What brings them to our humble Heishui village? As these figures stepped into the village, a wave of astonishment swept through the hearts of the villagers, for they had never witnessed such a spectacle in their lives. Look, that person is one of those who accompanied Xiao Chun yesterday. Although Cheng Yaojin was also clad in armor, some observant villagers immediately recognized him. Yes, indeed. And there is the young lord as well. What could be their purpose here? Those women appear to be from the palace. Among the villagers were those well-versed in courtly matters, quickly identifying the attire of the maidens, as such garments were reserved for those serving within the Imperial palace. Could it be that they have come to seek Xiao Chun? Whispers of speculation spread like wildfire among the villagers. Meanwhile, Cheng Yaojin, imposing in his armor, paid no heed to their chatter and led his followers directly to where Li Chun resided. His solemnity in donning armor today was a testament to his respect for heroes. particularly for Li Yuanba, as he was there to relocate Li Yuanba's grave. Soon, under Cheng Yaojin's leadership, this grand procession came to a halt before Li Chun's home. "Uncle Cheng, you have arrived." Li Chun opened the courtyard gate, disregarding the soldiers and maidens, and approached Cheng Yaojin, offering a respectful salute. "Indeed," Cheng Yaojin replied, nodding slightly. And then, in front of Li Chun, he slowly raised his hand and gestured downward. Boom. With this motion, the soldiers he commanded knelt on one knee before Li Chun in unison. "Salutations to our Lord." Their synchronized voices resonated, soaring into the heavens, leaving a profound impact on all present. Goodness, they're actually kneeling before Xiao Chun. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the villagers of Heishui, who observed from a distance, displayed expressions of disbelief. What on earth is happening? Who exactly is Xiao Chun? As the villagers stood in shock, Li Chun was equally taken aback by this sudden display. "Uncle Cheng, what is this?" he inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Cheng Yaojin. Upon seeing Li Chun's appearance, Cheng Yaojin finally broke into a grin. "Have them rise first," he instructed. "You all, get up." Although still somewhat perplexed, Li Chun followed Cheng Yaojin's command and directed those soldiers who were kneeling on one knee to stand. "Respectfully, the Lord commands." As Li Chun's words echoed, the soldiers responded in unison, rising slowly from the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers. Once on their feet, the soldiers fixed their eyes on Li Chun, their demeanor suggesting that they would obey his every command without hesitation should he choose to issue one. Observing the soldiers' unwavering attention, Li Chun felt a sudden rush of emotion, invigorated by their presence, as a wave of fervor surged through him. After all, he was merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth, and to be revered and commanded by such a multitude of soldiers was an exhilarating experience that was difficult to suppress. "How do you feel?" Cheng Yaojin teased, a playful smile on his face. "It feels rather pleasant to be respected, doesn't it?" Li Chun took a deep breath, attempting to quell his inner tumult, and replied with a wry smile. "Uncle Cheng, please refrain from jesting. I nearly lost my composure and led them straight into battle." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. "However, your ability to regain your composure so swiftly has certainly surprised me. Indeed, I have not misjudged you." He complimented Li Chun, his eyes filled with admiration. It was rare for someone to so quickly return to their true self after receiving such loyalty from a throng of soldiers. Most of those soldiers had endured the rigors of warfare, as evidenced by their earlier displays of vigor and composure. Li Chun's momentary lapse was remarkable and left Cheng Yaojin astonished, though primarily in awe. "Uncle Cheng, please stop teasing me," Li Chun replied with a hint of exasperation. "What is the true nature of these soldiers?" "These soldiers are a reward bestowed upon you by His Majesty," Cheng Yaojin revealed, foregoing any pretense as he laid bare the circumstances to Li Chun. "Are you saying that these men will be my personal soldiers from now on?" Li Chun exclaimed, his astonishment evident. The soldiers and attendants before him were indeed a gift from Li Shimin, as Li Chun was his beloved nephew. To compensate for the loss of Li Yuanba, Li Shimin had ordered a portion of the Imperial guards to be reassigned to ensure the safety of Li Chun and his mother. "Precisely," Cheng Yaojin nodded. "This." Li Chun gazed at the soldiers standing before him, his mind racing. With nearly 300 soldiers at his command, he could easily organize a small-scale battle. Although he was not well versed in the laws of the Tang Dynasty, he understood that the existence of private troops on such a scale was utterly impermissible. Even if they were to exist, they would be nurtured in secrecy, never to be displayed openly. The fact that Li Shimin had bestowed upon him such a considerable number of private soldiers inevitably aroused suspicion in Li Chun's heart. "Young man, you need not worry about this," Cheng Yaojin remarked, seemingly perceiving Li Chun's thoughts. With a hearty laugh, he continued, "His Majesty has granted you these soldiers solely for the safety and security of you and your mother. After all, you will soon reside in the vast city of Chang'an, and it would be unwise to do so without protection." Upon hearing this, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 20. Parting is not forever. Did His Majesty not say yesterday that he would allow us to enter the palace? Entering the palace is merely a temporary arrangement. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, revealing to you that, aside from these soldiers and maidservants, His Majesty has further rewards in store for you. More rewards? Li Chun was momentarily taken aback by Cheng Yaojin's words. What could they be? You will find out in due time. Cheng Yaojin refrained from answering Li Chun directly, for it was not yet the appropriate moment to divulge such information before the decree from Li Shimin had been issued. However, in order to avert any unforeseen circumstances, after bringing you and your mother into the palace, these soldiers and maidservants must remain in my residence until the opportune moment arrives for you to take them away. The opportune moment. Could it be? Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's remarks, Li Chun's thoughts began to shift, and he subtly entertained some speculations, especially since Li Shimin had mentioned the bestowal of titles upon him and his mother just the day prior. With this in mind, A faint smile crept across Li Chun's face, prompting him to express his gratitude to Cheng Yaojin. You clever lad. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Cheng Yaojin clearly understood that Li Chun had grasped the essence of the situation. Very well, go and invite your mother out. With a more serious countenance. It was time to proceed with the relocation of Yuan Ba's grave. Understood. Li Chun's expression turned solemn upon hearing this, and he turned to summon Cui Shi. For she was the sole wife of Li Yuan Ba and had every reason to attend the relocation of the grave. No need. Just as Li Chun was about to turn, Cui Shi stepped forward. Greetings, General Cheng. She offered a respectful bow towards Cheng Yaojin. Sister-in-law, we are all family here. There is no need for such formalities. Cheng Yaojin, not wanting to appear overly grand, quickly reassured her. Today, under His Majesty's orders, we are to relocate Yuan Ba's grave, and time is of the essence, sister-in-law. Although Cheng Yaojin's words were left unfinished, the implication was clear. I shall follow your arrangements, General Cheng. Cui Shi understood his meaning and spoke slowly. Very well, let us not delay any further. We shall proceed now. With that, she hesitated no longer and led the group, guiding them towards the rear mountain of Heishui village, where Li Yuan Ba's grave lay. At the rear mountain, under the guidance of Li Chun and his mother, a solitary grave gradually came into view. Before Li Yuan Ba's grave, in the presence of this tomb, Li Chun, Cheng Yaojin, and the accompanying entourage stood solemnly to honor the hero. With a command from Cheng Yaojin, the soldiers accompanying them swiftly raised their long spears before their chests, bowing in unison towards Li Yuan Ba's grave. This was the highest tribute paid by the great Tang army to a hero. Before Li Yuan Ba's grave, 100 men knelt. The atmosphere heavy with solemnity and reverence. This is the utmost tribute paid by the Tang army to the fallen hero. As Cheng Yaojin and his companions knelt in reverence, the attendant maidens followed suit, bowing down as well. One wonders if, one day, I might become a hero like my father. Witnessing the collective kneeling of the crowd, a surge of aspiration blossomed within Li Chun's heart. Like many young men, he too harbored dreams of heroism during his youth. Just as Li Chun was lost in his reverie, Cheng Yaojin's voice rang out once more with a commanding proclamation. As his words fell, the crowd rose in unison. Standing tall once again, let us commence. Once everyone was on their feet, Cheng Yaojin turned to the accompanying lamas and gestured with a wave of his hand. Responding to Cheng Yaojin's command, the lamas began to chant an unknown scripture, circling around the tomb of Li Yuan Ba while rotating their mani wheels. Half an hour later, as the lamas concluded their prayers, the relocation ceremony reached its completion. Under Cheng Yaojin's orders, some soldiers carefully retrieved the remains of Li Yuan Ba and placed them into a coffin. Siblings, let us set forth. With all preparations in place, Cheng Yaojin approached the Cui matriarch and whispered softly to her. Acknowledging him with a slight nod, Cui gazed at the coffin, her eyes betraying a deep sense of longing. With her consent, Cheng Yaojin wasted no time, issuing a command before the crowd, and amidst a grand procession, they carried the coffin away, heading towards the direction of Heishui village. Clearly, in order to leave this place, they had to pass through Heishui village. What is that? As the procession returned to Heishui village, it stirred a wave of astonishment among the villagers. The coffin. Gazing at the coffin being carried at the forefront of the procession, the villagers displayed expressions of shock. Whose coffin is that? Who lies within? Could it be the father of Xiao Chun? Some elderly villagers, piecing together the clues, discerned the identity of the remains within the coffin. After all, it was no secret that after Li Yuan Ba's death, Cui had buried him in the mountains behind their home. The soldiers had actually moved the remains of Xiao Chun's father. What could be the true identity of Xiao Chun's father? Various speculations flooded the minds of every villager present. Noticing the onlookers, Cheng Yaojin paid them no heed, leading the procession onward without pause, heading straight out of Heishui village. Xiao Chun, are you truly departing? Among the villagers, some could not contain their voices, calling out to the mother and son behind the coffin. Clearly, after Zhang Tai's notification the previous day, the villagers were already aware of Li Chun and his mother's impending departure. Hearing the villagers' calls, Li Chun halted in his tracks. Surveying the faces of the villagers, a wave of reluctance washing over him. As Cui remarked yesterday, although Heishui village is small, it is the place that nurtured him. His first hometown in this world. Uncle Cheng, I wish to bid farewell to the villagers. He then whispered gently to Cheng Yaojin ahead. All right. We shall wait for you outside the village. Cheng Yaojin did not object, nodding in agreement, and then he left behind Li Chun and her son, commanding the convoy to proceed directly out of Heishui village. Xiao Chun, do make sure to visit often. As Cheng Yaojin and the others departed, the villagers, who had initially appeared restrained, began to relax, encircling Li Chun and her son. Xiao Chun, this will always be your home. Xiao Chun, we will miss you dearly. Xiao Chun, Waves of heartfelt and reluctant words flowed from the villagers, causing tears to well in the corners of Li Chun's eyes. Since arriving in this world, these villagers had become akin to family for her, and now, as she prepared to leave, her emotions were indeed difficult to articulate. Now, what is everyone doing? It's not as if we are parting for eternity. Just as Li Chun felt the weight of their farewells, Zhang Tai stepped forward, addressing the villagers. Chapter 21. You shall always be my brothers. The journey to Chang'an has proven to be a fortuitous event for Xiaochun. The emergence of a prominent figure from Heishui village is indeed our greatest honor, and everyone should rejoice for Xiaochun. Moreover, Chang'an is not far from here, and should anyone wish to see Xiaochun, they may do so. He will undoubtedly extend a warm welcome to us. Yes, this is indeed a splendid affair. As Zhang Tai's words settled, the previously somber atmosphere began to lift, with villagers wiping away their reluctant tears and extending their congratulations to Li Chun. Rest assured, dear friends. Observing the villagers' expressions, Li Chun gently brushed his eyes. For this place shall forever remain my home, and you are all my kin. I, Li Chun, promise that no matter where life takes me, I shall never forget you all. Furthermore, at this juncture, Li Chun dismissed the earlier gloom with a hearty laugh, adding, our Heishui village is but a stone's throw from Chang'an. Whenever I yearn for you, I shall return to visit, so do not find me bothersome. Haha, how could we? You may return whenever you wish. We shall always welcome you. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the villagers erupted in laughter. Xiaochun, if we ever find ourselves in dire straits, we shall seek you out. Yes, just do not pretend you do not know us when that time comes. As their spirits lifted, some villagers who had shared a close bond with Li Chun began to jest. Yet, despite their light-hearted banter, they were acutely aware that once Li Chun departed today, it was uncertain when they would meet again all right. Zhang Tai chuckled as he stepped forward. Addressing the villagers, Xiaochun and her son must continue their journey, and time is of the essence. Let us not delay any further. Xiaochun, you and your son should depart swiftly. He then turned his gaze towards Li Chun and his mother. Li Chun nodded gently, surveying the villagers before clasping his fists and bowing deeply. Dear fellow villagers, take care. With that, he did not linger but turned, heading towards the village's exit alongside his mother Xiaochun. When shall we return? Turning back to the villagers of Heishui, Cui Shi inquired of Li Chun with a hint of reluctance. Having lived in Heishui village her entire life, her attachment to this place was profound. Thus, the impending departure stirred a sense of sorrow within her. Mother, there is no need for such sadness. Upon hearing her words, Li Chun offered a faint smile, assuring her that Chang'an is not far, and if she wishes to visit, he would gladly accompany her in the future. Very well. Hearing this, Cui Shi's spirits lifted considerably. Mother, let us hurry. General Cheng and the others are awaiting us. Gripping Cui Shi, who kept glancing back, Li Chun made his way toward the village entrance. Have you bid farewell? As Li Chun and his mother appeared, Cheng Yaojin smiled and remarked to Li Chun. Li Chun gently nodded and said, Uncle Cheng, let us depart. Very well. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Cheng Yaojin refrained from further words and assisted the lady into the carriage. He then issued a brief command to a nearby maid. Yes. As soon as Cheng Yaojin's words concluded, several maids hurriedly responded and carefully helped Madame Cui into the carriage. Let us set off. With a grand wave of his hand, he commanded the departure. Under Cheng Yaojin's orders, Li Chun also turned and mounted his horse, joining the procession that marched robustly towards Chang'an City. 2 hours later, under Cheng Yaojin's guidance, the group entered Chang'an City without any hindrance. Upon entering the city, Li Chun spotted a tall young man, accompanied by a few guards, who had been waiting there. This individual was none other than Qin Huayu. Clearly, Li Chun's affairs had already been communicated to Qin Huayu by Cheng Chimo. Uncle Cheng. As the procession approached, Qin Huayu saluted Cheng Yaojin directly. Go ahead. Cheng Yaojin nodded gently, raising his hand in acknowledgement, fully aware that Qin Huayu was not there to seek him. Understood. Qin Huayu chuckled and made his way directly towards Li Chun. Seeing Qin Huayu approach, both Li Chun and Cheng Chimo dismounted, stepping away from the group. Haha. Little Chun. Upon reaching Li Chun, Qin Huayu, without hesitation, enveloped him in a warm bear hug. Big brother. Li Chun responded with a smile, calling out to him. During their oath of brotherhood, Li Chun was the youngest, Cheng Chimo came next, and Qin Huayu was the eldest, making it entirely reasonable for Li Chun to address him as Big Brother. Little Chun, you've kept me in the dark for far too long. Releasing Li Chun, Qin Huayu feigned reproach towards the two, saying, I had no idea your background was so illustrious. If it weren't for this rascal Chimo informing me, I would have remained oblivious. You cannot blame me. I only learned of it yesterday and immediately informed you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chimo quickly dismissed any implication of blame directed at him. In truth, I was unaware as well. Li Chun also chuckled ruefully, admitting, I always believed myself to be merely a rustic commoner until His Majesty verified my lineage yesterday. Haha. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Qin Huaiyu laughed heartily, clearly not genuinely reproaching him. Little Chun, your current status is no ordinary matter. You are destined for greatness. Perhaps even to be crowned a prince or appointed as a minister. Do not forget about Chumo and me when that time comes. Right. As soon as Qin Huaiyu finished speaking, Cheng Chimo also realized the implication. Li Chun was no longer just a mere rustic. He was the son of the legendary hero Li Yuanba, who happened to be the blood brother of Li Shimin. With such a background, it was inconceivable that Li Chun would not soar to prominence. No wonder my father gave me such earnest advice. Reflecting on this, Cheng Chimo finally grasped Cheng Yaojin's intentions. Clearly, after bringing Li Chun into his home, Cheng Yaojin had already surmised Li Chun's true identity. Xiao Chun, you must not forget us in the future. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at Li Chun. You will always be my brothers. Li Chun did not respond directly to Cheng Chimo and the others but solemnly remarked. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Qin Huaiyu exchanged a knowing smile with his companion. Have you three rascals finished your chatter? At that moment, Cheng Yaojin, somewhat impatient, shouted at the trio. All right. Cheng Chimo and Qin Huaiyu quickly acquiesced. Xiao Chun, I must take my leave now. We shall gather again when time permits. With a farewell to Li Chun, Qin Huaiyu turned and departed from the scene. He was well aware that this was not the opportune moment for a leisurely conversation with Li Chun, especially considering that Li Chun still had to enter the palace to pay his respects. With Qin Huaiyu's departure, Li Chun and his companion no longer hesitated. Swiftly mounted their horses and followed the procession led by Cheng Yaojin towards the Imperial Palace. Chapter 22. How could there be someone in the palace? In the chamber of Empress Changsun, with a resonant announcement, Cheng Yaojin stepped inside. I pay my respects to your majesty and to her majesty the empress. Facing Emperor Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, Cheng Yaojin bowed respectfully. Rise. Observing Cheng Yaojin's actions, Li Shimin raised his hand slightly. How have you managed the task I entrusted to you? He then inquired of Cheng Yaojin. Reporting to your majesty. The coffin of Yuanba has been properly arranged by your servant. Cheng Yaojin reported truthfully. As for Lady Li Chun and her son, they are now waiting outside the door. Li Shimin nodded gently, instructing, let them in. Certainly. Cheng Yaojin answered affirmatively, then turned and walked towards the door. After giving a few words of instruction to Lady Li Chun and her son, he finally brought them into the room. Commoner, this humble girl. I pay my respects to your majesty and to her majesty the empress. Upon reaching a short distance from Li Shimin, Lady Li Chun and her son bowed deeply in unison. As the son of heaven, Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, as the mother of the nation, were deserving of such respect. Rise. Facing the two, Li Shimin smiled slightly, and Empress Changsun stepped forward to assist Lady Cui in rising. Sister-in-law. The empress believes that you and little Chun have arranged for your quarters, and for the time being, you shall reside within the palace. Looking at Lady Li Chun and her son, Li Shimin spoke. Afterwards, I have further arrangements for you both. Thank you, your majesty, and your majesty the empress. After hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun, holding her mother's hand, expressed their gratitude. Lady Cui was uncertain of the arrangements Li Shimin spoke of. Yet Li Chun had already begun to speculate. You may go. As Li Shimin's words concluded, several palace maids hurriedly emerged to lead Lady Li Chun and her son out of Empress Changsun's chamber, heading towards the Imperial Garden. Clearly, the accommodations arranged for Li Chun and her son by Changsun Wugo were not far from the garden. Your majesty, I shall take my leave as well. Watching Li Chun and her son depart, Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists towards Li Shimin, intending to leave. Wait a moment. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin, Li Shimin called him back. Does your majesty have any instructions for me? Cheng Yaojin inquired, puzzled. Indeed, there is a matter. Li Shimin nodded. Tomorrow when I attend court, I wish to inform the officials of Yuanba's affairs and to confer the title of Wing King upon Li Chun. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes suddenly brightened. Your majesty, this is splendid news. It is indeed splendid. Li Shimin nodded, but soon a hint of worry crossed his face concerning Yuanba's burial. I have no concerns, for I trust no one would dare to obstruct it. What troubles me most is the matter of bestowing the title of king upon little Chun. Once announced, there will surely be those who will attempt to interfere. I shall see who dares. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yaojin's temper immediately flared. This was a matter concerning his majesty's family. Moreover, had Yuanba been alive, he would have been a prince, and Xiao Chun, as his legitimate son, was entitled to inherit the throne. What right did they have to obstruct this? Indeed, according to the laws of the Tang Dynasty, it was supposed to be this way. The legitimate son inherits the title, an immutable principle throughout the ages. Observing Cheng Yaojin's expression, Li Shimin concealed a cunning smile. Thus, I require your assistance. Your Majesty, speak freely, Cheng Yaojin replied, his demeanor resolute. Whatever you command, I shall execute without hesitation. Well then, lean closer. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward, inclining his ear. Tomorrow at court, once I announce this matter, should anyone interfere, you shall do as follows. Li Shimin began to whisper into Cheng Yaojin's ear. Rest assured, Your Majesty. After listening to Li Shimin's instructions, Cheng Yaojin chuckled and patted his chest, assuring, I cannot guarantee much. But this matter I will handle with utmost diligence. Very well, you may return now. Your servant takes his leave. With a bow to Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin turned and exited. I hope those individuals are wise enough to comply, otherwise. Once Cheng Yaojin departed, Li Shimin gazed towards the Taiji Hall, gradually revealing a sharp glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Chun and her mother, under the guidance of the palace maids, had already settled into a sleeping chamber. Though this chamber could not compare to Empress Changsuan's, it was nonetheless quite splendid, located not far from the Imperial Garden, where the fragrance of flowers wafted in the air and the vibrancy of spring was palpable. It was evident that this place had been personally chosen by Empress Changsun. Otherwise, commoners would not receive such treatment. You may leave now. After dismissing the maids, Li Chun turned to the somewhat melancholic Cui Shi and asked, Mother, do you have something on your mind? It's nothing. Cui Shi forced a smile upon hearing Li Chun's inquiry. Mother, please do not overthink. Cui Shi's expression could hardly be concealed from Li Chun. Clearly, she was troubled by the matter of reinterring her father. Did not His Majesty assure us that he would expedite the reburial of father's remains? Xiao Chun, where do you think His Majesty will inter your father's coffin? Cui Shi could no longer hold back and posed a question to Li Chun. Presumably in the ancestral tomb, Li Chun contemplated before replying. Then, if it is the ancestral tomb, will the court officials agree? Cui Shi's face displayed concern as she remarked. I have heard that the ancestral tomb is reserved for the royal kin of the Li family. Well, I am certain His Majesty will have a solution. Li Chun pondered. Besides, father was also a member of the Li family. He is not being buried in the imperial tomb, so the officials should not obstruct it. Cui Shi nodded silently. Will I still be able to visit your father often? It was evident that her prolonged silence had stemmed from this very worry. Of course you will. Li Chun smiled and remarked. Every year during the Qingming festival, we must pay our respects. How could we possibly not see each other? However, before Cui could finish her words, Li Chun interjected, You need not worry so much, mother. How about I take you for a stroll in the Imperial Garden? With that, without waiting for Cui's approval, she took her mother by the hand and led her out of the room towards the garden. In the Imperial Garden, as Li Chun guided her mother to admire the scenery and unwind, several figures slowly approached from the distance. Elder brother, the scenery in the Imperial Garden is truly exquisite. One person exclaimed, pointing at the view before them, addressing a handsome youth of about 18 years. Indeed, it is a splendid place to relax, the young man replied. Nodding in agreement. The garden is well maintained, he then complimented a servant standing behind him. It is but my duty, my lord, the servant responded, his face flushing with excitement upon receiving the praise, clearly honored to be acknowledged by the young master. My lord, we are merely at the periphery of the garden. The beauty within is even more captivating. Let us venture inside. Upon hearing this, the young man turned to his companion with a smile. Haha. Since my elder brother is in high spirits, I shall heed your suggestion. The companion laughed heartily and followed him into the depths of the garden. Why are there people here? As they entered the Imperial Garden, they soon spotted the figures of Li Chun and her mother. These two appear unfamiliar. The young man's companion frowned, ready to approach them and shoo them away. Wait, the young man interrupted, preventing him from advancing. It is rare to encounter strangers in this palace. Let us go see what they are about. With that, he led the way towards Li Chun and her mother. Chapter 23, A Fray in the Palace. As the distinguished young men approached, Li Chun paid them little mind, for within the palace, countless individuals traversed its grounds, and it was impossible for him to notice each one. Thus, he continued to accompany his mother in savoring the splendid scenery before them. However, upon observing that Li Chun and his mother regarded them with indifference, one of the young men beside the handsome youth immediately took offense. No one within the palace had ever been so brazen in their presence. Boldly, he stepped forward and bellowed at Li Chun and his mother, demanding to know who they were and why they were lurking in the Imperial Garden. Hearing his words, Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had initially wished to ignore these individuals, it appeared that was no longer an option. Lurking in the Imperial Garden, he slowly turned to face them. When have you seen us hiding? Furthermore, who are you? My mother and I are here to appreciate the flowers. What business is it of yours? As Li Chun's words echoed, the handsome youth and his companions were momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Chun as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Clearly, Given the status of the handsome youth and his companions, no one in this vast palace had ever spoken to them in such a manner. Did these two not recognize him? Rather than becoming enraged, the handsome youth's interest was piqued by Li Chun's audacity. In this palace, where everyone else treated him with utmost respect and flattery, encountering someone unafraid of him was undoubtedly a novel experience. You are quite bold. In contrast, the young man beside the handsome youth, after recovering from his astonishment, exhibited a countenance of fury. How dare they speak such vile words to us? Are you seeking death? It was evident that this youth, of similar age to the handsome one, was incensed by Li Chun's retort, "What business is it of yours?" Having grown up in the palace, where every encounter was met with reverence, he had never been subjected to such treatment. Seeking death? At his words, Li Chun let out a cold snort. By all means, you may attempt it. With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Cui Shi. You are bold. Observing the unfolding scene, the gardener, who had previously received praise from the handsome youth, sensed an opportunity to showcase himself. He stepped forward and shouted at Li Chun. Do you know to whom you are speaking? Kneel at once and confess your transgressions. Upon hearing this, Li Chun sensed that something was amiss. After all, judging by the attire of the two young men, it was evident they were not of ordinary status. Moreover, this was the palace, where not just anyone could gather and shout. Nevertheless, Li Chun did not feel intimidated. In his life, other than bowing to heaven, earth, and his parents, he had never knelt before even Emperor Shimin, let alone these young men. Xiao Chun, Cui Shi felt the gravity of the situation and, standing behind Li Chun, nervously tugged at him. Mother, everything is fine. Li Chun turned around, offering a gentle smile as a form of consolation, stating, Everything shall be handled by me. Boldly, he added, Why do you not kneel? Upon witnessing Li Chun's indifference to his words, the gardener spoke again. Do you know who stands before you? With your recent utterances, you could be charged with disrespect, and even if you possessed 1,000 heads, they would not suffice to atone for your offense. Oh? At this remark, Li Chun began to laugh, saying, I am eager to see how you intend to punish me for my transgressions. The gardener, taken aback by Li Chun's audacity, found himself momentarily speechless with anger. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you audacious wretch. It was evident that the gardener wielded some authority over the Imperial garden, and in a bid to impress the handsome youth before him, he was determined to seize this opportunity. With a loud shout, he raised his fist and charged at Li Chun. Observing the oncoming figure, Li Chun merely curled his lip in disdain. Just as the gardener was about to make contact, Li Chun casually lifted his hand and delivered a swift slap. Ah! A cry of anguish echoed through the air as the gardener, propelled backward at an even greater speed than he had approached, crashed to the ground at the feet of the handsome youth, moaning in pain. This was still a result of Li Chun holding back. Otherwise, the gardener would have likely met his demise. You dare to strike. The handsome youth and his companion were equally astonished by the scene before them, clearly having not anticipated that Li Chun would truly resort to violence. What? Do you wish to try your luck as well? Li Chun nonchalantly flicked his wrist and inquired. You. At Li Chun's words, the companion of the handsome youth trembled with rage. Summon help, he bellowed. In response to his cry, dozens of guards hastily rushed over. Seize this scoundrel, he commanded through gritted teeth. Yes, my lord. The guards replied in unison, charging directly toward Li Chun. Mother, please step back, Li Chun whispered to Cui Shi, his gaze sharpening as he advanced rather than retreating, plunging into the throng. In an instant, the sounds of impact filled the air as Li Chun swept through the guards like a tiger on the hunt. Within moments, each guard fell to the ground, groaning in agony beneath the force of his fists. Of course, Li Chun refrained from delivering lethal blows. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity between them, and he simply intended to incapacitate the guards for a month or so. Moreover, this was the Imperial palace, and should he take a life, it would create an untenable situation for him. Who exactly is he? The two handsome young men were instantly frozen in place upon witnessing the scene before them. The individuals defeated by Li Chun were no ordinary guards. They had undergone rigorous training and could easily take on 10 soldiers in a typical confrontation. Yet, Li Chun dispatched them with the ease of swatting away chicks. How could this not astonish them? So, shall we continue the fight? Li Chun paid no heed to the feelings of the two young men but instead clapped his hands and smiled at them. No more fighting. One of the young men hastily waved his hand. What a joke. Those guards were no match for them. Stepping in would only mean offering themselves as easy prey. Since there would be no further confrontation, we can take our leave. Li Chun smiled gently and then turned to lead the still somewhat anxious Cui away from the scene. Chapter 24. Indeed, the Crown Prince. Ah, wait. At that moment, the handsome young man seemed to recall something and hastily called out to Li Chun. Are you Li Chun? Hearing the young man's call, Li Chun paused in his steps. You know me? He turned around, revealing a look of skepticism. Haha, it truly is you. The young man laughed heartily and approached Li Chun, having long heard his mother speak of him, now that they met. He was indeed as remarkable as she had described. Mother? Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt a surge of confusion. He had never been to the palace. And apart from Li Shimin and Changsun Wugo, he was unfamiliar with anyone else here. Could it be? A flash of insight crossed Li Chun's mind. And he began to form a conjecture. You are, indeed, the crown prince. Observing Li Chun's expression, the young man's companion directly revealed his identity. This handsome young man was none other than Crown Prince Li Chengqian, and his companion was none other than his brother, Li Tai. Indeed, it is Li Chengqian. Upon hearing Li Tai's words, Li Chun confirmed his earlier suspicions and began to scrutinize Li Chengqian. According to historical records, Li Chengqian had little interest in women and possessed a peculiar fondness for men. He was even said to be lame. Yet, at this moment, he did not appear to conform to such descriptions. In truth, prior to his transmigration, Li Chun had a certain understanding of the history of the Tang Dynasty. Particularly regarding Li Chengqian. He had read that Li Chengqian was indifferent to women, had a proclivity for men, and was even disabled in one leg. However, from their current interaction, he did not seem to fit that narrative, which sowed a seed of doubt in Li Chun's mind. It appeared that the records were not entirely accurate, or perhaps Li Chengqian had yet to reach that stage in life, having met the crown prince. Li Chun understood the necessity of etiquette and promptly cupped his fist in salute. Your Highness. As Li Chengqian's identity was revealed, Cui Shi, standing behind Li Chun, grew increasingly anxious. After all, Li Chun had just struck the crown prince's guard, which was enough to instill fear. I greet the crown prince. With this thought, Cui Shi was filled with trepidation and was about to kneel to Li Chengqian in apology. Mother. Observing Cui Shi's actions, Li Chun swiftly reached out to stop her. What a farce. He had never bowed to Li Shimin, let alone to Li Chengqian. There was no way he would allow his mother to kneel before anyone. Xiao Chun. With her actions thwarted, Cui Shi became even more anxious. For her. The person before them was the crown prince, the future ruler. Li Chun's previous actions could be deemed insubordinate, even treasonous. And this absolutely cannot be allowed. Just as Cui Shi was overwhelmed with worry, Li Chengqian stepped forward and said, You are Xiao Chun's mother, and also my aunt. If any bowing is to be done, it is the younger generation who should pay their respects. Upon concluding his words, he unexpectedly clasped his fists and performed a gesture of respect towards the Cui matriarch, signifying a junior salutation. This sudden display left Cui somewhat bewildered. It appeared that Li Chengqian was not as difficult to engage with as she had presumed. Observing Li Chengqian's action, Li Chun's perception of him shifted significantly. This was not acceptable for the crown prince. He promptly addressed Li Chengqian, stating, You are the crown prince, a figure of great importance. While we are merely impoverished commoners, how could we possibly receive such a grand gesture from you? As he spoke, he stepped forward to assist Li Chengqian to his feet. Please do not call me crown prince. That title is reserved for others, Li Chengqian replied, waving his hand dismissively upon hearing Li Chun's words. We are cousins, and in the absence of outsiders, we shall refer to one another as brothers. His tone bore no trace of pretense. It was evident that his words were heartfelt. It was no surprise, as merely days prior, he had learned of Li Chun's remarkable deeds from Changsun Wuji. Not only was Li Chun unparalleled in martial prowess, but he was also greatly esteemed by the emperor. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it was only a matter of time before he would be granted a title of nobility. Furthermore, as Li Chengqian was destined to inherit the throne, having such an extraordinary ally would serve him greatly. Realizing this, Li Chun discerned Li Chengqian's intentions, but remained unperturbed. For cultivating a rapport with the crown prince was hardly disadvantageous. Elder brother, he called out to Li Chengqian. Ha, dear brother Chun. Li Chengqian responded with hearty laughter. Come, Tai, quickly addressed brother Chun. He turned to Li Tai, who stood beside him. All right, Li Tai exclaimed without hesitation, promptly calling Li Chun brother, although by age, he was younger than Li Chun. As Li Tai addressed him, both Li Chun and Li Chengqian shared a hearty laugh. Indeed, little brother Chun, we truly have become acquainted through our playful sparring. Following their laughter, Li Tai leaned closer to Li Chun and remarked, You are quite formidable. In just a few strokes, you dispatched those guards. How did you train for that? Would you like to learn? Li Chun replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed Li Tai's animated gestures. Yes. Li Tai's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. If the opportunity arises, I shall teach you, Li Chun said, patting Li Tai on the shoulder with a smile. All right, Tai. It is time for us to return. Witnessing Li Tai's enthusiasm, Li Chengqian shook his head helplessly. Little Chun, there are matters to attend to in the Eastern Palace. We must depart. He then turned his gaze to Li Chun, adding, on another day, I shall converse with you at length. Very well, Li Chun nodded with a smile. And we must take our leave now. With these words, Li Chengqian bid farewell to the Chui matriarch and led Li Tai away from the imperial garden. Li Chengqian was indeed a person of commendable character, yet his future was shrouded in uncertainty. As he departed, Li Chun couldn't help but shake his head slightly. While others may have been oblivious, Li Chun possessed a profound understanding of the events recorded in history. Under the instigation of Hou Junqi, Li Chengqian ultimately chose to rebel, leading to a tragic fate. One could only take each step as it comes. With a sigh, he then accompanied his mother away from that place. Chapter 25. I announced 2 matters the following day, at the Daming Palace, within the Hall of Hanyuan. This hall, perched upon a 3-meter-high platform, rises 4 zhang above the level ground, its majestic form silhouetted against the azure sky, resembling a great dragon coiled majestically, captivating all who gaze upon it. The Hall of Hanyuan has served as the venue for emperors throughout the ages to conduct their affairs of state, overlooking the sprawling city of Chang'an below. In front of the hall lie 3 dragon-tail staircases, ascending to the grand hall, divided into 3 tiers, flanked by stone balustrades. The upper balustrades are intricately carved with dragon heads, while the middle and lower tiers display exquisite lotus motifs. Before the Hall of Hanyuan stand the pavilions of Xiangwan and Qifeng, and in front of them, the bell tower and drum tower. During court sessions, officials gather beneath the bell tower under the watchful eye of the inspectorate, waiting for their turn to enter the court. Although today is not a grand court day, under the decree of Emperor Shimin, officials have already assembled beneath the bell tower, awaiting an audience with the emperor. Why has His Majesty summoned us today, despite it not being a grand court day? Murmured some lesser officials standing below the bell tower, their voices tinged with confusion. Clearly, given their ranks, they would not ordinarily have the privilege to attend the daily court unless it was a significant occasion. Who knows? Could something important be afoot? Perhaps the barbarians are planning to attack our great Tang? Various speculations began to circulate among the officials. Overhearing their chatter, Chang Yaojin, positioned among the military officials, chuckled to himself. While others remained in ignorance, he was well aware of the matters at hand. Old Qin, do not forget what we discussed yesterday. We must coordinate well today, he whispered to Qin Xiong at his side. Rest assured, Qin Xiong replied with a confident smile. While I cannot guarantee success in all matters, I have ample experience in this particular endeavor. Clearly, after meeting with Li Shimin the previous day, Cheng Yaojin had taken the precaution of visiting Qin Xiong's residence to share the emperor's plans, an action undoubtedly sanctioned by Li Shimin himself. Their mutual understanding led to the preceding dialogue. If those few dare not to make an appearance today, it would be for the best. Cheng Yaojin's gaze swept over certain individuals among the civil officials, a cold smile gracing his lips. If they dare to act up, I shall ensure their downfall is most humiliating. Indeed, I have long found those individuals displeasing, Qin Xiong agreed vehemently. At that moment, Li Jing, standing at the forefront of the military officials, turned to Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong with a smile. What mischief are you 2 plotting now? Nothing of consequence. Cheng Yaojin replied with a laugh. We were merely speculating on why His Majesty has summoned such a large gathering today. The matters they had just discussed were crucial to the success of today's proceedings, and thus, it was prudent to withhold this information from Li Jing, not out of distrust, but to ensure the utmost discretion, as so many officials were present, and Cheng Yaojin wished to avoid prematurely revealing Li Shimin's stratagems. Upon hearing the words of Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, though somewhat skeptical, did not dwell on it for long. After all, he was well aware of the antics of these 2 characters, who often indulged in frivolities and disruptions within the court, a behavior to which he had long since grown accustomed. However, it did provoke curiosity. Why had His Majesty suddenly summoned all the officials to this place today? He murmured to himself in perplexity, recognizing that the emperor's actions surely held some deeper significance. In response to Li Jing's musings, Cheng Yaojin cryptically remarked, we shall each fulfill our duties, and let us hope that no grave matters arise. Upon hearing this, Li Jing let out a deep sigh, turning away without further words. Suddenly, with Li Jing's turn, a resounding series of bells and drums erupted before the Hall of Hanyuan. The sound of the bell signaled the commencement of the court assembly. As the resonant chime faded, a sharp voice pierced the ears of the gathered officials. Reacting promptly, the officials adjusted their robes and, under the watchful eye of the inspectorate, divided into 2 sides, gradually making their way into the Hall of Hanyuan. Notably, those entering the hall were all high-ranking officials eligible to attend the morning court. Those of lower rank had to remain outside, listening from the threshold. Once inside, the officials aligned themselves in 2 rows, with civil officials on one side and military officials on the other, standing in stark contrast, awaiting the arrival of Li Shimin. As the civil and military officials took their places, Li Shimin, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with a dragon crown, was escorted into the court by attending eunuchs. Seated upon the dragon throne, the aura of regal authority emanated from him, exuding a commanding presence without the need for anger. With Li Shimin taking his seat, the court ceremony signaled the officials to pay their respects. The emperor has arrived. At the sound of the sharp command, all officials, both inside and outside the Hall of Yuan, knelt in unison, marking the official commencement of the court assembly. Ministers, rise. Observing the unified act of reverence from the officials, Li Shimin displayed no sign of disturbance and simply raised his hand in acknowledgement. We thank your majesty, the officials collectively expressed, slowly rising from their kneeling position. Do any of you have matters to present? Unlike previous occasions, as the officials stood, Li Shimin did not instruct the eunuchs to announce the customary phrases of if you have matters, present them, if not, depart, but rather personally inquired. I have matters to present. As Li Shimin's words fell, although the officials sensed something unusual, a few still stepped forward. I also have matters to present. In the northern regions, bandits are rampant. I have something to report. One by one, several officials emerged, bringing forth trivial matters that were swiftly addressed by Li Shimin. Once he had resolved the prior submissions, he once again inquired of the officials. As Li Shimin inquired, not a single official stepped forth from the ranks. It was evident that among these officials, some may have previously wished to present their petitions. Yet upon witnessing the expression on Li Shimin's face, they decisively relinquished their intentions. It can be said that these individuals were not foolish. They understood quite well that on this day, the emperor's focus lay elsewhere. Moreover, the matters they intended to report were not of utmost urgency, making their decision to withdraw the most prudent course of action. With no further petitions from the esteemed ministers, Li Shimin surveyed the assembly of officials and, enunciating each word with clarity, declared, Then, I shall announce two matters. Chapter 26. Who supports, who opposes? As Li Shimin's words fell, the hearts of the officials collectively tightened, a wave of anxiety washing over them. They had long perceived that today Li Shimin was markedly different from his usual self. Otherwise, he would not have summoned all the officials together before the sun had fully risen. What could this be about? They fervently hoped it would not implicate them. Amidst the tension, each official harbored various speculations, their unease escalating. After all, many among them had previously engaged in illicit activities, relying on their status and power. Although such deeds had been concealed, discovery would undoubtedly jeopardize their futures, potentially leading to imprisonment. At that moment, witnessing Li Shimin's solemn demeanor, how could they not feel anxious? While the crowd was rife with conjecture, Li Shimin surveyed the assembly of officials and spoke once more. Firstly, I have located the whereabouts of my third brother. Upon hearing this, the officials visibly relaxed. Third brother? They were momentarily taken aback. The emperor's third brother. Their minds began to race. Could it be? Those with sharper wits quickly deduced that the only one whom Li Shimin could refer to as his third brother was none other than Li Yuanba. Your Majesty. Are you referring to Li Yuanba? Li Jing stepped forward, his face alight with excitement as he inquired. At his question, all present, be they civil or military officials, turned their gazes firmly towards Li Shimin. Indeed, Li Shimin nodded slowly. It is my third brother, Yuanba. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. The legendary Li Yuanba, a foundational figure of the dynasty, had indeed been found. Congratulations, Your Majesty. We celebrate this momentous news. Amidst the uproar, the officials hastened to offer their congratulations. The years of Li Shimin's diligent search for Li Yuanba were no secret, and now that he had finally succeeded, it was only fitting to express their joy. However, to their astonishment, their jubilations were met with Li Shimin's profound silence. Observing his expression, the officials sensed something amiss, and their congratulations gradually dwindled. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Changsun Wuji, being the country's uncle, mustered the courage to ask. Though I have found Yuanba, Li Shimin inhaled deeply. A hint of sorrow emerging in his voice, Yuanba has perished in a foreign land. This revelation struck the officials like a thunderclap. They understood better than anyone the significance of Li Yuanba and Li Shimin's heart. For over a decade, Li Shimin had never ceased to search for him. And this alone illustrated the depth of their bond. Alas, the heavens are envious of such talent. At that moment, several officials displayed sorrowful expressions, beating their chests and lamenting. Your Majesty, please accept our condolences. Please accept our condolences. They then bowed in unison to Li Shimin. Your Majesty. Li Yuanba has achieved remarkable military feats and vanquished countless foes. I believe his remains should be transported back to Changqian, Minister of State Fang Xinling proclaimed. Stepping forward to address Li Shimin, only by reinterring him can the spirit of a hero find eternal peace. The first matter I wish to address is this, Li Shimin declared. As soon as Fang Xuanling's words fell, Li Shimin spoke forth. I desire to inter Yuanba's remains within the ancestral tomb and posthumously confer upon him the title of Wing King. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's gaze slowly swept over the assembled ministers. Do any of you have objections? We have no objections. The officials replied in unison, bowing deeply. If Li Yuanba were still alive, he undoubtedly should have been granted a royal title. Moreover, Li Shimin's public declaration rendered the matter effectively settled, leaving no room for dissent. Very well, since none of you object, this matter is thus resolved. Acknowledging the minister's words, Li Shimin nodded slowly. Now, I shall announce the second matter. As Li Shimin spoke, the officials felt a renewed sense of trepidation. The decision regarding Yuanba's reburial and royal title bore no implications for them, as the affairs of the deceased would not affect their interests. However, if Li Shimin were to uncover their past transgressions, the consequences could be dire. Truly, the guilty are always apprehensive. Unbeknownst to them, while Li Shimin was indeed aware of their misdeeds, he appeared disinclined to address them at this moment. Certainly, if today's proceedings went smoothly, the second matter I wish to address is, turning to scan the faces of the officials, Li Shimin, amidst their anxious expressions, finally revealed the second announcement. Though Yuanba has passed, he had taken a wife and sired a son, named Li Chun. I have decided to grant him an hereditary title and to bestow the title of princess upon Yuanba's wife. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the assembly as relief washed over them. He has left behind a son. Li Yuanba has indeed fathered a child. The voices of surprise and shock echoed among the officials. The scholars were particularly astonished, for Li Yuanba had been missing for over a decade, and the sudden emergence of a son was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, the military officials, who were all warriors themselves, rejoiced at the news. Li Yuanba, a paragon of martial prowess, had garnered the utmost respect among them, and the revelation of his son living in the world brought them immense happiness. Li Chun, could it be that young lad? Amidst the assembly of officials, one individual, upon hearing Li Shimin's words, exhibited a glint of resentment in his eyes. This man was none other than Wang Shijing. It could be said that ever since the banquet celebrating Qing Yaojin's longevity, he had harbored a deep-seated grudge against Li Chun. But due to Li Chun's residence at the Duke of Lu's estate, he found himself unable to take action. Now, upon hearing that Li Shimin intended to grant him hereditary titles, how could he acquiesce? Meanwhile, Li Shimin remained oblivious to Wang Shijing's expression, instead raising his hand to quell the murmurs among the officials. Do any of you have objections to this matter? He inquired, casting a sweeping glance over the civil and military officials. Your Majesty, the succession of titles from father to son is both natural and just. I wholeheartedly support this. Cheng Eugene declared, stepping forward to voice his stance. We too are in agreement, echoed the other military officials, aligning themselves with Cheng Yaojian's proclamation. Chapter 27. Joy and sorrow in every household. What of the other ministers? Observing the ranks of military officials, Li Shimin nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to the civil officials. Upon noticing the emperor's attention, the hearts of the civil officials tightened at once. Your servant has no objections. Gradually, several officials stepped forward, bowing with clasped fists. We too have no objections. A few more advanced, calling out to Li Shimin. These individuals were seasoned and shrewd. Although Li Shimin's words appeared to be inquiries, they carried an undeniable intent. They were reluctant to provoke the emperor's displeasure. And even Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng refrained from voicing any dissent at this moment. Seeing this, Li Shimin felt a sense of relief in his heart, and a slight smile graced his lips, reflecting a look of recognition of their wisdom. Thus, this matter shall proceed. However, just as Li Shimin was about to formally announce the decree of enfeoffment, a figure suddenly emerged. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is utterly inappropriate. This individual was none other than Wang Shijing, who harbored resentment towards Li Chun. He stepped out from the civil ranks, first bowing to Li Shimin and then boldly stating, Li Yuanba's achievements are unparalleled, having rendered great service to our Tang Dynasty. Bestowing upon him the title of Wing King is the will of the people, but at this juncture, Wang Shijing's tone shifted. Yet, Li Chun has made no contributions to our Tang, nor does he possess any military accomplishments. Moreover, he has not undertaken any actions beneficial to our dynasty. Furthermore, after Li Yuanba's long absence, the sudden emergence of a son raises doubts about Li Chun's true lineage. Therefore, I humbly request your Majesty to retract the decree. With that, he bowed deeply to Li Shimin. Evidently, Wang Shijing was determined to prevent Li Chun from inheriting the title. In his eyes, Li Chun was already a thorn in his side. How could he allow him to ascend smoothly to nobility? Upon hearing Wang Shijing's words, Li Shimin's expression darkened. Rest assured, this matter is beyond doubt. He replied solemnly. I have personally verified Li Chun's identity. There is no error. He undeniably carries the blood of the Li family and is the son of Yuanba. Your Majesty, Wang Shijing countered. Even though you have validated his identity, I believe he should not inherit the title of king. As I previously mentioned, he has contributed nothing to our Tang. How can he inherit the nobility? Moreover, at this, Wang Shijing clenched his teeth and continued, moreover, Li Yuanba belongs to the annals of history. Regardless of his past merits, they bear no relation to his descendants. Thus, I still oppose Li Chun's inheritance of the title, for he is unworthy. It was clear that Wang Shijing was resolute in his refusal of this matter. After delivering his remarks, Wang Shijing discreetly signaled to several individuals at the rear of the civil officials' assembly. We, the ministers, concur with Lord Wang's opinion. Upon noticing the gaze cast by Wang Shijing, 3 officials promptly stepped forward. Our great Tang is a nation governed by law, with a stringent system. What merits does Li Chun possess to inherit the throne? Your Majesty, please retract your decree. Your Majesty, please retract your decree. Li Chun is unworthy of hereditary nobility. As they spoke, they collectively knelt before Li Shimin. Clearly, these officials shared a close alliance with Wang Shijing and were reliant on the Wang family's influence. Thus, under Wang Shijing's insinuation, they naturally sought to support his stance. What is Wang Shijing plotting? Can he not perceive that His Majesty is not soliciting our counsel? Observing the scene before them, the officials were suddenly engulfed by a sense of perplexity. Is it possible that he harbors a grudge against Li Chun? Indeed, during Cheng Yaojin's birthday banquet, Li Chun seemed to have embarrassed him. With the recollection of the banquet, the crowd swiftly comprehended the situation. However, does his emergence at this moment not place His Majesty in an awkward position? Humph, a bunch of reckless fools. Although Wei Zheng and Feng Xianling remained silent, they exchanged knowing smirks at the sight of Wang Shijing and his ilk. They were all too familiar with Li Shimin's temperament, unless a decisive conclusion had been reached. He would never broach such matters in the court. Since it was brought up, it must be indisputable. Yet Wang Shijing's intervention at this juncture could only lead to his own undoing. Indeed, just as Feng Xianling had surmised. Upon witnessing the actions of Wang Shijing and the others, Li Shimin's expression darkened further. Nevertheless, he refrained from immediate comment, instead directing his gaze towards the military officials, particularly Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong. Aha, I was just hoping for you to make an appearance. Observing Li Shimin's demeanor, Cheng Yaojin let out a hearty laugh and then stepped forward. You are speaking nonsense. He then unleashed a tirade against Wang Shijing and his associates. Li Yuanba has already been conferred the title of Wing King by His Majesty, a consensus among all officials. Furthermore, Li Chun is the legitimate son of Li Yuanba, and His Majesty has personally verified this. It is beyond dispute. As the offspring of Li Yuanba, being his only son, he is entitled to inherit his father's title, which aligns with the laws of our great Tang. How dare you, old rascals, claim he is unworthy? His Majesty has designated Li Yuanba's title and is the sole heir. Li Chun possesses the qualifications for succession. You, old men, not only fail to extol His Majesty's immense grace but actively oppose it. Such behavior clearly indicates that you hold His Majesty in contempt, harboring no respect for him whatsoever. Is this not an act of treason? Cheng Yaojin unleashed a barrage of accusations, directly implicating Wang Shijing and his companions in a conspiracy, leaving the entire court of civil and military officials utterly stunned. How has Cheng Yaojin's rhetoric become so incisive? Especially among the civil officials, each pair of eyes that turned towards him revealed a trace of astonishment. They were acutely aware that Cheng Yaojin could scarcely recognize a few characters. In the past, his presence in the court was marked by jest and brute persistence. Never had he articulated such poignant words. This was nothing short of a heart-wrenching indictment. Rao Shenying and Wei Zheng exchanged a glance, then redirected their attention to Li Shimin. They had witnessed the preceding scene quite clearly. It was only when Li Shimin cast his gaze upon Cheng Yaojin that the latter chose to step forward. This strongly suggested the presence of Li Shimin's influence, or perhaps these words were not truly Cheng Yaojin's own, but rather incited by another. Neither of them were fools. A moment's reflection led them to this conclusion. It seemed that Wang Shijing and his associates were destined for misfortune. At this thought, both Rao Shenying and Wei Zheng cast another sympathetic glance toward Wang Shijing and his entourage, their expressions betraying a sense of pity. Chapter 28. Do you plead guilty? It goes without saying that today, Wang Shijing and his companions would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. You must not speak nonsense. As Wang Shijing and the others heard Cheng Yaojin's words, their expressions changed dramatically. Your Majesty, we harbor no disrespect towards you. They proclaimed their loyalty to the Emperor, their sincerity echoing through the chamber. Your Majesty, you must not believe Cheng Yaojin's words. They quickly fell to their knees before Li Shimin, genuine fear etched on their faces. The crime of treason, that would mean the annihilation of their entire kin. If Cheng Yaojin's accusations were substantiated, their lives and those of their families would be forfeit. At that moment, the 3 who had stepped forward to support Wang Shijing were filled with regret, wishing they could turn back time. Had they known Cheng Yaojin would slander them so, they would never have dared to stand up, even under threat of death. Observing their fearful demeanor, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Indeed, these accusations were not entirely his own invention. They were suggestions imparted by Li Shimin the previous day, followed by a discussion with Qin Xiong, which had equipped him with such incisive rhetoric. Meanwhile, Li Shimin fixed his gaze upon Wang Shijing and the others, remaining silent, as if lost in contemplation, weighing how to deal with them. Your Majesty, our loyalty to you is unwavering. We are innocent. The sight of Li Shimin's expression heightened Wang Shijing's group's panic. Innocent. At this juncture, Qin Xiong stepped forth, challenging them. What grounds do you have for claiming innocence? You have wielded your power to oppress the people, thriving under the Emperor's grace. As officials of the court, instead of alleviating the Emperor's burdens, you have exploited your positions to harm the common folk, extracting their hard-earned wealth and causing untold suffering. How dare you claim to be wronged? It is utterly laughable. Qin Xiong deftly redirected the conversation towards the transgressions of Wang Shijing and his cohorts. You speak falsely. We have never harmed the people. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's words, the group felt a jolt of panic, their confusion deepening. Clearly, they had indeed enriched themselves at the expense of the populace. Such conduct was not limited to them alone, as many officials in the court were complicit in similar acts, often silently condoning one another. Yet now, they found themselves directly accused before Li Shimin, targeted specifically, and their fear was palpable. Qin Xiong, do you have evidence? Li Shimin ignored Wang Shijing's protests and turned his gaze to Qin Xiong, inquiring in a grave tone. It was over. As Li Shimin posed his question, a collective sigh of sympathy arose among the officials for Wang Shijing and his companions. It was evident that Li Shimin was intent on taking action against them. Amidst their lament, these officials felt a wave of relief wash over them, thankful they had not intervened to prevent Li Chunzi from inheriting the throne. Otherwise, they too would surely share the same fate as Wang Shijing and his ilk. Indeed, I have. Upon hearing the inquiry from Li Shimin, Qin Xiong turned to Wang Shijing and the others, letting out a cold sneer. In my frequent excursions outside Chang'an, numerous individuals have approached me, lamenting their grievances, claiming that Wang Shijing and his associates have usurped their properties. He then clasped his fist before Li Shimin and continued, moreover, they have even taken lives, leading to the ruin of countless families. Is this indeed the case? Li Shimin's expression darkened with anger upon hearing these words. Yes, Qin Xiong affirmed with a resolute nod. Your Majesty, this is slander. We are wronged. We are innocent. Wronged? Qin Xiong scoffed, then immediately addressed Li Shimin again. Your Majesty, I possess evidence. The victims have already been brought to the palace grounds. They are the proof. Bring them forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shimin issued the command. Following his order, the attending eunuch hurriedly complied and dashed out of the palace. Indeed, they have even brought witnesses. It appeared that today, His Majesty had been well prepared. As the eunuch rushed out, all the officials present began to ponder the implications. If they still failed to comprehend the situation, they would truly be dim-witted. Clearly, Li Shimin was employing a strategy to serve as a warning to others. Meanwhile, the expressions of Wang Shijing and his companions grew increasingly troubled as they began to realize that they had fallen into Li Shimin's trap. Your Majesty, the individuals have arrived. Soon, as Wang Shijing and the others fidgeted with anxiety, the previously dispatched eunuch led the group of commoners into the hall of Han Yuan. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. The commoners knelt before Li Shimin. I ask you, what are your names? Where do you reside? Li Shimin inquired directly, gazing at them. In response to his questions, the commoners answered one by one. I ask again, within this grand hall, is there anyone who has harmed you or your fellow villagers? Upon hearing this, the commoners lifted their heads and began scanning the officials present. It is them. As they spotted Wang Shijing and his cohorts among the officials, expressions of resentment instantly marred their faces. This is utterly disastrous. With the identification of the culprits, Wang Shijing and his associates turned pale as death. Within the court, the countenance of Wang Shijing and his companions transformed into a ghostly pallor as the commoners pointed them out. Clearly, these were the very individuals who had persecuted them or seized their properties. If only we had eradicated them all beforehand. A silent lament echoed in their hearts. Evidently, after seizing the family estate, they hastily concocted a pretext to dismiss these common folk, viewing them merely as insignificant peasants incapable of stirring any significant commotion. However, to their astonishment, Qin Xiong managed to uncover the truth. Regrettably, it was too late for them to express remorse, and they were acutely aware that today's events were undoubtedly orchestrated with the involvement of Li Shimin. Otherwise, even if Qin Xiong possessed irrefutable evidence, he would not have dared to summon them to this grand court assembly. Do you confess your guilt? Just as Wang Shijing and his associates were engulfed in despair, Li Shimin, in a fit of rage, directed a piercing inquiry at them. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my transgressions. Upon the utterance of Li Shimin's words, the three officials who had aided Wang Shijing trembled violently and then prostrated themselves. They dared not deny their culpability, for a far graver punishment awaited them should they choose to do so. Wang Shijing, do you confess your guilt? With the officials kneeling, Li Shimin then shifted his gaze towards Wang Shijing. Chapter 29. The inevitable outcome, Your Majesty. I am but a pawn in this game. Upon hearing Emperor Li Shimin's inquiry, Wang Shijing pointed at the three officials, declaring, it is these three who have claimed that the common people despise the court and disrespect the law. It was for this reason that I sought to punish them, Your Majesty. With that, he feigned innocence, prostrating himself before Li Shimin. Clearly, Wang Shijing clung to a thread of hope, attempting to deceive his way to safety. You speak falsehoods. As Wang Shijing's words reached the ears of the commoners, they erupted in indignation, pointing at him and shouting, it was you who led these three men. Furthermore, all our possessions have been handed over to you by them. We have witnessed it all with our own eyes. Indeed, and what of my poor daughter, an elder, around 50 years of age? Pointed at Wang Shijing with a face full of sorrow, lamenting, she is but 14, yet you have brought ruin upon her. Overcome with grief, he began to weep uncontrollably. And us, it is you who have caused our families to be torn apart, and our homes to be destroyed. The echoes of accusations reverberated throughout the Hanyuan Hall, each account appalling in its own right, and the sight of the commoners' suffering was enough to evoke tears from onlookers. It was evident that their claims were grounded in truth. They would never dare to mislead Li Shimin in such a setting. You wretched commoners! As the commoners recounted their grievances, Wang Shijing rose abruptly, pointing at them and hurling insults. Wretched commoners! Observing Wang Shijing's demeanor, Li Shimin let out a cold snort and, with a face darkened by fury, inquired, all citizens of the Tang are my subjects. If they are wretched, then what does that make me? Your Majesty. The gravity of Li Shimin's words sent Wang Shijing into a cold sweat, prompting him to kneel once more. Humph. I shall ask you again, do you acknowledge your crimes? Your Majesty. Wang Shijing could hardly utter a coherent sentence, as the evidence of his wrongdoing lay bare for all to see. How could our Tang harbor such a scoundrel? At that moment, Chengqian stepped forward, first unleashing a tirade against Wang Shijing, then turning to Li Shimin with a deep bow, stating, Your Majesty, this man is guilty of heinous crimes. To not punish him would be to fail in upholding our law. I implore you to bring him to justice. I second that. Qin Xiong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. We also second that. The martial officials collectively bowed in unison to Li Shimin. We also second that. Following suit, the civil officials, led by Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling, echoed the call for punishment against Wang Shijing and his accomplices. It was evident that today's events were orchestrated by Li Shimin himself. Having witnessed the fate of Wang Shijing and his cohorts, none dared to voice dissent. Moreover, the crimes of Wang Shijing and his ilk were irrefutable. Even those wishing to plead for leniency had no recourse but to distance themselves, seeking to emerge unscathed. Come forth, with the minister's requests. Li Shimin bellowed toward the Grand Hall's entrance. Immediately, a throng of armored soldiers surged in. Seize these individuals for me. Yes, at Li Shimin's command. The soldiers swiftly apprehended Wang Shijing and his companions. You, who hold positions of authority in this court, dare to disregard the law and treat human lives as trifles. How can I, as emperor, allow this? Where is the Minister of Justice? Your servant is here. The Minister of Justice stepped forward without hesitation. Take these individuals to the dungeons, conduct a thorough interrogation, and confiscate their assets. I shall restore clarity to the realm for the sake of the common people. Your command shall be obeyed. The Minister of Justice promptly accepted the order and led the soldiers, escorting Wang Shijing and the others towards the prison. Your Majesty, the Wang family has also contributed to the Tang Dynasty. Wang Shijing struggled, shouting desperately at Li Shimin. Your Majesty, you cannot imprison me. Your Majesty. As they were being taken away, he protested vehemently. Humph, you old scoundrel, having committed such grave offenses, you dare to howl here. Cheng Yaojin stepped forward, raised his hand, and struck Wang Shijing across the face, rendering him unconscious. Your Majesty, I acted rashly. After incapacitating Wang Shijing, Cheng Yaojin approached Li Shimin, clasping his hands in a bow. However, I could not restrain myself. I beg Your Majesty to punish me. Observing Cheng Yaojin's actions, the court officials exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of incredulity and amusement. This is not mere recklessness. It is clearly personal vengeance. Not at all. Watching Cheng Yaojin, Li Shimin's lips curved slightly. He deserves it. What crime has Cheng Aiqing committed? Thank you, Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and returned to his place among the ranks. Your Majesty is wise. Truly a sagacious ruler. As Wang Shijing and the others were escorted away, several commoners expressed their gratitude to Li Shimin. Very well, you may withdraw for now, Li Shimin declared. I assure you, I will deliver justice. With his words, The commoners expressed their thanks once more before being escorted out of the grand hall. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Shimin resumed his position upon the dragon throne, surveying the ministers before speaking slowly. Regarding the elevation of Li Chun to the title of Prince Yi, do any of you have objections? Do any of you have dissent concerning the conferment of Li Chun? Scanning the officials, Li Shimin inquired, though his gaze conveyed an unmistakable air of finality. It was evident to all that his mind was resolute regarding Li Chun's elevation. I have no objections. Cheng Yaojin was the first to step forward. Responding loudly to Li Shimin, I too have no objections. With Cheng Yaojin's declaration, the military officials bowed in unison, expressing their agreement. The inheritance of titles by sons from their fathers is a matter of reason and propriety. Li Chun is indeed the son of Li Yuanba, and his hereditary title is in full accordance with the law. I have no objections. Following this, Fang Xianling stepped forward from the ranks of the civil officials, addressing Li Shimin with a respectful bow. I, too, concur. Shortly thereafter, Wei Zhang echoed the sentiment. Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, both were acutely aware of Li Shimin's stance. We also concur. We have no objections. Soon, all the officials present harmoniously chimed in. It is evident that after the incident involving Wang Shijing and his associates, none dared voice dissent. Should any objections arise, they would only recall the fate of Wang Shijing and his companions as a cautionary tale. The civil and military officials were well aware that if Li Shimin could enable Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong to uncover evidence against Wang Shijing and his group, they too were not beyond scrutiny. It could be said that most of these officials had, to varying degrees, engaged in unlawful activities. Thus, even the most obstinate among them would not dare to contradict Li Shimin at this juncture. With this consensus, the matter was settled. Casting his gaze over the gathered officials, Li Shimin finally revealed a smile. Come forth, draft the decree. Chapter 30, The Bestowal of Titles. 3 days hence, I shall officially confer the title of Winged King upon Li Yuanba. As his son, Li Chun shall inherit this noble rank. He is to be granted 1,000 acres of land and a fief of 1,000 households. Li Yuanba's wife shall be enshrined as the royal consort and honored as a lady of the second rank. Li Yuanba will also relocate the ancestral grave within the family tomb, thus proclaiming to the world, Long live our emperor, long live, long live. With the issuance of Emperor Li Shimin's decree, the entire court of civil and military officials knelt in reverence. One can only imagine how swiftly this proclamation would spread throughout the vast Tang Empire, ensuring that Li Chun's name would become widely recognized. All ministers, rise. Once the decree was announced, Emperor Li Shimin felt a surge of joy and raised his hand towards the prostrated officials. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers collectively expressed their gratitude before slowly rising from the ground. You are all esteemed officials of the Tang. You must strive diligently for the welfare of the people. As the officials regained their footing, Li Shimin spoke again, though you have erred in the past, with the conferral of titles imminent. I choose to overlook your transgressions today. However, you must reflect deeply on your actions and refrain from repeating the mistakes of traitors like Wang Shijing, who brought calamity upon the people and endangered the realm. Should I detect any further misconduct, I will not hesitate to impose severe punishment. We shall obey. Upon hearing these words, the officials bowed in unison. The implication of the emperor's message was crystal clear. He was expressing his awareness of their past misdeeds. His current leniency stemmed not from weakness, but from their apparent understanding of the situation. Should they err again, they would meet the same fate as Wang Shijing. We will certainly heed your majesty's teachings and benefit the people. Fang Xianling bowed deeply before Li Shimin once more. We will heed your teachings. We will benefit the people. Following this, both military and civil officials bowed in agreement. It is commendable that you all share this sentiment. Li Shimin remarked with a slight smile. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials expressed their gratitude once more and gradually stood up, sighing in relief, as today served as a warning to them. Clearly, in the days to come, these officials would heed Li Shimin's admonitions, ensuring their conduct would be more circumspect, never daring to err again. As for the fate of Wang Shijing and the others, the civil and military officials understood well that their punishment would not merely entail confiscation of property. Do any of you have further matters to address? In high spirits, Li Shimin inquired of the court, pleased to have successfully completed the conferment of titles while issuing a stern warning to the officials. We have no further business. In response to Li Shimin's inquiry, the officials bowed respectfully. If there is nothing more, then we shall conclude the court session. Conclude. The court. With the emperor's words, a sharp and piercing sound echoed throughout the hall of Haiyuan. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Immediately, all officials knelt in unison, bidding farewell to Emperor Li Shimin. After the departure of Li Shimin, the attendees gradually rose and made their way outside the hall. Ha ha ha, today is truly satisfying. Outside the Hanyuan Hall, Cheng Yaojin wore a delighted expression as he chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is quite gratifying. I have long harbored disdain for those old rascals. As Cheng Eugene laughed, Qin Xiong nodded in agreement. Pleased. Old Cheng, you two are remarkable. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. They turned to see Li Jing approaching them directly. You two fellows certainly made quite an impression in the court today. Upon reaching them, Li Jing greeted them with a smile. He indeed. Cheng Yaojin replied with a proud grin upon hearing this. Observing Cheng Yaojin's demeanor, Li Jing shook his head in exasperation. You are still the clever one, old brother. Qin Xiong chimed in with a chuckle. It was the emperor's intent. Otherwise, on a day like today, how could we have brought those commoners along? Li Jing, being several years their senior and having a good relationship with them, was naturally addressed as old brother by Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Moreover, there was no need for concealment, as it was evident that all the civil and military officials were aware of the matter. It seems the emperor has long harbored discontent towards Wang Shijing. Upon hearing this, Li Jing spoke softly to the two. Those old scoundrels should have been dealt with long ago. Mentioning Wang Shijing, Cheng Yaojin snorted coldly, asserting that not only did he defy the emperor, but he also abused his power to harm the common people. Keeping him alive is a peril. That is true. Li Jing replied with a slight smile, then inquired of Cheng Eugene, is the body of Yuan Ba placed by you? Yes. Cheng Yaojin nodded solemnly. In accordance with the emperor's command, it is currently resting in my home. Very well, take me to pay my respects. Li Jing sighed deeply, following his words. Cheng Yaojin nodded in agreement, and the three of them fell silent as they proceeded towards the residence of Duke Lu. Duke Lu's residence. Within an isolated courtyard, it was evident that soldiers clad in armor were stationed around this courtyard, serving as guardians of the place. Clearly, the remains of Li Yuanba were laid to rest here. Inside the courtyard, above the grand entrance, two large white lanterns hung high. Within the main hall, a coffin lay in repose, flanked by two white candles that flickered gently. Above the coffin, several white cloths stretched out from its center, elegantly suspended at the corners of the hall. The sight evoked an overwhelming sense of sorrow. At that moment, a figure knelt before the coffin, speaking softly. This individual was none other than Li Chun. After ensuring that his mother was well taken care of in the Imperial Palace, Li Chun departed and arrived at this place. After all, his current identity is Li Chun, and Li Yuanba is his biological father. The coffin rests here, and it is only fitting that he pays his respects. Furthermore, this can be seen as a gesture of filial piety on behalf of the original Li Chun. As for Cui Shi, to spare her from sorrow, Li Chun refrained from bringing her here. Although my soul is not that of your son, I am now Li Chun. Gazing at the coffin before him, Li Chun murmured, You are indeed my father, and that truth shall never waver. As for my mother, rest assured, as long as Li Chun, draw breath, I shall honor her as my true mother and remain dutiful and loyal throughout my life. With that, he bowed deeply 3 times before Li Yuanba's coffin. Just as Li Chun completed his 3 prostrations, a voice unexpectedly broke through the silence, and soon after, Cheng Chimo appeared before him. Chapter 31. We shall uphold mourning together. At this moment, Cheng Chimo was clad in a flowing white robe, his cuffs adorned with black mourning cloth, a stark contrast to his previously carefree demeanor. He approached Li Chun with measured steps. Xiao Chun, we are now brothers, and I shall stand by you to mourn for our late uncle. With that, he knelt beside Li Chun and bowed thrice before the coffin of Li Yuanba. Observing Cheng Chimo's actions, a faint smile grazed Li Chun's lips, and he made no effort to dissuade him. As Cheng Chimo had articulated, they were indeed brothers, and their bond transcended words. And I as well. As Cheng Chimo knelt, another voice resonated from the doorway. Turning around, the figure of Qin Huaiyu emerged before Li Chun and Cheng Chimo. I too am a brother to Xiao Chun, and I shall not be absent in mourning for our uncle. With those words, Qin Huaiyu stepped into the hall and knelt before the spirit, bowing repeatedly. It was evident that since their brotherhood was forged, both Li Chun and Qin Huaiyu had accepted each other as true brothers. And given that Li Yuanba was Li Chun's biological father, how could they not pay their respects? Xiao Chun, 3 days hence, our uncle's coffin will be reinterred in the ancestral tomb. After completing his bows, Qin Huaiyu raised his head and declared earnestly to Li Chun, during this time, both Cheng Chimo and I shall remain by your side, accompanying you in mourning. Indeed, Cheng Chimo affirmed with a firm nod. Clearly, their presence was not merely a ritual of homage, but a genuine commitment to stand by Li Chun in his time of grief. Very well. Let us 3 together honor our father in mourning. Hearing their pledges, Li Chun nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Oh, by the way, Cheng Chimo suddenly recalled. Turning to Li Chun, I must inform you of something. Today, Wang Shijing has been ordered by His Majesty to be imprisoned. Yes, I have heard of this too. It is truly a source of great relief. Qin Xiong chimed in with a smile. Wang Shijing? Upon hearing their exchange, Li Chun appeared slightly taken aback. Are you referring to the man who wagered with me during Uncle Cheng's birthday banquet? Indeed, Cheng Chumo confirmed, that very person. Today, in the court, His Majesty stripped him of his official position, along with 3 officials closely associated with him, and commanded the Minister of Punishments to take them directly to the dungeons, even ordering their residences to be searched. I can only imagine that Wang Shijing's fate will be utterly dismal from this day forth. Why is that? Li Chun inquired, puzzled. I recall Wang Shijing being a second-rank official. Surely, with his cleverness, he would not provoke the Emperor's ire? Is it not because of you? Cheng Chumo chuckled at Li Chun's bewilderment. Because of me? Li Chun was even more confused. My dear Xiao Chun, you are unaware that the Emperor's actions against Wang Shijing and his associates were indeed instigated by your very circumstance. As the son of a nobleman, he was naturally privy to certain information circulating within the court, especially regarding the matters surrounding Wang Shijing and others, which had long since become common knowledge among the various esteemed families. Today, during the court assembly, His Majesty first announced the reinterment of his uncle, the relocation of his uncle's remains to the ancestral tomb. Observing Li Chun, Qin Huaiyu recounted the events of the court meeting in detail. However, when the emperor declared that he was to inherit the title of Wing King, Wang Shijing abruptly stood up, asserting that he was unworthy of such a hereditary title. And even 3 officials who were on friendly terms with him attempted to intervene. At this point, Qin Huaiyu let out a cold laugh and continued, thus, Uncle Cheng and my father directly exposed their crimes in front of the civil and military officials, even bringing forth some of the common people they had persecuted as witnesses before His Majesty. In a fit of rage, the emperor ordered the arrest of Wang Shijing and his associates, bestowing upon me the title of Wing King. Upon hearing Qin Huaiyu's account, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to understand. It was evident that he had harbored suspicions in his heart, and it was entirely reasonable for him, as Li Yuanba, to be granted a royal title. However, he did not anticipate that Wang Shijing would dare to obstruct him. Clearly, it was truly for my sake. He silently chuckled to himself. From Qin Huaiyu's narration, Li Chun had already discerned certain clues. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong had chosen neither the early nor late moment to reveal Wang Shijing's misdeeds, but rather at the precise moment Wang Shijing attempted to intervene, indicating a deeper issue at play. Moreover, Li Chun could surmise that Li Shimin must have had a hand in this, for otherwise, Cheng Yaojin and the others would not have escorted those commoners directly to the palace as witnesses. It appears my uncle treats me rather well. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Li Chun's lips, as it was clear that the uncle he referred to was indeed Li Shimin. Just as Li Chun was lost in his thoughts, 3 figures strolled into the grand hall, one of whom inquired of Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu. Father, father. Upon hearing the voice, both Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu called out simultaneously. The 3 who arrived were none other than Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Jing. Having learned that the coffin of Li Yuanba was resting at the residence of Duke Lu, Li Jing, in order to pay his respects and commemorate Li Yuanba, had come here under the guidance of Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Cheng. Upon seeing the figures of Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Chun did not hesitate to rise and respectfully greet the 3 with a cupped fist. Indeed, Cheng Yaojin nodded slightly, then stepped aside to allow Li Jing to come forward. Little Chun, I trust this esteemed general needs no introduction? I have met General Li. As Cheng Yaojin's words fell, Li Chun offered a formal bow solely to Li Jing. During the banquet celebrating Cheng Yaojin's longevity, Li Chun had previously encountered Li Jing, so it was impossible for him not to recognize him. Moreover, Li Jing was renowned as the god of war. At that time, Li Chun had observed him attentively, and thus he would never forget. Dear nephew, do not be overly formal. Upon witnessing Li Chun's gesture, Li Jing promptly stepped forward to assist him in standing. You are the son of Yuanba, hence, you are my nephew. He then earnestly addressed Li Chun, saying, in the future, refrain from addressing me as General Li. It sounds too polite, much like the old Sheng and others. Simply call me uncle. Indeed, Li Jing had once fought alongside Li Yuanba on the battlefield and had even saved his life in times of peril. As Li Chun was the sole offspring of Li Yuanba, this familial connection naturally fostered a sense of warmth in Li Jing toward him. As you wish, uncle. The young nephew replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Li Chun smiled slightly and promptly called out, Uncle. Good, good, good. At the sound of Li Chun addressing him as uncle, Li Jing chuckled and patted Li Chun's shoulder repeatedly. If Yuanba were still alive, how delighted he would be to know he has a son. His gaze then shifted to the coffin behind Li Chun, and he sighed deeply. Chapter 32. Even the god of war befriends my father. Before Li Chun's birth, Li Yuanba had already passed away, a fact that Li Jing had learned from Cheng Yaojin. Upon hearing this, Li Chun fell silent. Enough of the sighing, Qin Xiong interjected, observing their expressions. Brotherly, let us first pay our respects to Yuanba. Indeed. Li Jing nodded in agreement. He and Cheng Yaojin then approached Li Yuanba's coffin, lighting incense and bowing thrice before his remains. Being of similar age to Li Yuanba, they naturally refrained from kneeling in mourning, unlike Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu. How I wish to return to the past, to fight alongside Yuanba once more. Li Jing lamented after the ritual. Indeed. As Li Jing's words hung in the air, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong sighed in unison, gazing at the coffin as if lost in a reverie. All three men had fought side by side with Li Yuanba, and the memories of their fierce battles were still vivid in their minds. Li Chun and Cheng Chumo remained silent, not wanting to disturb the solemn atmosphere. While they had not shared in the past of these three men, it was evident that their bond with Li Yuanba transcended mere friendship. They were bound by the ties of life and death. Uncles, do not be too sorrowful, Li Chun finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. If my father were aware from beyond, he would surely be pleased to see you three reminiscing about him. At her words, Cheng Yaojin and the others emerged from their memories, turning to smile at Li Chun. Their earlier melancholy noticeably diminished. Little Chun, from this day forth, when you call me uncle, you shall be my eternal nephew, Li Jing declared earnestly. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek out your Uncle Li. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities. Hey, brotherly, that statement is not quite right. Cheng Yaojin interjected before Li Chun could respond. We are also Little Chun's uncles. Are we to ignore him in times of need? Indeed, Cheng is correct, Qin Qiong added. In the future, if Little Chun requires assistance, shall we not lend our aid? You two old fellows, why are you trying to claim him? I have only just recognized Little Chun as my nephew. As the two men began to bicker, Li Chun looked on in astonishment. When did I become such a coveted treasure? He muttered to himself, a hint of self-admiration in his voice. Sigh. Perhaps my excellence is indeed unparalleled. Upon hearing Li Chun's self-praising remarks, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu simultaneously cast a disdainful glance in his direction. However, despite their contempt, they were acutely aware of Li Chun's undeniable prowess, which surpassed their own. After all, they had never encountered anyone capable of intimidating a pack of wolves with mere words, shaking a colossal beast with a single punch, or effortlessly lifting a 1,000-pound lion. Furthermore, his remarkable brewing techniques and the creation of miraculous medicinal powders that even the royal physicians could not replicate served to further illuminate his exceptional talents. Reflecting on this, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu could not help but feel a twinge of respect for Li Chun upon looking at him again. Well then, esteemed uncles. Observing that Cheng Yaojin and the others showed no signs of relenting, Li Chun finally spoke with a hint of resignation. Thank you for your affection, dear uncles. I am truly grateful. If there comes a day when your nephew requires your assistance, I shall undoubtedly pay a visit, ensuring that no one is overlooked. Indeed. That sounds splendid. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin and the others ceased their bickering and nodded in unison. Clearly, Li Chun's statement had greatly satisfied them. This was a clear indication that they regarded Li Chun as their junior, for otherwise, given their esteemed positions, they would not have engaged in such a dispute before him. As long as the three uncles agree, I am content. Witnessing their expressions, Li Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although their earlier squabble had made him feel rather accomplished, he was uncertain how long it would have continued had he not intervened. Little Chun, remember this. Following Li Chun's address, the bond between him and Li Jing visibly strengthened. With a warm smile, Li Jing approached and patted Li Chun on the shoulder, saying, Whatever you undertake, your Uncle Cheng and the two of us will always stand by your side. Understood. Li Chun nodded earnestly, a glimmer of emotion evident in his eyes. Very well, we shall take our leave now. With a gentle smile directed at Li Chun, Li Jing turned to depart alongside Cheng Yaojin. Oh, by the way, just as he lifted his foot to leave, Cheng Yaojin turned back. I had a question for you earlier. He then addressed Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu. While Little Chun is here in mourning, what are you two doing here? Hearing this, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu exchanged exasperated glances. Father, have you forgotten? Huaiyu and I are sworn brothers to Little Chun, Cheng Chumo replied. Naturally, we should accompany him during this time. Yes, indeed. Qin Huaiyu nodded in deep agreement and interjected. The bond we share as brothers is inseparable. Xiao Chun's father is no different from our own. We shall honor our filial duties together. Upon hearing Qin Huaiyu's words, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong exchanged smiles, their faces reflecting a sense of gratification. These young men embody the spirit of our youth, valuing loyalty and deep affection. Indeed, commendable. Li Jing could not help but praise Cheng Chumo and the others. Hearing such accolades, Qin Huaiyu and his companion chuckled sheepishly, scratching their heads. Very well, then. You three shall observe your filial piety here, Cheng Yaojin remarked with a twinkle in his eye. In 3 days, we shall return to bid farewell to Yuanba. With that, the trio made their exit, leaving the courtyard without further delay. Li Chun stood still, watching the departing figures of Cheng Yaojin and the others. Murmuring to himself in surprise, I never expected even the divine general of the Tang Dynasty to hold my father in such esteem. Chapter 33. So young. Time flies swiftly, like a shuttle weaving through moments, as ephemeral as sand slipping through an hourglass. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Chang'an, one finds oneself amidst towering mountains, lush and verdant, resembling an idyllic paradise at first glance. Nestled within these mountains lies a grand plaza, encircled by 8 colossal stone pillars, each adorned with enigmatic carvings that subtly embrace the entirety of the square. At the forefront of this pillar-guarded expanse stands a magnificent stone gate, seamlessly integrated into the mountainside, hinting at the wonders that lie beyond. Above this gate, for prominent characters are intricately carved, Li family ancestral tomb. Indeed, this is the very site of the ancestral tomb spoken of by Emperor Shimin, where generations of the Li family have found their final resting place. Save for the emperors, who are interred within the Imperial mausoleum. At this moment, civil and military officials have gathered, forming 2 solemn lines on either side of the plaza. In the center, a coffin rests, containing the remains of Li Yuanba. Before the coffin, 3 individuals kneel, Li Chun, Qing Chimo, and Qin Huayu. Clad in white garments and draped in mourning attire, with white mourning cloths adorning their heads, they exude an air of profound solemnity. Li Shimin does not intervene, evidently aware of the trio's bond and feeling gratified by it. To one side of the coffin stands Cui Shi, also enveloped in white. Your Majesty, the time has come. A voice murmurs as it approaches Li Shimin. Commence, he replies, inhaling deeply before announcing the beginning of the ceremony. The air reverberates with a sound akin to a steam whistle, echoing throughout the plaza. The funeral procession begins. As the horn-like sounds fade, a resounding call emerges. Dozens of lamas approach, holding prayer wheels, circling around Li Yuanba's coffin, reciting unknown scriptures. Subsequently, the lamas retreat, marking the commencement of the interment ceremony. A group of robust men, clad in mourning sashes, strides forth, lifting Li Yuanba's coffin with reverence. As they prepare for the interment, all officials bow 3 times before the coffin, honoring the spirit of the departed. After their respectful gestures, the sturdy men bend down, raising the coffin, and begin their solemn march toward the stone gate. Behind the coffin, Cui Shi leads, followed by Li Chun and his companions, with Li Shimin and Changsun Wugo trailing closely. As the officials follow in a slow procession, the atmosphere is one of profound silence and solemnity as the officials bid farewell. An hour later, with the officiant's words, the tomb's entrance gradually closes, signifying the official conclusion of the interment ceremony. The departed have left this world. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. It was only after the conclusion of the ceremony that the crowd dared to speak. Observing Emperor Li Shimin standing before the tomb, his sorrowful gaze was palpable. Fang Xinling stepped forward and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, please take heart. Your Majesty, please take heart. As Fang Xuanling's words echoed, all the officials bowed in unison, offering their solace. Hearing the comforting voices from behind, Li Shimin took a deep breath. I am well, he declared, swiftly masking his earlier sorrow. The funeral rites for my 3rd brother have concluded. Scanning the assembly of civil and military officials, he pronounced, all ministers, return to the palace with me. With that, he strode towards the imperial palace of Chang'an, surrounded by his officials. The first task had been accomplished. It was time to commence the second, the matter of the royal proclamation. Chang'an. At this moment, the city of Chang'an was transformed from its usual self. Although there had always been many pedestrians, never had the streets been as crowded as they were today. The entire populace seemed to have emerged, converging towards the palace. The cause was none other than the grand ceremony of the royal proclamation. The emperor's edict had already spread throughout the vast Tang Empire, and for the citizens of Chang'an, such a momentous occasion was one they could not miss. Outside the palace, there stood a platform, rising over 3 meters above the ground, in an open space just a few paces from the palace. Constructed from numerous wooden pillars, the platform was draped with a large crimson cloth, immediately revealing its temporary nature. Nevertheless, the act of erecting such a platform outside the palace signified its extraordinary importance. This high platform had been constructed by the Minister of Rites at Li Shimin's behest, intended for the royal proclamation ceremony. It was evident that Li Shimin had chosen not to conduct the ceremony within the Hanyuan Hall, but rather to formally confer the title of Wing King upon Li Chun in the presence of the entire city. At this moment, clad in a dragon robe, Li Shimin stood at the center of the platform, flanked by the Minister of Rites and the eunuch responsible for the proclamation. Aside from these 2, no one else was present. The ceremony was inherently under the auspices of the Ministry of Rites, thus the minister naturally occupied a position on the platform. while the eunuch was tasked with announcing the emperor's will. Below the platform, the civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, one for the civil officials and the other for the military, their expressions solemn. Li Chun stood among the military ranks, positioned at the forefront as arranged by the Minister of Rites. He had already changed out of his mourning attire, now clad in official robes, adorned with a jade crown, and holding a ceremonial tablet, his chiseled and handsome features exuding an air of exceptional valor. As for Lady Cui, she too had donned the attire befitting a princess, appearing regal and magnificent. Although she did not stand on the platform, she had been assigned a special place by Li Shimin and the Minister of Rites, accompanied by several maidservants, clearly a part of the emperor's arrangement. As time passed, the hour of the royal proclamation ceremony drew ever closer. At this moment, the citizens of the city had gathered en masse at this location. Though they were barred from entering by the guards, their eagerness to witness the grand ceremony remained undiminished. Boom. Half an hour later, with the resounding clang of a great gong, the enthronement ceremony officially commenced. The proclamation began. Subsequently, Li Shimin slowly spoke. Li Chun, receive the decree. The eunuch tasked with the proclamation stepped forward, approached the edge of the high platform, and called out loudly to the crowd below. As the eunuch's voice echoed, Li Chun emerged from the throng, holding a ceremonial tablet, and slowly ascended the steps under the watchful eyes of the gathered citizens and officials. This, Li Chun is surprisingly youthful. Upon seeing Li Chun's countenance, the citizens who had been kept at bay erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Chapter 34, The Imperial Edict of Enfeoffment. It was evident that they were already aware of Li Chun's name from the imperial decree. Yet they could scarcely fathom that the one to be enfeoffed as a king was, in fact, a mere youth. How old could this boy be? Perhaps only 15 or 16, and yet he had been granted the title of king. A chorus of astonished and incredulous voices spread like wildfire among the populace, echoing throughout the city. This young man, how remarkably handsome he is. Among them were numerous young maidens whose hearts quickened upon beholding Li Chun's visage. Indeed, at this moment, while he may not rival the beauty of Panin, the charisma he exuded through his demeanor, coupled with his sharply defined features, undeniably captivated countless young women, particularly given his youthfulness in attaining such a distinguished title. Among the crowd, many wives of court officials gazed upon Li Chun, already contemplating whether, once the coronation ceremony concluded, they should send their husbands to propose marriage. If only my daughter Ping could wed this young man, they would surely make a splendid match. I wonder if this youth would take a liking to my daughter Cui. Upon returning home, I must insist my husband pay a visit to propose. My daughter Jia is graceful and refined. Surely this young man would be drawn to her. As they exchanged thoughts, the hearts of these noble women began to stir with excitement. Do you truly believe your daughter could compare to my Chana? Some even began to quarrel over the matter. Our Cui is adept in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What daughter is not? Only my Binger is worthy of this young Wing King. Of course, all of this was merely a fleeting occurrence that transpired the moment Li Chun stepped forth onto the platform. Unbeknownst to him, his presence had incited a competition among the households of the nobility. He stood holding the tablet, ascending the dais. Minister, I accept the decree. In the face of Emperor Li Shimin's edict, Li Chun extended his arms forward, clasped his fists, and knelt in reverence. I, by divine mandate, as Li Chun knelt. The eunuch tasked with announcing the decree, under the watchful gaze of all the court officials and the citizens of the city, spoke resoundingly. Li Yuanba, whose achievements are unparalleled, has demonstrated extraordinary valor, having slain the enemy General Yuan Shengdu, thus rendering tremendous service to our great Tang. With his might alone, he repelled 100,000 troops, making an indelible contribution to the state. The eunuch's voice resonated with an almost magical quality, echoing from the platform as the recounting of those heroic deeds left the audience in awe. Though Li Yuanba has passed from this world, his accomplishments during his lifetime remain unmatched. Henceforth, I decree that he be posthumously honored as the Wing King, with a hereditary title unchallenged. His legacy includes a son who remains in this world, named Li Chun, who shall inherit the title of Wing King, granted vast lands and 1,000 households as fiefdoms. This is hereby proclaimed to the world. Thus it is decreed. Minister, I accept the decree. As the imperial decree was proclaimed, Li Chun, amidst the witnesses of court officials and countless citizens, let out a resounding cry. He raised his hands high to receive the decree, yet refrained from standing up immediately, awaiting Emperor Li Shimin's command. After all, he held the sacred edict, a manifestation of imperial grace, and in the presence of the officials and the populace, it was only fitting that he remained seated. Prince Yi, you may rise, Li Shimin said with a gentle smile as he approached Li Chun and assisted him to his feet. This gesture sparked astonishment among both the officials and the citizens who had been kept at bay. The high regard in which the emperor held Prince Yi was palpable. Such thoughts rippled through the hearts of all present. While many officials had received decrees before, witnessing the emperor's personal attentiveness to a single individual was unprecedented, leaving them in awe. Clearly, fostering a good relationship with Prince Yi would be imperative, for he was destined for great heights in the future. This individual must not be offended. These contemplations swiftly proliferated among the officials, with some already envisioning visits to Li Chun's residence following the grand ceremony. The emperor's treatment of Prince Yi indicated an extraordinarily promising future ahead. Meanwhile, in the crowd, those noble women who had considered proposing their daughters as potential brides became animated with newfound resolve. As wives of officials, they possessed a certain discernment. Witnessing the esteem with which Li Shimin regarded the newly appointed Prince Yi, they could not help but entertain ambitions of their own. I must return home at once to prepare. I cannot allow others to get ahead, they thought. Prompting several noble women to hastily gather their daughters and make their way back to their residences to arrange for proposals. Seeing this exodus, the remaining noble women could not resist the urge to follow suit, taking their daughters by the hand and departing in haste. Thus, a significant portion of the audience, initially gathered to witness the ceremony, suddenly vacated the area, leaving it conspicuously empty. It was evident that after the ceremony concluded, the threshold of Li Chun's residence would be overwhelmed with visitors. Observing this scene, Li Shimin displayed no hint of displeasure. Instead, he turned to Li Chun with a subtle smile. Clearly, he had perceived the intentions of the noble women, and the choice to hold the ceremony outside the palace was deliberate, aimed at eliciting such a response. Xiao Chun, it seems your marriage is not far off, he teased softly, in a tone audible only to the two of them. However, while jesting may be in good humor, in the eyes of Li Shimin, Li Chun's age was indeed no longer youthful. In fact, at this very age, his son Li Chengqian had already been betrothed and a consort chosen for him. Upon hearing Li Shimin's teasing remarks, Li Chun blushed and shyly touched the tip of his nose. To be candid, his mindset was not comparable to that of the ancients, after all. His soul had traversed from the 21st century, where at the tender age of 15 or 16, one was still considered a minor, their body not yet fully developed. The notion of marrying at such a young age was utterly inconceivable to him. Chapter 35, The Pinnacle of the Great Tang. If you fancy any lady, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall bestow upon you the honor of marriage. Li Shimin spoke with a light-hearted tone, seemingly oblivious to Li Chun's expression. Your Majesty, I am still quite young. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss this matter in a few years, Li Chun replied, his voice tinged with resignation. Very well. Then, Li Shimin chuckled, no longer pressing the jest. However, you must hasten the matter of marriage, for you are the sole heir of Li Yuanba, and it is of utmost importance that you expand our lineage. He then offered a word of counsel. It was evident that Li Shimin genuinely wished for Li Chun to marry and bear children, as Li Yuanba had but one son, making him a precious gem. Setting aside status, Li Shimin was, after all, his uncle and naturally desired to see the Li family flourish. Yes, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I shall expedite the process, Li Chun said, wiping the sweat from his brow and nodding earnestly. Li Shimin sighed, observing Li Chun's demeanor. He could discern that Li Chun was somewhat reluctant, yet there was little he could do. He could not simply present any girl to him without consideration. If Li Chun were unwilling, it would be an exercise in futility. Let us defer this matter for now. With that, Li Shimin turned his attention away from Li Chun and walked toward the edge of the high platform. Today, as he conferred the title of Wing King upon Li Chun, it was indeed a moment of great joy. Standing at the edge of the platform, Li Shimin surveyed the assembled ministers and countless citizens, proclaiming, such a fortunate event merits a celebration throughout the realm. I decree that from this day forth, a general amnesty shall be granted, the curfew shall be lifted, and the city gates shall remain open for 3 days. Furthermore, this year's taxes shall be reduced by 10%. Oh. With the announcement, the citizens erupted in jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. They fervently prostrated themselves before Li Shimin, their gratitude evident. Clearly, a 10% reduction in taxes was an unparalleled blessing for these common folk. Long live, long live, long live. Soon after, the ministers also knelt in unison, paying their respects. Observing the fervent adoration of both the officials and the populace, Li Shimin could not help but smile. Rise, my esteemed ministers and citizens. He lifted his hand, addressing the multitude with warmth. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live. As his words echoed, a chorus of gratitude filled the air, resonating throughout the crowd. Oh. Even after rising, the citizens remained unable to contain their exuberance, their spirits soaring. The Wing King, the Wing King, the Wing King. Amidst the jubilant cheers, it became evident that a spontaneous uproar had erupted among the populace, directed towards Li Chun. The resounding cries ascended to the heavens. The reason for this fervor among the common people was clear. They understood that the recent decree from Li Shimin to reduce their taxes by 10% was entirely attributable to Li Chun. Consequently, a sense of gratitude naturally blossomed within their hearts, making such a scene inevitable. Observing the throngs of people chanting his name, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, for he had never anticipated such fervent excitement from the populace. Had he unconsciously transformed into someone so remarkable that it elicited cheers from so many? He found himself momentarily indulging in self-admiration. However, just as this narcissistic thought began to take root, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart. If this were to provoke his majesty? Gazing at the fervent crowd below, Li Chun began to feel uneasy. To speak plainly, these individuals were subjects of the Tang Dynasty, and Li Shimin was the true sovereign. Thus, all citizens belonged to him and should rightly extol his virtues. Yet, now they were cheering for Li Chun. This was a sight any ruler throughout history would dread. If Li Shimin were absent, it might be inconsequential, but he was present. And should this lead to any displeasure on the part of Li Shimin, the repercussions could be dire. I must intervene, he thought. Despite the overwhelming pride that surged within him from the people's adoration, this matter was too grave. He did not wish to see Li Shimin exact his wrath later. Resolving to act, Li Chun raised his foot to step forward and quell the exuberance of the crowd. However, just as he lifted his foot, Li Shimin reached out to halt him, shaking his head with a slight smile. Such a seasoned ruler as Li Shimin could not possibly be oblivious to Li Chun's apprehensions. This was indeed a delightful spectacle. Smiling, Li Shimin whispered gently to Li Chun, clearly showing no sign of displeasure. It was evident that he had anticipated this very scene at the moment he announced the tax reduction. Your Majesty, Li Chun softly called out, his eyes betraying a hint of emotion as he regarded Li Shimin. If he were still oblivious to the emperor's intentions at this juncture, he would have wasted years of his life. This was clearly a calculated move by Li Shimin, aimed at fostering gratitude among the people towards Li Chun, ensuring that he would be cherished in the days to come. Upon witnessing Li Chun's expression, Li Shimin simply smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. His genuine affection for Li Chun was evident, which explained his previous decree and the decision to hold the royal investiture ceremony outside the palace. Now, having just been bestowed the title of Wing King, there would undoubtedly be numerous matters to attend to. Li Shimin cast a tender smile towards Li Chun and remarked, I shall not delay you any further. With that, he turned and descended from the high platform, returning to the palace amidst the respectful farewells of the court officials. Indeed, as Li Shimin had suggested, the newly appointed Wing King, Li Chun, would undoubtedly face a myriad of complex matters to attend to, necessitating ample time for proper management. Sigh. It appears that in the future, I must express my gratitude to this esteemed uncle. Standing atop the high platform, watching Li Shimin's figure gradually recede into the distance, Li Chun exhaled deeply. He was not one to forget kindness, as evidenced by his previous acts of gratitude towards the villagers of Heishui. With a character that embodies reciprocity, when one extends a foot, he returns a mile. Li Chun felt compelled to repay Li Shimin's generous treatment. Yet, what Li Chun did not foresee was that soon thereafter, it would be due to his actions that Li Shimin would escape peril amidst a multitude of adversaries, thus preserving his life. But those events belonged to another tale. As Li Shimin departed, Li Chun too began to descend from the high platform. Congratulations, Wing King. As he stepped down, the entire assembly of officials, regardless of rank, approached him to extend their heartfelt congratulations. Chapter 36. A universal celebration. Congratulations, congratulations. The young Prince of Wings has been conferred with nobility at such a tender age, truly a remarkable achievement. He is indeed a prodigy of unparalleled talent. The cacophony of congratulatory voices surged towards Li Chun like an overwhelming barrage. Faced with such a scene, Li Chun found himself somewhat disoriented, as this was the first time he had encountered such extensive flattery from numerous officials. However, being no ordinary individual, he quickly acclimated to the situation. Thank you all, esteemed officials. Should I ever falter in my duties, I humbly ask for your understanding. He returned the gestures of respect to the ministers, his words measured and appropriate, exuding a sense of humility and warmth that naturally endeared him to those present. His demeanor suggested an effortless familiarity with the occasion, as if he had long been accustomed to such interactions. Observing Li Chun's composed demeanor as he mingled with the officials, Chengqian, standing on the periphery, chuckled softly. It appears our previous concerns were unwarranted. Chengqian joined in with hearty laughter. Little Chun's adeptness in handling affairs surpasses that of his father, indeed, quite impressive. Li Jing also regarded Li Chun with an expression of admiration. Thank you, esteemed officials and elders. If you have the time, I would be honored to host you at my prince's residence, where I shall ensure you receive a splendid welcome. In the approving gaze of Chengqian and the others, Li Chun quickly formed a rapport with the court ministers. Certainly, we shall impose upon you. The ministers responded with smiles, clearly aware of the promising trajectory of Li Chun's career, evidenced by the earlier demeanor of Li Shimin towards him. These seasoned political players, having navigated the corridors of power for years, sensed the underlying currents of opportunity and naturally sought to align themselves with Li Chun. Well then, I must return to my residence to attend to some matters. Noticing the expressions around him, Li Chun offered a slight smile and clasped his hands in gratitude. Safe travels, Prince. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. The officials, perceptive to the subtext in Li Chun's words, promptly voiced their willingness to help. Then, I shall take my leave. Li Chun did not take their polite offers too seriously, understanding, while that many were merely drawn to his current ascendant status. With that, he turned and made his way towards a section of Chang'an City. It was evident that with his elevation to nobility, he and the Cui family had vacated the palace and, by the decree of Li Shimin, had taken up residence in their own estate. As Li Chun departed, the ministers no longer lingered, exchanging farewells before hastening homeward. Behold, look swiftly. It is the Wing King. Walking through the streets of Chang'an, the figure of Li Chun was immediately recognized by the populace. It was evident that Li Chun did not arrive in a carriage. As the citizens gazed upon his silhouette, the news quickly spread from one to another. The people surged forward, transforming the once spacious streets of Chang and into a bustling throng. This is indeed the youthful Wing King, truly remarkable in his valor. The Wing King. It is undeniably the Wing King. This is the young Wing King Li Chun. How extraordinarily handsome. Observing Li Chun at this moment, the excitement of the common folk was palpable as they fervently shouted his name. Among them were many young women, their faces blooming like peach blossoms, captivated by Li Chun's visage, their hearts fluttering. Wing King, please accept this pancake I made at home. Many citizens eagerly offered their possessions to Li Chun. This is an egg from my old hen, and here is my. In an instant, various items piled up before Li Chun like a small mountain. Upon inheriting the title of Wing King, Li Chun had reduced their taxes by 10%. Naturally earning the gratitude of the citizens, who wished to express their appreciation through these offerings. Thank you, dear villagers. Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Li Chun spoke loudly. The reduction of taxes is a gracious decree from His Majesty, not my personal merit. He was well aware of the reasons behind their affection. Yet such credit was not his to claim alone. Moreover, this was indeed the will of Li Shimin. Seizing this opportunity to repay Li Shimin was even more fitting. If you wish to show gratitude, direct it towards His Majesty, whose benevolence is boundless. He continued, moreover, these items are hard-earned by the people. I must decline your generous gifts. With that, he even cupped his fist in salute to the crowd. Wing King, please accept them. Indeed, this is our heartfelt gesture. If it were not for your elevation to nobility, His Majesty would not have issued such an edict for universal celebration. Yes, please accept them. However, upon hearing Li Chun's words, the earnest citizens remained resolute in their intention to present their gifts, making it difficult for Li Chun to refuse their kindness. Very well, I shall accept some of your offerings. Observing the determined expressions of the crowd, Li Chun sighed softly. As he spoke, he accepted 2 pancakes from one citizen and a basket of eggs from another villager. Let these suffice as a representative gesture. If you insist, I fear I shall be unable to carry more. Haraha. Hearing Li Chun's words, the surrounding citizens erupted in hearty laughter. And with this jest, they felt an even greater sense of camaraderie towards him, as the Wing King stood amidst the laughter shared between Li Chun and the gathered populace. A girl of perhaps 15 or 16 suddenly approached, thrusting a delicate pink handkerchief into Li Chun's embrace before swiftly turning away like a fleeting peach blossom. In that moment, Li Chun was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the handkerchief nestled in his arms. Almost immediately, another young woman dashed forth, presenting him with a fragrant sachet. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she too turned and fled. Bewilderment washed over Li Chun. He struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. Wing King, this. I have personally embroidered this for you. He heard one voice exclaim, only to be followed by yet another girl, who placed a beautifully stitched pair of mandarin ducks on a handkerchief into the basket of eggs Li Chun held. One by one, women emerged, offering an array of items to him, culminating in the unexpected gift of a vivid red belly band. Chapter 37. Why are you taking things from those young ladies? My goodness, what on earth are they up to? As Li Chun found himself with a pouch thrust into his arms, he felt utterly flustered. However, it wasn't long before a sense of pride swelled within him. So many youthful, beautiful, gentle, and charming women were vying for his affection. Oh heavens! Why must I be so exceptional? Of course, these were mere musings within Li Chun's mind. He was not foolish enough to voice such self-flagellatory thoughts aloud. Haraha! Your Highness, so many ladies are expressing their affection for you. We are truly envious. Indeed, your Highness is most fortunate. Observing Li Chun's embarrassed demeanor, The common folk erupted into laughter once more, though their mirth was not at his expense. Esteemed gentlemen, I must take my leave. Upon hearing the laughter of the crowd, even with his thick skin, Li Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He set down the eggs and pancakes he was carrying and hurriedly made his way towards the opposite side of Chang'an City, ensuring he did not leave behind any of the gifts from the ladies. Ha. Witnessing Li Chun's current predicament, the crowd laughed heartily again. Yet, this prince exhibited no arrogance whatsoever. Indeed, there are not many individuals like him. As they laughed, the people developed a profound sense of affection for Li Chun. It seems I should venture out less in the future. Meanwhile, Li Chun, having reached a distance, could not help but sigh. However, this feeling is rather delightful, glancing at the items gifted to him by the women. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he prepared to return to his residence. Ha, you rascal. At that moment, a booming laugh echoed from behind Li Chun. Hearing this hearty laughter, he paused in his tracks and turned to see Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Jing approaching him with amused expressions, accompanied by his two sworn brothers, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu, 3 esteemed uncles. As the trio drew near, Li Chun clasped his fist in greeting. How does it feel to be the center of attention among so many commoners? Cheng Yaojin inquired with a hearty laugh. Clearly, they had witnessed the scene of Li Chun being surrounded by the crowd but had refrained from intervening at that moment. In response to Cheng Yaojin's question, Li Chun sheepishly scratched his head. This young man is quite bashful. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Qin Xiong chuckled heartily. We certainly saw how popular you were. When will you treat us 3 old fellows to a celebratory feast? He was, of course, referring to the matter of the ladies bestowing gifts upon Li Chun. Upon hearing such words, even Li Chun could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. This matter could be discussed later. After all, his young nephew had yet to express any intention of marrying. No intention of marrying? At this remark, Cheng Yaojin chuckled mischievously and continued, Then why do you accept gifts from the young ladies? Li Chun found himself in an awkward predicament once more. Indeed, as Cheng Yaojin pointed out, in ancient times, when a maiden offered personal belongings to a man, it signified her affection and an overture of love. Accepting such gifts implied mutual interest. Well, I must admit, I was momentarily taken aback, Li Chun managed to say, unable to confess that he accepted those gifts merely to satisfy his own vanity. Now, you too, cease teasing young Chun. Li Jing said with a slight smile, observing Li Chun's current flustered state. Young Chun, being so young and already bestowed the title of Wing King. What are your plans for the future? This inquiry revealed that Li Jing and his companions genuinely regarded Li Chun as their junior. Upon hearing this, Li Chun pondered for a moment before replying. To be honest, esteemed uncles, I have not given much thought to what lies ahead. This admission did not deceive Cheng Yaojin and the others. Indeed, he had only lived in Heishui village, preoccupied with completing the tasks set by the system. Although he had been granted nobility, he had not contemplated his future in detail. Have you considered spending some time in the army? Li Jing interjected upon hearing Li Chun's words. You have just been conferred the title of a noble, and while some may appear indifferent, it is inevitable that jealousy will arise, especially given your youth and inherited rank. As he spoke, Li Jing regarded Li Chun earnestly and continued. If your father were still alive, there would be no issue, but now it is just you and your mother. To speak frankly, without military achievements or accolades, relying solely on the emperor's favor will not sustain you in the long run. If you were to join the army with our support, you would undoubtedly earn countless military honors in a few years, and by then, no one would dare to speak ill of you. Brother Li is correct. Young Chun, to give it some thought, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin chimed in. As they had articulated, although Li Chun was currently in a position of prominence, he had yet to contribute to the Tang Dynasty, and it was inevitable that some would harbor resentment. Should he become complacent, he might find himself impeded. Join the army? Li Chun fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the words of Li Jing and the others. It was clear to him that these 3 uncles were genuinely considering his well-being. Joining the military indeed seemed a promising prospect. With his current capabilities, earning military accolades should not be an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, with these 3 uncles supporting him, it is likely that he will accumulate considerable military achievements in no time. However, while this prospect is indeed promising, it is evident that the moment is not yet ripe, and it is reasonable to assume that his mother would not approve. This matter requires careful deliberation. Although the esteemed positions of Cheng Yaojin and his companions in the military would make it effortless for them to assist Li Chun in establishing his martial prowess, Li Chun has just been elevated to the rank of a noble, and there are numerous subsequent affairs that he must personally oversee. Furthermore, he cannot simply leave the Chui family residing in his household, as he cannot afford to be careless. After all, while honoring the memory of Li Yuanba, He had solemnly pledged to always show filial piety towards the Cui family. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot. How could Li Chun possibly break his promise? Moreover, an essential consideration is that even if he resolves to join the military, his mother, Cui, might not consent. The nature of military life inevitably involves the specter of battle, and as a mother, she would naturally wish to shield her child from the perils of the battlefield. Alas, it seems that this matter requires further contemplation. With these thoughts occupying his mind, Li Chun let out a deep sigh. Chapter 38. The Magnificent Winged Prince's Mansion. Well, I ask you, you mischievous lad, have you made up your mind? Observing Li Chun's prolonged silence, Cheng Yaojin began to exhibit signs of impatience. Ah, old Cheng. Why the haste? Before Li Chun could respond, Li Jing interjected, this matter is of great significance to young Chun, and naturally, he must contemplate it thoroughly. How long must we wait? If this continues, night will soon fall, Cheng Yaojin remarked helplessly. I am deeply grateful for the kindness of my 3 esteemed uncles. Li Chun finally spoke, having noted Cheng Yaojin's demeanor. However, this military affair is indeed a weighty matter for me. Moreover, I have only just settled in Chang'an and have numerous pressing matters to attend to. Furthermore, due to the gravity of this decision, I must consult my mother. Would it be acceptable to respond in a few days? Of course, that would be quite appropriate. Hearing this, Li Jing smiled gently. Whenever you have made your decision, simply inform us, and we shall arrange accordingly. Thank you, esteemed uncles. Li Chun bowed deeply to the 3 men. This bow was a heartfelt expression of gratitude towards Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Jing, although they had no prior connection. Their genuine concern for him filled Li Chun's heart with appreciation. Haha. Observing Li Chun's gesture, Li Jing and the others smiled, graciously accepting his gratitude. As elders and close friends of Li Chun's father, Li Yuanba, their desire to assist Li Chun stemmed from sincere intentions, making their acceptance of his bow entirely reasonable. Rise now. Li Jing stepped forward, gently supporting Li Chun's arm to lift him. May I inquire if my 3 esteemed uncles have any other matters to attend to today? Standing upright, Li Chun smiled at them. If you find yourselves free, why not visit my residence? I have recently brewed several barrels of fine wine that I would like you to taste. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Cheng Yaojin and the others immediately lit up. The 2 barrels of wine Li Chun had brewed during the birthday banquet still lingered in their memories, and the prospect of more exquisite wine stirred their appetites. All 3 were known connoisseurs of fine spirits, and the mention of such delightful libations was irresistible. With Cheng Yaojin even licking his lips in anticipation. No worries, no worries. We are quite at leisure today, Cheng Yaojin promptly declared. Indeed. We have nothing pressing today. Qin Xiong eagerly chimed in. Seeing their eager expressions, it was evident that even if they had pressing matters, they would readily set them aside for the sake of wine. Even Li Jing's face betrayed a hint of anticipation. In that case, the 3 uncles beckoned, and upon observing the appearance of these 3 seasoned drinkers, Li Chun slightly turned to the side, gesturing for them to enter. Ha, splendid. Today, we shall consume every last drop of your exquisite wine. Watching Li Chun's actions, Cheng Yaojin and the others exchanged hearty laughter before leading the way forward. Hey, wait for us. Seeing their figures, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu hurriedly called out. Little Chun, you cannot possibly enjoy drinking without us. Catching up to Li Chun, Cheng Chimo eagerly remarked. Indeed, we are brothers. You must indulge us. Qin Huayu chimed in closely behind. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, a mouse's offspring can burrow. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong were notorious for their fondness for wine, and naturally, their son, being nurtured under the influence of these 2 old rascals, was equally adept. Rest assured, Li Chun smiled gently at their expressions. You 2 shall not be left out. Huh, that's splendid. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu finally relaxed, following Li Chun directly to the estate. Soon, amidst their jovial banter, a grand estate gradually came into view. This estate was vast, sprawling over several hundred paces, surrounded by towering walls that resembled a slumbering dragon lying in wait upon the earth, encircling the entire courtyard. At the forefront stood a magnificent vermilion gate, adorned with 108 golden studs, exuding an air of distinction. Flanking the grand entrance were 2 colossal stone lions, their mouths clasping spherical stones and their eyes wide open, creating an imposing aura at first glance. Above this splendid vermilion gate hung an enormous gilded plaque, upon which were inscribed 3 resplendent golden characters, Wing King's Manor. This inscription was none other than the handiwork of His Majesty, Emperor Li Shimin himself. This estate had been meticulously selected by Li Shimin for Li Chun and his mother, its grandeur rivaling even that of the Duke of Lu, Cheng Yaojin's residence, which attests to the Emperor's esteem and consideration for Li Chun. Goodness, this estate is truly magnificent. Cheng Yaojin could not help but exclaim, clearly taken aback, as it was their first visit to this place. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Chengqian nodded in agreement. This estate is perfectly befitting of Little Chun's status as the Wing King, Li Jing interjected, nodding with satisfaction. All of this was chosen by His Majesty for his little nephew. Hearing Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Chun stood aside with a humble smile, remarking, "One cannot defy the Emperor's wishes. You rascal." Benefiting while pretending to be modest, Li Jing and the others chuckled, shaking their heads. My goodness. This estate is simply enormous. As they gazed upon the magnificent estate surrounding them, Cheng Chimo and his companions' eyes sparkled with envy. It was evident that they truly admired Li Chun. When will I ever possess such a residence? Qin Huayu mused, lost in reverie. What a disgrace. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the two. Look at young Chun, now a prince, and then look at yourselves. He scolded Cheng Chimo. You two have no ambition whatsoever. Young Chun is the son of the world's greatest hero, and we. At this reprimand, Cheng Chimo sulked, muttering under his breath, feeling quite wronged. You little rascal, dare you retort? You've gone too far. Cheng Yaojin threatened, raising his massive fist ready to strike. Hey, Uncle Cheng. Li Chun quickly intervened, stepping forward to prevent the altercation. We are here to enjoy drinks, why escalate matters? Indeed, Qin Xiong chimed in. Reveling in the chaos, Chomo has a point. True, but Cheng Yaojin shifted his ire towards Qin Xiong, scoffing as if to say, can you compare to Yuanba? Qin Xiong was left momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Li Jing stood by, chuckling at the spectacle. All right, you three, Li Chun sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Are you going to drink or not? If not, I shall present the wine to His Majesty. Of course we shall. The three responded hastily, panic evident in their voices. If Li Chun truly gifted the wine to Emperor Li Shimin, their chances of enjoying it would be lost. With this thought in mind, the trio of wine enthusiasts promptly agreed and hurriedly made their way into the prince's residence, leaving everything else behind. Chapter 39. There is no need to kneel before me. As Li Chun and his companions entered the Wing King's residence, a multitude of figures bowed before him, kneeling in reverence. Clearly, these were the maids and servants of the estate, and now that Li Chun had ascended to the status of the Wing King, such attendants were only to be expected. Please rise, Li Chun said, taking a few steps forward and gesturing with his hand. Thank you, Your Highness the Wing King. The maids and servants responded in unison, gradually standing up. In the future, should you see me again, there is no need for you to kneel. A simple greeting will suffice. He continued once they were on their feet. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the servants and maids exchanged hesitant glances, uncertainty evident in their eyes. Even Cheng Yaojin and the others standing behind Li Chun displayed looks of confusion. In this era, social hierarchies were rigidly defined, and as the Wing King, Li Chun was the master of the entire Wing Kingdom's estate. The servants and maids were, in essence, his subordinates, and it was customary for them to kneel before their master. Failure to do so would be regarded as a profound disrespect. Thus, Li Chun's refusal to allow them to kneel understandably bewildered Cheng Yaojin and his companions. Your Highness, we dare not, they murmured. Please retract your command. True to Cheng Yaojin's suspicions, the servants promptly knelt before Li Chun once more. Your Highness, please do not dismiss us, we shall serve you diligently. Some of the maids even began to weep softly. Their ingrained sense of hierarchy led them to believe that Li Chun's instruction not to kneel indicated his disdain for them and a desire to cast them aside. Li Chun, witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of their sentiments. With a sigh, he said, you may all rise. Despite his words, the servants hesitated to stand. I command you to rise, he asserted, his tone growing firmer. Yes, Your Highness. Startled by his authoritative tone, they trembled slightly, quickly responding before cautiously standing up. My earlier words were not meant to send you away, Li Chun said, his tone softening after they had risen. I merely wish for you not to kneel upon encountering me. Indeed, after all, Li Chun's essence traversed from the 21st century, where distinctions of superiority and inferiority held no sway. Although he had now found himself in the Grand Tang Dynasty, such notions could not be altered instantaneously. Moreover, Li Chun had no desire for these individuals to prostrate themselves upon their first encounter. After all, within the Duke of Yi's residence, he would frequently be present. It would be quite absurd to bow and scrape before him, for if that were the case, even if these subordinates were untroubled by it, he certainly would be. Your Highness, please refrain from further remarks. Seeing that the servants and maidens were about to voice more, Li Chun simply waved his hand, silencing their utterances. I have made my decision, he declared with resolute authority. From this day forward, it shall be established within my residence that all individuals in the Duke of Yi's household, save for my mother, need not kneel upon encountering me. However, at this juncture, Li Chun turned to smile gently at Li Jing and the others behind him before continuing. When greeting other esteemed guests, your courtesies must remain intact. This young man. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Chang Yaojin and the others could not help but shake their heads in amusement, yet their eyes sparkled with unmistakable admiration. Li Chun's proclamation not only endeared him to those present, but also avoided offending others. It conveyed a subtle reprimand while maintaining filial piety, encapsulating profound meaning that even seasoned officials like them found challenging to replicate. How could this not inspire their respect? My earlier words, did you all hear clearly? As Cheng Yaojin and his companions marveled, Li Chun again addressed the maidens and servants. Clearly, he sought to fundamentally alter their humble demeanor. As for his mother, he would bow and pay his respects daily. Naturally, these servants would follow suit. Upon hearing Li Chun's unwavering words, although the servants hesitated, they dared not defy him. Yes, Your Highness, they responded in unison, bowing deeply. Ah, now that feels appropriate. Witnessing their compliance, Li Chun revealed a satisfied smile. Very well. There is nothing more to attend to here. You may return to your duties. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Indeed, His Highness is truly benevolent, allowing us not to kneel. Yes, indeed, and he is so handsome. How fortunate we are to serve in the Duke's household. As the servants and maidens departed, whispers of admiration floated to Li Chun and his companions. However, he chose not to intervene. Well done, young man. Li Jing praised as he approached, giving Li Chun a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Having just ascended to the position of Wing King, he already exuded such charisma that could easily inspire loyalty in others. Truly impressive, indeed. Ah, it reminds me of my own glory days, Chang Yaojin interjected, stepping forward and stroking his chin with a grandiose flourish. Phew, charisma? Qin Xiong shot Cheng a disdainful glance. Do you think I've forgotten your foolish antics from back then? Charisma, indeed. What? Am I lacking in any way? Cheng Yaojin retorted, his eyes widening like lanterns in disbelief. Watching the two old friends bicker once more, Li Chun sighed in exasperation. Hadn't they grown weary of their endless squabbles? Quickly intervening, he separated them and led the group towards a designated room. Chapter 40. Is it really that delicious? In the banquet hall of the Wing King's residence. What is that fellow up to? Why hasn't he arrived yet? At a round table, Cheng Yaojin and a few others anxiously awaited something. Indeed, upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Qin Xiong expressed his impatience, remarking that the young lad claimed he was off to prepare dishes, yet he had been gone for quite some time. Could it be that he did not wish for us to drink and simply ran off? Indeed, ever since Li Chun guided them into the banquet hall, he had mentioned he would prepare a few special dishes for them to savor. Nearly half an hour had passed, and the cravings for alcohol had already stirred within Cheng Yaojin and the others. Seeing that Li Chun had yet to return, they naturally felt a sense of urgency. Why the hurry? Observing the anxious expressions on Cheng Yaojin and his companions, Li Jing smiled slightly. Since Xiao Cheng claimed that the dishes he was preparing were unlike any they had ever tasted, it must certainly possess its unique charm. Waiting a little longer is of no consequence. In fact, I find myself rather looking forward to it. With that, he settled back and chuckled. Humph. What are a few dishes compared to the importance of drinking? Cheng Yaojin scoffed, rolling his eyes. As long as that lad brings the wine, even without dishes, I could easily consume 3 or 5 jars. I concur with that sentiment. Qin Xiong, unusually agreeable, nodded in agreement, stating that he could manage 10 jars without issue. You two old rascals, do you think I cannot drink? Upon hearing their banter, Li Jing could no longer maintain his composed demeanor, his eyes widening as he playfully reprimanded the two. Sigh. Observing the trio's antics, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huaiyu exchanged knowing glances and sighed in unison. Clearly accustomed to such scenes in the past. Father, I shall go and urge Xiao Chun along, to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Cheng Chimo hastily informed Cheng Yaojin before rising to leave the round table. And I too, I will go and urge him. Qin Huaiyu, not wanting to be left behind, quickly stood as well. It was evident that whenever Cheng Yaojin and the others indulged in drinking, if disputes arose, it was invariably the two of them who faced the consequences. Sensing trouble brewing, they naturally sought to make a hasty retreat. No need to urge him. Just as Cheng Chimo and the others approached the doorway, ready to make their escape, a voice laced with mirth resonated from outside. Before long, they beheld Li Chun gradually approaching, followed by a dozen maidens, each bearing a square tray. You brat, you finally decided to return. Upon Li Chun's arrival, the debate ceased, and Cheng Yaojin could not help but grumble. Hiki, my apologies for keeping my 3 uncles waiting. Li Chun chuckled and offered his apologies to the trio. So, is that what you have prepared? Cheng Yaojin and his companions were not genuinely reproaching Li Chun. Observing the trays held by the maidens behind him, they inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Li Chun responded with a slight smile, revealing that these exquisite dishes were crafted by his own hand, unique to this establishment, and guaranteed to be unfamiliar to the three esteemed uncles. Oh. Upon hearing this, not only Li Jing, but even Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong displayed expressions of intrigue. Given their status and stature, they had undoubtedly savored the finest delicacies across the realm, including numerous dishes from imperial kitchens. Therefore, Li Chun's assertion that he had something they had never tasted piqued their interest. I must see for myself if what you claim holds true, Sheng Yaojin declared. Bring them forth, let us have a look. Hearing his words, a confident smile graced Li Chun's lips. These delicacies were inspired by his memories from the 21st century. While they may not rival the masterpieces of that era, they were truly unparalleled in the Tang Dynasty. Place the dishes upon the table, he commanded the maidens behind him. Yes, Your Highness. The maidens replied in unison, promptly arranging the dishes from the trays onto the round table where Cheng Yaojin and the others were seated. What is this? Once the dishes were presented, Cheng Yaojin and the others leaned in with curious expressions, their faces adorned with question marks. The reason was simple. The dish before them was entirely unfamiliar, a dark mass cut into segments, resembling an egg, yet not quite. This dish, my dear uncles, is called century egg. Li Chun explained with a subtle smile as he stepped closer. Century egg? Upon hearing this name, the three exchanged glances, and their expressions revealed that they had never encountered such a dish before. Indeed, Li Chun nodded. This egg, also known as preserved egg, offers a soft, delicate texture and an unforgettable aftertaste, making it an exquisite accompaniment to wine. An exquisite accompaniment to wine? At this, the three old wine enthusiasts' eyes sparkled with excitement. I must taste it, Cheng Yaojin proclaimed. He picked up his chopsticks and swiftly placed a segment of century egg into his mouth. Ugh, what is this? However, as soon as the century egg touched his palate, Cheng Yaojin's face contorted in confusion. Uncle Cheng, you are too hasty. I have yet to finish my explanation. Observing Cheng Yaojin's reaction, Li Chun smirked mischievously. This century egg should be enjoyed with a dipping sauce to truly appreciate its flavor. He gestured towards the sauce positioned nearby. You rascal, why didn't you mention that sooner? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yaojin reproached Li Chun with a hint of displeasure. He then picked up a piece of century egg, dipped it in the sauce, and slowly placed it into his mouth. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing his expression, both Qin Xiong and his companions, as well as Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, displayed looks of curiosity. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Under the intrigued gaze of his companions, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed fervently and, without hesitation, reached for another piece of century egg, savoring it with great enthusiasm. Is it truly this delectable? Chapter 41. A table full of dishes. Observing Cheng Yaojin's actions, Qin Xiong and Li Jing exchanged glances, then each reached for their chopsticks, delicately picking up century eggs and dipping them into the sauce before cautiously placing them into their mouths. MMM. MMM. Immediately, two delightful sounds of savoring escaped their lips. Indeed, it was exquisite, truly exquisite. They praised the dish profusely, then swiftly reached for more, behaving as if they feared others would snatch it away. Hey, leave some for me, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, watching the two, and he quickly joined the fray. In an instant, chopsticks danced fervently, and within moments, the once abundant plate of century eggs had vanished entirely. Even the entire bowl of sauce was devoured by Cheng Yaojin, leaving Li Chun utterly astonished. Were these three gluttons reborn from starving ghosts? He couldn't help but silently critique them. However, it was a misunderstanding of Cheng Yaojin and his companions. Given their esteemed statuses, they were accustomed to lavish feasts and gourmet delicacies. For them, century eggs were both novel and peculiar, not to mention that they were personally crafted by Li Chun and paired splendidly with wine, which made it truly irresistible. Not only Li Chun, but even Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, upon witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of shock. Clearly, they had never seen Cheng Yaojin and the others indulge in such a manner. Is the century egg truly that delicious? They pondered with curiosity, but alas, the plate was already empty. Haha, you little rascal, how did you make these century eggs? Cheng Yaojin chuckled, placing the bowl of sauce on the round table and inquiring of Li Chun. It's quite simple. These century eggs are made from duck eggs. In response to Cheng Yaojin's question, Li Chun unreservedly recounted the process of making the century eggs. Too complicated. I can't remember all that, Cheng Yaojin lamented, waving his hand dismissively after hearing Li Chun's explanation. I just want to know, do you have any more of these century eggs? Indeed, pure boy, you're rather stingy, bringing us so few. We haven't even finished our drinks yet, Qin Xiong remarked, looking at the empty plate with a sigh. Few? Upon hearing Qin Xiong's comment, Li Chun turned to glance at the enormous empty plate, revealing an expression of helplessness. Yes, of course, there are more. Just smile a little. However much you wish to eat, I shall ensure you have enough. He then called out to someone outside. As Li Chun's words faded, a maid hurried in. Go to the kitchen and fetch some more century eggs. As Li Chun gazed at the maid before him, he issued a direct command. Yes, Your Highness. The maid gracefully bowed and promptly made her way towards the door. Oh. And do not forget the dipping sauce, Li Chun called out just as the maid was about to exit. She quickly acknowledged his request and hurried off to the kitchen. Before long, the maid returned, carrying a platter of century eggs. Ha ha ha. Quickly set it down. Upon seeing the tray in her hands, Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily and commanded her. The maid, not daring to hesitate, approached swiftly and placed the platter of century eggs before him. He picked up a piece, dipped it in the sauce, and savored it, nodding in satisfaction. This time, Li Jing and Qin Xiong did not rush to eat. Instead, they gazed at the platter and turned to Li Chun, saying, These century eggs may seem unremarkable, yet they possess a lingering flavor that pairs exquisitely with wine. Little Chun, how did you come up with this? Hee hee. To be honest with you, my esteemed uncles, Li Chun chuckled in response. I grew up in a remote, impoverished village where I often went hunting. My mother, feeling for me, would sometimes borrow a duck egg from a neighbor for me to take to the mountains. As he faced Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Chun began to weave a tale. The idea for these century eggs came to me quite by chance during one of my hunts. It appears that the old adage about a poor child's early maturity holds true. After hearing Li Chun's story, particularly the part about borrowing an egg from a neighbor, Li Jing let out a heartfelt sigh. Ah, little Chun is no ordinary person. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Yaojin remarked, and if it weren't for little Chun's past experiences, how could we possibly enjoy such delicacies? Indeed, old Ching is right, Qin Xiong added. Moreover, little Chun is now a prince. Why dwell on past hardships? Hee hee, you have a point. Hearing their words, Li Jing chuckled, deciding to think no further on the matter. Little Chun, when you have time, come to my residence and teach the cooks how to prepare these century eggs. He then picked up a flower-shaped century egg and smiled at Li Chun. And my household as well. Count me in. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong chimed in. Certainly, it will be my pleasure, Li Chun replied with a slight smile, easily acquiescing to their requests. Ha ha ha. It is settled then. We shall await your visit. Cheng Yaojin and the others shared a hearty laugh at Li Chun's response. Come forth, dear companions, and allow me to elucidate the remaining dishes. Following the delightful surprise brought forth by the century egg, Cheng Yaojin and his companions found themselves intrigued by the array of dishes adorning the round table. Very well. Allow me, your humble nephew, to introduce each dish to my esteemed uncles. Upon hearing this, Li Chun offered a gentle smile and approached the table to commence his introductions. This dish is Kung Pao chicken, crafted from a whole chicken, meticulously deboned and diced. This particular dish, I have named, fish-flavored shredded pork. And this dish is known as sauerkraut with pork. As for this dish, and this one. In the astonished gaze of Cheng Yaojin and his companions, Li Chun meticulously recounted the names and preparation methods of all the dishes laid before them, revealing an astonishing variety of over a dozen culinary delights. Chapter 42. What exquisite wine! My goodness, what were you thinking? Upon hearing Li Chun's account, both Cheng Yaojin and his companions, as well as Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, regarded Li Chun with expressions akin to that of extraterrestrial beings. The reason was simple. The array of dishes Li Chun introduced to them was entirely unfamiliar, with some preparations being remarkably intricate, perhaps beyond the capabilities of even the Imperial chefs. Seeing their expressions, Li Chun couldn't help but smile proudly. These recipes were the culmination of years of research, and in this realm, he was undoubtedly singular in his expertise. This statement was not an exaggeration, after all. The dishes he crafted were born from memories of the 21st century, making him a true anomaly within the Tang Dynasty. What is there to be so proud of? Observing Li Chun's haughty demeanor, Cheng Yaojin merely scoffed and, feigning disapproval as he surveyed the table laden with dishes, remarked, although we have never encountered these dishes before. You invite us to drink, and yet there is no beef? How petty. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's expression immediately soured. Uncle Cheng, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? In the Tang Dynasty, cattle are even more precious than human lives, and there are strict laws against the slaughter of cattle. This is because agriculture is highly valued, and cattle are the sole labor force. Even if the common folk go hungry, they cannot allow their cattle to starve. Moreover, if a household that owns cattle has one die, they must report it to the authorities, illustrating the esteemed status of cattle in the hearts of the Tang people. And you, Cheng Yaojin, dare to jest about eating beef? This is clearly mockery. Ha ha. I see you are quite pleased with yourself. Cheng Yaojin burst into hearty laughter upon witnessing Li Chun's expression, clearly revealing that Li Chun's assumption was spot on. His earlier remarks were indeed a playful tease. Uncle Cheng, I must confess, the wine I brewed has all been given away, Li Chun stated directly, eyeing Qing Yaojin's boisterous laughter. What? At Li Chun's words. The laughter ceased abruptly as Qing Yaojin stood up. They had come specifically to enjoy the wine crafted by Li Chun, if he had truly given it all away. What was there left to drink? You little rascal. He began to scold Li Chun, but upon seeing the smile tugging at Li Chun's lips, he quickly realized he had been tricked. Ah, you cheeky little brat, how dare you jest with me? Although he spoke thus, it was clear that Qing Yaojin was not genuinely angry. Hee, Uncle Cheng, this is merely a give and take. Li Chun chuckled. All right, you little rascal. Hurry up and bring out that wine, Li Jing chimed in, shaking his head with a smile at the two. Yes, quickly. I've been waiting impatiently. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong spoke up. Although the dishes prepared by Li Chun were remarkably novel to them, for these three seasoned drinkers, they paled in comparison to the wines crafted by Li Chun himself. Observing the eager expressions of the trio, Li Chun couldn't help but smile, raising his hand to gently clap towards the door. As the sound of his hands echoed, several servants entered, each bearing a jar of wine. It was evident that Li Chun had prepared these beverages in advance while concocting the dishes. Come, bring them forth. With a glance at the jars of wine, Cheng Yaojin could no longer contain himself, instantly rising from his seat. Qin Xiong and Li Jing were hardly better off, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they fixated on the jars of wine. Upon Cheng Yaojin's command, the servants hurriedly approached and placed the jars upon the table. These 6 jars had been specifically prepared for the 3 esteemed gentlemen, each possessing a unique flavor. However, Li Chun was abruptly left speechless, for the 2 old rascals had already seized a jar and begun to indulge recklessly. Ah, what splendid wine! Truly exquisite. After setting down the jar, Cheng Yaojin, disregarding decorum, wiped his mouth and sighed contentedly. Compared to this wine, what we used to drink was akin to horse urine. Qin Xiong exclaimed joyously. Indeed, it is exceptional wine. Li Jing laughed heartily, his face glowing with admiration. You young rascal, your winemaking skills are commendable, Cheng Yaojin declared, giving Li Chun a thumbs up. By the way, what were you about to say earlier? Qin Xiong recalled Li Chun's unfinished statement. Observing their animated expressions, Li Chun sighed with a hint of exasperation. Yet he smiled and replied, what I intended to convey was that I have prepared these jars of wine for you, each with a distinct flavor. Oh? Intrigued by this revelation, the trio urged him, do tell us more. The jar you just sampled, while smooth and refreshing, possesses a milder potency, Li Chun explained. Whereas the jar remaining before you has been refined by me and crafted just today. I invite you to indulge in it. Very well, let us taste it. The 3 exclaimed as they placed their previous jars upon the table and eagerly grasped the new one, gulping it down with fervor. Cough, cough, cough. As the wine flowed down their throats, Cheng Yaojin and his companions began to cough in varying degrees, their faces turning crimson, clearly taken aback by the intensity of the drink. How can this wine be so potent? They turned their puzzled gazes towards Li Chun. Although the wine they had previously consumed was significantly stronger than the usual San Lijiang, they found it tolerable. However, this particular batch was exceptionally intense. Upon tasting, it seared their throats as if they were engulfed in flames. For these 3 seasoned drinkers, this overwhelming sensation was unprecedented, leaving them utterly astonished. Yet, despite their surprise, they clung to the wine jar with an unwavering grip, evidently enamored by the potent elixir they had never encountered before. It was likely that, after this experience, they would struggle to enjoy any other beverage. This was all the fault of the young nephew. Observing the trio's flushed faces, Li Chun couldn't help but smirk mischievously. He had forgotten to mention that this wine required a delicate savoring. Otherwise, as the 3 had just experienced, one would inevitably choke. Why didn't you say so earlier? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, glaring at Li Chun with a hint of reproach. Chapter 43. Let us bestow a name, little Chun. You have yet to address my question. Li Jing, seemingly unperturbed, turned to Li Chun and inquired once more, how exactly did you craft this exquisite liquor? With a gentle smile, Li Chun revealed the intricate process of brewing to the trio, offering no concealment. However, it was evident that the details of distillation, the raw essence, and the removal of impurities would likely elude their comprehension. Indeed, after listening to Li Chun's explanation, both Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin appeared utterly perplexed. Oh well, who cares? Qin Xiong waved his hand dismissively at the confusion, unconcerned as long as there was wine to savor. Besides, he added with a grin, this lad knows how to brew. And he'll be right here in the capital. If we wish for more, we simply need to ask him. Ha ha, well said. Cheng Yaojin heartily agreed, laughing in camaraderie. Though I do not condone your audacious methods, Li Jing began with a serious tone, only to turn to Li Chun with a conspiratorial smile. I must admit, you both have a point. It resonates with me. With that, he too erupted into laughter. Yet, as Li Chun observed the trio's unabashed revelry, A pang of regret washed over him. These three old fellows were treating me as their personal wine dispenser. Nonetheless, he felt no resentment, after all. They had been of considerable assistance to him, and sharing some of his brew seemed only just. The art of brewing, while perhaps daunting to others, was merely a matter of time for him. Very well, since my esteemed uncles enjoy it, feel free to seek out your little nephew whenever you desire more wine. With a generous wave of his hand, Li Chun readily accepted the notion. Now that sounds delightful. The trio burst into laughter once more. However, amidst the merriment, Li Jing turned to Li Chun and asked, "This potent brew, does it possess a name? A name?" At this, Li Chun paused, slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had yet to name the liquor. As for a name, I haven't thought of one yet. He scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Such a fine wine, how could it lack a title? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin rose with the wine jar in hand. Come, let me bestow a name. He feigned deep contemplation before declaring, "This liquor is robust. Even a horse could be rendered inebriated by it. Let us call it fallen horse wine." At the utterance of this name, Li Chun stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Nonsense. Why not call it drunken horse wine instead? Qin Xiong stepped forward. Drunken horse wine? Upon hearing Qin Xiong's words, Cheng Yaojin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, the name drunken horse wine has a certain charm to it. At this moment, Li Chun facepalmed in disbelief, utterly defeated by the antics of these two. What splendid names could you two possibly come up with? Li Jing, amused, rose to his feet, suggesting, "Let's ask Little Chun first." He then turned his gaze towards Li Chun. "Little Chun, since you brewed this wine yourself, why not name it?" Good. Li Chun replied without hesitation, genuinely apprehensive that Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong might ruin the wine with their whims. As he pondered, he stood still, reflecting. This wine is crafted according to the brewing methods I remember. How about? An idea sparked in his mind. Uncles, this wine is fragrant and mellow, with a smooth aftertaste that warms the belly like fire. How about we call it Erguotu? The choice of this name was imbued with significance, after all. Having traversed time for so long, it would be disingenuous to claim he did not miss his former world. Naming it thus was a way to cherish his past and evoke feelings of nostalgia. Erguotu? What sort of name is that? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin and the others were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a name after Li Chun's deep contemplation. That name isn't. Before Cheng Yaojin could finish, Li Jing quickly interjected, "It is a splendid name. Let us call it Erguotu." Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong failed to notice Li Chun's earlier expression, but Li Jing did. Although he did not understand the reason behind it, he sensed that the name chosen by Li Chun held special meaning. After all, a name is merely a designation. Fine. As long as there is wine to drink, what it is called matters not. With Li Jing's endorsement, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong ceased their objections. For them, the availability of the wine was paramount, and whether the name was melodious or not was of little consequence. Come, let us drink. With that, the group began to indulge in hearty libations. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Cheng Yaojin and the others slowly succumbed to the intoxicating haze, their eyes becoming increasingly glazed. The wine jars before them had long been emptied. After all, the wine brewed by Li Chun was incomparable to the inferior brews they had previously consumed. The alcohol content was exponentially higher. Their reaction was entirely understandable. "Hey, kid, is there any more of this wine?" Cheng Yaojin inquired, gazing at the empty jars with lingering desire. "Huh, you still want more?" Li Chun was taken aback by Cheng Yaojin's question. Just a moment ago, he had been drinking alongside these three seasoned drunkards. Although he had consumed less than them, it was evident that Li Chun was beginning to falter. After all, considering his youth, it was likely that the drinking experience of these three old reprobates far surpassed his own age. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the allure of the drink was undeniable. Qin Xiong stood up, disregarding Li Chun's pained expression, and exclaimed, "Such exquisite wine! How could we not indulge ourselves to the fullest? Hurry, bring forth the wine. Little Chun, fetch a few more barrels. We have yet to satiate our thirst." Even Li Jing chimed in from the side, encouraging the revelry. Though the trio exhibited signs of inebriation, they were clearly not yet completely intoxicated. Reluctantly conceding to their insistence, Li Chun could only acquiesce. Chapter 44. Have you taken a liking to her? Come in. He called out towards the door. Shortly thereafter, several attendants entered. First, assist these two young lords to the guest room to rest, Li Chun instructed the attendants, before heading to the wine cellar to fetch 3 jars of wine. Clearly, Cheng Shimo and Qin Huaiyu had already succumbed to inebriation during their recent drinking contest, and Li Chun was determined not to let them sleep here. "Yes, Your Highness," the attendants promptly replied, carefully lifting Cheng Shimo and Qin Huaiyu and slowly escorting them outside. "Haha, old Cheng, old Qin, your sons are quite hopeless, aren't they?" Li Jing jested, observing the two being carried away. Useless scoundrels. To this, Cheng Yaojin, far from being offended, lashed out at his son's silhouette, exclaiming that they didn't even measure up to half of his youthful self. And my little rascal, getting drunk off such a small amount of wine, what a disgrace. Qin Xiong chimed in, full of reproach. It was evident that both fathers felt embarrassed by the antics of their sons. Hearing their remarks, Li Chun sat in silence, pondering how such parenting was foreign to him. In his day, parents would never admonish their children in such a manner. Yet, despite his thoughts, he dared not voice any objections. Pure lad, you are now the Wing King. Tomorrow, I shall have the 300 attendants stationed with me sent over to you. Cheng Yaojin declared after the two young men had been taken away. He was referring to the 300 military guards who had accompanied him to relocate Li Yuanba's grave in Heishui village. Previously, due to Li Chun's lack of a noble title, they had been temporarily housed at the Duke of Lu's residence to avoid unnecessary complications. Now that Li Chun had become the Wing King, it was only natural to have them return to his service. 300 attendants? Upon hearing this, Li Jing's intoxication dissipated significantly. Old Cheng, you must not endanger little Chun, he replied earnestly to Cheng Yaojin. Forming a private army is a grave offense. And since Li Chun had only just assumed the position of Wing King, any rumors of such actions could lead to insurmountable trouble for him. Clearly, Li Jing's words were spoken with Li Chun's best interests in mind. Uncle Li, you misunderstand, Li Chun said with a slight smile, touched by Li Jing's concern. Those 300 military guards were granted to me by His Majesty, so there is no need for worry. Granted to you by His Majesty? Li Jing's expression turned to one of confusion, clearly unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. Allow me to explain. Seeing Li Jing's look, Li Chun recounted the events in full detail. Oh, I see. Li Jing nodded in relief after hearing Li Chun's explanation. He seemed to have grasped the situation. The reason Emperor Li Shimin dispatched 300 Imperial guards to bestow upon Li Chun was entirely for the purpose of protection. It appears His Majesty holds you in considerable regard, does he not? He then offered Li Chun a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, Li Chun also smiled but refrained from elaborating further. Everything was understood without words. Since Li Shimin treated both mother and son in such a manner, it was merely a matter of time before they would reciprocate, especially given his capabilities. By the way, Uncle Cheng, as if struck by a sudden thought, Li Chun turned his gaze towards Cheng Yaojin. I have another request, and I hope Uncle Cheng will grant it. A request for me? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin glanced around at Li Jing and Qin Xiong, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Just speak your mind. Despite his confusion, he addressed Li Chun, assuring him that whatever was within his power, Uncle Cheng would certainly comply. Yes, little Chun, do not hesitate to speak. In this city of Chang'an, there is nothing that the three of us cannot accomplish. Qin Xiong chimed in from the side, observing Li Jing, though he remained silent. The look he cast upon Li Chun conveyed sentiments not unlike those of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong. It was evident that the three men did not regard Li Chun as an outsider and sincerely wished to assist him. Thank you, my three uncles. After witnessing the expressions of the trio, Li Chun bowed respectfully to them. Do not be so formal. Just tell us what you need. Cheng Yaojin urged with a wave of his hand. It's not a significant matter, Li Chun replied with a slight smile, no longer hesitating. I merely wish to request a person from you, Uncle Cheng. A person? The three of them were momentarily taken aback by Li Chun's words. They had initially thought he sought their assistance with some troublesome issue, yet now, it seemed he merely desired a person, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Who do you wish for? Cheng Yaojin inquired of Li Chun. I seek a maidservant from you, Li Chun stated candidly. A maidservant? At this revelation, Li Jing and the others expressed their astonishment in unison. They had never anticipated that Li Chun's earlier solemn demeanor was merely to request a maidservant. Indeed, Li Chun affirmed with a smile. Her name is Wang Liping, the young girl who attended to my daily needs during my stay at your residence. Ah, I recall now. Cheng Yaojin's memory was jogged as he reflected on Li Chun's time at the residence of Duke Lu, where he had encountered the maidservant on multiple occasions and thus had some impression of her. With this in mind, Cheng Yaojin's gaze towards Li Chun took on a more playful tone. Not only he, but even Qin Xiong and Li Jing regarded Li Chun with expressions of curiosity. Pray tell, what do you intend to do with that maidservant? Cheng Yaojin's lewd grin suggested he might have taken a liking to her. Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt overwhelmed. Uncle Cheng, where are your thoughts wandering? He quickly clarified, I merely found him efficient and clever, which is why I considered bringing him to my household to attend to my mother. Oh, young Chun, there is no shame in being a man. Cheng Yaojin and the others clearly did not believe his explanation. Indeed, young Chun, at your age, it is only natural to harbor thoughts about women. Even Li Jing chuckled from the side, adding, there is nothing embarrassing about it. By the time we were your age, we were already starting families. If it pleases you, would your Uncle Cheng not support your desires? This is truly not how you perceive it. Li Chun found himself utterly speechless in response to their remarks. Chapter 45. You have truly struck gold. To be frank, although Wang Liping possesses remarkable beauty, she is, after all, quite young and does not meet Li Chun's expectations. Furthermore, Li Chun's desire to bring her into his service stems from two reasons. He appreciates her cleverness and wishes for her to assist his mother, granting him some peace of mind. Additionally, having learned of her unfortunate circumstances, he feels a sense of compassion towards her and desires to offer her some support, especially considering the fact that he has served Li Chun for a considerable period, enduring hardships without receiving due recognition. Ha ha ha. Understood. We are all aware. Observing Li Chun's anxious attempts at clarification only further amused Qing Yaojin and the others, who soon erupted into laughter. Dear Chun, fret not, for your uncle has consented to this arrangement. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, adding, tomorrow morning, I shall have someone escort her to your residence, to keep your bed warm each day. With that, he burst into laughter once more. You all. Alas. Witnessing the trio's hearty laughter, Li Chun felt utterly defeated. He decided against further explanations, fully aware that these three old fellows had already made their judgments. No amount of words would change their minds. Silence seemed the wiser choice. He even began to ponder whether it was indeed a prudent decision to request Wang Liping from Cheng Yaojin today. Dear generals, what brings such mirth? At the moment of Li Chun's regret, a soft voice interrupted the atmosphere. Oh, sister-in-law. Turning to the source of the voice, they beheld Li Chun's mother entering gracefully. Greetings, esteemed generals. Upon entering, Mrs. Cui offered a respectful bow to Cheng Yaojin and the others. Clearly, she had learned of their visit from the servants, and as Li Chun's mother, it was only fitting for her to extend her greetings. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality. Please, rise. Upon witnessing Mrs. Cui's actions, Cheng Yaojin and the other two also rose from their seats. After all, Mrs. Cui is the lawful wife of Li Yuanba and now holds the esteemed title of a second-rank lady, deserving of their utmost respect. Sister-in-law, did our revelry disturb you today? Li Jing stepped forward, saying, this is entirely our fault. He then clasped his fist in salute to Mrs. Cui. Yes, it is our oversight. In agreement with Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin and the others sheepishly acknowledged their fault. Dear generals, please do not say such things. Mrs. Cui hastily replied. You are all elders to young Chun and have greatly assisted him. We are grateful rather than resentful. Moreover, having you three visit our humble abode for a drink is a privilege we could only hope for. How could we possibly hold grievances? It is a relief to hear that we did not disturb you, dear sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and the others laughed heartily. By the way, esteemed generals. As their previous conversation continued, Mrs. Cui and the three generals became more at ease. I heard your joyous laughter earlier. May I inquire as to what has brought you such delight? Upon hearing the words of the Cui family, Li Jing and his companions simultaneously directed their gazes towards Li Chun. Sister-in-law, you ought to inquire about your little Chun, said Cheng Yaojin with an amused smile towards the Cui matriarch. Little Chun? Cui turned her puzzled eyes towards Li Chun. Upon meeting his mother's gaze, Li Chun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Mother, there is nothing of concern. We were merely discussing the matter of drinking, he hastily responded. I recently brewed a few vats of wine, and the three uncles were in high spirits, which prompted their laughter. He urged Cui to return and rest, genuinely fearing that Cheng Yaojin and his companions might reveal something earth-shattering in front of his mother. Well, very well then, Cui acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, not fully convinced by Li Chun's words. However, with Cheng Yaojin present, she refrained from pressing further, deciding to wait for another time to inquire. Then, esteemed generals, I shall take my leave, she said, bowing gracefully to Cheng Yaojin and his companions before exiting. Haraha. With Cui's departure, Cheng Yaojin and his companions could no longer contain their laughter, reveling in Li Chun's embarrassment. The following day, at dawn, the streets of Chang'an echoed with the sound of footsteps. As the sky lightened, armored soldiers suddenly appeared within the city, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Leading these soldiers was a young boy, accompanied by a youthful maiden at his side. How could such a multitude of soldiers appear so suddenly? What is happening? The citizens were taken aback, their expressions betraying their fear as they witnessed the soldiers marching through the streets. The imposing aura emanating from the soldiers instilled a sense of dread among the populace. That boy appears to be the young master of the Liu family, murmured some of the more discerning citizens as they recognized the figure at the forefront. Indeed, I have seen him before. He is the eldest son of the Liu family, Chengqian. Their conclusion was accurate. The leader was indeed Chengqian. Last night, after Cheng Yaojin and his companions had consumed the last vat of wine prepared by Li Chun. They had escorted the inebriated Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu back to their respective residences, leading to the scene that unfolded before them now. However, who was the lady beside him? Indeed, it is astonishing that such a woman can walk alongside the young lord. Could she be a lady from a prominent family? Yet, she does not seem to possess such an air. As they gazed upon the youthful maiden before Cheng Chumo, a flurry of speculations erupted among the townsfolk. Xiaoping, it seems you have struck fortune this time. Upon overhearing the whispers of the crowd, Cheng Chumo paid them little heed and turned to the lady beside him with a friendly smile. This lady is none other than Wang Liping, who served Li Chun at the Duke of Lu's residence. At the request of Li Chun last night, Cheng Yaojin readily consented, and this morning, he instructed Cheng Chumo to escort the guards and Xiaoping directly to the Prince of Yi's residence. In fact, Cheng Yaojin took great care with Xiaoping, even returning the contract directly to her. After all, he believed that since Wang Liping had caught Li Chun's eye, she ought to shed her status as a servant. And returning the contract to her was a gesture of granting her freedom. Chapter 46. Look who I brought to you to my astonishment, my dear brother, who is so tender-hearted and loyal, has directly requested you from my father. With a playful grin, Cheng Chumo remarked, you are indeed fortunate this time, given my brother's temperament. Once you arrive at the Duke of Yi's residence, he will surely treat you as an esteemed guest rather than a mere servant. You must seize this opportunity wisely. Why, yes. Thank you, young master, Xiaoping stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson like a ripe apple, overwhelmed by shyness at Cheng Chumo's teasing words. Ha ha. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily at Xiaoping's bashful demeanor before he ceased his banter and made his way directly to the Duke's residence. Meanwhile, Xiaoping clutched the contract tightly, her heart seemingly resolute as she followed closely behind, a determined glimmer in her eyes. Clearly, she would forever cherish the kindness bestowed upon her by Li Chun, and even if her aspirations remained unfulfilled, she would serve him loyally as a maid for the rest of her days. Before the Duke's residence, under Cheng Chumo's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at their destination. Upon encountering an imposing contingent of guards, the expressions of the two sentinels at the entrance of the Duke's residence transformed dramatically. They hastily turned and dashed into the main hall. Something's gone awry. Your Highness, it's terrible, they exclaimed breathlessly as they rushed towards Li Chun's quarters. Clearly, the guards' intimidating presence had overshadowed their awareness of Cheng Chumo. Their panicked cries captured the attention of the servants and maids within the estate. What has transpired? Various speculations began to swirl among the onlookers. Has someone dared to cause trouble at our Duke's residence? How audacious! Let us go investigate. With these words, the servants and maids abandoned their tasks and hurried toward the entrance. Your Highness, it's dire. As the two sentinels burst into Li Chun's courtyard, they disregarded all else and shouted urgently within. At their outcry, Li Chun emerged from behind the door. What is the matter? Why such haste? He scrutinized the two sentinels, his brows furrowing slightly. Clearly displeased with their behavior, he felt that such a lack of decorum was unbecoming of the Duke of Yi. And he pondered that it was time to establish some rules henceforth. Your Highness, outside, there has suddenly appeared a multitude of guards, the two sentinels reported. Oblivious to the change in Li Chun's demeanor, urgency etched across their faces. Guards? Li Chun paused momentarily before a smile broke across his face. How swift they are. The two attendants were perplexed by the sudden arrival of the soldiers. However, Li Chun was fully aware of the situation. It was as if a pillow had materialized just as he felt drowsy, providing an opportunity to utilize these soldiers to establish some order within the Wing King's residence. Come, let us take a look, he said with a slight smile, striding towards the entrance, while the two attendants hastily followed suit, not daring to hesitate. To their astonishment, there stood an overwhelming number of guards before the Wing King's gate. The servants and maidens within the estate were rendered speechless at the sight of the hundreds of expressionless soldiers, their presence commanding an air of authority that was utterly foreign to them. His Highness the Wing King has arrived. As the onlookers were still reeling from the shock, Li Chun, responding to the report from his attendants, finally made his appearance. Noticing the cluster of maidens and servants surrounding the entrance, Li Chun furrowed his brow once more. Clearly, the rules required a thorough revision. He mused inwardly that, given the nascent establishment of his residence, it was imperative to impose constraints on these individuals. Otherwise, they would become the subject of ridicule. Although Li Chun was not an advocate for rights, certain protocols must be upheld. With this thought firmly in mind, he made a decisive choice, opting not to address the subordinates further, and stepped outside. As he emerged, the hundreds of soldiers who had been standing at attention suddenly sprang into action, the sound of their armor clanging resonating throughout the air. In unison, they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to our lord." 300 guards knelt before Li Chun, their voices echoing upward. Their address of him as our lord signified that they had been bestowed upon him, viewing Li Chun as their master. a bond that would remain unbroken unless he chose to dismiss them. They would follow him for life. The attendants and maidens within the Wing King's residence gazed in astonishment at the actions of the 300 guards in their address towards Li Chun. It was noteworthy that Li Chun had only recently ascended to the title of Wing King, and within the estate, there was not even a steward, yet. Now so many soldiers pledged their loyalty to him. How could this not leave them in awe? Among the attendants were those of considerable experience who had witnessed soldiers in other estates, yet none compared to the caliber of those present. Most astonishing of all was the soldiers' address of him as our lord. This single detail made it clear that these soldiers were not part of any army, but were solely at Li Chun's command. Indeed, after Li Shimin bestowed these guards upon Li Chun, he severed all ties with them. For he understood well that Li Chun harbored no rebellious thoughts. Rise. Li Chun disregarded the astonishment of the servants, his gaze fixed upon the kneeling soldiers, and slowly raised his hand. Yes, my lord. In the midst of everyone's astonished stares, 300 soldiers simultaneously responded, standing in unison from the ground, awaiting Li Chun's next command. Hee, little Chun, look who I have brought for you. At that moment, Chengqian approached, grinning at Li Chun before stepping aside to reveal a woman behind him. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Winged King. As Chengqian gestured, Wang Liping's figure appeared before Li Chun, and she knelt before him, anxiety etched on her face. Little Ping. There is no need for such formalities. As Wang Liping bent down, Li Chun reached out to hold her. Chapter 47. Your Highness, the Winged Prince, I cannot. Between us, there is no need for such formality. With a gentle smile towards Xiao Ping, it is better to call me young master. It sounds so endearing. As Li Chun's words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who is this woman? The Winged Prince treats her with such familiarity. Curious glances swiftly turned towards Wang Liping. It is no wonder Li Chun, now the Winged Prince, displays such warmth towards a woman, evoking a sense of disbelief. Even among the maidens of the Winged Prince's residence, there was an unmistakable envy in their gazes, as if they wished to become Wang Liping themselves. Clearly, in the hearts of these maidens, Li Chun had already been elevated to the status of their dream prince. I dare not, Wang Liping stammered. Her cheeks flushed upon hearing the murmurs of astonishment. Oh, what is there to fear? Observing Wang Liping's expression, Li Chun smiled once more. This residence of the Winged Prince shall henceforth be your home. There is no place for fear here. In truth, while at the Duke Lu's mansion, Li Chun had wished to assist this unfortunate girl. Now that he possessed the means, it was only natural for him to care for her. Furthermore, Wang Liping was diligent and astute. Entrusting her to serve his mother was a splendid choice. Thus, the matter was settled. Before Wang Liping could speak, Li Chun decisively confirmed the arrangement. Xiao Chun, today I have brought these people for you. You must reward your elder brother well. Chengqian, rubbing his hands together with a grin, looked at Li Chun. Upon seeing Chengqian's demeanor, Li Chun could only shake his head in resignation. Speak. What reward do you seek? Yet, he bore no resentment towards this request. You know, the wine. Though Chengqian did not finish his sentence, the implication was unmistakable. Very well, I shall send you 10 jars of each. Li Chun discerned his thoughts with ease. At this, Chengqian's eyes lit up. Ha. Truly a good brother. He burst into laughter. Shortly, I shall have the wine delivered to you, Li Chun said with a slight smile. All right. Then I shall wait at home. Chengqian chuckled, turning back toward his original path. Oh, by the way, he called out, as if suddenly recalling something before departing. Remember, you must not let my father know about this. With that, he hurried off towards the Duke Lu's mansion. It was evident that he was no fool. He understood that this was not the time for idle chatter with Li Chun. Moreover, with Li Chun just having ascended to the title of Winged Prince and having brought guards with him, such matters required careful handling. It was indeed time to establish new rules. After bidding farewell to Chengqian, Li Chun whispered to himself, Everyone, follow this king into the residence. He immediately commanded those present. In the courtyard of the Wing King's mansion, apart from Li Chun's mother, Mrs. Cui, all were summoned to this place. The 300 guards stood solemnly at Li Chun's side. It is often said that without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Surveying the crowd before him, Li Chun spoke slowly. Today, I shall establish a new set of regulations that all within the Wing King's mansion must adhere to. Failure to comply will result in severe punishment. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, both servants and maidens felt a tightening in their hearts. It was evident that they understood the reason behind the re-establishment of rules. It was undoubtedly due to the earlier behavior of Chengqian and the soldiers, which had provoked Li Chun's ire. After all, as subordinates, they had gathered without permission and even whispered in front of outsiders, clearly undermining the dignity of the Wing King's mansion. Had this occurred in another official's residence, they likely would have faced dire consequences. With this thought, The individuals present listened attentively, their hearts filled with trepidation. First, without orders. No one is permitted to gather without permission. Observing the expressions of those around him, Li Chun continued. Second, negligence in duty is unacceptable. Third, theft from within is forbidden. Fourth, eighth, forming cliques is prohibited. Ninth, coercion through power is not allowed. 10th. Li Chun articulated a comprehensive list of over 10 new regulations, causing a shiver to run through the hearts of all the servants. These stipulations constitute the new rules of the Wing King's mansion. Have you all understood? He directly questioned the assembled crowd, who appeared increasingly anxious. Indeed, their previous actions had caused Li Chun considerable discomfort. Ever since he ascended to the status of Wing King, countless eyes, both overt and covert, have scrutinized his residence. If he were to neglect the discipline of his subordinates, it would bring shame upon the Wing King's mansion. Remember this, you petty individuals. With Li Chun's words, everyone dared not disobey and bowed in unison. Very well. Li Chun nodded slightly. You must remember, should anyone dare to transgress, this king will not show mercy. Yes, Your Highness the Wing King. The crowd responded promptly. Next, I have another announcement. Noticing their anxious demeanor, Li Chun softened his tone, pointing to Wang Leping at the forefront. From this day forth, Wang Leping shall be a member of the Wing King's mansion. All maidens shall take her as their superior. Any matters, big or small, must be reported to her before being conveyed to me. Do you all comprehend? Upon hearing Li Chun's inquiry, the maidens quickly bowed in understanding. Your Highness the Wing King. I am not capable of this. As for Wang Leping, upon hearing Li Chun's words, her face betrayed a palpable anxiety as she repeatedly waved her hands. Clearly, she had not anticipated that upon her arrival at the Wing King's residence, Li Chun would bestow upon her such significant authority. Overseeing all the trivial affairs within the estate, an esteemed position akin to that of a chief steward. Previously, during her time at the Duke of Lu's manor, she had merely been a maidservant. Thus, the news naturally left her somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, there was nothing to be concerned about. Observing Wang Leping's current demeanor, Li Chun offered a gentle smile, suggesting that if she did not understand, she could take her time to learn. From this day forth, you shall serve by my mother's side, and should you encounter matters that are beyond your judgment, do not hesitate to consult her frequently. Li Chun had brought Wang Leping from the Duke of Lu's household specifically for the purpose of serving his mother, and this intention would remain unchanged. The reason for appointing her as the head of the maidservants was merely to provide her with an opportunity for growth. As Li Chun occasionally regarded her as a younger sister, his words were devoid of any pretense, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Chapter 48. A Mother is His Heaven. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards Wang Leping, particularly the maids, whose eyes sparkled with deep envy. Li Chun's mother, their venerable matriarch, was a figure of immense fortune and honor for those fortunate enough to serve her, promising blessings for their families. It was no exaggeration to say that it was akin to ascending to the heavens. How could they not feel envious? Yes, Your Highness. As Wang Leping basked in the envious glances of those around her, she looked at the smiling Li Chun before her. Her heart warmed instantly. Without hesitation, she bowed gracefully to Li Chun, although she felt a tinge of regret for not being able to serve Li Chun directly. The mere opportunity to reside within the prince's estate and see Li Chun frequently filled her with contentment. Do not disappoint me, my lord. Li Chun smiled faintly, then turned to the group and commanded, You may all leave now. Yes, Your Highness. As Li Chun's words echoed, everyone responded in unison and departed the scene. Wang Leping, of course, was escorted to the residence of the Chui family. Under Li Chun's arrangements, the Chui family would not neglect Wang Leping. Is there a leader among you? After dismissing all the servants, Li Chun finally focused his attention on the 300 guards. Your Majesty, I am Zhao Yong. One man stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Li Chun. Clearly, this Zhao Yong was the leader of the 100 guards previously. From now on, you shall continue to lead these 300 guards. Li Chun fixed his gaze on Zhao Yong and nodded. All matters of security within the prince's estate will henceforth be your responsibility. Your quarters will be within the side courtyard of my residence. Obeying your command. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Rise. Li Chun waved his hand and addressed Zhao Yong and the 300 soldiers, saying, From this moment forth, you need not address me as your majesty, simply refer to me as young master. Yes, young master. With Li Chun's pronouncement, the 300 soldiers echoed in unison. Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Yong, I entrust the subsequent matters to you. With that, he turned and departed, evidently eager to assess Zhao Yong's capabilities and meeting his expectations. As Li Chun left, Zhao Yong did not disappoint him, promptly beginning to issue commands to the soldiers. Clearly, From this point onward, the security within the prince's estate would be impeccably maintained. Zhao Yong is indeed a man of worth. Standing at a distance, observing the soldiers responding to Zhao Yong's directives as they fanned out across the prince's estate, Li Chun wore a look of satisfaction. The reason he did not directly instruct Zhao Yong on how to act was to assess whether Zhao Yong possessed the capability to manage the soldiers effectively and ensure the safety of the prince's estate. Observing Zhao Yong's methodical commands, Li Chun felt a sense of satisfaction. The estate was gradually finding its footing, with only the need for a steward remaining. Although he had previously assigned Wang Liping to oversee various matters of the household, it was essential to recognize that she was a woman, and having once been a maid, she had never engaged in management, thus lacking foresight. Therefore, it was imperative to find a trustworthy individual with managerial expertise. This was not a matter of gender discrimination. In the Tang Dynasty, it was indeed rare for women to hold authority. It seemed the time had come for him to return. With this thought, Li Chun smiled faintly and turned to leave, evidently having already contemplated the position of steward in his mind. The next day, he summoned Zhao Yong. As Li Chun stepped out, he directly commanded a servant, "Go fetch Zhao Yong." "Yes, Your Highness," the servant replied without hesitation, promptly rushing toward the annex. Soon, at Li Chun's behest, Zhao Yong hurried over. "I pay my respects, young master. What brings you to summon me?" "Rise," Li Chun said with a slight smile before instructing. "Gather 100 guards to accompany me on an outing." At once, Zhao Yong responded without a moment's pause, turning to depart. "Your Highness." Just then, a servant rushed in. "Your Highness, the princess requests your presence. My mother has asked for me?" Upon hearing this, Li Chun paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. At this hour, his mother had never called for him before, aware of the myriad responsibilities Li Chun had. She typically refrained from interrupting him unless there was an urgent matter. Today, however, the urgency of the summons piqued his curiosity. "What is the matter?" Li Chun inquired directly of the servant. "I do not know," the servant replied, shaking his head. "The princess only sent me to fetch you and did not disclose the reason." Could something have happened? Li Chun felt a surge of anxiety and promptly made his way to the residence of Lady Cui. "Young master, shall I still gather the men?" Zhao Yong, who had been about to leave, hurriedly asked upon seeing Li Chun's swift movements. "Let us discuss that upon my return," Li Chun replied without looking back, his figure swiftly disappearing from the courtyard. "Mother, what has transpired?" Under the swift pace of Li Chun, he soon arrived at the residence of the Cui family. Before even stepping inside, he called out loudly towards the interior. It was evident that Li Chun was genuinely anxious. After all, he had solemnly vowed before the coffin of Li Yuanba that he would not allow any misfortune to befall the Cui family. Since his arrival in this world, the Cui family had been his sole kin, and to describe them as his everything would not be an exaggeration. Yet today, the urgency with which they summoned him was unprecedented, leaving Li Chun in a state of distress. As his voice echoed, he disregarded all formality, pushing open the door without even knocking and barged in. "Mother, are you unharmed?" However, upon entering the room, Li Chun found himself frozen in place. His words left unspoken. Chapter 49 Proposal? When did so many ladies arrive at home? "You, young man, why are you so flustered?" Just as Li Chun was lost in thought, Cui Shi turned her gaze towards him and chided him slightly. "Well, mother, I was in a hurry just now, so I didn't knock." Feeling embarrassed after being scolded by Cui Shi, Li Chun gave a sheepish laugh. "However, mother, these are..." "Oh, come. Let me introduce them to you." Seeing the puzzled look on Li Chun's face, Cui Shi chuckled and began the introductions. "This is your Aunt Cui. This lady is your Aunt Li. And this one you should call, oh, Aunt Zhao. This one is..." As Cui Shi continued her introductions, Li Chun felt his head spinning. From these introductions, he realized that all of them were wives from distinguished families. Unable to avoid upsetting Cui Shi, he could only greet each one as they were introduced. "Ah, the Wing King is truly accomplished at such a young age. Indeed, I used to doubt it, but now seeing him, he is undeniably remarkable. Handsome and imposing, he truly is a dragon among men." As Li Chun greeted them, the ladies began to extol his virtues, their eyes sparkling with an unprecedented admiration, as if gazing upon a precious treasure. Witnessing these praises, Cui Shi stood by, unable to contain her joy. After all, which parent does not revel in hearing their child praised for their achievements? Cui Shi was no exception. "Mother, these aunts and mothers are here today too." Just as Cui Shi's smile bloomed like a radiant flower, Li Chun timidly inquired. "Of course. They are here to propose marriage for you," Cui Shi replied with a smile. "What? Propose marriage?" Upon hearing Cui Shi's words, Li Chun stood frozen in place. He finally understood why those young ladies had looked at him so bashfully upon entering. It turned out they had come for a marriage proposal. "Mother, I am still young. Perhaps we can postpone this proposal." "Young? What do you mean young?" Before Li Chun could finish his sentence, Cui Shi interrupted him. Look around in this capital. Those of your age have long since married. All I wish is for you to wed soon, fulfilling a wish of mine. But, mother, the princess is right, the wives of officials hastily interjected. My son, who is of the same age as you, already has children. Yes, Wing King, you are not young anymore. Look at my daughter. While speaking, one of the women pulled a young girl from behind her and said, My daughter is named Heir. She is 16 and of similar age to you. Well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The two of you would be perfectly matched. What could be more suitable? Upon hearing the words of that woman, the other mothers who had come with their daughters immediately became agitated. My daughter Heir is well-educated and refined, perfectly matched with Prince Yi. Your daughter is nothing compared to mine. My daughter Lyre excels in both the parlor and the kitchen. My daughter Jia is naturally beautiful. In an instant, these women began to quarrel within the grand hall, each claiming that their daughter was the ideal match for Li Chun. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun felt a profound sense of frustration. With a long sigh, he declared, Enough. Let us cease this cacophony. At the sound of Li Chun's commanding voice, the hall fell silent. Though the women remained in their argumentative stances, their gazes fixed upon him. I am truly grateful for the affection you all hold for me, Li Chun said, taking a deep breath and clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. However, as a man of honor, I must first achieve merit before considering marriage. Though I have been bestowed the title of Prince Yi by His Majesty, I have yet to earn any accomplishments. Thus I currently harbor no intention of taking a wife. I hope for your understanding. To be honest, Li Chun was genuinely vexed by their quarrels. While the women brought forth were indeed lovely, he was not in the mindset for marriage. In his view, at the tender age of 15 or 16, one was still but a child, not yet an adult. How could he entertain such thoughts? Little Chun. Upon hearing Li Chun's sentiments, Mrs. Cui grew anxious. It was clear that she earnestly wished for him to marry and continue the family line. Mother, there is no need for further discussion. As long as I have no achievements, I shall remain unmarried. Observing Mrs. Cui's distress, Li Chun gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing her request for the first time. He simply could not bring himself to marry these women and support them. Seeing Li Chun's unwavering stance, the wives of officials subdued their enthusiasm. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. As they spoke, they prepared to depart. Mother, just then, a young girl suddenly stepped forward, rushing to stand before Li Chun. Your Highness, I have taken note of your words. I am willing to wait for you. With that, she bashfully presented him with a fragrant pouch before retreating to her mother's side. Li Chun was momentarily stunned, staring at the pouch in his hand, utterly bewildered. As he stood in a daze, another girl emerged, boldly placing a handkerchief into his palm. Your Highness, I like you. Following suit as if they had rehearsed, one after another, the young women stepped forward, each offering their cherished tokens to Li Chun. This. Was I not clear enough before? As Li Chun gazed at the plethora of diverse items in his hands and arms, his mind became momentarily overwhelmed. Little did he realize that the very words he had just uttered had captured the hearts of the women present. It is essential to understand that the women of the Tang Dynasty were inherently liberated and held in high regard individuals like Li Chun, who possessed lofty aspirations. His recent declarations perfectly aligned with their ideals of a gallant prince. Encountering a man as ambitious and responsible as Li Chun, how could they allow such a gem to slip away? While Li Chun stood in a daze, Cui Shi, on the other hand, was filled with joy. Observing the subtle gestures of admiration from the women, she couldn't help but beam with delight, her smile stretching wide. Just moments ago, she had feared that Li Chun's words might ruin the matchmaking event. Now, it was evident that her concerns were entirely unfounded. Come, let us continue our conversation, she exclaimed, turning her attention away from Li Chun to exchange pleasantries with the wives of the officials. Chapter 50. Return to Heshui village. Very well. My lady, let us continue our conversation. Upon hearing Cui's words, the women who had initially intended to depart could not help but chuckle, resuming their light-hearted banter with her. Naturally, the topic revolved around Li Chun's impending marriage. As their daughters had all taken a fancy to him, it was only natural for them to fervently advocate for his favor. Soon, the hall was once again infused with laughter and chatter, with the exception of Li Chun, who stood there with a bitter expression etched upon his face. What sort of predicament is this? He shook his head with a wry smile and made his way toward the door. As for the gifts from those women, he dared not discard them, for he had distinctly felt his mother's piercing gaze upon him when he turned. Should he truly dispose of them, he could expect a scathing reprimand when they were alone. This marks the second occurrence. As he walked through the courtyard, Li Chun sighed deeply, pondering whether he was indeed too exceptional for his own good. Oh heavens! Why must you bestow such brilliance upon me? Young master, what troubles you? Just as Li Chun indulged in his self-reflection, a peculiar voice suddenly broke the silence, startling him. Zhao Yong, observing Li Chun's contemplative demeanor, wore an expression of peculiar curiosity. "Young master, are you all right?" Zhao Yong inquired, his usually impassive face now displaying a hint of concern at the sight of Li Chun sighing, while clutching an assortment of colorful items. "Cough. I am fine." Li Chun awkwardly cleared his throat and swiftly shifted the subject. "Have you gathered the 100 guards as I instructed before my departure?" "Not yet," Zhao Yong replied honestly. "I have been waiting for you here and have not gone to summon them." Li Chun had previously informed Zhao Yong to address this matter upon his return. And Zhao Yong, being cautious, had refrained from making any decisions on his own, opting instead to wait. "Then you should hurry and do so." Yes. I shall attend to it immediately." With that, Zhao Yong dashed toward the exit of the courtyard. "Ah, young master." Just as he reached halfway, Zhao Yong turned back, pointing at the various items Li Chun held. "Would you like me to assist you in taking those back to your room?" "Get lost," Li Chun retorted impatiently. "Understood." Zhao Yong quickly acquiesced and hurried away, though a smile crept onto his face as he turned. Sensing that his highness was not so difficult to deal with after all, I should set these things aside for now. Once Zhao Yong's figure had disappeared, Li Chun gazed at the items in his arms and sighed once more, then made his way to his room, genuinely apprehensive that Shui might come to inspect whether those items remained. A quarter of an hour later, within the courtyard where Li Chun resided. At this moment, 100 armored guards stood in perfect formation within the courtyard. Despite their stillness, an intangible aura emanated from them, instilling a sense of awe. Evidently, these 100 guards were the elite warriors meticulously selected by Zhao Yong from among the 300 soldiers. "Your Excellency, all are gathered." Zhao Yong stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Li Chun. Li Chun regarded the assembly of guards before him and nodded in satisfaction. "Let us depart." With no further words, under Li Chun's command, the group swiftly made their way towards the residence of the winged prince. On the streets of Chang'an, numerous spirited steeds trotted by, and upon closer inspection, there were indeed over 100. This sight caused the surrounding populace to scatter and gaze in curiosity. How can there be so many guards? Is that the young winged prince at the forefront? Murmurs and speculation spread among the townsfolk. Li Chun, however, paid little heed to the chatter as he led the 100 guards directly to the eastern city gate. Under his guidance, there was no obstruction, and they exited Chang'an smoothly. On a mountain path outside the city, Zhao Yong, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Where are we headed, Your Excellency?" "I would like to prepare accordingly." Indeed, as Li Chun's protector, although unaware of the purpose of this journey, Zhao Yong prioritized Li Chun's safety above all and felt the need to make necessary arrangements. "We are returning to my ancestral home." Upon hearing Zhao Yong's question, a faint smile graced Li Chun's lips. Ancestral home. Zhao Yong was momentarily taken aback. Heishui village. Realization dawned on him. Clearly, Li Chun had thoroughly investigated the place where he lived prior to becoming the winged prince. It would be a dereliction of duty for a protector to be ignorant of his master's past. "I understand." He promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned his horse around, blending back into the ranks of the guards to quietly make arrangements. Upon catching Zhao Yong's faintly murmured words, Li Chun smiled gently, making no attempt to intervene. "I wonder what Heishui village is like now?" With a light-hearted chuckle, Li Chun flicked his whip and set off towards the village. Go. Following Li Chun's lead, Zhao Yong and the others quickly followed suit. Before long, as their steeds galloped, within less than an hour, the outline of Heishui village gradually emerged before their eyes. With a firm grip on the reins, Li Chun brought his steed to a halt. As he paused, the 100 guards also came to a standstill, awaiting Li Chun's command. "Wait here for the time being." Turning his horse, Li Chun instructed Zhao Yong and the others, "I shall proceed first." "Yes." The 100 guards responded in unison. "Young master, shall we dispatch 2 guards to accompany you?" Zhao Yong inquired promptly. As a protector of Li Chun, he naturally prioritized the safety of his charge. Although he deemed the journey back to his homeland unlikely to harbor danger, precaution was always prudent. However, upon hearing Zhao Yong's suggestion, Li Chun shook his head. "It suffices for me to go alone." He added, "You all should enter the mountains first, ensuring you remain undetected by passers-by. Should the need arise, I shall send word to you." After all, this return to the village that nurtured him, Heishui village, would undoubtedly attract the villagers' attention. Clearly, Li Chun wished to avoid making them feel that he had changed from the person they once knew. "Understood, young master." With that, Zhao Yong ceased further discussion, acknowledging the command with a nod before leading his men toward the highest point of the mountains. From there, they would have a comprehensive view of Heishui village, allowing them to respond swiftly should any situation arise. He pondered whether the villagers would still regard him as they once did after his return. As Zhao Yong and his men disappeared from sight, Li Chun gazed in the direction of Heishui village, softly murmuring to himself, The news of his elevation to the title of Wing King had surely reached the villagers by now, and he was uncertain how they would receive him. He found himself nostalgic for his previous life. With a faint smile, he dismounted and chose to walk, gradually making his way toward Heishui village. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, Heishui village was currently embroiled in a struggle for survival. Chapter 51. The bandits invade the village. Heishui village. At this moment, the tranquility that once enveloped Heishui village has been shattered. The streets lie in disarray, with dilapidated structures bearing the marks of violence, as if they had been ravaged by marauders. Scattered across the thoroughfare are numerous villagers, primarily young men, who are evidently the hunters of Heishui village. The air is thick with the sounds of lamentation and despair emanating from the mouths of the village's many women. We have given you all our silver. What more do you want? In the village center, on a patch of open ground, the once amiable face of the village chief, Zhang Tai, now brims with indignation, his body marked with the imprints of oppression. Behind him stand the villagers, each bearing varying degrees of injury, including women and children, clearly the source of the heart-wrenching cries that fill the air. What will you do now? A mocking voice responds from their adversaries. A group of 4 to 5 dozen burly men, wielding wooden clubs, stand before them, their faces twisted in derision. It is evident that these ruffians are the architects of the havoc that has befallen Heishui village, and the fallen hunters are their victims. These men form a newly established bandit group within the Zhongnan Mountains, preying upon weaker villages. Recently, they had heard rumors that Heishui village, despite its frailty, received regular shipments of grain and silver. After thorough inquiries, they confirmed the veracity of these claims. Thus, following the departure of the last grain convoy, they harbored malicious intent, seeking to seize all the provisions and wealth, leading to the current turmoil. You old fool, we have heard that beyond your silver, there are considerable supplies of grain sent your way, sneered a scarred man, addressing Zhang Tai with disdain. Not only do I demand your money, but I shall also take all your grain. It is clear that this man is the leader of the bandits. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Tai's countenance shifted dramatically. The silver could be relinquished, as it was of lesser consequence to the villagers. However, the grain was another matter entirely. It constituted the sustenance upon which the entire Heishui village relied. As the village chief, how could he disregard the welfare of his people? The grain. We've consumed it all, Zhang Tai asserted, steeling himself. Nonsense. The leader's gaze turned icy at this declaration. Do not presume I am ignorant. Just yesterday, a convoy delivered grain to you, and you claim to have finished it all by today? Where have you hidden your supplies? Yet, Zhang Tai remained resolute, unwilling to divulge the whereabouts of the grain. It was their lifeline, and he could not easily surrender it to these brigands. You choose not to speak, do you? Upon witnessing Zhang Tai's silence in the face of adversity, the leader of the bandits let out a disdainful snort and approached him directly. He then raised his foot and kicked Zhang Tai away. With a muffled sound, the elder could scarcely withstand such a blow, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The villagers, witnessing Zhang Tai's plight, rushed forward in alarm, lifting him from the ground. You claim the grain is kept there? The bandit leader surveyed the villagers and inquired once more. It was evident that their visit to Heishui village was not solely motivated by the desire for silver. They harbored intentions of seizing all the grain as well. You treat the village chief this way. When Xiaochun learns of this, he will not spare you. One villager exclaimed. Indeed, Xiaochun is now the winged prince, and he will surely take vengeance upon you. Upon hearing this, several villagers shouted angrily at the bandit leader. They were evidently aware of Li Chun's recent elevation to the status of winged prince and had initially planned to congratulate him in Chang'an, never anticipating they would encounter such perilous circumstances. The winged prince. They dare to claim he hails from our village. The bandits erupted into uproarious laughter, clearly skeptical of the villagers' claims. They were well aware of Li Chun's recent title, as the imperial decree had spread throughout the Tang Dynasty. Yet they dismissed the villagers' words as mere attempts to intimidate them. At that moment, as the bandits reveled in their mirth, Li Chun's figure gradually approached the entrance of Heishui village. Everything appeared unchanged, reminiscent of the past. A gentle smile graced his lips as he gazed at the familiar gate, constructed from 2 large wooden planks, seemingly unaffected by the passage of time. It seemed that a change would be necessary in the future. The current Li Chun was no longer the same as before. He had ascended to the role of winged prince, and as the saying goes, when one ascends, even the fowl and dogs rise with him. He was determined to bring transformation to the village that had nurtured him. Curiosity about the villagers' well-being filled his thoughts. With a slight smile, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. However, upon entering the village, Li Chun's brow furrowed in concern. What was amiss? Before him lay a scene of devastation. The streets were in disarray, and the houses that once harbored life stood with their doors ajar, their contents strewn about. The surrounding walls bore numerous gaping holes, presenting a sight as though the village had been thoroughly ransacked. What has transpired? Observing the chaos before him, Li Chun's expression darkened. As Li Chun felt an ominous foreboding, a series of anguished cries suddenly echoed from a distance. This is not good. Upon hearing those piercing wails, Li Chun's heart tightened abruptly, and without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly dashed towards the source of the sound. Chapter 52. The village chief, Xiao Chun, has returned. In the heart of Heishui village, the scene was grim. The villagers lay sprawled across the ground, moaning pitifully, save for the women and children. Before them stood a group of bandits, their faces twisted into cruel smirks as they swung their clubs menacingly. Despite their intimidation, the villagers remained tight-lipped about the location of the hidden grain, inciting the bandits' wrath and resulting in the present state of despair. Zhang Tai, the village chief, was particularly targeted. His visage marred with blood, the leader of the bandits glared savagely at him, demanding once more to know where the grain was concealed. With great effort, Zhang turned his head and defiantly spat a mouthful of blood at the bandit leader. It was evident that he would never divulge the secret. The grain was the lifeblood of the villagers, and he would rather face death than betray them. The bandit leader's expression darkened upon receiving the spittle. If you desire death, I shall grant it, he snarled, raising his club amidst the terrified gasps of the villagers. They cried out in anguish, knowing their chief had already sustained severe injuries. The consequences of a blow from the bandit would be catastrophic. Stop! At that critical moment, a voice filled with urgency and fury echoed from afar. In tandem with this furious cry, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Suddenly, a dark object soared through the sky, crashing down upon the bandit leader's right arm. A piercing scream erupted as the wooden club slipped from the bandit leader's grasp, revealing a gaping hole in his arm. The object, having penetrated his limb, continued its trajectory until it vanished after breaching a nearby wall. Xiao Chun has returned as the villagers processed this shocking turn of events. They turned their gazes beyond the bandits, and upon seeing a youthful figure, they were instantly filled with exhilaration. Indeed, that thunderous shout had emanated from Li Chun, who had rushed to Heishui village upon hearing the distant cries of anguish. He had arrived just in time to witness the bandit leader preparing to strike Zhang Tai. In a moment of desperation, he had kicked a stone, hurled it at the bandit leader, and thus altered the course of fate. Fortunately, Li Chun's timely arrival had prevented Zhang Tai from meeting a tragic end. We have been rescued. Xiao Chun has returned. We are saved. Upon seeing Li Chun's figure, the villagers were instantly filled with a sense of survival after a catastrophe, erupting in jubilant cheers. Village chief, Xiao Chun is back. We are saved. Some villagers, overwhelmed with emotion, hastily lifted Zhang Tai from the ground. Xiao Chun, nestled in a villager's embrace. As he beheld the approaching Li Chun, a faint smile of relief emerged at the corners of Zhang Tai's lips, before he slowly closed his eyes and fell into unconsciousness. It was evident that upon seeing Li Chun's arrival, he understood that the calamity afflicting Heishui village had been averted. You all deserve to die. Observing Zhang Tai's fainted state and the villagers' suffering, Li Chun's expression turned exceedingly cold. As he had previously stated, Heishui village was the place that nurtured him, and these villagers were akin to his family. Witnessing the destruction of his homeland and the harm inflicted upon his kin, it was clear how furious he was. Who are you? The robbers, taken aback by Li Chun's fierce demeanor, could not help but ask. Hearing their inquiry, Li Chun offered no response, instead lifting his foot and advancing towards them step by step. With each movement, the robbers instinctively recoiled, for Li Chun's presence was terrifying, though he stood alone. His eyes radiated a bloodthirsty intent that sent chills down their spines. Clearly, they had never encountered someone so fearsome. Who exactly are you? The leader of the robbers, astonished, clutched his right arm in shock and trembled as he questioned. He could not help but be alarmed. While others may not have clearly seen what pierced through his arm, he had witnessed it distinctly. The shadow that had shot forth was clearly a stone the size of a thumb. For a mere individual to pierce another's arm with a stone, he must be extraordinary. How could he not be filled with dread? You have destroyed my home and harmed my family. Upon hearing the robber's words, Li Chun's eyes narrowed, fixing his gaze upon him. Today, he articulated deliberately, you shall all remain here. Clearly, Li Chun harbored intentions of murder. With that, he charged directly at the robber leader. Quick, stop him. The robber leader, alarmed by Li Chun's actions, immediately barked orders to those in front of him. Despite their reluctance, the men beside him dared not disobey. You fool, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Resolutely, they raised their clubs and advanced toward Li Chun. However, Li Chun did not falter. As they neared, he slightly shifted his body, raising his right foot abruptly, and sent one of them flying with a powerful kick. Thud. With the movement of Li Chun, a piercing scream resonated through the air, followed swiftly by the sight of the man before him being propelled backward at an even greater velocity than before. He continued to soar until he crashed into a wall, which crumbled upon impact, finally coming to a halt. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes glossed over, his head tilting back. It was evident that he was beyond the realm of life. Chapter 53. The Many Against the Few? As the unexpected scene unfolded before him, the two robbers who had been charging toward Li Chun abruptly halted, their expressions filled with terror. Previously, their companion weighed no less than 200 pounds. Yet he had been effortlessly sent flying by Li Chun, his body now a grotesque spectacle, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, a clear indication of his demise. How could they possibly muster the courage to approach Li Chun now? Was this still human? The wall stood at least 10 zhang away from him. With this thought, the two men found themselves retreating in haste. Now you wish to flee? It's too late, Li Chun scoffed coldly upon witnessing their cowardice. Having dared to obstruct him, he would not allow them to retreat so easily. With those words, he lunged forward, swiftly positioning himself behind the fleeing robbers. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed, followed by the sight of the robbers spitting blood as they were propelled forward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The most shocking aspect was that, upon their fall, their bodies appeared devoid of bones, collapsing in an unnatural manner. Their backs twisted into a grotesque shape that instilled fear in onlookers. Evidently, Li Chun's strikes had shattered their bones. Gasp! As the scene unfolded, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath resonated among the crowd. Gazing at Li Chun, their eyes brimmed with apprehension. It was not only the robbers who were astounded. Even the villagers of Blackwater Village wore expressions of disbelief. They understood that human bones are incredibly resilient. Yet Li Chun had obliterated the skeletal structure of the 2 robbers with a single punch. The sheer magnitude of his strength left them utterly astonished. Who else? Looking at Li Chun, who was now slowly retracting his fists, the crowd could only stare in shock as he turned his gaze toward the remaining robbers. With his current strength, he could easily navigate through a sea of 1,000 troops. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the robbers visibly trembled, and under his intimidating gaze, they began to retreat once more. Clearly, after witnessing the fate of their companions, they were gripped by fear and dared not advance. Since you won't come to me, I shall approach you. Observing their hesitance, Li Chun let out a cold chuckle before taking deliberate steps closer. It was evident that, as he had previously stated, he intended to ensure their journey would be one of no return. Although, given Li Chun's current status, Blackwater Village may seem insignificant to him. He is a person of deep affection and loyalty. This village was once a sanctuary for him and his mother, a place where he was born and nurtured, and he regards its inhabitants as family. Now, confronted by these bandits who dare to ravage his homeland and harm his kin, how could Li Chun possibly spare them? Boss, what should we do? As they observed Li Chun's advancing figure, the bandits began to panic, genuinely frightened by his earlier display of power. Boss, you must make a decision quickly. Boss, otherwise, we should retreat. Let's retreat. Yes, boss, he is utterly inhuman. In that moment, the bandits found themselves pleading with their leader. Silence. The bandit leader growled, glancing at his pierced right arm. His resolve hardened. What is there to fear? He then cast a menacing glare at Li Chun and shouted to the bandits beside him. He is but a single individual, while we are many. No matter how formidable he may be, can he truly overcome us? Indeed, as he asserted, although Li Chun had just slain 3 of their comrades, they still numbered around 40 to 50. Even if Li Chun was exceptionally strong, he was fighting alone, and they could surely wear him down. With their leader's rallying cry, the bandits gradually regained their composure. After all, Li Chun was merely one man, and the remaining villagers of Blackwater were primarily women and children, posing little threat. They could easily leverage their numerical superiority to gradually eliminate Li Chun. The leader was right. With this thought, the bandits suppressed their fear and began to shout with renewed fervor. He is just one person. There is nothing to fear. Exactly. How could we possibly fear just him with so many of us? Brothers, we have numbers on our side. What is there to be afraid of? As these shouts echoed, the bandits collectively encircled Li Chun. Clearly, as they had proclaimed, they intended to utilize their numerical advantage to wear him down. Hey, do they intend to overwhelm me with numbers? Observing the movements of the bandits, Li Chun halted his steps, standing still with a light chuckle. If that is the case, then allow me to fulfill your wish. As the conversation unfolded, Li Chun, amidst the bewildered gazes of the bandits, gradually raised his right hand, then abruptly swept it downward. Boom, boom, boom. Kill. With Li Chun's gesture, a series of furious roars erupted from the summit overlooking Blackwater Village. Almost immediately, figures clad in armor, mounted on warhorses, surged down the mountain path with an overwhelming momentum, charging directly towards Blackwater Village. In the blink of an eye, over 100 warhorses thundered into the village, halting in unison behind Li Chun. Long live the winged king. The 100 soldiers dismounted in perfect synchrony, kneeling in reverence without a hint of hesitation. Their resounding cries pierced the heavens, creating a scene that was nothing short of breathtaking. The very figure they honored was none other than Li Chun, standing with his back to them. These hundreds of soldiers were, of course, Zhao Yong and his companions, who had been brought by Li Chun under his command. They had earlier chosen a nearby hill to lie in wait, granting them a full view of Blackwater village. They had witnessed all that transpired within the village but refrained from charging in immediately, patiently awaiting Li Chun's orders. It was only at the moment he gestured that they surged forth in full force. Chapter 54. Spare me, Winged King. Winged King. You are the Winged King. As the sudden appearance of hundreds of armored soldiers and their earlier shouts resonated, the bandits, initially poised to attack, displayed expressions of sheer terror. They could scarcely fathom that Li Chun was, in fact, the Winged King. Among them, memories of the villagers' words echoed in their minds. The Winged King is one of our own. What happened to their plans of overwhelming him with sheer numbers? Observing the bandits' dismay, Li Chun let out a cold chuckle. Now that my men have gathered, let the confrontation commence. Upon hearing his words, the bandits turned pale with dread. Setting aside Li Chun's prowess, the aura emanating from the 100 or so soldiers indicated that they were seasoned warriors, likely capable of annihilating the bandits with a single charge. How could they dare to confront Li Chun now? Winged King, Your Highness, spare us. Immediately, the bandits knelt before Li Chun, pleading for mercy. Spare us, Your Highness. Please, show us mercy. We did not know it was you. A cacophony of cries for mercy erupted in the clearing, particularly from the bandit leader, who repeatedly bowed his head to Li Chun, as if attempting to crush garlic. Despite his earlier ferocity, he had believed he could escape amidst the chaos when it was just Li Chun alone. But now, facing not merely Li Chun but also 100 armored soldiers, all battle-hardened, he could not possibly entertain such thoughts again. At that moment, the bandit leader was consumed by regret, wishing he had never taken the grain and instead fled with the loot. Yet, alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Spare you? Seeing the bandits' desperate actions, Li Chun found the situation almost laughable. You have ravaged my home and harmed my kin, yet you expect me to grant you mercy? He sneered at the kneeling bandits. Even if I were to agree, you might want to inquire if my brothers behind me would concur. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. As Li Chun spoke, the soldiers behind him roared in unison. In their eyes, Li Chun was their sovereign, and his family was their charge. How could they tolerate the indignities inflicted upon those they were sworn to protect? Did you hear that? My brothers do not consent. With the echoes of their shouts still resonating, Li Chun continued, I grant you one final opportunity. Seize your weapons. As the conversation reached this point, Li Chun pointed at Zhao Yong and the others behind him, continuing to address the band of robbers. I shall send forth an equal number of my brothers for a single round of combat. Should any of you endure, I will grant you your lives today. Clearly, Li Chun's words were not meant to spare these brigands. Rather, he sought to gauge the fighting prowess of Zhao Yong and his companions. After all, since bringing these soldiers under his command, Li Chun had yet to witness their capabilities in action. This opportunity was ideal for such an assessment. Upon hearing Li Chun's declaration, the previously pleading robbers raised their heads. Your Highness, is what you say truly the case? One audacious individual inquired of Li Chun. If his words held truth, they might indeed have a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, they numbered around 50 to 60, and even if they could not match the armored soldiers in strength, they might still manage to delay them, or perhaps even evade a full onslaught. Indeed, it is true, Li Chun affirmed with a smile, nodding in response to the query. If any among you can truly evade the first wave of battle, I shall not go back on my word and will ensure your safe departure. Very well. With Li Chun's assurance, the band of robbers steeled themselves, gritting their teeth, picking up weapons from the ground, and rising to their feet. If there was a chance to fight, they would take it. If they did not, death was their only fate. Naturally, they chose the former. Quite a display of courage. Li Chun observed with a slight smile as he turned his gaze towards Zhao Yong. I hope you do not disappoint me. Rest assured, my lord. Zhao Yong replied confidently, thumping his chest with his fist. If we cannot handle this rabble, how can we claim to be your protectors? We might as well perish here. Seeing Zhao Yong's unwavering confidence, a slight grin spread across Li Chun's face. Then let us mount our horses. My lord, why mount when we can deal with this scum on foot? Zhao Yong retorted coldly, eyeing the bandits. Indeed, before them, these robbers were scarcely worth the comparison to even the most wretched of creatures. Brothers, charge. He commanded the 50 soldiers behind him, and then he surged forward into the fray. Kill. With Zhao Yong's command, the 50 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the land, and they charged forth with thunderous momentum toward the band of robbers. Although the robbers felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the approaching soldiers, they had no choice but to fight for their lives, raising their weapons and bracing themselves for the clash. In an instant, the two groups collided, and the air was filled with screams and wails. Before long, the cacophony of cries subsided, and the once vibrant scene fell into an eerie silence. Turning to gaze upon the battlefield, remnants of limbs and severed arms lay scattered everywhere, with lifeless bodies, their eyes wide open in a lingering defiance, sprawled haphazardly in pools of blood. The crimson liquid that flowed from the corpses converged, resembling a small stream, meandering along the cobbled path of this desolate village, as if narrating the tales of their unquenched resentment and death. Before these fallen figures stood 50 individuals, standing in quietude. Although their attire bore numerous splatters of blood, none suffered the slightest injury. These 50 were the valiant soldiers led by Zhao Yong. The lifeless bodies beneath their feet were undoubtedly those left behind by the marauders. It was evident that, given the prowess of Zhao Yong and his men, vanquishing this band of brigands was a task of utmost ease. Chapter 55. Fellow Villagers. Please rise. Casting a glance at the lifeless body beneath him, Zhao Yong waved his hand, leading the 50 guards in front of him to turn back. However, as they pivoted, Zhao Yong remained oblivious to the fact that a corpse near the villagers had inexplicably stirred. Young master, I shall not fail your trust. Approaching Li Chun, Zhao Yong clasped his hands in reverence and knelt on one knee. Young master, I shall not fail your trust. With Zhao Yong's gesture, the 50 guards behind him likewise knelt in unison, their voices resonating far and wide. They had clearly heard Li Chun's previous words, understanding that he wished to assess their combat prowess. As his personal guards, they could not afford to disappoint their master. Thus, in the recent melee, they had held nothing back, striking directly at the enemy's vital points, swiftly annihilating the bandits at their feet. Observing the guards' actions, Li Chun smiled faintly. You may rise for now. Yes, young master. Upon hearing these words, the group responded in unison, rising from the ground. Zhao Yong, do you know your transgressions? Just as Zhao Yong had risen, Li Chun unexpectedly inquired of him. Taken aback by Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong hesitated. This humble one does not know. Despite his confusion, Zhao Yong still bowed in respect. Having just vanquished the bandits, they had evidently fulfilled Li Chun's mandate, leaving him perplexed by the query regarding his wrongdoing. Just as Zhao Yong knelt, his face etched with bewilderment, a sudden shout erupted from behind him. In an instant, a corpse that had been lying on the ground sprang to life, lunging towards a nearby woman holding a child, evidently attempting to take the villager hostage. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yong's expression shifted dramatically. It became clear to him why Li Chun had posed such a question. Young master. Just as Zhao Yong was struck with alarm, Li Chun let out a cold laugh, then raised his right foot and abruptly kicked a stone beneath him. Whoosh! With Li Chun's motion, the stone shot forth like a cannonball, tracing a swift arc through the air, hurtling towards the bandit with immense force. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated, and an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. As the robber sprang to his feet, just moments before reaching the woman, a stone kicked by Li Chun struck him squarely on the head, causing it to explode instantaneously. Even the headless corpse continued to run forward, seemingly unaware of its own decapitation, until it stumbled over a wooden plank beneath its feet and finally fell. Fortunately, the child in the woman's arms had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, the horrific scene would have undoubtedly left an indelible scar upon their psyche. Nevertheless, the woman could not suppress a terrified scream. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, both Zhao Yong and the hundreds of soldiers were deeply moved. The sheer strength of a single individual wielding a stone as if it were a lethal arrow to shatter an enemy's skull was unprecedented in this world. After all, a stone is but a small object, and the human skull, one of the hardest parts of the body, had been so effortlessly obliterated by Li Chun. How could they not be astonished? The young master possesses such extraordinary prowess. In the wake of this revelation, a sense of reverence grew within their hearts. Please, young master, impose your punishment. Overwhelmed with fear, Zhao Yong bowed deeply before Li Chun. It became apparent that amidst their recent skirmish, the leader of the robbers had feigned death to evade the soldiers' onslaught, and Zhao Yong, due to his overconfidence, had failed to inspect thoroughly, leading to the earlier calamity. Please, young master, impose your punishment. Following Zhao Yong's lead, the 50 soldiers who had initially stood ready also knelt in unison before Li Chun. This was not merely Zhao Yong's failing. It was a collective oversight, and they could not help but feel ashamed. The remaining 50 soldiers, who had not participated in the battle, also recognized that as a unified entity, they must bear the consequences of one member's error. Observing the collective contrition among his comrades, a subtle smile crept across Li Chun's lips, revealing his satisfaction with the scene before him. This is the first instance. He began to address the crowd, but I do not wish for a second occurrence. Should that happen, you need not accompany me any longer. Feel free to disband. Li Chun's words brooked no dissent. He clearly did not desire any missteps from his subordinates during critical moments. This time, he had discerned the robber leader's intentions. What would happen if you were not present next time? Thus, it was only fitting to issue a warning to Zhao Yong and the others. Rest assured, young master. Zhao Yong replied solemnly, I pledge with my very life that such a thing shall never happen again. Please, rest assured. With Zhao Yong's words, the soldiers knelt on one knee before Li Chun, providing their solemn assurances. Rise, Li Chun commanded, nodding in satisfaction at the scene unfolding before him. He believed that after this encounter, Zhao Yong and the others would undoubtedly amend their ways. Thank you, young master. The crowd collectively responded, slowly rising from the ground. As they stood, Li Chun began to make his way towards the citizens of Heishui village. Xiao Chun! Xiao Chun! Upon seeing Li Chun's figure approaching, the villagers, filled with excitement, hurried forward, calling out to him. No, why do you still call him Xiao Chun? He should be addressed as His Highness, the Winged King. It was unclear who uttered this, but the villagers halted in their tracks, their gazes upon Li Chun shifting from what it once was. Indeed, although the Li Chun before them was still the familiar figure they recognized, his identity and status had transformed from that of a mere mountain youth. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Winged King. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Winged King. As one individual knelt, the remaining villagers followed suit, bowing deeply to Li Chun. Sigh. Observing the villagers' actions, Li Chun let out a quiet sigh within, realizing that his earlier concerns had indeed come to pass. Dear fellow villagers, please rise. Despite his inner sigh, Li Chun's heart remained unchanged. These individuals before him would always be his kin. As he spoke, he personally assisted one villager to his feet. Chapter 56, Village Chief. I have a request, dear fellow villagers. You are all my kin. Addressing the villagers before him, Li Chun spoke earnestly. When I departed previously, I declared that regardless of my whereabouts or status, my fellow villagers would forever remain my family. Please, everyone rise. There is no need for such formalities in the future. As he uttered these words, a bittersweet smile graced Li Chun's face as he added, if my mother were to learn of this, I would surely be in for a world of trouble. Laughter erupted among the crowd upon hearing his last remark, dissipating the earlier sense of distance. Little Chun, we owe you a great debt today. A villager stood and addressed Li Chun with a warm smile. Indeed, if it weren't for you, we would have been in dire straits, another echoed. In an instant, the villagers expressed their gratitude to Li Chun, shaking off the gloom that had enveloped them. Had it not been for Li Chun's return to Heishui village, who knows what fate might have befallen them. There could have been fatalities. Thanks to the substantial price paid by the bandits under Li Chun's leadership, they were able to survive, and their gratitude was palpable. My dear fellow villagers, I, Li Chun, assure you, he declared solemnly, as long as I am here, such events shall never again occur in Heishui village. Cheers erupted from the villagers, for they believed that if Li Chun dared to make such a promise, he would surely fulfill it. Seeing the joyous expressions on their faces, Li Chun couldn't help but smile. Zhao Yong, he called, turning to his companion. Present, Zhao Yong responded, hastening to Li Chun's side and bowing respectfully. From this day forth, dispatch 50 guards to protect Heishui village, Li Chun commanded. They shall rotate shifts day and night without fail. Having assessed the combat prowess of Zhao Yong and his companions, he knew that 50 guards would be more than adequate for the task. Understood, Zhao Yong replied immediately. The villagers of Heishui were once again filled with excitement upon hearing Li Chun's words. With the protection of 50 guards, they could imagine that no one would dare to provoke them, and perhaps they would gradually thrive. Observing the villagers' exuberance, Li Chun smiled softly. First, let us clean this place up, he instructed Zhao Yong. The bodies of the bandits still littered the ground, and it was essential to ensure that they did not tarnish the sanctity of Heishui village. Yes, young master, Zhao Yong acknowledged, promptly leading 100 guards to begin clearing the streets. As the cleanup commenced, the villagers gazed sorrowfully at the homes ravaged by the bandits. When those robbers previously arrived, they had already ransacked the homes of their families, leaving some houses in ruins, uninhabitable. Those were once their homes, inevitably evoking a sense of sorrow. Dear fellow villagers, please rest assured. Observing the villagers' expressions, Li Chun offered a faint smile. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to rebuild for you. I truly believe that everything will be well. Since Li Chun regarded them as family, he was determined to assist them thoroughly. Moreover, given his current status, reconstructing these houses was a trivial task. Thank you, little Chun. Thank you, little Chun. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the villagers' previously gloomy faces brightened with smiles, and they began to express their gratitude towards him. Little Chun. At that moment, a faint voice gradually reached Li Chun's ears. The village chief. Hearing this voice, Li Chun turned to look and saw village chief Zhang Tai, supported by a villager, slowly raising his hand towards him. Noticing this, Li Chun hastened to Zhang Tai's side. To Li Chun, Zhang Tai was not just an ordinary villager. In his memories, this chief had always cared for him and his mother. Without Zhang Tai's frequent assistance over the years, it was unlikely that he would have achieved his current standing. Li Chun approached Zhang Tai and anxiously began to examine him. Fortunately, after a thorough inspection, Li Chun felt a slight sense of relief. Although Zhang Tai bore numerous injuries, none were life-threatening. With proper treatment, he would recover. Little Chun, I'm fine. Observing Li Chun's anxious demeanor, Zhang Tai managed a faint smile. Indeed, although Zhang Tai had been particularly targeted by the robber leader, it was evident that the leader, in his quest to uncover the location of the hidden food, had refrained from striking at Zhang Tai's vital points, resulting in only superficial wounds. Moreover, during the one instance when the robber leader might have dealt a serious blow, Li Chun had intervened. Thus, overall, he was not in grave danger. Well, as long as you are fine, Li Chun replied softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Little Chun, you have truly grown. Gazing at the soldiers clearing the streets in the distance, Zhang Tai turned to Li Chun, his face alight with a proud smile. Zhang Tai had watched Li Chun grow up. Now, witnessing his remarkable achievements brought him immense joy. Although Zhao Yong and others had not yet appeared before his fainting spell, he could discern from the soldiers' occasional glances at Li Chun that their attitude towards him was one of complete obedience. Village chief, I have a request. Observing Zhang Tai's kind demeanor, Li Chun smiled gently and spoke. You have something to ask of me? Zhang Tai responded, slightly taken aback. He was already aware of Li Chun's ascension to the position of Wing King, and now, for Li Chun, as Wing King, to have a request for him was indeed a source of curiosity. Hiki. Upon seeing Zhang Tai's expression, Li Chun chuckled softly. In recent days, my Wing King mansion has just been established, and its personnel are exceedingly diverse. I wish for the village chief to accompany me to the Wing King mansion to assume the role of steward, which would ease my mind considerably. Li Chun candidly articulated the purpose of this endeavor. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. No. He hastily waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, how could an old man like me hold such a significant position? Absolutely not. Village chief, please do not be so modest, Li Chun replied with a smile. After all these years, you have managed Blackwater Village exceedingly well. Once you arrive at my Wing King mansion, you can govern it just as you have managed Blackwater Village. Moreover, there is a lack of competent administrators in my mansion. With your presence, I would feel far more assured. Today, I implore you to agree. Otherwise, I might just abandon the Wing King venture altogether. As he spoke, he resolutely seated himself to the side, adopting a stance that clearly indicated he would not depart without Zhang Tai's consent. Chapter 57. Gratitude and Retribution. Upon witnessing Li Chun's demeanor, Zhang Tai could not help but be amused. Ah, you. How have you become the Wing King yet still throw tantrums like a child? Sigh. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. He readily agreed. Though he was acutely aware that Li Chun's insistence on having him serve as the steward of the Wing King's residence was not due to a lack of competent administrators. After all, it was hard to believe that in the vast city of Chang'an, one could not find a suitable steward. The true motive behind Li Chun's request was simply to repay the kindness Zhang Tai had shown him over the years, wishing to grant him a taste of comfort at the Wing King's estate. With a hearty laugh, the matter was settled. Upon Zhang Tai's agreement, Li Chun stood up with a grin. Village chief, I have already arranged for the villagers' affairs, he said, smiling at Zhang Tai. Let us depart now. As he spoke, he began to lead Zhang Tai away from Heishui village. Xiao Chun, wait a moment. Zhang Tai called out, halting Li Chun's movements. If we leave today, I do not know when I shall return. I must make some arrangements for the villagers. Indeed, that is sensible, Li Chun replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. As the village chief, Zhang Tai had many responsibilities to attend to, especially since his departure would leave the position vacant. Wang Gang, while Xiao Chun and I are away, I entrust you with the role of village chief, Zhang Tai instructed, just as Li Chun had anticipated. He then turned to the reluctant villagers to make the necessary arrangements. Young master, all is cleared, Zhao Yong reported, approaching Li Chun with a salute after half an hour had passed. During that time, Zhao Yong had led 100 guards to remove all the bandits' corpses and had even refreshed the ground of Heishui village. Aside from the damaged houses, the entire street appeared as if newly paved, leaving no trace of the recent conflict for any unsuspecting visitors. Very well done, Li Chun remarked, surveying the pristine street with satisfaction. Have someone procure a carriage. He promptly commanded Zhao Yong. This carriage was intended for Zhang Tai, who, despite not being gravely injured, found movement somewhat challenging due to his wounds and age. Riding a horse would certainly prove too strenuous. Thus, a carriage was the most suitable option. Yes, young master. Zhao Yong replied with a bow before procuring several guards and departing. Xiao Chun, all is ready, Zhang Tai said after a while, raising his hand to signal his preparedness. Clearly, he had utilized the time wisely to arrange the affairs of Heishui village. Then, village chief, let us be on our way. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Chun smiled gently and then bid farewell to the villagers behind him, leading Zhang Tai towards the outskirts of Heishui village. Outside the village, a horse-drawn carriage awaited, prepared by Zhao Yong. Assisting Zhang Tai onto the carriage, Li Chun and the others set off towards Chang'an City, under the watchful and reluctant gazes of the villagers. Naturally, the 50 guards were retained by Li Chun, their duty being to protect Heishui village. At the gates of the duke's residence in Chang'an, the arrival of Li Chun and his companions was met with a grand display. The estate was bustling with servants and maidens, all of whom had been eagerly anticipating their arrival, including Li Chun's mother, Madame Cui. The spectacle was indeed impressive. Observing the scene before him, Li Chun could not help but shake his head in amusement, fully aware that this was orchestrated by his mother. After departing from Heishui village, he had sent word ahead to Chang'an, informing her of Zhang Tai's imminent arrival. The elaborate welcome was evidently her initiative, intended to honor Zhang Tai. However, Li Chun felt no discomfort regarding this show of appreciation. To outsiders, Zhang Tai might merely appear as a humble village chief, but for the mother and son, it was entirely fitting to regard him as a benefactor. Such treatment was well within Zhang Tai's merit. As he lifted the carriage curtain and beheld the scene, Zhang Tai was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chun, how come? He began, but before he could finish, Li Chun shrugged and interjected. It wasn't he arranged by me. Not you, then who? Zhang Tai was about to express his confusion when a voice, tinged with delight, interrupted him. Madame Cui herself stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, village chief. Clearly, she had not forgotten the kindness Zhang Tai had shown to their family. Even now, as a royal consort, she continued to address him as village chief. Your servant pays respects to the consort, Zhang Tai responded, distinguishing himself with deference. Upon recognizing Madame Cui's esteemed status, which he now knew to be that of a second-rank noble lady, he could not treat her with the same casualness as before. Village chief, what are you doing? Madame Cui exclaimed, hastily helping him to his feet. You are our benefactor. There is no need for such formality. Your Highness. That is not correct, Zhang Tai insisted, still shaking his head. The rights between sovereign and subject must not be neglected, as you are now a royal consort. How could a commoner like me disregard such propriety? He bowed deeply once more to Madame Cui. Seeing Zhang Tai's actions, she turned to Li Chun for clarification. Ha. Mother, just let the village chief be, Li Chun said with a resigned smile, acknowledging the situation. Evidently, along the journey, he had already witnessed Zhang Tai's obstinacy. No matter how he reasoned, he could not alter Zhang Tai's stance. In light of this, Li Chun could only acquiesce. Very well then. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cui let out a sigh. All right, we shall return to the manor. I have an announcement to make. It was fortuitous that everyone was present, thus sparing Li Chun the trouble of summoning anyone. Yes, Your Highness, the Winged King. As Li Chun's words echoed, the assembly bowed in unison and then gradually made their way into the Winged King's residence. Chapter 58. Entering the palace to seek forgiveness in the courtyard of the Winged King's residence, hundreds of guards, servants, and maids had gathered. Li Chun stood at the forefront, flanked by Zhang Tai and the Cui family. He surveyed the crowd and spoke clearly. Since the establishment of our Winged King's residence, apart from myself and my mother, there has been no one to oversee matters. Today, I have invited an old acquaintance. At this juncture, Li Chun gestured towards Zhang Tai, continuing. This individual is both my elder and benefactor, known as Zhang Tai. Henceforth, he shall assume the position of steward in our Winged King's residence. As Li Chun's words echoed, the crowd turned their gaze towards Zhang Tai, a sense of incredulity rising within them. How could this individual be a benefactor to His Highness the Winged King? Various speculations began to flourish in their minds. Remember this, Li Chun stated, interrupting their thoughts. From this day forth, you are to treat Zhang Tai with the same respect as you do me. Should anyone dare to defy this command, I will impose severe penalties. Upon hearing Li Chun's warning, the crowd felt a jolt of alarm. Clearly, they understood from his words that the new steward held a significant status in the Winged King's eyes. Yes, Your Highness, they immediately bowed in acquiescence. Prior to this moment, there may have been individuals among the servants who harbored ulterior motives. However, Li Chun's admonition effectively quashed any such thoughts. They had come to understand Li Chun's character through their recent interactions. He was a man of resolute judgment and unwavering authority. If they dared to show the slightest disrespect towards Zhang Tai, the consequences would be dire. How could they possibly disobey? Seeing their compliance, Li Chun nodded with satisfaction. From this point onward, All servants and maids in our Wing King's residence shall heed Zhang Tai's commands. Furthermore, all matters, great and small, shall be under his purview. Only after his confirmation may they be reported to me. You must cooperate fully and ensure no errors arise. Do you all comprehend? Understood. The crowd replied in unison, bowing deeply. It was evident from Li Chun's words that he held Zhang Tai in the highest regard. Otherwise, such power would not be bestowed upon him. Some individuals were already contemplating how to foster a favorable relationship with Zhang Tai in the future. That will suffice. Li Chun remarked with a slight smile at their bowed forms. You may all withdraw now. Yes, Your Highness, they responded in unison before departing the scene. Village Chief, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Li Chun inquired, turning to Zhang Tai with a smile. The old servant shall certainly not disappoint Your Highness, Zhang Tai replied. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhang Tai bowed deeply in respect. This sight made Li Chun shake his head in resignation. This old fellow was exceedingly obstinate. Nevertheless, Li Chun felt a sense of reassurance, for under Zhang Tai's stewardship, the Prince of Wing's manor would undoubtedly begin to function smoothly. With Zhang Tai taking on the role of steward, the servants of the manor became organized and disciplined, a far cry from their previous disarray. Although they had been somewhat restrained by Li Chun's authority as the head of the household, he could not monitor them constantly, leading to inevitable oversights. In contrast, Zhang Tai remained ever present in the manor, and with his prior experience managing villagers, he was certainly more capable than Li Chun. It seemed that the decision made by this prince was indeed quite prudent. Observing Zhang Tai instructing the servants in the courtyard, Li Chun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With matters at home settled, it was time for him to visit the Imperial Palace. Bring me a jar of erguo, he commanded the servants in the courtyard. Yes, Your Highness, they quickly responded, one of them darting away. Your Highness, the wine. Soon, the servant returned, presenting a sealed jar of erguo to Li Chun with great reverence. This would be his first time delivering a gift to the emperor. Holding the jar, Li Chun smiled faintly. Zhao Yong, prepare a horse for me. He called out to the nearby courtyard. Yes, young master, came Zhao Yong's voice from afar, as he hastened towards the stables. In no time, Zhao Yong approached, leading a magnificent steed. Young master, where are you headed? Do you wish for me to accompany you? He inquired, respectfully offering the reins to Li Chun. As Li Chun's protector, he naturally wished to remain by his side at all times. No need, Li Chun replied, shaking his head. I shall visit the palace briefly and return soon. If my mother inquires, just inform her. With that, he took the reins and strode towards the entrance of the Prince of Wing's manor. Outside the palace gates, the guards greeted him. We have seen the Prince of Wings. 2 palace guards bowed deeply before Li Chun. He acknowledged with a slight nod. I wish to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Please proceed, Your Highness. The guards moved aside without hesitation, gesturing for him to enter. From the moment Li Chun was bestowed the title of Prince of Wings, Emperor Li Shimin had issued an edict allowing him to enter the palace at any time, so the guards would not impede his passage. Would he face reprimand this time? Inside the palace, as Li Chun walked along the corridors, a sense of trepidation washed over him. His purpose for coming to the palace was, in fact, to seek forgiveness. After all, yesterday in Heishui village, he claimed the lives of dozens, albeit those were notorious bandits. Yet it remains a matter of grave consequence, 50 or 60 lives extinguished. Now, as he approached to inform Li Shimin, a sense of trepidation was only natural. Just as Li Chun grappled with how to broach the subject, a voice imbued with delight unexpectedly reached his ears from the side. Turning to look, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man, accompanied by his guards, approaching him with a smile illuminating his face. The Crown Prince. Indeed, this dashing youth was none other than Crown Prince Li Chengqian. I have the honor of meeting Your Highness, Li Chun said, bowing slightly, for he recognized the necessity of propriety in the presence of the Crown Prince. Oh, Li Chun, there is no need for such formalities between us, Li Chengqian replied, waving his hand dismissively. Did I not previously mention that we should regard each other as brothers? Haha. Indeed, Li Chun responded without hesitation, directly addressing him as cousin. Is this not the way? Li Chengqian laughed heartily. Chapter 59, Absurd. It must be punished. Initially, I intended to visit your residence to extend my congratulations. But the affairs of the Eastern Palace became overwhelmingly intricate, leaving me with no time to spare. I hope you will not take offense, dear brother. Upon finishing, he bowed in apology to Li Chun. What nonsense you speak, cousin. The complexities of the Eastern Palace are indeed numerous, and it is entirely understandable to be preoccupied. Li Chun replied with a smile. Let us gather again when time permits. Ha ha ha, splendid. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Chengqian burst into hearty laughter. Oh. He then noticed the wine jar in Li Chun's arms and curiously inquired, what do you carry, dear brother? Ah, this is my newly brewed wine, Li Chun chuckled. I brought it today for His Majesty to taste. Oh? At this, Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have long heard that your brewing skills are unparalleled. He then winked at Li Qingshan, asking, when might I have the pleasure of tasting it, dear cousin? Clearly, this fellow also had a fondness for wine, and his intent was unmistakable. Observing Li Qingshan's demeanor, Li Qingshan shook his head and laughed softly. If you wish to drink, simply send someone to my residence to collect it. Regarding this wine, Li Qingshan felt no attachment. After all, as long as he desired to brew, he could produce as much as he wished. Ha ha, then it is settled. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's words, Li Qingshan laughed again, as if his cunning plan had succeeded. Come, I too must pay a visit to father. Let us go together. Together? Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed with a thought. He silently rejoiced, thinking, how fortunate that I have someone to speak on my behalf. Yet, his expression remained composed as he replied, very well, that sounds perfect. With that, the two of them clasped hands and made their way to the Imperial study, their camaraderie growing ever closer amidst their banter. Little Qingshan, I see you wearing a furrowed brow. Your visit to the palace today is not solely to deliver wine to my father, is it? Just before reaching the Imperial study, Li Qingshan glanced at Li Qingshan's troubled expression and inquired. Alas, hearing Li Qingshan's question, Li Qingshan feigned a sigh. During this audience with His Majesty, I fear I may be met with a reprimand. A reprimand? Upon hearing Li Qingshan's words, Li Qingshan halted in his tracks, his face registering confusion. Why? Let me explain to you first. At this moment, Li Qingshan's gaze was filled with curiosity. Logically speaking, having just become the Wing King and enjoying his father's favor, Li Qingshan should not face punishment for any minor transgressions. Yet, Li Qingshan's demeanor suggested otherwise, leaving him puzzled. I was merely afraid you would not inquire. Inwardly chuckling at Li Qingshan's question, Li Qingshan maintained a facade of composure. This is somewhat difficult to articulate. Perhaps I was too impulsive earlier. With that, he let out another exaggerated sigh in front of Li Qingshan. Too impulsive? Evidently. Upon seeing Li Qingshan's countenance, Li Qingshan's curiosity was once again piqued. What could it be? Pray, enlighten me. Perhaps I might be able to assist you once I meet Father Emperor. Well, very well. Li Qingshan hesitated slightly, then assumed a resolute demeanor and declared, yesterday, I took a life. Taken a life? At this revelation, Li Qingshan's brows furrowed slightly. This was indeed a troubling matter. The Emperor's laws were exceedingly strict. Those who unjustly kill others would certainly face appropriate punishment. Indeed, although Li Shimin had recently ascended to the throne, his governance was marked by rigor, having instituted a plethora of laws, particularly harsh penalties for those who harm others. This was evident from the fates of Wang Shijing and others. Although there were elements aimed at securing Li Qingshan's successful succession, it was clear that had they not erred, Li Shimin would not have acted so decisively. That's exactly it. Li Qingshan lamented. This is why I am so worried. Upon witnessing Li Qingshan's distressed expression, Li Qingshan chuckled softly and said, First, tell me, who was the person you killed? If they are of little consequence, there may still be a way to resolve this. As the Crown Prince, if Li Qingshan had only taken one life, there were myriad avenues available to him to remedy the situation. Well, at this, Li Qingshan hesitated. But go on. Observing Li Qingshan's indecision, Li Qingshan smiled again, assuring him, Trust me, I believe I can still assist you. Very well. Li Qingshan's spirits lifted, and he gazed at Li Qingshan, saying, I did not kill just one person, but rather 50 or 60. What? Li Qingshan's smile vanished abruptly, his eyes widening in shock. You claim to have killed 50 or 60 people. Clearly, Li Qingshan was taken aback by Li Qingshan's words. Had Li Qingshan only taken one life, the Crown Prince might have had a means to obscure the matter. However, 50 or 60 lies were a different story altogether. No matter how many strategies he possessed, it would be impossible to hide such an act from Li Shimin's scrutiny. Wait. Seeing Li Qingshan's expression, Li Qingshan quickly interjected, Cousin, you just promised to help me. A gentleman's word is his bond, and as the Crown Prince, you cannot go back on your word, can you? What on earth happened? Li Qingshan inquired with a wry smile. Why on earth did you suddenly kill so many people? The sheer audacity of Li Qingshan's actions left him at a loss for how to assist. Actually, the matter is as follows, Li Qingshan began, no longer concealing the truth. Yesterday, I revisited my former home, Heishui village, thinking that now, as the favored Wing King, I could bring joy to those villagers who once aided me. But to my astonishment, upon my arrival at Heishui village, I was taken aback to discover a band of robbers plundering the villagers of their grain and wealth, even inflicting grave injuries upon them. Had I arrived just a moment later, the villagers would likely have faced a horrific massacre at the hands of these marauders. Enraged, I did not hold back. Staring intently at Li Qingshan, Li Qingshan recounted the events leading to our journey to Heishui village. Robbers? After hearing Li Chun's account, Li Chengqian was astonished. Could it be that there were indeed bandits lurking in the Jiangnan Mountains? He was well aware that the Jiangnan Mountains were not far from Chang'an, merely a little over an hour's journey, situated right beneath the feet of the crown prince. The sudden emergence of a band of robbers in such proximity was indeed alarming. Yes, precisely. Li Chun nodded, stating that the villagers had mentioned this gang of robbers had only recently appeared, likely having just formed, and frequently preyed upon weaker villages. Before my arrival, several villages had already suffered from their plundering. These vile brigands. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian could not suppress a cold snort. They truly deserved to be punished. Chapter 60. The offering of wine. Upon hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Chun smiled slyly. Thus, in a fit of anger, my younger brother did not hold back. Are you implying that you single-handedly killed those 50 or 60 bandits? Li Chengqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, that is correct, Li Chun nodded, affirming that he was solely responsible for their demise. His admission was entirely motivated by the desire to protect Zhao Yong and the others. Moreover, as he had come to the palace to plead for forgiveness, he was uncertain of Emperor Li Shimin's disposition. Should the emperor impose punishment? He could shoulder all the blame himself, ensuring the safety of Zhao Yong and the others, as it was he who had given the orders. You truly did slay them all by yourself. Li Chengqian's expression reflected sheer surprise. Although he had heard tales of Li Chun's immense strength, such feats could not rely solely on power, especially when facing adversaries. The very notion that this group of bandits had fallen at his hands required an extraordinary level of prowess, leaving Li Chengqian utterly astounded. I wonder how His Majesty will deal with me. As Li Chengqian remained in shock, Li Chun let out a soft sigh. Fear not, I shall assist you, Li Chengqian declared with a sweeping gesture. Besides, the foes you vanquished were merely malevolent bandits. Even if father were to punish you, it would not be excessively severe. I will be there to speak on your behalf, and I am confident that father will not make things too difficult for you. I am most grateful, cousin. Upon hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Chun chuckled, feeling a sense of triumph in his machinations. Alas, I have fallen for your trick. Observing Li Chun's triumphant demeanor, Li Chengqian slapped his forehead in realization. If he were still oblivious to Li Chun's intentions, he would not deserve the title of crown prince. This rascal was quite cunning. Nevertheless, Li Chengqian harbored no resentment towards this revelation. Instead, he experienced an unfamiliar sensation. In the palace, everyone he encountered, upon seeing the crown prince, would either flatter or ingratiate themselves. Yet, Li Chun was different. He conversed with ease, demonstrating genuine camaraderie, without the pretentiousness that others displayed. This was the authenticity he had longed for. Do not take offense, dear cousin. Noticing Li Chengqian's expression, Li Chun grinned, stating, my younger brother truly had no other options. It was fortuitous to encounter you, thus resorting to this scheme. I shall need your considerable assistance. After saying this, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li Chengqian. How did I fall for your scheme? Li Chengqian shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, once we meet father, I will navigate this situation for you. Then I am deeply thankful, cousin. The two exchanged knowing smiles before making their way to the emperor's study. Inside the study, Emperor Li Shimin was engrossed in reviewing memorials when a figure resembling a eunuch entered the room. Your Majesty. Bowing respectfully before Li Shimin, the eunuch reported. The crown prince and princey are here to see you. Oh. Upon hearing this, a smile graced the lips of Li Shimin. How did these two young men come together? Summon them, he commanded the eunuch. Yes, your Majesty. The eunuch promptly complied and turned to exit. Shortly thereafter, at Li Shimin's summons, Li Chun, cradling a jar of wine, and Li Chengqian entered slowly. We pay our respects to your Majesty. We pay our respects to father. Approaching Li Shimin, they both bowed in greeting. Rise, Li Shimin said with a smile, raising his hand slightly. Are you two well acquainted? He inquired with a grin. Clearly, Li Shimin was pleased that Li Chun and the others had formed a friendship, especially since Li Chengqian was currently favored by him, and Li Chun was the legitimate grandson of his third brother. Their camaraderie was something he welcomed wholeheartedly. Your Majesty, I met young Chun when he was residing with his aunt in the palace, prior to his being conferred the title of Prince E. In response to Li Shimin's question, Li Chengqian openly recounted their encounter in the Imperial garden. Oh, so you two have known each other for some time? After listening to Li Chengqian's account, Li Shimin chuckled. I had intended to arrange a meeting for you both, but it seems I have been spared the trouble. As the crown prince and future heir to the throne, Li Chengqian's alliance with Li Chun, a descendant of Li Yuanba, renowned for his unparalleled strength, would undoubtedly bolster Li Chengqian's position. Li Shimin was naturally delighted to see their relationship flourish, reminiscent of his own bond with Li Yuanba. What brings you both to me today? He inquired once more. Your Majesty, we actually met on the palace road, Li Chun replied. I have recently brewed a few jars of new wine, intending to present it for your majesty's enjoyment. To my surprise, I encountered my cousin upon entering the palace. And upon inquiring, I learned he also wished to pay his respects, so we came together. Cousin. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin's smile broadened, clearly pleased that the two shared a strong bond. You have not forgotten about me? He remarked, glancing at the jar of wine in Li Chun's arms. How could I? Li Chun chuckled. This wine was just brewed, and I thought of presenting it to your majesty. Bring it forth. Let me see, Li Shimin commanded. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch at the side bowed and approached Li Chun. Your majesty. Receiving the jar of wine from Li Chun, the eunuch presented it respectfully to Li Shimin, aromatic and rich. This wine is excellent. Opening the seal, inhaling the delightful fragrance wafting from the jar, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled as he praised the offering. Evidently, he was also a connoisseur of fine wines, having indulged in countless varieties. However, none could rival the exquisite aroma of the jar presented by Li Chun. What is the name of this wine? Sealing the jar, Li Shimin turned to Li Chun and inquired. At present, he was in the Imperial study, with numerous memorials awaiting his attention, thus it was not feasible for him to partake of it at that moment. Your majesty, this wine is called Erguotu, Li Chun replied. Erguotu? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. What sort of name is that? What is the origin of this wine? Chapter 61, A Minister. Willing to accept punishment, the title was casually chosen by the minister. Li Chun, somewhat preoccupied, responded with a vague remark. His mind was entirely consumed with how to explain to Li Shimin the matter of the 50 or so bandits he had slain. He had no inclination to discuss the origin of the wine's name. Casually chosen? Observing Li Chun's current demeanor, Li Shimin couldn't help but smile. I see, young man. You have not merely come to present me with wine today, have you? As he spoke, he leaned back in his chair, inviting Li Chun to reveal any further matters at hand. I am guilty, and I humbly request your majesty's punishment. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun clasped his hands, bowing deeply. Noticing Li Chun's posture, Li Shimin's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially presumed that Li Chun's visit bore a request, but now it seemed less significant than he had anticipated. Sitting upright, Li Shimin inquired, What crime have you committed? Your majesty, I killed someone yesterday. Li Chun spoke without raising his head, showing no intention of concealing the truth, fully aware that Li Shimin would eventually learn of it regardless. You killed someone? Li Shimin's expression tightened at Li Chun's admission. Indeed, your majesty. Li Chun raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting determination. I could not restrain myself yesterday, and I do not regret my actions. Li Shimin sensed something amiss in Li Chun's demeanor, though their acquaintance had not been lengthy. Li Chun's typically composed character suggested he was not one to indiscriminately take life. Coupled with his earlier statement of inability to restrain himself, this only deepened Li Shimin's intrigue. Whom did you kill, and why? Explain it to me clearly. With this thought, Li Shimin spoke firmly to Li Chun. Yes, your majesty. Li Chun replied. Yesterday, as I returned home, I intended to share my bountiful blessings with the villagers who had previously aided me. However, I encountered a band of robbers engaged in acts of violence and plunder. Li Chun recounted the events to Li Shimin in detail. In the end, I could no longer contain myself and slaughtered all those bandits in Heishui village. I implore your majesty to pass judgment. 50 or 60 men. Did you slay them all by yourself? Upon hearing Li Chun's account, Li Shimin was taken aback. According to Li Chun's description, each of the 50 or 60 bandits was armed, and to think that Li Chun managed to dispatch them without a scratch was astonishing. Yes, your majesty. Li Chun nodded, claiming full responsibility for the act. While he had only slain a few bandits, he was acutely aware that it was his orders that had led Zhao Yong and others to act. Thus, he could not allow them to bear the blame for his decisions. Upon hearing Li Chun's response, Li Shimin ceased to speak, instead sitting in contemplation with a furrowed brow. Father. Observing the expression on Li Shimin's face, Li Chengqian stepped forward, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect, and addressed him. The bandits whom Li Chun has slain were indeed heinous, committing atrocities and daring to act violently beneath the prince's very feet. Their crimes are of the most egregious nature, and Li Chun's actions in executing them serve to eliminate a threat to the people. I implore you, father, to show clemency. Li Chun, do you share this sentiment? Li Shimin then turned his gaze towards Li Chun, inquiring in a solemn tone. I do not concur, your majesty, Li Chun replied. Though those brigands were indeed vile, the laws of the nation and the rules of the household must be upheld. The crimes they committed should be addressed by the appropriate authorities, and I have overstepped my bounds and am prepared to accept the consequences. Li Chun, you. At this declaration, Li Chengqian was taken aback, never having anticipated that Li Chun would respond in such a manner to his father. How could he possibly plead for leniency now? Clearly, he was unaware that Li Chun had already discerned Li Shimin's intentions. Had Li Chun not answered thus, A rift might have formed in Li Shimin's heart, considering the lives at stake, 50 or 60 lives, even if they were bandits. As an emperor, Li Shimin would surely abhor the notion of someone flouting the law and then justifying their actions with impunity. Moreover, the legal codes of the Tang Dynasty were crafted by Li Shimin himself, and for Li Chun to defy them was audacious. Had he followed Li Chengqian's suggestion, it would have been tantamount to openly challenging Li Shimin. Li Chun was not so naive as to act in such a manner. Indeed, upon hearing Li Chun's response, Li Shimin's expression softened. "I am inquiring of you," he reiterated. "If I were to punish you, would you accept it? One must bear the consequences of their actions." Li Chun replied with unwavering resolve. "I am willing to submit to the law. However, I do not regret slaying those brigands." "Ah, you." Witnessing Li Chun's demeanor, Li Shimin could no longer maintain his stern facade. Sitting upon the dragon throne, he shook his head and chuckled softly. "You truly have inherited your father's spirit." It was evident that had Li Chun answered as Li Chengqian did, he would have faced a minor reprimand. However, the nature of Li Chun's words had greatly pleased Li Shimin. Not only did he uphold the legal framework established by Li Shimin, but his forthright character also evoked memories of his late brother. Despite Li Shimin's strictness, he could not bring himself to hold Li Chun accountable. "Father, does this mean you will not pursue charges against Li Chun?" Li Chengqian inquired, his face alight with surprise upon witnessing his father's amused expression. "Humph, he has taken a life. Ah, how could I not investigate?" Li Shimin feigned anger, letting out a mock huff. "But father, Li Chun acted to rid the realm of evil." Li Chengqian protested, growing anxious once more. Meanwhile, Li Chun, upon hearing the feigned huff from Li Shimin, felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he had successfully navigated this perilous situation, and he inwardly smiled at the turn of events. If Li Shimin truly wished to punish him, he would have already commanded it, rather than engage in this futile discourse. Contemplating this, Li Chun resolved to deliver a decisive blow to Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, I am willing to relinquish the title of Wing King as a demonstration of my punishment." He then clasped his hands together and bowed solemnly. "Nonsense." Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin rose abruptly from his dragon throne. The title of Wing King had been publicly conferred upon Li Chun by him. How could it simply be revoked? That would be tantamount to slapping his own face before the populace. "Enough. You need not concern yourselves with this matter any longer. Be gone." He waved his hand dismissively at Li Chun and his companion. Heh. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Then, "Your Majesty, shall we take our leave?" "Be gone." Li Shimin bellowed once more at Li Chun. Chapter 62. Go find Cheng Yaojin for me. Upon encountering the visage of Li Shimin, Li Chun dared not linger any longer. He grasped Li Chengqian's hand and, as if fleeing, hurried towards the exit of the Imperial study. "By the way, Your Majesty, if you have finished that wine, where shall I find more?" Yet, just as they were about to depart, Li Chun turned back, pointing at the wine jar on Li Shimin's desk and said, "At that time, get out." Before he could finish his sentence, a hefty tome came crashing toward him. Ah, the Emperor's temper is rather formidable. Hastily escaping the Imperial study, Li Chun awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian stood frozen in place, gazing at Li Chun, rendered speechless for a considerable time. "Hey, cousin, why are you so silent?" Observing Li Chengqian's current demeanor, Li Chun inquired, puzzled. Father has never treated anyone quite like that before. Turning to the closed door of the Imperial study, Li Chengqian managed a bitter smile. Clearly, Li Chun's recent exchange with Li Shimin had genuinely startled him. He was well aware of the nature of his father. He showed no leniency toward wrongdoers. Although Li Chun had dispatched 5 or 6 brigands, from a legal standpoint, he too had committed a grievous offense. The fact that Li Shimin had merely expelled them based on Li Chun's few words left him astounded. It seems father has no intention of pursuing this matter further. He spoke softly, then shifted his gaze back to Li Chun, his expression subtly altered from before. "Well, it appears you have passed this trial." Upon hearing Li Chengqian's words, Li Chun chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Now, tell me honestly, did you anticipate that my father would not punish you?" Li Chengqian, intrigued by Li Chun's grin, posed the question. "Not quite," Li Chun replied, shaking his head. "When I came to meet His Majesty, I was fully prepared to accept punishment. After all, those were indeed lives lost, and with the strict laws set by His Majesty, how could I presume to fathom his thoughts?" He continued, "However, when I heard His Majesty pose that question, I found my resolution." Li Chun's words were indeed truthful. Prior to arriving at the palace, he had contemplated various outcomes, even preparing for imprisonment. After all, as he had mentioned, those were lives lost, and with Li Shimin's rigorous governance, it was inevitable that he would be displeased with his actions and impose some measure of punishment. Yet, to his surprise, after Li Chengqian interceded on his behalf, Li Shimin's inquiry shifted his perspective entirely. In summary, upon hearing Li Chun's words of contrition, Li Shimin had no intention of imposing punishment. He merely sought Li Chun's attitude. Naturally, Li Chun aligned his response with the emperor's expectations, leading to the subsequent developments. It appears your standing in father's eyes is quite significant. After listening to Li Chun's words, Li Chengqian spoke again, remarking that if it were anyone else, the situation would not have been so straightforward. Indeed, Li Chengqian's assertion held true. The reason why Emperor Li Shimin easily pardoned Li Chun was entirely due to his connection as the son of Li Yuanba, a fact that Li Chun was acutely aware of. It was the emperor's favor. Li Chun was indifferent to this, rather pleased by the outcome, as it bore no detriment to him. An opportunity that promised benefits without harm was one that only a fool would decline. In summary, today he was spared from calamity. With a slight smile, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards Li Chengqian, saying, "Thank you, cousin. I shall treat you to wine when I have the chance." "Haha, splendid." Li Chengqian replied with a hearty laugh. "I have long been eager to savor the wine you brew. I shall bring you a few more jars then." With that, Li Chun bid farewell to Li Chengqian with a clasp of his fists and turned to leave towards the palace exit. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good relationship with this young man in the future. Watching Li Chun's retreating figure, Li Chengqian chuckled knowingly. Previously, their closeness stemmed from their familial ties, but now the dynamics had shifted, having witnessed Li Chun's esteemed position in the eyes of Li Shimin. His thoughts naturally began to evolve. After all, gaining Li Chun's assistance would be a significant advantage, especially considering the many who coveted his position as the crown prince. It would soon be time to pay a visit to the Prince of Yi's residence. Contemplating this, Li Chengqian smiled subtly and then made his way back towards the eastern palace. Humph, that cheeky lad surely calculated that I would not punish him. In the Imperial study, Li Shimin sat upon the dragon throne, letting out an exasperated huff, clearly devoid of any inclination to review the memorials. However, that mischievous young man did align with my sentiments. After his moment of irritation, Li Shimin recalled the conversation with Li Chun, and a smile crept upon his lips. Just as Li Chun had articulated, Li Shimin had never intended to punish him. He merely wished to observe Li Chun's attitude towards his transgressions. Given Li Chun's sincerity and that he had not crossed the emperor's limits, Li Shimin naturally chose to let the matter rest. Nevertheless, this situation was still somewhat vexing. If Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng, those old codgers, were to learn of this, there would undoubtedly be a flurry of accusations. Rubbing his forehead, Li Shimin found himself troubled once more. After all, this involved the lives of dozens, and concealment was simply untenable. Execution, annihilation. Leaning back on the dragon throne, Li Shimin murmured to himself for a moment before his eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, annihilation. Clearly, a strategy had begun to form in his mind. If he proceeded in this manner, those old fellows would have little to say. As this thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile graced the lips of Li Shimin, and an idea swiftly took form in his heart. "Bring Qing Yujin to me," he commanded one of the eunuchs accompanying him. "Yes, your majesty," the eunuch replied without hesitation, promptly darting out of the study to convey the imperial decree to Duke Lu's residence. Once the eunuch had departed, Li Shimin turned his gaze to the wine jar on the table and began to chuckle softly, contemplating the amusing reparations he would demand from that rascal. Chapter 63. Have you laughed enough? Greetings, your majesty. Soon, under the guidance of the eunuch in charge of imperial edicts, General Cheng Yaojin arrived at the threshold of the imperial study. "General Cheng, please wait a moment. I shall inform his majesty." "Very well." Cheng Yaojin nonchalantly waved his hand in response. This was the imperial study of Li Shimin, although summoned by the emperor. To enter without prior announcement would be a grave breach of etiquette, a fact that Cheng understood well. "Your majesty." Within the study, the eunuch approached Li Shimin. Bowing deeply, "General Cheng has been brought here and is currently awaiting outside." "Very well, let him in." Li Shimin nodded lightly. With the emperor's consent, the eunuch promptly acknowledged and exited to invite Cheng Yaojin inside. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty." Upon facing Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists and bowed deeply. "Be at ease," Li Shimin replied with a smile, raising his hand. "Thank you, your majesty." Cheng Yaojin expressed his gratitude and gradually rose. "Your majesty, what matter brings me here today?" he inquired in a rather casual manner. Li Shimin, unfazed by Cheng Yaojin's demeanor, appeared accustomed to such familiarity. "You may leave for now," Li Shimin instructed the eunuch with a wave of his hand. "Yes, your majesty." The seasoned eunuch, having spent many years in the palace, understood the nuances of discretion, promptly bowed and retreated from the study. "Your majesty, what is this?" Observing Li Shimin's gesture, Cheng Yaojin displayed a puzzled expression. Though he had been summoned numerous times, he had never before witnessed such a dismissal, especially from a long-serving attendant of the emperor, which piqued his curiosity. "Jijia." Noticing Cheng Yaojin's bewildered gaze, Li Shimin spoke directly. "I require your assistance with a particular task." Your Majesty, command me as you wish, Cheng Yaojin replied, thumping his chest. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate. Haha, that is excellent, Li Shimin chuckled heartily. However, Your Majesty, what task do you wish for me to undertake? Cheng Yaojin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired further. Is it once again to uncover the transgressions of certain officials? His words referred to the previous incident during the Grand Court Assembly concerning Wang Shijing and 3 other officials. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have ample experience in such matters and will ensure they are handled with utmost diligence. Why do you always think of seeking out the faults of others? Li Shimin, observing Cheng Yaojin's enthusiasm, shook his head in exasperation. Is it not this matter? Cheng Yaojin awkwardly chuckled and inquired, Your Majesty, what matter do you wish to entrust to me? Yesterday, a murder was committed, Li Shimin replied, no longer beating around the bush. Moreover, the perpetrator executed 50 to 60 individuals. What? Before Li Shimin could finish his statement, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed in shock. Even he was taken aback. After all, 50 to 60 lives were at stake, not mere livestock. Who would dare to commit such a heinous act under the very nose of the crown prince? Who possesses such audacity? He could not help but ask Li Shimin, why are you making such a commotion? Li Shimin shot him a glare upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's outburst. I have yet to finish my explanation. Oh. Cheng Yaojin, flustered by the glare, quickly nodded in compliance. Is Your Majesty summoning me to apprehend the mastermind behind this atrocity? He whispered cautiously. Not exactly, Li Shimin replied, shaking his head. The slain were nothing more than a band of unrepentant thieves, who were in the midst of pillaging a village when they were decisively eliminated. A band of thieves? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. They certainly deserved their fate for daring to plunder villagers beneath the emperor's gaze. Had it been him, he would have dismembered them without hesitation. Wait, that can't be right. Suddenly, Cheng Yaojin came to a realization. Your Majesty, you just mentioned that those thieves were slain by a single individual? Indeed, Li Shimin confirmed with a nod. Who is this person, possessing such formidable prowess? Cheng Yaojin could not help but marvel at the revelation. Although he believed he could have dispatched those 50 to 60 thieves himself, having emerged from the depths of bloodshed, such strength was not uncommon. Individuals of his caliber were few and far between in the Tang Dynasty. Aside from a handful, there were no others. And Li Shimin's words suggested that it was not any of the familiar old veterans he knew, which left him puzzled. The one who vanquished those thieves is someone you are acquainted with. Li Shimin smiled faintly as he regarded Cheng Yaojin. I know them? Cheng Yaojin questioned, perplexed. Was it old Qin, old Li, or perhaps one of their companions? Yet, if it were truly them, they would have informed him by now. You need not speculate any further, Li Shimin said, observing Cheng Yaojin's mumbled confusion. Once I reveal the name of the besieged village, you shall understand. The village that was attacked is. Cheng Yaojin's gaze sharpened. Heishui village. Li Shimin enunciated each syllable. Heishui village. Cheng Yaojin paused in disbelief before his eyes widened in astonishment. Is it Li Chun? Prior to his acquaintance with Li Chun, the fact that Li Chun resided in Heishui village was something he had already been aware of. Moreover, he had visited Heishui village on multiple occasions. If he were unable to deduce this at that moment, it would indeed be quite foolish. Ha ha ha. Splendidly done. He chuckled heartily. I wondered who it could be. If it were that young man, it would come as no surprise. Upon learning that the bandits had been slain by Li Chun, Cheng Yaojin could not contain his laughter in the presence of Li Shimin. Observing his jovial demeanor, Li Shimin could only shake his head in resignation. He had come to realize that the bond between Cheng Yaojin and Li Chun was undoubtedly special. Otherwise, Cheng Yaojin would not have displayed such mirth in front of him. However, Li Shimin bore no resentment regarding this matter. After all, Cheng Yaojin had been by his side for many years, and he was well aware of his temperament. Additionally, Li Chun was the son of his third brother. Their alliance could only be one of loyalty and camaraderie. Have you finished laughing? Li Shimin, watching Cheng Yaojin still grinning broadly, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chapter 64. The elimination of bandits. If you have had your fill of laughter, let us discuss serious matters. Haha, that is enough. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin quickly nodded. Your Majesty, did you summon me today to capture that rascal, Li Chun? He hesitantly inquired of Li Shimin. Nonsense. If I intended to apprehend that wretched boy, would I need to send for you? Li Shimin regarded him as if he were a fool. Then, Your Majesty, what is it that you desire? Cheng Yaojin's face was marked with confusion. It was clear he understood that Li Shimin had no intention of capturing Li Chun, yet he could not fathom why he was called. Although the individuals Li Chun had slain were indeed scoundrels, they were still lives lost. Li Shimin got straight to the point, stating that this matter could not be concealed for long. I fear that if Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng become aware, they will undoubtedly raise a clamor against that scoundrel in the court. That is true. Cheng Yaojin's brow furrowed at this revelation. The stubbornness and inflexibility of those old fellows, Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng, are notorious. They are as obstinate as rocks in a latrine, foul and unyielding. He snorted in indignation. However, Your Majesty, you did not summon me today to have me thrash those old fellows and prevent them from attending court, did you? I truly do not understand how your mind works. Upon hearing Chen Yaojin's words, Li Shimin was momentarily defeated by his reasoning, striking the current chancellor. How could he even conceive such an idea? Haha. Chen Yaojin scratched his head awkwardly, noticing the expression in Li Shimin's eyes. Oh dear, Your Majesty. Just tell me directly. I truly cannot think of what you wish me to do. I will do as you say. You ought to exercise your mind more often. Li Shimin shook his head helplessly at Chen Yaojin's words. He felt completely vanquished by this man's thought process. Whenever faced with a situation, he resorted to violence or recklessness. I have devised a foolproof plan. Li Shimin decided not to burden Chen Yaojin's mind any further and plainly stated, upon your return, I shall issue an imperial edict declaring that bandits are rampant around Zhongnan Mountain, causing harm to the people. You are to eliminate them. As he gazed at Chen Yaojin, Li Shimin laid out the plan he had already conceived. Your Majesty, are you suggesting? Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Chen Yaojin's eyes began to gleam with excitement. If he still did not comprehend the purpose of his summons, it would indeed be foolish beyond measure. Exactly. Li Shimin nodded with a smile. You need only lead a group to patrol Zhongnan Mountain, declaring that the bandits have been eradicated. I shall reward you with an edict. And by then, Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng will have nothing to say. The strategy previously contemplated by Li Shimin was to employ Chen Yaojin to silence the dissenting voices. After all, the actions of bandits, which wreak havoc upon the common folk, are universally condemned. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Li Shimin to issue an edict for their eradication, leaving little room for objection from others. Moreover, the news of the demise of those outlaws had yet to circulate, making it an opportune moment for Chen Yaojin to take action, effectively allowing Li Chun's influence to be obscured in the process, an admirable twofold benefit. Chen Yaojin chuckled, acknowledging the meticulousness of the Emperor's thoughts. Indeed, if everyone were as you are, I wouldn't need to bear the responsibilities of an emperor, Li Shimin remarked, prompting Chen Yaojin to scratch his head once more. By the way, Your Majesty, he began, with this exchange, all the credit will belong to me. What shall become of that young lad? Humph, what of him? Li Shimin retorted with a cold snort. It would suffice if I do not hold him accountable. Chen Yaojin grinned broadly, realizing that he had inadvertently benefited from that troublesome youth. He wondered what expression Li Chun would wear upon discovering this turn of events. Very well. You may return for now, Li Shimin commanded, and shortly, I shall issue an edict for you. Yes, your humble servant takes his leave, Chen Yaojin replied with a grin. Before turning to exit the imperial study, that troublesome lad, forcing me to clean up after him once Chen Yaojin had departed, a faint smile graced Li Shimin's lips. Come forth, he called as he turned around and resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, bellowing toward the door. As his words echoed, the previously exited eunuch hastily re-entered. Your Majesty, he bowed, awaiting Li Shimin's command. Draft the edict with that. Li Shimin seized the brush upon the desk and began to write with fervor. Imperial decree arrives. Chen Yaojin receives the edict soon. An imperial decree descended upon the residents of Duklu. Today, I have learned of rampant banditry in the vicinity of Mount Zhongnan, endangering the lives of the people. I hereby appoint Chen Yaojin to lead the campaign against them. There must be no mistakes. Thus decreed. Your servant acknowledges the decree. Chen Yaojin proclaimed loudly as the eunuch recited the edict. Where are the soldiers? Rising to his feet, Chen Yaojin shouted toward the courtyard. Present, came the unified response. As his words echoed, a chorus of shouts erupted from the courtyard. Present, the resounding cries filled the air. And soon, with a steady cadence of footsteps, a battalion clad in armor and wielding weapons emerged from the courtyard, numbering over 1,000 upon closer inspection. Moreover, Chen Yaojin himself was donned in armor, wielding 2 ornate battle axes in hand. Clearly, upon returning from the imperial study, he had already mobilized the troops. Soldiers, heed my command. In these times, bandits run rampant, causing great suffering among the common folk, rendering their lives unbearable. His Majesty has thus commanded me, the general, to proceed with a campaign against them. Surveying the thousands of soldiers before him, Chen Yaojin began his impromptu rallying speech. Follow me, and together we shall annihilate these scoundrels, eradicating their very existence. Annihilate, eradicate. As Chen Yaojin's words resonated, the thousands of soldiers raised their weapons in unison, their fervent shouts soaring towards the heavens. Witnessing the fervor of the troops, a subtle smile played upon Chen Yaojin's lips. These soldiers, carefully selected from the ranks, possessed unwavering loyalty to him. Even if they encountered no bandits on this expedition, their silence would remain unbroken. Onward. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yaojin hesitated no longer, issuing a command to the troops before turning to lead them out of the Duke of Lu's residence. Chapter 65. By whatever you fancy, father. Just at that moment, an urgent voice suddenly called out from behind the group. Turning around, they saw Cheng Chimo sprinting towards them, clad in a suit of armor. What brings you here? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of his son rushing towards him. Father, I wish to join you in vanquishing the bandits. Cheng Chimo panted. I have yet to experience the thrill of battle. Please allow me to accompany you this time. Upon finishing his plea, he gazed at Cheng Yaojin with a look of earnest supplication. Indeed, although Cheng Chimo was Cheng Yaojin's legitimate son, he had grown up under his father's protective care since birth, never having participated in any combat. Moreover, with his brother Li Chun now elevated to the rank of Wing King, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy, secretly spurred on by the desire to earn his own military accolades. You wish to join us? Cheng Yaojin's expression turned to one of astonishment as he regarded Cheng Chimo's pleading gaze. He understood well what was stirring in his son's heart. However, their current mission was merely a reconnaissance, with no bandits to confront. Yes, father, please grant me this request. Cheng Chimo earnestly nodded, even kneeling on one knee before Cheng Yaojin, conveying an unmistakable determination that he would not rise until granted permission. Sighing in resignation, Cheng Yaojin relented. Very well. Since this boy wishes to earn his stripes, I shall permit it. After all, there is no real danger this time, and even if he learns the truth later, he is unlikely to disclose it, given his bond with Li Chun. Yet, he knew that once his son discovered the outcome, he might feel a tinge of disappointment. But such was unavoidable. Thank you, father. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's acquiescence, Cheng Chimo's face lit up with excitement as he rose and expressed his gratitude. There was an unmistakable glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Then let us be off. Observing his son's enthusiasm, Cheng Yaojin could not bear to dissuade him. He turned and led the troops towards the bustling streets of Chang'an, determined to ensure that all its inhabitants were aware of their expedition to the vicinity of Mount Zhangnan to eliminate bandits. Meanwhile, within the Wing King's residence, my lord, what has prompted this sudden desire to stroll through the marketplace? Wang Liping inquired excitedly, following closely behind Li Chun. I feel joyful today, so I thought to take you out for a leisurely walk, Li Chun replied with a smile, turning to her. Indeed, upon returning from the palace, Li Chun found himself in exceptionally high spirits. After all, the matter concerning the 50 or 60 individuals had been dropped by Li Shimin, who showed no inclination towards reprimanding him. Naturally, Li Chun was overjoyed. In this moment of elation, he recalled Wang Liping. Since her arrival at his residence, he had been preoccupied with various affairs, neglecting his younger sister. Hence, he impulsively decided to take her out for a stroll, as a means to atone for his previous oversight. What's this? You don't wish to go? He teased Wang Liping. No, I do want to go. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Wang Liping's little head shook vigorously, like a rattle drum. Rarely did she have the opportunity to be alone with Li Chun. How could she not wish to join him? Ha! Witnessing Wang Liping's antics, Li Chun erupted into hearty laughter. Young master. Seeing Li Chun laugh so heartily, Wang Liping playfully pouted, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. It was evident that she recognized Li Chun's teasing nature. In recent days, my dear sister, I have been somewhat neglectful due to pressing matters, he said, gently ruffling her hair, his expression softening. He had always regarded Wang Liping as his sister. No, Wang Liping hastily shook her head, replying, aside from my father and mother, you are the kindest person in the world to ping her. Hiki. Hearing this, Li Chun chuckled and patted her head, then declared, today, brother will make it up to you. When we go out, if you see anything you like, feel free to buy it. I shall cover the expense. With that, he turned and strode toward the entrance. However, brother, watching Li Chun's retreating figure, Wang Liping murmured to herself. Yet soon, a resolute expression graced her delicate face as she tightened her small fist, declaring, young master, wait for me. She immediately raced after him. This hairpin is rather exquisite. In the bustling streets of Chang'an, Li Chun stood before a counter, admiring a beautifully carved hairpin. A subtle smile graced his lips as he requested the shopkeeper to retrieve it. This intricately crafted hairpin, glistening and cool to the touch, was evidently fashioned from the finest jade. Here, Xiaoping, try it on. He extended the hairpin toward Wang Liping, clearly having chosen it specifically for her. Young master, this is too much. Upon seeing the hairpin, Wang Liping quickly waved her hands in refusal. It was evident that its value was exorbitant. She would not dare accept such a precious gift, even if she saved for years. Just take it. You must. Noticing her reluctance, Li Chun feigned annoyance, otherwise, brother will become upset. The jade hairpin may hold immense value for Wang Liping, yet for the present daily village, it is merely a trivial matter. involving nothing more than the expenditure of a few silver coins. Young master, I. Upon witnessing Li Chun's anger, Wang Liping's delicate face suddenly paled, leaving her at a loss, clearly frightened by Li Chun's displeasure. Hiki, come, let me adorn you with this. Observing Wang Liping's bewildered expression, Li Chun ceased to tease her, offering a gentle smile as he affixed the jade hairpin atop her petite head. Splendid. Stepping back a couple of paces, Li Shimin's eyes brightened at the sight of Wang Liping, now adorned with the exquisite hairpin. Chapter 66. A disturbance. Although Wang Liping was not dressed in opulence at this moment, the adornment of her jade hairpin accentuated her beauty remarkably, transforming her entire demeanor. This young lady is truly striking. One wonders which family she hails from. Such sentiments were not felt solely by Li Chun. Even the other patrons within the room could not refrain from showering her with compliments upon witnessing her appearance. Beside her stood a handsome youth, and the two of them together appeared exceptionally well matched. Indeed, one had rarely encountered a pair so harmonious in both talent and beauty. In an instant, a chorus of praise reverberated through the establishment. Upon hearing this flurry of commendations, a deeper blush adorned Wang Liping's previously shy visage. Stealing a glance at Li Chun, her heart swelled with joy. She had long harbored affection for him, and now, with so many proclaiming their compatibility as a match made in heaven, her heart brimmed with delight. Meanwhile, Li Chun, listening to the accolades, wore a faint smile, though he refrained from elaborating further. His purpose in visiting the marketplace today was not merely to shop, but to make amends for the attention he had recently neglected to bestow upon his sister. As long as she was content, he felt that all else was trivial. However, unbeknownst to him, this incident would leave an indelible mark on Wang Liping's heart. Which family does this lovely young lady belong to, that she possesses such exquisite beauty? At that moment, a discordant voice pierced through the crowd, followed by the sight of three ruffians pushing their way through, heading directly towards Li Chun and Wang Liping. What a misfortune to encounter these hooligans. As these unsavory individuals made their entrance, the other patrons instinctively recoiled, clearly recognizing the trio. Make way, make way. Do not provoke them. These three were notorious for their rowdy behavior in the vicinity, and to be targeted by them boded ill. Some patrons even cast sympathetic glances at Li Chun and Wang Liping, foreseeing the impending trouble. The trio, infamous local miscreants, approached, one of them leering at Wang Liping. My dear girl, with such beauty, have you found a suitor? Drawing closer to Wang Liping, the ruffians paid little heed to Li Chun, directly teasing her, their gazes laden with lascivious intent. Prince. Upon witnessing their brazen demeanor, Wang Liping instinctively sought refuge behind Li Chun, clearly intimidated by the unfamiliar situation. Oh, look, she's shy. The ruffians erupted into raucous laughter at Wang Liping's retreat behind Li Chun. Little girl, don't hide. Come out and let us have some fun. Ha ha. Have you laughed enough? Just as they were laughing heartily, Li Chun, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke to them, suggesting that if they had finished laughing, they should take their leave. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the laughter of the three abruptly ceased. Kid, I advise you to hand over the girl behind you. One of them menacingly warned Li Chun, or I'll break your legs. Indeed, we have taken a liking to this young lady. It would be her fortune to comply. Hurry up and hand her over to us. Following the words of the first man, the other two thugs joined in the taunting. Clearly, they had grown accustomed to their unruly behavior in the vicinity. Sigh, I have already given you a chance. Li Chun shook his head and sighed upon hearing their words. If that is the case, do not blame me. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Chun's eyes turned icy, and he charged towards the three. Dare you make a move? Seeing Li Chun's actions, the three hardened their expressions and rushed towards him, evidently believing that he was merely a decorative pillow, easily dealt with. However, in an instant, under Li Chun's thunderous strike, a series of piercing screams echoed throughout the marketplace. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the onlookers. Accompanied by the cries of agony, the three thugs lay sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, wailing incessantly. What was even more shocking was that their hands and feet no longer resembled their former selves. Their limbs appeared as if devoid of bones, limply sprawled before them, instilling a chilling sense of dread at a mere glance. This youth is astonishingly powerful. As they turned their gazes back to Li Chun, each person's eyes reflected sheer astonishment. They had witnessed Li Chun's prowess firsthand. His thunderous techniques were utterly dazzling, and some had not even grasped what had transpired before the three thugs found themselves in such a state. Who exactly is this young man? Such a formidable youth. Yet he has never been heard of before. In an instant, various speculations regarding Li Chun began to reverberate throughout the marketplace, even causing passers-by outside to halt in their tracks. Young man, you should leave quickly. One individual stepped forward, kindly advising Li Chun. Having reduced them to this state, You will undoubtedly face legal repercussions. It would be wise to depart swiftly. Indeed, indeed. While the authorities have yet to arrive, it would be prudent to swiftly escort the young lady beside you away from this place. Otherwise, you may find yourself in quite the predicament. The anguished tones of these individuals reveal their deep concern for the three ruffians before them. Otherwise, they would not so fervently urge Li Chun to depart. No matter. Upon hearing their words, Li Chun offered a gentle smile, expressing his gratitude. He discerned that their intentions were genuinely in his favor, and thus, it was only fitting to acknowledge their kindness. After this, he appeared unfazed, turning to resume his selection of goods alongside Xiaoping. Young man. Observing Li Chun's apparent indifference, those who had initially sought to dissuade him could only sigh in resignation. Clear the way, everyone step aside. Just then, a chorus of urgent voices echoed from beyond the entrance. Chapter 67. Are you mute, or are you just ignoring me? Soon after, four men clad in official attire pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. The magistrate has received a report of a disturbance here. Who is responsible for this? One of the officers declared, scanning the onlookers intently. As their gaze swept through the throngs, it landed upon three ruffians sprawled helplessly on the ground, eliciting a collective gasp of disbelief from the officers. To their astonishment, although the men were still alive, their limbs lay limply like a pile of mush, clearly beyond redemption. Who did this? One of the officers called out, turning to the surrounding crowd. Given the gravity of the situation in their jurisdiction, he felt compelled to clarify the matter. Hearing his inquiry, the crowd instinctively glanced towards Li Chun, who was still engrossed in selecting items. In that moment, the officers comprehended that this incident was intricately linked to Li Chun. They promptly approached him. Did you do this to them? One officer inquired. Xiaoping. This piece suits you perfectly, Li Chun remarked, seemingly oblivious to the ruckus, as he picked up a jade pendant from the counter and handed it to a visibly anxious Wang Liping. Hey, brat, we're asking you a question. Another younger officer shouted angrily at Li Chun's indifferent back. Clearly, he had never encountered someone who could inflict such harm and yet remained so audaciously dismissive of their authority. We're asking you a question. Are you mute, or? The young officer attempted to continue, but was halted by an elder officer beside him, who raised a hand in restraint. It was evident that the elder officer possessed far more experience than his younger counterpart. To have reduced someone to such a state and still exhibit such audacity suggested that this individual was not to be trifled with. Sir, is there an explanation for your actions in this marketplace? Although he suspected Li Chun's identity might be significant, duty compelled him to inquire, albeit with a markedly more respectful tone than his predecessor. Are you speaking to me? Upon hearing the voice behind him, Li Chun turned with a smile. I apologize. I was too focused on selecting items to notice. Why, Your Highness, the Winged Prince? At that moment, as Li Chun turned around, the elder officer's eyes widened in astonishment. I have met His Highness, the Winged Prince. He immediately bowed deeply before Li Chun. Witnessing this display, the other officers in front of him were left dumbfounded. Especially the earlier officer who had spoken disrespectfully to Li Chun, now gripped by a profound sense of fear. Who is the Winged King? They are well aware that he is none other than the sole progeny of the unparalleled hero, Li Yuanba, and also the beloved nephew of the current sovereign. It is because of him that the emperor has decreed a reduction of taxes by 10%, thereby elevating Li Chun to the status of a hero in the hearts of the populace. How could he not feel trepidation when he had dared to speak so disrespectfully to the Winged King? Upon this realization, several officers quickly bowed respectfully to Li Chun. This youth is indeed the Winged King. Upon hearing the words of the officers and witnessing their gestures, astonishment rippled through the crowd. No wonder he was unafraid. It turns out he is indeed His Highness the Winged King. Indeed, when the Winged King intervenes, he eradicates calamities for the people, emerging as a true hero. Witnessing the Winged King, in that moment, the crowd began to bow to Li Chun in unison. Within the marketplace, upon learning of Li Chun's identity, both officers and common folk alike lowered themselves in deference to him. Your Highness the Winged King, had it not been for you, we would not have seen a reduction in our taxes this year. Indeed, we owe you our gratitude. Furthermore, you have vanquished the troubles that plagued us today. You are truly a great hero. The officers remained silent, but for the commoners, Li Chun's ascendance as the Winged King meant a significant alleviation of their burdens this year. Although it was a decree from Li Shimin, without Li Chun's intervention, their burdens would not have been as light. Moreover, Li Chun had just rid them of the 3 scourges that had afflicted them. Naturally, the villagers held immense gratitude towards him. Please, everyone, rise. Observing the actions of the crowd, Li Chun hastily raised his hand, showing no airs of superiority befitting the Winged King. He had never intended to reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would have donned official attire. Moreover, he understood that the esteem the commoners held for him was not solely due to his status as the Winged King, but rather, It was a blessing bestowed by Li Shimin. This honor was not what Li Chun sought. Fundamentally, he felt that he had done little for these people. What he truly desired was to earn their genuine respect and affection through meaningful contributions to their lives. My friends, I have not truly done anything for you. Once the crowd had risen, Li Chun spoke again, stating that the reduction in taxes this year was due to the Emperor's benevolence and not his own doing. Your Highness the Winged King, you are too humble. Yet, upon hearing Li Chun's words, the commoner's admiration for him only grew stronger. In an instant, a torrent of expressions of humility and gratitude were directed towards him. Sigh. Watching the gratitude of the people, Li Chun could only manage a wry smile to himself. The commoners are so understanding. It seems I must truly do something for them in the future. The common folk hold him in such high regard. He cannot perpetually rely on the accolades bestowed upon him by Li Shimin. However, there is no need for haste. One must patiently await the opportune moment. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, in just a few days, this very opportunity would present itself directly before him, and subsequently, he would be sincerely hailed as a hero by the entire populace of the Tang Dynasty. Of course, those are matters for another time. Reflecting on this, Li Chun dismissed his earlier turmoil and turned his attention to the several constables before him. Surely, you have gleaned the details of the recent events from these townsfolk? Indeed. Indeed, upon hearing Li Chun's inquiry, the constables hurriedly nodded in affirmation, particularly the young constable who had previously spoken disrespectfully to Li Chun, nodding vigorously as if pecking at grains. Chapter 68. Suppressing bandits? Your Highness, the Winged Prince, these three ruffians have been brazenly terrorizing the marketplace, bullying the villagers. We have long desired to apprehend them, yet these scoundrels are exceedingly slippery, and we have not found an opportunity. The slightly older constable pointed at the three thugs, who were beaten senseless by Li Chun, and said, Today, thanks to your Highness's intervention, we have managed to subdue them. We shall certainly report this act of ridding the people of harm to the magistrate upon our return. There is no need for a report, Li Chun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He was well aware that such words from the constable could not be taken at face value. It was evident that the three miscreants had connections to these constables. After all, their unchecked audacity in the marketplace suggested the shadow of these officers loomed behind them. Nevertheless, Li Chun remained unconcerned, as long as they did not appear before him again. He merely hoped they would refrain from committing further misdeeds in the future. And he smiled at the direction of the three ruffians. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the constables exchanged glances, blinking in unison, then turned to look at the three thugs. With such a predicament, could they dare to continue their villainy? Although they thought this, they were not foolish enough to voice it. Yes, rest assured, your Highness. With us around, they shall have no further opportunities, the leader of the constables quickly asserted, clasping his fists in respect to Li Chun. Indeed. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. Very well then, Li Chun smiled slightly. I trust there is nothing more to attend to? Nothing at all. They quickly shook their heads in unison. Your Highness, please proceed. We shall escort these rascals to the prison, they declared, not lingering any longer as they moved forward to seize the three miscreants, hastily exiting the market. The young constable dashed ahead, as if fearing Li Chun might seek trouble with him. Observing their actions, Li Chun shook his head and chuckled softly. Clearly, he had not taken the young man's earlier words to heart. Indeed, if such a minor character were to occupy Li Chun's thoughts, he would have little time for any other affairs. Dear villagers, you may disperse now. After the constables departed, Li Chun turned to the surrounding populace, smiling warmly. Yes, very well. Indeed, your Highness. Upon hearing his words, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement and gradually began to disperse. The Winged Prince seems quite approachable. Indeed, unlike those previous officials, he carries none of the airs of nobility. As the crowd dispersed, whispers regarding Li Chun's demeanor began to circulate among them. Shopkeeper, how much for this jade hairpin? Upon hearing the murmurs, Li Chun paid them little heed. Instead, he turned and pointed to the jade hairpin adorning Wang Liping's head, inquiring with a smile to the shopkeeper behind the counter. No need. As Li Chun asked about the price, the shopkeeper hastily waved his hand, expressing that it was an honor for someone of the Winged Prince's stature to visit his humble establishment, and that the hairpin should be considered a gift for the young lady. That is quite unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Li Chun gently shook his head and smiled. He was not one to take advantage of others, and he understood that every profession comes with its own hardships. Much like the students he had encountered before his journey through time, who toiled through numerous subjects and tutoring sessions. Why would he so easily take advantage of someone else's efforts? As he spoke, Li Chun reached into his pocket and produced a pouch of silver, placing it directly on the counter. Containing over 100 taels, this amount would surely suffice for the purchase of the hairpin. This is far too much. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the pouch of money, repeatedly shook his head. Your Highness, such a sum is unnecessary. Indeed, while the hairpin was of considerable value, the silver Li Chun offered was more than adequate. Just take it, Li Chun replied with a slight smile. The remainder shall be considered a patronage for your establishment. With that, he chose not to linger, leading Xiaoping out of the shop. Thank you, Your Highness. Watching Li Chun's departing figure, the shopkeeper bowed deeply in gratitude. The wing prince was truly unlike other officials he had encountered. In his shop, he had often encountered other officials who would take items without a second thought, leaving behind only a meager sum, akin to a bandit. Yet, Li Chun was so approachable and considerate of the common folk. How could the shopkeeper not feel grateful? Hey, remember the appearance of the young lady accompanying the wing prince. If she returns, sell her items at cost. Meanwhile, Li Chun was unaware of the shopkeeper's instructions to his assistant as he walked along the street, smiling at Wang Liping. No, that's not necessary, my lord. Hearing his words, Wang Liping quickly waved her hands and softly said, I'm already very content with this jade hairpin you have given me. Indeed. The purchase of the hairpin had already cost Li Chun a substantial amount of silver, and Wang Liping was not one to be greedy. It's no trouble. Today, my brother is in good spirits. Li Chun, perceiving Wang Liping's sentiments, smiled gently. I still have plenty of silver on me, so feel free to shop without worry. With that, he intended to lead Wang Liping toward a fabric shop. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. Looking up, one could faintly discern a procession of armored soldiers, weapons in hand, advancing along the street towards them. Why have so many soldiers suddenly appeared? Witnessing this scene, Li Chun exhibited an expression of bewilderment. Not only he, but the surrounding citizens also paused, their faces etched with confusion. How could there be so many soldiers? Indeed, what has transpired? In an instant, a multitude of speculations began to ripple through the crowd. Is that not General Cheng? Among the throng, there were those well-versed in such matters who immediately recognized the figure leading the front of the formation, Cheng Yaojin. General Cheng is leading the charge. Could it be that a battle is imminent? Little do you know, I have heard that General Cheng is on a mission to eradicate bandits. Eradicate bandits? Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Then, as if struck by inspiration, Xiaoping, let us go take a look. He offered a gentle smile to the nearby Wang Liping before making his way towards the direction of Cheng Yaojin. Chapter 69. The end. Yet another comes to moisten the wine. Li Chun soon arrived at the horse of Cheng Yaojin, clasping his fist in salute. Is that you? You little rascal? Upon seeing Li Chun's figure, Cheng Yaojin waved his hand, signaling the troop behind him to halt. Hee, Uncle Cheng. I heard you were going to exterminate the bandits this time? Li Chun chuckled, and then, in a tone meant only for the two of them, inquired of Cheng Yaojin. Isn't it because of you, you little brat? Cheng Yaojin responded with a cold grunt upon hearing Li Chun's words. As expected, a smile crept onto Li Chun's face, further solidifying his thoughts. It was evident that this was a strategy devised by Li Shimin to extricate him from his predicament. He had already suspected as much when he heard the earlier discussions, and this confirmation only strengthened his conviction. Here's wishing Uncle Cheng a victorious start. With this thought, Li Chun bowed deeply to Cheng Yaojin once more. You little rascal. Observing Li Chun's antics, Cheng Yaojin huffed again. The things you've done have forced me to clean up your mess. Li Chun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Indeed, it could be said that Cheng Yaojin was cleaning up after him, and he felt somewhat awkward about it. Xiao Chun, just as Li Chun was feeling awkward, a figure approached. Cheng Chumo? Upon seeing this person, Li Chun was taken aback, clearly surprised that Cheng Chumo was also part of this entourage. Did he know the whole story? Xiao Chun. Cheng Chumo smiled as he walked up to Li Chun. This time, as we go to exterminate the bandits, your second brother, will ensure that those rogues are completely wiped out and, by the way, here, Cheng Chumo grinned, to earn some military merits in the process. Hearing this, Li Chun blinked in surprise, realizing that Cheng Chumo was still unaware of the entire situation. He sighed softly. Then I shall await good news from my second brother at home. Haha, splendid. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily, clearly brimming with confidence about this mission. Enough dawdling. Let us set off. Observing the two, Cheng Yaojin impatiently urged them, leading the troop directly toward the outskirts of Chang'an. I truly hope that when he learns the truth, he will still retain such confidence. Watching Cheng Chumo's departing figure, Li Chun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The next day, news spread throughout Chang'an. Cheng Yaojin led his men to thoroughly cleanse the bandits from the vicinity of Zhangnan Mountain. Li Shimin even issued a decree, bestowing numerous rewards and praising Cheng Chumo. It could be said that the credit for this campaign against the bandits belonged entirely to this father-son duo. However, Li Chun felt no displeasure regarding this. After all, they were cleaning up his mess, and it was only natural that they would receive the accolades. Li Chun, you scoundrel." At this moment, a voice filled with resentment echoed from outside the courtyard where Li Chun resided. Cheng Chimo, with a face full of gloom, entered the premises. Yesterday, he had followed Cheng Yaojin with great confidence to suppress bandits, only to find that upon reaching the Zhongnan Mountains, Cheng Yaojin merely led him around the vicinity without accomplishing anything substantial. It was only after Cheng Chimo expressed his confusion that Cheng Yaojin revealed the entire truth. Thus, early this morning, he had come to confront him regarding the matter. "Ah, the great hero of bandit suppression has arrived." Observing Cheng Chimo's current demeanor, Li Chun teased him with a smile. "You still have the audacity to bring that up?" Upon hearing Li Chun's mocking words, Cheng Chimo became even more disheartened. "You already know about it?" Li Chun chuckled. "Yes." Cheng Chimo nodded sullenly, originally hoping to seize this opportunity to earn some military merit and impress His Majesty. But it turned out he was merely there to clean up after this rascal. Ha. Hearing this, Li Chun could no longer contain his laughter. "But didn't His Majesty also issue a decree to reward you? That is not the same." Cheng Chimo rolled his eyes at Li Chun's laughter, stating that His Majesty was already aware, and the commendation was merely a formality. "All right, enough with the gloom," Li Chun said with a smile. "Today I shall treat you to a hearty meal as an apology." "That is more like it." Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Chimo finally revealed a semblance of a smile. Clearly, his visit to the prince's residence was not solely to confront Li Chun. Besides enjoying a good meal, "I also intend to take 10 jars of erguo too." 10 jars? At this, Li Chun's smile abruptly vanished. No way. The quantity of wine he had brewed was already limited. Previously, 6 jars had been taken by Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing, another jar had been sent to Li Shimin, and even later, a jar had been given to Li Chengqian. With so little left, how could he agree to such a demand? 3 jars. He promptly responded. 8 jars. Cheng Chimo countered. "Just 3 jars, no more." Li Chun remained firm. Although he could brew more, it required time. 5 jars. Cheng Chimo said through gritted teeth. Observing Li Chun's resolve. "Just 3 jars." Li Chun was unwavering. "You little rascal, I am here to clean up your mess, and you want 5 jars from me? Not a chance." Cheng Chimo glared at Li Chun, pointing his finger with indignation. Seeing his reaction, Li Chun merely shot him a sidelong glance, then raised 3 fingers, indicating 3 jars. Anything beyond that was out of the question. Li Chun was fuming, his breath coming in short gasps, when suddenly a spark of mischief lit up his eyes. This wine was not my personal desire. My father made it quite clear upon my departure that if you refuse, he would personally pay you a visit." Upon hearing Cheng Chimo's words, Li Chun deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly demoralized. The thought of Cheng Yaojin's arrival was truly terrifying. If he came, not only would 5 jars be insufficient, but the entire cellar would likely be emptied by that old rascal. Li Chun was not willing to take that risk. "Fine, 5 jars it is." He gritted his teeth and reluctantly acquiesced. Is this wine satisfactory?" Witnessing Li Chun's dismay, Cheng Chimo laughed heartily, akin to a triumphant general. "Come, let us drink." With that, he swaggered into Li Chun's room. Just as Li Chun was grappling with his frustration over Cheng Chimo's glee, another voice resonated from outside the courtyard. "Oh no. Another one here to mooch off the wine." Upon hearing that voice, Li Chun's already troubled expression darkened further, as he immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer, Qin Huayu. Chapter 70. The officials enter the palace. "Ah, brother, you have arrived." Upon seeing the figure of Qin Huayu, Cheng Chimo was evidently delighted and directly called out to him as brother. "Just in time, we were about to go for a drink. Would you care to join us?" "Excellent." Hearing this, Qin Huayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "However, I heard you mentioning something about several jars of wine from afar just now. What does that mean?" He turned to Cheng Chimo with a puzzled expression. "Oh, I was looking for Xiaochun too." "Oh, we were discussing how many jars of wine to drink." Before Cheng Chimo could finish his sentence, Li Chun hurriedly interjected. He truly did not dare to let Qin Huayu know, for with his character, it was certain he would extort them without hesitation. "By the way, what brings you here so suddenly?" He quickly shifted the topic. "Oh, I heard that His Majesty has rewarded Chimo," Qin Huayu said with a knowing smile. "So I went to the residence of Duke Liu, but to my surprise, this fellow was absent. I figured he must be here, so I came directly." "Ah, so that is how it is." Li Chun feigned enlightenment. "And since all 3 of us are here today, I shall extend my hospitality to you both." Ha, splendid. "Today we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Upon hearing this, Qin Huayu burst into hearty laughter and headed straight for Li Chun's room. After ensuring Qin Huayu was settled, Li Chun wiped the sweat from his brow and followed him inside. So stingy. Observing Li Chun's retreating figure, Cheng Chimo rolled his eyes. Yet thinking of the unexpected 5 jars of wine he had gained, he chuckled and followed suit. Under Li Chun's warm hospitality, the 3 of them drank until deep into the night, concluding only when Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu were thoroughly inebriated and unaware of their surroundings. It was Li Chun who summoned servants to carry them to their respective guest rooms, thus bringing the celebration to an end. War achievements. Sitting alone at the table, reflecting on the earlier conversation among the three, Li Chun began to murmur. From their dialogue, it was apparent that both Qing Chumo and Qin Huayu were eager to attain military accolades. After all, they were the descendants of loyal and virtuous families and could not merely rest on their forebears' laurels. Only by achieving military success could they maintain their current standing. It seems I cannot lag behind. Recalling the exchange, Li Chun let out a bitter smile. However, how can one acquire such military accolades? Indeed, there are no battles to fight at present, and it is not so easy to amass enough accomplishments in one go. Moreover, although Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing had previously mentioned matters concerning the army, it would still take several years to achieve anything substantial. Never mind, this matter cannot be rushed. I shall wait patiently. With that thought, Li Chun ceased to dwell on it, rose, and made his way to the bed, collapsing onto it and drifting into a deep slumber, clearly having consumed quite a bit himself. However, unbeknownst to Li Chun, as he slumbered soundly, a message was racing towards Chang and at an astonishing speed. 2 days later, within the Imperial Palace, in the study where Li Shimin resided, Your Majesty. A eunuch hurriedly pushed the door open and, with urgency, addressed Li Shimin, an urgent report from the border. As he spoke, he presented a letter to Li Shimin. Upon viewing the letter, Li Shimin's countenance darkened, and an ominous feeling began to stir within him. He swiftly took the letter and unfolded it. As he read the contents, his expression changed abruptly. Convey my decree. All civil and military officials are to convene in the hall forthwith, without fail. He commanded the eunuch who was to deliver the summons. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Li Shimin's command, the eunuch responded without hesitation and hurriedly exited the hall. This is intolerable. With the eunuch's departure, Li Shimin became enraged. The reason was clear. The report indicated that the Turks, seizing the opportunity of the Tang Dynasty's weakened state, had torn up treaties and encroached upon the Tang territory. Khans Jili and Tuli had formed an alliance, leading over 200,000 troops to successively capture cities such as Jingzhou, advancing towards Wugong, and threatening Chang'an itself. Clinching the battle report in anger, Li Shimin crumpled it into a ball and tossed it onto the table before him. Yet, amidst his fury, he felt an urgent concern. Should the Turkic forces cross the Weishui River, Chang'an would be gravely imperiled. Thus, he summoned the civil and military officials to discuss a resolution. In front of Hanyuan Hall, under the eunuch's urgent summons, the civil and military officials had already gathered. What could be the reason for His Majesty's sudden summons? Outside Hanyuan Hall, both scholars and generals wore expressions of deep confusion. Such an occurrence had never transpired outside of morning court sessions. Could there be an urgent matter at hand? Perhaps, since His Majesty ascended the throne, such a scene had never unfolded. Speculations began to circulate among the officials. Enough, cease your idle conjectures. His Majesty's urgent call surely bears significance, remarked Prime Minister Fang Xianling, turning to the crowd. Your discussions are futile. It would be more prudent to contemplate how we might alleviate His Majesty's concerns. Indeed, Prime Minister speaks wisely. Upon hearing Fang Xuanling's words, the officials responded in agreement, thus halting their discourse. As Prime Minister had aptly noted, Li Shimin's haste in summoning them indicated a significant matter was afoot. Otherwise, such urgency would not be warranted. Instead of floundering in aimless discussion, it would be more beneficial to strategize their response. As the officials pondered in silence, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. As the sound resonated, the officials, hesitant no longer, swiftly adjusted their attire and made their way directly to the hall of Hanyuan. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Upon entering the hall and witnessing Emperor Li Shimin seated upon the dragon throne, the officials collectively bowed in greeting. You may rise. Observing their gestures, Li Shimin, with a stern countenance, raised his hand slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials expressed their gratitude in unison, gradually straightening their postures as they awaited the emperor's words. However, after a moment of anticipation, they found Li Shimin, lost in thought with his eyes closed, showing no inclination to speak. This sight, so uncharacteristic of the emperor, caused an abrupt tightening in the hearts of the onlookers. Chapter 71. War or Peace? In a fleeting moment, the court officials exchanged glances, and even the air grew heavy with tension, rendering the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Your Majesty, amidst this weighty silence, Fang Xianling could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and bowed deeply before Li Shimin, inquiring about the purpose of their summons. As the Chancellor, it was his duty to assist the nation, and witnessing Li Shimin's demeanor warranted his respectful inquiry. Upon hearing Fang Xuanling's words, the other officials turned their gazes towards Li Shimin. Taking a deep breath, Li Shimin finally opened his eyes. Reports from the front lines indicate that the Turkic forces have launched a sudden offensive against our Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin's voice resonated as he disclosed the grim news that they had already breached Jingzhou and crossed Wugong, advancing directly towards Chang'an. Casting his gaze over the assembly of civil and military officials, Li Shimin solemnly announced the contents of the battle report. What? The officials gasped in unison upon hearing Li Shimin's revelation. What? The Turkic army has invaded our territory? The countenance of both scholars and warriors shifted dramatically. While they had anticipated an urgent matter upon being summoned, they could hardly fathom the scale of the impending assault. I have summoned you all today to deliberate on this matter. Observing the expressions of his officials, Li Shimin continued. Jili and Tuli have already led their troops toward our capital and will reach the Weishui River within 2 days. My esteemed ministers, do you have any strategies to propose? As Li Shimin's words hung in the air, the officials exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. It was not surprising. The unexpectedness of the situation left them momentarily paralyzed. Is there truly no one who can share my burden? Seeing the silence, Li Shimin's expression darkened significantly. Your Majesty. At that juncture, Cheng Yaojin boldly stepped forward. The audacity of Jili and Tuli to invade our Tang Dynasty is intolerable. I believe we should retaliate decisively and show them the might of our Tang warriors. Yes, indeed. Following Cheng Yaojin's pronouncement, the military officials rallied in support, advocating for a confrontation with Jili and Tuli. Nonsense. In stark contrast, the civil officials vehemently opposed the warmongering sentiments. Our Tang Dynasty currently faces a dearth of military strength. Should we heed your calls for battle, defeat is all but assured. And our dynasty would be placed in an even more precarious position. Indeed, this is not the time for confrontation with the Turks. As one voice rose to caution against war, the rest of the civil officials joined in, expressing their fervent desire to avoid conflict. You are talking nonsense. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened, incredulous. Are we to remain passive while they approach our very doorstep, like timid turtles? Indeed, we cannot tolerate such arrogance. You civil officials merely engage in empty rhetoric. Do you even comprehend the nature of warfare? With the utterance of Cheng Yaojin's words, it was as though a fuse had been ignited, causing the military commanders to vehemently confront the civil officials. You brutish lot. With our current military strength, should war break out, would we not be throwing ourselves into the lion's den? In an instant, both sides were embroiled in a cacophony of disputes. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Shimin observed the tumultuous scene before him, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Silence, he commanded, and as his words resonated through the chamber, the clamor subsided, though the glances exchanged between the factions revealed an unyielding defiance. Chancellor Fang, I see you have yet to voice your thoughts. Li Shimin directed his gaze toward Fang Xianling, inquiring, do you possess any sage counsel? Your Majesty. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Fang Xianling stepped forward with deliberation. I believe, given the current strength of our great Tang, it is ill-advised to engage in battle. Moreover, we are surrounded by numerous hostile forces eyeing us covetously. Should we initiate conflict with the likes of Jili, it would undoubtedly plunge our Tang into a precarious predicament, one from which we may not recover. Chancellor, if we follow your reasoning, shall we remain passive while the enemy approaches our very doorstep? Before Fang Xianling could finish, Qin Xiong rose in indignation, vehemently rebuking him. His ire was not solely directed at Fang Xianling. As a warrior, the knowledge of an impending assault without the opportunity to confront it stirred a profound frustration within him. This sentiment resonated among all present military commanders, evident in the earlier exchanges with the civil officials. Qin Xiong, stand down. Observing Qin Xiong's fervent demeanor, Li Shimin issued a direct command. Yes, Your Majesty. With a heavy sigh, Qin Xiong retreated to his position. Chancellor, please continue, Li Shimin urged, redirecting his attention back to Fang Xianling. Just now, General Qing and others advocated for war. I wish to pose a question, Fang Xianling said, addressing the assembly of military leaders. At his inquiry, the military contingent responded with discontented murmurs, clearly aware that the Tang was in a nascent state, its strength not yet formidable. Moreover, it had scarcely recovered from the turmoil of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Even if we could repel the incursions of Jili, it would be only a fleeting victory. I do not shy away from the prospect of engaging our adversaries, as the saying goes, in shared glory and shared ruin. As a citizen of the Tang, how could I remain indifferent while others encroach upon our territory? Observing the expressions of the military leaders, Fang Xianling continued, yet, esteemed generals, consider this. If we were to engage Jili in battle, even if we momentarily withstand them, what purpose would it serve? If our forces were to suffer defeat, what fate would befall the countless citizens of our Tang? Upon hearing Fang Xuanling's words, the members of the military contingent began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, As Fang Xianling had articulated, should they fail to thwart the Turkic forces, countless citizens of the Tang Dynasty would inevitably suffer. Reflecting on this, even Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong ceased their fervent discussions, fully aware of the implications at stake. Their previous outbursts had merely been the result of heightened emotions. Does the minister have any strategies to repel the enemy? Li Shimin inquired as he rose slowly from the dragon throne, turning his attention to Fang Xianling. The venerable minister, bowing respectfully, replied, "At this juncture, I have two proposals. Firstly, our Tang Dynasty holds a treaty with the Turkic tribes. Your Majesty could leverage this situation to accuse Jili and Tuli of their treachery, ensuring their betrayal becomes known throughout the realm." Indeed, prior to the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, a covenant had been forged with the Turkic tribes, stipulating mutual non-aggression for a specified duration. Yet, at this moment, Jili and Tuli were launching a full-scale assault against our Tang, thereby violating the terms of this treaty. It was evident that Fang Xuanling's first strategy aimed to exploit this breach, compelling Jili and Tuli to bear the weight of public scorn and retreat without a fight. "Minister, I fear your initial strategy may not be feasible," Li Shimin responded, shaking his head upon hearing Fang Xuanling's proposition. Chapter 72, A Dangerous Plea. Gazing at Fang Xianling, Li Shimin shook his head, his expression somber. If those from the Turkic faction truly valued their pact, they would not have launched a large-scale assault on our Tang Dynasty. Indeed, the treaty established with the Turks was merely a temporary measure devised before the founding of the Tang, intended to thwart potential ambushes while quelling various rebel factions. Many years have passed since then, and the Turks may no longer feel bound by it. Moreover, our Tang has just emerged from internal strife, our military forces are depleted, and our treasury is nearly empty. At this juncture, the Turks are likely to be tempted to strike at us. Your Majesty, should this plan fail, we are left with but one final course of action, Fang Xianling continued, sensing the gravity of Li Shimin's demeanor. If the Turkic leaders disregard the previous agreement, our Tang may forge a new treaty with them. However, this would require your personal presence. Forge a new treaty? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's brow furrowed slightly. Elaborate. Yes, Your Majesty, Fang Xianling replied, clasping his fist respectfully. You could arrive at the Weishui River before the Turkic leaders, employing a ruse to mislead them, and then proceed to negotiate a new treaty. Although this agreement may impose significant strains on our resources, given the current circumstances, it appears to be our best option. Otherwise, should the Turkic army cross the Weishui, our Tang will surely find itself in an unprecedented crisis. How do we go about renegotiating the treaty? Li Shimin inquired gravely. And how do we execute this ruse? Your Majesty, you may. Fang Xianling began, bowing deeply. He then proceeded to articulate his thoughts without hesitation. No, absolutely not. Upon hearing Fang Xuanling's strategy, Cheng Yaojin immediately interjected. Your Majesty cannot put yourself at such risk. It is far too perilous. Indeed, Your Majesty. You must not consent to this, echoed the other ministers, including many scholars. The reason for their fervent objections was clear. Fang Xuanling's plan entailed that Li Shimin lead a small contingent of merely 6 riders, including Gao Shilian and himself, to the banks of the Weishui to negotiate with the Turkic leaders. Although a ruse would be employed, it remained just that, a ruse. With such a limited number, should the Turks see through the deception, Li Shimin would find himself in unimaginably perilous circumstances. Your Majesty, our Tang cannot be without a sovereign for even a day. If negotiations were to fail, what then? They implored. We beseech you to reconsider. We implore you to reflect upon this, Your Majesty. As they spoke, the ministers knelt before Li Shimin. Observing their desperate gestures, Fang Xianling grew anxious. If not this, do you possess a better alternative? Even if none exists, we cannot allow Your Majesty to endanger himself. Yes, Your Majesty is the sovereign of our Tang. How can you risk yourself in such a dangerous situation? The chorus of objections grew louder among the ministers. Your Majesty, I am willing to go on behalf of Your Majesty. I also wish to. Some ministers have even begun to plead with Li Shimin. You are being absurd. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Fang Xianling once again shouted aloud, asserting that it is precisely because Your Majesty is the sovereign of our great Tang that you are the most suitable candidate. If it were anyone else, could this alliance be successfully forged? Indeed, Great Tang finds itself in a precarious situation. Only Li Shimin can personally confront Jili and Tuli. Should anyone else take on this task, the plan would be unfeasible, for they lack the necessary gravitas. Jili and Tuli would perceive our forces as weak, thus resolutely deciding to seize the opportunity to attack. Your Majesty, you. Enough, no more words. Seeing that the others wished to speak further, Li Shimin raised his hand to halt them. All ministers, please be seated. Your Majesty, be seated, I insist. Upon hearing Li Shimin's command, The assembly reluctantly rose to their feet. I have made my decision. After the ministers stood, Li Shimin took a deep breath and slowly articulated his thoughts, following Fang's counsel. We shall set a feigned military strategy by the Weishui River and negotiate with Jili and Tuli. Your Majesty, you are wise. Hearing Li Shimin's resolution, Fang Xianling immediately knelt in reverence. Your Majesty, should you choose to go, I am willing to accompany you. Observing Li Shimin's firm stance, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect to request permission. I too wish to accompany you. I also seek permission. As Cheng Yaojin stepped forward, the other military officials followed suit, bowing in unison to express their desire to join. Clearly, they were genuinely concerned for Li Shimin's safety. There is no need. Noticing the earnest expressions of the assembly, Li Shimin smiled faintly and said, I understand what you all are thinking. But this alliance and the feigned military strategy proposed by Fang Xianling are crucial for the safety of our great Tang. We must not leave any room for error. If I were to take you all, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion in the minds of Jili and Tuli. Therefore, we shall adhere to Fang's plan and take only Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian along with 6 others. The rest need not speak further. Your Majesty. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Cheng Yaojin stubbornly stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, I. Enough, you need not say more. Before Cheng Yaojin could finish, Li Shimin interrupted him, stating, I have other arrangements for you. You will not accompany me. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Cheng Yaojin was momentarily taken aback. Then replied, Your Majesty, I did not intend to discuss this matter. This time it was Li Shimin's turn to be momentarily speechless. Then what is it you wish to convey? What I wish to say is, at this moment, Cheng Yaojin directed his gaze towards Fang Xianling and inquired, Minister Fang, in the strategy you devised, would it pose a significant issue if His Majesty were to bring one additional person? One additional person? Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's question, even Fang Xianling was momentarily taken aback. If it is merely the addition of another individual. Nevertheless, despite this, Fang Xianling pondered thoughtfully. It is likely that it would not have any significant impact. Higi, that is sufficient. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yaojin chuckled heartily. Your Majesty, I wish to recommend an individual to you. Chapter 73, The Winged King Cannot Proceed. After Fang Xianling confirmed that bringing an additional person would not be an issue, Cheng Yaojin chuckled heartily and turned to Li Shimin, bowing slightly as he spoke. One more person? Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Shimin's heart jolted, and he sensed a vague suspicion stirring within him. Nevertheless, he inquired, Whom do you recommend? Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin chuckled once more. The individual I propose possesses unparalleled courage. Should he accompany you, not only would he ensure your safety, but he could also potentially turn the tide against the enemy. Who is this person? Li Shimin queried, intrigued yet perplexed. Why have I never heard of him before? As Cheng Yaojin's words settled, a wave of murmurs swept through the court. It was only natural. Within the great Tang Dynasty, few could be lauded as possessing unmatched valor. And those present were well aware that the person Cheng spoke of was not among them, leading to their confusion. General Cheng, who precisely are you referring to? Some martial officials could not suppress their curiosity and pressed Cheng Yaojin for details. Indeed, how come we have never been informed of this? They echoed. Just because you have not heard of him does not imply he does not exist. Cheng Yaojin replied, grinning with pride. Enough with the suspense, just reveal his identity. Li Shimin said, his expression darkening slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin straightened his posture and clasped his fists, declaring, This individual is none other than the Winged King. Li Chun. What? The mention of the Winged King caused an uproar among the officials, with the majority expressing their astonishment. He is so young. Can he truly possess such strength? Indeed, he is the son of Li Yuanba, but he is still far too young. Doubts began to circulate among the assembly. What do you know? Cheng Yaojin retorted, his eyes widening. Though the Winged King may be young, have any of you heard of anyone who could crush a giant with a single punch or intimidate a pack of wolves with mere words? While others might not recognize Li Chun's prowess, Cheng Yaojin was acutely aware of it. In his mind, even he could not fully grasp Li Chun's true capabilities. If Li Chun were to accompany them, even if unforeseen circumstances arose, he would undoubtedly ensure Li Shimin's safety. Intimidate a pack of wolves with mere words. Crush a giant with a single punch. The weight of Cheng Yaojin's assertions resonated deeply, and the officials erupted in renewed astonishment. Could it be that he truly possesses such strength and influence? Humph. Do you think I would deceive you? Cheng Yaojin scoffed. This is not merely my knowledge. Even Qin Xiong and Li Jing are aware of it. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask them. Upon hearing this, both civil and military officials turned their gazes toward Qin Xiong and Li Jing in unison. Cheng Yaojin is indeed correct. Li Jing stepped forward. And although Li Chun was still young, his prowess was nearly comparable to that of the legendary Li Yuanba. With him safeguarding the emperor's safety, we could certainly rest assured. Indeed, I can vouch for that, Qin Xiong added, stepping forth and patting his chest in assurance. It can be said that the three of them were the closest to Li Chun, and their understanding of him far surpassed that of others. As expected, upon hearing the words of Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Shimin sighed softly. It was evident that when Cheng Yaojin mentioned recommending someone, he immediately thought of Li Chun, as his interactions with Li Chun were no less frequent than those of Cheng Yaojin. If what the three generals claimed was true, then with the protection of Prince Yi, the emperor would undoubtedly be safe this time. Looking at the other ministers, it was clear they had come to believe the words of Cheng Yaojin, for they would not dare to jest about such matters at this moment. Your Majesty, I support General Cheng's recommendation. One official stepped forward, bowing deeply before Li Shimin. I also concur. I second that. We all endorse it. As one official advanced, the rest followed suit, bowing in reverence to Li Shimin. Observing the actions of the crowd, however, Li Shimin's expression gradually darkened. Prince Yi, though young and possessing some strength, had never participated in any battle. He slowly addressed the assembly, thus, I have decided not to take him along this time. Li Chun was the son of his younger brother Li Yuanba, the only remaining descendant. Moreover, Li Shimin felt a sense of guilt towards Li Yuanba. With the outcome of this expedition uncertain and fraught with danger, how could he allow Li Chun to accompany him into peril? If any harm were to befall him, how could he face his deceased brother? Your Majesty. Upon hearing Li Shimin's resolution, Cheng Yaojin and the others grew anxious. Their recommendation for Li Chun to accompany the emperor was intended to ensure his safety, allowing them to remain in the capital with peace of mind. Yet, with Li Shimin's firm refusal, how could they not be alarmed? Your Majesty, there is no need for further discussion. Just as Cheng Yaojin and the others were about to voice their concerns, they were abruptly silenced by Li Shimin's raised hand. I have made my decision. You need not speak further. For this journey to Wei Shui, we shall proceed with the previously determined number, neither increasing nor decreasing. Gao Shilian. At this juncture, Li Shimin directed his gaze towards Gao Shilian. At your service. With Li Shimin's command, Gao Shilian stepped forward and bowed. I command you to select 3,000 troops to proceed to the banks of the Wei Shui River, and according to Fang Xuanling's strategy, set up a feigned military maneuver. Li Shimin began to issue orders to Gao Shilian. I shall obey. Gao Shilian responded promptly and then made his exit, striding purposefully towards the Haiyuan Hall. Cheng Yujin, Li Jing, and Qin Qiong. After Gao Shilian departed, Li Shimin's gaze shifted directly towards the four men. I command you. As Li Shimin's words fell, Cheng Yujin and the others stepped forward, bowing deeply. I hereby decree that you four shall remain in Chang'an. Looking at the four men, Li Shimin solemnly ordered. You will each guard the various gates of Chang'an, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Any who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. We shall obey. The four men responded in unison upon hearing Li Shimin's command. Although Li Shimin had rejected their proposal to allow Li Chun to accompany them, the matter was settled. And they had no choice but to relent, fully aware of Li Shimin's temperament. Once a decision was made, it would not be easily altered. And they could only act in accordance with his orders. You four may withdraw for now. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Cheng Yujin and the others bowed once more and then turned to exit through the palace gates. Clearly, with their departure, the entire city of Chang'an would inevitably enter a state of lockdown. Chapter 74. The Turkic forces are approaching as the figures of Cheng Yaojin and his companions receded. Emperor Li Shimin cast a discerning gaze over the assembly of officials in the court and spoke once more. We are facing an unprecedented crisis in our great Tang Dynasty, one that will undoubtedly stir unrest among the populace. Upon your return, you must each assume your responsibilities to soothe the citizens and prevent any internal discord. Indeed, although the majority of the people remained unaware of the dire circumstances, should the formidable duo of Geely advance to the Wei Shui River, the news would be impossible to conceal. Fear and panic would surely grip the hearts of countless citizens. Li Shimin tasked these officials with the crucial duty of maintaining stability and averting turmoil. We, your servants, shall obey your command. They responded in unison, bowing deeply, clearly aware of their duties in this critical hour. Very well, Minister Fang, remain here. The rest of you may withdraw, Li Shimin commanded. Yes. They complied, swiftly exiting the grand hall and hastening to their respective domains. Watching the figures fade into the distance, Li Shimin, overwhelmed by fatigue, settled onto the dragon throne. Minister Fang, what is your assessment of our chances? Your Majesty. I dare not make any definitive claims, Fang Xianling replied with a rueful smile. Indeed, the battlefield is fraught with uncertainties. Even the most astute strategist cannot predict every eventuality. Moreover, as Li Shimin had previously articulated, They were confronting an unparalleled crisis. How could he risk making reckless assertions? Sighing deeply, Li Shimin recognized the weight of the situation. Realizing that his inquiry had placed undue pressure on Fang Xianling. Your Majesty, do you truly not wish for Prince Yi to accompany you? Fang Xianling ventured. Noting Li Shimin's demeanor. As previously suggested by Cheng Yaojin and his companions, having Prince Li Chun by your side would undoubtedly enhance your safety. Though young, Li Chun possessed the valor of a husband, yet his youth remained a concern. Upon hearing Fang Xuanling's words, Li Shimin sighed once more. Moreover, he is the sole heir of Yuan Ba. Given the perilous nature of this expedition, how could I allow him to join me? If misfortune were to befall him, how could I ever explain it to Yuan Ba? However, Fang Xianling began, but Li Shimin abruptly interrupted, raising his hand. I have made my decision. Let us not discuss this further. I shall depart for Weishui at dawn. He then addressed Fang Xianling. Take the other four with you. We shall see if your stratagem of deception can outwit the duo of Geely. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall exert every effort, Fang Xianling affirmed, bowing deeply in acknowledgement of Li Shimin's directive. Enough, I am weary. You may take your leave, Li Shimin concluded. Yes, your humble servant takes his leave, Fang Xianling replied. Turning to exit the hall of Haiyuan, as he gazed towards the direction of the Weishui River, Li Shimin's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce demeanor. One day, I shall undoubtedly trample upon your barbaric lands. The treaty devised by Fang Xianling, while not entirely a capitulation, was indeed a source of humiliation. How could Li Shimin endure such indignity? However, he did not blame Fang Xianling, as he understood that the latter's actions were also in consideration of the Tang Dynasty, and at present, this was the only feasible means to alleviate the dire situation facing the empire. The outcome would be determined on the morrow. Taking a deep breath, Li Shimin turned and departed from the Hanyuan Hall. Unbeknownst to him, although Fang Xianling had formulated the treaty and feigned a tactic of deception, during the previous lifting of the curfew in Chang'an, Geely had already dispatched agents to ascertain the strengths and weaknesses of the Tang. This meant that all their efforts had become futile, and the so-called negotiations were destined for failure, potentially plunging Li Shimin into an unprecedented crisis. However, that is a tale for another time. In Chang'an, the city had transformed into a desolate landscape, with the streets filled with the presence of soldiers. And all four city gates were heavily guarded, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. This scene naturally instilled a sense of dread among the populace, who locked their doors tightly at home, while shops and inns, usually bustling with activity, had closed their gates, evoking a sense of impending doom. Within the estate of Prince Yi, Your Highness, in the courtyard where Li Chun resided, an urgent call suddenly echoed from outside, followed by the hurried entrance of the steward, Zhang Tai, whose breathlessness suggested the gravity of the matter at hand. Village head, what has transpired? Li Chun inquired with a smile, observing Zhang Tai's anxious demeanor. Since Zhang Tai had become the steward of the prince's estate, Li Chun had continued to address him as before, without any alteration, for he did not regard Zhang Tai as a mere servant. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Zhang Tai, disregarding the informal address, spoke with a panicked expression. What has occurred? Upon seeing Zhang Tai's alarmed countenance, Li Chun's heart tightened. Since Zhang Tai had taken up his role as steward, Li Chun had never witnessed him in such a state of anxiety. Earlier, Lord Qing sent someone to inform us that the Turkic soldiers are advancing, Zhang Tai exclaimed hastily, adding that the emperor had ordered the sealing of the four city gates of Chang'an, instructing that we should refrain from venturing out for the time being. What? At this news, even Li Chun was taken aback. The Turkic soldiers are coming? Indeed, Zhang Tai confirmed with a nod. That is what Lord Qing conveyed. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Chun as he pondered. Where have the Turkic soldiers attacked? Well, I am uncertain. Zhang Tai shook his head and replied. Those sent by Lord Qing only conveyed the previous remarks, but offered no further information. All right, I understand, Li Chun nodded, his expression fluctuating between gloom and clarity. I shall step out for a moment. With that, he departed from the prince's residence. It appears my suspicions were indeed correct. As he traversed the streets of Chang'an, surveying the desolate thoroughfares, Li Chun murmured softly, his brows knitted in contemplation. Certainly, it must be that Geely and Tuli have formed an alliance, seizing the opportunity amidst the weakened military presence of the Tang Dynasty, seeking to exploit this vulnerability. If my conjecture holds true, they should be nearing the Weishui River by now. Chapter 75, The Rescue of Li Shimin. Li Chun's suspicions arose from his prior acquaintance with the historical events of the Tang Dynasty. Following the incident at Xuanguang Gate, the Turkish forces, under the collusion of Geely and Tuli, breached their treaty and launched a sudden, massive assault on the Tang, advancing perilously close to the Weishui River. Ultimately, this compelled Li Shimin to execute the White Horse and enter into the disgraceful Weishui Pact. If history has not erred, it is likely that Li Shimin has already resolved to lead Gao Shilian and Fang Xianying along with 4 others, toward the Wei Shui. With this thought, Li Chun quickened his pace, heading resolutely toward the residence of the Duke of Lu, as he sought to confirm his conjecture. Soon, the resplendent vermilion gates of the Duke of Lu's estate loomed before him, yet they stood firmly shut, gazing at the closed entrance. Li Chun murmured softly before stepping forward to knock upon the door. "Who is it?" As the sound of his knock reverberated, a servant cautiously peeked out from within. "Your Highness," the Wing King recognizing Li Chun, the servant hastily swung the door open, allowing him entry. Having previously resided in the Duke of Lu's household, the staff were naturally familiar with him. "Is Uncle Ching present?" Li Chun inquired directly, eschewing any unnecessary pleasantries. "Your Highness, my master is not here," the servant promptly replied. "Not here?" Li Chun frowned slightly, wondering if even Cheng Yaojin had departed. Yet, that seemed implausible, as historical records indicated that Cheng Yaojin was not among those who went signed the Wei Shui Pact. Could it be that the present diverged from history in some respects? Contemplating this, Li Chun again addressed the servant. "Do you know where Uncle Cheng has gone?" "I am afraid I do not know." The servant shook his head earnestly. He was not deceiving Li Chun. He genuinely had no knowledge. Cheng Yaojin and Li Jing had received Li Shimin's orders and had each proceeded to the military camp, gathering sufficient personnel to rush to various city gates. In the interim, they had only relayed a few messages home, leaving others unaware of Cheng's current whereabouts. "Unaware? Is our young lord present?" Li Chun pressed once more. "Yes, he is. I shall take you to him," the servant responded, leading Li Chun directly to the residence of Cheng Chimo. "Xiao Chun, what brings you here?" Before reaching Cheng Chimo's quarters, Cheng spotted Li Chun and approached him. "I received your message and came to inquire about the situation," Li Chun replied. "Very well, this matter does not concern you. You may leave now." Cheng Chimo commanded the servant upon hearing Li Chun's words. "Understood," the servant acknowledged swiftly before exiting the premises. "Xiao Chun, the Turkish forces have breached the cities of Jingzhou and Wugong." After the servants had departed, Cheng Chimo quietly addressed Li Chun, informing him that his father had sent word from home stating that the Turkic army, under the leadership of Jili and Tuli, was advancing towards the Weishui River. Should they succeed in crossing, the city of Chang'an would be in grave peril. Indeed, upon hearing Cheng Chimo's words, Li Chun felt a sense of certainty wash over him. Was it truly time to sign the alliance at Weishui? A bitter expression crossed his face. After all, he was a citizen of the Tang Dynasty. As the saying goes, one's glory and misfortune are intertwined. If Li Shimin were to sign the alliance with Jili as recorded in history, it would be a source of disgrace for him. Could there not be a change in fate? With this thought, Li Chun's mind began to stir. Ding dong. At that moment, a faint voice resonated in Li Chun's mind. It was the long silent system, evidently issuing a command once more. Mission issued. Rescue Li Shimin's life amidst the chaos of battle. Time limit, 3 days. Mission reward, 1 attribute point upon completion, freely distributable. Mission failure, random deduction of 1 point from the host's existing 4-dimensional attributes. Xiao Chun observing Li Chun standing silently lost in thought. Cheng Chimo called out to him in confusion. "Why so quiet? What are you pondering?" "Oh, it's nothing," Li Chun replied, shaking his head. "Do you know where Uncle Cheng is at present?" He deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about Cheng Chimo's father. With all 4 city gates now firmly shut, if Li Chun wished to fulfill his mission, his first step must be to exit the city. And the only ones capable of assisting him were Cheng Yaojin and a few others. "My father is at the North Gate," Cheng Chimo disclosed without hesitation. Today, His Majesty summoned all ministers for an urgent meeting, and after its conclusion, my father and Uncle Qin went to different gates. Locked down the entire city. Upon hearing Cheng Chimo's words, Li Chun's mind began to formulate a plan. History records that when the alliance at Weishui was signed, Li Shimin ordered a lockdown of the city, fearing Jili might suddenly cross the Weishui River, with Chang'an being the last line of defense to stall for time. "Very well. I shall make my way to the North Gate." With this resolution, Li Chun stated to Cheng Chimo before turning to leave. Hey, what do you intend to do at the North Gate?" Seeing Li Chun's movement, Cheng Chimo suddenly blocked his path. "All gates are currently sealed, and strict orders have been given prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Even if you go, my father will be too occupied to attend to you. And he certainly won't allow you to leave the city. I have matters to discuss with Uncle Cheng. I must go to the North Gate," Li Chun insisted directly. The system had just assigned him a task to rescue Li Shimin amidst the chaos of battle. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that entering the palace was not an option. Thus, he resolved to seek counsel from Cheng Yaojin, aiming to ascertain whether Li Shimin had indeed departed for the Weishui. Very well. Upon witnessing Li Chun's obstinate demeanor, Cheng Chimo could only nod in reluctant agreement. "I shall accompany you. Indeed, there is no time to lose." Upon hearing these words, Li Chun wasted no moment in acknowledging Cheng Chimo with a nod. and the two promptly exited the residence of Duke Liu, making their way towards the northern gate. Chapter 76. How did you come to know this? At the northern gate of Chengqian, a formidable presence of soldiers stood guard, the gates firmly shut. Aside from the sentinels stationed there, no other souls were present. Following the orders of Li Shimin, Chang Yaojin had swiftly arrived to seal off the northern gate, expelling all irrelevant individuals who intended to enter or exit. Listen well. All of you, Chang Yaojin proclaimed, standing atop the gate tower, surveying the guards before him. From this day forth, the gate shall remain closed. Any suspicious individuals attempting to pass through will be apprehended without hesitation. Those who resist will face dire consequences. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. The soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resonating in agreement. Good. Chang Yaojin nodded in satisfaction. Keep your eyes sharp. If any mistakes occur, I shall personally ensure that the offender's head serves as a ball to be kicked around. Do you comprehend? Yes, they responded once more. Clearly accustomed to Chang Yaojin's brusque manner of speaking. Return to your posts, he commanded with a sweeping gesture. Though his address was brief, the soldiers were well aware of Chang Yaojin's temperament. He was a man whose word was law within the ranks. They hastened back to their respective positions. General, 2 individuals are approaching from this direction. Just as the soldiers dispersed, a guard atop the gate pointed towards the inner city of Chengqian and called out to Chang Yaojin. Upon hearing the guard's shout, Chang Yaojin furrowed his brow and turned to see where the finger was directed. By heavens, who dares approach the gate? He exclaimed. Once they draw near, seize them immediately. Indeed, the news of the prohibition on entering or exiting the northern gate had spread throughout Chengqian, and yet, someone dared to approach. Naturally, he intended to apprehend them first and inquire later. Before long, the 2 figures rushed forth and reached the northern gate in the blink of an eye. Seize them. Before the newcomers could utter a word, the guards drew their blades and surrounded them. What in the world is happening? The 2, taken aback by the scene before them, stood frozen. Uncle Chang, it's us. Fortunately, one among them reacted swiftly, calling out to Chang Yaojin atop the gate. Li Chun? Upon hearing the name, Chang Yaojin paused, then turned around. Everyone, stand down. He commanded the guards below. Indeed, the 2 individuals were none other than Li Chun and Cheng Chumo. Upon hearing Chang Yaojin's order, the guards halted their advance, though they did not disperse. They had recently been transferred from the army to this location, and thus were unfamiliar with Li Chun and Cheng Chumo enough. You may all withdraw, Chang Yaojin commanded once more. Yes, General. The soldiers replied in unison before returning to their respective positions. You 2 rascals, come here. Chang Yaojin shouted impatiently, gesturing towards Li Chun and Cheng Chumo. Oh, all right. Responding in tandem to Chang Yaojin's words, the 2 ascended the steps of the city wall, heading straight for the gate tower. Uncle Chang, you nearly scared me to death. Li Chun chuckled as he approached Chang Yaojin. I ought to have someone tie you 2 rascals up. Chang Yaojin feigned anger while observing Li Chun's demeanor. Hiki. Li Chun chuckled again, fully aware that Chang Yaojin was merely teasing them. Now, speak. What brings you 2 rascals here? Chang Yaojin inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Li Chun. If there is nothing of importance, I might just skin you alive. Father. This has nothing to do with me, Cheng Chumo replied loyally, pushing Li Chun forward. It was all little Chun's idea. I was merely dragged along. Upon hearing Cheng Chumo's words, Li Chun's expression turned to one of exasperation. I don't recall forcing you to come, he retorted, rolling his eyes at the cowardice displayed by Cheng Chumo in front of his father. Clearly, he had not anticipated Cheng Chumo selling him out so readily. Enough. You 2, quickly tell me what you need, Chang Yaojin urged, his patience waning. With a serious expression, Li Chun ceased his banter and surveyed the surrounding soldiers before stating, There are too many ears here. May we speak privately? Indeed, surrounded by soldiers, even their whispers would be overheard, especially since Li Chun's upcoming inquiries pertained to Li Shimin, necessitating caution against eavesdroppers. Noting Li Chun's demeanor, Chang Yaojin's expression turned serious, for he understood that Li Chun was not one to speak lightly. Follow me. He beckoned, leading the way to a nearby room, with Li Chun and Cheng Chumo closely trailing behind. Before long, guided by Chang Yaojin, the 3 entered a chamber designated for his rest, as he was tasked with guarding this area while the other soldiers would rotate shifts. No one will enter this room without my command, Chang Yaojin stated, seated in a chair as he turned to Li Chun. Now, what is it you need to discuss? After surveying the room to ensure their conversation remained unheard by outsiders, Li Chun finally spoke. Uncle Ching, I wish to inquire about certain matters. What is it? Cheng Yaojin lifted his gaze. With the Turkic army advancing, does His Majesty intend to go to Weishui to renegotiate the alliance with the Turks? Li Chun addressed the matter directly. What? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Chang Yaojin abruptly rose from his chair, his face a mask of astonishment. Li Chun was aware of the impending Turkic assault on Wei Shui, a fact that Cheng Yaojin found unsurprising as he had sent word home. Given the relationship between his son, Chu Mo, and Li Chun, it was inevitable that he would be informed as well. What astonished him was that Li Chun was privy to the information regarding Emperor Li Shimin's plan to renegotiate the alliance with the two leaders of the Turks. It must be noted that this strategy was devised spontaneously by Fang Xianling during a court session, meaning that, aside from the officials present, no one else could possibly be aware of it. Furthermore, those officials would not dare to disseminate such information, as it would constitute a grave breach of secrecy, punishable by the execution of entire families if discovered. How did you come to know of this? Cheng Yaojin, with a grave expression, directly inquired of Li Chun. The gravity of the situation left him no choice but to ask. Chapter 77. Do you call this wild guessing? Upon witnessing the expression on Cheng Yaojin's face, Li Chun suddenly realized that he had inadvertently let something slip. Well, that was merely my conjecture, he said, attempting to feign composure. You guessed? Cheng Yaojin furrowed his brow. How did you come to such conclusions regarding matters of the court? Indeed, this raised suspicions for Cheng Yaojin. Although Li Chun now held the title of Prince of Wings, Emperor Li Shimin had previously issued an edict allowing him to forego attending morning court sessions unless summoned or during grand assemblies. This indicated that Li Shimin wished to protect him from the complexities and intrigues of court life, allowing him to lead a more leisurely existence. Yet, the fact that Li Chun could discern the deliberations of the court without being present was enough to arouse Cheng Yaojin's doubts. It's not so difficult to deduce, Li Chun said, steeling himself as he continued. The sudden military aggression from Jili and Tuli clearly indicates a breach of the treaty previously established with our great Tang. Moreover, our nation has only just emerged from internal strife and is in a state of disarray. Presently, Great Tang is lacking in resources and military strength, rendering us incapable of confronting the Turkic forces. The most prudent course of action would be to renegotiate a treaty with the Turks, temporarily conceding territory and providing supplies in order to avert conflict. As Li Chun elaborated, Cheng Yaojin listened with growing astonishment, regarding Li Chun with newfound respect, as if they were meeting for the first time. Thus, I boldly conjecture that His Majesty, for the enduring legacy of our great Tang and for the welfare of the common people, will undoubtedly endure humiliation and reforge a treaty with Tuli and Jili. With the conversation leading to this point, Li Chun decided to lay bare all the knowledge he had gleaned from historical texts, presenting it openly before Cheng Yaojin. Each statement he made was supported by sound reasoning, leaving him unperturbed by the possibility of suspicion. After Li Chun concluded his remarks, Cheng Yaojin could not help but gasp in astonishment. All of this is what you have deduced? Indeed, I beg your pardon, Uncle Cheng. Li Chun nodded, smiling. If I have erred in any way, I humbly request your correction. Err in any way? This is hardly mere lack of knowledge. Cheng Yaojin thought to himself, incredulous. If Li Chun could make such deductions, then what of the court officials? Would they not be utterly foolish? Not only Cheng Yaojin, but Cheng Chimo also stood dumbfounded, gazing at Li Chun as if he were a deity. Clearly, Li Chun's earlier insights had left him utterly astounded. Who would have thought this insolent boy possessed such insight? Cheng Yaojin inhaled deeply, choosing to overlook Cheng Chimo's presence, and sincerely praised Li Chun. To deduce so much from a single message is a feat that even the most astute ministers in the court would find challenging. Uncle Cheng, you flatter me. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's praise, Li Chun humbly clasped his fists. I am merely speculating without depth. Such conjectures hardly merit the esteemed discourse. Enough of your modesty. Cheng Yaojin shook his head in resignation, realizing that he scarcely understood Li Chun. Initially, he believed he had comprehended all of Li Chun's secrets. But now it seemed he had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. What else remains concealed within this young man? At this thought, Cheng Yaojin let out a bitter smile. Speak, what else do you wish to inquire? Cheng Yaojin discerned that Li Chun's visit bore significance beyond mere speculation. There must be ulterior motives. Since Uncle Cheng has inquired, I shall divulge. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Chun's expression turned serious as he said, I wish to ask. Has His Majesty already departed for the Wei Shui? What do you ask this for? Cheng Yaojin's demeanor shifted to one of tension upon hearing Li Chun's question. Let me make this clear. You must not involve yourself in this matter. In the hall of Hanyuan, Cheng Yaojin had recommended Li Chun to Li Shimin, only to be met with a direct refusal. He understood that Li Shimin was protecting Li Chun, unwilling to let him face danger. Since Li Shimin had made his decision, Cheng Yaojin was determined to dissuade Li Chun. Observing Cheng Yaojin's reaction, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Cheng, you wouldn't have he ventured, speculating that he had already recommended me to His Majesty to accompany him. Li Chun entertained this notion because he had never seen Cheng Yaojin in such a manner. And given how swiftly Cheng Yaojin had responded, he surmised it to be quite plausible. Indeed, Cheng Yaojin, Having been guessed by Li Chun, nodded and continued. When His Majesty decided to meet with Wei and Ji at Wei Shui, I, along with old Qin and your uncle Li, recommended you, asserting that your presence would ensure His Majesty's safety. And then, Li Chun's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this. If that were the case, he need not worry. With his current strength, protecting Li Shimin would be no challenge, and thus the mission assigned by the system would be swiftly accomplished. And then, observing Li Chun's eager countenance, Cheng Yaojin shook his head and sighed. Eventually, His Majesty did not agree, stating that you are still too young to partake in such affairs, and thus the matter was laid to rest. What? Li Chun's fervent enthusiasm was extinguished as though doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving him utterly stunned. His Majesty did not agree? Indeed, Cheng Yaojin affirmed with a nod, thus do not even entertain the thought. Moreover, you should be able to discern the purpose behind His Majesty's decision to prevent you from accompanying him. It is to protect me. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Chun let out a bitter smile. He was well aware of Li Shimin's fondness for him. In previous times, he would have gladly accepted it. However, at this moment, he would prefer that Li Shimin retract that affection, for he had received a mission from the system, complete with a deadline. Now, with Li Shimin refusing to allow him to join the expedition and the 4 city gates heavily guarded and sealed, how could he not feel troubled? Just know this. Observing Li Chun's expression, Cheng Yaojin spoke sternly. His Majesty would rather face danger himself than bring you along. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint His Majesty's intentions, thus, I implore you to return. Do not approach the city gate again, or I shall have you tied up. Chapter 78. What? You intend to go to Wei Shui? Wait a moment, Uncle Cheng. You have yet to answer my previous question. As Cheng Yaojin hastened to dismiss him, Li Chun quickly inquired, has His Majesty set out yet? He felt compelled to ask, for the system had allotted him a mere 3 days. Thus, the countdown commenced the moment Li Shimin departed for Wei Shui. If Li Shimin had not yet left Chang'an, Li Chun would still have time to prepare. However, if he had already departed, Li Chun's time would be severely limited. Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Upon hearing Li Chun's remarks, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in surprise. This matter does not require your involvement. He attempted to usher Li Chun away. Wait, Uncle Cheng, please hear me out. Li Chun urged anxiously, His Majesty has shown me such favor. My concern is born purely from familial affection, with no ulterior motives. After all, His Majesty is my relative. As a nephew, it is only natural for me to express concern for my uncle. Very well then. After listening to Li Chun's earnest plea, Cheng Yaojin sighed in resignation. The bonds of kinship are always the most challenging to navigate. His Majesty remains in the capital and has not yet set out. That is splendid news. Upon hearing this, Li Chun exhaled in relief. Now, be off with you. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand impatiently. All right, I shall take my leave now. Li Chun grinned and, without further delay, took hold of Cheng Chimo, swiftly departing the room and making his way towards the heart of Chang'an. That lad. Watching the 2 figures of Li Chun recede into the distance, Cheng Yaojin finally allowed a smile to grace his face. I never imagined his mind could be so agile. However, I do hope he refrains from any reckless actions. Cheng Yaojin's expression shifted to one of concern. Evidently, he did not fully trust Li Chun's earlier words. Oh well, with a few of us guarding the city gates, that lad won't slip away easily. He muttered to himself, then stepped out of the room to issue strict orders to the gate sentinels. Hey, wait up, Li Chun. Slow down. As Li Chun pulled him along, Cheng Chimo called out in exasperation. Upon hearing his friend's voice, Li Chun paused and released his grip. All right, you should return to the residence of Duke Lu. I have matters to attend to, so I shall head back now. With that, he turned to dash towards Prince Yi's residence. Wait, hold on. At that moment, Cheng Chimo suddenly grasped Li Chun's arm. Something is amiss with you. He scrutinized Li Chun, his brow furrowed. Ever since you began questioning my father, I sensed something was off. What exactly are you planning? What could I possibly plan? Li Chun replied with a smile. Given the current tense situation, I must return to comfort my family. Yet, upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Chimo showed no intention of relinquishing his hold, continuing to grasp Li Chun firmly. Evidently, Li Chun did not believe the nonsensical words he had uttered. I must admit I am quite taken aback by you. Upon seeing Cheng Chimo's expression, Li Chun sighed in resignation and leaned closer to him, beginning to whisper in his ear. What? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Chimo's eyes widened in astonishment. And he exclaimed, You intend to go to Wei Shui. Keep your voice down. Noticing Cheng Chimo's reaction, Li Chun hastily covered his mouth with his hand. Had I known, I would have refrained from telling you. No, please don't frighten me, Cheng Chimo said softly. My father was quite clear. He forbade your involvement in this matter, and moreover, it is the Emperor's wish. Do not be foolish. The Emperor holds me in such high regard. How could I allow him to face danger alone? Li Chun slightly shook his head. Besides, I will only follow discreetly to observe. If the emperor is unharmed, I shall remain hidden. If he encounters peril, I am confident in bringing him back. Indeed. What Li Chun had just whispered to Chengqian was that once Li Shimin and the others exited the city, he would devise a way to leave the city and head directly to Weishui. However, the city gates are sealed. Even if you wish to go, you cannot exit the gates, Chengqian pointed out. Hehe, that depends on your cooperation. Li Chun replied with a sly smile, clearly having this plan in mind when he confided in Chengqian. No, please don't involve me. Upon hearing this, Chengqian quickly waved his hand, expressing his reluctance to be entangled in Li Chun's scheme. Are we no longer brothers? Li Chun glared, insisting, if you do not assist me, I shall seek out Qin Huaiyu. He will surely agree once he learns of this matter. As for the credit of rescuing the emperor afterward, we shall share it equally. Enough, do not provoke me further. Hearing Li Chun's words, Chengqian let out a bitter laugh. He was not foolish and could see that Li Chun was employing reverse psychology. I truly wonder if becoming your brother was the right decision. Chengqian gazed at Li Chun, displaying a look of resignation. Speak, what do you need me to do? Hehe, this task cannot be accomplished by you alone. Li Chun chuckled, asserting that to ensure absolute success, they would need to involve Qin Huaiyu as well. That sounds good. Upon hearing this, Chengqian grinned. For as the saying goes, share fortune and adversity, he is our elder brother, how could he be excluded from this? Very well, there is no time to waste. Let us seek him out now. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles and hurried towards Qin Huaiyu's residence. Soon, propelled by their swift strides, a grand estate came into view before them. The plaque above the entrance boldly displayed the four prominent characters, Igua Gongfu. This was indeed the residence of Qin Xiong. Upon announcing their identities, Li Chun and Chengqian were promptly escorted by a servant into the residence of the Duke of Yi, making their way directly to the quarters of Qin Huaiyu. Your Highness, young master. Upon entering a courtyard, the servant bowed respectfully to Li Chun and Chengqian, gesturing towards a house ahead. My young master is within. Allow me to announce your arrival. As he spoke, he moved to knock on the door. There is no need for such formality, Chengqian interjected, extending his hand to stop the servant. This matter does not concern you. You may leave now. The servant hesitated upon hearing this. Rest assured, it is nothing. Your young master will not hold it against you, Chengqian said with a gentle smile, clearly indicating that this was not his first visit to the Duke's residence. Very well, I shall take my leave, the servant replied, visibly relieved, and he bowed before exiting. Come, Xiao Chun. Let us see what that fellow is up to, Chengqian remarked with a smile at Li Chun, then proceeded towards the house ahead. With a resounding thud, the tightly shut door of the house was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Chapter 79. Whether success is achievable now depends solely on you. Boldly, the door to the house was suddenly flung open, startling Qin Huaiyu, who was seated inside. He rose to admonish, Xiao Chun, Chuamo. However, upon seeing the two figures standing outside, the fury on Qin Huaiyu's face was instantly replaced by astonishment. How could it be you two? Clearly, had it been anyone else, he would not have let the matter rest so easily. What? Not welcome? Observing Qin Huaiyu's expression, Chengqian chuckled softly. Qin Huaiyu rolled his eyes at him and then turned his gaze towards Li Chun. Xiao Chun, the situation is so tense now. Why have you both suddenly come to me? It was evident that Chengqian was aware of the impending threat from the Turks, and Qin Huaiyu was equally informed. Given his father's high position in the court, he had received word from home while guarding the city gates, just like Cheng Yaojin. Coming here, of course, means there is a matter at hand. Without waiting for Li Chun to speak, Chengqian smirked at Qin Huaiyu. A matter? Qin Huaiyu's face displayed a look of confusion. A significant matter. Chengqian replied with narrowed eyes and a smile. Brother, the situation is as follows. Li Chun, wishing to cut through Chengqian's banner, addressed Qin Huaiyu directly. With the Turks attacking, His Majesty will undoubtedly proceed to the Weishui River to negotiate with Wei and Jili, possibly even renegotiating alliances. Should he fail, His Majesty will find himself in peril. For the sake of His Majesty's safety, Chengqian and I have resolved. Li Chun did not conceal anything from Qin Huaiyu, recounting the words exchanged with Chengqian. What? You intend to go to Weishui? Upon hearing Li Chun's account, Qin Huaiyu's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Li Chun nodded solemnly. Since becoming acquainted with His Majesty, he has always treated me well. Now that I see him risking himself, how could I stand idly by? Very well, Qin Huaiyu replied, biting his lip in determination as he regarded Li Chun's resolute demeanor. Since you are intent on going, I shall accompany you. He spoke decisively, for since their brotherhood was forged, Qin Huaiyu had genuinely regarded Li Chun as a brother. As the saying goes, joys and hardships are shared together. He could not let Li Chun venture to Weishui alone. Upon hearing Qin Huaiyu's words, Li Chun was taken aback. To be honest, he had not intended for Qin Huaiyu to accompany him, as the dangers of this mission were beyond even his own estimation. Furthermore, he was going to rescue Li Shimin. Bringing Qin Huaiyu along would undoubtedly distract him, and any unforeseen incidents were not what Li Chun wished to encounter. That is unnecessary. He then addressed Qin Huaiyu. For this journey to Wei Shui, I can manage alone. How can that be? Qin Huaiyu furrowed his brow, exclaiming, How can we allow you to venture into danger alone? Li Chun, with a sense of resignation, replied, You are aware that my primary objective in this endeavor is to prevent His Majesty from falling into peril. If a confrontation arises, I may not be able to safeguard both of you. His meaning was crystal clear. He did not wish to be distracted while rescuing Li Shimin. If that were the case, he could not guarantee the safe return of all three, especially considering that Jili and Tuli commanded an army of 200,000 Turkic soldiers. Enough, Qin, Chengqian interjected, stepping forward to address Qin Huaiyu. Even if we accompany you, we would be of little assistance and might hinder Li Chun instead. Given our current capabilities, our presence would be more of a burden. You wouldn't want to see Li Chun overwhelmed while attempting to rescue us from being encircled by the Turkic forces, would you? Upon hearing this, Qin Huaiyu hesitated. Chengqian's words rang true. Their involvement would only serve as an encumbrance. Very well, he finally conceded, albeit reluctantly. However, he added, the 4 city gates are currently sealed. So even if Li Chun wishes to reach the Weishui River, he must first exit the city. The gates are heavily guarded. How do you plan to get out? I have already devised a plan, Li Chun replied with a faint smile, but I will need your assistance. How can we help? Qin Huaiyu inquired eagerly, while Chengqian cast a curious glance at Li Chun. Prior to their departure, Li Chun had only mentioned the necessity of bringing Qin Huaiyu along, withholding the complete strategy. From what I surmise, His Majesty will likely depart for Weishui early tomorrow morning. Once he has left, we shall proceed as follows. As he spoke, Li Chun began to whisper his plan into the ears of Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu. Is that feasible? Both Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu exchanged doubtful glances after hearing Li Chun's strategy. Their skepticism stemmed from the simplicity of the plan. Trust me, Li Chun reassured them confidently. While this plan may appear straightforward, its very simplicity will draw less suspicion. Furthermore, it is tailored to exploit Uncle Cheng's affections for Aunt Shui. Upon learning of this situation, he will undoubtedly rush home to check on her. At that time, Li Chun's voice trailed off as he turned with a smile toward Chengqian. You will discreetly hand me Uncle Cheng's command token, and with it, I shall proceed directly to the city gate. The guards will not suspect a thing, and I will be able to exit the city without hindrance. But what if my father discovers he has been deceived? Chengqian expressed his concern. Rest assured. Li Chun replied with a chuckle. Observing Chengqian's expression, Li Chun chuckled softly. Even if Uncle Cheng were to discover this, by then I would have already left the city, and he would not take any severe action against you. At most, he might give you a beating and confine you for a few days. But what of a beating? It is not as if you have never experienced one before. Qin Huaiyu, standing nearby, remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, as he uttered these words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. How fortunate that Li Chun did not opt for the east gate, guarded by his father, Qin Xiong. Otherwise, he might have been the one on the receiving end of that beating. You both speak so nonchalantly, Chengqian thought, his countenance suddenly transforming into one of profound bitterness. He could already envision the consequences Cheng Yaojin would face upon discovering the deception. Chumo, whether this endeavor succeeds hinges entirely upon you, Li Chun said, regarding Chengqian's expression with a serious demeanor as he clasped his fists in a gesture of solemnity. Chapter 80. The great battle approaches. Enhance one's attributes. To be candid, he had no alternative but to resort to such a desperate measure. Otherwise, he would not have placed Chengqian in this predicament. Sigh. Very well. Upon witnessing Li Chun's demeanor, Chengqian could only let out a heavy sigh, for how could he have chosen better companions than these two brothers? Haraha. Observing the aggrieved expression on Chengqian's face, both Li Chun and Qin Huaiyu erupted into hearty laughter. Given the circumstances, allow me to express my gratitude in advance, Li Chun remarked, clasping his fists in respect towards Chengqian and the others. In truth, he felt a pang of guilt for requiring their assistance, as they were indeed risking much. The order to seal the city gates came directly from Li Shimin, and should they be discovered, the consequences could range from severe to trivial. What nonsense is this? Qin Huaiyu interjected, his expression sour. You venture into danger alone. Do you think we would stand idly by? Precisely, Chengqian added. We act for the sake of His Majesty. What is there to fear? Even if the Emperor were to learn of our actions, the worst that could happen would be a few days of confinement. Nothing of great consequence. Clearly, they had already contemplated the potential repercussions and had cast aside their personal safety. After all, as they had stated, their actions were driven by a commitment to Li Shimin as safety, and even if they faced punishment, they would accept it without complaint. At that moment, gazing at Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu, Li Chun chose not to say more, merely nodding solemnly. With such brothers by his side, he felt content for a lifetime. Then I shall return and make the necessary preparations, he declared, looking at Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu. Everything awaits tomorrow. Indeed, everything awaits tomorrow. Both Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu replied, nodding in agreement. Having made their decision, they were resolute in their support of Li Chun. Li Chun bid farewell to Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu, and without further hesitation, departed from the Duke of Lu's residence, heading directly to his own Prince Yi's estate. As he stated, the morrow was of utmost importance, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. At the Prince Yi's estate, within Li Chun's chamber, open the attribute list. As Li Chun's command echoed, a translucent screen materialized before him. Name, Li Chun, age, 15, attributes, strength, max constitution, level 2 agility, level 1 intelligence, level 1, distributable attribute points, 1, task content, rescue Li Shimin amidst the throngs of soldiers task reward. 2 points of attribute value, randomly distributable, task penalty, failure results in a random deduction of 1 attribute point. Task deadline. 3 days. As he gazed at the attribute list before him, Li Chun fell into deep contemplation. The source of his reflection was that 1 distributable attribute point, a reward bestowed by the system following the completion of the show of prominence task. From the moment he was conferred the title of prince, this task had been fulfilled. However, due to his recent busyness, he had yet to decide on which attribute to enhance. The battle on the morrow promises to be fierce. As Li Chun gazed upon his attribute points, he murmured to himself, although my physique has ascended to level 2, it remains woefully inadequate. Indeed, while his physical condition had surpassed that of the average person, he was to confront hundreds of thousands of soldiers in his mission to rescue Li Shimin. Without sufficient stamina, how could he possibly prevail? With this thought in mind, Li Chun resolved without hesitation, directing his available attribute point to enhance his physique. As his will shifted, a flash of light enveloped him, elevating his physique from level 2 to level 3. With this augmentation, a transformation overtook his body, bathed in a gentle white radiance, as though an unknown force was fundamentally reshaping him. When the brilliance faded, Li Chun's previously fair skin had morphed into a rich bronze hue, exuding an aura of explosive power. Furthermore, his already chiseled features now bore an unmistakable resolve. In summary, after the baptism of attribute enhancement, Li Chun radiated a renewed vigor that was palpable, his presence akin to a soaring tide. This feeling, exhilarating, as he basked in the changes within his body. Li Chun opened his eyes wide, silently marveling. If previously his body could endure a full day and night of battle, now, rejuvenated, he could engage in relentless combat for 3 days and nights without fatigue. What surprises might await should he elevate his remaining 2 attributes? With a glance towards the agility and intelligence sections, anticipation stirred within him. Indeed, having only completed 2 of the tasks assigned by the system, he had already reaped substantial rewards. He could only imagine the scene should the other 2 attributes be enhanced as well. However, while Li Chun pondered the potential of his remaining enhancements, he inadvertently caught sight of himself in a bronze mirror and was momentarily taken aback. How drastically had he changed? The reason was clear. With the growth in his physique, his appearance had undergone significant alteration. Surely, this would raise suspicions among others. A bitter realization washed over him. With the elevation of his physique, his countenance had indeed transformed, the once handsome visage now imbued with an air of steely determination, making it impossible to evade the scrutiny of others. How was he to explain this? Lifting his garment, he scrutinized the bronzed skin before him, and his bitterness deepened. He could hardly claim that this transformation was the result of a single night's training. Even a fool would not believe such a tale. If only this change could be controlled at will. As Li Chun gazed at the transformation reflected in the mirror, a bitter smile escaped his lips. Just as he uttered these words, a radiant white light emanated from his being once more. In the wake of this luminescence, his sun-kissed skin gradually reverted to its former appearance. Moreover, his facial features restored to their original state, as if no change had ever transpired, both inwardly and outwardly. This is quite remarkable. Witnessing the astonishing transformation before him, Li Chun was instantly struck with astonishment. Chapter 81. It is time for you to shine again. In a state of astonishment, Li Chun hastily opened his attributes list, apprehensive that the sudden changes might have erased the enhancements he had just acquired. Fortunately, his increased constitution remained intact. Upon seeing that the constitution category still stood at level 3, and after taking a moment to feel his current physical state, Li Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that he could truly control such alterations with his mind. A smile of excitement gradually spread across his face. This time, he need not worry about others detecting any abnormalities. The system was indeed remarkable. Evidently, he had never imagined that this system could genuinely modify his physical traits according to his desires. Now, he awaited the arrival of tomorrow with eager anticipation. With this thought, Li Chun smiled softly and then made his way towards the bed. With everything prepared, he was merely waiting for the dawn. Just as he settled down, ready to rejuvenate his energy in anticipation of the following day, he was taken aback by the sight of a group of swift horses galloping out of the palace, heading directly toward the north gate. Upon reaching the north gate, the leader of this entourage summoned Cheng Yaojin and briefed him on certain matters. Subsequently, the gate swung open, and the figures swiftly exited, racing toward a specific direction, the banks of the Weishui River. Indeed, this group comprised Li Shimin and his companions. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Shimin, worried about the impending conflict, resolutely decided that waiting until tomorrow was not an option. Thus, he summoned Fang Xianling and others, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. May the Emperor's journey be met with success. Watching the departing figures of Li Shimin and his party, Cheng Yaojin sighed heavily. His heart burdened. Close the city gates. He commanded the guards at the gate. With the utterance of Cheng Yaojin's order, the once open gates began to close, resembling a tiger's mouth slowly shutting, as if they had never been opened at all. What could that rascal Li Chun be doing at this moment? Once the gates were secured, Cheng Yaojin's gaze shifted toward the direction of the prince's residence. The words exchanged with Li Chun earlier that day lingered vividly in his memory. And after hearing those sentiments, he could not believe that Li Chun would remain quietly within the confines of Chang'an. He was bound to take action. If he did nothing, it would mean that the old man had misjudged him. A slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing a subtle curve. In truth, when Li Chun had come to seek him at the city gate, Cheng Yaojin had already suspected his intentions, but due to Li Shimin's orders, he could not voice it directly. Well then, in that case, perhaps the old man should prepare something for him. As he pondered, Cheng Yaojin's eyes fixed intently on the direction of the prince's residence, as if he had come to a resolute decision. He then strode into the building beneath the gate tower. Upon entering, he pushed aside a screen, revealing an object resembling a clothing rack behind it. As the gauze was lifted, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, a radiant suit of armor emerged before one's eyes. Although this armor bore numerous scars from sharp weapons, it remained remarkably pristine, indicating it was frequently polished. Old friend, it seems I must temporarily lend you to another. Gently caressing the gleaming armor, Cheng Yaojin revealed a rare smile tinged with reluctance. Clearly, this armor was once his own battle attire. I hope this time I shall not be disappointed. Turning his gaze towards the Wing King's residence, illuminated by the moonlight, Cheng Yaojin pondered deeply. The following day, as the horizon began to blush with dawn, a young figure hurriedly traversed the streets of Chang'an, making his way towards the Wing King's estate, his demeanor suggesting the urgency of a significant matter. This young man was none other than Chengqian. Knock, knock. Knock, he rapped at the massive door of the Wing King's residence, urgency etched on his face as he rushed towards the courtyard where Li Chun resided. Xiao Chun. Clearly, other matters were of no concern to Chengqian at that moment, as he forcefully pushed open Li Chun's chamber door. What's wrong? So early? Li Chun exclaimed, sitting up slightly, a smile gracing his lips. I didn't expect you to be more anxious than I am. You still have the presence of mind to jest. Chengqian replied, urgency lacing his voice. This is serious. What is it? Upon hearing this, Li Chun's expression shifted from amusement to concern. This morning, I received news that His Majesty departed from Chang'an last night. Chengqian stated, his anxiety palpable. He is likely already at Weishui. What? Li Chun was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had speculated that Li Shimin would not depart until this morning, never anticipating such a sudden change in plans. How could this happen so abruptly? His demeanor darkened. Is this news credible? Absolutely. Chengqian nodded affirmatively. I gathered this information from the guards at the city gates. They were on duty last night when His Majesty, accompanied by Prime Minister Fang and others, went directly to the northern gate, which my father oversees. After exchanging a few words with my father, the Emperor left Chang'an. The guards even noted the direction in which they headed, straight towards Weishui. There can be no mistake. Listening to Chengqian's account, Li Chun felt a surge of frustration as he slapped his forehead. Damn it, I miscalculated. Indeed. He had presumed Li Shimin would refrain from a nighttime journey to Weishui due to the tense situation at the front, believing that Fang Xianling and others would dissuade him for his safety. Yet he had overlooked the Emperor's anxiety regarding the battlefield, which led to this oversight. What shall we do now? Chengqian asked, concern etched on his face as he regarded Li Chun. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Li Chun's expression grew serious as he spoke. According to your account, His Majesty may have already arrived at the Wei River. If my calculations are correct, the formidable army led by Tu Li is also on the verge of reaching the banks of the Wei River. Should the negotiations between both parties falter, His Majesty will undoubtedly find himself in peril. Thus, the plan we devised yesterday must be executed without delay. Very well, Chengqian replied succinctly, refraining from further unnecessary words. I shall seek out Qin Huayu at once. With that, he turned on his heel and dashed towards the exit. What a miscalculation. After Chengqian departed, Li Chun berated himself once more, realizing that despite all his careful planning, he had not anticipated that Li Shimin would set out ahead of schedule. It was imperative to leave the city promptly. With that thought, Li Chun turned and exited the room, heading directly to another chamber. Clearly, a fierce confrontation awaited him, and he could not go unarmed. Upon entering the room, Li Chun made a beeline for the weapon rack. It is time for you to showcase your might once more. Gazing at the weapons before him, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, and without further hesitation, he seized them. They were none other than the two legendary hammers, the drum-beating golden hammers left behind by Li Yuanba. Chapter 82. The performance of Qing Yaojin with two formidable golden hammers slung over his back. Li Chun turned and strode out of the house. Young master. Upon catching sight of Li Chun, Zhao Yong hurried over. Where are you headed, young master? His gaze fell upon the two hammers behind Li Chun, and he clasped his fists in a respectful bow, expressing his eagerness to accompany him. As Li Chun's protector, he recognized that Li Chun was not the same as before, particularly with the war hammers, which had never adorned him before. Clearly, Li Chun's destination was extraordinary, and as his guardian, how could he not follow? No need. Li Chun replied with a smile, shaking his head. I shall go alone. He had contemplated bringing Zhao Yong and the 300 soldiers along, but ultimately decided to leave them behind. After all, his mission was to rescue Li Shimin, and he would be facing the overwhelming forces of the Turkic army. Even with their support, it would merely result in unnecessary casualties. However, young master. Enough said. Before Zhao Yong could continue, Li Chun interrupted, his tone resolute. This decision has been made and cannot be altered. After my departure, you must ensure the safety of my residence. Understand? Yes, I comprehend. Zhao Yong nodded gravely. Rest assured. Young master, as long as I, Zhao Yong, am here, anyone who dares to harm your family must first step over my corpse. Zhao Yong understood well what concerned Li Chun the most. Very well. Li Chun smiled, patting Zhao Yong's shoulder. Upon my return, I shall not neglect your loyalty. He continued. Moreover, if my mother inquires, simply inform her that I have matters to attend to and will return in a few days, so she need not worry. With that, he did not linger, stepping outside the Wang residence. Xiao Chun. Just as he exited, he spotted Chengqian and Qin Huayu approaching. Brother Qin, you are aware of the situation, are you not? Li Chun asked, looking at Qin Huayu. Yes, Chemo informed me on our way here. Qin Huayu nodded, evidently having received the news of Li Shimin's departure from the city during their journey. Then I shall not dwell further on it, Li Chun stated. You two must assist me in leaving the city swiftly. Understood. Chengqian and Qin Huayu nodded in unison, fully aware that there was no time to waste. To the north gate. As they spoke, the trio made their way towards the northern exit. You two go ahead as we discussed yesterday. Li Chun instructed as they neared the north gate, pausing to address Chengqian and Qin Huayu. Once Uncle Chemo departs, you must find a way to obtain the tiger tally and deliver it to me. Got it, they replied in unison, racing towards the city gate. While Li Chun concealed himself behind a nearby house, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Father, something is amiss as they drew closer to the north gate. Chengqian cried out in a voice choked with tears. Something is wrong, Father HM. Hearing the cry, Cheng Yaojin furrowed his brow and turned to look at the two. What brings you here again? As Chengqian approached, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in alarm. Father, it's terrible. My mother Chengqian was now gasping for breath through his sobs. Indeed, Uncle Cheng, you must go and see Aunt Shui. She is Qin Huayu. With a face full of sorrow, chimed in. What has happened? Cheng Yaojin, taken aback by their distress, urgently inquired. Shui was his beloved wife, and after marrying her, he had taken no other. Thus, witnessing Chengqian and Qin Huayu in such despair filled him with dread. My mother, I don't know how it happened, but she suddenly fell gravely ill. Her body is burning with fever, and she is speaking incoherently, Chengqian said, his face etched with anguish. And I have summoned the Imperial physician, but he says as he reached this point, Chengqian struggled to continue. What did the physician say? Cheng Yaojin grasped Chengqian's shoulders, his voice urgent. The physician said he is at a loss. How could this be? Cheng Yaojin staggered back a couple of steps. Uncle Cheng, you must hurry back to see Aunt Shui, Qin Huayu urged. Yes, father, please return to see mother. Chengqian tugged at Cheng Yaojin's sleeve, weeping. HM? Observing their demeanor, Cheng Yaojin's eyes reflected suspicion. These two lads, he soon realized that he had been overly concerned for Shui's well-being, momentarily failing to grasp the situation. Now seeing their insistence on bringing him home, He could not be oblivious any longer. Furthermore, considering their connection with Li Chun, if Cui were genuinely gravely ill, how could Li Chun be absent? The absence of Li Chun spoke volumes. With this realization, Cheng Yaojin felt a flicker of amusement within. Yet he did not let it show. You must guard the city gate diligently. He promptly produced the tiger talisman and addressed the city guards. Remember, only those bearing my tiger talisman may open the gates. Do you understand? Yes, General, the guards replied in unison. Quick, take me home to see, Cheng Yaojin declared, casually placing the talisman in his robe, then turning to Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. He hurriedly strode toward the inner city of Chang'an, exchanging glances. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu smiled at one another and promptly followed in his wake. During the course of their pursuit, an inexplicable incident occurred. Cheng Yaojin's treasured tiger talisman slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Remarkably, Cheng Yaojin seemed utterly oblivious, continuing his forward march with unwavering focus. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Cheng Chumo and his companion felt a surge of exhilaration as they hastily retrieved the talisman. Their faces instantly blossomed with a sense of secret triumph. For this fortunate turn of events spared them the need to devise further schemes to pilfer it. Swiftly passing the talisman to Qin Huayu, Cheng Chumo discreetly signaled him with a glance. Qin Huayu nodded and then turned to dash towards a nearby dwelling, evidently the hiding place of Li Chun. Meanwhile, sensing their movements, Cheng Yaojin subtly turned his head, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was evident that he had discerned the intentions of Cheng Chumo and his companion, fully aware that Li Chun was in close proximity. The talisman had been deliberately left behind. Otherwise, no matter how skilled Cheng Chumo and his partner might be, they could never have stolen it from him. Chapter 83. Open the city gates. Without uttering much, Cheng Yaojin proceeded towards the residence of Duke Lu as if he had noticed nothing amiss. Observing Cheng Yaojin's retreating figure, Cheng Chumo gritted his teeth and followed closely behind, bracing himself for the inevitable repercussions of their scheme. Meanwhile, Qin Huayu approached Li Chun and directly handed over the tiger talisman, exclaiming, "Here, the tiger talisman." To his astonishment, the transaction was remarkably seamless. Do you truly believe that Uncle Cheng has been deceived? Seeing Qin Huayu's exuberant expression, Li Chun merely shook his head and chuckled softly. He had witnessed the earlier scene with utmost clarity, although Cheng Yaojin had seemed momentarily flustered due to concerns for the Cui family. He had undoubtedly caught on to the inept performances of Cheng Chumo and his companion. The reason for his apparent cooperation with Qin Huayu and the others was merely a facade of ignorance. Furthermore, with the presence of the tiger talisman, Cheng Yaojin could not possibly be unaware of its significance and would never carelessly part with it. It was evident that he had intentionally left the talisman for Cheng Chumo and his companion to later deliver to him. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Qin Huayu was momentarily taken aback. What do you think? Li Chun replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Huayu. Are you suggesting that we have been uncovered? Qin Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief. That cannot be. If we had been discovered, why would Uncle Cheng not expose us and instead allow us to obtain this talisman? Perhaps Cheng Chumo also wishes for me to leave the city. Li Chun pondered aloud, observing Cheng Yaojin's distant silhouette. In truth, Li Chun's speculation was not far from the mark. Cheng Yaojin was indeed playing along with Cheng Chumo's plan with the intent of facilitating Li Chun's departure from the city. He was well aware of the imminent dangers surrounding Li Shimin's journey to Wei Shui. Should Li Chun accompany him, it would serve as a safeguard for Li Shimin. It seems we have underestimated Uncle Cheng. Qin Huayu, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped the situation and let out a wry smile. Enough of this. We must make haste and leave the city, Li Chun declared, clutching the tiger talisman and heading directly towards the northern gate. Father, let us hurry. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo anxiously caught up with Cheng Yaojin, as if fearful that his father might discover their scheme. Enough, you little rascal, there's no need for further pretense. Cheng Yaojin suddenly halted, turning to Cheng Chumo and remarking, You think your meager tricks could deceive me? Father, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Cheng Chumo feigned ignorance. If your mother were truly ill, would you have the leisure to come here seeking me? Cheng Yaojin scoffed, adding, Moreover, with Qin Huayu present, how could you possibly think that he would not show up given your connection with that brat Li Chun? Cheng Chumo fell into an awkward silence. Father, you have seen through it? Such triviality. If I cannot discern this little trick, then have I lived in vain? Cheng Yaojin declared. Then, why did you deliberately follow us back? Cheng Chumo inquired, his face a mask of confusion. If I had not left the north gate, that wretched Li Chun would have had no chance to escape, Cheng Yaojin retorted, his eyes narrowing. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Cheng Chumo finally grasped the situation. It was not they who had deceived Cheng Yaojin, but rather Cheng Yaojin who had outwitted them. The reasoning was straightforward. Had Cheng Yaojin not feigned compliance with their scheme to depart the north gate, Li Chun would have had no opportunity to exit the city. His departure was orchestrated to create this very chance for Li Chun, and the fallen tiger talisman was a deliberate act on his part. Thus, Li Chun could possess the talisman and exit the city with ease. It could be said that Cheng Yaojin had exerted considerable effort for this purpose. Very well. I shall not return to the city gate for the time being. Inform that lad Li Chun that I have left a set of Mingguang armor for him in my room beneath the city gate. Observing Cheng Chumo's pitiful expression, Cheng Yaojin continued, there is also a warhorse in front of the gate. Let him take it as well. Understood, father. Cheng Chumo promptly nodded, and then swiftly made his way back to the city gate. Open the city gate. Meanwhile, Li Chun had arrived at the foot of the north gate, shouting to the guards stationed there. Stop. Upon witnessing Li Chun's actions, the guards approached him, surrounding him. I come under General Cheng's orders to exit the city on urgent business. Will you not open the gate at once? Li Chun declared, raising the tiger talisman in his hand. Seeing the talisman, the guards halted their advance. At the command of the general, one stepped forward, bowing respectfully in acknowledgement. This individual was evidently the only officer, apart from Cheng Yaojin, who could command the city gate guards. Quickly, open the gate. The officer commanded the guards stationed at the gate. As his orders were issued, the gate began to open slowly at the behest of the guards. May I borrow one of your warhorses? As the gate swung open, Li Chun seized a warhorse from among the guards, preparing to ride out of the city. Xiao Chun. Wait. Just as Li Chun was about to depart, a voice urgently called from a distance. Hearing the call, Li Chun tightened the reins in his hand, halting his advance. Turning around, he saw Cheng Chumo rushing towards him, breathless. Fortunately, I made it in time. Cheng Chumo gasped as he reached Li Chun. Why have you returned? Li Chun questioned, dismounting and gazing at Cheng Chumo with a puzzled expression. It was my father who sent me, Cheng Chumo replied, taking a deep breath before leaning closer to speak softly. Uncle Cheng? Upon hearing these words, Li Chun furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that Uncle Cheng had changed his mind? Did you perceive that my father was being deliberate? Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo asked in astonishment. Naturally, I discerned it, Li Chun replied with a smile. Otherwise, how could you have obtained this tiger talisman so easily? Well then, Cheng Chumo shrugged helplessly. My father sent me to inform you that he has reserved a warhorse for you. He then looked at Li Chun and added, and there is a set of Mingguang armor, which he said you should wear before you depart. Uncle Cheng is very considerate. Li Chun murmured in response to Cheng Chumo's words. Earlier, she had wondered why a warhorse was stationed at the city gates. But now it became clear that Cheng Yaojin had already made all the necessary preparations for her. Chapter 84. The situation of Wei Shui. Where is the Mingguang armor now? He inquired of Cheng Chumo. He had already acquired the warhorse. All that remained was the set of Mingguang armor. Although, with his current physical strength, possessing the armor would merely be a decorative enhancement, it nonetheless served as a safeguard and represented Cheng Yaojin's goodwill. How could he refuse it? Within this very room, Cheng Chumo led Li Chun into the dwelling beneath the gate. Upon unveiling the screen, the armor, polished countless times by Cheng Yaojin, was revealed before Li Chun's eyes. This armor belonged to Uncle Cheng in his days of battle? Li Chun gasped, astonished at the marks etched into the armor's surface. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Cheng Yaojin would gift him this set. While it may not be particularly costly, it held extraordinary significance for Cheng Yaojin, reflecting the esteem in which he held Li Chun. Indeed, Cheng Chumo nodded in acknowledgement. This armor accompanied my father for many years, during which he vanquished countless foes while donning it. When you return, be sure to inform Uncle Cheng. Gazing at the armor, which symbolized a heavy responsibility, Li Chun spoke resolutely. I shall not fail in my mission. I will bring His Majesty back safely. I shall convey your words, Cheng Chumo affirmed with a firm nod. Now, don the armor and set forth. Very well. Without hesitation, Li Chun swiftly removed the armor from its stand and donned it. Despite its considerable weight, it posed no hindrance to him, feeling no different from a cloak. As he wore the Mingguang armor, an aura of resolute strength enveloped him. May you achieve success in your endeavor, Cheng Chumo said earnestly, clasping his hands in salute. When you return, I shall prepare a feast to celebrate. Indeed. Li Chun nodded emphatically, refraining from further words as he turned and stepped outside. I am off. Leaping onto his steed, Li Chun brandished the whip and galloped toward the city gate. May this lad catch up swiftly, Cheng Yaojin mused. Watching Li Chun's figure fade into the distance as he emerged from a nearby corner, it was evident that he had been attentively observing the direction of the city gate. Unwilling to depart, once the gate had closed, Cheng Yaojin strode purposefully forward. Listen well, all soldiers. Upon returning to the city gate, Cheng Yaojin commanded loudly. Should a signal be raised from outside the city, every soldier must follow my lead without hesitation and venture forth to greet His Majesty. Any who dare to disobey shall face military justice. Yes, General. The soldiers responded in unison. Clearly aware that Emperor Shimin had prepared for the worst upon his departure from the North Gate, and had specifically briefed Qing Yaojin on the significance of the signal to be issued. Moreover, it is not merely Qing Yaojin at this juncture. 3 other city gates witness a similar scene unfolding. Upon observing Li Chun, a solitary figure astride a steed, departing from the northern gate and heading straight for the Weishui River, both Li Jing and Qin Qiong issued identical commands. Given the close association between Cheng Yaojin and his companions, they were already aware of Li Chun's departure from the city through him. They harbored hopes that the young man would successfully bring his majesty back safely. After issuing the command, the commanders stationed at the 4 city gates ascended the battlements, silently praying as they watched Li Chun's gradually receding silhouette. Meanwhile, at the banks of the Weishui River, the landscape had dramatically transformed from its former appearance. On the northern side, the formidable army of 200,000 Turkic warriors stood in formation, their banners fluttering in the wind, stretching for several miles. At the forefront of this array were 2 warhorses bearing the imposing figures of Jili and Tuli. Clearly, these 2 had led their troops to this location a day prior. Turning to the southern bank, a multitude of soldiers had gathered, with none other than Li Shimin leading them, flanked by military generals such as Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian. Minister Fang, have you arranged the ruse as planned? Li Shimin inquired, casting a glance across the river at the vast Turkic forces behind Tuli. Your Majesty, the old minister is fully prepared, Fang Xianling replied with a bow. Let us hope this stratagem can deceive Jili and Tuli, Li Shimin remarked, slightly nodding. His gaze sharpened as it fixed upon the northern bank of the Weishui. Jili, Tuli, how dare you violate our previously established pact and brazenly invade the territory of the Tang Dynasty? Are you not afraid of me leading a 1,000,000-strong army to trample your barbaric lands? With that, he raised his voice in a fierce rebuke directed at Jili and Tuli. The reverberation of Li Shimin's furious proclamation crossed the river, carrying a piercing intent that sent shivers through his listeners. The prospect of a 1,000,000-strong army suggested that should they breach Turkic defenses, annihilation would be their only fate. However, upon hearing Li Shimin's menacing words, Jili and Tuli displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, they erupted into boisterous laughter. 1,000,000 soldiers? Do you take us for fools? Tang King, Tuli sneered from across the river. If your Tang dynasty truly possessed such a formidable army, how could we have reached the Weishui? Haraha. Allow me to inform you, Tuli continued with mirth, we have long since discerned the true strength of your Tang forces. Do not attempt to intimidate us with empty bravado. At these words, the color drained from Li Shimin's face, as his greatest fear was that Jili and Tuli had uncovered the true state of the Tang dynasty's military capabilities. This trepidation was shared by Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others beside him, their hearts tightening in response. Indeed, it is a fact that the military forces of the Tang dynasty are currently in a state of weakness. If what the 2 men, Jili, have asserted is true, and they have truly discerned our vulnerabilities, then our beloved Tang may inevitably find itself in a dire predicament. Your Majesty. At this thought, Fang Xianling hastily called out to Li Shimin in a hushed tone, his meaning unmistakable. Upon hearing Fang Xuanling's call, Li Shimin subtly nodded in acknowledgement, fully comprehending his intent. Do these barbaric men truly believe they can unravel the true state of our Tang? A barely perceptible smirk graced Li Shimin's lips, for it was nothing short of a farce. Having spoken, he suddenly raised his right hand under the watchful gaze of Tuli and his companion. Boom, 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 boom. With Li Shimin's motion, a resounding cascade of war drums erupted from the southern shore. Chapter 85. The drums of war resound. With the resounding beat of war drums, a formidable array of soldiers clad in armor and wielding long spears emerged from the corner of the city walls, marching with a steady gait. In a matter of moments, a remarkable number of over 1,000 troops materialized. Furthermore, even as this vast contingent became visible, shadows of more soldiers continued to emerge from the same corner, creating the illusion of a garrison housing hundreds of thousands, or perhaps even more. The spectacle was undeniably imposing. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Tuli on the northern shore was instantly struck with trepidation. How could the Tang dynasty possess such a multitude of soldiers? It was no wonder he felt this way. His alliance with Tuli had been predicated on the belief in Jili's assertions that the Tang forces were severely depleted, devoid of any capacity for resistance, and that the Turkic army would undoubtedly breach the Tang realm with ease. Yet, seeing Emperor Li Shimin suddenly summon such an impressive display of troops, and with more still poised to emerge from the city, it seemed as if there was no end to their ranks. How could this not instill fear? Tuli, did you not claim that the Tang had a meager army? Jili, with a worried countenance, turned to Tuli and inquired, seeking an explanation. It was evident that Tuli was a timid individual. Had he known the Tang possessed such a formidable force, he would never have dared to infringe upon their sovereignty. Observing Tuli's reaction, a tightening sensation gripped his heart. However, as he recalled the reports from the scouts he had previously dispatched, a sense of calm gradually washed over him. "What is there to fear?" he said, addressing Tuli. "These troops are merely a tactic of intimidation employed by Shimin. If he truly commanded such an army, would he be here engaging in idle discourse instead of launching an immediate assault?" Upon hearing these words, Tuli hesitated momentarily. Indeed, as he had asserted, if the Tang possessed such strength, they would not have allowed the Turkic forces to consecutively conquer cities like Jingzhou and Wuzhou. Was this truly an act of deception by Shimin? With this thought, Tuli fixed his gaze upon Shimin, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his intentions. Meanwhile, Shimin felt a sudden tightness in his chest upon perceiving the expressions of Tuli and Jili. Indeed, this was the very stratagem of deception he had employed. The soldiers who had appeared so suddenly were not numerous, merely a few thousand. Should Tuli and Jili discern the truth, the situation at the Wei Shui would become precarious. As thoughts of Jili and Tuli crossed his mind, Shimin realized that he could no longer afford to wait. With a decisive gesture, he commanded his troops to halt their advance. Then, across the river, he addressed the two men from Tuli with a booming voice. "I acknowledge that your nomadic tribe has faced great hardships. However, our great Tang Dynasty values civility and respect for scholars. Your recent incursion into our territory shall not go unchallenged." Observing the two men from Tuli, Shimin suppressed his anxiety and engaged them in a reasoned discourse. "If you return our lands and release my subjects, I shall consider this incident as a mere oversight and even propose a renewed pact with your Turkic people, stipulating a decade of mutual non-aggression. Should you remain obstinate, I shall lead 1,000,000 valiant soldiers from our Tang Dynasty to trample upon your barbaric lands. You must ponder this carefully." Upon finishing his proclamation, an overwhelming aura of authority emanated from Shimin, pressing down upon Jili and Tuli on the northern bank. Faced with the overwhelming force of the Turkic army, which numbered 200,000, his own contingent of merely a few thousand was but a drop in the ocean. Hearing Shimin's words, Tuli grew increasingly anxious and turned his gaze toward his companion. "Haraha, Shimin, do you really think me a Navi child?" Meanwhile, Jili regarded Shimin with cold disdain, erupting into another round of laughter. Rather than feeling fear, he found himself emboldened by the prospect of confrontation. In the past, he might have been intimidated by such a display, but having gauged the Tang's military strength, he had no intention of retreating without a fight. "Shimin," Tuli sneered, shouting back, "to be frank, when your Tang Dynasty lifted the curfew and opened the city gates for 3 consecutive days, I dispatched scouts to assess your true strength. No need for theatrics now. If your Tang had genuine power, would you be here exchanging empty words with us? I can assure you, your forces within the city do not exceed 10,000. Shimin's expression changed drastically upon hearing Jili's words. He had never anticipated that Jili would send spies into Chengqian, gathering intelligence on the Tang's military capabilities so thoroughly. It was no wonder, as during the celebrations for Li Chun's coronation, Shimin had allowed himself to become somewhat complacent. The spies had disguised themselves so well that even the 100 riders could not detect their presence, leading to the current predicament. "Then by all means, test your fortune," Shimin retorted fiercely, suppressing his inner turmoil. With no other recourse, he had to engage in psychological warfare. At his words, Jili's expression hardened. "Let us see if you're right," he declared, raising his whip to command his army to advance. At this moment, Jili was suddenly called out by Tuli beside him. What if the Tang Dynasty is indeed as formidable as Shimin claims? Clearly, Tuli harbored excessive suspicion, still fearing that the Tang Dynasty concealed a considerable military force. "Do you still have a path of retreat?" Jili turned to Tuli and spoke sternly. "We have already driven the Tang Dynasty to such a desperate situation. Given Shimin's character, if we afford him a moment's respite, we shall all meet our demise at his hands. Moreover, if it is true that he possesses an army of 1,000,000, how could he allow us to breach so many cities of the Tang and engage in such lengthy discourse with us?" Upon hearing Jili's words, Tuli hesitated once more. "Tuli, if you are not courageous enough, you may return with your troops now." Observing Tuli's demeanor, Jili altered his tone, "But heed my words carefully. If my forces conquer the Tang Dynasty, its territory shall belong to us entirely, so ponder this well." Upon hearing this, Tuli's expression shifted repeatedly. Indeed, the lands of the Tang Dynasty are rich and fertile, yielding an abundance of grains, and for nomadic tribes like theirs, such land is highly coveted. To say he was not tempted would be a lie. "Very well, I shall accompany you this once." With this thought, Tuli steeled his resolve and turned to Jili, uttering these words. "Ha ha ha, splendid." At this, Jili erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Once we capture the Tang Dynasty, we shall together relish its vast territories." Chapter 86, Unrepentant in Death. At that moment, as Shimin observed the dialogue between the two Turkians from a distance, his heart plummeted into despair. It was evident from their expressions that a battle was unavoidable today. Your Majesty, I am powerless. Not only Li Shimin, but also Fang Xianling and others grasped the gravity of the situation. Fang Xianling appeared to age decades in an instant. His countenance marked with bitterness as he bowed deeply to Li Shimin, offering his apologies. This stratagem of feigned withdrawal was his counsel, and its failure weighed heavily on his conscience. Fang Xiang, this is not your fault. Noticing Fang Xianling's demeanor, Li Shimin gently shook his head. Indeed, the blame could not rest on Fang Xianling's shoulders. He had done his utmost in the face of such dire circumstances. Moreover, none could have anticipated that Zhili would send scouts to ascertain the vulnerabilities of the Tang Dynasty so swiftly. Prepare for battle. He then turned to the generals beside him, including Gao Shilian, issuing his command. Yes, Your Majesty, they responded in unison. Your Majesty, once the battle commences, I shall order men to escort you back to Chang'an. Gao Shilian began, but Li Shimin interrupted. That will not be necessary. I shall face the Turkians in a fight to the death. Li Shimin understood all too well that should the Weishui River be breached, even a return to Chang'an would not ensure their survival for long. Prolonged siege would render them as helpless as fish in a barrel. Your Majesty, kill. Just as Gao Shilian sought to protest, the Turkians on the northern bank issued their orders to attack. The 20,000 troops of the Turks surged forth like a swarm of wasps, bridging the waters and charging towards the southern bank. Warriors, we shall defend the Emperor with our lives. Upon witnessing this scene, Gao Shilian could no longer concern himself with anything else and shouted to the city, We shall defend the Emperor with our lives. We shall defend the Emperor with our lives. We shall defend the Emperor with our lives. As Gao Shilian's voice echoed, thousands within the city joined in a unified roar, revealing themselves and rushing towards the enemy. The two sides clashed in a fierce melee. However, despite the valor of these Tang men, they were greatly outnumbered. Within moments, casualties mounted to more than half. Is it truly destined that the foundation of the Tang Dynasty shall perish by my hand? Witnessing the tragic scene before him, Li Shimin raised his head and cried out in despair. Zhili, he spoke, intent on charging to the front lines. Your Majesty, in that instant, Gao Shilian and Fang Xianling desperately restrained Li Shimin. Your Majesty, you are the ruler of the Tang Dynasty. Retreating to Chang'an may still offer a glimmer of hope. Should you remain here, the Tang shall indeed have no chance. Fang Xianling implored, tears in his voice. Your Majesty, flee. At this moment, Gao Shilian was unconcerned with anything else. Seizing the opportunity before the Turkic army launched their assault, he commanded those around him to forcibly mount Li Shimin onto a steed, and they swiftly made their way towards the city of Chang'an to kill. As Gao Shilian and his companions escorted Li Shimin away, the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty who remained resolutely faced death, fiercely obstructing the enemy forces. The anguished cries of battle soared into the heavens. They fought to buy time for their sovereign, determined to defend their homeland with every last drop of their blood, willing to nourish their territory with the heads of their foes. Though facing death, they had no regrets. Amidst the ranks of the Tang soldiers, someone shouted, and all the weary warriors raised their long spears and weapons, joining in a unified roar. Though facing death, they had no regrets. Though facing death, they had no regrets. This chorus of battle cries resonated like a steadfast conviction, urging the soldiers to charge once more against the Turkic army that had just crossed the Wei River. The battlefield instantly became a scene of unimaginable carnage. Witnessing this spectacle, even Zhili and Tuli were moved. They had never anticipated that these sons of the Tang Dynasty would fight so recklessly, fully aware of their impending doom. If I were to find myself in such a predicament, would my army respond similarly? Turning to observe their own Turkic forces, both Tuli and Zhili fell momentarily into contemplation. The answer was evident. They knew well that had they been in Li Shimin's position, their soldiers would undoubtedly flee in panic. Fortunately, they had not allowed such an eventuality to transpire. The one who faced defeat was Li Shimin. Reflecting on this, Zhili lifted his gaze towards the southern bank, eager to discern Li Shimin's expression at that moment. However, upon raising his head, he did not see Li Shimin's figure. Where is Li Shimin? He quickly turned to Tuli beside him and inquired. I do not see him either. Tuli shook his head in response to Zhili's question. Clearly, their attention had been focused on the battlefield, neglecting to keep an eye on Li Shimin. Khan. At that moment, a man wielding a curved blade approached, bowing to Tuli, and said, I have just seen that Li Shimin, under the protection of Gao Shilian and others, fled towards Chang'an. This man with the curved blade was none other than Zhili's deputy, Aguna. What? Upon hearing Ashina's words, Tuli's expression turned icy. They had painstakingly forced Li Shimin into such a predicament. How could they allow him to escape to Chang'an so easily? Convey my command, Khan. Swiftly eliminate those Tang soldiers. He then issued a command to Ashina. Understood, Khan. Ashina did not hesitate, promptly accepting the order before relaying it to the Turkic army as directed by Jili. Upon receiving the command, the Turkic army launched a ferocious assault once more, hastening their crossing of the Weishui River. Previously, due to the indomitable spirit of the Tang forces, fortified by defensive works and the necessity of crossing the river, even with heavy casualties, they had managed to withstand the onslaught. However, with Jili's orders, the Turkic troops no longer hesitated, fervently charging towards the opposite shore. The cry of battle echoed as the remaining Tang warriors, their eyes aflame with determination, emerged from their fortifications and fearlessly confronted the Turkic horde. In that moment, the air was filled with the resounding roars of defiance. Yet, as is often the case, sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the valiant Tang soldiers, besieged by forces many times their own, ultimately spilled their last drops of blood upon the banks of the Weishui River. Thus, thousands of Tang soldiers met their demise. Chapter 87. Advance to battle. Though they have perished, they exacted a toll of tens of thousands from the Turks, bravely defending the homeland with their lives. They died without regret. As they crossed the banks of the Wei River and beheld the fallen bodies of the Tang soldiers, Jili's countenance grew increasingly somber. The army of several thousand from the Tang had cost him tenfold in losses, and his spirits could not lift, even as he recalled the scenes of the battlefield. An inexplicable fear began to take root in his heart. A single Tang soldier, even in his final moments, had bitten off the ear of a Turkic warrior, while others had gone so far as to thrust their long spears through both their own bodies and that of their enemies. How could such a fierce army not instill a sense of dread within him? Amidst this fear, his resolve to either slay or capture Li Shimin only solidified. Today's battle had irreparably severed ties between the Turks and Li Shimin. Should he allow Li to escape, the day would surely come when he would return, strengthened and seeking vengeance with a similar army. How could the Turks withstand such an onslaught? All troops, heed my command, Jili declared, his gaze fixed upon the direction of Chengqian. Today, whoever slays Li Shimin shall be rewarded with 1,000 head of cattle and sheep and 100 taels of gold. For those who capture him alive, the reward shall be 10,000 head of cattle and sheep and 1,000 taels of gold. As his words echoed, the eyes of the Turkic soldiers gleamed with fervor. To them, those thousands of livestock were treasures beyond their wildest dreams, not to mention the gold. How could they not be exhilarated? Kill. Witnessing the bloodthirsty transformation of his troops following his proclamation, Jili seized the moment and pointed decisively toward Chengqian. Kill. At his command, the Turkic army surged forward like unleashed wild hounds, racing toward Chengqian. Clearly, they had come to regard Li Shimin as mere cattle and gold. Li Shimin, you shall not escape today. With the army in pursuit, Jili let out a cold snort and followed closely behind. He could not afford to let Li Shimin live. Meanwhile, hearing the distant sounds of battle behind him, tears of sorrow began to stream down Li Shimin's face. Even as he was shielded by the likes of Gao Shilian, he turned to gaze toward the Wei River, his expression heavy with grief. As tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, those brave Tang soldiers had sacrificed their lives to protect him at the banks of the Wei, as their sovereign. The weight of this realization bore heavily upon his heart. Your Majesty, noticing the sorrow etched on Li Shimin's face, Gao Shilian urged him. This is not the time for lamentation. The reason the soldiers of our Tang willingly sacrificed themselves was to ensure your safe retreat. You must not let their spirits be disheartened. Indeed, Your Majesty, Fang Xianling also urged, your most pressing concern now is to return safely to Chengqian. Only then will there be an opportunity to avenge the valiant soldiers of our Tang Dynasty, Your Majesty. Clearly, they feared that Li Shimin, in his sorrow, might act impulsively. Rest assured, I know precisely what must be done. Upon hearing their words, Li Shimin took a deep breath. As a sovereign, he was acutely aware of the course of action he needed to take. Gao Shilian. He then turned his gaze to Gao Shilian. Have you prepared the signal I instructed you to set up in advance? Your Majesty, it has been arranged. Gao Shilian clasped his fists and replied. The location for the signal is less than 10 miles from here. Very well. Li Shimin nodded. Upon reaching the location, release the signal immediately. As you command. Gao Shilian clasped his fist in acknowledgement. Clearly, before heading to Weishui, Li Shimin had already made the worst-case preparations. For he had no assurance that the ruse would deceive Jili and the others, prompting him to order Gao Shilian to prepare in advance. Thus, let us move. To kill. To slay Li Shimin. Kill. And just as Li Shimin was about to finish his words, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from behind them, followed by a throng of figures appearing in their line of sight, like a swarm of locusts. It was evident that these were the Turkic pursuers led by Jili. Lured by immense benefits, these Turkic soldiers, resembling rabid dogs starved for days, relentlessly pursued Li Shimin. This is bad. The Turkic pursuers. Upon witnessing the scene, Gao Shilian and the others were struck with alarm. Your Majesty, flee, they urged, hastening away into the distance. Li Shimin. Meanwhile, Li and his companion finally spotted Li Shimin and felt a surge of joy. Kill them. They immediately commanded the Turkic soldiers once more. Li was resolute in his determination to either capture or slay Li Shimin. Recalling vividly the Tang soldiers who had obstructed them moments before, he would rather perish than not take a few down with him. He had never encountered such a ferocious army. And if Li Shimin were to escape today, he would grow stronger and lead such forces in the future, leaving Li's Turkic faction defenseless. Destruction was the only outcome. Thus he must capture and slay Li Shimin today. Kill. As Li's words fell, the battle cries grew even more frenzied. Rest assured, Khan. A man rode forth to Li, clasping his fists and laughing heartily. Today, I shall capture Li Shimin and present him before you. Kill them. He shouted to his men behind him and charged toward Li Shimin's direction. As the man issued his command, a formidable squadron of cavalry suddenly emerged from among the pursuing Turkic forces, swiftly following in pursuit. Clearly, these horsemen represented the elite troops of the Turks. And their leader was none other than Ashina, the most trusted deputy of Li. With the abrupt arrival of this cavalry, the pressure on Li Shimin and his companions intensified dramatically, and the distance between the two sides diminished rapidly. Your Majesty, you must take your leave at once. Turning to behold the approaching pursuers, a general by Li Shimin's side clasped his fists in salute, declaring, "We shall no longer be able to serve you faithfully in the days to come." With that, he abruptly turned his steed and urged, "Follow me to confront the enemy." He then shouted loudly and charged toward the pursuing forces. Chapter 88. The Peril of His Majesty to the Death. We shall defend your Majesty. The fervent cries erupted as the commander charged forth, resonating beside Li Shimin. Following suit, the 100 soldiers guarding him turned their steeds with unwavering resolve, brandishing their weapons as they surged towards the enemy. Witnessing this scene, tears streamed down Li Shimin's cheeks once more. "I vow," gripping the reins with determination, he declared, "I shall not allow your sacrifices to be in vain. In my lifetime, I will trample upon that barbarous land, offering the severed heads of the foe as tribute to your souls." Forward. With a swift crack of his whip, he led Fang Xianling and others at a breakneck pace, leaving only himself and 6 loyal guards, including Gao Shirlian, at his side. As they moved, the sounds of battle echoed behind them. "Your Majesty, I shall serve you faithfully in the next life." However, the resistance did not persist for long. With the last cry of defiance, the commander who had led the Tang soldiers to impede their foes fell, slain by the blades of the Turkic cavalry. After all, fists are no match for hands. Despite their bravery, they faced thousands of adversaries. Hearing the mournful cries, Li Shimin tightened his grip on the reins, not daring to look back. He understood all too well that those warriors fought knowing defeat awaited them, solely to buy him precious time to escape. Gallop. Fueled by grief and righteous anger, Li Shimin and his companions quickened their pace. "Your Majesty, the signal release point lies just ahead." After a brief gallop, Gao Shirlian pointed forward, calling out, "Your Majesty, the signal release point is less than 5 miles from our current position." Indeed. Acknowledging his words with a nod, Li Shimin maintained his silence, steering towards the designated location. Once they reached that point, they could send a signal for reinforcements from the defenders in Changqian. If they could hold off the pursuing enemy, safety would be within reach. Kill them. As Li Shimin and his party accelerated, the pursuers intensified their frenzy, determined to thwart his escape. Under Ashina's command, the distance between them dwindled. "Your Majesty, we have arrived." Soon, they reached the spot indicated by Gao Shirlian. "Release the signal," Li Shimin commanded decisively. "Yes, Your Majesty." Understanding the urgency, Gao Shirlian leaped from his mount and dashed towards a thicket, eager to fulfill the order. Parting the thicket before him, Gao Shirlian swiftly retrieved a firebrand from his bosom and ignited the object before him. As it caught flame, thick black smoke billowed forth, ascending like a colossal pillar into the heavens. This was dire. Observing the towering black column, Ashina could not suppress a gasp. He was all too aware of what this ominous signal represented. "Loose arrows." Quickly, loose arrows, he commanded the Turkic cavalry. This immense column of smoke was undoubtedly a distress signal from Li Shimin. Should reinforcements arrive, capturing him would become exceedingly difficult. With Ashina's order, several cavalrymen drew their bows and unleashed a volley towards Li Shimin and his companions. They were now within a close range, and the arrows could prove effective. "Your Majesty, be cautious." The sight before them sent shockwaves through the few generals guarding Li Shimin, who immediately positioned themselves in front of him, brandishing their weapons. Fortunately, the incoming arrows were not overwhelming. After sustaining some injuries, these generals managed to fend off the assault. However, while Li Shimin remained unharmed, the steeds beneath them fell victim to the arrows, collapsing lifelessly at their feet. "Haha, kill them." Ashina laughed heartily as he charged towards Li Shimin's position. At this moment, Li Shimin and his companions found themselves without their steeds, utterly trapped in the clutches of their pursuers. Protect the emperor. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Gao Shilian dashed forward, joining the other generals to encircle Li Shimin. As the Turkic cavalry closed in, a fierce resolve flashed across Gao Shilian's face. He turned to Li Shimin and declared, "Your Majesty, we shall carve a bloody path for you to escape, even at the cost of our lives." "Indeed, Your Majesty. We shall fight to the death to ensure your safe passage," echoed the resolute generals surrounding him. Clearly, they were prepared to emulate the valiant soldiers of the Tang Dynasty, pledging their lives and loyalty to Li Shimin. Ha ha. Hearing their words, Li Shimin threw back his head and laughed. Does heaven truly wish to extinguish the life of Li Shimin? He understood the gravity of their situation. The Turkic cavalry was now less than a mile away. Even with the unwavering protection of Gao Shilian and the others, escape seemed impossible unless a miracle occurred. "Your Majesty." The sorrow in Gao Shilian's voice mirrored the somber understanding among them all. "No need for further words. Today, I shall advance and retreat alongside you, fighting together against our foes." Li Shimin did not turn away. Instead, he unsheathed his sword. Since escape was unfeasible, they would face their fate head-on. Together, they would advance and confront the enemy. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Gao Shilian and the others echoed in unison, and even Feng Xianling, at that moment, brandished a broadsword, revealing an expression of unwavering resolve in the face of death. Simultaneously, as the Turkic cavalry continued to advance, a man clad in brilliant armor, with a determined visage, charged towards the direction of Li Shimin and his companions, more precisely towards the position of Heizhou. This individual was none other than Li Chun. Chapter 89. The Winged King arrives. Upon departing from Chang'an, Li Chun hastened relentlessly towards the direction of the Weishui River, his heart brimming with anxiety. Fearing that before his arrival, Li Shimin might encounter unforeseen peril. It was only when he beheld the billowing smoke ascending towards the heavens that his heart sank with urgency. This was undoubtedly a signal emitted by Li Shimin and his companions. In a moment of desperation, he rushed towards the source without a second thought. Fortunately, he was not far from the ominous black column. With vigorous strokes of his whip, Li Chun drew ever closer to Li Shimin and the others. Kill. Kill Li Shimin. Though the command was uttered in haste, it was simultaneous with the unfolding events. The Turkic cavalry, led by Ashina, charged forth with a cacophony of battle cries, swiftly narrowing the distance to Li Shimin's position. Fixated on the approaching figures of the Turkic horsemen, Li Shimin gripped his sword tightly, a resolute expression etched upon his face. "Let us slay our enemies. Kill." As Li Shimin's voice resonated, Gao Shilian and the others shouted in unison, advancing instead of retreating, boldly confronting the oncoming Turkic cavalry, embodying an indomitable spirit as if they welcomed death itself. At this moment, they had no other recourse but to fight to the bitter end. Observing the approaching figures of Li Shimin and his less than 10 companions, Ashina couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, commanding the cavalry to halt. "Li Shimin, today is your day." With a fierce gaze directed at Li Shimin and his men, Ashina's expression hardened. "Slay all these Tang people." With a swift motion of his blade. "Kill." With Ashina's command, hundreds of cavalrymen brandished their swords, charging towards Li Shimin and his companions. The sight of these hundreds of horsemen, their blades raised high, hurtling towards Li Shimin and his group, was a harbinger of doom. Yet, Li Shimin and his companions showed no sign of retreat. Their steps unwavering and expressions resolute as they braced themselves for the impending clash. Clearly, even in the face of death, they would not falter. "Kill." With a thunderous shout, the distance between the two sides diminished in an instant. Should they collide, the fate awaiting Li Shimin and his companions was all too apparent. "Those who harm our great Tang monarch shall perish." In this moment of dire urgency, a powerful shout pierced through the chaos of the battlefield, resonating in the ears of all present. Suddenly, a colossal shadow, akin to a shooting star, streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the hundreds of Turkic cavalry. Boom! As the massive shadow descended, a resounding crash reverberated through the heavens, and the hundreds of cavalrymen were sent sprawling, some reduced to mere pulp under the weight of the impact. The site where the shadow struck was left with a gaping pit, reminiscent of divine retribution. A sight both awe-inspiring and horrifying. In that moment, both Li Shimin and the cavalry led by Ashina found themselves rooted to the spot, utterly astonished by the unexpected scene before them. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Your Majesty, you see that is." As Li Shimin stood in a daze, Gao Shilian pointed toward a deep pit, his face betraying an expression of disbelief. Upon hearing his voice, Li Shimin turned swiftly to look in that direction. This is. His expression changed dramatically as he beheld the object within the pit. The reason for his astonishment was clear. There lay an enormous war hammer. Moreover, this hammer was vividly familiar to Li Shimin, It was unmistakably the renowned drum hammer of Li Yuanba, which he had previously gifted to Li Chun. Could it be? With this thought racing through his mind, Li Shimin hastily glanced toward the source of the earlier sound. Not only he, but also Feng Xianling and others, including Ashina and his cavalry, followed suit. In their line of sight, a figure clad in brilliant armor, wielding the massive hammer, gradually emerged before them. Xiao Chun. Li Chun. Princey. Upon witnessing this figure, Li Shimin and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that it was indeed Li Chun. As for Ashina, his expression turned exceedingly fierce at the sight of Li Chun. Although he recognized that the previous commotion was instigated by Li Chun, he still had nearly 1,000 cavalrymen at his disposal. No matter how valiant Li Chun might be, he would inevitably fall beneath their iron hooves. Yet, this was merely Ashina's own presumption. Upon appearing, Li Chun disregarded Ashina and his men. Directing his steed straight toward Li Shimin and the others, his mission clear, to ensure the safe departure of Li Shimin. Kill this man. Ashina commanded his cavalry as he observed Li Chun's movements. Kill. At his command, the cavalry erupted in a unified battle cry, charging toward Li Chun. The sounds of battle once again echoed through the air. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Li Shimin wore a look of deep concern. He felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety for Li Chun's reckless bravery in coming to his aid, for, as Ashina had surmised, Li Shimin was but a solitary figure against the oncoming horde of Turkish cavalry. Just as he contemplated rushing to assist Li Chun, Gao Shilian and the others urgently restrained him. Given their current circumstances, even if they were to rush in, their assistance would be minimal. Moreover, lacking steeds, their intentions were rendered futile. However, just as Li Shimin was engulfed in concern, he noticed that Li Chun tightened the reins in his hand, bringing their advance to an abrupt halt. As long as these Turkic cavalrymen temporarily abandoned their pursuit of Li Shimin and his companions, the latter would remain unharmed for the time being, precisely as he desired. It mattered little whether they approached Li Shimin's side immediately or not. You must have relished the chase just now, he remarked, turning to gaze at the Turkic cavalry charging towards him. A cold smile crept across Li Shimin's face as he pivoted his horse, boldly heading straight into the fray. In an instant, Li Chun found himself amidst nearly 1,000 cavalrymen. Like a fierce tiger among a flock of sheep, he wielded his war hammer with ferocity, striking down upon the surrounding horsemen. Chapter 90. The Hell of Azura reappears in the world. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of dull thuds suddenly reverberated through the crowd, followed by the sight of Li Chun, with a radius of several meters around him, sending his enemies, along with their steeds, hurtling through the air, crashing down to the ground and transforming into a puddle of muck. With Li Chun's current strength and the resilience of his body, dealing with these Turkic cavalry was a trivial endeavor. After casting aside the surrounding Turkic horsemen, Li Chun maintained his momentum, relentlessly charging towards the remaining cavalry. Wherever he passed, foliage was scattered, men fell, and severed limbs soared through the air. Li Chun was akin to a battlefield meat grinder, instantly transforming the previously disadvantageous situation into a slaughter. Devil. Devil. He is a devil. Upon witnessing Li Chun, drenched in blood, the remaining Turkic cavalry began to feel genuine fear, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld him relentlessly wielding his war hammer, reducing the soldiers before him to mere flesh and blood. They turned to flee in panic. Clearly, they were truly afraid. Devil. He is a devil. Run quickly. In an instant, chaos ensued among the Turkic cavalry, scattering like startled birds. Heads clutched in fear as they abandoned their steeds. The battlefield descended into turmoil, with the remaining Turkic horsemen fleeing in horror. The ferocity that Li Chun had just displayed had etched an indelible shadow in their hearts. Run quickly. Cries of distress, mingled with terror, echoed across the battlefield, as these cavalrymen had long since disbanded. It was no wonder, when they had attempted to besiege Li Chun, even their mighty blades had failed to inflict any harm upon him. How could they not be struck with fear? Humph, think you can escape? Observing their panicked retreat, Li Chun let out a cold scoff. Too late. It was evident that Li Chun had no intention of letting them go. Had he not arrived in time to wield his hammer and rescue Li Shimin, the latter and his companions would have surely fallen victim to their treachery. How could he allow these miscreants to depart unscathed? In a swift motion, Li Chun tightened his legs around his steed and pursued the fleeing Turkic soldiers. Spare me. In an instant, piercing cries of despair resounded among the fleeing Turkic soldiers, interspersed with numerous pleas for mercy. Yet, Li Chun felt no sympathy. Now a man of the Tang Dynasty, he could not forgive these barbaric intruders who dared encroach upon the territory of his great empire, almost leading to the demise of Li Shimin. How could he ever show them mercy? Before them stood Li Chun, drenched in blood, gripping his war hammer, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. With each swing, he conjured clouds of blood mist, scattering severed limbs like confetti across the battlefield. In the terrified gaze of the fleeing Turkic soldiers, he resembled the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting their lives. In that fleeting moment, the ground was littered with dismembered bodies, a hellish scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. However, this tale, though lengthy to recount, transpired in mere moments. As Li Chun retrieved his hammer, the Turkic deserters were transformed into countless lifeless corpses. Thus, all the Turkic cavalry that had pursued Li Shimin and his companions met their demise beneath the relentless assault of Li Chun's resounding hammer. Yet, their leader, Ashina, was notably absent from this carnage, for he had not participated in the assault on Li Chun. At that moment, Ashina stood transfixed, gazing at Li Chun, whose body was soaked in blood, as if he had been rendered speechless. The overwhelming spectacle of Li Chun's prowess had left him in awe. He had never witnessed a single individual confront a force previously deemed invincible, especially against cavalry. "You are their leader?" Li Chun queried, tightening the reins of his steed as he slowly raised his war hammer toward Ashina. During the fray, it was evident that even those who had managed to approach him were swiftly sent flying by his counterstrikes, and his mount remained unscathed. As Li Chun's words echoed, Ashina snapped back to reality, letting out a startled cry before turning to flee. Clearly, he bore no inclination to resist Li Chun. Observing Ashina's retreat, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly so cowardly? It was unexpected that the leader of the Turks would flee without a fight. Nevertheless, Li Chun had no intention of allowing him to escape easily. With a swift urge, he spurred his horse onward, pursuing Ashina. It was not that Li Chun refrained from using his hammer to slay Ashina. Rather, he wished for him to experience the terror of being hunted, aiming to instill a sense of despair within him. Meanwhile, Li Shimin and his companions were equally dismayed, their expressions reflecting the grim sight of scattered bodies and severed limbs. The earlier display of Li Chun's ferocity had not only shocked Ashina but had also left Li Shimin and the others in a state of disbelief. Li Chun. He is incredibly fierce. Gazing at the distant figure of Li Chun in pursuit, Gao Shilian's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. The same shock was mirrored on the faces of Fang Xianling and the others, who shared an expression of profound astonishment. Upon observing him, discerned the shadow of Yuan Ba. Li Shimin, in turn, fixed his gaze upon the silhouette of Li Chun, a reminiscent smile gracing his lips. Many years prior, he had witnessed a similar scene. During the Battle of Zijing Mountain, Li Yuanba, much like Li Chun now, wielded two war hammers, sweeping away all adversaries, causing the enemy forces to crumble, ultimately compelling the various rebel kings to submit and thereby solidifying the foundation of the Tang Dynasty. Alas, following that battle, Li Yuanba vanished from sight. Had he still been present, he would undoubtedly have rejoiced for his son. Reflecting on the past, Li Shimin for the first time today displayed a smile. However, this fleeting joy was soon overshadowed as Li Shimin, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, observed the direction in which Li Chun was pursuing, and his expression changed dramatically. The cause was simple. The path taken by Ashina led directly to the banks of the Wei River. Though Li Chun had decimated over 1,000 Turkic cavalry, there still remained hundreds of thousands of troops led by Tuli in the direction of the Wei River. At this moment, Tuli was undoubtedly rallying his forces, advancing towards their position, and should Li Chun continue his chase, he would inevitably encounter those vast armies. Li Chun. Chapter 91. Dare to slay my beloved general. Upon contemplating this, Li Shimin urgently called out to Li Chun. As his voice echoed, Li Chun faintly heard it but showed no intention of abandoning the pursuit. With relentless determination, he closed the distance to Ashina, and just as he was about to catch up to him, a multitude of battle flags suddenly emerged from a valley below, unmistakably bearing the insignia of the Turkish army. Tuli and his comrades had arrived. "Khan, save me." Ashina called out desperately, his eyes wide with hope as he beheld the countless banners hastening towards them. He understood clearly that his only chance for survival lay in reaching the Turkish forces without delay. As Ashina made his move, Li Chun, too, recognized the presence of the Turkish army. "Humph, this time you have escaped my grasp," he muttered, watching as Ashina drew closer to the Turkish troops. Gripping the reins tightly, he halted his horse abruptly. Then, with a cold snort, he bent down and swung his warhammer forcefully towards the ground. With a whoosh, a stone the size of a fist soared into the air, propelled by Li Chun's sweeping motion, arcing gracefully like a cannonball, heading straight for Ashina. Khan, oblivious to Li Chun's actions as he focused solely on his escape. Ashina's face lit up with excitement as he realized he was on the verge of entering the Turkish ranks. At this distance, it would take but a blink of an eye, and Li Chun would be unable to catch him. In fact, at this moment, Ashina even burst into a triumphant laugh, intending to taunt Li Chun with a provocative gaze. However, Just as he turned his head, he suddenly noticed a dark object hurtling towards his face. Before he could discern its nature, puff, before Ashina could comprehend what was approaching, he felt a violent explosion as his head burst apart. Blood erupted, mingling with an indistinguishable substance, painting the sky before him in a murky hue. Yet, even as his head shattered, his body, still mounted on his steed, continued its momentum towards the Turkish army, only collapsing to the ground just before reaching Tuli. Thus, the 1,000 cavalrymen who had pursued Li Shimin met their demise at the hands of Li Chun. Although it may sound lengthy, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Once the deed was done, Li Chun rested the warhammer upon his right shoulder and let out a cold snort in the direction of the Turkish army. Who is this man? As he gazed upon the headless corpse of Ashina at his feet, Tuli's countenance darkened as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Li Chun. Ashina was not only his deputy but also one of his most trusted confidants. The fact that he had been slain before his very eyes ignited a fierce wrath within him. Moreover, with Ashina meeting such a grim fate, the destiny of the 1,000 cavalrymen he had previously dispatched was all too predictable, further fueling his anger. The Khan must have arrived. The forces from the Tang Dynasty must have reached them, or else Ashina would not have been left in such disarray. Hearing Jili's inquiry, one of the generals beside him speculated aloud, clearly having witnessed the smoke signals released by Li Shimin earlier. If his suspicions were correct, and reinforcements had indeed arrived in Chengqian, it was understandable that Ashina and his 1,000 cavalrymen had faltered before them. It was evident that throughout the ordeal, they had not attributed the deaths of Ashina and his men solely to Li Chun. This was hardly surprising. In their eyes, Li Chun was merely an individual, albeit possessing some skills, yet incapable of single-handedly vanquishing such a multitude of cavalrymen. This was a natural inclination of human thought, and they merely perceived Li Chun as a warrior among the Tang reinforcements. What does it matter if reinforcements have arrived? Tuli coldly scoffed in response to the general's words. He was acutely aware that even if the reinforcements in Chengqian had indeed arrived, they would only amount to a mere few tens of thousands of troops, a stark contrast to the hundreds of thousands he commanded. Dare to slay my beloved general. He seethed, directing a fierce glare at Li Chun, proclaiming, "Then I shall ensure that you accompany my fallen warrior to the grave. All troops, heed my command." He ordered the army behind him, "Execute this officer, and then annihilate Li Shimin. Kill, kill," echoed the cries of the Turkic army as they rallied behind Jili, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Li Chun's position. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Li Chun furrowed his brow. The enemy forces were far too numerous. Although he could maneuver with agility, Li Shimin and the others could not. Furthermore, even if Li Chun's combat prowess was unparalleled, it was impossible for him to eliminate such a vast number of foes in a short span of time. Should he become entangled with them, and they dispatched forces towards Li Shimin's location, the latter would indeed be in peril. Retreat for now, he resolved, abandoning the notion of engaging them further. Only by returning to Li Shimin's side could he ensure their safety. "I shall temporarily refrain from playing with you." With that, he turned his steed and swiftly made his way back towards Li Shimin and the others. After him, Jili commanded the Turkic army upon seeing Li Chun's retreating figure. This only solidified his conviction that the 1,000 cavalrymen had certainly been a product of Chengqian's reinforcements. Today, he was determined to capture Li Shimin and his reinforcements in one fell swoop. With the fierce roar of Tuli, the Turkic forces erupted into a cacophony, swarming like hornets in pursuit of Li Chun, who was hastily fleeing. Observing the scene, Li Chun, mounted upon his steed, furrowed his brow upon hearing the shouts of his pursuers. He had not anticipated that Jili would follow him to this place. Clearly, Jili's resolve to eliminate Li Shimin was formidable. Unbeknownst to him, Jili's determination stemmed from the ruthless ferocity displayed by the Tang soldiers at the Weishui River, who fought to the last breath, unwilling to let their enemies escape unscathed. Should Li Shimin manage to evade capture, he would undoubtedly return to lead such a relentless army against the Turks, potentially placing Jili himself in grave peril. How could he allow Li Shimin to escape? Yet, Li Chun remained oblivious to these undercurrents as he spurred his horse onward, hastening towards the whereabouts of Li Shimin and his companions. Before long, the figures of Li Shimin and his entourage came into view before Li Chun's eyes. Chapter 92. It's too late, the Winged King. He has returned. The Winged King has returned. As Li Chun's figure emerged, Li Shimin and the others were filled with excitement. It is good that he has returned. It is good. Li Shimin let out a long sigh of relief. When Li Chun had set off to pursue Ashina, they had not left the area. They wished to wait for his return before departing together. During this time, Li Shimin's greatest concern was that Li Chun might encounter the formidable army led by Tuli and fall into their encirclement. Now, seeing Li Chun return safely, Li Shimin could finally set his mind at ease. As the excitement among Gao Shilian and the others grew, Li Chun, mounted on a steed, first approached the deep pit. Dismounted, and seized the war hammer he had left behind. In an instant, he returned to their side. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" He clasped his fists in salute to Li Shimin and began to examine him for injuries. Li Chun's purpose in coming was not merely to fulfill the task assigned by the system. He sought to rescue Li Shimin. Ever since their acquaintance, Li Shimin had never put on airs before him, often considering his well-being and that of his mother. In Li Chun's heart, he had come to regard Li Shimin as a true elder. "I am well, I am well." Observing Li Chun's concerned demeanor, Li Shimin's face was filled with gratitude. "Oh, that is a relief." Upon hearing this, Li Chun finally relaxed. "To all the generals and esteemed officials, you have worked hard." He then turned and bowed to Gao Shilian and the others. Indeed, had it not been for their protection of Li Shimin throughout this journey, it was uncertain whether he would have survived until Li Chun's arrival. As Li Shimin Jr., he felt it was only right to express his gratitude. "Your Highness, you need not say such things. It is our duty to safeguard His Majesty." Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian and the others shook their heads in unison. "Indeed, it is our responsibility. There is no hardship in it. However, you, Wing King." Gao Shilian then turned to Li Chun and said, "Had you not arrived in the nick of time, we would have perished at the hands of those barbarians. I shall never forget this debt. Please accept my bow." As he spoke, he knelt before Li Chun, clasping his fists. "Your Highness, please accept our reverence." With Gao Shilian's gesture, the other commanders, except for Li Shimin, followed suit, deeply bowing to Li Chun, including Fang Xianling. It can be said that had Li Chun not arrived at the critical moment to halt the over 1,000 Turkic cavalry led by Ashina, they would have already been corpses. Mere trophies for Ashina. Such a life-saving grace certainly warranted their reverence. "Oh, what are you all doing?" Upon witnessing their actions, Li Chun hurriedly stepped forward to assist each of them up. "You are truly exhausting this young man. I wish to live a few more years. And you all seem intent on shortening my lifespan," he said, adopting a comically pained expression. "Haraha." At Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian and the others erupted into laughter, the previously heavy atmosphere lightening considerably. "Now that little Chun has returned, we must depart swiftly." Observing the expressions of the group, Li Shimin smiled faintly and immediately addressed them. Indeed, there are pursuers behind us. Our foremost duty is to escort your Majesty back to Chang'an." Gao Shilian and the others quickly responded in agreement, turning to continue their journey toward the city. There is no time to lose. Observing their movements, Li Chun shook his head. When he had just slain the enemy commander, he had already caught sight of the Turkic army. They were likely not far behind us now. Indeed, as Li Chun had stated, they had no chance of escape, for Li Shimin and his companions had no means of transport. Moreover, during the skirmish with the Turkic cavalry, Li Chun had not hesitated to reduce both the foes and their steeds to mere pulp. There were no horses left to ride. Furthermore, the Turkic forces were not far off, and they would arrive within moments. Li Shimin and his companions had no time to flee. How could they be upon us so quickly? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian and the others were taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the two pursuers would be closing in so tightly. What should we do now? The other commanders grew increasingly anxious, having just escaped a dire fate and wishing to avoid being encircled once more. Even Li Shimin's expression turned grave. They all understood that facing the 200,000-strong Turkic army, there was no possibility of escape. "I have a question," Li Chun said, breaking the heavy silence with a thoughtful demeanor as he addressed Li Shimin and the others. "What is it?" Hearing this, Li Shimin looked up and inquired. Gao Shilian and the others also turned their gazes toward Li Chun. "Your Majesty, I wish to ask whether the signal fire you previously lit was to summon the garrison in Chang'an for assistance?" Li Chun inquired. Indeed, Li Shimin nodded in response. "That signal was the agreed-upon signal with Qing Yaojin and the other defenders as I left the city for the Wei Shui. Its purpose was to prevent the worst from occurring. Then, from the moment the signal was lit, how long will it take for Uncle Qing and the others to arrive?" Li Chun asked once more. Before Li Shimin could answer, Gao Shilian stepped forward. "Chang'an is nearly 100 miles from our location. At the quickest, it will take them several hours to reach us. In that time, they would be unable to offer assistance. Indeed, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. The journey is far too long." The others beside them began to shake their heads and sigh. Indeed, the distance to Jili was merely a quarter of an hour. While the rescue team, led by Qing Yaojin, required several hours, the disparity between the two was utterly incomparable. If they were to wait for Qing Yaojin and his men to arrive, they would likely have already met their tragic fate. Of course, this was merely their own speculation. Several hours, indeed. Upon hearing their words, Li Chun murmured to himself, and with newfound determination, turned his gaze towards Gao Shilian and the others. Chapter 93. We must return alive. If it were merely a matter of a few hours, it would be bearable. Observing the grave expressions of Gao Shilian and the others, Li Chun spoke slowly. Princey, do you have a plan? Upon hearing this, Gao Shilian and the others abruptly lifted their gazes towards Li Chun, their faces brimming with hope. Clearly, they had placed all their hopes on him. What plan could there possibly be? Yet, seeing their eager eyes, Li Chun could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, they were devoid of any viable options. The vast army of the Turks was but moments away, and their current position was a narrow canyon, offering no sanctuary. Moreover, without horses to ride, escape was an impossibility. The only recourse left was to fight valiantly. Fight valiantly. At Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian and the others exchanged apprehensive glances. Princey, do you realize that the enemy boasts an army of hundreds of thousands? A concerned general inquired. How can we possibly engage in battle? Even with your presence, we are but 6 or 7 against that multitude. It seems utterly hopeless. I am acutely aware, Li Chun nodded. Though the enemy numbers in the hundreds of thousands, if we can hold out for just a few hours, I am confident in our chances. What do you intend to do? Li Shimin, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brow and asked Li Chun. Your Majesty, I require everyone to heed my commands, Li Chun replied, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin. Very well. Li Shimin regarded Li Chun intently before shifting his gaze to Gao Shilian and the others. They will follow your lead. Although Gao Shilian and the others did not speak, their eyes conveyed a silent agreement. However, upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun shook his head. Not just them. I mean everyone, including you. Me? Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Li Chun affirmed. Only in this way can my plan be executed successfully. Then, very well. Fixing his gaze on Li Chun, Li Shimin inhaled deeply and declared, I, along with everyone, shall follow your command. With Li Shimin's agreement, Li Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wished to avoid any disruptions from Li Shimin and the others during the impending battle that might distract him. Now, shall we discuss your strategy? Li Shimin redirected his attention to Li Chun. It was evident that in such a dire situation, he was keen to hear what Li Chun had in mind. Not only him, but Gao Shilian and Fang Xianling also turned their curious gazes towards him. Your Majesty, my thoughts are rather straightforward, Li Chun revealed, no longer concealing his intentions. In the face of the enemy's formidable forces, our only path is to engage them in fierce combat. Fortunately, although we find ourselves in a position devoid of refuge, the narrow terrain offers a glimmer of hope. The enemy's formidable forces must divide and conjoin to mount a large-scale assault, thus granting us an opportunity. If we can thwart the advancing Turkic army beyond this gorge, we shall ensure the safety of His Majesty. Li Chun's intentions were straightforward and unambiguous, to leverage the geographical advantage to impede the Turkic forces and hold out until reinforcements arrive at Chang'an. Are you suggesting that you will confront the Turkic army alone? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin's eyes widened in alarm, revealing his deep concern. If he were unable to discern Li Chun's intentions at this moment, he would be unworthy of his imperial title. Moreover, he finally understood why Li Chun had insisted that they heed his orders earlier. Now, there exists but one path forward. Li Chun nodded resolutely. No. However, Li Shimin vehemently rejected the notion. As previously stated, Li Chun was the sole son of Li Yuanba. Earlier in Chang'an, Cheng Yaojin had proposed that Li Chun accompany them, but he had outright refused, determined to prevent any misfortune befalling Li Chun. Although he felt immense gratitude and moved by Li Chun's reckless bravery in coming to their aid, he was equally apprehensive. How could he bear witness to Li Chun facing the multitude of the enemy alone? Your Highness, we stand with you. How could we allow you to face such peril alone? Not only did Li Shimin oppose this course of action, but even Gao Shilian and the others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, if there is to be battle, let us fight together. Are we to fear mere hundreds of thousands of troops? In an instant, the valiant generals beside Li Shimin rallied in support of Li Chun. They were leaders of the Tang Dynasty, and could not stand idly by as Li Chun confronted the enemy alone, especially after he had just saved their lives. Silence. Seeing the fervor in their expressions, Li Chun bellowed at them. In your current state, how can you engage in battle? He then cast a stern gaze upon Gao Shilian and the others, stating, Each of you bears wounds and injuries. How long could you withstand the enemy's onslaught? At Li Chun's fierce reprimand, Gao Shilian and the others did not react with anger. Rather, they fell silent, recognizing the truth in Li Chun's words. They had sustained numerous injuries while protecting Li Shimin and could not endure a prolonged confrontation with the enemy forces. Your Majesty, you promised just now. After chastising Gao Shilian and the others, Li Chun turned his attention back to Li Shimin. All of you, including yourself, must adhere to my commands. A ruler must not speak in jest. But Uncle, I am aware of what you wish to express. Before Li Shimin could finish his sentence, Li Chun smiled and interrupted, marking the first time he referred to him as uncle. Rest assured, my dear nephew is not a reckless individual. If he did not possess absolute certainty, How could he possibly resort to such a desperate measure? Well, very well. Gazing at Li Shimin took a deep breath and ultimately acquiesced. However, you must ensure that you return to me alive. Chapter 94. A single strike to kill, you must return to me alive. With a heavy expression and an undeniable tone, Li Shimin fixed his gaze upon Li Chun. As the only son of Li Yuanba and his own nephew, Li Chun's predicament weighed heavily on Li Shimin's heart, who naturally yearned for his safe return. Uncle, rest assured, Li Chun replied with a smile, acknowledging Li Shimin's concern. While Li Shimin and the others were unaware of his true strength, Li Chun was acutely aware of his own capabilities. With his current power, defensive fortitude, and endurance, the Turkic forces posed no threat to him. His sole concern was to prevent the Turkic troops from taking advantage of the chaos to attack Li Shimin and his companions. All right, everyone, heed my command. He turned his gaze toward Gao Shilian and the others. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, they clasped their fists in respect, awaiting his orders. The Turkic army is approaching. I command you to stay here and protect His Majesty without fail, Li Chun proclaimed loudly, issuing a resolute command to Gao Shilian and the others. We shall obey. They replied in unison, their fists clasped in determination. We will defend His Majesty with our lives. Their resolve was palpable, exuding a sense of unwavering commitment to their cause. Generals, please rise, Li Chun said, softening his expression as he stepped forward to assist them. Your Majesty, I entrust you to their care. He then addressed them earnestly. Rest easy, Your Highness, should anyone wish to harm His Majesty. They must first step over our dead bodies. Gao Shilian declared with fierce determination, and the other warriors nodded vigorously in agreement. Then I can rest easy, Li Chun replied, a smile breaking across his face as he observed their steadfastness. Suddenly, the sounds of battle cries echoed from afar, and soon, countless banners emerged before Li Shimin, Li Chun, and their companions, followed by a swarm of dark figures akin to locusts surging toward them. The Turkic pursuers have finally arrived, Li Chun exclaimed, turning to Gao Shilian and the others. I entrust His Majesty to your care. A wave of iron will surge through him as he grasped two war hammers and advanced toward the valley's mouth. Your Highness, be cautious. Gao Shilian and the others momentarily stared in awe at Li Chun's imposing figure before calling out in unison. Without turning back, Li Chun simply nodded in acknowledgement. Standing alone at the forefront of the canyon, with the war hammers hanging at his sides, he fixed his steely gaze upon the advancing Turkic army, his chiseled features reflecting the essence of battle. Kill. With the battle cries growing louder, the Turkic forces drew ever closer, mere moments away. As Li Chun stood alone at the forefront of the canyon, Ji furrowed his brow slightly and promptly commanded the army to halt. Where were the reinforcements from the Tang Dynasty? Tu Li also wore a perplexed expression and turned to Ji for clarification. In their gaze, they observed that within the canyon there were merely a few individuals, and the absence of any sign of the Tang reinforcements stirred suspicion within them. They had previously speculated that the 1,000 cavalry led by Ashina had been dispatched by the Tang, yet now, with no sight of them, doubt began to creep in. Could this be an elaborate trap set for them? Ji responded to this thought. It was no surprise they would entertain such suspicions, after all. With Li Shimin and his companions numbering less than 10, they had fled the moment before their arrival, lingering in the canyon without a hint of trepidation. From a rational perspective, it was evident that there must be some deceit at play. Whether it is a trap will soon be revealed. Upon hearing Tu Li's words, Ji let out a cold snort. Clearly, he was unwilling to let this golden opportunity to eliminate Li Shimin slip by. Bring forth, he commanded a nearby general, take a contingent and eliminate Li Shimin and his companions. Ji intended to probe the situation first. Yes, Khan, replied a burly general beside him, who promptly accepted the command and waved his hand, leading over 100 Turkic soldiers toward the canyon with fierce determination. Was this a test of their strength? Observing the oncoming enemy forces, a subtle smile graced Li Chun's lips. He had discerned Ji intentions. Thus, let them witness for themselves. With a cold smile, Li Chun brandished two war hammers and charged toward the enemy. The distance between the two forces rapidly diminished. Ha! You alone dare to stand in our way? The towering Turkic general laughed cruelly as he approached Li Chun, raising his great sword and rushing forward. To him, Li Chun appeared merely as a frail youth, and slaying him would be a trivial task. Die. As the Turkic general closed in on Li Chun, he swung his great sword down with a savage grin, his expression betraying a bloodthirsty eagerness, as if he could already envision Li Chun meeting his demise beneath his blade. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Just then, Li Chun let out a cold grunt, and as the sword was but an inch away from him, he swung the war hammer in his right hand forward, striking the general with a rapid counterattack. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated across the battlefield. And in an instant, a scene both terrifying and soul-chilling unfolded before the eyes of all present. The Turkic warrior, struck by Li Chun's hammer, was shattered as if he were a balloon punctured, erupting mid-air in a grotesque explosion, showering the surroundings with a crimson mist that instilled a sense of dread. With a single blow, the enemy commander met his demise. Chapter 95. Who else is there? As the Turkic warrior fell to Li Chun's hammer, the battlefield was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. A collective intake of breath echoed through both camps. As both Zhili and Li Shimin stared in disbelief, their eyes wide in astonishment. They had been intently observing the fray, and the Turkic warrior, mounted and charging with tremendous momentum, seemed to possess every advantage of time and terrain. Yet, Li Chun, merely standing his ground, had effortlessly obliterated him with a single strike. What immense strength could this require? Gazing at Li Chun, Zhili's face finally betrayed a hint of panic. For the sight of Li Chun evoked memories of a formidable figure from his past. Meanwhile, the Turkic soldiers, who had been charging forward, found themselves frozen in place. Their expressions twisted in horror as they regarded Li Chun as if he were a demon. They had witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. The fallen warrior was renowned among the Turkic ranks, a trusted lieutenant of Zhili. Aside from his combat prowess, he weighed over 200 pounds and was charging on horseback, which should have amplified his force significantly. Yet, he had been sent soaring into the air and utterly destroyed by Li Chun with such ease. How could they not be filled with dread? Was he even human? Now, it was your turn. Li Chun, wielding his war hammer, pointed menacingly at the hesitant Turkic soldiers. A cold smile gracing his lips. With a powerful push against the ground, he surged forward toward them. If they dared to come for him, they must be prepared to face death. In the blink of an eye, Li Chun dashed into the throng of Turkic soldiers. Ah, ah, ah. A cacophony of screams and wails erupted across the battlefield. Li Chun moved through the ranks of soldiers like a tiger among sheep, each swing of his twin hammers claiming the lives of several Turkic warriors at once. The soldiers found themselves utterly defenseless, unable to mount any form of resistance as Li Chun ruthlessly harvested their lives. In mere moments, hundreds of Turkic soldiers lay slain beneath his hammers. Not a single one spared. The battlefield was strewn with dismembered bodies, a grotesque tapestry of carnage. Blood gushed from the fallen, pooling together like a meandering stream across the earth, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Amidst this chaos stood Li Chun, hammer in hand, his eyes wide and body drenched in blood, resembling a fearsome Azura from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all who dared to gaze upon him. Humph! Glancing over the battlefield, where remnants of fallen bodies and severed limbs lay strewn about, Li Chun felt no trace of compassion. Instead, he let out a cold snort. These Turkic soldiers had invaded his homeland and had nearly brought harm to his loved ones. How could he possibly show them mercy? Wiping the blood from his face, Li Chun turned and made his way towards Li Shimin and the others, determined to ensure their safety and prevent any ambush from the Turkic forces. As Li Chun advanced with measured steps, both Li Shimin's group and the Turkic army fixed their gazes intently upon his figure, none daring to utter a word. Soon, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands, Li Chun returned to the gorge, halting his strides, and slowly pivoted to shield Li Shimin and the others once more. Who else? He called out, raising his war hammer toward the Turkic army with a voice that resonated with unyielding authority. With his current prowess, safeguarding Li Shimin and the others for several hours until reinforcements arrived was hardly a daunting task. It appeared that the reinforcements from the Tang Dynasty had yet to arrive. As Li Chun's voice echoed, Zhili emerged from his stunned state, realizing that Ashina and the 1,000 cavalrymen had undoubtedly fallen at the hands of this man. Zhili was not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have attained his position as Khan. From what he had witnessed of Li Chun's combat prowess, it was evident that the deaths of those cavalrymen were the result of Li Chun's actions. Furthermore, through this encounter, he comprehended that the Tang Dynasty's reinforcements were not forthcoming. Who exactly is this man? Why have I never heard of him before? As his gaze returned to Li Chun, a flicker of inspiration ignited within Zhili. If I could enlist this warrior, what would hinder my grand ambitions? It was clear that Zhili harbored immense ambition. This was evident from his feigned alliance with Tuli to attack the Tang Dynasty. His designs extended beyond merely assaulting the Tang. He aspired to unify the entire steppe. If he could win Li Chun to his side, his aspirations would surely come to fruition sooner rather than later. Contemplating this, Zhili's heart stirred, and he called out to his aide, Tuli. At your service, my lord, responded a man in Turkic military garb, promptly stepping forward. Clearly, this man was one of Tuli's most capable generals. Approach that man and convey my message. I, the Khan. Zhili began to relay his intentions to Tuli. However, upon hearing Zhili's command, Tuli's expression turned urgent. But he has slain many of our soldiers. How can you? Silence. Zhili interjected sharply, his eyes flashing with authority. Did you not hear the Khan's command? Go at once. Yes, my Khan. Though reluctant, Tuolai, under the looming threat of Tuli, could only acquiesce with a reluctant command. He then spurred his steed, galloping directly towards the direction where Li Chun was situated. Chapter 96. Surrendering to the Winged King? Is there truly one unafraid of death? As he observed the solitary figure rushing forth from the ranks of the Turkic army, Li Chun stood rooted in place, a cold sneer escaping his lips. It was evident that Li Chun perceived this Tuo Li Yi as a challenger, especially since he had just issued a provocation towards the Turkic forces, prompting Tuo Li Yi's swift approach. If that were the case, how could he deny such an opportunity? Li Chun, unyielding against an enemy intent on encroaching upon his homeland, tightened his grip on his war hammer and stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Tuo Ba Yi. Clearly, he intended to wait until the adversary was near before unleashing his formidable might. With Li Chun's movements, the distance between him and Tuo Li Yi dwindled rapidly, mere dozens of meters separating them in an instant. Barbarians, come forth and meet your demise, Li Chun declared, eyes locked on Tuo Ba Yi, prepared to strike him down with his hammer. Do not make a move. At that moment, Tuo Li Yi hastily halted, calling out urgently to Li Chun. Upon hearing the plea, Li Chun paused, a look of confusion crossing his face, relieved by Li Chun's sudden stop. Tuo Li Yi admitted to himself that he had no desire to engage in direct combat with such a formidable opponent, having witnessed the prowess Li Chun had displayed moments earlier. I am not here to battle you, he began, addressing Li Chun. Not here to fight. The words deepened Li Chun's intrigue. After all, he had just slain numerous members of the Turkic army, and Tuo Li Yi, clearly a high-ranking general of the enemy, was now approaching only to declare he did not wish to engage. Such a declaration was bound to raise Li Chun's suspicions. Then why have you come? Li Chun inquired, his brow furrowing in skepticism. I have come at the behest of the Khan, specifically too. Before Tuo Li Yi could finish his sentence, Li Chun raised his war hammer, pointing it at him in a manner that interrupted his speech. Li Chun stood firmly on the ground, while Tuo Li Yi remained mounted, and he had little patience for anyone towering over him. Tuo Ba Yi felt his face flush with anger upon hearing Li Chun's words. What if I do not dismount? He retorted, glaring fiercely at Li Chun. He was a valiant warrior among the Turkic forces, and aside from Jili, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Not dismount. You shall dismount. Li Chun responded with a mocking laugh. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chun swung his war hammer forward with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the motion of his arm, the war hammer in his hand was suddenly released, soaring through the air like a cannonball, trailing a long plume of fire as it hurtled towards Tori. Witnessing this scene, Tori was taken aback. He never anticipated that Li Chun would strike without provocation. The memory of Li Chun slaughtering hundreds of Turkic soldiers with that very hammer was still vivid in his mind, and he dared not allow the weapon to come near him. In that instant, disregarding all else, he braced himself against his steed and leapt off its back. This event, though described at length, transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Tori's body left the horse's back, Li Chun's thrown hammer crashed down upon the steed. Bam! A dull thud reverberated, and the warhorse, ridden by Tori, was reduced to a puddle of mud beneath the force of Li Chun's strike, unable to utter even a whinny before its demise. Hiss. Observing this scene, Tori's eyes widened in horror, and he silently rejoiced at his timely escape. Otherwise, that horse's fate would have been his own. However, amidst his relief, Tori felt a surge of fear. While he had previously witnessed the power of Li Chun's hammer, he had not truly grasped the extent of his strength until now. Clearly, although the two hammers were heavy, they could not alone account for the obliteration of a battle-hardened horse. The only explanation lay in the formidable strength of Li Chun himself. The realization that a single person's might could reduce a warhorse to mere flesh and blood made Tori contemplate the true magnitude of Li Chun's power. With this thought, Tori's gaze towards Li Chun turned increasingly solemn. Meanwhile, Li Chun paid no heed to Tori's expression. Instead, he smiled slightly and inquired, Now, you may speak. What brings you here to seek me? In truth, even if Tori remained silent, Li Chun had already formed a faint suspicion. It was not mere self-aggrandizement, after all. Individuals of his caliber were rare in this world. A warrior capable of single-handedly slaying thousands of enemies without sustaining harm was someone every ruler would desire to enlist. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, Tori suppressed the turmoil within and gradually straightened himself. I come at the behest of Khan Jili, specifically to offer you an opportunity to surrender, he declared loudly to Li Chun. Before my arrival, the Khan instructed me to convey to you that should you choose to submit, he would grant you command over tens of thousands of troops, along with endless riches and honors. Indeed, anything you desire, the Khan can fulfill. Gazing at Li Chun, Takuya candidly conveyed the intentions of Jili, articulating various temptations that stirred the hearts of many listeners. Indeed, after hearing Takuya's words, Li Chun chuckled inwardly. Confirming his suspicions, Zhili intended to wield him as a tool for his own gains. Had he underestimated Li Chun so gravely? This. Zhili dared to seek the allegiance of the Winged King? Meanwhile, the individuals behind Li Chun, such as Gao Shilian, began to display signs of alarm. They had been so close to the conversation between Takuya and Li Chun that they had naturally overheard every word. Chapter 97. Did the Winged King actually agree? Is Zhili attempting to surrender the Winged King? What are we to do? Upon hearing the words exchanged between Tuli and Li Chun, the esteemed officials, including Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian, were inevitably engulfed by concern. To be frank, the conditions proposed by Tuli were so enticing that even they found themselves swayed. How much more so for Li Chun, who was merely a youth? Under such immense temptation, they genuinely feared he might succumb. Your Majesty. They hastily turned their gazes towards Li Shimin, who stood nearby. Clearly, the only one capable of retaining Li Chun was Li Shimin himself. For he was the sovereign of the Tang Dynasty, the sole individual who could make promises that would compel Li Chun to remain with them. In their current predicament, they relied entirely on Li Chun for support. Should he yield to temptation and defect to Zhili, not only would their own safety be jeopardized, but Li Shimin would also find himself in an inescapable peril. Seeing the anxious looks from Gao Shilian and others, Li Shimin merely shook his head and smiled gently. His demeanor unperturbed. He remained calm, for he had faith in Li Chun, just as he once had in Li Yuanba, no matter the circumstances. He believed that Li Chun would never betray the Tang nor forsake his uncle. Evidently, during their time together, Li Shimin had gained considerable insight into his nephew Li Chun. Although he occasionally displayed cleverness, he was not a traitor when it came to matters of righteousness. Li Shimin's conviction in this regard was unwavering. Your Majesty, how can you still smile? Gao Shilian and the others, lacking Li Shimin's understanding of Li Chun, grew increasingly anxious as they observed the monarch's calm demeanor. Why should I not smile? Li Shimin responded with a light-hearted chuckle, looking at their worried faces. But Zhili has come to entice the Winged King, Gao Shilian exclaimed, his urgency palpable. You also heard their conditions. An ordinary person could hardly resist such a lure. If the Winged King succumbs, we could be in grave danger, Your Majesty. As previously mentioned, their survival thus far hinged entirely on Li Chun, who had been steadfastly holding back the forces of the Turks. The ramifications of his defection would be beyond imagination. Perhaps you could promise the Winged King something as well, suggested Fang Xianling, offering a wry smile to Li Shimin. General Gao's words hold merit. The Winged King is quite young, and with reinforcements yet to arrive in Chang'an, we still need his support. Should he abandon us, your own safety would truly be at stake. Indeed, Your Majesty. As Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian spoke, several other generals standing beside Li Shimin also chimed in with their counsel. Clearly, their concern extended beyond their own safety. They were equally worried for Li Shimin. For as long as he remained, the Tang Dynasty would not falter. You are profoundly mistaken in your understanding of Xiao Chun. Observing the anxious expressions of those before him, Li Shimin shook his head and subsequently directed his gaze towards Li Chun, addressing his companions. Your Majesty, do you mean? Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Fang Xianling and the others were momentarily taken aback. Just observe, Li Shimin offered no further explanation, merely tilting his head towards Li Chun. Noticing Li Shimin's gesture, Gao Shilian and the others exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a glimmer of hope as they turned their attention to Li Chun. Clearly, they had deduced the implications of Li Shimin's words, though a lingering concern remained. Meanwhile, Li Chun, who had been silent, appeared to be deep in contemplation after listening to Tuo Lie's remarks. Have you reached a conclusion? Observing Li Chun's silence, Tuo Yi, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to speak. The promises made by our Khan are unprecedented. Should you agree to surrender, all your desires will be fulfilled. After all, Tuo Lie had a mission to accomplish. Even if he was unwilling to see Li Chun join their ranks, he dared not neglect the words entrusted to him by Zhili, for failure would surely invite severe consequences. Is it true that Zhili's promises will be honored if I surrender? Li Chun finally inquired, as if emerging from his reverie. Indeed, it is true, Tuo Lie replied, his expression swelling with pride. My Khan's word is his bond. He has never rescinded a promise. Very well. Li Chun smiled broadly at Tuo Lie. I consent to surrender. These 5 words rang out with remarkable clarity, and in uttering them, Li Chun intentionally amplified his voice, almost as if proclaiming them aloud. This. The Winged King has actually agreed. Following Li Chun's declaration, the expressions of Fang Xianling and the others darkened considerably. We have truly misjudged him. They glared at Li Chun, their resentment palpable. As warriors, their greatest contempt was reserved for traitors, even if they had once saved their lives. Not only them, but even Li Shimin, upon hearing Li Chun's response, was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an answer. In stark contrast to Li Shimin and his companions, Jili's countenance transformed into a radiant smile upon hearing Li Chun's words, reveling in the prospect of gaining such a formidable general. Ha ha. He could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, Li Shimin, this general is now mine. He then cast a mocking glance towards Li Shimin. If that is the case, come with me to pay homage to the Khan. With Jili's hearty laughter resonating, Tuolai cast a disdainful glance at Li Chun, preparing to turn and lead her back to Jili. However, in that very moment, a slight smile crept upon Li Chun's lips, revealing a hint of mischievousness. Why the haste? I have yet to finish my words. Chapter 98. Bring me that brat's head. What else do you want? As Li Chun spoke, Tully halted his movements, turning to reveal a look of confusion. Observing Tully's expression, a smile spread wider across Li Chun's face. I would consider surrendering, but I have never been a Khan in my life. With a grin, he added, it seems quite amusing to sit in the position of a Khan. I would like to experience it for myself. You. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Tully became flushed with rage. If he were still oblivious to Li Chun's earlier mockery, he would truly be a fool. You are mocking me. Haha. How could this possibly be mockery? Li Chun retorted with a smile. Did you not just tell me that as long as I surrendered, all my conditions would be met? I have but one condition. I wish to be your Turkic Khan. You. With Li Chun's proclamation, Tully was rendered speechless, utterly astonished that Li Chun would dare to propose such a humiliating condition. Humph, ungrateful fool. He then scoffed coldly at Li Chun, declaring, prepare for your downfall. With that, he turned to leave, evidently feeling that further negotiation was unnecessary. Wait. Just as Tully was about to depart, Li Chun sneered. Go back and inform your Khan that I, Li Chun, would surrender to him? He is not worthy. Get lost. Li Chun had no intention of killing Tully there, for he adhered to the principle of not slaying envoys during wartime. He possessed that much honor. Even if he were to kill him, it would be in the heat of battle. Humph. Tully huffed angrily before making his way back toward the Turkic army. Witnessing only Tully's return, Jili's once jovial demeanor abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of confusion. He had clearly heard Li Chun's agreement to surrender, logically. He should have come to pay respects to his new lord first. Yet, only Tully returned, leaving him puzzled. At this moment, Li Chun paid no mind to the emotions of the Turkic general. He watched Tully's furious retreat, a slight smile tugging at his lips, before he turned back to rejoin Li Shimin and the others. Upon Li Chun's return, Gao Shilian and the others displayed expressions of curiosity. Although they had heard Li Chun's declaration of surrender, they had not caught the ensuing conversation with Tully. Xiao Chun, what did you discuss with that Turkic warrior? Li Shimin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Oh, nothing much, Li Chun replied with a smile. He said that if I surrendered, he would grant me any condition I wished. So I expressed my desire to be their Khan, and that fellow, upon hearing it, stormed off in a huff, showing no sincerity whatsoever. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, everyone present, including Li Shimin, displayed expressions of astonishment. To aspire to be their Khan. This was clearly a jest on the part of the Winged King. Was it not? Li Shimin couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Yet, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had not misjudged Li Chun. Despite the immense temptation, Li Chun chose neither to betray the Tang Dynasty nor to forsake his uncle. Indeed, the Winged King was a paragon of youthful valor. Yes, indeed. It is truly commendable that the Winged King can withstand such seductions at such a tender age. He is a role model for us all. Precisely. Our guiding light. Yao Shilian and the others, feeling a bit awkward, clasped their fists in salute to Li Chun. Just moments ago, they had cast out upon Li Chun, claiming they had misjudged his character. Now, they could not help but feel embarrassed. Ah, I believe I just heard someone say they misjudged me? Li Chun observed their expressions with a grin, clearly having overheard their earlier remarks. That was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Upon being called out by Li Chun, the faces of Gao Shilian and his companions turned crimson with embarrassment. Winged King, it was our fault. We should not have doubted you. As they spoke, Gao Shilian bowed deeply in apology to Li Chun. It was our mistake. We hope you will not hold it against us, Winged King. Following Gao Shilian's lead, the others also bent at the waist in respect. Li Chun had not only saved their lives but had also willingly stood alone against the Turkic army. How could they not feel remorse for doubting such noble intentions? My friends, what are you doing? Seeing their gestures, Li Chun stepped forward to assist them back to their feet. I was merely jesting. Were I in your position, I too would harbor doubts. There is no need for such formality, generals. Your generosity is commendable, Winged King. Once upright. Gao Shilian and the others again clasped their fists in respectful acknowledgement. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Li Shimin, standing nearby, wore an appreciative smile. Not only was Li Chun unmatched in combat, but he also embodied a profound sense of righteousness. As his elder, Li Shimin felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, glancing at Jili, Upon Tai's return, and after hearing his report, Jili's expression darkened ominously. He had not anticipated that Li Chun would seek to usurp his position as Khan. This was akin to humiliation. In that case, this Khan cannot allow you to remain, he declared, fixing a fierce gaze upon Li Chun. It was evident that he recognized Li Chun's youth, and such formidable prowess at such an age posed a future threat to the Turkic people. Since he could not be utilized, Jili resolved that such a contender must not be allowed to thrive. As the atmosphere turned grim for Jili, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from across the way. Stepping forward, Li Shimin gazed towards Jili, exclaiming with mirth, "Jili, I have no regard for you, my valiant warrior." In that moment, Li Shimin shed the previous gloom, his countenance radiating with delight. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. Just moments earlier, Jili had boldly declared his desire for Li Shimin's warrior, and now witnessing his misfortune, Li Shimin was naturally inclined to return the jest. Upon hearing Li Shimin's hearty laughter, Jili's expression darkened to the point of nearly dripping with frustration. Unable to secure a surrender, he found himself publicly humiliated. How could he not be enraged? "Bring forth that young man's head to this Khan," he commanded. Chapter 99. What else could this be but seeking death? With a fierce expression, he commanded the man behind him. "Yes, Khan." Upon hearing Jili's words, a general immediately clasped his fist in respect. "That reckless boy. I shall bring his head to present to you, Khan." With that, the general prepared to spur his horse forward to engage Li Chun in battle. "Wait." At that moment, Jili suddenly interjected, halting him. "You too join him." He then turned his gaze towards the other two generals. Clearly, given Li Chun's demonstrated prowess, sending merely one general might not suffice against him. Jili harbored a deadly intent towards Li Chun. Thus, dispatching 3 generals would ensure that, no matter how valiant Li Chun might be, he would struggle to cope, especially considering the formidable abilities of his own commanders. "Yes, Khan." The 2 generals beside him responded in unison, then spurred their horses forward alongside the first, all charging towards Li Chun. As he beheld the 3 approaching figures, a hint of disdain flickered in Li Chun's eyes. With his current strength, he feared not just 3, but even 100 adversaries. "General Gao, protect his majesty." Li Chun left these words with Gao Shilian and the others, then brandished 2 warhammers, advancing directly toward the oncoming foes. As they galloped, the distance between them swiftly diminished. "You two need not engage just yet. Allow me to test him first." When they were within 50 paces of Li Chun, the general previously dispatched by Tuli stepped forward, halting the other 2. As a battle commander, he possessed his own pride. Hearing his words, the other 2 generals did not object. Rather, they were eager to witness his capabilities against Li Chun, and thus readily acquiesced. "Reckless boy, state your name." "I do not slay nameless wretches." The general, seeing his companion's agreement, advanced a few steps, raising his great sword to question Li Chun. "Remember this well, old man." Li Chun, resting one more hammer on his shoulder, retorted with a cold smile. "You may call me Li Chun, your grandfather." "Humph, my name is Tun Guli." The Turkic general scoffed. "When you die, do not forget to seek me for vengeance." As he spoke, he prepared to charge at Li Chun. "Wait." At that moment, Li Chun pointed his warhammer at him, blocking his advance. "What did you just say your name was?" he asked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "My name is Tun Guli." The general, unperturbed, paused and answered again. "Tun Guli, but crack?" Upon hearing the Turk's reply, Li Chun nearly burst into laughter. "How could your mother bestow upon you such a name, but crack? Truly remarkable." As he spoke, Li Chun could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter. You. I am not called but Gully. My name is Tun Guli." Observing Li Chun's hearty laughter, Tun Guli was instantly infuriated, his outburst echoing with indignation. All right, I understand. Tun Guli. Does it not simply refer to the interior of the buttocks? Is it not synonymous with but Gully?" As he saw Tun Guli's enraged expression, Li Chun earnestly attempted to clarify. Upon hearing Li Chun's explanation, the 2 generals behind Tun Guli exchanged bewildered glances. Sensing that Li Chun's interpretation rendered the name rather akin to but Gully, this fellow still had the leisure to jest in such a moment. Behind Li Chun, Li Shimin observed the scene unfold, chuckling softly and shaking his head in amusement. The originally grave atmosphere of the battlefield had been lightened by Li Chun's few remarks, transforming it into something almost comical. Not only Li Shimin, but even Gao Shilian and others regarded Tun Guli with newfound amusement. They were not far from Li Chun and had overheard their dialogue quite clearly. "Tun Guli, but Gully, this Wing King is truly exceptional." As they spoke, Gao Shilian and the others could not help but stifle their laughter. "Oh, how infuriating." Meanwhile, Tun Guli, visibly seething from Li Chun's words, yelled furiously and brandished his large sword, charging towards Li Chun's position. "You insolent brat, how dare you insult your elder? Prepare to die. Ha. But Gully, since your name is so amusing, I shall grant you 3 moves." As Tun Guli rushed forward, Li Chun exhibited no fear. Instead, laughing heartily and remaining stationary, eager to test his current defensive capabilities. Since enhancing his physical abilities, Li Chun had yet to truly assess his defense. In previous encounters with the Turkic soldiers, he had been preoccupied with Li Shimin's safety, opting for swift resolutions rather than allowing the enemy to close in. Clearly, those who stood by Geely were formidable warriors, making this a perfect opportunity for evaluation. "You foolish yellow-haired boy." Seeing Li Chun's lack of defensive action, Tun Guli sneered maliciously, spurring his steed forward until he was mere moments away from Li Chun, raising his sword and aiming a downward strike toward Li Chun's waist. Clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow, with a wicked grin on his face, Tun Guli reveled in the notion that Li Chun was foolish enough to forego any defense before him. Was that not a death wish? Should his blade descend, Li Chun would face only demise. His appearance was akin to that of a man who had already witnessed Li Chun being cleaved in two by the great blade in his grasp. Little Chun, His Highness, Prince Yi. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the scene before them, the expressions of Li Shimin and Gao Shilian turned to one of sheer astonishment. Clearly, they had never anticipated that Li Chun would act in such a reckless manner. A sense of panic began to envelop them, particularly for Li Shimin, who was now engulfed in regret. Had he known that Li Chun would exhibit such audacity, he would have vehemently opposed sending him into battle. Yet, at this moment, it was far too late. The great blade in the hands of the assailant was now perilously close to Li Chun. Even if he wished to call Li Chun back, it was an impossibility. In fact, Li Shimin, in his anguish, closed his eyes in torment, evidently unable to bear the sight any longer. Chapter 100. How could this lad possess such immense strength? Clang. Just as Li Shimin tightly shut his eyes, filled with regret, a sudden sound of metal clashing echoed from afar, akin to two colossal iron spheres colliding, resonating through the air for an extended period. This. Immediately, Gao Shilian and the others stood transfixed, their eyes wide open, gazing incredulously in the direction of Li Chun. What on earth is happening? Upon hearing the unexpected sound of metal striking metal, Li Shimin instantly opened his eyes and urgently inquired of Gao Shilian and the others. "Your Majesty, please look." At this moment, Gao Shilian did not directly respond to Li Shimin's question. Instead, he pointed towards Li Chun's direction, stammering as if he had witnessed a scene beyond belief. Observing Gao Shilian's astonished demeanor, Li Shimin abruptly turned his gaze towards where Li Chun stood. Hiss. He then inhaled sharply. This. Like Gao Shilian and the others, he too stood there in utter disbelief. Before their eyes, Li Chun remained unscathed, not a single injury visible on him, as if he were completely unharmed. However, beneath his feet lay a large sword, now severed into 2 pieces. What is the meaning of this? Clearly, even Li Shimin's mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. The sword wielded by the troops was evidently razor-sharp, and it was inconceivable that even the Mingguang armor Li Chun wore could withstand such a blow. Yet, it had struck Li Chun without inflicting any harm, even shattering into 2 fragments. How could this not astonish him? Moreover, not only Li Shimin, but even the 2 Turkic warriors accompanying the troops sat on their horses, their eyes wide with sheer astonishment. They had spent considerable time with the troops, renowned for their formidable combat prowess within the Turkic army. Countless enemy commanders had perished at the hands of the troops' weaponry. However, witnessing the sword delivered against Li Chun bear no effect, and even shatter, was a sight they had never encountered in their lifetimes. Quite remarkable. Now, turning to Li Chun, he paid no heed to the stunned expressions around him, but instead focused on the broken sword at his feet. He then patted his Mingguang armor, revealing a satisfied smile. Previously, he had not acted as Li Shimin suggested, boasting recklessly. Rather, he sought to test his current defensive capabilities, which had led to the earlier scene. The strike from the troops had merely grazed his Mingguang armor, leaving only a faint white mark upon his body, which he found gratifying. It appears that ordinary blades hold no effect against me at all. He then lifted his head and smiled gently at the still-dazed troops before him. Now, with 1 move executed, only 2 remain. He smiled softly and extended 2 fingers. This is impossible. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Tun Guli awoke from his shock, shaking his head repeatedly, as if in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the sharpness of his battle knife, having felled numerous foes with it. However, when he struck Li Chun, it felt as though he had struck a colossal mountain, the blade shattering into 2 pieces. The tremendous recoil from the impact reverberated through his arm, rendering it numb. How could he not be filled with bewilderment? "Hey, what are you doing?" Li Chun called out to the dazed Tun Guli. "I'm speaking to you. You still have 2 moves left." You. Tun Guli finally regained his senses, abruptly turning to point at Li Chun. "You must be wearing enchanted armor. Otherwise, how could you withstand my knife?" This was the only explanation he could fathom, for how else could Li Chun's body endure the blade's sharpness? Yet, Tang Guli overlooked the fact that if Li Chun truly wore such armor, where did the immense recoil that struck him come from? Of course, at that moment, Tang Guli was too consumed by his thoughts to consider this further. If you say so. Li Chun merely shrugged with a smile, offering no explanation. I never go back on my word. You have 2 moves left. He again extended 2 fingers toward him. Humph. I refuse to believe that your enchanted armor can shield your entire body. With a furious grunt, Tang Guli drew a short knife from his leg. Prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, he dismounted, brandishing the short knife as he lunged toward Li Chun's neck. Clearly, he believed that even if the enchanted armor could protect Li Chun's body, it could not possibly safeguard his neck. In the arena, Tang Guli charged at Li Chun's neck, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Observing Tang Guli's actions, Li Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. While he was confident that the short knife would pose no threat, he did not wish to reveal the secret of his abilities. After all his powers were gifts from the system. If anyone witnessed a blade failing to pierce his neck, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, and he preferred to avoid such complications. Just as the short knife was about to strike Li Chun's neck, he swiftly thrust his right hand forward, then raised it with lightning speed, pinching the shattered blade between 2 fingers. No matter how forcefully Tang Guli pushed, he could not advance even a fraction. This marked the second move. With 2 fingers pinching the broken blade, Li Chun smiled at the gathered crowd. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the blade once again split into 2 pieces beneath his grip. Though Li Chun harbored concerns about revealing the secret of his strength, the act of snapping the blade would lead others to merely attribute it to his might, without suspicion of deeper truths. You. The moment the blade in his grasp was severed, the onlookers recoiled in astonishment, taking 2 steps back. The short knife he wielded was forged from fine iron, yet it had been so effortlessly shattered by Li Chun with merely 2 fingers. How could this not leave him utterly astounded? The strength of this young man was beyond comprehension. Chapter 101. It would be uncivilized not to return the favor clad in resplendent armor, impervious to blades and swords, and possessing such formidable strength. How could one hope to confront him? At this moment, even Tang Gu's heart was filled with curses. It was hardly surprising, as to him. Li Chun exhibited not a single flaw. Adorned in defensive armor, his protection was extraordinary, with only his neck and head exposed. However, attempting to strike at Li Chun's neck and head was utterly futile, for based on Li Chun's earlier display of strength and reaction speed, it was clear he would not allow anyone to approach him unscathed. This meant that Li Chun had already secured an invincible position, leaving Tang Gu at a loss for how to engage in combat. Contemplating this, Tang Gu gazed at Li Chun, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Hey, what are you pondering? Li Chun asked, a faint smile gracing his lips. You still have 1 move left. Make sure to execute it wisely. You. Upon hearing this, Tang Gu let out a cold snort. Wait for me to retrieve my weapon. I shall duel with you. With that, he nimbly mounted his steed, turning to leave, clearly intending to flee. However, since you choose not to strike, it appears the time has come for me to act. Li Chun remarked with a cold chuckle, observing Tang Gu's retreating figure. How could one possibly escape? It would be uncivilized not to return the favor. Prepare to receive my strike. As he spoke, Li Chun crouched low and swiftly picked up a stone the size of a fist from the ground, hurling it towards Tang Gu with great force. At this moment, Li Chun had grown fond of this method of combat. It afforded distance, yielded excellent results, and was simple yet effective. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Li Chun executed his move, the stone launched forth like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it soared toward Tang Gu's fleeing form. Tang Gu, be cautious. The 2 Turkic warriors accompanying Tang Gu immediately changed their expressions, urgently calling out to him. They vividly remembered the scene when Li Chun had shattered the skull of Deputy Ashina with a stone and were desperate to avoid Tang Gu meeting a similar fate. After all, they were comrades in the same trench, and given Li Chun's earlier display of power, they harbored no confidence in defeating him. The more allies present, the greater the chances of survival. They certainly did not wish for Tang Gu to perish so easily. Upon hearing their warnings, Tang Gu was taken aback and quickly turned to look behind him. As he beheld the dark meteor hurtling toward him, panic surged within him, prompting an instinctive attempt to evade. Yet, it was too late. Given Li Chun's strength, the speed of the stone he had thrown was beyond Tang Gu's ability to dodge. As he made his move, the flying stone darted towards him like a bolt of lightning, arriving before him in an instant. Ah, no. Before the unfortunate Tang Guli could utter a cry of despair, the stone hurled by Li Chun pierced through his neck, leaving a trail of crimson blood in its wake. Gasping, he clutched at his throat, his eyes widening in shock as he fell from his horse, blood seeping through his fingers and slowly staining the ground beneath him a deep scarlet. It was evident that he died with his eyes wide open. Thus, Zhili suffered the loss of yet another valiant general. Witnessing the gruesome scene, the remaining 2 Turkic warriors felt their faces flush with dread. Regret began to creep into their hearts. Had they known this would transpire, they would never have allowed Tang Dynasty to venture forth alone. Even if they managed to return safely, they could not escape Zhili's wrath. Now it is your turn. After dispatching Tang Dynasty, Li Chun showed no hint of sympathy. Pointing at the remaining 2 warriors with a cold smirk. Will you face me one at a time, or will you join forces? You shall pay for this. In response to Li Chun's taunt, the 2 Turkic warriors growled in unison. However, unlike Tang Dynasty, they were not foolish enough to confront Li Chun individually. From what they had just witnessed, it was clear that one of them would not stand a chance against Li Chun, especially considering his formidable armor. They resolved to proceed with caution. Prepare to meet your doom. With a fierce battle cry, both warriors urged their steeds forward, charging at Li Chun with fierce intent. As they closed in, a glint of icy determination flickered in Li Chun's eyes. Rather than retreating, he advanced boldly, wielding 2 warhammers. With a powerful push off the ground, he met their charge head-on. The clash was immediate. The sound of metal striking metal rang out, echoing across the battlefield like a symphony. It must be noted that the 2 Turkic warriors possessed considerable skill. Their combined efforts matched Li Chun blow for blow. Huh. Is this all you can muster? After a fierce exchange, one of the warriors wielding a spear erupted into laughter, having gauged Li Chun's abilities through their skirmish. He mused that had Li Chun not been clad in formidable armor, they would have surely vanquished him by now. Prepare to die? Seizing the opportunity while the other warrior attacked Li Chun, the spear-wielding Turk shouted, thrusting his weapon towards Li Chun's throat with lethal intent. Humph, is that so? Li Chun's lips curled into a cunning smile as he observed the warrior's advance. Suddenly, his body tilted slightly backward in a peculiar manner, deftly evading the assault of the individual before him. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he pivoted sharply at the waist, executing a swift 90-degree turn. In the midst of this rotation, Li Chun's right hand wielded the war hammer, which he abruptly swung forward. Get down, he barked coldly, and in that instant, the hammer struck the belly of the warhorse ridden by the lance-wielding general. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated across the battlefield, and at once, the warhorse beneath the general burst apart as if it had been pierced by a needle. The general himself tumbled to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner, akin to a dog digging in the dirt. The force of the fall was so great that, in his rush to evade, several of his front teeth were knocked out. Chapter 102. Since you wish for an early demise, let us conclude this swiftly. Have you now witnessed the extent of my prowess? Li Chun, with a slight smile, turned to the war general and let out a cold chuckle. Clearly, during his earlier encounter with these 2 warriors, he had merely treated them as practice opponents, refraining from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, they would not have survived thus far. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the other war general was instantly taken aback and hurriedly dismounted his steed, rushing towards his fallen comrade. It was evident that he feared Li Chun might take advantage of the situation to eliminate his ally. Should that occur, he would undoubtedly stand no chance against Li Chun alone. Observing this movement, Li Chun made no attempt to intervene, allowing the 2 to converge. In his perspective, even if they reunited, they posed no significant threat to him. Are you all right? The second Turkic warrior asked as he assisted his companion, who was clutching a spear, to his feet. The latter, intending to respond, found himself at a loss for words, his mouth failing him amid a flurry of sputtering. Unable to articulate a coherent sentence, such was the consequence of the air escaping from him. What did you say? The other inquired again, perplexed by his comrade's incoherence. The injured warrior stammered. What? Speak clearly. I cannot understand you. He struggled to repeat. Yet the sound of his wheezing only left his companion further bewildered. It was evident that he still could not comprehend what his ally was attempting to convey. Ha ha. Li Chun, having witnessed this spectacle, could not contain his laughter, standing aside and guffawing heartily. He mimicked the warrior's mannerisms, eliciting even more laughter. You're making a fool of yourself. The warrior, noticing Li Chun's imitation, shouted in frustration. But his words came out as an amusing distortion. Ha. Clearly, Li Chun was thoroughly entertained, laughing unabashedly. You're making a fool of yourself, he echoed, his expression one of sheer hilarity. This scene did not go unnoticed by Li Shimin and the others, who observed Li Chun's animated performance. Li Shimin shook his head, chuckling softly. He finally grasped that no matter how serious the circumstances, Li Chun would invariably inject levity into the situation. This Prince of Wings is truly remarkable. Not only Li Shimin, but even Gao Shilian and the several Tang generals nearby displayed expressions of admiration. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, sharing in the sentiment. Your Highness, the Wing King is indeed a paragon for our generation. Indeed, a rarity among multitudes. It is evident that these few individuals hold Li Chun in the highest esteem, having long been captivated by his remarkable composure amidst the onslaught of adversaries, a feat they believe themselves incapable of achieving. Meanwhile, the Turkic warrior, observing Li Chun mirroring his own demeanor, was instantly consumed by rage, trembling with fury. His eyes ablaze with wrath. Had his gaze possessed the power to slay, Li Chun would have faced a multitude of deaths by now. Enough of this idle chatter, remarked one of his companions, casting a cold glare at Li Chun. We must conclude this swiftly. The Khan may already be displeased. Indeed. The three had come to confront Li Chun, yet now one lay dead while another was injured, a situation that would undoubtedly incite the Khan's fury. Upon hearing the name Tuli, the wounded warrior felt a tightness in his chest, for within the Turkic ranks, none instilled greater fear than Jili. Acknowledging this, he nodded gravely to his companion. They exchanged a determined glance, weapons in hand, their expressions fierce as they charged once more towards Li Chun, clearly intent on hastening their demise. Kill! Shouted the two Turkic warriors in unison, their faces hardening as they raised their weapons and rushed towards Li Chun with fervor. Since you wish to meet your end so swiftly, let us settle this without delay. As the two figures approached, Li Chun's smile vanished, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. He too was eager to end the charade. With that, Li Chun brandished his dual warhammers, advancing step by step towards his assailants. As the distance between them diminished, the two Turkic warriors suddenly split apart, encircling Li Chun from either side, launching a coordinated assault aimed at his vital points. Their synchronicity revealed that this was not their first collaboration. Impressive, Li Chun thought to himself, admiring their fierce onslaught that effectively sealed off all routes of retreat. However, admiration would not deter him. With a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, Li Chun halted his advance. Just as their weapons were about to strike, he forcefully planted his right foot upon the ground and leaped into the air, deftly evading their encirclement. Upon witnessing Li Chun's graceful leap into the air, the two warriors felt an unexpected surge of delight. Clearly, as they had attempted to encircle Li Chun moments ago, they had anticipated his aerial maneuver to evade their onslaught. After all, their previous offensive had effectively sealed off his surroundings, leaving only the sky as an escape. This was, of course, their ultimate design, to lure Li Chun into following their strategy. In the air, he had no opportunity for support, which meant that the moment he leapt, he would be ensnared in their trap. Ha ha ha, meet your demise. The Turco warrior, who had previously exhibited a loose tongue, let out a sinister chuckle as he gazed up at Li Chun's soaring figure. With a sudden thrust of his spear, he aimed to claim Li Chun's life directly. Li Chun had jumped from a standstill, devoid of any means to propel himself further in the air. The warrior believed that no matter how high Li Chun leapt, he would eventually descend, and upon landing, he would surely be pierced by the warrior's spear. However, this was merely his personal conjecture. At that moment, suspended in the air, Li Chun looked down at the warrior's actions with a bemused smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 103. What of your deception? With Li Chun's keen insight, it was evident that he discerned the intentions of the two assailants. As they separated, encircling him while simultaneously advancing, Li Chun had already unraveled their scheme. Aware that he was stepping into their trap, he nonetheless chose to proceed, confident in his ability to counter their ploy. Though the explanation may seem lengthy, it transpired in but a fleeting moment. Observing the movements of the soldier beneath him, a cold smirk escaped Li Chun's lips. Suddenly, he executed a sharp thrust of his right foot against the back of his left, propelling his body upward with renewed height. To the astonishment of the two warriors below, he appeared to momentarily suspend himself in midair, as if defying gravity. How was this possible? The two Turkic soldiers stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Li Chun's abilities. It was indeed midair, and he had managed to halt his descent with such audacity. As they gaped in disbelief, Li Chun lingered for a brief moment before violently swinging his right leg to the side, performing a breathtaking 180-degree turn in the air, now inverted with his head facing downward. Then, let the reckoning begin. After completing half a rotation, Li Chun directed his gaze at the soldier wielding a spear below him, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. He then brought his two war hammers together, merging them as if forging a single powerful weapon, and sent them crashing downward. Upon witnessing Li Chun's maneuver, the spear-wielding soldier's expression shifted to one of alarm. During their skirmish, he had already sensed the formidable weight of those hammers. Now, with the added force of Li Chun's strength and the momentum of his descent, their mass was undeniably formidable. He dared not allow them to come within his reach. However, the speed of Li Chun's descent left him with little option for evasion. Resolute, he adjusted his spear from a thrust to a horizontal block, attempting to shield himself from the impending calamity. Yet, he grossly underestimated Li Chun's prowess. As the two assailants closed in on him, Li Chun had anticipated each move with meticulous precision. He was far beyond the reach of mere defense. In an instant, as the soldier raised his spear in defense, Li Chun descended from above, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Naive. With a cold sneer, Li Chun suddenly separated the two war hammers that had been merged together. In the astonished gaze of the warrior beneath him, he thrust the hammer in his left hand downward, effortlessly knocking the long spear from the warrior's grasp. As the spear was sent flying, a terrified cry erupted from the warrior's mouth, and he instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. Li Chun's right-hand hammer descended upon him like a shooting star. Witnessing this scene, another Turkic warrior was taken aback and rushed forward to push the man aside. However, his actions were still too slow. A dull thud echoed as Li Chun's hammer struck the warrior's head. Yet, no blood spilled, for under Li Chun's precise control, he did not crush the skull as he had with others before. Instead, he deftly moderated his strength, embedding the warrior's head into his neck. An eerie spectacle unfolded before the onlookers as Li Chun's hammer fell. The previously armed Turkic warrior now had an empty neck, while his chest bulged grotesquely. With hands flailing in the air, he staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Clearly, even if Li Chun had not killed him, he had suffocated himself in the process. Thus, another prominent general under the Turkic banner fell to Li Chun's might. As the hammer struck, Li Chun twisted in midair and landed gracefully on the ground. "Now it is your turn," he declared slowly, rising to his feet. He pointed a finger at the only remaining warrior, a radiant smile gracing his face. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the warrior's expression shifted dramatically. The two had previously joined forces and still failed to match Li Chun. Now, with only himself remaining, he dared not confront the formidable opponent. Realizing this, the Turkic warrior wasted no time, turning to flee desperately towards the Turkic army. Clearly, he cared little for the severe punishment that awaited him upon return. After all, it was better to live a coward than to die heroically. He preferred to face punishment from the Turkic leader over perishing here. However noble his intentions, Li Chun would not permit him to escape so easily. Observing the fleeing figure, a smirk crept across Li Chun's lips. "Hey, I threw a stone," he called out with a grin. At the sound of Li Chun's voice, the fleeing Turkic warrior stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. He genuinely feared Li Chun would hurl a stone at him, as it was precisely this tactic that had allowed Li Chun to dispatch 2 of his comrades earlier. In a panic, he turned his head to see if Li Chun had truly thrown a stone. However, as he turned his head, his eyes narrowed in realization. "You deceived me." With that, he hastily fled once more. For at the moment he turned, he found no stones in the air, but rather beheld the approaching figure of Li Chun, who had closed the distance due to his earlier hesitation, now within striking range. Moreover, the terror instilled by Li Chun's previous combat prowess had left him no choice but to run. "What of your deceit?" Observing his retreat, Li Chun let out a hearty laugh. Then, with a powerful push against the ground, he vaulted high into the air, soaring directly towards the top of his head. "Since the 3 of you came together, you shall accompany them." With a chilling sneer in midair, Li Chun's silhouette cut through the atmosphere like an arrow released from its bow, tracing a perfect arc as he swiftly descended upon him. Upon glancing up at Li Chun's formidable form, the warrior was taken aback, instinctively preparing to evade. Yet, Li Chun would not allow him such a reprieve. With a sudden downward thrust of his war hammer, he harnessed the force of gravity, plummeting directly towards him. "This is an intolerable affront." Witnessing Li Chun's action, the warrior bellowed in fury, and despite knowing he could not evade the impending strike, he steeled himself, raising his curved blade in an attempt to thwart Li Chun's assault. Chapter 104. With such wings, one can defy thousands. "Humph, just relying on you?" Observing his futile efforts, Li Chun let out a disdainful smile as he swung his warhammer down upon the curved blade with unyielding force. Clang! The sound reverberated as the general's sword shattered under the immense power of Li Chun's strike, disintegrating into mere scraps of iron. Boom! A resounding crash followed, and Li Chun's warhammer came crashing down upon the general's shoulder. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the battlefield, as the right shoulder of the fierce general erupted into fragments. Fortunately, he had reacted in time, tilting his head to the left just as the warhammer descended. Otherwise, it would have been his head that exploded. Yet, despite this narrow escape, despair enveloped him. As his shoulder shattered, Li Chun's heavy hammer forced his body deep into the earth, as though he were a radish planted firmly in the ground, unable to move an inch. What a timely dodge! As he fell from the sky, Li Chun observed the immobilized Turkic general and chuckled to himself. He had originally intended to crush the general's skull, but the man's reflexes had surprised him, allowing him to evade the blow at the last moment. Nevertheless, Li Chun did not dwell on it, acknowledging that even a prominent general of the Turkic army would instinctively react when faced with imminent danger. "Heh, Run. Go ahead and keep running. Crouching down, he flashed a cunning smile. This time, if you manage to escape, I promise not to pursue you. Truly, I swear on my integrity, I would not deceive you. Oh. Hearing Li Chun's words, the Turkic general was nearly driven to madness. He was firmly planted in place. Even if he wished to flee, he was utterly immobilized. Just kill me. Please, in my suffering. Under the dual torment of physical pain and mental anguish, the Turkic general began to scream frantically for death. It was evident he understood that there was no escape from Li Chun today. Alas, I did offer you a chance. It was your own choice not to flee. Hearing the general's desperate cries, Li Chun shook his head in regret. I am indeed too kind. Just kill me, please. The Turkic general screamed again, whether driven mad by Li Chun's words or by the agony he endured. He was wholly consumed by a desire for death. Sigh. Very well. Observing the state of the general, Li Chun sighed in pity. Since you plead so earnestly, I shall grant you a swift end. Upon concluding his words, he raised his war hammer and brought it down directly upon the head of the Turkic general beneath him. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck its target. Clearly, Li Chun had opted not to prolong the suffering of his adversary, for there existed no profound enmity between them. They were merely two warriors serving different masters. Since the general had already been defeated and was seemingly resigned to his fate, Li Chun deemed it merciful to grant him a swift end. Sighing softly, he shook his head, reflecting on his own kindness. Thus, 3 of the formidable generals under Jili's command met their demise at the hands of Li Chun. What a swift conclusion. Meanwhile, Gao Shilian and his companions wore expressions of exhilaration as they witnessed the final blow delivered by Li Chun. Their demeanor mirrored that of Li Chun himself, as if they had transformed into him, reveling in the downfall of the 3 Turkic generals. The Winged King was utterly magnificent. Such ferocity was unparalleled, akin to the descent of a god of war. The other Tang generals, too, clenched their fists in excitement. They had observed every detail of Li Chun's fierce battle with the Turkic generals. Not only did he effortlessly slay those in the vanguard, but his remarkable agility in dealing with the remaining 2, leaping into the air and defying gravity to turn mid-flight, was nothing short of astonishing. Congratulations, Your Majesty. They chimed in unison. Even Fang Xianling, his aged visage alight with fervor, was deeply moved by the spectacle of Li Chun's valor against the Turkic generals. He promptly bowed to Li Shimin and proclaimed, Your Majesty, with such a winged king, you could withstand an army of thousands. The jubilation echoed as Gao Shilian and the others joined in the chorus of congratulations. Indeed, the prowess displayed by Li Chun could easily rival that of an entire battalion. As the voices of congratulations rose around him, Li Shimin could not suppress his hearty laughter. This is my nephew. His pride was unmistakable, marking one of the happiest moments since the loss at Weishui. When he turned his gaze towards Li Chun, it was filled with unabashed satisfaction. He had not anticipated such valor from Li Chun. From the moment he set foot on the battlefield, single-handedly vanquishing 1,000 Turkic cavalrymen, and subsequently dispatching several enemy generals with unmatched ferocity, his feats rivaled those of his brother, Li Yuanba, revered as the greatest hero in the realm. As Li Chun's elder, how could Li Shimin not feel elated? Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fact that Li Chun's strength had already surpassed that of Li Yuanba. As Li Shimin's hearty laughter rang out, Gao Shilian and the others felt a weight lift from their shoulders, joining in the merriment. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Turkic forces was one of despondency. Silence reigned, with no one daring to utter a word. Particularly, Jili's countenance was so dark it seemed it might weep, a clear reflection of his seething anger. Since he had resolved to attack the Tang Dynasty, he had never endured such devastating losses as he did today. Even during the crossing of the Weishui River, they suffered only a few inconsequential casualties among the Turkic soldiers. Yet now, several of his capable generals had perished at the hands of Li Chun, igniting his fury. It is worth noting that he had merely a handful of formidable generals under his command. While the flames of rage consumed Jili's heart, Turalai, situated not far from him, observed his expression and felt a flicker of relief. Chapter 105. Is he truly the son of that man? He felt a sense of relief. Fortunate that he had refrained from sending his generals to confront Li Chun, for had he done so, it would not have been merely his warriors who fell to Li Chun's prowess. Nevertheless, appearances must be maintained. With a resolute demeanor, Tuli rode forth to console Khan Jili, stating, Do not let your temper flare, Khan Jili. They are merely a handful of warriors, with the strength of your tribe. It will take but a few years to cultivate new ones. Humph. Upon hearing this, Jili turned away with a disdainful snort. He could not be oblivious to Tuli's underlying intentions. It was evident that Tuli was reveling in his misfortune. Moreover, Jili was acutely aware that the unity among the Turks was merely superficial, with frequent conflicts arising between tribes over petty interests. He understood that the alliance with Tuli was only temporary. Should his tribe suffer significant losses, Tuli would undoubtedly turn against him and seize the opportunity to consume him. Our esteemed general has suffered greatly, and now the fate of this endeavor rests upon your shoulders, Khan Tuli. With this thought, Jili turned to regard Tuli once more. Upon hearing Jili's words, Tuli's expression froze, and the smile upon his face dissipated. It was clear that he had discerned Jili's intentions, to leverage this opportunity to diminish the combat strength of Tuli's tribe. That young warrior possesses remarkable valor. My generals would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with him. Realizing Jili's design, Tuli could not allow him to succeed. Even if I were to send my men to battle, it would only result in needless losses, which would severely hinder our efforts to conquer the Tang Dynasty. Although he spoke to placate Jili, it was a statement grounded in truth. Based on his earlier observations of Li Chun, he knew his warriors were no match, and sending them forth would be tantamount to a futile sacrifice. Tuli would not engage in such reckless endeavors that would only deplete his forces without cause. Humph, your words are quite appealing. After listening to Tuli, Jili responded with another cold snort. Tuli, undeterred by Jili's demeanor, shifted the topic, inquiring, "But who is that young man? Why have I never heard of him? With such combat prowess, he should not be a mere unknown in the Tang Dynasty." As he pondered, Tuli's voice faltered. As if a revelation had struck him, his eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to gaze upon Li Chun's figure, memories of something astonishing flooding back to him. The warhammer in his hand, could it be, is he truly that individual? Slowly turning back to Jili, he asked in astonishment, "Humph, rest assured, he is not that person." Observing Tuli's expression, Jili scoffed once more, fully aware of whom Tuli alluded to. "Then what are the two warhammers he wields?" Tuli pressed again, his curiosity piqued. "Those two warhammers undoubtedly belong to that individual." Jili squinted slightly, fixating on the two resounding golden hammers in Li Chun's grasp. Yet he asserted that this person is certainly not that individual. To my knowledge, that person vanished without a trace after the battle at Purple Gold Mountain over a decade ago. Li Shimin has sent numerous envoys in search of him, but to no avail. He has likely perished long ago. Then, who is he? Tuli once again directed his gaze towards Li Chun. If my conjectures are correct, this individual must surely be the son of that man, Jili remarked with a grim expression. Previously, when Li Chun had slain thousands of his cavalry and the deputy general Ashina, Jili had already formed a rough hypothesis regarding Li Chun's identity. The recent series of battles and the power Li Chun displayed only solidified his conviction. In this world, only that man and his progeny could possess such divine strength. Could he indeed be the son of that man? Upon hearing Jili's earlier words, Tuli also came to a realization, evidently having also deduced this conclusion. After all, in his mind, there was no other individual in existence who could wield such power, and considering Li Chun's youth and possession of that man's warhammer, his identity became unmistakable. If this were true, it would pose a significant challenge. Contemplating this, Tuli sighed deeply towards Jili. He vividly recalled that battle from years past when Li Yuanba alone repelled an army of over 100,000 and easily dispatched the man known as the second-best hero in the world. Yuan Qingdu. As Li Chun is his son, his strength should not be underestimated. Tuli feared that their forces might prove ineffective against Li Chun. Humph, what is there to fear? In response to Tuli's words, Jili scoffed. So what if he is that man's son? This Khan does not believe he has truly inherited his father's strength. At his current age, the combat prowess he displayed just now is likely his limit. Indeed, it is no wonder Tuli harbored such thoughts. In his view, Li Chun appeared far too young, merely around 15 or 16 years of age. Even if he had trained in martial arts since infancy, he could not possibly reach Li Yuanba's level. After all, during that battle at Purple Gold Mountain, Li Yuanba was already over 30. Though he ultimately repelled the enemy, he emerged grievously wounded. How could Li Chun, at such a tender age, possibly match Li Yuanba? Of course, this was merely his personal opinion. If he were to learn that Li Chun's current strength had indeed surpassed that of Li Yuanba, one could only wonder how he would react. However, if he truly... No, there is no if. Observing Tuli's inclination to speak further, Jili abruptly raised his hand to interrupt him. Do not forget. He then fixed his gaze intently on Tuli, stating, "This joint offensive against the Tang has irreparably severed our relations with Tang Wang Li Shimin. We nearly succeeded in slaying him. Given his temperament, if we spare him today, when he grows stronger in the future, what good will it bring us?" Clearly, Tuli is unwilling to let slip this golden opportunity. Having driven Li Shimin into such a precarious position, they are on the brink of complete annihilation of him. Should this rare chance be lost, it is likely that no further opportunities will present themselves in the future. Moreover, as he previously stated, after experiencing this event, Li Shimin will undoubtedly regard them as thorns in his side, harboring profound animosity. If given the chance, with Li Shimin's extraordinary talents, It is certain that within a few years, he will transform the Tang Dynasty into an impregnable fortress. Meanwhile, the various factions of the Turks remain fragmented. When the time comes, Li Shimin will assuredly lead the Tang army to avenge today's grievances. At that juncture, what will the Turks have to defend themselves with? The only fate awaiting them is annihilation. Therefore, by all means, today, the Turks are resolutely determined to eliminate Li Shimin here to prevent any future repercussions. Chapter 106. Your Highness, the Winged King, we rely on you. Upon hearing Jili's words, Tuli began to waver. He was acutely aware of the current situation and desired to eliminate Li Shimin entirely to eradicate the threat. However, he was apprehensive about Li Chun's formidable combat prowess, fearing significant losses that could leave other Turkic factions an opportunity to exploit. I understand your concerns, Jili remarked, observing Tuli's hesitation. Although that young man possesses terrifying power, he is merely one individual. No matter his capabilities, he cannot possibly compare to Li Yuanba. Moreover, united, we command nearly 200,000 troops. Even if it requires endurance, we can outlast him. At this point, Jili's tone shifted as he cast a glance at Li Shimin from a distance. Turning back to Tuli with a stern voice, this is the best opportunity to eliminate Li Shimin. Should we let it slip away, you will find yourself facing his vengeance. An extinction will be your fate. Tuli's expression tightened upon hearing Jili's words, his mood fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. As the Khan of a Turkic faction, he did not wish to witness his adversary grow stronger under the weight of hatred. If that day were to come, it might not be Li Shimin who faced them, but rather they who would be in peril. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Tuli resolved, gritting his teeth. Today, our two factions shall unite to obliterate Li Shimin completely. That is the spirit. Jili smiled upon hearing Tuli's affirmation. Trust me, you shall not regret this decision. Let us hope so, Tuli replied, his expression inscrutable as he nodded. Attention, all troops. Having made the irrevocable decision to assassinate Li Shimin, Jili and Tuli no longer hesitated. With the intent of swift resolution, they issued commands to the Turkic army behind them. At any cost, eliminate Li Shimin and his allies. Kill, kill, kill. As the commands resonated, Tuli's forces echoed the cries, surging forward like a swarm of wasps, rushing toward Li Chun and his companions. It was evident that Jili and Tuli understood that merely sending warriors would not suffice against Li Chun. They intended to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to wear him down. By heavens, Li Chun marveled at the vast expanse of Tuli's army. A sense of shock washing over him. Are they truly intent on exhausting me? He muttered darkly, his frustration evident. Though his own combat strength rendered the Turkic troops ineffective against him, the situation was vastly different for Li Shimin and the others. Should they become entangled with these forces, their safety would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Li Chun's current mission was to safeguard the safety of Li Shimin and ensure his safe return to the city of Chang'an. The failure of this task could be rectified in the future, however, should Li Shimin fall to the hands of the Turkic forces. The Tang Dynasty would undoubtedly descend into chaos and potentially face ruin. As a loyal subject of the Tang, viewing it as his homeland, how could Li Chun stand idly by and allow such a calamity to unfold? Cursing under his breath, he vowed that one day he would reclaim the honor of this day. With this thought in mind, Li Chun suddenly turned and sprinted madly towards the direction of Li Shimin and his entourage. Faced with such overwhelming forces, he understood that his only option was to return to Li Shimin's side to ensure his safety. In a flash, propelled by his urgent run, Li Chun reached the vicinity of Li Shimin and the others. General Gao, I will engage the enemy shortly, and His Majesty is in your care, he declared succinctly. Then prepared to head towards the mouth of the canyon, where he could best leverage the narrow terrain to impede the enemy's advance. Your Highness, Prince Yi. Just as Li Chun was about to turn away, Gao Shilian and the others hurriedly called out to stop him. As soldiers of the Tang, how can we allow you to face the enemy alone? They implored. Indeed, we are willing to fight alongside you, echoed the other Tang generals. Since Li Chun had arrived on the battlefield, he had not only saved their lives, but also vanquished numerous enemy commanders. He had given them so much. As leaders of the Tang, they felt it was their duty to battle for Li Shimin in his hour of need. How could they permit Li Chun to confront the vast enemy forces alone at such a critical moment? Silence. Li Chun bellowed at Gao Shilian and the others, disregarding any further discussion. Upon hearing his command, they all fell silent. Have you all forgotten? Today, all present, including His Majesty, must heed my orders, he stated with a serious expression. I command you to protect His Majesty here. You must do so, or you will be defying military orders. But, Prince Yi, Gao Shilian attempted to interject, but Li Chun swiftly silenced him with a wave of his hand. I understand your intentions, but if you accompany me into battle and we become entangled with the Turkic forces, who will safeguard His Majesty? Who will protect him? Li Chun's tone softened as he continued. Moreover, The mouth of the canyon is already narrow. I can maneuver alone, but your presence would hinder our efforts. As seasoned commanders, you should comprehend the implications of this situation. Indeed, as Li Chun has articulated, the width of this canyon measures merely about 10 paces. His solitary presence there is sufficient for its guardianship. However, should Gao Shilian and the others stand beside him, he would be compelled to restrain his full might to avoid any inadvertent harm, ultimately risking the burden of their presence. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to note that the Turkic army boasts a formidable strength of nearly 200,000 troops. Even Li Chun himself cannot assure the interception of each individual, while Gao Shilian and the Tang generals accompanying Li Shimin serve as the final bastion. Should any adversaries slip through the net, they would be able to respond promptly. Very well. After hearing Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian and the others finally relinquished their insistence. As Li Chun stated, even if they accompanied him, their assistance would be minimal, potentially encumbering him instead. After all, each of them bears injuries, rendering them incapable of enduring prolonged combat against the enemy forces. Your Highness, the Winged Prince, it all rests upon you now. With that, Gao Shilian solemnly clasped his fists and offered a respectful bow to Li Chun. Chapter 107. Fearless souls, come forth. Your Highness, take care. Your Highness, take care. This was echoed by the other generals of Tang, including Fang Xianling, who all bowed in unison to Li Chun. This bow was a heartfelt pledge to Li Chun, a gesture of their admiration, a sign of their respect, and above all, a profound gratitude for his selflessness. Rest assured, observing the solemnity in Gao Shilian and the others' actions, Li Chun nodded emphatically and then stepped forward, intending to stride towards the mouth of the valley. The Turkic army was not far from them, roaring, "Xiao Chun, be cautious." Witnessing Li Chun's movement, Li Shimin, who had remained silent until now, did not attempt to stop him but gently called out to him with a serious expression. He understood that even if he wished to intervene, he could not deter Li Chun, for at this moment, only Li Chun had the capability to confront the Turkic forces. "Your Majesty, have no worries." Turning to meet Li Chun's caring gaze, Li Chun smiled faintly. "With me here, those barbarians cannot harm you in the slightest." With that, he did not linger any longer and resolutely advanced towards the valley's entrance. "Indeed, it is a fortunate event for me, Li Shimin." Watching Li Chun's departing figure, Li Shimin murmured with deep appreciation. Indeed, had it not been for Li Chun's timely intervention, they would not have endured until now. They might have already become mere phantoms in the hands of Geely. Regardless, if I can depart safely today, I shall not let you down in the future. Li Shimin's gaze gradually grew resolute, and his words resonated like an oath within the canyon. Li Chun risked his life to save him today. Given Li Shimin's character, he would not allow Li Chun's efforts to be in vain, especially since he was his own nephew. Meanwhile, Li Chun, unaware of Li Shimin's thoughts, steadfastly approached the mouth of the valley, his expression hardening as he beheld the advancing Turkic army. "Today, it seems I must unleash a great slaughter." After saying this, he glanced down at the two golden hammers in his hands. "I had promised you that you would once again grace the world with your brilliance, and now, that opportunity has finally arrived." As his words fell, a slight smile crept upon Li Chun's lips as he turned his gaze towards the Turkic army. When he had acquired these golden hammers on the mountains behind Heishui village, he had vowed that one day they would regain their former glory in his hands. And now was the perfect moment to showcase their might against the Turkic forces. Kill. As Li Chun's gaze fixed upon the enemy, the hundreds of thousands of Turkic soldiers, propelled by their full force, swiftly approached the valley's perimeter. A reward of 10,000 gold awaits the one who kills Li Shimin. Geely shouted fiercely to the Turkic army, his eyes fixed on Li Chun standing at the forefront of the valley. Amidst the overwhelming allure of immense profit, the Turkic army surged forth like famished wild hounds, their eyes gleaming with madness as they advanced towards Li Chuanji. Humph! Upon witnessing this frenzied movement, Li Chuanji let out a cold snort and stepped forward, his dual warhammers descending heavily towards the ground, awaiting the arrival of the Turkic forces. With a chorus of battle cries echoing around, the Turkic soldiers soon found themselves before Li Chuanji, brandishing their blades in a desperate attempt to strike him down. It was evident that they understood that only by eliminating Li Chuanji could they hope to reach Li Shimin, seeking death. As he observed the oncoming figures of the Turkic soldiers, a glint of bloodlust flashed in Li Chuanji's eyes. Grasping the two warhammers, he struck the ground with a fierce force. Boom! Instantly, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air, and the ground beneath fractured, forming a long fissure that spread outwards like a colossal centipede towards the Turkic army. As the fissure extended, the foremost Turkic soldiers emitted piercing cries of anguish, followed by bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions erupted, and those Turkic soldiers caught within the fissure were grotesquely torn apart, as if a time bomb had been implanted within their bodies. Hiss! witnessing this horrifying spectacle. The soldiers who had yet to arrive gasped in disbelief, halting in their tracks, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon Li Chuanji. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The previous scene was utterly unfathomable, shattering their understanding. Li Chuanji had, with a single blow, cleaved the earth asunder. The sheer force required for such an act was beyond comprehension, and the fissure extended nearly 10 zhang, resembling an earthquake, which left them utterly astonished. Moreover, unlike a mere tremor that would only cause one to stagger, the most terrifying aspect was that the fissure could cause human bodies to explode, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Of course, they had no inkling that Li Chuanji was no ordinary individual. With the aid of a system, he could precisely control his power to the finest degree. This meant that, at the moment he struck the ground, he had already channeled his strength into the earth. As the ground trembled and the fissure spread, it transmitted the power within the earth into the bodies of the nearby Turkic soldiers, resulting in their gruesome explosion. Who else dares? Fixing his gaze upon the terrified Turkic soldiers, Li Chuanji's eyes widened, daring the unafraid to come forth. As Li Chun spoke, the Turkic soldiers momentarily found themselves paralyzed, hesitant to make even the slightest movement, with some even retreating in fear. Clearly, they were deeply unsettled by the recent spectacle. It is often said that the unknown is the most terrifying. The sudden eruption of violence displayed by their fellow soldiers had left an indelible shadow in their hearts, one that they would likely never forget throughout their lives. "What are you doing?" From the rear of the army, Geely observed the halted troops and let out an enraged roar. It was evident that he had not witnessed the earlier scene. After all, nearly 200,000 soldiers stood before him, their bodies stacked upon one another, obscuring his vision and, naturally, blocking Li Chun's as well. Let this Khan continue the slaughter. Those who defy orders shall face merciless retribution. Chapter 108. Heaven bless our great Tang. Though the scene before him was obscured, it was evident that Geely believed the spectacle unfolding was a result of Li Chun's formidable combat prowess, which had instilled a paralyzing fear in the hearts of the onlooking warriors, rendering them hesitant to advance. This. Upon hearing Geely's words, the Turkic soldiers hesitated once more. They were acutely aware of Geely's temperament. Should they disregard his instructions, he would undoubtedly resort to ruthless measures, potentially endangering their families as well. None wished to be the one who faced execution. Thus, under Geely's coercion, the Turkic soldiers charged once again towards Li Chun. However, this time, their enthusiasm was markedly diminished as they sought refuge behind their comrades during the assault. By the time they reached Li Chun, only a few hundred remained. Observing the soldiers retreating to shield themselves from his onslaught, a subtle smile curled upon Li Chun's lips, revealing his satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. It could be said that the moment Li Chun's warhammer shattered the ground, he foresaw this reaction. After all, fear is a universal human emotion, and the Turkic soldiers were no exception. Witnessing the gruesome demise of their fellow soldier had naturally instilled terror within them. Once fear took root in their hearts, the ensuing scene was inevitable, providing Li Chun with a golden opportunity. Haraha! Kill! As he beheld the unfolding chaos, Li Chun erupted into laughter. Rather than employing the same tactics as before, he brandished his warhammer and charged directly into the Turkic army. Under his formidable presence, the soldiers dared not cross him. With Li Chun's relentless assault, piercing screams echoed throughout the throng. He swung his warhammer with abandon, transforming into a veritable meat grinder on the battlefield. Limbs and severed body parts were cast into the air, and the entire scene became overwhelmingly one-sided. Not a single soldier could withstand Li Chun's might, and even as he pressed on, several of the Turkic army fell beneath the weight of his dual warhammers. The sight was utterly harrowing. The bodies of the Turkic soldiers lay strewn about, some reduced to mere flesh and pulp. Streams of blood flowed together like a meandering brook, rendering the battlefield akin to a hellish realm of slaughter, evoking terror in all who beheld it. At this moment, Li Chun's shining armor, once stained with dried blood, had been renewed in a vivid crimson hue, giving the impression it was forged from blood itself. His hands and face were also smeared with the remnants of battle, presenting a ghastly visage of a blood-soaked warrior with fierce, glaring eyes, reminiscent of a true demon from the depths of hell, instilling dread in all who dared to gaze upon him. Haraha! Exhilarating. After obliterating a prominent Turkic general before him, Li Chun tilted his head back and laughed heartily. It can be said that this is the most exhilarating battle he has experienced since his arrival in this realm. Although he had engaged in numerous skirmishes before, they were merely against animals, which prevented him from fully unleashing his potential. Even during practice sessions with Chengqian and the others, he refrained from exerting too much force, fearing he might injure them. However, the circumstances have changed. He now faces foes who have invaded his homeland. Naturally, Li Chun no longer holds back, and the exhilarating combat fills him with unparalleled delight. Moreover, bolstered by his physical resilience, he finds that while enemies may strike him without effect, a single blow from his hammer can obliterate them, sending them flying. This sensation is simply intoxicating. Haraha, come again, he exclaimed, turning his gaze fiercely towards the Turkic army. Once more, he laughed heartily and charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, reveling in the chaos. He disregarded the blows landing on him, each swing of his hammer claiming the lives of multiple Turkic soldiers. As Li Chun unleashed his fury, the battlefield echoed with the haunting wails of the fallen, creating a macabre symphony of death that lingered in the air. Yet, Li Chun wielded his power with precision, ensuring that he did not stray too far from the canyon. For his primary duty was to protect Li Shimin. The Turkic army, already stricken with terror, began to retreat under his relentless assault, soon finding themselves herded back as if they were mere livestock, to a distance of several dozen paces from the canyon. Exhilaration surged through him as he drove the Turkic forces back. Li Chun looked skyward and laughed, then fixed his gaze upon the opposing army, declaring loudly, "I shall await you here at the canyon." With that, he turned and strode back towards the canyon, under the astonished gaze of the Turkic soldiers. Upon returning to the canyon, Li Chun, hammer in hand, turned once more to face the Turkic army, embodying the very essence of a war god. In that moment, he stood alone against thousands, an indomitable force. Well done, Wing King. Hai Shilian and the others could hardly contain their excitement as they beheld Li Chun's blood-soaked silhouette. Your Majesty, Wing King, how majestic you are. I shall follow you unwaveringly. They had witnessed his recent exploits in vivid detail. A single hammer strike shattering the ground, hundreds of Turkic soldiers exploding simultaneously, and the sweeping arcs of his hammers reaping thousands of enemies. Such a spectacle had stirred their hearts profoundly. This was their Wing King of the Tang Dynasty, a veritable war god. Clearly, they had come to regard Li Chun as a divine warrior, for only a being of such valor could possess his ferocity. Observing the fervor among Hai Shilian and the others, Li Shimin couldn't help but smile, a look of gratitude gracing his features. Truly, heaven has blessed our great Tang, he murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. More than a decade ago, when the Tang Dynasty was newly established, it was Li Yuanba who fundamentally laid the foundation of this illustrious empire. Years later, Li Chun emerged like a comet, sweeping through the ranks of countless armies, alleviating the looming threat of annihilation for the Tang. How could Li Shimin not feel immense joy and relief? Xiao Chun, are you injured? Observing the blood slowly dripping from Li Chun's resplendent armor, Li Shimin's expression shifted to one of concern as he inquired. Clearly, he had begun to regard Li Chun as a treasured gem. Upon hearing his words, Gao Shilian and the others also momentarily subdued their exuberance. They had been so caught up in the excitement that they had overlooked this crucial detail. It took Li Shimin's reminder for them to realize that, despite Li Chun's valor, he was still human. How could he possibly emerge unscathed from a confrontation with hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Your Highness, are you all right? They immediately expressed their concern for Li Chun. Hearing their words from behind, Li Chun gradually turned around, wiped the blood from his face, and revealed a broad smile, his white teeth gleaming. Thank you all for your concern. It's merely some superficial wounds, nothing to worry about. Chapter 109, The Coward Who Flees at the Last Minute. Mercilessly slaughtered. At the mouth of the canyon, Li Chun was drenched in blood, turning his head to smile at Gao Shilian and the others. His words delivered with an air of nonchalance. In truth, given his current physical defenses, he had sustained no injuries during the recent battle. He merely wished to avoid instilling an overwhelming sense of disbelief among them. After all, he was facing nearly 200,000 Turkic troops, and many of their blades had indeed struck him. This was something Li Shimin and his companions would surely have noticed. If he were to claim he had emerged unscathed, would they not regard him as a monster? Such a perception was not something Li Chun desired. Very well, very well. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin and Gao Shilian visibly relaxed. Clearly, had Li Chun reassured them of his condition without any mention of injury, they would have only grown more anxious. Now that he had acknowledged suffering some superficial wounds, they found themselves relieved. This reflected the inherent tendencies of human thought, and it was precisely this understanding that prompted Li Chun to respond in such a manner. Esteemed generals, the onslaught from the Turkic forces will undoubtedly intensify shortly. Li Chun's smile faded as he turned serious, earnestly advising them. Should any enemy slip through, you must ensure their immediate termination. Indeed, Li Chun's recent slaughter had claimed the lives of nearly tens of thousands of foes, inciting the wrath of the Khan, who would undoubtedly command the Turkic army to launch a frenzied assault in retaliation. Thus, Li Chun felt compelled to forewarn Gao Shilian and the others, aiming to safeguard Li Shimin from any threats. Rest assured, Your Highness. In response to Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian's expression grew solemn as he patted his chest in assurance. Unless I fall in battle, no scoundrel shall lay a finger on his majesty. Indeed, I shall defend his majesty with my life. It must be noted that even in this dire moment, Li Shimin's exceptional leadership inspired unwavering courage among Gao Shilian and the Tang generals by his side. Rather than faltering, they pledged their loyalty to protect their sovereign, a quality that even Li Chun found admirable. Not everyone possesses such fortitude. Then let us prepare. Observing the unwavering determination etched on Gao Shilian and the others' faces, Li Chun felt a measure of relief. He nodded gravely at them before suddenly turning his gaze toward the approaching Turkic forces. With Li Chun's gesture, Gao Shilian and the others moved in unison, shielding Li Shimin behind them, their eyes fixed intently on the canyon's entrance. Should Li Chun falter and allow any Turkic soldiers to breach their defenses, they would swiftly retaliate. As the warriors took their positions, an eerie silence enveloped the area, reminiscent of a storm poised to unleash its fury. As we turn our gaze towards the Turkic side, we find that Jili and Tuli, just as Li Chun had anticipated, were expressions as dark as the stormy waters, surveying the remnants of their fallen soldiers scattered before them. Their countenance betrays an unmistakable fury, having suffered nearly 10,000 casualties in the recent clash, an unimaginable loss that eclipsed even their crossing of the Weishui River. How could they not be enraged? Yet amidst their wrath, a palpable dread began to settle within them. They had not foreseen the terrifying prowess of Li Chun, who was still but a youth. What might he become when fully matured? With this thought weighing heavily, Jili and Tuli exchanged glances, hesitant to contemplate further. It was imperative that they eliminate both this formidable adversary and Li Shimin today. Jili's expression hardened, signaling resolve. Tuli nodded gravely, acutely aware of the precarious situation. Should they allow Li Chun and Li Shimin to escape today, they would lose their last chance. With Li Chun's formidable strength, he was destined to become a sharp blade under Li Shimin's command, potentially placing the Turkic people in the dire position they now faced. All soldiers, heed my command. With this determination, Jili and Tuli cast aside their doubts. At all costs, they would vanquish the Tang general and Li Shimin. They promptly issued a renewed order for the Turkic army to attack. However, upon receiving their command, the Turkic soldiers did not charge forth as before. Instead, they hesitated, glancing around in uncertainty. Clearly, they were haunted by the recent display of Li Chun's might, how with a single blow he had repelled dozens, and how those struck by him had met a gruesome fate, reduced to mere pulp. The terrifying image had etched itself indelibly in their minds, leaving them reluctant to face him again. Did you not hear the Khan's command? Tuli, witnessing the soldiers' reluctant demeanor, erupted in fury once more. Those who defy orders shall be executed. He then turned to a nearby martial commander, who understood the gravity of the situation, nodded resolutely, and advanced towards the front lines. Those who disobey shall be considered traitors and shall face no mercy, he declared, shouting as he marched. Upon reaching the forefront of the Turkic army, his eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Raising his curved blade, he executed several soldiers before the eyes of their comrades. Clearly, this was a brutal display intended to instill fear. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers nearest to the commander instinctively recoiled, understanding all too well the implications of such an act. They feared becoming the next victims. Those who flee shall be executed without mercy. Upon witnessing the efficacy of the method, Jili positioned himself at the rear of the grand army. He drew forth the dagger from his waist, raising it high as he commanded the Turkic forces once more, kill, kill, kill. With this decree, the Turkic soldiers were compelled to suppress the fear that gripped their hearts at the thought of Li Chun, charging once again towards the mouth of the canyon. If they were to charge, it was uncertain whether they would meet their demise at the hands of Li Chun. However, should they hesitate, they risked becoming the next victim. These Turkic warriors found themselves with no alternative. Chapter 110. How could he be so powerful? Everyone, prepare yourselves. As the Turkish army surged forth once more, Li Chun felt compelled to turn to Gao Shilian and the others to offer a word of caution. After all, he had just vanquished tens of thousands of Turkish soldiers, and the two Khans must surely be seething with rage now, their resolve to eliminate Li Shimin unwavering. This assault would undoubtedly be the most brutal yet. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian and the others exchanged no further dialogue, merely nodding solemnly in agreement. At this juncture, they had no alternative but to fight valiantly in defense. Observing the steadfast resolve in Gao Shilian and the others, Li Chun ceased speaking and turned his gaze back to the oncoming Turkish forces, his eyes once again glinting with a thirst for blood. Clearly, any attempt to harm Li Shimin would first have to surmount Li Chun's formidable barrier. Before long, amidst the cacophony of battle cries, the Turkish army surged forward like a relentless tide, reaching Li Chun in an instant. Yet he remained unwavering, staunchly guarding the mouth of the canyon. Every Turkish soldier who dared to breach the threshold fell mercilessly beneath the weight of his twin warhammers. As time passed, the clash between the two factions escalated to a fever pitch, and Li Chun's body became drenched in the blood of his foes. rendering him akin to a specter of carnage. Coupled with his haunting gaze, he instilled a visceral sense of dread in all who beheld him. In front of Li Chun, the bodies of enemy soldiers lay piled at his feet like a small mountain, their blood seeping into the earth and transforming the ground into a crimson sea. Reminiscent of the depths of hell, evoking genuine terror. Undoubtedly, the preceding battle had been extraordinarily ferocious. Huff, huff, Li Chun swung his hammer, sending a Turkish soldier flying. After toppling several foes, he began to catch his breath. His physique had yet to reach its peak, and the exertion from earlier skirmishes had left him somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. If he chose to fight with reckless abandon, he could easily hold his ground for another day. Your Highness, how are you faring? Observing Li Chun's labored breaths, Gao Shilian and the others, including Li Shimin, displayed expressions of urgency. The sheer ferocity of the battle, which Li Chun had single-handedly withstood, preventing a single enemy from entering the canyon, left them both astonished and deeply ashamed. As generals of the Tang, they found themselves forced to cower behind Li Chun, unable to assist in the fray, which gnawed at their conscience. I am unscathed. Upon hearing the concern from behind him, Li Chun took a deep breath and turned to the group with a broad smile. They cannot harm me. Indeed, although Li Chun is beginning to show signs of fatigue, his strength remains undiminished, and his physical defenses are still intact. It is evidently impossible for the Turkic army to inflict harm upon him, unless they resort to more formidable weaponry, such as siege crossbows. However, given the constricted space, such an endeavor is clearly unfeasible. Naturally, as Li Chun's weariness becomes more pronounced, his reaction speed may diminish slightly, yet this does not hinder his ability to engage in combat. The next wave will undoubtedly be fiercer, so you must prepare yourselves for action. Li Chun is well aware of the situation. With his declining reflexes, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to repel all the Turkic soldiers at the canyon's outskirts, especially considering the enemy force's number in the hundreds of thousands. Fear not, Wing King. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Gao Shilian and the few Tang generals guarding Emperor Li Shimin all displayed resolute expressions and nodded in agreement. We will fight to the death to ensure His Majesty's safety. Unless we perish in battle, they shall not lay a finger upon him. They will have to tread over our corpses first. Very well. Witnessing their unwavering determination, Li Chun let out a hearty laugh and turned his head away. Let those unafraid of death come forth. He bellowed at the Turkic army. Upon hearing Li Chun's thunderous shout, the Turkic soldiers hesitated, paralyzed by fear. In the previous onslaught, nearly 10,000 of their comrades had fallen beneath Li Chun's twin hammers, gazing at the mound of corpses that resembled small hills. They had long since regarded Li Chun as a reaper of souls. At this moment, none dared to advance recklessly. Not only the Turkic soldiers, but even Jili and Tuli wore expressions of profound astonishment. How can he be so formidable? Tuli suddenly turned to Jili, his voice laced with fury. Did you not claim that he had reached his limit? How do you explain this now? Prior to the order for a full-scale assault, Jili had surmised that Li Chun's powers must have peaked, prompting Tuli to agree to the command for their forces to charge. However, after witnessing the recent battle, it became evident that Li Chun grew increasingly formidable, with nearly a third of Tuli's troops falling to his might. This revelation incited both anger and disbelief. What use is it to blame me? Jili retorted coldly to Tuli's accusations. I did not anticipate that he had retained strength. Furthermore, do you think you alone have suffered losses? Humph. Tuli snorted in response, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, as Jili observed, the unfolding events had taken them all by surprise. They had assumed that Li Chun's earlier exertions had marked his limits, yet none had foreseen that he had preserved his prowess. He could hardly blame Jili for this, as the recent skirmish had resulted in significant losses not only for his own forces but also for those under Jili's command. Given the circumstances, what course of action should be taken next? Taking a deep breath, Tuli forcibly suppressed the anger brewing within him and turned to Jili to inquire. At this juncture, upon hearing Tuli's question, Jili directed his gaze towards the gorge, or more precisely, towards the location of Li Shimin within it. The only viable option now was to circumvent that individual and swiftly eliminate Li Shimin. Chapter 111. The Rebirth of Purgatory. The essence of Jili's words was quite straightforward. He intended to bypass Li Chun or send someone to entangle him, while focusing on eliminating Li Shimin instead. Although this approach deviated somewhat from his original plan, he found himself with no alternative. Through the series of battles that had transpired, he had come to realize that his Turkic forces were utterly incapable of contending with Li Chun, thus he was compelled to pursue a secondary objective. After all, Li Shimin was their ultimate target. If they could succeed in taking his life today, their mission would be accomplished. Li Shimin, as the sovereign of the Tang Dynasty, was pivotal. His demise would inevitably plunge the empire into chaos, alleviating their concerns for the future. Li Chun, in contrast, was merely a martial general. No matter how formidable he might be, he could not alter the grand scheme of things. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing Geely's explanation, Tuli gritted his teeth resolutely and acquiesced. Indeed, as Geely had articulated, the situation had escalated to this critical juncture. Neither of them could bear the thought of retreating. They were left with no choice but to fight to the bitter end. All right, then. As he spoke, Geely began to confer with Tuli. Why must my troops be the ones to ensnare that man? Tuli exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he bellowed at Geely. The reason was simple. Geely intended to employ his soldiers to distract Li Chun while sending Tuli's forces to eliminate Li Shimin, which was clearly a ploy to entrap him. Tuli had perceived Li Chun's combat prowess all too clearly. To deploy his troops against him would undoubtedly result in grievous losses once more. He was not foolish enough to consent to such a scheme easily. Why not send your men instead? Tuli retorted coldly. Did you not witness the losses my forces have already suffered? At the sight of Tuli's current demeanor, Geely's countenance darkened. Indeed, through the previous confrontations with Li Chun, his own losses had been nearly double that of Tuli's, having suffered the continuous downfall of 4 or 5 of his most elite generals. Those were the strongest fighters in his clan. I assure you, if your troops can successfully restrain that man and subsequently slay Li Shimin, I shall grant you 10,000 head of cattle, sheep, and horses. Ultimately, Geely had no other recourse but to grit his teeth and make this promise to Tuli, for if Li Shimin were to escape today, none of them would have a chance to survive in the future. Upon hearing Geely's words, Tuli hesitated. The prospect of 10,000 cattle, sheep, and horses was no trivial matter for him. Moreover, as Tuli had pointed out, should Li Shimin manage to flee today, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles in the future. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. With this thought, Tuli clenched his teeth and finally acquiesced. Seeing Tuli's agreement, Geely breathed a sigh of relief, though a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating that he would remember today's events well. Then give the order. He promptly instructed Tuli. Upon acquiescing to the stratagem of Geely, Tuli refrained from further discourse, merely nodding before issuing a command to his Turkic soldiers to ensnare Li Chun with all their might. Kill. With this decree, the Turkic soldiers, despite their reluctance, dared not disobey, driven by a flicker of hope as they surged once more towards Li Chun, intent solely on ensnaring him at the mouth of the canyon to prevent his escape. All obeyed the order, resolved to eliminate Li Shimin at any cost. As Tuli's forces charged forward, Geely promptly commanded his own troops, kill. Under Tuli's coercion, the Turkic soldiers prepared to launch their assault once again. Humph. You wish to entrap me? Observing the dual onslaught of the Turkic army, Li Chun let out a disdainful snort, well aware of their intentions. General Gao, should any foe slip through, we must strike them down immediately. He called to Gao Shilian and the others. Faced with such a dire scenario, Li Chun could not guarantee that all would be contained at the canyon's periphery, given the overwhelming numbers against them. Princey, do not worry. We shall stand firm. Upon hearing Li Chun's call, Gao Shilian and the others nodded resolutely, fully cognizant that a fierce battle lay ahead. Come. The lengthy narration. The events transpired in an instant. Li Chun abruptly turned to face the advancing Turkic forces and let out a thunderous roar, imbued with a fervent madness that reverberated across the battlefield, overshadowing all present. You wish to ensnare me? We shall see if you possess the capability. It was evident that the peril confronting Li Shimin was unprecedented, and Li Chun was prepared to unleash his full might. Aha! His eyes flared wide. And as the Turkic army approached, he raised his war hammer high and brought it crashing down onto the ground before him. Boom! The earth quaked violently beneath him, fissures erupting as if a slumbering behemoth had been roused from its depths, manifesting before all and rapidly extending into the distance. Ah! As the cracks spread, wails of agony echoed once more, reminiscent of previous horrors. The advancing Turkic soldiers, succumbing to the tremors, transformed into mere clouds of blood mist, dispersing across the expanse. The entire scene resembled a hellish realm, instilling terror and dread, yet fortified by prior experience. The unaffected Turkic soldiers, though gripped by fear, charged forth under their Khan's command. As they mounted their attack once more, the tremors wrought by Li Chun began to subside. Seeking death. Observing the relentless advance of the Turkic soldiers, Li Chun let out a cold snort. It was evident that he recognized the tremors caused by the earlier clash could not persist for long. As the sound of his disdain reverberated, an imposing aura erupted from his being. Gripping his war hammer with unwavering resolve, he resembled a deity of war, his gaze sharp and focused on the approaching Turkic forces, poised for their arrival. The distance between the two sides was already minimal, and amidst the cacophony of battle cries, the Turkic army surged forward like a swarm of ants, closing in on Li Chun once more. In an instant, the battle was reignited. Chapter 112, The God of Death. Outshining the master, Li Chun stood steadfastly, immovable as a mountain, wielding his war hammer with such ferocity that each swing claimed the lives of dozens of Turkic soldiers. Their dismembered bodies soared through the air, and within moments, a small mountain of corpses had accumulated at his side. However, despite Li Chun's unparalleled valor, the sheer number of the enemy began to overwhelm him, and his relentless assault gradually slowed. Kill. Seizing the opportunity while Li Chun caught his breath, a contingent of troops led by a formidable general swiftly maneuvered around him, intent on charging towards Li Shimin and his companions within the canyon. How dare you! Upon witnessing this, Li Chun let out a fierce shout, disregarding all else as he hurled his war hammer with great force towards the side. Boom! The two hammers, propelled by Li Chun's might, seemed to teleport as they struck the cliffside, causing the entire wall to tremble violently. Massive boulders began to tumble down, swiftly obstructing the path of the advancing Turkic forces. General Gao, it's your turn now. Having completed this action, Li Chun turned and urgently called out to Gao Shilian and his men. Although the falling rocks had halted the Turkic advance, a dozen soldiers managed to slip past, and Li Chun was unable to provide immediate assistance. Relying solely on Gao Shilian and his comrades. Rest assured, Wing King. Hearing Li Chun's summons, Gao Shilian instinctively understood what was required of him. With a fierce cry, they brandished their weapons and charged at the remaining Turkic soldiers. In that moment, a fierce battle erupted both inside and outside the canyon. Outside, although Li Chun had lost his hammers, his fighting prowess remained undiminished. With bare hands, he plunged into the midst of the Turkic horde like a tiger descending a mountain, leaving chaos in his wake. Each punch he threw echoed with cries of agony, and behind him lay a trail of lifeless bodies. With sheer force, he drove back thousands of troops from the canyon. As Li Chun continued his onslaught, the battle within the canyon drew to a close. Though Gao Shilian and his men bore wounds from earlier skirmishes, they were seasoned warriors of the Tang Dynasty and swiftly dispatched the remaining Turkic soldiers after paying a price. The troops under the command of Geely had lost their chance due to earlier missteps. Li Chun's earlier strike had devastated the cliffside, blocking their route entirely. There was no possibility of circumventing him to attack Li Shimin. With Li Chun guarding that side, any attempt to execute Geely's strategy was clearly futile. Unless Li Chun was dealt with first. Your Highness, the enemies within the canyon have been eliminated. In order to prevent Li Chun from losing focus, Gao Shilian suddenly raised his voice and shouted at him. Upon hearing Gao Shilian's roar, Li Chun felt an immense sense of relief. Ha ha ha. What a liberating moment. Now, he could finally unleash his full potential. He let out a hearty laugh. Indeed. His previous concerns about the situation within the valley had kept him from straying too far, fearing that Gao Shilian and the others would be unable to manage without him. But now, all worries had dissipated, and with the other route secured, Li Chun found himself unburdened and free of apprehension. Kill. This battle cry erupted from Li Chun's lips as he effortlessly dispatched a nearby Turkic soldier, seizing the curved blade from his hands. Like a relentless meat grinder on the battlefield, he charged once more into the ranks of the Turkic army. With Li Chun's assault. A cacophony of anguished screams rose like a haunting symphony across the battlefield, resonating through the expanse of the earth. As this grim melody commenced, dismembered limbs and bodies flew through the air, resembling a celestial maiden scattering flowers, both tragic and magnificent. Moreover, amidst this scene of carnage, clouds of blood mist billowed forth, casting the sky into a crimson ocean that stirred the imagination. Li Chun had transformed into the sole embodiment of the god of death upon this battlefield. He stood at the center, drenched in blood, his eyes glinting with a feral hunger, the blade in his hand dripping with the life essence of his foes. Behind him, the ground was painted a deep red, littered with the lifeless forms of the fallen, as if narrating the tale of Li Chun's recent triumph. Evidently, the multitude of corpses bore witness to the fact that he had claimed the lives of no less than 20,000 Turkic soldiers in that fierce encounter. With every step, drenched in blood and wielding his curved blade, Li Chun advanced towards the Turkic forces, his eyes shining with a predatory gleam. In response, the soldiers of the Turkic army, whether from the troops of Geely or those of Tuli, recoiled in terror, faces pale with disbelief. The fear festering within them had reached a level beyond verbal expression. Just moments ago, Li Chun had single-handedly felled tens of thousands of soldiers. How could such a feat be attributed to mere human strength? A demon. He is not human. He is a demon. On the battlefield, as Li Chun advanced, the massive Turkic army recoiled in collective horror, the spectacle so astonishing that it transcended the annals of history. His Highness, the Wing King, is formidable. Seeing the scene unfold before them, Gao Shilian and the others could hardly contain their excitement. His Highness, the Winged King, exuded an imposing presence. Even Feng Xianling, at this moment, wore a radiant smile upon his aged visage, raising his arms in fervent cheers for Li Chun. After this battle, Li Chun had indelibly etched his image in their hearts, a memory they would carry for a lifetime. It was precisely the existence of this figure that allowed them to navigate perilous circumstances and emerge unscathed. "This is my nephew." Li Shimin felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Gazing at Li Chun's silhouette, filled with a sense of exaltation. He is not only a subject of the Tang Dynasty but also his own kin. In stark contrast to Li Shimin and his companions, the Turkic side displayed a markedly different reaction. As the echoes of battle faded and their army faced defeat, Jili and Tuli's expressions turned to one of alarm. Clearly, they had never anticipated the formidable combat prowess Li Chun exhibited. It was evident that he rivaled even the legendary Li Yuanba of Heir. Chapter 113. Your renown shall resound across this vast land. What should be done now? In a state of panic, Tuli turned to Jili and inquired with a tremor in his voice, revealing his genuine fear. If Li Chun were to advance with relentless force, it was likely that he would meet his demise at Li Chun's hands. What should they do? Upon hearing Tuli's words, Jili's expression morphed into one of fierce determination. Today, Li Chun must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Turks in the future. Eliminate him? How shall we accomplish that? Tuli, still shaken, responded. Did you not witness the recent battle? Who among us can contend with him? We must kill him regardless. Tuli bellowed, stating that at this juncture, could they truly retreat? However, there is no however. Before Tuli could finish his sentence, Jili interrupted him with a decisive wave of his hand. While he was still young, it was imperative to strike down Li Chun before he fully matured. Otherwise, the Turks would surely face annihilation at his hands. Very well. Hearing Jili's fervent declaration, Tuli gritted his teeth in agreement. However, they had made their decision without considering that their soldiers had already lost their will to fight. They believed that under their oppressive rule, none would dare to resist. Yet, this was not a typical situation. Moreover, Tuli's earlier words had, in fact, foretold their fate. In the times to come, the Turks would indeed suffer at Li Chun's hands, not through battle, but due to a scheme they unwittingly facilitated. But that is a tale for another time. Returning to the battlefield, after making their decision, Jili and Tuli immediately began issuing commands. All troops, heed my orders. Those who slay this man shall be rewarded with 10,000 head of cattle and 10,000 taels of gold. For our Khan, kill. As Jili and Tuli's commands echoed, the Turkish army did not charge at Li Chun as before. Instead, they stood rooted in place, exchanging glances, none daring to advance. Although the promise of cattle and gold was an immense temptation, one must have life to enjoy such rewards. The recent battle had left an indelible shadow in their hearts, and they regarded Li Chun as a devil emerging from the depths of hell. How could mere mortals dare to challenge a demon? Did you not hear the Khan's command? Jili's fury erupted upon witnessing the scene before him. Those who hesitate shall be executed without mercy. He bellowed, resorting to the same tactics once more. Following his words, a general by his side stepped forward, intent on implementing the previous method, to execute one as a warning to many. As he raised the great sword in his hand, the Turkic soldiers positioned nearby simultaneously brandished their blades at him, embodying a threatening demeanor that conveyed, should you dare to strike, we shall collectively bring about your demise. Observing the resolute expressions of his men, the Turkic general's countenance shifted dramatically. He hesitated, the sword he had lifted not daring to descend. For he too was gripped by fear. You dare to defy orders? Faced with the soldiers who had once regarded him with reverence, the general, wielding his sword, bellowed in a voice that was fierce yet tremulous. However, regardless of his fervent shouts, the soldiers before him remained steadfast, their weapons firmly grasped without the slightest movement. You. At this juncture, the general was compelled to abandon his intent to exemplify authority through violence, relinquishing his sword and retreating in disgrace toward Jili. Upon reaching Jili, the general bowed his head in submission. Useless. Jili, having witnessed the earlier scene, erupted in anger, clearly taken aback by the soldier's sudden insubordination at such a critical moment. Yet, he found himself with no viable options. He could hardly execute them all. Should he attempt such a course of action, he would not need to await the arrival of Li Shimin to meet his end, for the soldiers would likely rebel against him first. As Li Chun advanced, his footsteps faltered slightly. Lifting his gaze to survey the Turkic army, he burst into laughter. Although he was unaware of the recent occurrences within the Turkic ranks, as long as they ceased their assault on Li Shimin, his objectives would be fulfilled. With his laughter echoing, Li Chun turned and, under the watchful eyes of countless Turkic soldiers, stepped through the blood-soaked ground, making his way back toward Li Shimin and the others. Though he left them with his back turned, none dared to launch an attack against him. Clearly, after this battle, the name of Li Chun would resonate throughout the expanse of Turkic lands. On the battlefield, laughter reverberated, yet one individual, striding through the blood, though retreating, faced no adversary daring to strike him from behind. Clad in resplendent armor, drenched in the blood of foes, his eyes exuded an aura of invincibility. traversing the battlefield like an undefeated god of war, instilling fear in all who beheld him. This individual was none other than the winged king of the Tang Dynasty, Li Chun. As Li Chun advanced under the gaze of thousands of enemy soldiers, stepping through pools of blood and over the remnants of fallen bodies, he approached the mouth of the canyon. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With his action, a thunderous roar erupted. And under the scrutinizing eyes of the enemy, the stones piled on one side of the canyon exploded, revealing two battle hammers buried beneath. These hammers were the very ones Li Chun had previously hurled to shatter the cliff, intended to thwart the Turkic army's ambush on Li Shimin. Now, having returned, he was determined to retrieve them. Today, in the heat of battle, your promise has been fulfilled. Surely, from this day forth, your renown shall resonate across the vast expanse of this land. As I behold the two hammers before me, I observe a gentle smile emerging on Li Chun's blood-streaked and resolute visage. These hammers are the cherished relics of his father, now once again showcasing their splendor on this battlefield, thus allowing Li Chun to realize his earlier vow. Bending down, he delicately lifted the two resounding golden hammers and began to stride purposefully towards Li Shimin and the other esteemed generals. In witnessing Li Chun's figure at this moment, whether it be Li Shimin or Gao Shilian along with their fellow Tang commanders, their eyes were alight with fervent admiration. Chapter 114. Geely, how could I possibly know what to do? With a single-handed effort, he vanquished myriad troops without a hint of injury. Wielding a war hammer, he swept across the battlefield, causing the enemy ranks to falter, embodying the very essence of a war god, unstoppable in his ascent, instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries who dared not advance. Such a display of might was bound to evoke wild elation among his fellow Tang soldiers. This was their winged king, Li Chun. In the midst of fervent gazes, Li Chun finally approached them, turning his eyes towards Li Shimin with a radiant smile. Your Majesty, I have returned. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin exclaimed with unabashed pride, repeating the word excellent thrice. Yet, as he beheld the blood-soaked visage of Li Chun, tears of clarity cascaded down his proud face. The scene of Li Chun battling countless foes was vividly etched in his memory, the image of his nephew fighting valiantly. Drenched in blood, surrounded by enemies yet refusing to retreat, had left an indelible mark on his heart. This profound impression was entirely attributed to him, Li Shimin, who had fought for the very foundation of the Tang Dynasty and for the countless subjects of the realm. How could he not be moved? And this person who stirred his emotions was none other than his dear nephew, Li Chun. It is good that you have returned. It is good. He stepped forward, disregarding the blood still dripping from Li Chun, and patted his shoulder with force. Wing King. At this, Gao Shilian and others also gathered around. Wing King, you are simply remarkable. Indeed, in my lifetime, I have only admired one person, and that is your father. Now, you are the second. Wing King. How majestic. Surrounding Li Chun, these Tang generals began to shower him with praises, their expressions genuine and unfeigned. Hiki, you all flatter me. Upon hearing their words, Li Chun's earlier grandeur diminished abruptly, as if he had transformed into another person, scratching his head in embarrassment. With this change in demeanor, neither Li Shimin nor Gao Shilian expressed any surprise. Instead, they felt an overwhelming sense of affection for Li Chun. This was the demeanor befitting a youth of 15 or 16 years. Ha ha. Observing Li Chun's sheepish gesture, Li Shimin and the others erupted into hearty laughter. Seeing their joviality, Li Chun joined in the laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the valley, as if articulating the sentiments that resided within their hearts. Little Chun, you weren't injured, were you? After the laughter subsided, Li Shimin inquired with genuine concern. With his query, Gao Shilian and others also cast their attentive gazes upon Li Chun. Rest assured. Meeting their concerned looks, Li Chun tapped his chest with the war hammer in hand, smiling as he reassured them, it is but a mere surface wound. Those wretched foes cannot harm me. That is good, that is good. Upon hearing Li Chun's response, Li Shimin and the others released a collective sigh of relief. It was likely that the Turkic forces would not launch an attack after all. With their worries alleviated, Fang Xianling glanced towards the Turkic army and chuckled, ha ha ha. What is there to fear? In response to Fang Xuanling's words, Gao Shilian laughed heartily, declaring, with Princey among us, should they dare to advance, we shall send them packing once more. Indeed, with Prince Yi's valor, why would we fear them? Ha ha ha. Following Gao Shilian's remarks, the other Tang generals joined in the laughter, their confidence in Li Chun having been greatly bolstered by the recent skirmish. Observing the expressions of his comrades, Li Chun offered a subtle smile. Though he was beginning to show signs of fatigue, it did not significantly diminish his combat prowess. Should the Turkic forces foolishly decide to attack again, he was fully capable of repelling them as he had done previously. Moreover, from Li Chun's observations, the Turkic soldiers had clearly been intimidated and would not dare to assault them again. After all, they were sentient beings, knowing they faced certain death. Why would they willingly walk into their demise? With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Li Chun's lips as he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Turkic army. Meanwhile, on the Turkic side, Tuli and Jili wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. The reason was apparent. Their soldiers, under Li Chun's intimidation, had ceased to heed their commands. Any attempt to enforce a policy of terror to maintain control risked an imminent mutiny. Tuli and Jili's faces were ashen, their anger boiling to a point of near eruption, directed not at Li Chun, but at their own troops. They had never anticipated that the Turkic forces, once obedient, would defy their orders under Li Chun's influence. They could no longer employ their previous strategy of using fear to instill compliance, for such actions would undoubtedly provoke rebellion among their ranks. At this juncture, their very survival could be at stake. What shall we do now? Tuli asked Jili, his expression grim. How should I know? Jili retorted, his voice laced with frustration. Clearly, he found himself equally bereft of solutions. Perhaps we should retreat, Tuli suggested with a weary smile. Although only a handful of men remained to guard Li Shimin in the canyon, the soldiers under their command had been thoroughly demoralized by Li Chun. As long as Li Chun was present, they could not hope to take Li Shimin's life. Despite their numerical superiority, they found themselves in a position of utter helplessness due to Li Chun's presence. Retreat? At this point, how could you possibly suggest a retreat? Upon hearing Tuli's words, Jili erupted in fury. They had painstakingly cornered Li Shimin into such a precarious situation, and victory was within their grasp. Yet now, due to the whims of Li Chun, they were to withdraw? How could he possibly accept this? And what alternative lay before them? Jili's anger intensified. Did you not witness the scene before us? The soldiers under our command have long harbored trepidation towards that Tang general and are utterly incapable of launching an assault. With him present, who could possibly confront Li Shimin? Do you truly expect him to emerge on his own? Chapter 115. Your tactics are useless to me. Let him walk out by himself? Upon hearing Jili's words, Tuli's previously somber gaze suddenly sparkled with excitement. Indeed, we could compel him to emerge on his own. He then spoke animatedly, imagining that if he truly did step out alone, they would have the opportunity to strike him down decisively. Is that so? Observing Jili's sudden shift in demeanor, Jili found himself momentarily bewildered. Could it be that this fellow had lost his senses? How could Li Shimin possibly walk out alone? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Tuli still inquired of Jili with a perplexed expression. Hiki, we can approach it this way. Noticing Jili's confusion, Tuli chuckled softly before leaning in to whisper his plan. Will that work? After listening to Tuli's proposal, Jili displayed a look of skepticism. Why wouldn't it? Li Shimin is, after all, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. With his generals around him, if he does not emerge now, how will he preserve his dignity? Well then, there's no other choice but to give it a try. Tuli opened his mouth, realizing there was no alternative, and ultimately decided to follow Jili's suggestion. In truth, Jili's method was quite simple, to exploit Li Shimin's royal status. In such dire circumstances, they would provoke him verbally, inciting his anger so that he would emerge from the canyon to confront them, shielded by Li Chun and others. In that fleeting moment, they could seize the opportunity to eliminate him effortlessly. However, while their intentions were noble, they terribly underestimated Li Shimin's ability to endure and adapt. Of course, this was their last resort, for with Li Chun guarding Li Shimin, they had no other options left but to gamble everything on this singular chance. With determination, Jili and Tuli boldly navigated through the ranks of Turco soldiers, reaching the forefront of the army. Li Shimin, gazing at the figure of Li Shimin, protected by Li Chun behind him, Jili commenced his derisive taunts. As a dignified emperor of the Tang, you allow a mere youth to face my countless Turco warriors, while you cower like a turtle behind him. Do you not feel any shame? Ha ha. Indeed, I expected you to possess some courage as a Tang monarch. Yet it seems you are merely a cowardly turtle. As Jili's words echoed, Tuli joined in the derision, laughing heartily at Li Shimin. You, as the Tang king, ought to return to farming. It is utterly disgraceful. Had it been me, I would have already dashed headlong to my demise. With their laughter resounding, the Turco generals accompanying them joined in the mockery, gazing at Li Shimin as if he were nothing more than a cowardly rodent. As they beheld the scene before them, Gao Shilian and his companions were instantly consumed by fury. They were valiant generals under the command of Li Shimin, their sovereign, and the Turkic insults directed at their lord were tantamount to slights against themselves. How could these Tang warriors possibly refrain from indignation? You wretches dare to insult his majesty. I'll twist your heads off. With that, Gao Shilian and the others let out a collective roar, ready to charge out of the canyon and confront Jili and Tuli. Stop. At that moment, Li Chun intervened, raising a hand to halt them, his gaze reflecting a sense of exasperation. These old fellows, having lived for so many years, still acted with such impulsiveness. Could they not see that this was a deliberate provocation by the Turks aimed at Li Shimin? Wing King, do not restrain us. Gao Shilian, still seething, insisted. I must go over and take their heads. Yes, Wing King, do not stop us, echoed the other Tang generals, their faces flushed with resentment. I say, you all truly are. Before Li Chun could finish his thought, Li Shimin took a deep breath and issued a command to Gao Shilian and the others. Observing their current state, he slowly advanced toward them. Your Majesty. Upon witnessing Li Shimin's movement, Fang Xianling grew alarmed. Your Majesty. You must not fall for their bait. As a trusted advisor, Fang Xianling could easily discern the Turkic ruse. Even Li Chun turned his gaze toward Li Shimin, trusting that his wisdom would prevent him from being deceived. Hey, I am not so foolish, Li Shimin chuckled in response to the concerned looks directed at him. Indeed. If he were to fall for Jili and Tuli's trick so easily, he would be unworthy of his throne as the Emperor of the Tang. Come. Follow me to meet them. With that, he set off toward the mouth of the canyon. Seeing Li Shimin's actions, Gao Shilian and the others hurriedly followed suit. And Li Chun, not daring to be lax, accompanied them as well. Li Shimin was his primary charge, and he must be shielded from any harm. As Li Shimin truly approached the outer edge of the canyon, Jili and Tuli's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Should Li Shimin dare to stray from Li Chun's protection, they would seize the opportunity to strike him down in an instant. However, their elation was premature. Upon reaching the canyon's mouth, Li Shimin halted, with Li Chun positioning himself directly in front of him. At this sight, the expressions of Jili and Tuli shifted, their hearts sinking. For it was clear that Li Shimin had no intention of exiting the canyon. Ha. Standing at the canyon's edge, gazing toward Jili and Tuli, Li Shimin burst into laughter. Turli and Jili, cease your cunning tricks before me. With a mocking tone directed at Jili and Turli, I declare that your schemes are of no use against me. Upon hearing Li Shimin's laughter, the expressions of the two Turkey warriors darkened immediately. Li Shimin, as the Emperor of the Tang, you possess such little courage. In my view, the Tang Dynasty shall not endure for long. Despite their grim demeanor, Turli still clung to a glimmer of hope, taunting Li Shimin, you, a dignified Emperor of the Great Tang, hide behind a mere boy, allowing him to confront my hundreds of thousands of troops while you cower in the shadows, refusing to engage. Do you not fear the ridicule that shall ensue should this tale spread? Chapter 116, Embodying a Shrew in the Streets. Li Shimin, you are nothing but a cowardly tortoise. Tuli, standing nearby, was also fervently provoking Li Shimin, hoping to lure him from Li Chun's protection. Ha. This is truly amusing. Upon hearing the words of Jili and Tuli, Li Shimin displayed no trace of anger. Instead, he erupted into laughter once more. Your 20,000 Turkic troops are no match for my nephew alone, and nearly half of their strength has already been diminished by him. Ultimately, in the face of my nephew, they dared not advance under your commands. Your leadership abilities are indeed noteworthy. He then derisively remarked to Jili and Tuli. If I were you, I would rather shove myself into a horse's rear and suffocate, sparing myself the embarrassment before the world. You, Li Shimin. Hearing his sharp retorts, Tuli and Jili became flushed with anger. Initially, they had aimed to provoke Li Shimin with their words, intending to draw him out and then eliminate him through sorcery. However, they never anticipated that his words would be so cutting, rendering them speechless. Even more infuriating was that Li Shimin's comments were grounded in truth, leaving them both enraged and humiliated. Not only Jili and Tuli, but even Li Chun and Gao Shilian, along with the other Tang generals, were taken aback by Li Shimin's words. Stuffed into a horse's rear, suffocate. Reflecting on Li Shimin's astonishing remarks, Li Chun nearly burst into laughter. Clearly, he had not expected such a sight of Li Shimin. Ha. Stuffed into a horse's rear, suffocate. While Li Chun managed to restrain himself, Gao Shilian and the others erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha. Your Majesty, you are truly brilliant. As they laughed, Gao Shilian gave Li Shimin a thumbs up. Yes, indeed, Your Majesty. I now understand why the Winged King previously named that Turkic general, but Gully. It turns out, it is all a legacy of your family's lineage. Haraha. After this, the Tang generals laughed heartily once more. Upon hearing their remarks, Li Chun rubbed his nose, revealing a look of helplessness. Why is this being directed at me? He then cast a glance at Li Shimin, wondering if it truly had something to do with the Li family's lineage. Meanwhile, as Li Chun wore a wry smile, Li Shimin, upon hearing Gao Shilian's words, displayed an expression of immense pride, as if he thoroughly relished their flattery. Li Shimin, you are but a cowardly wretch. As merriment erupted around them, Gilly stood with a stormy expression, brandishing his weapon at Li Shimin and bellowing. If you possess any courage, step forth and engage this Khan in a duel to the death. If you dare, come forth and face my nephew. Li Shimin, fully embracing the moment, merely scoffed at Tuli, clearly not one to grant Gilly even the slightest opportunity. Li Shimin, you are but a cowardly turtle. Dare not hide behind others. Tuli began to mock Li Shimin as well. If you have the courage, come here. I shall stand right here for your slaughter. Step forward. Come at me. In an instant, the three stood their ground, exchanging jibes as if they were three harpies squabbling in the street, leaving Li Chun bewildered, almost frozen in place. These men were leaders of their respective dynasties, yet they now appeared as petty brawlers. In the arena, Li Shimin faced both Gili and Tuli without a hint of trepidation, prompting Li Chun to involuntarily raise his thumb in admiration. If you dare, come out. You too. If you possess any bravery, approach. The trio volleyed taunts back and forth, engaging in a verbal melee that spanned over 300 exchanges. Saliva flying in all directions, yet showing no signs of abating. Li Shimin, unfazed, settled atop a large stone, appearing to relish the spectacle, as if he had stumbled upon a most entertaining diversion. Observing this scene, not only Li Chun, but even those familiar with Li Shimin, such as Fang Xianling and others, were left flabbergasted. They had never witnessed such a side of Li Shimin before. In their presence, he had always exuded immense authority or displayed decisive ruthlessness. Now, however, he revealed a remarkably carefree demeanor, leaving them astonished. General Gao Li Chun leaned slightly towards Gao Shilian, inquiring quietly, was His Majesty ever like this during battles before? Gao Shilian shook his head vigorously. This is the first time I have seen His Majesty so unrestrained. Upon hearing Gao Shilian's response, Li Chun turned to Fang Xianling and the other Tang generals, who also shook their heads in unison, clearly indicating that they too had never seen Li Shimin in such a light. Could it be influenced by my earlier demeanor? Li Chun mused silently, casting his gaze back to the spirited clash of Li Shimin. It was evident that the three were not likely to determine a victor anytime soon. Perhaps. Li Chun paused, glancing towards the direction of the Turkic forces, and shifted closer to Gao Shilian. General Gao, among those two battling His Majesty, which one is Gili? The one with the long beard, Gao Shilian replied without hesitation. Ah, understood. Upon hearing Gao Shilian's words, Li Chun nodded and then turned his gaze directly towards Gili. His thoughts were straightforward. Since Li Shimin and the others were momentarily unable to determine a victor, it was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. As Li Shimin held their attention, he could seize the moment to launch a sudden attack and eliminate Gili amidst the ranks of the Turkic army. Li Chun was acutely aware that the Turkic alliance's decision to launch a massive offensive against the Tang Dynasty was entirely attributed to Gili. If he were to slay Gili here, chaos would undoubtedly ensue among the Turks, thus resolving this crisis once and for all. With this in mind, Li Chun tightened his grip on the two warhammers in his hands and took a measured step forward, soon emerging from the mouth of the canyon. Chapter 117, Gili. Today you shall perish. At this moment, Tuli and Gili had completely focused their attention on Li Shimin, oblivious to the actions of Li Chun, as they could hardly fathom that he would suddenly launch an attack. Li Shimin, you coward. Boom. Just as Gili was about to unleash a scornful remark towards Li Shimin, Li Chun suddenly stomped the ground with tremendous force and with a resounding blast. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, stirring up a mist of blood as he surged toward the direction of the Turkic army, specifically aiming for Gili's position. This unforeseen spectacle startled Gili, who quickly turned to gaze at Li Chun. Upon realizing that Li Chun was charging towards him, a look of horror instantly spread across his face. Gili, you shall pay with your life. In that moment of dread, Li Chun bellowed, accelerating his advance even further. Quick! Stop him. Gili, his face a mask of terror, hastily retreated as he comprehended that Li Chun's trajectory clearly indicated an intent to take his life. As Gili's command echoed, the Turkic soldiers and commanders around him, despite their reluctance, were compelled to move forward to thwart Li Chun's advance. Stop this man. A resolute general rallied his troops and cavalry to confront Li Chun. Whoever stands in my way shall meet their end today. As Li Chun faced the approaching Turkic soldiers, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, and he issued a cold command. The distance between the two sides was minimal, and in a swift rush, they collided. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with cries of anguish and despair as Li Chun plunged into the ranks of the advancing Turkic army, wielding his twin warhammers like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. With every swing, Turkic soldiers fell beneath his might. Dismembered bodies and severed limbs flew in all directions, clouds of blood billowing into the air as Li Chun, akin to an unyielding battlefield grinder, claimed the lives of hundreds within mere moments. As the carnage escalated, the gap between Li Chun and Gili narrowed with alarming speed. Xiao Chun, witnessing this scene, Li Shimin sprang to his feet from his perch. Fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on Li Chun, anxiety coursing through him. If Li Chun could vanquish Gili in this moment, it would rid the Tang Dynasty of a significant threat. How could he not feel anxious? Not only Li Shimin, but even Gao Shilian and others turned their tense and expectant eyes toward Li Chun. Li Chun's sudden maneuver had startled them, yet upon realizing his intent, Excitement surged within their hearts. As previously mentioned, should Li Chun indeed succeed in eliminating Zhili once and for all, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos within the Turkic faction. Not only would this resolve the crisis facing the Tang Dynasty, but it could also turn misfortune into fortune, allowing an opportunity for a counterattack against the Turkic forces during their moment of instability. Meanwhile, as Li Chun's silhouette drew ever closer, Zhili found himself gripped by anxiety, fearing that Li Chun truly possessed the capability to take his life. Retreat, quickly, retreat with me. At that moment, Zhili cast aside all other concerns, leaving a portion of his men to impede Li Chun's advance. He then immediately turned his horse around, shouting to the remaining troops, and galloped back towards the banks of the Wei River. Zhili's face was etched with terror, and his heart raced with dread. He understood all too well that given Li Chun's demonstrated prowess in battle, taking his life amidst the throngs of soldiers would be a trivial endeavor. The troops under his command would be utterly incapable of halting Li Chun. They could only serve to delay him momentarily, which filled Zhili with fear. Now, he could no longer afford to think about Li Shimin. His sole desire was to flee from this place and evade Li Chun's lethal strike. With a swift turn of his horse and a crack of his whip, Zhili sought to escape the scene. Upon witnessing this unfolding scenario, Li Chun, who had been obstructed by the Turkic army, bellowed at Zhili's retreating figure. With a powerful swing of his hammer, he obliterated several approaching enemies. Then, summoning all his strength, he forcefully propelled himself into the air. Zhili, today you shall meet your end. In midair, Li Chun shouted once more at Zhili's back, utilizing the brief moment of weightlessness to hurl his warhammer towards Zhili's location. With a whooshing sound, the hammer soared through the air, trailing a long tail as it hurtled towards its target. The sheer force behind Li Chun's throw stirred up a tempest, causing the Turkic soldiers standing on the ground to stagger unsteadily. It was essential to note that Li Chun's strength had reached its peak, and the hammer was propelled with his full might, showcasing its formidable power. As the hammer left Li Chun's grasp, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded. The hammer whistled through the air. While on the ground, a path of raging wind formed. The scene was both spectacular and awe-inspiring, with Li Chun's might augmenting its trajectory. The hammer carved a perfect arc through the air, drawing ever closer to Zhili. Unless fate intervened, Zhili was surely doomed. Hearing the ominous whistle behind him, Zhili abruptly turned his head, and upon witnessing the hammer streaking towards him like a shooting star, he was gripped by sheer terror. Even if he wished to evade it, escape was no longer an option. Khan, be careful. At that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted beside him, followed by the sudden appearance of a towering figure who forcefully pushed him aside. Boom. In that critical instant, a meteoric warhammer descended with great ferocity, striking the formidable figure with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the mighty form was obliterated into a mist of crimson. Yet, the devastation did not cease there. After shattering the sturdy frame, the relentless warhammer continued its descent, swiftly crashing down upon the noble steed that Zhili had been riding, accompanied by a mournful whinny. The horse was likewise reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Boom! After annihilating both man and beast, the warhammer finally struck the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that carved a massive crater into the earth before coming to rest. The onlookers, witnessing this harrowing spectacle, saw their expressions shift dramatically. As they turned their gaze towards Li Chun, it was as if they beheld a demon, their eyes filled with profound terror. Chapter 118. Your Majesty, we have returned. At this moment, Zhili appeared utterly terrified. Had it not been for one of his valiant warriors, he would have surely met his demise under Li Chun's formidable hammer. Whoever can thwart this assault shall be appointed as my deputy, he exclaimed, springing up from the ground and frantically commanding the Turkic soldiers advancing towards Li Chun. Seizing a warhorse, he fled desperately towards the rear. Zhili had grasped the full extent of Li Chun's martial prowess. He had been fortunate this time, but he knew that luck might not favor him again. If Li Chun were to strike him with another blow like before, his life would certainly be forfeit. Thus, he had no choice but to flee for his life. As Zhili retreated, the Turkic army scattered like headless flies, clearly intimidated by Li Chun's might. Yet, some remained. For where there are generous rewards, there are brave souls. Zhili's earlier proclamation about appointing a deputy was a significant temptation for them, an achievement they could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Driven by greed, they were willing to risk everything for the chance of glory. However, they needed to ensure their survival to enjoy such rewards. Alas, observing Zhili's distant figure, Li Chun sighed and shook his head. It was not that he wished to abandon the chase. Rather, the remaining Turkic soldiers posed a considerable threat to Li Shimin and his comrades. If he were to deal with them first, Zhili would likely have fled far beyond reach. If you seek death, then remain here. His gaze fell upon the Turkic soldiers. Blinded by ambition, a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he gripped the remaining war hammer and charged towards them. Ha! Princey, We are here to assist you." As Li Chun advanced, a chorus of laughter erupted behind him. Soon, Gao Shilian and several other Tang generals joined the fray, charging towards the Turkic soldiers. Now, only these Turkic warriors stood on the battlefield. With Li Chun and his allies present, they posed no threat to Li Shimin. After enduring humiliation for so long, how could they refrain from seeking vengeance? Haha, let us slay our enemies together. Recognizing the voices behind him, Li Chun laughed heartily. With the addition of Gao Shilian and his comrades, the fate of the Turkic soldiers was sealed. Amidst the cries of despair, they swiftly fell, transformed into lifeless corpses. Ha 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 ha. What a release. Holding his blade, Gao Shilian looked down at the bodies of the fallen Turkic soldiers, and he, along with his companions, erupted into joyous laughter. They had been relentlessly pursued along their journey, their frustrations reaching a boiling point. Now, having finally released the pent-up anger in their hearts, their spirits naturally soared. Observing the expressions of those around him, Li Chun couldn't help but smile faintly, though a twinge of regret lingered within him for not having captured Jili, who had managed to escape. He expressed his gratitude to King Yi for the assistance. Amidst hearty laughter, Gao Shilian clasped his fist in salute to Li Chun. Without Li Chun's intervention, they would not have merely vented their frustrations. Their very survival might have been in jeopardy. Indeed, they were indebted to King Yi this time. With Gao Shilian's gesture, the other Tang generals bowed in appreciation to Li Chun. During the recent battle, despite the enemy's numbers, most had perished at Li Chun's hands, resulting in no injuries or fatalities among their ranks. "Generals, you are too courteous," Li Chun replied, shaking his head. "As a citizen of the Tang, how could I possibly stand idly by while marauders invade our homeland? This is merely my duty. There is no need for such formalities." "Ha. Well said." "King Yi." Gao Shilian laughed heartily upon hearing Li Chun's words. "If there is ever anything you require, do not hesitate to call upon us. We shall not dare to refuse." "Indeed, King Yi, we old fellows can still be of assistance with trivial matters." These individuals, having served alongside Li Shimin for many years, held significant status, making it easy for them to aid Li Chun with various tasks. Moreover, Li Chun had saved their lives. And, true to their character, they were eager to find ways to repay him. Unexpectedly, there were further gains to be made. Upon hearing their words, Li Chun chuckled softly to himself. Hee, that young man shall not hold back in the future. He then returned the gesture of clasping fists in greeting, recognizing the importance of forging good relations with such distinguished figures. Haha, no need for formalities. With Li Chun's demeanor, the Tang generals, including Gao Shilian, laughed once more, drawing their camaraderie closer. The group then began to converse jovially as they prepared to return to Li Shimin. "Generals, please hold on a moment. I shall return shortly," Li Chun said with a smile before turning and walking ahead. Earlier, in his effort to slay Jili, he had thrown a warhammer, and it was essential to retrieve it rather than leave it behind. Approaching the deep pit, he descended, reclaiming the hammer before making his way back. "King Yi, those two warhammers in your possession have once again regained their former glory," Gao Shilian remarked sincerely, gazing at the two hammers in Li Chun's hands. "Indeed, I faintly recall the image of your father wielding those two formidable warhammers, striking fear into his foes." As Gao Shilian spoke, the other Tang generals were also swept into nostalgia. Clearly, they had all participated in the legendary Battle of Purple Gold Mountain, where Li Yuanba, much like Li Chun, rode forth alone, hammer in hand, instilling terror in the hearts of a million adversaries. Ha, as long as his illustrious reputation remains untarnished. That is all that matters. Observing the expressions of his companions, Li Chun offered a faint smile. Now, why are we old fellows reminiscing about such matters? Fearing that Li Chun might be reminded of sorrowful memories, Gao Shilian jested lightly before leading Li Chun directly towards the presence of Li Shimin. "Your Majesty, we have returned." Approaching Li Shimin, Gao Shilian and the others bowed in unison. "Haha, splendid." Upon seeing them return, Li Shimin erupted in joyous laughter. Clearly, his spirits were high at that moment. In this battle, not only had Li Chun rescued them from their dire predicament, but he had also sent the enemy, Jili, into a frantic retreat. How could Li Shimin's heart not be filled with elation? Chapter 119. The late arriving reinforcements. Xiao Chun, you have done well this time. He immediately approached Li Chun and patted him firmly on the shoulder. Had it not been for Li Chun today, their small group would have found themselves in grave peril. "Your Majesty bestows undue praise." Li Chun shook his head, lamenting that he had failed to capture Jili. Indeed, Li Chun had initially aimed to slay Tuli. Yet in the end, he was thwarted by a warrior at Tuli's side, leaving Li Chun feeling somewhat disheartened. "It matters not." Observing Li Chun's regretful demeanor, Li Shimin smiled nonchalantly. "He managed to escape this time, but he will not elude me a second time. One day, I shall personally deliver his demise." As he spoke, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Li Shimin's eyes. He was acutely aware that the Turks had dared to encroach upon the Tang Empire primarily due to Zhili's actions, which had led to the loss of numerous soldiers by the banks of the Weishui River. Such a debt would not be easily overlooked. Yes, I shall reclaim this debt from that scoundrel in due time. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Gao Shilian and the others also displayed expressions of hatred. Haha, this matter shall be addressed later. Witnessing the expressions of those around him, Li Shimin once again broke into a smile. Indeed, their Tang Empire had just concluded this battle. And given their depleted forces, the pursuit of vengeance could not be rushed. Careful deliberation was required. Your Majesty, now that the crisis has been averted, it is time to return to Chang'an. Fang Xianling stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect, noting that Zhili had escaped successfully, and with him, he commanded a formidable army of Turks, posing an ongoing threat to our Tang Empire. This matter necessitates a strategy session with the officials back in Chang'an. Very well. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. Fang Xuanling's assessment was indeed accurate. A significant portion of the Turks were in nomadic cavalry, and the proximity of the Tang Empire's northern borders to the Turks could prove troublesome if Zhili were to send troops to harass the northern populace. Let us return to Chang'an. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Shimin turned to lead the group back to Chang'an. Suddenly, the sound of horns echoed from ahead. As the reverberations of the horns filled the air, the footsteps of Li Shimin and the others faltered, and they paused to gaze ahead. In contrast to Li Shimin's demeanor, Li Chun's expression hardened at the sound of the horns. Gripping two war hammers, he stepped forward to position himself before Li Shimin, shielding him from behind. Earlier, when Zhili had made his escape, he had taken with him no fewer than several tens of thousands of Turkish soldiers. And given the time they had just lost, it was entirely plausible that Zhili might send men to flank them. Haha, Xiao Chun, there is no need for such tension. As he observed Li Chun's actions, Li Shimin felt a mix of pride and amusement, offering him a gentle smile. Indeed, Prince Yi, there is no need for such unease. The nearby Gao Shilian and others turned to Li Chun, offering him a reassuring smile. The arrival of their comrades was unmistakable, as they had recognized the sound of the horn signaling the reinforcements from their great Tang Dynasty. However, upon hearing the words of Li Shimin and the others, a hint of awkwardness crossed Li Chun's face. Although he had traversed into the Tang for over a year, he remained oblivious to the various signals used within the military. Furthermore, having never engaged with the Tang's army, he would likely remain a stranger to the battlefield, were it not for this occasion where he came to rescue Li Shimin. Haha, Prince Yi, there is no need for such formality. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Gao Shilian laughed heartily, asserting that once he joined the military, he would inevitably come to understand the significance of these signals in due course. It was evident that following today's battle, Gao Shilian and his companions harbored intentions of recruiting Li Chun into their ranks. Given Li Chun's demonstrated prowess, should he join their forces, their unit would surely ascend to become the most formidable elite troop within the Tang Dynasty. Joining the military? That is a matter for another time, Li Chun replied ambiguously to Gao Shilian's proposition. Previously, Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and Cheng Yaojin had also invited Li Chun to enlist. And given his rapport with them, he would undoubtedly prioritize their invitation should he choose to join. Alas, Prince Yi, let us not defer this matter. However, upon hearing Li Chun's response, Gao Shilian and the others grew visibly anxious. We can assure you in the presence of His Majesty, as long as you. Very well, let us speak of this another time, Li Shimin interjected, unable to allow them to continue. He was well aware of Gao Shilian's thoughts. With Li Chun's exceptional combat abilities, any general would vie to have him in their ranks, for his presence would equate to military merit. It was evident that wherever Li Chun went, he would be a coveted asset. Nevertheless, Li Shimin would not pressure Li Chun, should he be unwilling. He would not compel him. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Gao Shilian and the others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of regret. Initially, they had hoped to seize this opportunity to recruit Li Chun into their faction, but it now seemed unfeasible. Moreover, if Cheng Yaojin and the others learned of Li Chun's achievements, the prospect would likely become even more daunting. Li Chun sighed with relief, casting a grateful glance at Li Shimin. Truth be told, he had no immediate desire to join the military, and had Gao Shilian and the others pressed him further, he would have found it challenging to decline. As a few fell silent, the sound of the horn grew increasingly urgent, resonating as if urging the army to quicken its pace. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the relentless blare of the horn, the ground ahead began to tremble with an unsettling rapidity. Soon, banners emerged gradually into the view of Li Chun and the others, and as they drew closer, they could discern a singular character emblazoned upon each banner, Tang. With the appearance of countless banners came a surge of armored soldiers, who slowly materialized before Li Chun and his companions, rushing toward them like a formidable tide. This sudden manifestation of troops was undoubtedly the reinforcements from the Tang Dynasty. Go, go. For commanders clad in bright armor, their faces etched with urgency, urged the army behind them as they swiftly approached Li Shimin and his company, reining in their horses. These 4 leaders promptly dismounted and approached Li Shimin, bowing in unison. We humbly apologize for our delayed arrival to the rescue, Your Majesty. We beseech your forgiveness. These 4 Tang generals were none other than Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and others, the stalwart defenders of Chang'an. Chapter 120. Indeed, it is you. Upon witnessing the signal fire lit by Li Shimin, the 4 individuals hastily rallied their troops and swiftly departed from the city of Chang'an, making their way toward the location of the burning beacon. However, due to the considerable distance, they spent several hours galloping without pause before finally arriving at the scene, which led to the events that unfolded moments ago. Haha, you 4 may rise. Li Shimin remarked with a slight smile upon seeing the actions of Cheng Yaojin and the others, raising his hand in a gesture of encouragement. Clearly, Li Shimin bore no ill will towards them. He understood well the vast distance from Chang'an to this site, and it was indeed commendable that they managed to arrive so swiftly to offer their assistance. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? After rising, Li Jing expressed his concern for Li Shimin. I am quite well, Li Shimin replied with a gentle smile. That is a relief. Li Jing and the others finally felt at ease. Fortunately, the Turkic army did not pursue us. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, his grin wide. They did not pursue? Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Gao Shirlian scoffed. Before you all arrived, the Turkic forces, numbering 200,000, had already driven us to the mouth of this gorge. What? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and the others were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. 200,000 troops? They quickly positioned themselves protectively in front of Li Shimin. If what Gao Shirlian claimed was true, if the Turkic army indeed numbered 200,000 on the other side of the gorge, it would be a formidable challenge for their meager force of fewer than 30,000 to confront such an overwhelming enemy. However, they soon displayed expressions of confusion, for they had not heard the sounds of the Turkic army. If there were truly troops in pursuit, it would be implausible for them to converse so calmly in this location. Rest assured, the Turkic army has retreated, Li Shimin reassured them with a smile. Observing their anxious expressions. Retreated? Cheng Yaojin and the others stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? Their encounters with Geely had been numerous, and they knew him well enough to understand that he would not let such an opportunity to eliminate Li Shimin slip away. Indeed, otherwise, would we be standing here in good health? Gao Shirlian boasted with an air of triumph, as if he himself had driven the Turkic forces away. Have they truly retreated? Li Jing, disregarding Gao Shirlian's demeanor, asked solemnly, his expression laden with doubt. As the so-called god of war, he was well aware of the principle that deception is a common tactic in warfare. If this were indeed a ruse by Geely, leading them to believe that the enemy had retreated only to strike them down, it would spell danger, and he felt the need to exercise caution. Hee. Won't you know if you take a look? Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Gao Shirlian chuckled softly. Observing this, Li Chun and Cheng Yaojin exchanged glances before promptly making their way towards the opposite side of the canyon. Previously, Li Chun had caused a rock slide, obstructing their view with the massive boulders piled up before them, leaving them unable to see the scene on the other side. Watching the 4 figures depart, Li Chun remained stationary, his face adorned with a smile, yet he did not utter a word. It was not that Cheng Yaojin and the others failed to notice Li Chun. Rather, his bloodied appearance had altered his visage to such an extent that they merely regarded him as an ordinary Tang general, failing to recognize him in that moment. As Cheng Yaojin and his companions progressed, they navigated around the accumulation of stones within the canyon and finally beheld the scene on the other side. This is. Upon witnessing the sight before them, both Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin, alongside the others, were instantly struck with disbelief. The reason was simple. They were confronted by a world drenched in crimson. All around them lay bodies and severed limbs, with blood seeping from the corpses, staining the ground beneath their feet a deep scarlet. The scene resembled a descent into the very depths of hell. Even seasoned warriors like Cheng Yaojin, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, felt a chill run down their spines at the sight before them. This is all. All the corpses of Turkic soldiers. Cheng Yaojin gaped, struggling to articulate his thoughts. And no, it's all. Not only he, but even Qin Xiong and the others were no better off, their eyes nearly bulging as they surveyed the vast expanse of dead bodies. This cannot be less than 80,000. How could they have accomplished this? Indeed, with their keen eyes, they estimated that the multitude of corpses scattered across the terrain amounted to no less than 80,000. The sheer number of Turkic soldiers who had perished here was staggering, leaving them in awe. It was crucial to remember that only a few individuals were tasked with guarding Li Shimin. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Cheng Eugene and Li Jing exchanged a knowing glance. Since their arrival, they had overlooked one significant individual, the blood-soaked Tang general who stood by Li Shimin's side. We must return. With this thought in mind, Cheng Eugene and Li Jing swiftly turned around, hastening back towards Li Shimin with even greater urgency than before. Observing their sudden movement, Qin Xiong and the others were initially taken aback, but soon they too realized the implications, their faces reflecting shock as they hurriedly followed suit. Your Majesty. Upon their return, Cheng Yaojin called out to Li Shimin before directing their gaze towards Li Chun, who was now drenched in blood. Uncle Cheng. Uncle Li, please do not look at me that way. It makes me feel quite bashful. Observing the expressions of the two men, Li Chun couldn't help but break into a wide grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Indeed, it is you, young lad. Upon hearing Li Chun's voice, Cheng Eugene and the others were finally convinced. I thought you two uncles might not recognize your little nephew. Li Chun smiled once more. You cannot blame us for this. Cheng Yaojin chuckled heartily. In your current state, even a ghost would struggle to identify you. Indeed, Li Chun's face was smeared with blood, and his entire being was drenched in it. Given their prior concern for Li Shimin, it was understandable that they had not recognized him at first. You all witnessed the scene over there, did you not? Observing their jovial banter, Li Shimin inquired with a smile towards Li Jing and the others. Chapter 121. Not only innocent, but also meritorious. Indeed, I have seen it. Li Jing nodded solemnly, and Cheng Yaojin along with the others also ceased their smiles. Your Majesty. What of the corpses of the Turkic forces? Li Jing inquired with a grave expression. As his words fell, Cheng Yaojin and the others turned their gazes towards Li Shimin. It was thanks to Xiao Chun that we are here. Upon noticing their looks, Li Shimin immediately turned his head towards Li Chun. Had Xiao Chun not arrived in time, it is likely you would not have seen me again. Reflecting on that moment now, a sense of unease still lingers in Li Shimin's heart. Had Li Chun arrived even a moment later, he and Gao Shilian, among others, might have already met their demise beneath the blades of the thousands of Turkic cavalry. In that moment, as he recalled the series of events, Li Shimin felt a sense of unreality. First, the Turkic army breached the Weishui River, fleeing in disgrace. Then, in their moment of despair, Li Chun emerged fiercely, rescuing them from peril. Subsequently, with his single strength, he battled against the hundreds of thousands of Turkic troops, instilling such terror that none dared to advance, and ultimately, he nearly struck down Tuli, forcing him to retreat in utter shock. These scenes now replay in Li Shimin's mind as if from a dream. Your Majesty, I am guilty. Just as Li Shimin was lost in thought, Cheng Yaojin clasped his fists and knelt on one knee before him. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture. What is this about? I did not heed your Majesty's command and allowed Li Chun to leave Chang'an without permission. Please punish me accordingly, Cheng Yaojin expressed, appearing willing to accept his fate. Clearly, he was a cunning fox, having heard Li Shimin's earlier acknowledgement of Li Chun's saving grace, seizing the opportunity to lessen his own culpability. After all, prior to Li Shimin's journey to the Weishui, a strict edict had prohibited anyone from leaving Chang'an. And Cheng Yaojin's decision to release Li Chun was, in a sense, an act of defiance against this order. Naturally, he was keen to capitalize on this moment. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, a smile blossomed in Li Shimin's eyes. He could easily discern the intentions of this man before him. Haraha. Not only are you innocent, but you have also rendered great service. He chuckled heartily at Cheng Yaojin. Without your release of Xiao Chun, could I still be standing here speaking with you? Rise. Thank you, your Majesty. At these words, Cheng Yaojin grinned and slowly rose, casting a look of triumph towards Li Jing and the others. Clearly, during their journey to provide assistance, Li Jing and the others had advised him to accept the consequences graciously. Now, not only was he free from punishment, but he was also praised by Li Shimin for his contributions, leaving him in high spirits. Observing Cheng Yaojin's smug expression, Li Jing could only shake his head in resignation. Your Majesty, he then addressed Li Shimin with clasped fists. It is thanks to Xiao Chun and General Gao's protection that we have achieved this great feat. Your Majesty should bestow them with ample rewards. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, before Li Shimin could respond, Gao Shilian and the others found themselves standing in an awkward silence. Well, we did not participate in the battle at all, Gao Shilian confessed, a hint of shame evident in his demeanor. Did not participate in the battle? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and the others exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Their eyes widened in astonishment as they suddenly turned their gaze towards Li Chun. Haraha. You guessed correctly. Observing their astonished expressions, Li Shimin laughed heartily. The Turkic forces outside the canyon were vanquished solely by Xiao Chun. One person? The moment Li Shimin's words reached their ears, Cheng Yaojin and the others felt as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Although they had an inkling that Li Chun played a significant role in the demise of those Turkic soldiers, They could never have imagined that it was accomplished entirely by him alone. After all, there lay nearly 80,000 enemy corpses. How could they not be astounded? Furthermore, the reason Li Jing had advised Li Shimin was merely to commend Li Chun, yet upon hearing this revelation, even he found it hard to believe. Indeed, witnessing the shocked expressions on Cheng Yaojin and the others, Gao Shilian chuckled. You should have seen the scene earlier. It was simply incredible. I scarcely know how to describe it to you. Clearly, even as he recalled the spectacle of Li Chun battling against hundreds of thousands alone, he felt as if he were in a dream. Quick, tell us how Xiao Chun fought against the enemy, prompted Cheng Yaojin, stirring Gao Shilian's curiosity further. With everyone's eyes fixed upon him, Gao Shilian began reminiscing about the earlier events. Let me recount it from the moment the Turkic army breached the Weishui River and our efforts to ensure His Majesty's retreat. When we retreated to the signal point and ignited the beacon, unexpectedly, 1,000 Turkic cavalry pursued us. Just as we prepared to fight to protect His Majesty, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated at our side. In that critical moment, Lord Yi charged into the midst of those 1,000 cavalry like a divine being descending from the heavens. As Gao Shilian narrated, his expressions became animated, and his gestures lively, captivating Cheng Yaojin and the others with tales of Li Chun's exploits. Meanwhile, Li Shimin listened with a broad smile, showing no signs of interruption, rather reveling in the pride of recounting the achievements of his nephew. In the end, although the two leaders of Jili led their vast army forward, the Wing King, wielding 2 war hammers, stood unafraid before the multitude of soldiers. Ultimately, with his solitary strength, he slaughtered tens of thousands of foes, instilling such terror in the remaining adversaries that none dared to advance a single step. At one point, he nearly crushed Jili beneath his hammer. Gao Shilian, growing increasingly animated as he recounted the tale, bore an expression of exhilaration, as if he himself had transformed into Li Chun, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. Cheng Yaojin and the others listened with bated breath. Each time Li Chun's achievements were mentioned, their eyes instinctively darted toward him, their gazes brimming with astonishment. Eventually, under the force of the Wing King's hammer, Jili, stricken with dread, left behind a field strewn with the bodies of Turkic warriors and fled in panic. Gao Shilian spent nearly half an hour narrating Li Chun's exploits, omitting many battles in his brevity. Otherwise, an entire hour would scarcely suffice. Yet, even so, Cheng Yaojin and the others remained transfixed, their expressions as if they had been transported into the very midst of the chaos of Li Chun's fierce clashes against the legions. Chapter 122, The Exhilarating Feeling. On the battlefield, Cheng Yaojin and his companions stood in a daze, while tens of thousands of soldiers of the Tang Dynasty exhibited expressions of astonishment, their gazes fixed upon Li Chun, as if beholding a deity. One man standing against a myriad. How could they not be awestruck? Well done, little Chun. Upon regaining their senses from the shock, Cheng Yaojin trembled with excitement and heartily patted Li Chun on the shoulder. Having known Li Chun the longest and having introduced him to Li Shimin, Cheng naturally felt immense pride in his achievements. Not just him, but even Li Jing and Qin Xiong regarded Li Chun with admiration. Well done, little Chun. They too patted his shoulder vigorously. Although their words were few, the depth of their regard was unparalleled. Their close ties with Li Chun's father, Li Yuanba, made them all the more joyful to witness Li Chun replicate his father's former glory. War God, War God, War God. As Cheng Yaojin and the others praised Li Chun, a voice from within the army shouted, and soon, as if struck by a contagion, tens of thousands of Tang soldiers raised their weapons in unison, proclaiming loudly, War God, War God. The resounding cheers shattered the silence of the sky. Soaring into the heavens, the fervent gazes directed at Li Chun were akin to witnessing the descent of a true deity of war. The collective shouts echoed throughout the expanse, resonating endlessly, War God, War God. With the clamorous cries of the multitude, Gao Shilian and others turned their attention to Li Chun, raising their fists in fervor, joining the chorus, War God, War God. Even Cheng Yaojin and his companions, swept up in the fervor, joined in the jubilant shouting, and even Fang Xianling displayed an expression of wild enthusiasm. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an overwhelming response. He never anticipated that he would be hailed as the war god in the hearts of these Tang soldiers. Looking at Li Shimin, who listened to the uproar and surveyed the fervent gazes of the crowd towards Li Chun, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a sense of satisfaction. It was evident that he had refrained from stopping Gao Shilian from recounting Li Chun's achievements precisely to elicit this outcome. After all, Li Chun was not only a subject of the Tang but also his beloved nephew. War God, War God. The crowd, seemingly tireless, continued their chorus, the waves of sound crashing like surf against the shore, each wave more fervent than the last. If left unchecked, they might chant for an entire day without respite. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Shimin smiled faintly and slowly raised his hand. With his gesture, the fervent cheers gradually diminished and eventually ceased. Prince Li Chun, in today's battle, has exemplified the might of our great Tang. As he surveyed the multitude of Tang soldiers, Li Shimin began to speak, remarking on their unwavering courage in the face of the enemy. With the strength of a single man, he had thwarted an army of hundreds of thousands, vanquishing nearly 80,000 foes, instilling such terror in the enemy that none dared to advance. He had even nearly slain their leader, Jili, beneath his warhammer, compelling the foe to retreat in disarray. Such accomplishments are truly unparalleled. I, in the name of the Son of Heaven, hereby bestow upon Prince Li Chun the title of Divine General of our great Tang. Let our people eternally remember his achievements today. Clearly, with this decree, Li Chun's exploits would spread like wildfire across the vast lands of the Tang, rendering his name a household one. War God! War God! War God! As Li Shimin's words resonated, thousands of Tang soldiers once again erupted into fervent cries, their enthusiasm surpassing even that of before. Witnessing the fervor in their eyes, even Li Chun felt a surge of excitement within. After all, he was merely a boy of 15 or 16, and even prior to his crossing over, he had just been around 20. At this age, everyone harbors dreams of heroism, and now, being hailed as the war god by this legion stirred emotions that were difficult to contain. This feeling was exhilarating. Gazing at the passionate adoration of the Tang soldiers, Li Chun could not help but think to himself that were it not for the inopportune circumstances, he might have laughed joyously. Being called the war god by so many, it was merely a testament to his own exceptional prowess. The thought brought him great pleasure. Upon returning, would not everyone know the name of Li Chun? As this notion crossed his mind, he slowly closed his eyes, envisioning the scene of being surrounded by countless Tang citizens upon his return to Chang'an. Ah, heaven the system, why must you make me so extraordinary? Li Chun sighed softly, lost in his reverie. Xiao Chun, what troubles you? Upon noticing Li Chun's demeanor, Li Jing inquired, his expression reflecting a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Ahem. It's nothing. Li Chun quickly masked his self-indulgent expression, clearing his throat. I'm just not quite accustomed to being addressed in such a manner. Is that so? Li Jing replied, a smile playing on his lips, clearly having caught the sigh that had escaped Li Chun moments earlier. Yes, Li Chun awkwardly nodded in affirmation. In the midst of Li Chun's embarrassment, Li Shimin raised his hand once more, silencing the fervent cheers of the crowd. Though the enemy had retreated, they remained a formidable threat to our great Tang Dynasty. The souls of countless valiant soldiers have found their eternal rest at the hands of our foes. You must all remember the shame of this day. As he surveyed the multitude of Tang soldiers before him, Li Shimin spoke slowly yet resolutely. I hereby vow that one day, I shall avenge our fallen comrades with the blood of our enemies, restoring honor to their memory. It can be said that today marks the most humiliating day since the establishment of our Tang Dynasty, for not only did the Turkic forces breach the Wei River, but in this battle, thousands of our soldiers sacrificed themselves to shield him, forever laid to rest by the banks of the Wei. How could Li Shimin forget such disgrace, or allow the sacrifice of those brave soldiers to be in vain? Chapter 123. Restraining Li Shimin. As Li Shimin's voice fell, all the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty present, their faces etched with fury, raised a collective cry. The echo of their desire for vengeance reverberated throughout the space. Where are our Tang commanders? Suddenly, Li Shimin let his sword drop. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin and the other Tang generals bowed deeply. Lead the army back to the capital with me. The generals responded in unison, immediately commanding their troops to escort Li Shimin directly to Chang'an. Li Shimin was acutely aware that the Tang forces were currently weakened. If they wished to reclaim their honor, a careful strategy was essential. Furthermore, the northern borders of the Tang were perilously close to the Turks, who boasted hundreds of thousands of troops. Should they launch an assault on the northern citizens of the Tang, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. This matter required prompt resolution, and Li Shimin's return to Chang'an was to confer with his ministers on strategies. The Turks, indeed, posed a grave threat. As the army advanced, Li Chun pondered, fully cognizant of the dire predicament facing the Tang. However formidable he might be, he was but one man, and the Turks, being a nomadic cavalry people, could strike like the wind. Even if he wished to address this issue, it was beyond his solitary capability. A solution must be devised. Meanwhile, as Li Shimin and his troops made their way back to Chang'an, several dozen miles away, having noticed that Li Chun did not pursue, Tuli finally halted his retreat. Reorganized the troops, he commanded, his expression dark as he addressed a general beside him. Yes, Khan. The general, unable to hesitate, promptly complied and began to regroup the army. Half an hour later, the general returned to Tuli, his face betraying anxiety. What of our losses? Tuli inquired gravely. Why, yes, Khan. The general stammered in response. In this battle, our cavalry suffered losses of 5,000 and the remaining soldiers dead. At this juncture, the general faltered, unable to continue. Speak. Tuli snapped, his tone icy. Yes. Aside from the 5,000 cavalry, we also lost 60,000 soldiers. The general hastily reported the casualty figures. What? Upon hearing the scale of the losses, Tuli nearly toppled from his mount. And had it not been for the timely support of the general beside him, he might have fallen headlong to the ground. Indeed, the losses are staggering. Although he had anticipated a significant depletion of his troops, he never fathomed that it would exceed 50,000. This is merely a fraction of his own forces. When combined with the contingent of Tuli, it amounts to nearly 100,000 troops perishing at the hands of Li Chun. If that man remains alive, he will undoubtedly become a grave concern for our Turkic clan. He then lifted his gaze towards the direction of the canyon and let out a piercing howl. Given the formidable prowess Li Chun had previously demonstrated, there was no one among the Turks who could rival him. Should Li Chun lead the Tang forces against the Turks in the future, it could spell the end of their long-term survival. However, despite this grim realization, Zhili felt utterly powerless. With Li Chun's strength, it was inconceivable for them to eliminate him. He understood all too well that after this battle, Li Shimin would undoubtedly regard Li Chun as a cherished asset, rendering any schemes they might devise futile. Just as Zhili was engulfed in frustration, Tuli approached with a somber expression, evidently having just assessed the state of their troops. Our losses amount to nearly 50,000, Tuli stated, his demeanor as grim as the circumstances warranted. Our own losses are close to 60,000. Zhili exhaled deeply in response. Could that man truly be the son of Li Yuanba? Tuli pondered aloud, gazing into the distance. Even now, the recollection of their previous encounter filled him with trepidation. Li Chun single-handedly confronted the combined might of their two Turkic divisions, sweeping through their ranks as if traversing flat terrain, and inflicting the loss of over 100,000 soldiers. Had it not been for Li Chun's intention to protect Li Shimin, aiming to eliminate them both, their forces would have been utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. How could such an overwhelming display not instill fear? Without a doubt, Zhili replied fiercely. Those two war hammers in my possession belong to the Khan. It was with those very hammers that Li Yuanba repelled the Tang forces, solidifying the foundation of the Tang Empire. If he were among us, could we not render the Tang utterly powerless? With this affirmation, Tuli's spirit sank. Clearly, he was genuinely intimidated by Li Chun's earlier display of might. This time, Li Chun had refrained from pursuing them solely to protect Li Shimin. What would happen the next time? Would they be so fortunate again when Li Chun launched an offensive? What is there to fear? Zhili scoffed at Tuli's apprehension. No matter how formidable he is but a single man. His eyes narrowed as if a cunning plan began to unfold in his mind. Do you have a strategy in mind? Tuli inquired, sensing a shift in Zhili's demeanor. Attacking Chang'an is no longer feasible, Zhili replied slowly. As long as he is present, our numbers would be of no consequence. Indeed, after today's battle, Li Chun has undoubtedly cast an indelible shadow upon the hearts of the Turkic army. It can be asserted that as long as Li Chun remains in their vicinity, the combat efficacy of the Turkic forces will be diminished by at least half. And the possibility of their retreat in fear cannot be dismissed. The prospect of launching an assault on Chang'an is evidently unattainable. What, then, do you intend to do? Upon hearing these words, Tuli furrowed his brow slightly. What do you plan? Zhili let out a cold laugh, asserting that although we cannot seize Chang'an, we can utilize the common people of the Tang Dynasty to restrain Li Shimin. Restrain Li Shimin? Clearly, Tuli had yet to grasp the concept. How do we restrain him? In response to Tuli's inquiry, Zhili cast a disdainful glance his way, inwardly cursing him as a fool. However, despite this, he did not reveal any signs of contempt outwardly, for they are still bound by a cooperative relationship. Chapter 124. The Conspiracy of the Turks. We, the Turks, share a border with the northern territories of the Tang Dynasty. And thus we can. Gazing upon the figure of Tuli, Zhili, though inwardly dismissive, articulated his thoughts. This method is quite ingenious. Upon hearing Zhili's words, Tuli's eyes immediately gleamed with excitement. If this were the case, then Li Shimin would undoubtedly be at our mercy, potentially even compelled to reach a compromise with us. Excellent. Truly an excellent strategy, he exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, as if he could already envision Li Shimin, frustrated, presenting tributes to them. The reason behind Zhili's enthusiasm stemmed from Tuli's earlier suggestion of using the populace of the northern Tang territories to coerce Li Shimin into submission. After all, the Turks are a nomadic people, particularly skilled in horsemanship, capable of instigating disturbances within the northern regions of the Tang. They could wreak havoc, plunder the common folk, and swiftly retreat upon horseback, leaving Li Shimin utterly powerless against them. It seemed that choosing to collaborate with you was indeed a wise decision. With this thought, Tuli turned to Geely and gave him a thumbs up. Observing Tuli's gesture, Geely's lips curled into a slight smirk. This plan, regardless of how formidable that man may be, is impossible for him to thwart. You and I need only to return and reorganize, and we can once again summon hundreds of thousands of troops. The expanse of the Tang territory is vast, and even if they sought to intervene, they would be stretched too thin. Moreover, as the newly established Tang Dynasty, their national strength is feeble, rendering them incapable of dispatching sufficient forces to disrupt our plans. In the face of our harassment, Shimin, concerned for his people, will undoubtedly yield. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. After hearing Geely's words, Tuli erupted into laughter once more. As they had stated, while Li Chun may instill fear in the hearts of the Turkic army, he would ultimately be unable to manage the situation. They could unite hundreds of thousands of troops to freely disturb the northern Tang territories. Should Li Chun attempt to intervene, they could retreat swiftly and reappear elsewhere. For even with extraordinary capabilities, he could not halt their advance. This was also the reason for Li Chun's furrowed brow during his return to Chang'an with Li Shimin. Once reorganized, I shall command my forces to disturb the populace of the Tang. After the laughter subsided, Tuli addressed Geely, preparing to turn his horse and depart. Wait. At that moment, Geely interjected, stopping him. There is no need to rush the disturbances. He smiled faintly at Tuli. No rush. Tuli was taken aback, perplexed. Why is that? Did you not just say we should ready our men to harass the Tang populace adjacent to our Turkic lands? Why the sudden change of heart? Clearly, Tuli was thoroughly bewildered by Geely's unexpected shift. Observing Tuli's confusion, Geely inwardly cursed, fool. The ultimate aim of harassing the Tang populace was simply to force Li Shimin into submission. Geely patiently elucidated that prior to our actions, we could seek to negotiate with Li Shimin. If he refuses, we can resort to harassment later. However, should they acquiesce, there would be no need for such military mobilization. Ah, I understand now. Upon hearing Geely's explanation, Tuli finally grasped the situation. You mean to say we should first negotiate with him, compelling the Tang Dynasty to pay tribute to us annually? If Li Shimin declines, we can leverage the common folk on the borders of Tang as a means to coerce him into compliance. Should he agree to our demands, we need not raise an army. Indeed, Geely nodded with a smile, yet even if he concedes, we could still engage in occasional harassment. After all, the Tang Dynasty is a land of abundance, and assisting in depleting their resources could be a prudent strategy. Ha ha ha, how cunning you are. Tuli laughed heartily at Geely, remarking that he was fortunate they were allies, for with an adversary like him, rest would be elusive. How can this be termed cunning? It is more aptly described as strategy, Geely chuckled. Rest assured, your faction will always be my ally. Then let us wish for our two factions to collaborate indefinitely. Tuli smiled in agreement, stating he would return to organize his subordinates and would contact Geely in due time. With that he departed, leading his troops back to the grasslands. Humph, with such a fool, you aspire to be my eternal ally. Geely scoffed disdainfully at Tuli's retreating figure. Clearly, given the opportunity, Geely would not hesitate to sever ties with Tuli and eliminate him without mercy, seizing his faction. The moment was simply not ripe yet. Return to the tribe. After his derisive chuckle, Geely promptly commanded his troops to head back towards their encampment. 3 hours later, at the northern gate, with the army's return, a chorus of cheers erupted within Chang'an. Princey! Princey! The citizens spontaneously lined the streets, fervently calling out Li Chun's name, their voices soaring to the heavens. Evidently, before their return, Li Shimin had dispatched messengers to announce their impending arrival, deliberately spreading the news of Li Chun's victory in battle, resulting in this jubilant scene. Princey, the great hero, you are our champion. The populace gazed upon Li Chun as if he were a deity, their faces alight with fervor. Before the army's arrival, the tale of Li Chun single-handedly commanding hundreds of thousands and instilling fear in the enemy to the point of flight had resonated throughout all of Chang'an. Thus, the countless citizens of Chang'an were stirred, for Li Chun's valiant battle marked an unprecedented moment since the founding of the Tang Dynasty. It can be said that this remarkable feat allowed them to preserve their homes and live in peace. And to call Li Chun a hero in their hearts is no exaggeration. Princey, I love you. Princey. The cheers surged like waves. Among the crowd were many young women, fervently waving their arms towards Li Chun, as if they had already envisioned him as their gallant Prince Charming. Their exuberance was such that they nearly cried out their desire to bear his children. Observing the citizens' adulation for Li Chun, Emperor Li Shimin felt no displeasure. Rather, a smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Li Chun, his beloved nephew, had not only saved his life today, but also repelled the enemy forces, and in Li Shimin's heart, such admiration was well-deserved. Chapter 125. If only my son were as clever as you, I would be much more at ease. At this moment, as Li Chun listened to the fervent cheers of countless citizens and the enthusiastic shouts of youthful maidens. Even his thick skin could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Princey, I love you. As Li Chun felt his cheeks flush, the fervor of the crowd intensified, with some bold women even tossing tokens of affection directly at him. In an instant, his body and the back of the horse he rode were adorned with an array of colorful items, eliciting envious expressions from the soldiers around him. This must be the second time, right? Looking down at the object strewn across him and his steed, Li Chun could not help but sigh deeply. He vaguely recalled that shortly after being conferred the title of Prince Yi by Li Shimin, he had enjoyed similar treatment, and now, experiencing it once more, he felt a surge of nostalgia. It is said that the women of the Tang Dynasty are quite liberated, but this seems to be a bit too much. Nonetheless, despite his words, Li Chun felt a sense of pride in his heart. After all, which man would not desire such attention? Ha, young Chun. This is indeed the second time. Just as Li Chun reveled in his triumph, a hearty laugh suddenly erupted from beside him. He turned to see Qing Jin, Li Jing, and Qin Xiang riding up to him. TSK. Young Chun, I never imagined you would be so popular among the maidens, Qin Xiang teased. Observing Li Chun's colorful adornments, it seems your romantic fortunes are on the rise. So when will you treat us old fellows to a celebratory feast? Li Jing chimed in, rarely jesting with Li Chun. Upon hearing their remarks, Li Chun swiftly removed a large red handkerchief from his head, his expression turning awkward. Uncles, please do not jest about me. Ha. Seeing Li Chun's flustered demeanor, the three could not help but laugh again. All right, you three, mind your manners. Hearing their boisterous laughter, Li Shimin turned his head, shaking it helplessly at them. Fine. Acknowledging the emperor's words, Chengqian and the others nodded and exchanged knowing glances with Li Chun before returning to their respective positions. It seems these three old fellows have their eyes set on my wine once again, Li Chun thought to himself, somewhat exasperated. Young Chun, come forward and join me, Li Shimin said with a gentle smile, beckoning Li Chun closer after the commotion had subsided. However, upon witnessing the emperor's gesture, Li Chun hesitated. After all, Li Shimin was the sovereign of the Tang Dynasty, the beloved ruler of the people, and as a junior, Li Chun naturally felt it inappropriate to stand alongside him. Your Majesty, I shall remain behind you. Upon contemplating this, Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle, addressing Li Shimin with a remark, I summon you, and here you are. However, upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin retorted with irritation, what is with all this nonsense? Well, since Li Shimin was indifferent, Li Chun paid no heed and readily acquiesced, promptly riding forth to match Li Shimin's pace. Observing the diverse array of feminine adornments still draped over Li Chun's horse, Li Shimin smirked slyly, inquiring, how does it feel to be a hero? To which Li Chun unabashedly replied with a grin, quite exhilarating. Indeed. Being hailed as a hero by countless citizens and regarded as a prince charming by numerous young maidens was undoubtedly a delightful sensation. Your Majesty, this must all be your arrangement, correct? Yet, while relishing the accolades, Li Chun was not naive. He understood that the rapid dissemination of news regarding his exploits was undoubtedly orchestrated by Li Shimin. Otherwise, how could the citizens have received such tidings with such remarkable speed? Naturally, Li Shimin declared with unabashed pride, you are my nephew, and having achieved such remarkable feats today, it is only right that the entire populace knows just how formidable you are. Upon hearing this, Li Chun could only shake his head in resignation. It appeared that the man before him was indeed a quintessential narcissist, essentially proclaiming to all that the illustrious accomplishments of Li Chun were that of his own dear nephew. Thank you, Your Majesty. From his steed, Li Chun bowed slightly in gratitude. Although Li Shimin sought to boast about their kinship to the townsfolk, Li Chun recognized this as an opportunity crafted by Li Shimin to elevate his stature, and thus, he felt a sense of appreciation. You rascal. Noticing Li Chun's expression of gratitude in his gesture, Li Shimin realized that Li Chun had discerned his intentions. If my son were as astute as you, I would have much less to worry about. His reference to my son was, of course, to Li Chengqian. His Highness the Crown Prince is exceedingly wise. Far beyond what one of your age could compare, Li Chun replied, smiling and shaking his head. Truth be told, at this juncture, Li Chengqian was still held in high regard by Li Shimin. Even in historical records, despite ultimately instigating a rebellion, Li Shimin only confined him rather than executing him, underscoring Li Chengqian's significant standing in Li Shimin's eyes. That lad. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin huffed with annoyance. What manner of character he possesses. I am well aware. There is no need for you to flatter him in my presence. Seeing Li Shimin's current demeanor, Li Chun wisely chose to remain silent. It was prudent to refrain from discussing such matters further. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, based on his previous encounters with Li Chengqian. He found him to be rather amiable, devoid of the infamous vices and treachery depicted in historical accounts. Perhaps it is under the instigation of Hou Junji that changes began to unfold in the future. Li Chun was acutely aware that Li Qinqian's eventual rebellion against Li Shimin was entirely due to the influence of Hou Junji, particularly as Hou was increasingly marginalized by Li Shimin in the latter's later years, leading to suspicions that ultimately incited Li Qinqian to defect. Of course, these matters bore little significance for Li Chun, should events transpire in such a manner in the future, as long as his family remained unscathed. Li Chun would not be overly concerned. "Little Chun, you must support your cousin more in the days to come," Li Shimin remarked suddenly, interrupting Li Chun's contemplations. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun finally comprehended why he had brought up Li Chengqian. It was evidently a directive for him to safeguard Li Chengqian, just as he would protect Li Shimin himself. Chapter 126. Mother, I have returned. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Li Chun spoke with a composed demeanor, cupping his fist in respect. As a loyal subject of the Tang Dynasty, I shall always prioritize the interests of our great nation and support our sovereign, never engaging in treasonous acts. His words implied that he remained steadfastly a Tang man and would dutifully uphold the interests of the Tang Dynasty, without explicitly indicating his support for Li Qingqian. After all, while Emperor Li Shimin and others were unaware, Li Chun was acutely aware that Li Chengqian would not ascend the throne as his father anticipated. It would be his youngest son, Li Shi, who would inherit the imperial seat, even if Li Chun wished to assist Li Qingqian. The course set by Li Shimin would remain unchanged, unless Li Chun employed his newfound abilities to effect a drastic change in the dynasty, a course of action he would not undertake lightly. Haha, well, with your assurance, I am at ease, Li Shimin responded, oblivious to Li Chun's true thoughts. He naturally interpreted Li Chun's words as a promise, especially since Li Qingqian was now the crown prince and the future heir to the throne. Today's battle must have exhausted you, he continued, addressing Li Chun. Come, return to the palace with me and take some well-deserved rest. Indeed, from Li Shimin's perspective, after a day spent battling the Turkic forces, even an iron man would be utterly fatigued. Your Majesty, I must decline your kind invitation to the palace. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun replied with a respectful gesture. I have been away for a day. My mother must be greatly concerned. I wish to return first to reassure her of my safety. Cui Shi, his mother, would undoubtedly have learned of his deployment to the battlefield as a mother. Her heart would be heavy with worry upon hearing that her son was at the front lines. It was only natural for Li Chun to return and ease her concerns. Furthermore, he had successfully rescued Li Shimin, thus fulfilling a task set by the system, and he had yet to claim his reward. Returning now would allow him to collect it, preparing him for the challenges ahead. Very well. Li Shimin nodded in acknowledgement of Li Chun's reasoning. You should indeed return to inform your family of your safety. Should any matters arise, I shall send someone to find you. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Chun replied with a nod, then took his leave from Li Shimin. Under the watchful eyes of countless citizens, he turned his horse towards the residence of the Prince of Yi. To have such a son in our Tang Dynasty is truly a blessing. As he watched Li Chun depart, Li Shimin couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration. 15 years ago, the presence of Li Yuanba laid the foundation for the Tang Dynasty, and now, 15 years later, Li Chun had emerged as a savior, alleviating the crisis faced by the empire. It would not be an exaggeration to regard both Li Chun and his father as the saviors of the Tang Dynasty. I shall not allow their hearts to grow cold. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Shimin's gaze suddenly expressed unwavering determination. As if he had reached a resolute decision, he issued a command to the army behind him and promptly made his way to the palace. It was evident from the intensity in Li Shimin's eyes that upon returning to the palace, he would bestow generous rewards upon Li Chun. Meanwhile, Li Chun urged his steed onward, galloping swiftly, and before long, the gates of the Prince of Wing's residence came into view. The Prince of Wings has returned. The servants, who had long awaited at the entrance, caught sight of Li Chun and rushed inside the estate, their voices resounding with exuberant cheers that echoed through the air. As the announcement spread, the entire Prince of Wing's residence was set abuzz with excitement. Upon crossing the threshold, the fervent cheers erupted in the courtyard. All the servants and maidens stood in 2 lines, bowing deeply before Li Chun, their demeanor infused with profound respect. Moreover, the 300 elite guards had also been summoned by Zhao Yong to gather here. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your triumphant return, Zhao Yong proclaimed, dropping to one knee in reverence. Congratulations, Your Highness, on your triumphant return. Following Zhao Yong's lead, the 300 guards echoed his sentiments, kneeling and gazing at Li Chun with fervor in their eyes. Clearly, they were already aware of his remarkable feat of standing resolute against an enemy force of hundreds of thousands. Such an achievement was unparalleled in history, and as their leader, how could they not be filled with fervent admiration? Please rise. Observing the scene before him, Li Chun smiled gently and waved his hand. With this gesture, the crowd slowly stood, yet the fervor in their eyes remained undiminished. Xiao Chun. Just then, a hurried voice pierced through the air, and Cui Shi appeared in the courtyard, her steps brisk. Xiao Chun. Upon seeing Li Chun, bloodied and battered, Cui Shi trembled, her hands quaking uncontrollably. Xiao Chun. With Wang Liping's support, she gradually approached Li Chun, her trembling hands brushing against his cheek, her expression laden with concern. Mother, I am fine. Grasping his mother's trembling hands, Li Chun smiled softly, reassuring her that he was indeed well. How could you be so reckless? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, tears streamed down Cui Shi's cheeks uncontrollably. The saying no one knows a child better than their mother rings true, for Li Chun is acutely aware of her own character. Throughout the years, regardless of the obstacles she faced, Li Chun bore her burdens alone, never confiding in her mother. In her presence, she always wore a mask of tranquility, concealing her struggles. Yet, her mother understood the immense sacrifices Li Chun made behind the scenes to achieve her goals. The mission to rescue Li Shimin may have seemed straightforward, but could Li Chun truly fathom the perilous situation she was confronting? Mother, what are you doing? As she beheld the tears streaming down Cui's face, Li Chun felt a surge of panic. Since her arrival in this world, nothing frightened her more than witnessing her mother in sorrow. Chapter 127. Do you disdain me, mother? Mother, look at me. I am perfectly fine, Li Chun urged, wiping away the tears from Cui's eyes. Moreover, I have been hailed as the god of war. Think of how much pride you will have when you go out. Please, do not cry. What god of war? Cui retorted, her face filled with reproach. All I desire is for you to be safe. Promise me, never again engage in such perilous endeavors. She fixed her gaze firmly on Li Chun, adding, if anything were to happen to you, how would I survive? With that, tears began to flow once more. All right. Seeing Cui in distress, Li Chun quickly reassured her. Mother, I promise you, I will never take such risks again. This was the last time. Really? Cui looked up and asked. Indeed, truly. Li Chun nodded with utmost certainty. That is a relief. With Li Chun's vow, Cui finally felt at ease. Did you sustain any injuries? Her expression shifted back to one of concern. Do not worry, I am unharmed. Li Chun patted his body and smiled. Your son is quite formidable. How could those enemies possibly wound me? Only you can boast such confidence? Cui chided, observing Li Chun's demeanor. You must be tired. Go rest now. Indeed. I am somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing this, Li Chun grinned. Mother, I shall return to rest. He turned to head towards his quarters. Wait. Just as Li Chun turned, Cui called out to him suddenly. What is it, mother? Li Chun queried, perplexed. Look at you, Cui said, noticing the bloodstains adorning Li Chun's attire. How can you rest in such a state? Liping. She called to Wang Liping beside her. Please assist my son with a bath, and then ensure he rests. Yes, madam, Wang Liping replied. Her cheeks flushed as she bowed gracefully. This, a bath? Li Chun exclaimed, feeling quite embarrassed. Mother, that is unnecessary. I can manage it myself without troubling anyone. Unnecessary? How could you say that? Cui's eyes widened in disbelief. With all this blood, how could you possibly clean yourself properly? Hurry and go. All right, I shall go. Faced with Cui's insistence, Li Chun surrendered, not wishing to provoke her further over such a minor issue. Mother, we are leaving now. With that, he did not linger any longer and promptly made his way towards the courtyard. Following his lead, Wang Liping blushed and trailed behind him. Observing their departing figures, the onlookers, particularly the maids from the Wing King's residence, displayed expressions of envy. Their admiration was directed towards Wang Liping, as she had captured the attention of Li Chun, a hero in the eyes of the Tang people and the prince charming in the hearts of countless young maidens. The thought of serving Li Chun during his bath would surely bring them joy even in dreams. How could they not feel envious of Wang Liping for being bestowed such an honor? Seeing the maids' reactions, Cui Shi could not help but smile slightly, having discerned their sentiments. Her heart brimmed with joy. As a mother, how could she not feel elated that her son had garnered the affection of so many young women? All right, everyone may return to your duties, she instructed the crowd. Although she felt pleased by the situation, she did not dwell on it excessively. After all, regardless of her desires, if Li Chun were unwilling, there was little she could do. Moreover, her intention in sending Wang Liping to assist Li Chun with his bath was solely to ensure he could wash up and rest properly. Inside Li Chun's chamber, Wang Liping added the last basin of hot water to the bathtub. With the steam enveloping the room, it soon became shrouded in a hazy mist. Young master, I have come to assist you in undressing, she said, her cheeks flushed as she approached him. Ah, that won't be necessary, Li Chun quickly interjected. I can manage on my own. You, please step outside. To be fair, he was a man in the prime of his youth, and with Wang Liping's beauty, he could not guarantee his own restraint if she were to help him undress. Young master, do you? Do you find me unworthy? Upon hearing his words, Wang Liping began to sob softly. Li Chun, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of dread. Tears from a woman were his greatest fear. How could I ever think that? From the moment I welcomed you into my household, I have regarded you as family, he hastily reassured her. Then, why won't you allow me to serve you? Wang Liping asked, her face expressing sorrowful longing. Li Chun found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit. I fear I might lose control. Instead, he stammered. I have an odd quirk. I prefer not to have anyone touch my body, or else I feel quite uncomfortable. Ah? Wang Liping stood there, bewildered by his confession. Young master, you. Yes, indeed. Li Chun spoke with a grave expression, stating, I have only confided in you regarding this matter. Not even my mother is aware. You must promise to keep this secret. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand. Wang Liping stammered, momentarily taken aback by Li Chun's intensity, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Very well, you may leave now. Li Chun feigned a look of anguish as he waved his hand at Wang Liping. Yes, my lord. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Wang Liping promptly acquiesced and turned to exit the room. Remember, this matter must remain concealed from others. Li Chun reiterated earnestly just as Wang Liping was about to step outside. Yes, I understand, my lord. I shall never speak of it, she replied, before stepping out of the room and gently closing the door behind her. What on earth is this all about? Once the door was shut, Li Chun's expression shifted to one of frustration as he muttered under his breath. He then proceeded to remove his garments, preparing to immerse himself in the bath. My lord. However, at that moment, Wang Liping unexpectedly pushed the door open once more. Ah! A sudden scream pierced the air as Wang Liping quickly covered her face with her hands and turned away. Meanwhile, Li Chun stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared for Wang Liping's unexpected return. Chapter 128. A special weapon? How did you come in again? Li Chun quickly hid behind the bathtub, feeling a tinge of frustration as he inquired of Wang Liping. I merely wished to bring you your towel, Wang Liping stammered, her heart racing wildly, not daring to turn her head. In her haste earlier, she had inadvertently taken the towel prepared for Li Chun's bath with her, only realizing her mistake after leaving. Seeing the towel in Wang Liping's hand, Li Chun was utterly speechless. Just place it there, he said with a wry smile. I will retrieve it myself shortly. Yes. Wang Liping nodded vigorously, then, disregarding all else, turned her back to Li Chun, bent down to place the towel on the ground, and fled the room, closing the door behind her without looking back. Once Wang Liping had left, Li Chun cautiously emerged from behind the bathtub, ensuring she would not return before daring to stand up. What a blunder! He sighed deeply, plunging himself back into the bathtub, needing to calm his thoughts. Meanwhile, Wang Liping, facing away from the door, was blushing profusely, her delicate features resembling a ripe apple, tantalizingly alluring. Clearly, the earlier incident had left her in a state of unprecedented shock. I must seek a physician to cure my master's peculiar affliction. Her fists clenched tightly, determination shining in her eyes. Li Chun now held a position in her heart that rivaled that of her own parents. How could she remain indifferent after discovering his eccentricity? With that resolve, she made her way to the courtyard where Cui resided, evidently intending to request a few days off, naturally with her own reasons in mind. Half an hour later, in Li Chun's room. How delightful. Li Chun lay comfortably in the bathtub, a look of contentment gracing his features. Truth be told, after the battle with the Turkic army, he felt somewhat fatigued, having faced an enemy force of 200,000 without a moment's respite. After such a relentless series of confrontations, it was only natural for his body and mind to feel exhausted. Now, indulging in a warm bath, he felt immensely relieved. After basking in the warmth for a while longer, Li Chun gradually rose from the bathtub, walking to the spot where Wang Liping had carelessly dropped the towel. Picking it up, he began to dry himself off. This girl. Holding the towel, he recalled the earlier scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Truth be told, Wang Liping was indeed charming, and he was aware of her affections for him. Accepting her feelings seemed like a tempting prospect. What am I thinking? Yet, as soon as that thought arose, Li Chun promptly dismissed it. Wang Liping was not yet even 15, at a crucial stage of her development. He could not allow her to be led astray so easily. First things first, shaking his head to cast aside the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Chun simply wiped his body down before donning a loose garment and making his way to the bedside. Upon reaching it, he did not immediately seek rest, but instead summoned a translucent display that materialized before him. Name, Li Chun. Age, 15. Attributes, Strength, Max. Constitution, Level 3 Agility, Level 1 Intelligence, Level 1 Quest. Amidst the throngs, safely Shimin. Quest Progress, 100 Quest Commander. Attribute Points, 2. Freely allocable. Exclusive Weapon, Drum Hammer of Golden Bronze. Can enhance material, As Li Chun beheld the attributes displayed before him, he was momentarily taken aback. An exclusive weapon? This was a novel addition to the attribute list, one he had never encountered before. Could it be a result of his combat with it today? That seemed the only plausible explanation, for since acquiring the 2 drum hammers of golden bronze, he had never wielded them until now, and his attribute panel had remained unchanged until this battle, which had unexpectedly introduced this new element. Could it truly enhance its material? Might he be able to reforge these hammers? The thought ignited a spark of excitement within Li Chun. Although the combined weight of these 2 hammers approached 800 Jin, they felt somewhat light in his hands, preventing him from fully unleashing his combat potential. It was akin to a legendary warrior possessing boundless strength, yet wielding merely a chopstick, significantly hampering his capabilities. But how might he elevate their quality? A wave of uncertainty washed over him, for this was a first encounter with such a phenomenon. In the past, upon completing system tasks, he had only received attribute points as rewards, with no mention of how to enhance or modify weapon quality. Could it be that he needed to use attribute points as well? With this thought in mind, Li Chun adopted an experimental attitude. He concentrated and allocated one of the 2 freely distributable attribute points to his exclusive weapon. Why was there no response? After waiting for a moment, the 2 hammers he had previously placed on the bedside remained utterly still. Had he miscalculated? Ding dong. Just as confusion clouded Li Chun's face, the ethereal chime of the system reverberated in his mind. To enhance the exclusive weapon once, the host must expend 2 attribute points. It was as if the system sensed his perplexity, gently reminding him that each subsequent enhancement would require an exponentially greater cost in attribute points. This is quite the predicament. Upon hearing the system's notification, even with Li Chun's steadfast composure, he could not help but utter a curse. He finally comprehended that the enhancement of this exclusive weapon was akin to a voracious glutton. While it appeared innocuous at first glance, a closer examination revealed a daunting figure. For instance, for the initial enhancement, he needed to expend 2 attribute points, and to pursue a second enhancement would require 4 points, followed by 8 for the third, and so forth. Furthermore, Li Chun was oblivious to the maximum level his exclusive weapon could attain, should it reach level 100. How many attribute points would he need to invest? It was noteworthy that for merely saving Li Shimin amidst a sea of adversaries, the system had rewarded him with a mere 2 attribute points. Goodness, this was nothing short of an insatiable abyss. Contemplating this, Li Chun could not restrain himself from cursing once more. Ding dong. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once again in his mind. Chapter 129. Let's test their power. In light of the newly added exclusive weapons section, the difficulty and rewards of the tasks that the host must complete in the future will also change randomly. The task difficulty will be categorized by levels. Level 1 offers 5 attribute points, Level 2 grants 10 points, Level 3 provides 15 points, and Level 4 yields 20 points. As Li Chun's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement, the system meticulously conveyed the adjusted task difficulties and reward conditions to him. This is how it should be. After listening to the newly modified task chain, a joyful smile emerged on Li Chun's face. According to the system, even completing a level 1 task would grant him 5 attribute points. Furthermore, this adjustment made him realize that if he were to encounter a task akin to previously rescuing Li Shimin amidst a sea of soldiers, it would be classified as a level 5 task, meaning he could receive 25 attribute points at once. How could he not be exhilarated by this? Ding dong. Just as Li Chun was reveling in his excitement, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more, as if it were toying with him. Due to the adjustments in task difficulty and rewards, the required attribute values for enhancing the 4-dimensional attributes have also changed. From today onward, each upgrade in the 4-dimensional attributes will cost the host 10 attribute points, with the next upgrade doubling this cost. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Chun's previously gleeful expression gradually faded, replaced by a look of indignation. System, I can't believe it. After a flurry of unrecognizable expletives, Li Chun slowly calmed down. He now understood that this system does not concede any losses. While it had initially sounded appealing by reducing task difficulty and increasing rewards, this adjustment to the 4-dimensional attributes rendered it nearly identical to the previous state, or perhaps even worse. Previously, without the adjustments, each time he completed a task, he could freely allocate the reward points to enhance one of his 4-dimensional attributes. Now, however, the system had directly transformed the attribute enhancement from 1 point to 10 points. Even if he completed a level 1 task, it would not be sufficient for a single enhancement. Anyone would feel frustrated under such circumstances. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, Li Chun was still able to begrudgingly accept the situation. After all, the reduced task difficulty could be seen as the system's consideration for him. According to his calculations, Level 1 tasks would not be overly complex. He simply needed to complete a few to catch up on his attribute points. With this thought, Li Chun felt a bit more balanced. Clearly, the current 2 attribute points were insufficient for a single enhancement, so he decided to. At this point, Li Chun turned his gaze toward the 2 drum gold hammers he had set aside. First, let us enhance them once before proceeding. Li Chun was not one to procrastinate. Once an idea struck him, he acted upon it. In a mere moment of contemplation, he allocated the 2 attribute points to the exclusive weapon section. As the points infused, a brilliant flash erupted, and a beam of light, akin to a thunderbolt, shot forth from the attribute list, descending upon the 2 golden hammers resting quietly on the ground. With a resonant hum, the hammers began to tremble violently as the beam touched them. Not only did the hammers radiate an intense glow, but golden patterns began to emerge along the shafts, resembling diminutive golden dragons that slithered upward until they reached the tops of the hammers, where they halted their ascent. As the golden patterns ceased their spread, the hammer's vibrations also subsided. If not for the 2 golden designs still adorning them, one would hardly perceive any change. Is this it? Li Chun stared at the 2 hammers, momentarily taken aback, though it seemed like an elaborate process. Only about 2 minutes had elapsed since he infused those attribute points into the exclusive weapon. Aside from the 2 golden patterns, there appeared to be no other changes. Circling around the hammers, a puzzled expression crossed his face. Indeed, from his perspective, aside from the newly appeared golden lines, the hammers exhibited no alterations in size or length compared to before. Could it be that this enhancement was merely for aesthetics? Contemplating this, a hint of dismay crept across Li Chun's visage. If that were truly the case, he would have preferred to save those 2 attribute points to enhance his own 4 core attributes. Nevertheless, the golden patterns did possess a certain allure. Despite his frustration, the sight of those dragon-like lines embellishing the hammers lifted his spirits somewhat. After all, they did lend a striking appearance to the weapons. As he spoke, Li Chun reached out to grasp the hammers, eager to examine them more closely. However, just as his hands made contact with the handles, his brow furrowed slightly. They felt heavier. His eyes brightened as he realized that the weight of the hammers had markedly increased. Previously, he could lift them with ease, but now, his arms felt a subtle strain, a clear indication that their weight had indeed augmented due to the recent modifications. I knew it. The system would not merely create superficial enhancements. He promptly praised the system, entirely forgetting his earlier musings filled with obscure terminology. Rise. With a slight huff, Li Chun exerted more force this time, lifting the 2 resounding golden hammers effortlessly. He swung the formidable weapons in front of him twice, and his gaze grew ever more radiant. The weight had undoubtedly doubled from its original heft. Gazing down at the 2 hammers in his grasp, a subtle smile graced Li Chun's lips, revealing a delicate curve. Although each hammer previously weighed 400 pounds, Li Chun's strength had rendered them somewhat lacking in sensation. However, with this newfound weight, that sense of deficiency had diminished significantly. Eager to test their might, he smiled lightly and strode toward the door, wielding the hammers with confidence. Chapter 130. Just how powerful are you? In the courtyard stood a magnificent tree, its trunk thick enough to require 2 people to embrace it. As Li Chun gazed upon this towering giant, his eyes narrowed with focus. Suddenly, he swung the war hammer in his right hand down upon the tree with tremendous force. Boom. The moment Li Chun struck, a deafening roar echoed throughout the air, and the once mighty tree that had proudly occupied the courtyard shattered into countless fragments as if it were made of paper. The sheer force had doubled. Witnessing this spectacle, even Li Chun, with all his composure, could not suppress a thrill of excitement. Although he could have achieved such a feat prior to enhancing the hammers, it would have required an amplification of his own strength. Yet, just a moment ago, he had simply harnessed the inherent power of the war hammer to obliterate the tree. This clearly indicated the tremendous weight these hammers had attained after their enhancement. Ha! Excellent! Li Chun exclaimed with uncontainable laughter, holding the war hammer as if it were a precious treasure. What is happening? Just as Li Chun reveled in his triumph, Zhao Yang rushed into the courtyard, evidently startled by the earlier explosion. My lord, what just happened? As Zhao Yang entered, he found himself frozen in place. His gaze fixed in bewilderment upon the courtyard. It appeared as though he were in a stupor. The area was littered with debris, bits of wood dancing through the air. And the grand tree that once stood proudly was now entirely absent, as if it had vanished into thin air. This, my lord. Zhao Yang's gaze shifted to Li Chun, his expression one of awe. Hiki. No worries. Li Chun replied with a slight smile, casually swinging the warhammer. I was merely practicing. Practicing? Zhao Yang was left speechless. Had he truly reduced a mighty tree to splinters merely by practicing? He glanced back at the obliterated tree and then at the war hammer in Li Chun's hand, swallowing hard. Your Highness, you are indeed extraordinary. He promptly bowed deeply before Li Chun. The tree, thick enough for 2 to embrace, had been shattered by a single swing of Li Chun's hammer. How could he not be utterly astonished? You've arrived at the perfect moment. Help me test the strength of these warhammers, Li Chun said with a grin, inviting Zhao Yong. No, my lord, please don't. Zhao Yong's face turned pale, and he waved his hands in protest. I am but a mere mortal, unfit to withstand a single blow from you. What a joke. If a tree of such girth could be obliterated by Li Chun's hammer. He certainly did not believe his slender frame could withstand the same fate. If struck, he feared his outcome would be no different from that of the tree. My lord, I beg you to spare me. Suddenly, Li Chun displayed a face as bitter as a bitter melon. Upon seeing Zhao Yong's expression, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly comprehend the misunderstanding. This fellow had misconstrued his intentions. I did not instruct you to endure a blow, he said with a smile. I merely wanted you to test the weight of this warhammer. Oh, well then, that's fine, Zhao Yong replied, feeling relieved. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, he approached Li Chun. Now, be ready to catch it. With a mischievous grin, Li Chun tossed a warhammer in his direction. Upon witnessing Li Chun's action, a confident smile appeared on Zhao Yong's face, as he was well aware of the weight of the two warhammers, merely 400 pounds each. Being a seasoned warrior who had trained since childhood, he believed that even if it was not as effortless as Li Chun made it seem, catching one would pose no challenge. In the blink of an eye, as the warhammer descended, Zhao Yong confidently reached out to grasp it. However, with a resounding thud, he and the warhammer both crashed to the ground. There he lay, staring at the warhammer that had fallen beside him, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. This must weigh at least 800 pounds, he thought, overwhelmed by the sheer weight before him. Just moments ago, he was filled with confidence, convinced that lifting the 400-pound warhammer would be a trivial task. Yet, in that instant of contact, the tremendous force of the warhammer nearly crushed him. This was no mere 400 pounds, it was surely closer to 800. As he turned his gaze towards Li Chun, it was filled with awe, akin to that of a devotee beholding a deity. Just moments earlier, he had witnessed Li Chun wielding both warhammers as if they were mere chicks. What extraordinary strength must that require? Zhao Yong dared not ponder further. How do you find the weight of my warhammer? Li Chun asked with a cunning smile. Observing Zhao Yong sprawled on the ground. Young master, I am truly in awe of you, Zhao Yong replied, climbing to his feet and deeply bowing to Li Chun. If previously he had only complied with Li Shimin's orders out of obligation, after witnessing Li Chun's prowess in battle against hundreds of thousands of enemies and his current display of strength, he was wholly convinced and deeply respectful of Li Chun. All right, you may rise now, Li Chun said with a gentle smile as he watched Zhao Yong's actions. Young master, just how immense is your strength? Zhao Yong could not suppress his curiosity once he stood up. How immense? Li Chun was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yong's inquiry. To be honest, he himself was uncertain of the extent of his own strength. In his perception, as long as his body could endure it, there was nothing he could not lift. Well, I am not quite sure myself. With a vague expression, Zhao Yong shrugged in response. Huh? You don't know either? Zhao Yong was once again taken aback, for the weight of those three words carried immense significance. How about we practice together? Observing Zhao Yong's current demeanor, Li Chun offered him a sly smile. No. Zhao Yong shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. The thought of practicing with Li Chun was absurd. Was he a decrepit old man courting danger? How ridiculous. Noting Zhao Yong's reaction, Li Chun merely rolled his eyes. All right, you have no business here. You may leave. With that, he waved dismissively at Zhao Yong. Your subordinate takes his leave. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He clasped his fists in farewell and swiftly exited the courtyard, his demeanor akin to one fleeing from the prospect of being compelled to engage in practice. Chapter 131. Where to look? In the future, it is essential to devise ways to enhance the strength of Zhao Yong and his companions. Observing Zhao Yong's retreating figure, Li Chun murmured to himself. After all, Zhao Yong and the others currently serve as his personal bodyguards. Elevating their abilities would be beneficial in every conceivable way. Furthermore, he cannot remain at home indefinitely. A vast world awaits his exploration. Should he be absent, Zhao Yong and the others can safeguard his family, which provides Li Chun with considerable peace of mind. This notion is not new to Li Chun. He had contemplated it before when leading Zhao Yong and the others to Heishui village in search of Zhang Tai, the steward. Now, with the possession of a system, utilizing its capabilities to enhance Zhao Yong and the others' strength should prove to be a manageable task. He would need to find time to consult the system. With this thought, Li Chun smiled faintly and turned to enter his room. After a long day, it was time for a good night's rest. The following morning, Li Chun slowly rose from his bed, stretching languidly after nearly 5 hours of sleep, feeling invigorated. It is time to pay my respects to Mother. As he spoke, Li Chun began to dress himself. Paying homage to his mother was a daily ritual, unwavering and steadfast. I wonder what that young lady is doing now. After donning his clothes, Li Chun's lips curled into a slight smile as he exited his room, heading directly towards the courtyard where Cui Shi resided. The young lady he mentioned was, of course, Wang Liping. Mother, your son has come to pay his respects. Pushing open the door, Li Chun bowed deeply to Cui Shi. You child, why are you up so early? Observing Li Chun's actions, Cui Shi hurriedly helped him to his feet. After a long day yesterday, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Hiki, I thought I would come to pay my respects to you. Li Chun replied with a playful smile, a demeanor he only displayed in front of his mother. By the way, where's Xiaoping? After glancing around the room, Li Chun inquired with a hint of suspicion. Xiaoping asked for leave yesterday, saying she had urgent matters to attend to, and she hasn't returned yet. Cui Shi replied candidly upon hearing Li Chun's question. Urgent matters? Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly at this news. She hasn't returned all night? At this moment, Li Chun's brows knitted tightly, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. Since bringing Wang Liping from the Duke of Lu's residence, she had never been absent for an entire night. While she sometimes requested leave, she typically returned home rather quickly. Mother, did Xiaoping mention what urgent matter she was attending to when she asked for leave? With this thought, Li Chun turned to Cui Shi and inquired. I believe she mentioned something about finding a physician, but I didn't pay much attention to the details. Cui Shi responded. A physician? Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be for my sake? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Just yesterday, while bathing, he had concocted a tale of having a cleanliness obsession to Wang Liping. Given her level of concern for him, she must have taken it very seriously. Moreover, she had requested leave from the Cui family that very day, claiming she was off to seek a physician. Was there any other possibility? This girl with this thought. Li Chun couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mother, do you know where she went to find this physician? He inquired once more of Cui Shi, seeking to prevent any potential danger to Wang Liping. I do not know, Cui Shi replied, shaking her head. I was busy organizing your affairs at the time and did not inquire further. Organizing my affairs? What do you mean by that? Li Chun asked, confusion evident on his face. In nothing of significance, Cui Shi quickly interjected. Just some trivial matters. There's no need for you to worry. After saying this, she hurriedly moved to a nearby table, hastily gathering a stack of papers, as though fearful that Li Chun might catch a glimpse of them. However, in that fleeting moment, Li Chun's keen eyes caught sight of those papers, which seemed to depict various images of women. Mother, I shall take my leave now. Despite having seen those images, Li Chun was evidently more preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Liping. With that, he made his way towards the door. A night unaccounted for surely harbored some mystery as he walked through the courtyard. Li Chun grew increasingly uneasy. After all, based on his understanding of Wang Liping, even if she were delayed by some matter, she would find a way to send word. It was utterly uncharacteristic for her to vanish without a trace for an entire night. Someone with this thought, Li Chun halted, calling out to a servant in the courtyard. Your Highness, the Winged King. Upon hearing the call, a servant immediately approached and bowed respectfully to Li Chun. Bring Zhang Guanjia to me, Li Chun commanded. Yes, the servant promptly obeyed and hurried off to locate Zhang Tai. Young master, you summoned me? Zhang Tai soon arrived, breathless from his haste. Village head. I have a question for you. Li Chun addressed him directly, maintaining his usual title. Did Wang Liping, who served beside my mother yesterday, request leave to go out? Wang Liping. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, Zhang Tai furrowed his brow, lost in thought. As the steward of the Winged King's residence, there were countless matters to manage daily, making it understandable that he might not recall immediately. Oh, it just came to me, Zhang Tai exclaimed, tapping his forehead. You mean that strikingly beautiful young lady, correct? Indeed, Li Chun affirmed with a nod. Do you know where she has gone? The old man seemed at a loss. Upon hearing Li Chun's inquiry, Zhang Tai shook his head and replied, yesterday, before she left the residence. She mentioned that she had already taken leave from the princess and came to inform me, which is why I allowed her to depart. As for her destination, I truly do not know. You are unaware as well? Li Chun's brow furrowed once more upon Zhang Tai's response. If even Zhang Tai was oblivious, then Li Chun's quest to locate Wang Liping within the vast expanse of Chengqian would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting task, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 132. The contract of Xiaoping. This predicament is indeed quite challenging. Li Chun felt a surge of anxiety rise within him. The reason was simple. Wang Liping was a delicate and charming young woman, and if she were to encounter any danger, it would certainly spell trouble. Just then, as Li Chun's worry deepened, Zhang Tai suddenly seemed to recall something. Smiting his forehead with a vigorous gesture. How could I have forgotten this matter? He exclaimed. What have you remembered? Li Chun inquired eagerly, his eyes brimming with hope. When that young lady departed yesterday, she mentioned that she was going to seek a physician near her home. Zhang Tai reminisced about the earlier scene, addressing Li Chun. Moreover, She claimed that this physician was quite renowned for treating various ailments and maladies. Ailments and maladies? So it is. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Chun couldn't help but let out a bitter smile inwardly. Village chief, you mentioned that Zhao Ping went to her neighborhood. Do you happen to know where her home is? He then turned to Zhang Tai and asked. This old fool does not know. Zhang Tai shook his head once more. I only heard the young lady mention it yesterday. I did not inquire further. After all, she was going to find a physician. And I presumed she might feel embarrassed, so I refrained from pressing her. Indeed, everyone has their own unspoken struggles, having lived for much of his life. Zhang Tai understood this principle well, especially when it concerned a young girl. Clearly, she was going to seek medical attention, and it was not his place to pry. You do not know either? Upon hearing Zhang Tai's response, Li Chun's brow furrowed in frustration. If he did not know where Wang Liping resided, how could he possibly search for her? It was impractical to scour every corner of Chang'an. Young master, does that girl mean a great deal to you? Observing Li Chun's demeanor, Zhang Tai curiously inquired. Li Chun had grown under his watchful eye, apart from Li Chun's mother. He had never seen him so concerned for any other woman. Yes, I regard her as a sister, Li Chun replied candidly, nodding emphatically. She has not returned for an entire night, and I cannot help but worry. Ever since bringing Wang Liping from the residence of Duke Lu, Li Chun had seen her as a sister. Now, with her whereabouts unknown after a night of absence, his concern was only natural. Village chief, you may continue with your tasks. I shall contemplate other means. With that, Li Chun prepared to step out of the prince's residence, realizing that he would have to rely on Chengqian and his companions for assistance. After all, many hands make light work. Their status and connections in Chang'an would surely simplify matters compared to his solitary efforts. Oh, wait. Just as Li Chun had taken a few steps, Zhang Tai suddenly struck his forehead once more, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. How could I have forgotten this? He lamented. Young master. He called out to halt Li Chun. I now have a way to ascertain the location of that young lady's home. Upon hearing these words, Li Chun abruptly halted his steps and swiftly turned around, pondering what method could be employed. If Zhang Tai truly possessed a solution, he would not need to seek out Chengqian and the others, for even that endeavor would consume precious time. I can examine that young lady's contract. Zhang Tai promptly suggested. Her contract must certainly contain her family's address. Indeed, why did I not think of that? The phrase struck Li Chun like a revelation, and a joyful expression illuminated his face. In this era, all servants held contracts with their masters, which recorded their past and lineage. Naturally, their addresses were included as well. If they could uncover Wang Liping's contract, her home address would be as clear as day. However, after a brief moment of elation, Li Chun's expression turned troubled. This method may not be viable, he said with a wry smile to Zhang Tai. That young lady's contract might be in her possession. He recalled that when he had requested Wang Liping from Chengqian, he had not personally retrieved her. Chengqian had delivered her the following day, and the contract had been handed over to Wang Liping by Chengqian himself. Li Chun had long been aware of this, and since he regarded Wang Liping as a younger sister, he naturally had not asked for the contract to be returned. She does not have it with her? Li Chun was taken aback when Zhang Tai replied, that young lady's contract is with me. Li Chun paused, surprised. With you? Yes, Zhang Tai affirmed with certainty. Nodding his head, she personally handed it to me. I remember it vividly. Handed it to you? What does this mean? Li Chun inquired, perplexed. He distinctly recalled Chengqian explicitly stating that the contract had been given to Wang Liping and had instructed him to come back for it later. Now Zhang Tai claimed that Wang Liping had entrusted the contract to him, leaving Li Chun bewildered. It is important to understand that such a contract is akin to a bond of servitude. Once an individual possesses their own contract, it signifies the acquisition of personal freedom. Even the most naive person would not relinquish it to an outsider. The situation is as follows, Zhang Tai began, sensing Li Chun's confusion. When the young master brought me from Heishui village to this Wang Fu and declared me the steward, the young lady sought me out with her contract. Zhang Tai recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Chun. It turned out that Wang Liping had not forgotten her own identity. Although she had gained possession of her contract, she had approached Zhang Tai in order to remain by Li Chun's side, willingly relinquishing her contract to declare her intent to serve the Wang family for a lifetime. She had even specifically requested Zhang Tai not to disclose this matter to Li Chun, as Zhang Tai had only recently assumed the role of steward. He had inadvertently forgotten this incident, leading to the earlier misunderstanding. After listening to Zhang Tai's account, Li Chun felt a mix of emotions, both touched and exasperated. He had never anticipated that this young woman would forsake her freedom for his sake. Village chief, where is Zhao Ping's contract now? Li Chun inquired anxiously, gazing intently at Zhang Tai. Since Wang Liping had previously mentioned that she was searching for a physician near her home, the address inscribed in the contract should surely lead them to her. I have it here. I shall retrieve it immediately, Zhang Tai replied, sensing Li Chun's urgency. Without hesitation, he hurried back to his residence, for as the steward, he had already been entrusted with the contracts of all the servants and maids in the household by Li Chun. Soon, Zhang Tai returned, holding a yellowed piece of paper. Young master, here it is, he said, presenting Wang Liping's contract directly into Li Chun's hands. Chapter 133. It seems you do not intend to return. Gazing at the contents inscribed upon the contract, Li Chun could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, my lord. Xiaoping's family resides in the western part of the city, specifically in a slum, Zhang Tai explained appropriately. Though Chang'an appears prosperous on the surface, the reality is quite distinct. The city can be divided into two main sections, the eastern and western districts. The east is bustling and vibrant, home to the affluent and powerful, while the west is where the common folk live, with a significant portion of the impoverished populace residing in the slums. I have just examined Xiaoping's contract, and her family's location falls within this impoverished area. Then let us proceed to this slum. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Chun softly uttered, then lifted his foot, intending to step outside the prince's residence. My lord, wait. At that moment, Zhang Tai suddenly interjected to halt him. The western city is rife with all sorts of people. If you venture there alone, the search may prove somewhat challenging. I suggest you seek someone familiar with Chang'an, as this would increase the likelihood of finding Xiaoping. Someone familiar with Chang'an? Contemplating this, Li Chun reflected on the acquaintances he knew, realizing that the individuals most familiar with the city were Qin Chimo and Qin Huayu. However, seeking them out now would undoubtedly consume precious time, which Li Chun could scarce afford. My lord, Zhao Yong has spent considerable time in Chang'an. Having him as a guide should save you a good deal of time. As Li Chun remained lost in thought, Zhang Tai offered another suggestion. Zhao Yong? Upon hearing this name, Li Chun's expression turned skeptical. Although Zhao Yong had lived in Chang'an for a significant period, prior to their meeting, he had spent all his time within the palace. Whether he truly understood the outside world, particularly the slum, remained uncertain. Bring Zhao Yong here. With no choice but to adopt an experimental approach, Li Chun commanded a servant in the courtyard. Upon hearing Li Chun's command, the servant wasted no time, promptly responding and rushing off to find Zhao Yong. My lord, you summoned me? Upon learning of Li Chun's summons, Zhao Yong hurriedly approached without a moment's delay. This prince has a question for you. Directly addressing Zhao Yong, Li Chun got straight to the point. Do you know the slum in the western part of Chang'an? The slum? Zhao Yong was momentarily taken aback. My lord, are you planning to go to the slum? Yes. Li Chun nodded solemnly. This prince seeks a person. Are you familiar with that area? I am familiar. Zhao Yong confidently thumped his chest. I frequently visited the slum. While I cannot claim to know it inside out, I am well acquainted with most of the region. Oh. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's face brightened with joy. Thus, you shall accompany me on this journey. He immediately instructed Zhao Yong. Yes, young master, I shall fetch the horse. Zhao Yong replied and then turned to hasten towards the steeds. After all, the distance to the western city was not insignificant. And since Li Chun was in search of someone, riding would undoubtedly save considerable time. Village chief, after we depart, please send someone to the Duke of Lu's residence to inform Cheng Chimo to find me in the impoverished district of the western city. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chun turned to Zhang Tai to relay his instructions, for Cheng Chimo was most familiar with Chang'an and would be a valuable companion in the search. Understood, young master. Zhang Tai acknowledged with a nod after hearing Li Chun's words. Before long, Zhao Yong returned, leading a horse by the reins. Young master. He respectfully extended a rein to Li Chun. You shall lead the way. Accepting the reins, Li Chun promptly instructed Zhao Yong. Indeed, young master, I shall guide you, Zhao Yong replied, bowing slightly before stepping out of the Wangyi palace, leading the horse. Upon seeing Li Chun mount, he did not hesitate to follow suit. And together they galloped toward the impoverished district. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yong guided Li Chun toward the impoverished district, within a dilapidated dwelling, the previously tidy abode had become a scene of devastation. Tables, chairs, and utensils lay strewn about, discarded carelessly, and bloodstains marred the floor. In the corner of the room, a man and two women huddled together, their mouths stained with blood. The man, around 40 years of age, bore numerous injuries, clearly having sustained a severe beating, and it was evident from his wounds that he had recently been assaulted. Nevertheless, he fiercely shielded the two women beneath him, the elder of whom appeared to be in her 30s, while the younger was merely 15 or 16. Before them stood 7 or 8 burly men wielding wooden clubs, their faces twisted with mockery as they sneered at the trio. Today marks the final deadline for your repayment. If you fail to comply, do not blame us for taking your lives. The injured man struggled to lift his head, indignantly retorting, I only borrowed a single guan from you, yet Within 3 days, you demand I repay 100 yuan. How is this different from robbery? Oh, you dare to bring that up? One of the men scoffed, his face a mask of derision. Do you understand compound interest? When you borrowed the money, the terms were clearly written on the note, black and white. Do you think you can weasel out of it? As he spoke, he produced a loan agreement, waving it before Wang Lalu, prominently displaying the inscription that stipulated 100-fold repayment. As he gazed upon the promissory note before him, Wang Lalu was immediately overcome with fury, his entire being trembling. The document was evidently tampered with, a clear attempt to deceive him. A sum of 100 yuan was an amount his family could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. How could he possibly produce such a sum? It appears you have no intention of repaying, do you? Observing Wang Lao's distress, the man let out another chilling laugh. In that case, we cannot be held responsible. Strike him. With that, he issued a command to the individuals behind him. Chapter 134. Let her return to repay the debt, as his words echoed. The burly men behind him immediately burst into sinister laughter, raising their clubs to mercilessly rain blows upon Wang Lalu. Stop, please don't hit her anymore. Witnessing this scene, the young girl, aged around 15 or 16, struggled free from Wang Lao's protective embrace and positioned herself defiantly in front of her father. In an instant, the clubs came crashing down upon her, causing blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. Yet, despite the pain, she gritted her teeth, refusing to budge an inch. Xiaoping. At this moment, both Wang Laolu and the girl felt an acute sense of urgency, desperate to pull Wang Liping back. However, having sustained severe injuries earlier, they found themselves incapable of moving, forced to watch helplessly as their daughter bore the brunt of the assault. Indeed, the young woman was Wang Liping, and the couple behind her were her biological parents. Just the previous day, in her quest to find a physician for Li Chun, Wang Liping had ventured out from the Wing Wang mansion to the impoverished district. After searching in vain for the residence of the physician she had in mind, she had no choice but to return home, hoping her parents could assist her. To her dismay, upon arriving home, Wang Liping found her parents absent. In her confusion, she inquired among the neighbors in the nearby streets, only to learn that her parents had gone out and had accrued a considerable debt. In her haste, she set out to find them, fortuitously encountering her hurried parents on the streets of the impoverished area. Upon seeing their daughter, the elderly couple wasted no time in bringing her home, urgently advising her to remain indoors and explaining the situation. It turned out that upon learning of their daughter's position as a maid in the Wing Wang mansion, her parents had been overwhelmed with excitement and wished to borrow some money to visit her. Little did they know, calamity was about to befall them. Unbeknownst to them, the moneylender they approached was nothing more than a deceitful establishment, which had manipulated the terms of their loan. What should have been a simple repayment of 3 coins within a month had been grotesquely inflated to an exorbitant sum, leaving the elderly couple in despair. Determined to escape their predicament, they had spent the night packing to flee, but upon opening the door, they encountered these unscrupulous debt collectors, leading to the current dire situation. Well, this girl is quite something. Observing Wang Liping standing protectively in front of her parents, the men's eyes gleamed with a predatory delight, their expression shifting to one of lewd intent. Despite the blood trickling from her mouth, Wang Liping's strikingly beautiful visage lent her an unusual allure. At that moment, with her pale complexion and captivating demeanor, she became an irresistible temptation in the eyes of those brutish men. How did we not notice before? This girl is exceptionally lovely. Gazing intently at Wang Liping's exquisite visage, the burly men found their eyes gleaming with a lustful glint. It was evident that having lingered in this impoverished district for years, they had never encountered a woman of such remarkable beauty. Hey, boss, why don't we take her back as compensation for our debts? One man stepped forward, circling around Wang Liping before turning to speak to another behind him with a grin. Yes, the boss has a particular fondness for this type, another chimed in. Eyeing Wang Liping, especially a woman like her, the boss would surely be pleased upon seeing her. If we bring her back, once the boss is satisfied, we can expect our share of the benefits. Who knows, perhaps after the boss is done, we might even get some leftovers to savor. In that instant, all the burly men present began to suggest the idea to their leader, their gazes towards Wang Liping laced with wicked amusement. One could only imagine the tragic fate that awaited Wang Liping should she fall into their hands. Ha ha ha, splendid, it's settled. Hearing their words, one among them suddenly brightened, bursting into laughter. Evidently, he was their leader. Bring this young lady over here. He then commanded his companions with a wave of authority. Hee, right away. As the words left his mouth, the group of burly men, faces adorned with lewd grins, approached Wang Liping directly. Upon witnessing the scene, her complexion shifted abruptly. Her once pale face turned a ghastly white. What do you intend to do? As the men closed in, Wang Liping, her beauty now marred by fear, instinctively recoiled. Fully aware of their intentions. What are we going to do? You'll find out soon enough. They laughed shamelessly at her distress. With that, they lunged forward, seizing Wang Liping despite her desperate struggles, which were futile against their overwhelming strength. After all, she was merely a delicate girl, incapable of escaping their clutches. Let me go? I am a maid of the Winged King's residence, she pleaded amidst her struggles. The Winged Prince values me greatly. If he learns of this, he will surely take your lives. The mention of the Winged Prince caused an immediate change in the expressions of the burly men. They were well aware of what the Winged King's residence represented, and the tale of the Winged Prince single-handedly repelling 20,000 troops from the Turks had long circulated throughout Chang'an. Hearing the young woman before them claim to be associated with the Winged King's residence filled them with trepidation. Boss. They instinctively released Wang Liping, their gazes shifting towards their leader, clearly apprehensive. If what Wang Liping claimed were true, then she was indeed a person of the Winged King's residence. And even 100 times their courage would not suffice to challenge such a powerful entity. As for their leader, upon hearing the news, he furrowed his brow slightly. But upon gazing at Wang Liping, his expression soon relaxed. You are quite the clever girl, he remarked with a cold smirk directed at Wang Liping. Do you think you can intimidate us with the name of the Winged Prince? Do you believe I am so easily deceived? The Winged Prince, what a figure he is! And you, a mere child, dare claim to hold his favor? Have you even taken a moment to reflect on your own worth? It was evident that he harbored no belief in Wang Liping's words. In their minds, Li Chun was a distinguished Winged Prince, the nephew of the current emperor. How could he possibly regard a woman from the impoverished district with any significance? Clearly, this was nothing more than a fabrication spun by Wang Liping to evade capture, intended to dissuade them from pursuing her further. Chapter 135. Are you Wang Liping's mother? You wretched woman. Indeed, upon hearing this person's words, the once apprehensive thugs transformed their expressions into fierce scowls. How dare you deceive us? Once the boss has had his fill of amusement, we shall see how you fare. With that, they seized Wang Liping once more. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the leader smirked slightly, then turned his gaze to Wang Liping's father, chuckling, Wang Lalu, since you cannot repay your debts, your daughter shall serve as collateral. We will take good care of her. Haraha, take this young lady away. With that, he burst into laughter, commanding his men to escort Wang Liping out. Little did they realize that their actions heralded the gradual demise of their own lives. Beasts, you pack of beasts. Watching his daughter being taken away, Wang Laolu collapsed to the ground, roaring in agony. He wished to intervene, but in his current state, it was impossible. Overcome by rage and despair, he fainted on the spot. Master! Master! Witnessing the scene unfold, Wang Liping's mother began to wail loudly. Her leg had been broken by the previous group, rendering her incapable of seeking help. Someone, please, anyone, prostrate before her husband. Wang Liping's mother desperately cried out to the outside, hoping to catch the attention of neighbors for assistance. Yet, after several calls, no one came forth. After all, the departing thugs were the local bullies of this impoverished district, and who would dare to intervene? Meanwhile, two figures, riding swiftly on their steeds, finally arrived in this impoverished area. The two were none other than Li Chun and Zhao Yong. After leaving the Wing King's residence, under Zhao Yong's guidance, they had hastened to this location, yet the distance had taken nearly half an hour. Young master, this is the impoverished district, Zhao Yong said, coming to a halt. This is the impoverished district? Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Li Chun surveyed the dilapidated houses and streets around him, his brow furrowing slightly. The reason was simple. The area was far too run down, a stark contrast to the dwellings he had previously encountered in the Eastern Market. He could even see many ragged individuals, each holding a broken bowl, begging along the streets, an occurrence unimaginable in the Eastern Market. It seems that in any dynasty, such conditions are inescapable. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Chun sighed softly. Young master, this is indeed the nature of the impoverished district. As if perceiving Li Chun's thoughts, Zhao Yong explained, these individuals belong to the lowest strata of society, struggling even to meet their basic needs. Some, in desperate circumstances, have no choice but to send their sons or daughters to wealthy households as servants, in the hope of securing a chance for survival. I understand, Li Chun replied, his expression grave as he nodded. Clearly, he would need to bring this situation to the attention of His Majesty. However, he was acutely aware that changing the plight of these impoverished communities was not a task that could be accomplished overnight. It would require time and, most importantly, instilling hope within their hearts. As the saying goes, teaching a man to fish is preferable to giving him a fish. Once hope is kindled within these individuals, assisting them in overcoming their struggles would not be insurmountable. This matter could be addressed later. For now, the priority was to locate Xiaoping. With this thought in mind, Li Chun turned directly to Zhao Yong and commanded, let us commence. Yes, my lord, Zhao Yang promptly replied, setting off towards a designated location. Clearly, he intended to utilize his resources to inquire about Wang Liping's whereabouts. Zhao Yang did not keep Li Chun waiting for long and soon returned. "My lord, I have gathered information. The young lady's residence is not far from here," he reported, bowing respectfully. "We can arrive in just a quarter of an hour." "Very well. Lead the way," Li Chun responded, nodding in acknowledgement, refraining from any further conversation, as a sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. Understood. Throughout their journey, Zhao Yang noticed Li Chun's evident concern for Wang Liping, and thus did not wish to delay, hastening towards the inner parts of the impoverished district based on the intelligence he had gathered. As they walked, the streets around them became increasingly dilapidated, with crumbling structures scattered throughout, reminiscent of a place that had recently endured the ravages of war. "Have we arrived?" Li Chun inquired, his attention not on the dismal surroundings, but rather on Zhao Yang, as his sense of unease intensified since entering the slum. "The young lady resides in this vicinity," Zhao Yang replied, his urgency palpable. "I shall inquire further." With that, he approached one of the dilapidated houses. "Help! Someone, please! Hurry!" A series of desperate cries suddenly echoed through the air, laced with a profound sense of despair that sent chills down their spines. This is not good. At that moment, Li Chun's heart raced, and he called out, "Zhao Yang, come with me." Without a second thought, he dashed towards the source of the cries, with Zhao Yang quickly following in his wake. Amidst the frantic rush of the two individuals, they swiftly entered a dilapidated house. Standing at the threshold, Li Chun's expression darkened upon witnessing the scene before him. The interior was strewn with devastation, leaving no space unscathed. In the corner of the room, a man and a woman lay sprawled, drenched in blood, clearly having sustained grievous injuries not long ago. Even Zhao Yang, at this moment, could not help but narrow his eyes, glancing towards Li Chun with concern. Yet, Li Chun paid no heed to Zhao Yang. Instead, he stepped over the scattered remnants of despair and approached the wounded pair. Are you Wang Liping's mother?" he gently inquired, squatting down before them. Upon hearing his words, Wang Liping's mother barely managed to open her eyes, evidently on the brink of unconsciousness from both the earlier cries for help and her existing injuries. "Help us." Chapter 136. Those wretches deserve to die. As she opened her eyes, the sight of Li Chun before her ignited a flicker of hope within Wang Liping's mother, who had previously been engulfed in despair. It was as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. She implored Li Chun, "Please, I beg you, save us." In her earnestness, she attempted to bow her head in reverence. However, Li Chun, quick to react, swiftly intervened to halt her gesture. "Zhao Yang," she called out, prompting him to step forward. Understanding the urgency, Zhao Yang produced the rejuvenating powder he carried and began administering treatment to the two individuals. This miraculous powder, a gift from Li Chun, was not only in his possession but also distributed among the 300 soldiers of the Wing King's residence, as they had become Li Chun's personal guards, and he was generous in his care for them. As the powder was sprinkled, its effects were immediate. A soft murmur escaped the lips of Wang Liping's father, who gradually regained consciousness. "You're awake, dear." Upon seeing her husband revive, the woman, burdened by worry, was overcome with tears of joy. In this era, a husband was the pillar of the household, and witnessing his revival filled her heart with indescribable elation. As he opened his eyes and beheld his wife's tearful face, Wang Lalu appeared momentarily bewildered, before his memory surged back. "Xiaoping, where is Xiaoping?" he inquired urgently of Wang Liping's mother. "Xiaoping, she." At the sound of her husband's distress, the woman was once again choked with emotion. Observing this poignant scene, Li Chun's expression shifted once more. "Are you the parents of Wang Liping?" he asked hastily. Only then did Wang Lalu notice Li Chun. Are you with those people?" I will fight you." Clearly disoriented from his awakening, he threatened Li Chun in a fit of confusion. Dear. In a state of panic, Wang Liping's mother interjected, "It was this young man who saved us." "Yes, he saved us." Upon hearing this, Wang Laolu paused in his aggression. "Thank you, benefactors," he expressed with a face marred by sorrow. Li Chun, unperturbed by Wang Lao's earlier hostility, inquired once more, "I ask you, are you indeed Wang Liping's parents?" "Yes, my daughter is Wang Liping," Wang Laolu confirmed, his eyes vacant. "Where is she now?" Li Chun pressed urgently. "My daughter, she..." At this juncture, Wang Laolu broke into heart-wrenching sobs. Indeed, as a father, witnessing his daughter abducted by villains and feeling utterly powerless was a profound sorrow that weighed heavily upon his heart. "Speak quickly, what has happened to her?" Upon seeing Wang Lao's appearance, Li Chun was taken aback, her voice trembling involuntarily. "My daughter, she has been abducted by villains." Wang Laolu lamented with a heart-wrenching cry. In an instant, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Li Chun, as if it had materialized, shattering the nearby furniture into splinters. "Where have those scoundrels taken Wang Liping?" Li Chun demanded. Wang Laolu, witnessing her fierce demeanor, was struck with horror, rendered nearly speechless. "Do not be afraid. This is His Highness, the Winged King." Observing Wang Lao's expression, Zhao Yong hastily reassured him. "His Highness has come to rescue your daughter." "His Highness, the Winged King?" Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Wang Laolu momentarily froze, only to then be overtaken by an expression of unbridled joy. "Your Highness, please save my daughter." Once he realized Li Chun's identity, Wang Laolu clung to her like a drowning man grasping at the last lifeline, pleading fervently. He understood that only Li Chun could save his daughter, despite the insurmountable chasm presented by those villains to ordinary folk like him. Before Li Chun, they were nothing. If she was willing to intervene, his daughter could indeed be rescued from peril. "Who are those who have taken Zhaoping?" Li Chun steadied her emotions and inquired. "Why did they abduct Zhaoping, and where have they taken her?" "Your Highness, the situation is as follows." Wang Laolu, sensing the gravity of the moment, recounted the events without hesitation. "You mean to say that before they abducted her, Zhaoping revealed my name?" Upon concluding Wang Lao's account, the previously contained fury within Li Chun erupted anew. She could hardly fathom that, upon learning Wang Liping was associated with the Winged King, those fiends still dared to act so brazenly. How could she not be enraged? Yes, Zhaoping had informed them, but they did not believe her. Wang Laolu lamented. "Your Highness, you must save Zhaoping. If she falls into their hands, He faltered, unable to continue, for he had heard all too clearly the threats directed at Wang Liping before losing consciousness. If he could not rescue his daughter, Wang Liping's life would be irrevocably shattered. Those wretches deserve to die. A fierce light of vengeance ignited in Li Chun's eyes. Observing the expression on Li Chun's face, even Zhao Yong felt a sudden jolt of alarm within him. Having accompanied Li Chun for such an extended period, he had never witnessed him in such a state. Except for that time in Heishui village. "Young master, I am aware of that place," he promptly declared. "On the surface, that money house appears no different from any other. Yet it is merely a facade, preying on the unsuspecting and honest, and it possesses certain connections within the court. Lead the way." However, Li Chun paid no heed to Zhao Yong's words. Throughout, he had regarded Wang Liping as a sister, and now, with her abducted, he cared not for any affiliations they might possess. Even if they were backed by the crown prince, Li Chun's murderous intent would not wane in the slightest. "Understood. Young master." Upon hearing Li Chun's command, Zhang Tai nodded gravely. "I shall now lead you." Chapter 137. There is no such person here, as his sovereign displayed no concern. He felt there was little left for him to say. He promptly turned to lead Li Chun towards the location of the bank. However, at that moment, Li Chun cast a glance at Wang Liping's parents and then instructed Zhao Yong to find someone to escort the couple to the Winged King's residence for medical treatment. After all, these two were Wang Liping's biological parents, grievously injured, and Li Chun could not abandon them. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong understood the urgency of the matter and swiftly departed, returning shortly with several individuals. "Master, you may entrust them to these individuals," Zhao Yong indicated to the newcomers. "Greetings, Your Highness the Winged King." Upon encountering Li Chun, the group bowed respectfully, evidently having discerned his identity during their journey with Zhao Yong. No need for formalities. Observing their gestures, Li Chun nodded. "These two shall be entrusted to you. Upon arrival at the Winged King's residence, simply inform them that I sent you, and you may collect your reward from Steward Zhang." Unworthy, the individuals hastily waved their hands in protest. "It is our honor to serve Your Highness the Winged King. How could we dare to accept a reward?" They were well aware of who Li Chun was, a heroic figure who had single-handedly repelled an army of 200,000. Revered by all the citizens of the city, it was clear that being able to assist him was a privilege that others could only wish for, and they would never dream of asking for compensation. "Very well, I entrust this matter to you then." True to his character of reciprocity, Li Chun refrained from further elaboration and merely stated, "Your rewards shall be substantial." "Thank you, Your Highness the Winged King." Upon hearing this, the individuals displayed expressions of excitement, fully aware of the honor they were receiving from the Winged King. "Zhao Yong, let us go." Li Chun disregarded the group further, turning to Zhao Yong to issue his command, and exited the room. Following Zhao Yong's lead, they made their way swiftly towards the bank. Rescuing Wang Liping was of utmost priority, master. It is just ahead. Guided by Zhao Yong, they navigated through the bustling streets until a bank, distinctly different from the surrounding buildings, emerged before them. Though located in a poor district, the bank was remarkably busy, bustling with patrons. Among those entering and exiting were many elegantly dressed individuals, unmistakably of noble or wealthy stature. Is this truly the bank? Observing the scene before him, Li Chun furrowed his brow. The establishment's presence in such a destitute area struck him as incongruous, and the sight of affluent individuals only deepened his intrigue. Master, I assume you have noticed as well. Observing Li Chun's expression, Zhao Yong seemed to discern the doubts lingering within his heart and began to explain. This money house not only engages in usurious lending, but also serves as a haven for money laundering. Moreover, numerous officials are known to funnel the ill-gotten gains of the people through this establishment. However, before Zhao Yong could finish his statement, Li Chun raised his hand, effectively silencing him. What I wish to know is whether they have brought Xiaoping here. It is highly likely, Zhao Yong affirmed, glancing at the money house. The proprietor resides in the back courtyard and is notoriously lecherous. If Xiaoping was indeed captured by that group, she would certainly be within these walls. Then let us proceed. Li Chun's eyes gradually sharpened as he strode towards the entrance of the money house, with Zhao Yong closely trailing behind him. Upon entering, the scene unfolded before Li Chun's eyes. Inside the money house were 4 or 5 counters, reminiscent of modern banking windows, bustling with patrons, most of whom were clad in opulent attire, indicative of their wealth and status. Yet, Li Chun paid little heed to this spectacle. His expression darkened as he made a beeline for one of the counters. Hey, how dare you cut in line? A few individuals waiting at the counter voiced their indignation at Li Chun's disregard for the queue. However, as Li Chun turned his gaze upon them, the sharpness emanating from his eyes rendered them mute, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The piercing intensity of his stare was akin to plunging into an icy abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Retracting his gaze, Li Chun approached the counter with an air of indifference. Good day, are you here to borrow money? The attendant behind the counter inquired with a smile, having witnessed the earlier commotion but choosing to disregard it, confident in the backing of formidable forces behind their establishment, believing Li Chun would not dare to cause trouble here. Upon hearing the attendant's question, Li Chun shook his head. I am not here to borrow money. Not borrowing money. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly shifting to one of displeasure. Then what business do you have at our money house? I am looking for someone. Li Chun's response was curt and emphatic. Looking for someone. The attendant finally sensed something amiss in Li Chun's demeanor, yet, recalling the powerful connections they had, he quickly regained his composure. This is a money house. If the person you seek is not here, I suggest you leave. Has she ever been in your establishment? Li Chun disregarded the attendant's brusque attitude, reaching into his pocket to produce a portrait of Wang Liping, placing it directly before him. Gazing at the portrait in Li Chun's hand, the expression of the man behind the counter suddenly transformed, for he unmistakably recognized Wang Liping. After all, that group had just abducted her, and Wang Liping's striking beauty had left an indelible impression on him. We do not have this person here. Despite acknowledging her identity, he was evidently unwilling to confess. However, this was of little consequence, for Li Chun had already discerned the truth from the fleeting change in his demeanor. Li Chun gradually folded the portrait away, and then, bang! With a resounding explosion, the counter before him shattered, and the man within was swiftly seized by Li Chun. Subsequently, with a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly lifted the man from behind the counter, akin to handling a chick. This scene unfolded in an instant, and with Li Chun's decisive action, chaos erupted within the money exchange. Chapter 138. The Fury of the Winged King. Who is this person? How dare he cause a commotion in the moneylender's establishment? Observing Li Chun, the patrons within the financial institution displayed expressions of astonishment. This young man is likely to face dire consequences. Does he not comprehend the formidable forces behind this establishment? In that moment, the onlookers regarded Li Chun with a glimmer of sympathy, evidently. The clientele here were well aware of the institution's background, and Li Chun's brazen actions were akin to courting death. Li Chun, undeterred by the murmurs around him, hoisted the individual in his grasp and surveyed everyone within the establishment with a cold gaze. I shall state this once, he declared. Those who wish to survive should vacate this place at once. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, those who had initially intended to observe the spectacle felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had been locked in the gaze of a primordial beast, sending shivers through their very souls. Instantly, they dared not linger, fleeing the premises in haste. I shall inquire one final time. Slowly shifting his gaze back to the individual he held, Li Chun pressed on. Is the person depicted in this portrait present within this establishment? You dare to cause chaos here? The man, though trembling with fear, attempted to project bravado as he replied, do you have any idea of the power that backs our institution? Crack. Before he could finish, Li Chun tightened his grip, and with a sickening sound, the man's head drooped lifelessly. I have already granted you a chance. Disposing of the corpse with indifference, Li Chun slowly turned away. They had now become encircled. At the moment he acted, the patrons of the moneylender's establishment had closed in around him and Zhao Yong, even locking the doors behind them. How dare you create a disturbance in our establishment? You must be tired of living. The enforcers of the moneylender's establishment glared at Li Chun with malice. Clearly, after years of serving as enforcers, they had never encountered someone as audacious as him. Most patrons were well aware of their formidable reputation. And though they had dealt with brash individuals before, the outcomes had often been tragically grim. You were afforded but a single opportunity. Surveying the gathered crowd, Li Chun's expression remained unchanged as he produced Wang Liping's portrait once more. Calmly, he addressed them. Is this person present within this establishment? Upon hearing Li Chun's inquiry, the crowd momentarily fell silent before erupting into laughter. Has this fool lost his mind? They jeered, pointing and mocking him. In their eyes, Li Chun's audacity to question them under such circumstances was akin to that of a simpleton. The scoundrel recognized the woman depicted in the portrait. At this moment, she had likely already become a plaything for our employer. Ha ha. Upon uttering these words, the group erupted into unabashed laughter at Li Chun's expense. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, it was evident that they had not discerned Li Chun's true identity. Otherwise, the scene would have unfolded quite differently. As for Li Chun, upon hearing their remarks, his countenance darkened to an unprecedented degree. Zhao Yang. He then fixed his gaze upon Zhao Yang, proclaiming, "Leave no one alive." "Yes, my lord." Seeing Li Chun's demeanor, Zhao Yang nodded solemnly before charging toward the group before him. With Zhao Yang's sudden assault, anguished cries echoed throughout the room. A seasoned warrior, Zhao Yang had once served as a guard for Li Shimin. And dealing with this ragtag assembly was hardly a challenge for him. In mere moments, despite the futile resistance of the assailants, he had reduced their numbers to fewer than 5. Who are you? The remaining few, gazing upon the carnage scattered on the floor, finally felt a wave of dread wash over them, their faces etched with horror as they turned to Li Chun. Zhao Yang, however, paid no heed to their expressions. Li Chun's command was clear: leave no one alive. He tossed aside the lifeless body in his grasp and charged once more at the remaining adversaries. Wait. At that moment, Li Chun called out to halt Zhao Yang's advance, for he needed to ascertain whether Wang Liping was safe. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yang's imminent strike came to an abrupt stop. He was utterly obedient to Li Chun's command. I shall grant you another chance. Li Chun fixed a piercing gaze upon the trembling henchman. Was that woman present in this moneylender's establishment? Why, yes. The henchman, now bereft of any semblance of bravado, confessed, she is, in the backyard. The backyard? Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Why, yes. They nodded fervently. She was just brought in and sent to the backyard. Where in the backyard? Li Chun inquired, his tone sharp and commanding. In our boss's room. The henchmen quaked as they spoke. Boom. Upon hearing their response, the murderous intent radiating from Li Chun became uncontrollable. It was all too clear what fate awaited Wang Liping in the backyard. And how could Li Chun not be enraged? Zhao Yang, kill. He commanded decisively. Yes, your highness. Zhao Yang replied with a bow. Wings. Wing King. You are the Wing King. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's address to Li Chun, the remaining henchmen's eyes widened in shock, their faces turning ashen. Who is the Wing King? They could not be more aware. This was a figure who single-handedly battled against an army of tens of thousands. He is revered as a hero in the hearts of the people of the Great Tang. They could never have imagined that the youth they had just mocked was, in fact, the Wing King. Your Highness, the Wing King, please spare us. Chapter 139. Young Master, you have finally arrived. Spare me, Your Highness the Winged King. Immediately, he knelt before Li Chun, pleading for mercy. Kill. Yet. At that moment, Li Chun was far too preoccupied to pay heed to them. After issuing another command to Zhao Yang, he swiftly made his way towards the rear courtyard of the bank. As Li Chun departed, a chorus of anguished cries resounded, indicating that, under Zhao Yang's ruthless hand, these individuals would meet a fate akin to that of the earlier thugs. Upon entering the back courtyard of the bank, Li Chun's eyes began to scan the surrounding buildings with fervor. Please let there be no harm. Please let there be no harm. As he surveyed the structures, he silently prayed, his heart brimming with anxiety. Help me. Ha, my dear beauty. You need not scream any longer. Even if you were to shout until your throat raw, no one would return to save you. Just as Li Chun's desperation peaked, he heard muffled cries for help and lascivious laughter emanating from within one of the rooms. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Chun's eyes, which then narrowed sharply as he focused on a particular room. The sounds of distress ignited a volcanic rage within him, for he recognized the voice. It was that of Wang Liping, whom he regarded as his own sister. How could he not be enraged? Yet, amidst his fury, he found solace in the fact that Wang Liping had not yet met her demise. Young Master. At that moment, Zhao Yang arrived, calling out to Li Chun. Open the door. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's summons, Li Chun's expression darkened as he pointed towards a door ahead. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yang responded, rushing towards the door, lifting his foot. and delivering a powerful kick. Boom! With a resounding crash. The door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. As the door swung wide, the scene inside revealed itself to Li Chun and Zhao Yong. Within the room stood a man of around 40, brandishing a long whip, leering at a woman cowering by the bed. The woman's garments were tattered, and the marks of the whip were visible upon her skin, indicating she had endured severe torment. Who? The sudden opening of the door startled the man, who whipped around to face the intruders. Who are you? Upon seeing the figures of Zhao Yong and Li Chun at the threshold, the man's expression darkened, and he immediately inquired. Clearly, he had been so engrossed that he was oblivious to the events that had transpired within the moneylender's premises. You, damn it. As for Li Chun, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the murderous intent in his eyes erupted once more as he fixed his gaze on the man and advanced towards him step by step. Someone. Quickly, someone. The man, upon observing Li Chun's actions and the lethal glare in his eyes, was struck with terror, stumbling backward while frantically calling out into the street. Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, no one appeared before him. What is happening? The realization that his cries yielded no response rendered his complexion ghostly pale. At that moment, Li Chun paid no heed to the man. Instead, he entered the room and approached Wang Liping, who was curled up by the bedside. Xiaoping. I have come. Coming before Wang Liping, Li Chun halted, his expression softening as he called to her gently. Go away. Don't touch me. Go away. At that moment, Wang Liping, upon hearing Li Chun's voice, remained huddled at the edge of the bed. Her head bowed, her hands flailing aimlessly before her. Clearly, she had been so traumatized by the man that she could not recognize Li Chun's voice. Witnessing Wang Liping's state, Li Chun felt a sudden pang of sorrow. He then removed his outer garment and slowly crouched down, draping it over her shoulders and holding her tightly in his embrace. Brother is late. It's all my fault. As he clung to the struggling Wang Liping, tears welled in his eyes as he pressed his forehead against her cheek, whispering softly. Li Chun's heart was heavy with self-reproach. Had he not lied to Wang Liping about his obsessive cleanliness, she would not have come to this impoverished area seeking his help, nor would she have faced such dire circumstances. The chain of causality lay squarely upon his shoulders, filling him with guilt. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, should anything have happened to Wang Liping, given his nature, he would never have forgiven himself for the rest of his life. Let me go. Let me go. You, let me go. Even in Li Chun's embrace, Wang Liping continued to struggle, her vacant expression causing Zhao Yong, who stood nearby, to feel a deep ache in his heart. You, damn it. This time, without needing Li Chun's command, Zhao Yong's gaze shifted sharply as he directed a fierce glare at the man, advancing towards him with purpose. Along this path, he could clearly see Li Chun's anxiety for Wang Liping's safety. For her sake, Li Chun had displayed an unprecedented ferocity, and as his loyal companion and subordinate, Zhao Yong understood precisely what needed to be done in this moment. Zhao Yong, step aside. Just as Zhao Yong was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the man, Li Chun unexpectedly issued a command, halting him in his tracks. At the sound of Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong's advancing footsteps abruptly ceased. Master. He then shifted his gaze towards Li Chun. I have come personally. Li Chun stated with a serene demeanor. This man has tormented his sister to such an extent. How could Li Chun allow him to perish so easily? Yes, master. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong nodded emphatically, then turned his body and positioned himself before the door, resembling a guardian deity, blocking the entrance behind him. Clearly, with Zhao Yong's protection, the man would have no chance of escape. Xiaoping, do not be afraid, I am your brother. Open your eyes and see, I am your brother. After instructing Zhao Yong, Li Chun did not hasten to confront the man, but instead directed a gentle gaze towards Wang Liping, cradled in his arms. Upon hearing Li Chun's soothing voice, Wang Liping, who had been struggling, gradually began to calm. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Master, you have finally arrived. Chapter 140. Today you shall perish. My lord, you have finally come to rescue me. As Wang Liping opened her eyes and beheld Li Chun's visage, she felt as if she had been reborn from despair. She threw her arms around his neck and wept uncontrollably. I thought I would never see you again. Sob. Go ahead, cry. Li Chun said softly, gently patting her back. Observing Wang Liping's sorrowful state brought him a sense of relief. Embracing her tenderly and caressing her silky hair, a gentle warmth graced his features. Her tears indicated that the anguish within her heart had begun to dissipate. My lord, I thought I would never see you again, she murmured, lifting her delicate face from his shoulder, still trembling with fear. It was evident that she had reached the brink of despair. Had Li Chun arrived even a moment later, she might have met her end at the foot of the bed. Do not fear, brother is here, he reassured her, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a smile. I promise you, I will ensure that you never face danger again. Li Chun's vow resonated within Wang Liping's heart like a solemn oath. Thank you, brother. She nodded vigorously, for the first time addressing him as brother. Come. At the sound of her new appellation, Li Chun smiled slightly, helping her rise from the ground. Let brother avenge you. With those words, he turned slowly, his expression shifting from warmth to a chilling resolve. He intended to personally torment the man before him to death. You may leave your last words, he declared, advancing menacingly toward the man. You. The man, taken aback by the bloodthirsty glint in Li Chun's eyes, stumbled backward in terror. He desired to flee, but under the watchful gaze of Zhao Yong, the guardian, escape was utterly unattainable. Someone, please, someone. As Li Chun drew nearer, the man shouted desperately toward the door, yet his cries were met with eerie silence. Have you shouted enough? Li Chun paused, observing the man's frantic demeanor. If you have not, I can grant you a little more time. What about the people from my bank? The man felt a sudden tightening in his chest, realizing that something was amiss. You say they? Li Chun's cold smile hinted that perhaps, at this moment, they had already embarked on their journey to the afterlife. What? Upon hearing these words, the man's expression changed dramatically. You actually killed those people. Li Chun's earlier statement struck the man's heart like a tempest. For those individuals were hired thugs specifically brought in by his money house, at least 40 to 50 men, now mercilessly slain by Li Chun and his companion. How could he not be filled with an inexplicable terror? You dare to kill our money house's men? Do you have any idea who stands behind us? Despite his internal dread, the man resorted to invoking his powerful connections to intimidate Li Chun and his companion, hoping to secure his own safety. The true master of our money house is none other than the son of the Duke of the State, Chengqian. I advise you to retreat promptly while you still can. Otherwise, once my master learns of this incident, he will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Chengqian. Upon hearing this, Li Chun involuntarily halted his steps, clearly taken aback by the revelation that the money house's hidden master was indeed Chengqian. He then cast a glance towards the guard, Zhao Yong. Upon meeting Li Chun's gaze, Zhao Yong subtly nodded, indicating that he had long been aware of the true identity of the money house's master, but had been interrupted before he could disclose it. Now you understand fear. Do you? Seeing Li Chun pause, the man grew emboldened, believing his words had made an impact. He scoffed. I advise you to leave this woman behind and humbly bow to acknowledge your mistakes. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, you can await my master, who will have you torn to shreds. Haha. Upon hearing his words, Li Chun erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Meanwhile, the guard Zhao Yong observed the man with a look of incredulity. His master, Li Chun, had never bowed even before Emperor Shimin. Yet this fool dared to demand Li Chun kneel? Was he not a fool? What are you laughing at? Watching Li Chun's boisterous laughter, the man's heart, which had just settled, surged once more. Our master is Chengqian, he reiterated, attempting to remind Li Chun with urgency. Chengqian, Li Chun sneered, asserting, not only he, but even his father, Chengsun would not dare speak such grandiose words in my presence. Upon hearing Li Chun's declaration, the man was momentarily stunned, and then, as if recalling something, his eyes widened in shock, pointing at Li Chun with disbelief. You are the Winged King. It was evident he was not foolish at Li Chun's age. Only the young Winged King could dare to refer to himself as such. He was a formidable figure who single-handedly battled against countless foes, a savior of Li Shimin, and revered by the entire city as the unparalleled god of war. The noble Prince please spare me. As this thought crossed his mind, the man trembled uncontrollably and fell to his knees before Li Chun. Although his master, Chengqian, was a prominent figure in Chang'an due to his noble lineage, such stature was insignificant when compared to the presence of the prince before him. The disparity was akin to that of a mere child standing against a giant, an undeniable chasm. Moreover, Li Chun's name had long resonated throughout the Tang Dynasty, earning him the utmost favor of Li Shimin. Chengqian would never be foolish enough to oppose Li Chun on his behalf. Prince, please show mercy. On the ground, the man repeatedly bowed his head, begging for forgiveness with fervor, his forehead swelling with each impact yet showing no signs of halting. It was evident that his sole recourse lay in beseeching Li Chun for clemency. However, Li Chun was not inclined to grant such a desire. Today, you shall meet your end. Observing the man's frantic gestures, a glint of cold determination flashed in Li Chun's eyes as he advanced step by step towards him. Chapter 141. This prince will not allow you to die. So easily observing the man who continued to plead for mercy, Li Chun did not pause in his steps. Advancing toward him with unwavering resolve, his gaze devoid of any compassion. Li Chun had long regarded Wang Liping as a sister. Had he arrived even a moment later, the dire consequences for her would have been unimaginable. It could be said that Wang Liping's life was nearly ruined at this man's hands. So how could Li Chun possibly let him escape so easily? Presumptuous and audacious to insult the sister of this prince. Arriving before the man, Li Chun halted, and in the face of his horrified expression, slowly lifted his foot, only to suddenly bring it down. With Li Chun's action, a cry of torment reverberated through the room, and it was then that the man's right hand, which lay on the ground, transformed into a mere puddle of flesh. "Ah, my hand!" Falling to the ground, clutching his wrist, the man screamed in agony. Yet this was merely the beginning. As he writhed in pain, Li Chun raised his foot once more. Crack! With a resounding snap, Li Chun's foot came down heavily, shattering the man's left knee, blood gushing forth as his entire left leg was brutally crushed beneath Li Chun's weight. Ah, my leg. Gazing upon his severed left leg, the man's wretched screams echoed like that of a slaughtered pig, spilling forth from his lips. "Spare me. I beg you. Spare me." After his anguished cries, the man once more implored Li Chun for mercy. After all, a miserable life was preferable to a swift death. Though he had lost a left leg and a right hand, with the wealth accumulated over the years, he could still live well. However, he gravely underestimated Li Chun's intent to kill. This was merely the beginning. Hearing the man's pleas, Li Chun's expression remained unchanged. Wang Liping had nearly perished at this man's hands. Could his cries for mercy truly sway Li Chun? With Li Chun's words lingering in the air, he slowly lifted his foot again, under the man's horrified gaze. Crack! The sound of bones shattering once more filled the room. "Ah, my leg." Amidst the man's piercing wails, Li Chun's right foot came down heavily upon his body, this time targeting his left leg. "Kill me. Just kill me." Enduring blow after blow from Li Chun's hands and feet, the man could no longer withstand the agony and began pleading for death. Clearly, the torment had pushed him to the brink of despair. Yet, who could blame him? Under Li Chun's power and control, the suffering he endured was unimaginable. Wishing for death? Witnessing the man's current state, Li Chun merely chuckled coldly. The prince declared, "This is merely the beginning." As his words fell, Li Chun turned to Zhao Yong at the door and called out, "Young master." Upon hearing Li Chun's summons, Zhao Yong hurried over. Truth be told, he was taken aback by Li Chun's brutal methods, breaking a man's legs without granting him the mercy of death. Even he would struggle to endure such torment. And at this moment, Zhao Yong felt a tinge of sympathy for the man. Why provoke anyone, let alone the woman favored by his master? Was that not courting death? "Apply the medicine," Li Chun commanded, oblivious to Zhao Yong's thoughts, his gaze fixed on the man at his feet. Huh? Clearly, Zhao Yong was momentarily taken aback by Li Chun's words. "Apply the medicine to stop the bleeding," Li Chun reiterated, observing Zhao Yong's bewildered expression. Oh, this time, Zhao Yong comprehended, swiftly retrieving a vial of rejuvenating powder from his pocket. He knelt and began to administer it to the man's wounds. It must be noted that Li Chun's concoction was indeed miraculous. As Zhao Yong applied it, the blood that had been gushing forth gradually ceased. "Young master, it's done." After staunching the man's bleeding, Zhao Yong rose, swallowing hard as he looked at Li Chun. He finally grasped the meaning behind Li Chun's earlier words. How could this prince allow you to die so easily? This was clearly a method to make the man endure excruciating torment. Zhao Yong's gaze towards Li Chun shifted, as if he were seeing him in a new light. Yet, this only deepened Zhao Yong's loyalty to him. On the battlefield, decisive in slaughter, devoted to kin, gentle with friends, such a person was the ideal master for warriors like them. How could he not be loyal? "Step aside," Li Chun instructed Zhao Yong, who remained unaware of the shift in his heart. Li Chun slowly lifted his foot again, this time targeting the man's left hand. As Li Chun's right foot descended, a piercing scream erupted from the man, and his previously intact left hand met the same fate as the right, reduced to a mangled mess. This time, without needing to be told, Zhao Yong immediately knelt again, applying the rejuvenating powder to the severed limb. Watching Zhao Yong's actions, Li Chun smiled faintly, casting him an appreciative glance. He was indeed teachable. "Kill me. You must kill me." The man held in madness, the agony driving him to the brink of insanity, seeking death as his only escape. This prince has stated, "I will not let you die so easily." Observing the man's contorted face and desperate plea for death, Li Chun let out another cold laugh. Having resolved to subject him to endless torment, how could Li Chun possibly go back on his word? "This prince shall indulge you in a leisurely game." Amidst the man's anguished screams, a subtle smile curved the corners of Li Chun's lips, revealing a faintly sinister arc within the depths of the man's terrified gaze. For the first time, Li Chun gradually lowered himself to a crouch before him. Positioned before the man, Li Chun unexpectedly presented him with a radiant smile. Yet, to the man, this smile appeared akin to a demon's grin, eliciting a shudder within him despite his grievous injuries. Clearly, He would prefer Li Chun's wrathful roars over the sight of such a smile directed at him. This prince senses your profound fear. Chapter 142. To kill you? It is not so simple. Gazing into the eyes of the man before her, Li Chun could not help but smile slightly. What? What do you intend to do? Though the man had previously yearned for death, he now felt an instinctive urge to retreat upon hearing Li Chun's words. The smile that graced her lips bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a demon, and despite his desire for demise, he could not suppress the rising dread within him. Unfortunately, his legs and arms had already been rendered useless by Li Chun, leaving him unable to move backward even if he wished to. What do I intend to do? Li Chun's lips curled up slightly. I merely wish for you to enjoy yourself thoroughly. With that, she slowly extended her hand toward his left arm. Her intentions clear. Crack. Ah. As Li Chun's right hand descended, a faint cracking sound echoed through the air, followed by the man's piercing scream. Li Chun's grip enveloped his left arm, which began to cave in as though it were nothing more than a lump of clay. Clearly, under her grasp, the bones within his arm had disintegrated into dust. Yet, this was just the beginning. As the man's agonizing cries filled the air, Li Chun's expression remained unchanged as her right hand gradually ascended. Crack, 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 crack. A sequence of cracking sounds melded with the man's wails, creating a hauntingly beautiful symphony that reverberated throughout the room. Accompanying this exquisite melody was a scene that would constrict the eyes of Zhao Yong and his companions. With each motion of Li Chun's right hand, the man's entire left arm appeared devoid of bones, languishing limply to one side. What was even more astonishing was that despite this, the man's arm remained unbroken, unmarred by any external injury. Witnessing the spectacle before him, Zhao Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. One must understand that bones constitute one of the hardest parts of the human body. When subjected to tremendous force, they inevitably shatter, piercing flesh and skin. Yet, Li Chun had managed to accomplish this without inflicting any harm upon him. What incredible strength and finesse of control must one possess to achieve such a feat? How powerful is the young master? As he looked toward Li Chun, Zhao Yong's astonishment reached unprecedented heights. Not only he, but even Wang Liping, standing behind Li Chun, regarded her with a newfound perspective. The Li Chun she had always known was gentle and refined. She had never witnessed such a side of her before. Brother, she softly whispered, her gaze lingering on Li Chun's figure. However, after the whispered murmurs, Wang Liping, having endured previous tribulations, gazed upon Li Chun's silhouette and smiled for the first time. She was acutely aware that this display from Li Chun was entirely for her sake, signifying her considerable importance in his heart. How could her heart not swell with joy? What do you think of my methods? Meanwhile, Li Chun remained oblivious to the transformations in Zhao Yong and Wang Liping, focusing instead on the man beneath him, once again addressing him with a smile. Do you feel comfortable? With Li Chun's mastery over power, while not yet at the pinnacle, he was certainly close, enabling him to inflict torment upon the man below without leading to his demise, a task rendered effortless under his command. Ah, demon. You are indeed a demon. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the man, his face contorted with horror, cried out once more, his eyes regarding Li Chun as if he were a true deity of despair. You demon, just kill me. Kill me. There is no rush. In response to the man's anguished cries, Li Chun merely shook his head with a smile. I have promised to let you savor this experience. How could I go back on my word? With that, Li Chun shifted his stance and approached the man's other arm. In the man's terrified gaze, Li Chun once again slowly raised his hand. No. Please, don't. The man, his eyes wide with fear, shook his head repeatedly, pleading with Li Chun. The agony from his left arm, which had been crushed under Li Chun's grip, had driven him to the brink. Now, witnessing Li Chun prepare to strike again, he felt an indescribable terror. He would even have preferred a swift death from Li Chun's hand over the torment he was enduring. Yet, such thoughts were futile, destined to remain unfulfilled. Do not fear, it will be over soon. Observing the man's current state, Li Chun smiled broadly, his expression sincere. Indeed, he was not lying. Under his strength and control, should he desire, the pace would be anything but slow. No, don't. As Li Chun's smile widened, the man began to struggle frantically, his remaining right arm flailing in desperation. How can you be so disobedient? Watching the man's erratic movements, Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Alas, he sighed softly. I have already informed you that it will not be long. Why do you resist? Shaking his head, he raised his right hand and lightly tapped the man's shoulder. With a resounding crack, the man's previously thrashing arm abruptly ceased its movements, clearly shattered at the joint by Li Chun's strike. That will suffice. Upon encountering this man, who had finally settled down, Li Chun offered a faint smile. Now you may continue to enjoy, she remarked, and, In response to the terror etched across his face, she placed her right hand upon his arm once more. With the grace of a masseuse, she commenced a slow, upward massage. Crack, crack, crack. With each of Li Chun's movements, a series of sharp sounds resonated throughout the room. Ah, kill me. I beg you. Just kill me. Accompanied by the cacophony of cracking, the man's anguished cries echoed through the chamber, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Clearly, under Li Chun's relentless actions, the last remaining strength in his arm had met a fate similar to its predecessor. Kill you? Upon hearing his desperate wails, Li Chun let out a cold chuckle. To wish for death is not such an easy endeavor. Chapter 143. The young master becomes terrifyingly ruthless. Before him stood a man who dared to humiliate his sister. How could Li Chun allow him to perish so easily? As he spoke, Li Chun slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sharpening with an icy glare. Since you are so lecherous by nature, I shall cure you of this unsavory inclination. With that, his eyes descended, locking onto the space between the man's legs. He lifted his right foot and brought it down forcefully. Bang! The sound that followed was akin to the shattering of an egg, reverberating between the man's legs. Instantly, agonized screams erupted from his lips, even more piercing than before, as his face contorted in sheer agony, clearly enduring excruciating pain. Amidst his cries, a foul, yellowish liquid began to flow from between his legs, indicating that, under Li Chun's blow, this man would be rendered incapable of ever being a man again. Hiss! Witnessing the scene before him, even Zhao Yang could not suppress a gasp, instinctively squeezing his legs together, feeling a chilling breeze in his trousers. The area where Li Chun's foot had landed was the most precious part for any man. Surely, any man witnessing such an act would react similarly. The young master becomes terrifyingly ruthless. Zhao Yang whispered in his heart, his pulse quickening with dread as he comprehended the extent of Li Chun's ferocity towards his enemies, especially those who sought to harm his loved ones. Such adversaries would surely become the stuff of nightmares. TSK. Meanwhile, Wang Liping, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt her cheeks flush crimson and promptly turned her head away, clearly taken aback by Li Chun's decisive actions. Yet, despite her embarrassment, her heart brimmed with a profound sense of happiness, for she understood that Li Chun acted solely to avenge her. Observing the man writhing in agony, his body instinctively contorted in response to the excruciating pain, one could hardly blame him. Any man would struggle under such grievous injuries. At this moment, he lacked even the strength to continue shouting. Li Chun felt no sympathy for the man before him. As the saying goes, one must bear the consequences of their actions. Xiaoping, he called out to Wang Liping, turning his attention back to her. The torment inflicted upon this man had reached its conclusion. It was time to put an end to him. Why, young master? Upon hearing Li Chun's summons, Wang Liping slowly came back to her senses, her face still flushed with embarrassment. As Wang Liping approached, Li Chun offered a slight smile and beckoned her over. Yes, yes, she replied softly, nodding gently before gracefully advancing towards him. This person harbors ill intentions towards you. My brother has already dealt with him. Upon Wang Liping's arrival, Li Chun remarked, now, it is your turn to conclude this matter. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Yang. Upon receiving Li Chun's gaze, Zhao Yang promptly nodded and, understanding the unspoken command, retrieved the dagger from his waist, presenting it before Wang Liping. My lord, Wang Liping hesitated, gazing at the dagger with uncertainty. Though she comprehended Li Chun's directive regarding the man, she was merely a woman, and a sense of fear lingered within her heart. Do not be afraid. Li Chun reassured her with a smile. This individual is a menace to society. By ending his life, you will be doing a service to the people. There is no need to bear any psychological burden. As he spoke, Li Chun took the dagger from Zhao Yang and personally handed it to Wang Liping. But Wang Liping's trepidation was evident as she looked at the dagger in Li Chun's hand. Do not fear. I am here. He gently placed the dagger into her grasp. Speaking softly, just envision him as a mere beast. Li Chun's insistence on having Wang Liping personally terminate the man's life stemmed from a desire to alleviate the shadows lingering in her heart, allowing her to emerge from the darkness. After all, a young woman may inevitably bear some scars from her past experiences. Thus, confronting the source of her trauma directly was the most effective means of liberation. Taking a deep breath, Wang Liping gazed into Li Chun's kind eyes and, despite the tremor in her hands, she gripped the dagger and approached the man. Encouraged by Li Chun, although fear still resided within her, she was determined not to disappoint him. With trembling hands, she inched closer to the man, closing her eyes tightly. With her eyes shut, Wang Liping screamed as she wildly swung the dagger, embodying the fury festering within her. The man had indeed left an indelible mark of fear in her heart. Had Li Chun not arrived in time to rescue her, she could hardly fathom what fate awaited her. Now, as she confronted the architect of her torment, She began to untangle the knots of distress within her, her actions reflecting a wild intensity. This was precisely the scene Li Chun wished to witness, for he understood that only through such an act could Wang Liping's future remain untainted. As Wang Liping executed her movements, streams of crimson blood gushed forth from the man's body. In mere moments, the ground beneath him transformed into a vast sea of sanguine hue, while his entire form was riddled with gaping wounds resembling a beehive. It was evident that, under the relentless onslaught of Wang Liping's actions, the man was irrevocably deceased. Meanwhile, Wang Liping remained with her eyes tightly shut, unabashedly releasing her pent-up emotions, her actions unceasing. All right, Zhaoping, it's all right. Observing Wang Liping in such a state, Li Chun grasped her arm to bring her to a halt. It's over, it's all right as he spoke. He enveloped her in his embrace, gently caressing her back, deliberately shielding her from the gruesome sight of the man's demise. After all, taking a life was not the objective. Li Chun merely wished for her to release the turmoil within her heart. He did not want Wang Liping to be haunted by the scene before her, leaving a lasting impact on her psyche. Chapter 144. Who is the master behind this money house? Cradled in Li Chun's embrace, Wang Liping gradually found her breath steadying, eventually resting her head on his shoulder and succumbing to slumber. After all, she was but a delicate woman, utterly exhausted from the upheaval within her family and the harrowing scene she had witnessed. With a figure to lean upon, her spirit relaxed, leading her into a deep sleep, which seemed almost inevitable. Rest easy. When you awaken, all shall be well. Gazing at Wang Liping's graceful visage and feeling the rhythm of her gentle breath, Li Chun smiled softly before lifting her into his arms. Brother will take you home. With that, he called out to Zhao Yang, and the two departed the room, making their way toward the exit of the money house. As they were yet to step outside, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from beyond the establishment, followed by a flurry of figures rushing in. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, a collective gasp of shock rippled through the newcomers. This they have all been slain? A leading youth, taken aback, surveyed the grim scene with an expression of helplessness. Well, these unfortunate souls brought this upon themselves by provoking that individual. Another youth shook his head with a wry smile. These two young men were none other than Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Following Li Chun's departure from the Wing King's mansion, Zhang Tai had promptly heeded his orders and visited the Duke of Lu's residence, conveying Li Chun's instructions to Cheng Chumo. Upon receiving the news, Cheng Chumo swiftly dispatched someone to inform Qin Huayu, and the duo rallied their forces to head directly to this impoverished district. Upon arriving, their capabilities soon uncovered the events transpiring at Wang Laoyu's home, as well as Li Chun's presence at the money house. Thus, they hastened to the establishment, leading to the current scene. However, the fact that Li Chun had executed these individuals posed a considerable dilemma. As he sighed, Qin Huayu's expression grew increasingly grave. Clearly, both he and Cheng Chumo were aware of the money house's background, given that Li Chun had eliminated all within. The figure behind this establishment would likely not let such an affront go unpunished. What is there to fear? In response to his words, Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. That brat has long been a thorn in my side. If he seeks trouble, let him come. Besides, with Li Chun's current standing, would he truly fear him? Indeed. Qin Huayu chuckled in agreement. If he dares to show up, we shall gladly confront him. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps steadily resonated from the courtyard of the money house, and soon, three figures emerged before Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Li Chun entered the premises, cradling Wang Liping in his arms, followed closely by Zhao Yang, each step deliberate. Xiao Chun. Upon seeing the trio, Cheng Chumo and his companion swiftly approached. We thought you had already departed, they remarked. Indeed, after witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, Cheng and his associate assumed Li Chun had vacated the area, never considering he would remain within the confines of the pawnshop courtyard. As for Li Chun's safety, it had not crossed their minds. After all, he was a figure capable of cutting through 200,000 troops with ease. The few individuals within the pawnshop posed no threat to him whatsoever. What has happened to Xiaoping? Upon reaching Li Chun, Cheng Chumo inquired with a grave countenance, noticing Wang Liping nestled in Li Chun's embrace. Although Wang Liping was merely a maid, Cheng understood her significance in Li Chun's heart better than anyone. Otherwise, Li Chun would not have personally sought her father to demand her return, nor would he have unleashed such havoc in the pawnshop for her sake. Xiaoping is fine, Li Chun replied with a faint smile. She is simply exhausted and has fallen asleep. Oh, that is a relief, Cheng Chumo sighed, reassured. Should anything have befallen Wang Liping, given Li Chun's regard for her, he might have undertaken actions of monumental consequence. I didn't expect you two to arrive so promptly, Li Chun observed with a smile directed at Qing and his companion. Although he had instructed Zhang Tai to inform Cheng Chumo to assist in locating Wang Liping in the impoverished district, he had not anticipated their swift arrival, which clearly exceeded his expectations. particularly since he had only recently dealt with the pawnshop's inhabitants. Indeed, Chengqian responded, upon receiving Zhang's message. I hastily gathered my people and came without even taking a meal. He then winked at Li Chun. Seeing Chengqian's demeanor, Li Chun chuckled softly, fully grasping the implication behind his words. Once we return, I shall treat you to a splendid meal. Ah, I have eagerly awaited this promise, Chengqian confessed, clearly yearning for Li Chun's culinary skills and fine wine. Ever since tasting Li Chun's exquisite dishes during their last encounter, he found other meals utterly lackluster by comparison. Not only he, but even Qin Huayu's eyes sparkled at Li Chun's words, revealing that he shared Cheng's sentiments. However, despite his anticipation for Li Chun's delectable fare and fine spirits, Qin Huayu remained cognizant of the present circumstances. You have eliminated numerous individuals in this pawnshop today. It is inevitable that complications may arise. Are you aware of the identity of the true master behind this establishment? Upon hearing this, Chengqian's expression grew serious. For the true proprietor of the pawnshop was not to be underestimated. Are you referring to Chang Sun? Observing the expressions of the two, Li Chun's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was already well aware that the proprietor behind the money house was Chang Sun, although Chang Sun's father was Chang Sun Wuji, and he was also the nephew of Empress Chang Sun Wugo. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chang Sun wielded immense power in the city of Chang'an. However, this posed not the slightest threat to Li Chun. Should he be provoked, he would not hesitate to offend Chang Sun Wugo and execute Chang Sun without a moment's doubt. Of course, this was contingent upon the assumption that Chang Sun would dare to seek trouble with him. You actually know? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Chengqian and Qin Huayu immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, these two had never anticipated that Li Chun was aware of the identity of the individual behind the money house. Chapter 145. You must assist me with a task. It was during the confrontation with the owner of the money house, just before I took his life, that he issued a threat against me. Observing the incredulity on Chengqian and his companions' faces, Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle and shrug his shoulders. What did you say? A threat against you? Upon hearing this, Chengqian and his companion displayed expressions of disbelief. They were eager to understand how the owner of the money house had the audacity to threaten Li Chun, the Wing King. Xiao Chun, what do you plan to do next? Inquired Qin Huayu. You're not considering storming into Chang Sun's residence, are you? At Qin Huayu's words, Chengqian also cast a tense glance in Li Chun's direction. They genuinely worried that Li Chun might impulsively decide to confront the Duke of Zhao, which would certainly escalate matters significantly. Yet, upon seeing their expressions, Li Chun merely smiled. Rest assured, he replied with a grin, I will not act rashly. Furthermore, during the recent inquiry, it became clear that Chang Sun was unaware of the abduction of Xiao Ping and had no part in it. If he does not seek trouble with me, I shall not concern myself with him. Oh, that is indeed reassuring. Hearing Li Chun's words, Qin Huayu and Chengqian finally felt a sense of relief. Return home for now. We will arrange for someone to handle this situation, Li Chun instructed them. All right. Li Chun nodded, cradling Wang Liping in his arms as he stepped toward the door. He trusted that Chengqian and his companion would manage the cleanup of the bodies without undue difficulty. Oh, by the way, just as he stepped outside, Li Chun turned back. You two will need to assist me with another matter. Assist you with a matter? Chengqian and his companion expressed surprise. What task do you require of us? I need you to pay a visit to the Duke of Zhao's residence. Li Chun smiled at their astonished expressions. What? To the Duke of Zhao's residence? Both Chengqian and Qin Huayu gasped in shock. Why would we go to the Duke of Zhao's residence? That is the home of Chang Sun Wuji, and naturally, Chang Sun resides there as well. After what you did at the money house, where you eliminated everyone inside, now you want us to go to the Duke of Zhao's residence? How could we not be astonished? I must advise you, Xiao Chun, to not let your emotions cloud your judgment, Chengqian cautioned. Chang Sun Wuji is a respected uncle of the state, deeply trusted by His Majesty. You must not let this incident drive you to confront him directly. Indeed, Xiao Chun, Qin Huayu joined in. You must carefully consider this matter. Do not worry. Li Chun replied with a smile. I merely wish for you to convey a message. Li Chun had no intention of storming the Duke of Zhao's residence as Chengqian and Qin Huayu feared. After all, Chang Sun was entirely uninformed about the abduction of Wang Liping, and one cannot hold the ignorant accountable. Li Chun was not so foolish. He simply wanted to remind Chang Sun of the situation. After hearing Li Chun's words, Chengqian and his companion exchanged puzzled glances. What did you say? They inquired. Li Chun, fixing his gaze upon them, slowly replied. Go to the Zhaogugong mansion and inform that Chang Sun that all the individuals from the money house were slain by me. Should he wish to seek revenge, he may come to my Wangi mansion. Upon concluding Li Chun's statement, Chengqian and his companion shared a look of incredulity, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. The implication of his words was a clear warning to Chang Sun-chung. Xiao Chun, this is quite a daunting task. They both managed a wry smile in response to Li Chun. Fear not. Upon your return, I shall treat you to drinks. Li Chun laughed heartily at their comical expressions. Reminiscent of bitter gourds, and without further delay, he embraced Wang Liping and made his way to the Wang mansion. Shall we go? Qin Huaiyu remarked, turning his gaze toward Cheng Chumo as he observed Li Chun's retreating figure. Is that even a question? Of course we shall go, Cheng Chumo replied. Since he has declared it so, we must certainly pay him a visit. With that, the two instructed the onlookers behind them and, with a resigned air, headed towards the Zhao Gugong mansion. Meanwhile, within the Zhao Gugong mansion, in a lavish chamber, a group of scantily clad women twirled gracefully, their movements enticing and suggestive. At the center of this spectacle sat a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years, the son of Chang Sun Wuji, Chang Sun Chung, indulging in the dance under the watchful eyes of his attendant, clearly relishing the performance. Ha ha ha, wonderful, Chang Sun Chung exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he admired the dancers. He then reached out and pulled one of the nearby women into his embrace, beginning to explore her form with practiced ease, indicating this was not his first encounter of such nature. Young master, it's bad. Very bad, young master. Just as he reveled in this moment of indulgence, an urgent voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere, disrupting the tender scene. A man, dressed as a servant, rushed into the room and hurried to Chang Sun Chang's side. You insolent fool! Chang Sun Chang's expression darkened as he kicked the man to the ground in anger. You dare enter my chamber without knocking? Who gave you the audacity? His fury was palpable, having been interrupted at such an intimate moment. It was no surprise that he was incensed. Fortunately, he had not disrobed entirely, or else he would have found himself entirely exposed. The petty man acknowledges his mistake. Observing the furious countenance of Chang Sun Chung, the servant was instantly struck with trepidation, trembling all over as he repeatedly bowed his head in contrition. Get out and re-enter. Chang Sun Chung admonished him with a face full of ire. Had it not been for the years of service this servant had provided, he would have surely been dragged out to be fed to the dogs by now. Yes, yes. The servant, upon hearing Chang Sun Chung's words, dared not to hesitate, quickly responding in affirmation, and then rose to exit, even remembering to close the door behind him as he departed. Chapter 146. Let us see who has troubled this young master. Knock, knock, knock. As the servant exited, a series of loud knocks reverberated from outside the door. Come in. Upon hearing the knocking, Chang Sun Chung shouted impatiently toward the door. Young master. The servant cautiously pushed open the door and timidly approached Chang Sun Chung. What happened just now? Chang Sun Chung coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the servant. Young master. There has been an incident at the bank, the servant quickly responded upon being questioned. An incident at the bank? At these words, Chang Sun Chung furrowed his brow and, in a fit of anger, kicked the servant. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This. The servant internally cursed, realizing that he had intended to relay this information earlier but had been hastily dismissed by Chang Sun Chung. Where could he seek justice now? I acknowledge my fault. It is all my wrongdoing. Although feeling aggrieved, the servant had no choice but to concede, for if he dared to voice his true thoughts, Chang Sun Chung might very well command that he be fed to the dogs. What transpired at the bank? Chang Sun Chung, no longer interested in arguing with the servant, coldly demanded an answer. The bank, it has been raided. The servant, trembling, replied without concealment. Moreover, the owner you appointed and the guards overseeing the bank have been killed. What? Upon hearing this, Chang Sun Chung's expression shifted dramatically. To him, the fates of the bank's owner and guards were of little consequence, yet the bank itself was his most crucial source of income. How could he remain composed upon learning it had been raided? Who did this? He asked, his face contorted with rage. And how many were involved? In his view, to successfully raid the bank, the assailants must have had a significant number of accomplices, considering he had left at least 40 to 50 guards there, all skilled in combat. It would be impossible to eliminate them without a comparable force. There were only two individuals. The servant, sensing Chang Sun Chung's formidable demeanor, replied tremulously. 2 individuals? Chang Sun Chung was taken aback once more. How was that possible? With so many guards stationed at the bank, how could it be easily overrun by just 2? He clearly found this hard to believe. Are you certain there were only 2? He pressed the servant again. This. I cannot be sure, the servant stammered, trembling under Chang Sun Chung's piercing gaze. I only learned of this matter from a report. You useless fool. Furious at the response, Chang Sun Chung's rage boiled over, and he kicked the servant once more. Where is the messenger now? He has been dismissed by the scoundrel. The servant, with a face full of trepidation, spoke, explaining that the individual was merely a pauper from the slums, seeking some advantage by delivering this news. Upon receiving this information, the scoundrel expelled him. Indeed, the servant's words bore no trace of deceit. As the saying goes, in a vast forest, one might encounter all sorts of birds. Life in the slums is exceedingly harsh, and upon hearing of the troubles at the moneylender, it is only natural that some would attempt to gain a benefit by alerting Chang Sun-chung, for the moneylender is well known to be his property in that impoverished area. You worthless fool, you didn't even clarify the matter. Upon hearing the servant's words, Chang Sun-chung berated him once more, though his heart was somewhat calmed. After all, as mentioned earlier, in a vast forest, one might encounter all sorts of creatures. It is said that impoverished mountains and treacherous waters give rise to cunning folk. In the slums, where people of all sorts intermingle, it is not uncommon for false reports to be made. Go, find out the truth and return. With this thought, Chang Sun-chung promptly commanded the servant. Yes, yes. The servant responded swiftly, turning to exit the room. Wait. Just as the servant stepped out the door, Chang Sun-chung called out to halt them. Gather more people. He instructed the servant anew. I shall accompany you. The moneylender held immense significance for Chang Sun-chung. If, as the servant had reported, there truly was an issue, it would strike a heavy blow to him. Even if there were a hint of truth, he must personally verify the situation to put his mind at ease. Yes, yes. The servant hurriedly affirmed Chang Sun-chung's order and swiftly went to gather assistance. Humph, if the moneylender is unharmed, that is well, but if there is indeed trouble, I shall see who possesses the audacity to provoke my misfortune. Standing within the room, gazing towards the direction of the slums, a sinister expression overtook Chang Sun-chung's face. That moneylender was his most crucial source of income, and should anything go awry, it would be a severe setback for him. Naturally, he would not let those who jeopardized his interests go unpunished. Witnessing Chang Sun-chung's demeanor, the group of women who had been merrily dancing in the room were suddenly struck with fear, halting their movements, standing still as if not daring to breathe. For they were all too familiar with his temperament. A single misstep could lead to grievous consequences. All of you, leave, Chang Sun-chung commanded, waving his hand dismissively at the dancing girls, clearly agitated and no longer in the mood to observe their performance. Yes. Upon hearing his words, the dancers collectively exhaled in relief, quickly responding and fleeing towards the exit, their demeanor akin to that of frightened animals eager to escape any potential harm. The young lord. Everyone has been gathered. Not long after the dancers departed, the servant previously dispatched by Chang Sun-chung to assemble the people returned once more, bowing respectfully before him. Upon hearing his words, Chang Sun-chung responded with a slight grunt, inquiring, how many have been summoned? Replying to the young lord, as per your command. I have gathered all the guards under your authority, the servant promptly answered. Excellent. Hearing this, Chang Sun-chung let out a sinister laugh. I shall see who dares to trouble me. Over the years, Chang Sun-chung had engaged in more than mere revelry. He had secretly assembled quite a number of guards. Altogether, they numbered at least 100, each possessing commendable martial prowess. With such a formidable entourage, he felt thoroughly equipped to face any formidable adversary that might arise. Chapter 147. Who else could it be? As he spoke, Chang Sun-chung stepped confidently into the courtyard. Young master. Within the courtyard stood numerous figures, all of whom bowed respectfully upon Chang Sun-chung's emergence. Clearly, these individuals were the guards he had clandestinely recruited, numbering over 100, each one a robust man. Although they were not clad in armor, they exuded a formidable presence, suggesting that even the average soldier would find them intimidating. Of course, in a life-and-death struggle on the battlefield, the outcome might differ. At this moment, Chang Sun-chung surveyed the hundreds of guards before him, their deference igniting a sense of pride within him. These guards were his own recruits, funded by him, and all were exceptional fighters. Naturally, he felt a swell of arrogance. After nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, the time to deploy them has finally come. Casting a keen gaze over the assembly, Chang Sun-chung cleared his throat and declared loudly, Today, someone dared to assault my treasury, an utterly heinous act. Shortly, you shall accompany me, and upon encountering any suspicious individuals, eliminate them on the spot. Sparing no mercy, I will bear the consequences. In Chang Sun-chung's eyes, as the son of the current national uncle and the nephew of Empress Changsan, even if he were to take a few lives indiscriminately, he would likely face minimal repercussions. After all, one must consider the broader implications. Even if Li Shimin were to investigate, he had numerous ways to evade blame or shift it elsewhere. Is that understood? With such connections bolstering his confidence, Chang Sun-chung barked a command to the assembled guards. Understood. Understood. In response to his words, the guards shouted in unison. Rest assured, young master. Anyone who dares to infringe upon you will know the consequences. Indeed. Those who offend the young master must pay dearly. Have they taken the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Following this uproar, the guards began to lavish compliments upon Chang Sun-chung. They were well aware of his status and were eager to curry favor. Ha ha ha, splendid. Evidently, Changsun Chong relished their flattery. Bursting into laughter. Upon my return, I shall bestow generous rewards. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. As his words fell, the faces of the guards lit up with joy, and they expressed their gratitude profusely. They delighted in having a master like Changsun Chong, who possessed both status and wealth. A few flattering words could easily lead to rewards, and anyone would appreciate such a patron. Accompanying this young master on his journey, Zhang Sunchong was completely oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the guards, brimming with enthusiasm as he gestured with a flourish, eager to lead them directly to the moneylender situated in the impoverished district. Young master, young master. Suddenly, a series of anxious voices resonated before him. Upon hearing the urgent summons, Zhang Sunchong paused in his steps, lifting his gaze ahead. He observed a servant hastily approaching him from within the estate. Young master, there is someone looking for you. Upon reaching Zhang Sunchong, the servant, panting heavily, bowed and spoke. Clearly, this individual was a mere servant stationed at the gate of the Duke of Zhao's residence. Looking for me. Zhang Sunchong momentarily hesitated at the servant's words, then inquired. Who is it? It is the young master of the Duke of Lu and the young master Qin from the Duke of Yi's residence. The servant promptly responded. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu? Upon hearing the servant's reply, Zhang Sunchong's brow furrowed slightly. What could those two possibly want from him? Although there was not a significant age difference between them, their interactions had been superficial at best, lacking any profound personal connection. Naturally, he found their sudden visit puzzling. They have come to see me for a matter of importance? He then asked the servant. The little fellow did not pry further. Upon hearing Zhang Sunchong's query, the servant shook his head and replied, Those two young masters merely mentioned that they have something important to discuss with you. But I did not dare to inquire further about the nature of this important matter. Indeed, the servant was simply an underling, and he knew well enough the stature of Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu to refrain from asking too many questions. An important matter. Upon hearing the servant's words, Zhang Sunchong scoffed dismissively. What could they possibly consider important? Despite not being particularly close to Cheng Chumo, he was certainly aware of their reputations in Changqian, infamous second-generation heirs. Their notoriety hardly differed from his own. Thus, he naturally assumed their visit bore no good tidings. Go tell them that this young master is unavailable, he instructed the servant. Contemplating the situation, let them postpone their matters until another day. Zhang Sunchong, I advise you to meet with us. Just as Zhang Sunchong was about to finish his statement, a cold, mocking voice interrupted. And he soon saw the figures of Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu gradually materialize before him. Indeed, Zhang Sunchong, given your current demeanor, I surmise you intend to visit the moneylender in the impoverished district, Qin Huayu remarked with a smile as he approached Zhang Sunchong. We have come to discuss this very matter with you. Ah? Upon hearing the words of the two individuals, Zhang Sunchong felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Not due to the fact that Cheng Chumo and his companion had managed to enter his residence, but rather because they were aware of the incident regarding the pawnshop. It was noteworthy that he had only recently learned of the mishap himself. Could it be that these two were involved? With this thought in mind, as he regarded Cheng Chumo and his companion once more, his expression darkened considerably. There is no need for you to jump to conclusions, Chang Sunchong. Cheng Chumo remarked with an air of amusement, seemingly able to anticipate Chang Sunchong's thoughts. We had no part in the troubles of your pawnshop. Not you too? Chang Sunchong replied, momentarily taken aback by Cheng Chumo's assertion. Clearly, he did not harbor doubts regarding Cheng Chumo's words, for, based on his understanding of the pair, had they indeed been responsible, they would undoubtedly not shy away from ownership of their actions, given their significant identities and backgrounds, which, while not surpassing his own, were nonetheless formidable. Then who could it be? He inquired of Cheng Chumo and his companion. Chapter 148. Summon Chang Sun Wuji to me. This is certainly not an appropriate place for conversation. Upon hearing Chang Sun Chang's inquiry, Cheng Chumo did not respond directly to his question. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding crowd and smiled, suggesting, it would be wiser for you to find a quieter place before you listen to us. Observing Cheng Chumo's demeanor, Qin Huayu furrowed his brow slightly. He was no fool. The expressions of Cheng Chumo and his companion clearly indicated that their intentions were far from simple. From the moment they arrived, their discourse radiated an aura of undeniable authority, suggesting they came emboldened by confidence. The fact that these two privileged heirs had personally come to discuss matters concerning the money house only compounded the gravity of the situation. Could it be him? As this thought crossed his mind, Chang Sunchang's expression abruptly shifted. You all may disperse now, he commanded the assembled guards, who stood bewildered in place at his words. Nevertheless, they dared not disobey his order. Yes, young master. They responded in unison before hastily departing. Follow me. Once the crowd had been dismissed, Changsun Chong softly spoke to Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu, then turned and led them into the previous room. Now, may we speak? Inside the room, Changsun Chong turned to Cheng Chimo and his companion, inquiring, "Who is the one responsible for the destruction of my money house?" "I trust you have already surmised the answer." Upon hearing Changsun Chong's words, Cheng Chimo smiled faintly. He had clearly noticed Changsun Chong's change in expression outside. Although he had not received a definitive answer, Changsun Chong's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Is it truly him?" "Indeed," Cheng Chimo affirmed, nodding. "The one who ruined your money house is none other than Prince Li Chun." At this revelation, even if Changsun Chong had anticipated it, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Though his own background was formidable, it paled in comparison to that of Li Chun. After all, in terms of connections, Li Chun's status was not at all inferior. He was the son of the illustrious Li Yuanba and the nephew of the current emperor. Not to mention, he bore the surname Li. Moreover, Li Chun currently held the title of Prince and was a hero who single-handedly faced an enemy force of 200,000, even having personally saved the life of Li Shimin. In contrast, Changsun Chong was merely a young man who relied on the shadow of his forebears. Without these connections, he might as well be nothing, while Li Chun had earned his reputation through sheer ability. How could he possibly compare? I bear him no enmity. Why would he target my money house? Changsun Chong's expression fell as he turned to Cheng Chimo and his companion, asking with a bitter smile, "Are you unaware?" Upon hearing Changsun Chong's words, Cheng Chimo and the others exchanged a glance, both taken aback. Clearly, they never anticipated that this fellow was utterly oblivious to the reason behind Li Chun's destruction of his bank. "I have no idea," Changsun Chong replied, his face contorted with frustration. "I have never provoked him. In fact, I even presented him with a gift when he first ascended to the title of Duke." The expression of innocence on Changsun Chong's face left Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu speechless. "All right, you two, please tell me where I have offended that fellow," Changsun Chong said, his patience wearing thin, for he knew that without a thorough understanding, he would not find peace even in slumber. "In that case, we shall enlighten you." Seeing Changsun Chong's demeanor, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu began to recount the tale in turns. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace, as Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu were explaining to Changsun Chong the reasons behind Li Chun's wrath towards his bank, Li Shimin slammed a letter he had just received onto the table in a fit of anger. This letter had just been delivered to him by the 100-horse division. "Come in," he bellowed towards the door. "Your Majesty." A eunuch hurriedly entered upon hearing Li Shimin's call. "Has Changsun Wuji left the palace?" Li Shimin inquired, his tone grave. "Your Majesty, Duke Xiao has gone to see Her Majesty the Empress and has yet to leave the palace," the eunuch promptly replied. Previously, Li Shimin had summoned all the esteemed civil and military officials to the Imperial study to discuss strategies for dealing with the Turkic threat. However, after 3 to 4 hours of deliberation, they had reached no resolution. Reluctantly, Li Shimin dismissed them. Little did he expect that shortly after their departure, the 100-horse division would deliver this letter, and upon reading its contents, his expression darkened significantly. The letter detailed none other than Li Chun's violent outburst in the impoverished district, where he had wreaked havoc on the bank. "Summon Changsun Wuji to me at once." Upon learning that Changsun Wuji had not yet left the palace, Li Shimin commanded the eunuch without delay. "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch responded promptly, aware of the gravity of the situation, and swiftly made his way to the palace where Changsun Wugu was located. Before long, upon receiving the summons from Li Shimin, Changsun Wuji hurriedly followed the eunuch back to the Imperial study. "Your Majesty." He bowed respectfully before Li Shimin. "What is the purpose of your summons?" Clearly, Changsun Wuji remained unaware of the incident concerning the bank. "What is it that you require?" Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's words, Li Shimin let out a cold snort. He then seized the letter from the table before him and tossed it directly at Changsun Wuji. "Look at the misdeeds of your precious son." Witnessing this scene, Changsun Wuji was momentarily taken aback, hastily bending down to retrieve the letter from the ground. What? As he read the contents inscribed on the letter, Changsun Wuji's expression turned frantic. His distress stemmed not from any trivial matter. Rather, the letter revealed that his son, Changsun Chong, had entangled himself with Li Chun. And who was Li Chun now? He was regarded as a hero in the hearts of countless citizens of the Tang Dynasty. A warrior who single-handedly repelled hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and a great benefactor who had saved the lives of Li Shimin, Gao Shilian, and numerous other military leaders. Chapter 149. The marriage of Chonglu and Chong Heir, for now, shall be set aside. It can be said that following the previous battle, Li Chun's reputation had already spread throughout the court and the common folk, earning him the admiration of numerous martial generals. Indeed, even esteemed scholars such as Fang Xianling and Wei Zhong spoke of him with unreserved praise. Just moments ago, When Emperor Shimin convened the civil and military officials to discuss matters concerning the Turks, many generals were eager to recruit Li Chun into their ranks. To put it plainly, Li Chun had become a symbol in the hearts of the people of the Tang Dynasty. However, despite this, his son dared to provoke Li Chun's ire, which naturally filled him with trepidation. As a military general, Changsun Wuji was acutely aware of Li Chun's prowess in battle. Should he incite Li Chun's wrath, and should Li Chun decide to march upon his estate, it was likely that the entire Changsun estate would be no match for him. Your Majesty. He quickly lifted his gaze to Li Shimin, his expression rife with entreaty. Your son may typically hoard wealth while I turn a blind eye, but he has audaciously allowed his subordinates to extort and plunder, nearly costing that Wang Liping her life. This is utterly reckless. Upon noticing the beseeching look in Changsun Wuji's eyes, Li Shimin let out a cold snort. It was clear that he was already aware that the moneylender in the impoverished district was linked to Changsun Chong. However, out of consideration for Changsun Wugo, he had refrained from taking action. Otherwise, how could that moneylender still be in operation today? Yes, it is all my son's fault. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Changsun Wuji hastily acknowledged his mistake, pleading with the emperor to quell his anger. He vowed to return and properly discipline his wayward son, ensuring the closure of that moneylender. Although that establishment had previously brought considerable benefits to his estate, circumstances had changed. Even if Li Shimin had previously chosen not to address the matter openly, it was now brought to light due to Li Chun's influence. No matter how audacious he might be, he could not allow Changsun Chong to continue running it. Moreover, having indirectly offended Li Chun, given his current reputation, Changsun Wuji knew he could not afford to antagonize him further. Seeing Changsun Wuji's demeanor, Li Shimin's expression softened slightly. Nevertheless, he continued, still addressing Changsun Wuji with a tone of displeasure. Do you understand why young Chun was so enraged as to smash the moneylender because of that Wang Liping? This. I do not know, Changsun Wuji replied, shaking his head in confusion. Indeed. The letter he had received only mentioned that Li Chun had been angered by a woman named Wang Liping, but it did not elaborate on their relationship. Although she was a maidservant in the Yiwang residence, Li Chun regarded her as a sister, given that Changsun Wuji had a close relationship with him. Li Shimin took the time to explain, your son's subordinates grievously injured her parents, leaving them disabled, and even attempted to commit vile acts against Wang Liping. How could young Chun not be furious? What? Upon hearing these words, Changsun Wuji was immediately engulfed in panic. He understood all too well that Li Shimin had no reason to deceive him. If it were indeed true that Li Chun had discovered the true identity of the money house's owner as his son, Changsun Chong, he would surely storm into the Zhao Guogong residence in a fit of rage, placing his son in grave danger. Contemplating this, Changsun Wuji hesitated to allow his imagination to wander any further. Your Majesty, you must save my son Chong. He implored Li Shimin, fully aware that, in this world, the only one capable of restraining Li Chun, aside from his mother, Lady Cui, was Li Shimin himself. Given the circumstances, seeking Lady Cui's aid was out of the question. Thus, his only recourse was to appeal to Li Shimin. Now you know fear. Why did you not discipline your son earlier? Li Shimin responded with a huff, observing the pleading look in Changsun Wuji's eyes. Yet, upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji felt a profound sense of relief. It was evident that although Li Shimin remained displeased, he would not disregard the matter entirely, for Changsun Chong was, after all, his nephew. Your Majesty speaks truly. I shall certainly discipline that wayward son of mine in the future, he replied, eager to align himself with Li Shimin's sentiments. I shall keep this matter under close watch, Li Shimin said slowly. But today's misfortune was brought upon by your son himself. He must resolve it on his own. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand what must be done, Changsun Wuji swiftly acknowledged. Having served Li Shimin for many years, he discerned the implication in his words. Li Shimin wanted Changsun Chong to personally visit the Prince of Yi's residence to offer his apologies to Li Chun. This was precisely what Changsun Wuji had anticipated. Even if Li Shimin had not mentioned it, he would have taken such action. After all, the current Li Chun was no longer the reckless youth he once was. With his present stature and achievements, they could scarcely afford to provoke him. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now, he said, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded slightly. Remember, you must discipline your son diligently. Should such an incident recur, I shall not hesitate to impose severe punishment. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall bear this in mind, Changsun Wuji responded promptly. I take my leave. He bowed once more before turning to exit the Imperial study. Wait. Just as Changsun Wuji was about to step out, Li Shimin called out suddenly, halting him in his tracks. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Changsun Wuji paused and quickly turned back. Your Majesty, do you have further instructions? He inquired, bowing again. Let us put aside the matter of Chang Lu and Chang's marriage for the time being. Li Shimin stated directly. What? Upon hearing these words, Changsun Wuji's expression abruptly transformed with alarm. It is imperative to note that he had expended considerable effort behind the scenes to secure the marriage of his son, Changsun Chong, to Princess Changlu. Ultimately, he had managed to persuade Li Shimin to acquiesce. Indeed, prior to this, facilitating this union had been Changsun Wuji's crowning achievement. Moreover, should his son successfully bring Princess Changlu into the Chong family estate, it would ensure the enduring legacy of the estate long after his demise. Now, with Li Shimin suggesting a postponement of the matter, it was unmistakably indicative of a potential reversal, inciting a sense of urgency within him. Your Majesty, the betrothal to Princess Changlu has long been decreed by your own hand, Changsun Wuji exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. Furthermore, we have already commenced preparations. Just look. Chapter 150. For the sake of a maid, is it necessary? Before Changsun Wuji could finish his words, Li Shimin raised his hand to interrupt him. With your son's current temperament, how can I trust him to take care of Chang'e? He said, his expression darkening. This matter is settled. The marriage between your son and Chang'e will be discussed at a later time. Indeed, Li Shimin had previously considered bestowing Chang'e upon Changsun Chong to strengthen the ties between the imperial family and the Zhao Duke's estate, particularly given the existing connection through Changsun Wugo. A union between the two families would be beneficial. However, circumstances had changed drastically. Changsun Chong had foolishly offended Li Chun, which rendered Li Shimin uneasy. It is essential to note that times have changed. With Li Chun's combat prowess and volatile temperament, should he erupt in fury, Li Shimin could not guarantee he could restrain him. If, in a fit of rage, Li Chun were to eliminate Changsun Chong, what would become of his beloved daughter, Chang'e? Thus, Li Shimin was compelled to deliberate carefully. Your Majesty, if only you would. Enough, you may leave now. Upon seeing Changsun Wuji attempt to speak further, Li Shimin once again interrupted him. When you have properly instructed your son, then you may bring this matter to me. With that, he turned away, dismissing Changsun Wuji entirely. Yes, your Majesty. Faced with Li Shimin's resolute demeanor, Changsun Wuji could only respond with a bitter expression and a respectful bow. Having served Li Shimin for many years, he understood the emperor's temperament. Once a decision was made, it was unlikely to be easily altered, making any attempts at reconciliation futile. Microminister takes his leave. Bowing deeply to Li Shimin, Changsun Wuji turned to exit the imperial study. However, as he turned, his eyes betrayed a barely concealed fury. And the source of his anger was none other than his son, Changsun Chong, that ungrateful wretch. Outside the door, Changsun Wuji let out a huff of indignation and stormed out of the palace. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Duke's estate, in the room of Changsun Chong, the entire situation was unfolding. As Changsun Wuji returned home, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu recounted to Changsun Chong the events that led to Li Chun's wrath and the destruction of the money house. Although the narrative was lengthy, the entire exchange between Li Shimin and Changsun Wuji, as well as the discussion among Cheng Chumo and the others, transpired in the span of merely a single incense stick's worth of time. What a useless fool. Upon hearing Cheng Chumo's account, Changsun Chong's expression turned furious. He finally comprehended why Li Chun had destroyed his money house and slain those under him. It was all due to the lecherous nature of the money house owner he had previously appointed. A fool, utterly worthless. Clearly, at this moment, Changsun Chong was beside himself with rage, cursing vehemently, lamenting why he had to choose that fated woman who had caught the eye of the calamity. However, amidst his furious tirade, Changsun Chong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was indeed an undeserved calamity. He had been running his money exchange in peace, maintaining a respectful distance from Li Chun, without any intention of offending him. Yet, that fool had the audacity to provoke the very harbinger of misfortune, blatantly setting a trap for him. Observing Changsun Chong's irate demeanor, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu exchanged glances filled with malicious delight. They had little interaction with Changsun Chong and often found each other insufferable. Thus, witnessing his current predicament brought them immense satisfaction. Ah, Changsun Chong. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but smirk cunningly at him. Do you still wish to gather your men and stir trouble? The amusement was evident on both Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu's faces as they mockingly regarded Changsun Chong. Clearly, from their earlier exchange, Cheng Chumo had discerned that Changsun Chong lacked the audacity to confront Li Chun. Trouble? Absolutely not. Changsun Chong huffed in response to Cheng Chumo's taunts. Who was Li Chun? A warrior who single-handedly repelled countless foes, sending the Turkic army into disarray. If he dared to challenge Li Chun, it would likely result in his own obliteration with but a flick of Li Chun's finger. He was not foolish enough to seek his own demise. Enough. I understand. You two may leave, he retorted brusquely, issuing an order for them to depart. Very well then, our message has been delivered, Cheng Chumo replied, sharing a knowing smile with Qin Huayu at Changsun Chong's vexation. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Qin Huaiyu paused mid-step, turning back to Chang Sun Chong. When we arrived, Little Chun instructed us to inform you that he has destroyed your money exchange and killed your men. If you seek vengeance, he awaits you at the Prince of Yi's residence. Feel free to confront him. Get lost. Chang Sun Chong could no longer contain his fury, bellowing at the two. Had it been anyone else, Qin Huaiyu might have already sought revenge. But this was Li Chun. He was not to be trifled with. How could he not feel aggrieved? Ha ha. Observing Chang Sun Chong's exasperated expression, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu burst into laughter, then turned to leave, striding out of the Duke Zhao's residence. It was all that useless lot's fault. Watching the departing figures of Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu, Chang Sun Chong kicked over the nearby table in a fit of rage. Were it not for his subordinates provoking Li Chun, he would not have been the subject of their mockery. Yet, what was it about Li Chun that made him so fixated on a mere maid? After his anger subsided, Chang Sun Chong sat down heavily in his chair. Enveloped in a cloud of despondency, still perplexed as to why Li Chun held Wang Liping in such high regard. Indeed, this was precisely the reason why Cheng Chumo and his companion had refrained from sharing with him earlier. After all, as Long Sun Chong had contemplated, Wang Liping was merely a maidservant, whereas Li Chun held the esteemed title of a prince. If word were to spread that Li Chun had taken such measures for the sake of a mere maid, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Thus, Cheng Chumo and his companion had merely glossed over the matter, choosing not to elaborate to Long Sun Chong. However, this was merely the perspective of Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu. As for Li Chun, he had not given such matters a second thought. To him, anyone he regarded as family, irrespective of their identity or status, deserved his unwavering protection. Would Li Chun seek to trouble me? Sitting in his chair, Long Sun Chong found himself beset by anxiety once more. Given Li Chun's formidable prowess, should he indeed come to confront him, it would spell genuine peril. How could he not feel apprehensive? Chapter 151. Could it truly be about the money house? Since he sent Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu to seek me out, it should not be the case. I comforted myself with this thought. Yet, what if he genuinely arrives? The guards combined would not be able to contend with him. What should I do? It could be said that due to Li Chun, Chang Sun Chong was on the verge of a mental breakdown. However, it is hardly surprising. For Li Chun's current status, both in identity and personal achievements, loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. Offending such a formidable presence would leave anyone feeling restless. At that moment, while Chang Sun Chong was consumed by anxiety, a formidable figure strode directly into the Zhao Duke's residence. This figure was none other than his father, Chang Sun Wuji. Master, you have returned? Upon seeing Chang Sun Wuji enter, a steward hastily approached to offer his greetings. Is Chang Sun Chong here? Chang Sun Wuji, visibly enraged, called out directly for his son, ignoring the steward. Why yes. The steward, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly nodded, feeling a sense of foreboding. For in all his years serving at the Zhao Duke's residence, he had never witnessed Chang Sun Wuji so furious. Summoned that ungrateful wretch to the hall. Upon hearing the steward's response, Chang Sun Wuji commanded, then strode purposefully towards the hall. Could it be that the young master has once again provoked the master? Observing the menacing aura surrounding Chang Sun Wuji, the steward murmured to himself before promptly turning to dash towards Chang Sun Chong's quarters. I must hide. If that man comes, I will surely be in deep trouble. Meanwhile, en route, the anxious Chang Sun Chong seemed to have made a resolute decision, abruptly rising from his chair. I need to find a place to conceal myself, he uttered, intent on making his way outside. Inside the room, Chang Sun Chong hurriedly murmured to himself as he stood up. Clearly, he sought to evade the impending storm, as he had previously contemplated. Should Li Chun truly come to trouble him, no one in the Zhao Duke's residence would be capable of stopping him, and he would find himself in grave danger. Determined to protect his own life, Chang Sun Chong dared not linger any longer and promptly made his way towards the exit. Young master. Just as he stepped out, a voice suddenly called out, and he turned to see a man in his 40s rushing towards him. Steward. Chang Sun Chong's eyes brightened upon recognizing the approaching figure. Indeed, this individual was the steward of the Zhao Duke's residence, who, having received Chang Sun Wuji's command, had hastened over without a moment's hesitation. Young master. The steward hurriedly approached Chang Sun Chong, breathless and eager to convey the words of Chang Sun Wuji. However, before he could finish his message, Chang Sun Chong firmly grasped his shoulder. You have arrived at the perfect moment, he said. I need to venture out in the next couple of days. Please procure some silver for me from the accounts. Naturally, Chang Sun Chong could not afford to be without funds while evading scrutiny. Given his disposition, how could he possibly survive without financial resources? Upon hearing Chang Sun Chong's request, the steward offered a wry smile. Young master, it seems you may not be able to leave just yet. Not able to leave? Chang Sun Chong was taken aback. Why not? The master has sent me to summon you, the steward replied. He wishes to see you in the main hall. My father seeks me? Changsun Chang's brow furrowed slightly. Is it regarding the matter of the bank? He inquired further. Did he mention the reason for my summons? No, the steward shook his head. The master merely instructed me to bring you to him without elaborating on the issue. However what? Changsun Chong pressed, noting the steward's hesitance. To be candid. Within the Changsun family, aside from his aunt Changsun Wugo, his father Changsun Wuji was the individual he feared most. The old servant observed that the master appeared rather displeased earlier, the steward remarked, and he seemed quite angry. Upon entering, he said nothing and simply instructed me to fetch you. Very angry. The steward's words ignited a sense of trepidation within Changsun Chong. This cannot be about the bank, can it? Young master, you should hasten to him. Do not keep the master waiting, the steward urged. Very well, Changsun Chong replied, resigned. At this point, even if he wished to flee, he dared not, given Changsun Wuji's temperament. If he were to discover that Changsun Chong was present yet chose not to appear, he might very well break his legs in a fit of rage. With that thought, Changsun Chong, a visage of anxiety, made his way toward the main hall, while the steward cautiously followed behind. Before long, they arrived at the door of the hall. Is my father inside? Changsun Chong asked, glancing at the closed door with a look of resignation. Indeed, the steward nodded. The master awaits you inside. Is it just my father alone? Changsun Chong queried again, clearly reluctant to enter. Yes, it is just the master, the steward confirmed. All the servants have been dismissed. Does my father have anything in his hand? Changsun Chong asked once more. A riding crop, the steward replied. A riding crop. Upon hearing this, Changsun Chong's face twitched involuntarily. Moreover, my lord, it would be prudent for you to enter swiftly. Without allowing Changsun Chong to finish his words, the steward urged him once more, for if the master were to grow impatient, you would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Well then, so be it. With a deep sigh, Changsun Chong recognized that evasion was no longer an option. I shall proceed within. He assumed a demeanor of resolute bravery, addressing the steward before striding towards the grand entrance. Young master, take care. Observing Changsun Chong's expression, the steward whispered softly from behind him. Having served in the Duke Zhao's household for an indeterminate number of years, and even bestowed with the Changsun surname by Changsun Wuji, he had become a venerable figure within the estate, having witnessed Changsun Chong's growth firsthand. This fostered a bond of affection, which elucidated why Changsun Chong treated this steward with a tenderness absent towards other servants. Understood. Upon hearing the steward's words, Changsun Chong managed a wry smile, soon arriving before the door. Chapter 152, Watch Me Punish You, Unfilial Son. Knock, knock, knock. Standing before the door, Changsun Chong summoned his courage and began to rap on it. Come in. A deep voice resonated from within, echoing with authority. Upon hearing this voice, Changsun Chong's expression faltered once more. He cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. Father, you summoned me? He inquired anxiously, glancing at Changsun Wuji, who sat squarely in the center of the hall. You ungrateful wretch. Upon hearing his son's words, Changsun Wuji sprang abruptly from his chair, hurling his teacup down at Changsun Chong's feet. Kneel. Faced with his father's furious demeanor, Changsun Chong did not dare hesitate. He bent his knees and knelt on the ground. Tell me, what have you done today? Changsun Wuji demanded, his gaze fixed intently upon Changsun Chong. Son, I have remained at home all day, doing nothing, Changsun Chong stammered, bracing himself for his father's ire. Done nothing? The words ignited Changsun Wuji's fury. Then explain to me, what is the matter with the money house? Indeed, it was about this. Changsun Chong sighed inwardly upon hearing his father's words. Father, I truly know nothing of the money house incident. He hastened to clarify. It was those foolish individuals who provoked Li Chun. I had no part in it. The entire affair has nothing to do with me. This was indeed a candid admission, for he had only learned of the money house owner's abduction of Wang Liping and the subsequent provocation of Li Chun through Ching Chimo. Had he known sooner, perhaps matters would not have spiraled into such chaos. Nothing to do with you? Changsun Wuji's eyes widened. Then let me ask you, was that money house owner not appointed by you? Why, yes. Changsun Chong lowered his head in dismay. Then let me ask again, did that money house owner not dare to abduct that woman under your name? Changsun Wuji's voice thundered once more. Why, yes. Changsun Chong nodded. A bitter expression etched upon his face. And you still claim it has nothing to do with you? Changsun Wuji strode forward, closing the distance with swift steps, and delivered a kick that sent Changsun Chong sprawling to the ground. You fool. Do you not realize that this matter has already reached His Majesty's ears? What? Changsun Chong's countenance shifted dramatically. He could hardly fathom that this incident had escalated to the attention of Emperor Shimin. What did His Majesty say? He stammered, hastily addressing Changsun Wuji. What did he say? How dare you even ask that? Changsun Wuji's fury intensified. You ungrateful wretch. Do you not understand that because of this incident, His Majesty has annulled the betrothal between you and Princess Chonglu? What? This? How could this be? Upon hearing these words, Changsun Chong appeared as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his body trembling violently, and he stood there, utterly dazed, resembling someone rendered senseless by the shocking news. His engagement to Princess Changlu was, without a doubt, his most cherished accomplishment. As previously mentioned, had he truly married Princess Chonglu, the status of the Zhao State Duke's residence would undoubtedly have risen significantly, and he himself would have reaped numerous benefits, with promotions and honors merely a matter of time. Yet now, Li Shimin had unexpectedly annulled his marriage to Chonglu, rendering all his prior plans utterly futile. How could he not be bewildered? Father. After regaining his senses, Changsun Chong fell to his knees and crawled 2 steps forward, urgently imploring Changsun Wuji. You must not allow His Majesty to dissolve my engagement with Chonglu, father. Observing Changsun Chong's distressed demeanor, Changsun Wuji kicked him aside in a fit of rage. Clearly, he was genuinely furious. One could not fathom the effort he had invested in arranging the marriage, only for it to be jeopardized by Changsun Chong's actions, transforming everything into an uncertain fate. His growing ire was palpable. Father, you must help me. I cannot cancel my engagement with Chonglu, father. At this moment, Changsun Chong disregarded everything else and continued to beseech Changsun Wuji. How did I end up with such a son? Witnessing Changsun Chong's tear-streaked face, Changsun Wuji gritted his teeth and declared, Today, I shall not spare you. With that, he turned and grabbed the whip nearby, unleashing it upon Changsun Chong without hesitation. Ah, father. As Changsun Wuji's actions unfolded, anguish cries erupted from Changsun Chong, echoing through the room like the wails of a slaughtered pig, enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone who heard them. Meanwhile, Changsun Wuji's face was a mask of fury. Despite Changsun Chong's pitiful cries, the whip in his hand showed no signs of slowing down, clearly indicating that Changsun Chong had truly provoked his wrath. Ah, father, I was wrong. Father. At this moment, Changsun Chong covered his face, rolling on the ground, his desperate pleas filling the entire room. His garments had long since become tattered, a testament to the severity of Changsun Wuji's blows. Today, I will not rest until you, the ungrateful son, are dealt with. Changsun Wuji roared, striking Changsun Chong once more with the whip. However, despite his words, he did not strike with true severity, for after all, Changsun Chong was his son, and it was inconceivable for him to actually inflict fatal harm upon him. Although the boy bore numerous lash marks upon his body, each strike had been deftly aimed to avoid vital areas, inflicting merely physical discomfort. Chonger. At that moment, the hall's door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, revealing a woman who rushed towards Changsun Chong with urgency, swiftly shielding him. This woman was none other than his mother, Lady Zhao. It was evident that her presence here was entirely due to the housekeeper's compassion, who must have summoned her out of pity for Changsun Chong's plight. Mother, please save me, save me. Upon seeing his mother arrive, Changsun Chong clung to her like a lifeline, desperately pleading for her assistance, for she alone held the power to rescue him from his predicament. Chapter 153. What can I do when His Majesty has made a decision? My lord, please stop, Zhao implored, her heart aching as she turned to Longsun Wuji after hearing Changsun Chong's words. He is your flesh and blood. Could you truly bring yourself to harm him so grievously? Step aside, Longsun Wuji retorted, a cold scoff escaping his lips, revealing that his fury had not yet abated. Just watch as I make this rebellious child pay. With that, he raised the riding whip once more. In a flurry of desperation, Zhao immediately spread her arms like a mother hen protecting her chick, shielding Changsun Chong behind her. If you must strike, then strike me as well. You. Sighing in exasperation at Zhao's actions, Longsun Wuji cast the whip to the ground, his frustration evident. Truth be told, he harbored affection for Zhao. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to enter the hall without restraint. Such a loving mother only spoils her child, he lamented, sinking back into his chair with a heavy sigh. Chonger, rise quickly, Zhao said, disregarding the turmoil as she helped Changsun Chong to his feet. My lord, how could you strike him with such severity? Zhao's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to Longsun Wuji, reproaching him for the marks that marred her son's skin. Such severity? Longsun Wuji's anger flared anew at her words. Today, I wish I could beat him to death. Why? Why is this so? Zhao queried cautiously, her brow furrowed in confusion. The steward had not informed her of the reason behind Longsun Wuji's punishment, and though Changsun Chong had erred in the past, Longsun Wuji had typically been lenient, resorting only to scolding, never administering such harsh punishment before. Why? Longsun Wuji panted. Do you have any idea what trouble this rebellious boy has caused? His money house has offended Li Chun and nearly ruined the woman he has set his sights upon. Li Chun. Zhao paused, suddenly realizing. You mean that young Wing King? Who else could it be but him? Long son Wuji huffed. Chengqian, how could you be so foolish? Zhao turned to her son with reproach. Li Chun is currently at the height of his power. Why would you provoke him? Though Zhao was merely a woman, the fame of Li Chun had spread throughout Chang'an. His singular courage in withstanding an army of hundreds of thousands to rescue Li Shimin and others was well known across the court and beyond. How could she be unaware? Mother, I had no knowledge of this. It was my subordinates who acted without my consent. Zhang Sun Zhong, with a face full of grievance, said. From the beginning to the end of this matter, the child was completely unaware. My lord, look, Chengqian is also unaware. Upon hearing Zhang Sun Chang's words, Zhao turned to Zhang Sun Wuji and implored, please, spare him. After all, that woman has come to no harm. At worst, we can send someone to the Prince of Yi's residence to apologize to Li Chun. Given our status, I believe that Li Chun would not hold this matter against us. Not hold it against us? Zhang Sun Wuji's expression darkened as he replied, do you know that His Majesty has already intervened in this matter? What? His Majesty knows? Upon hearing this, Zhao's face turned pale with shock. Then, what did His Majesty say? She quickly inquired of Zhang Sun Wuji. Ask this ungrateful child. Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand dismissively, turning his head away. Chengqian. Seeing Zhang Sun Wuji's demeanor, Zhao turned her questioning gaze towards Zhang Sun Chong, who was standing behind her. Mother, His Majesty. His Majesty has annulled the engagement between me and Princess Changlu, Zhang Sun Chong said. His voice tinged with a hint of tears as he met Zhao's gaze. What? The engagement between you and Changlu has been annulled. Upon hearing this, Zhao seemed as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. My lord, the engagement between Chengqian and Princess Changlu cannot be annulled. You must find a way, my lord. Kneeling on the ground, Zhao urgently pleaded with Zhang Sun Wuji. As a mother, she held the engagement between Zhang Sun Chong and Princess Changlu in the highest regard. It could be said that if Zhang Sun Chong could successfully marry Princess Changlu, his future career would be smooth sailing, and he would have no obstacles in inheriting the title of Duke of Zhao. However, if their engagement were to be annulled, everything would change. Setting aside Zhang Sun Chong's future, even the title of Duke of Zhao might not be smoothly inherited by him. It was important to note that Zhang Sun Wuji did not have only Zhang Sun Chong as a son. Among his numerous offspring, many had long coveted the title of Duke of Zhao. Although Zhang Sun Chong was the legitimate son, there was no guarantee he would ultimately inherit the title. If Princess Changlu were involved, Zhao would have no cause for concern. Yet now, Zhang Sun Wuji had informed her that Li Shimin had annulled the engagement, which understandably left her in a state of panic. My lord, you must think of a way, Zhao again implored, crawling forward to Zhang Sun Wuji. Yes, father. I cannot lose my engagement with Changlu. Zhang Sun Chong chimed in, seizing the moment. Seeing their distressed expressions, Zhang Sun Wuji's heart softened. After all, one was his beloved wife, and the other his cherished son. He was not made of stone. Witnessing their plight, he could not bear to remain indifferent. Enough. Both of you rise. With a sigh, he addressed Zhang Sun Chong and Zhao. Upon hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, both women felt a surge of joy and quickly rose to their feet. My lord, do you have a solution? Zhao inquired eagerly, turning to Zhang Sun Wuji after standing. It was evident that all their hopes now rested upon him. That decision lies with His Majesty. What power do I possess? Zhang Sun Wuji replied tersely to Zhao's question. But, my lord, Zhao began, wishing to voice her thoughts, yet she was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Sun Wuji. There is still a chance regarding the marriage between Chengqian and Princess Changlu. Although His Majesty summoned me to announce the cancellation of their engagement due to the matter concerning the bank Chengqian established, he only mentioned a temporary cancellation. Observing Cui and Zhang Sun Chong, Zhang Sun Wuji succinctly recounted his earlier conversation with the Shimin. Therefore, should this rebellious child exhibit commendable behavior in the future, it is quite possible that His Majesty may revoke the decree. Chapter 154. This child is exceptional. Really? Upon hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, Zhang Sun Chong's face immediately lit up with excitement, his expression resembling that of someone who has just discovered a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Not only he, but even his mother, the Zhao matriarch, visibly sighed in relief. As long as there was a chance, it was sufficient. Then, my lord, what should Chengqian do next? He promptly inquired of Zhang Sun Wuji. What to do? Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes widened as he turned his gaze directly upon Zhang Sun Chong. Naturally, he intended for this rebellious son to personally apologize at the Yiwang manor. Are you saying that Chengqian should go in person? Cui Shi replied with a hint of displeasure. Could we not send someone else instead? As a mother, she was understandably reluctant to see her son go and apologize to another, especially considering that their Zhao family hailed from a distinguished lineage, while Li Chun had only recently been conferred the title of Prince of Yi. Although he had saved Li Shimin, there remained a disparity in their respective backgrounds. Of course, This was merely her personal opinion. What do you know of a woman as perspective? Upon hearing the Zhao matriarch's words, Changsun Wuji coldly snorted. With Li Chun's current reputation, surpassing us is merely a matter of time. He then addressed the two of them. Moreover, although Li Chun has caused considerable damage and taken many lives, we were at fault first. If matters are pursued, do you think this rebellious son can escape unscathed? Furthermore, you are not unaware of Li Chun's combat prowess. He single-handedly faced an army of 200,000 Turks. If he truly desires to seek justice for that woman, who in our Zhao family could possibly stop him? At that time, whether this rebellious son's life can be preserved remains uncertain. This. Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's words, Cui Shi was immediately filled with trepidation. Indeed, if Li Chun were to seek revenge on their Zhao family for her son Changsun Chong, her son would genuinely be in peril. Moreover, having this rebellious son apologize to Li Chun is also the emperor's intention. Observing the expression of Zhao Shi, Changsun Wuji continued. When the emperor summoned me, though he did not explicitly state it, the implications were clear. He favored Li Chun. Tell me, how can we avoid sending this rebellious son to apologize? This is also the emperor's will. Changsun Wuji's statement struck Zhao Shi's heart like a powerful bomb. Chong, you should go, she turned to Changsun Chong and said. Clearly, Zhao Shi found herself devoid of other options. Every word spoken by Changsun Wuji was a command she dared not disobey. She could not afford to gamble. Should they refuse to apologize, if Li Chun truly came to their door, Changsun Chong would undoubtedly be in grave danger, and even if he survived, he would certainly suffer greatly. If they do not act according to Li Shimin's wishes, one can easily imagine that in the future, her son Changsun Chong will have no opportunity for advancement in his career. Moreover, this may incite the furious wrath of Li Shimin, rendering any prospect of a union between Changsun Chong and Princess Changel utterly impossible. Upon hearing the words of the Cui matriarch, Changsun Chong nodded earnestly. He was not foolish and was acutely aware of the current situation. For the sake of his future, he must apologize to Li Chun. In his heart, he knew that if he could reconcile with Changel, it would be worth any effort, for Princess Changel was his future support. Today, I shall arrange a generous gift for you, Changsun Wuji stated slowly, observing Changsun Chong. At dawn tomorrow, you shall go to the Prince Yi's residence to apologize to Li Chun. At dawn tomorrow, take the gift and go to the Prince Yi's residence to apologize to Li Chun. Changsun Wuji commanded him in an authoritative tone. Understood, father, Changsun Chong replied quickly, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Remember, when you go, your attitude must be respectful. Do you understand? Changsun Wuji reiterated his advice, clearly anxious that his son might mishandle the situation. I understand, father, Changsun Chong assured him. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you again. This matter was of Li Shimin's design. It was imperative to take it seriously, especially as it concerned his marriage to Princess Changel. Even someone of lesser intellect should grasp how to navigate this. Very well, you may take your leave, Changsun Wuji said, finally feeling a measure of relief as he observed Changsun Chong's earnest demeanor, and he waved them away with a hint of impatience. Father, we shall return now. Changsun Chong replied promptly, and without further delay, he followed his mother, Zhao, out the door. Even on their way out, Zhao began to quietly advise Changsun Chong, clearly emphasizing the significance of the upcoming apology for both mother and son. I hope Chong can learn from this lesson, Changsun Wuji sighed as he watched their retreating figures. To be honest, even though he had just scolded Changsun Chong as a rebellious child, it stemmed from a place of deep concern, for among all his sons, Changsun Chong was the one he cherished the most. However, Li Chun had indeed surprised me. In such a short span of time, he has gained such prominence in the eyes of His Majesty. It is remarkable to consider that from the moment Li Chun and Li Shimin recognized each other, it has been less than a month. In such a brief period, to have achieved such renown and to be favored by Li Shimin is an accomplishment that others could scarcely emulate. Even among the numerous officials in the court, there was an overwhelming admiration for Li Chun, particularly from the military officers, who vied eagerly to allow him into their respective camps. This phenomenon was unprecedented in history. Moreover, even within the ranks of civil officials, figures such as Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng held Li Chun in high regard. Such accolades were not easily bestowed upon an ordinary individual. This young man is truly remarkable. Upon reflecting on this, Changsun Wuji could not help but express his heartfelt admiration. If unforeseen circumstances do not intervene, this young man is destined to wield significant power in the future. I hope he does not hold any grievances against Chong. He then found himself worrying about Changsun Chong. However, it was hardly surprising. Given Li Chun's current status and position, he was no longer significantly inferior to Chong. If Li Chun were to persist in his pursuit of Changsun Chong, it would seem that even he would be at a loss for a solution. Chapter 155. Are you referring to that piece of celestial black iron from years past? This individual must not be offended. It is imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Come in. With this thought in mind, Changsun Wuji clenched his teeth and called out towards the door. Master. As soon as Changsun Wuji's voice echoed, a servant hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully and awaiting his master's command. Fetch the steward, Changsun Wuji instructed, eyeing the servant. Yes, master, the servant replied promptly, turning swiftly to rush outside. Before long, upon receiving word of Changsun Wuji's summons, the steward hastened to arrive. Master, you called for this old servant? Upon reaching Changsun Wuji, the steward bowed deeply. Indeed. Changsun Wuji nodded. You shall personally prepare some gifts. He began to relay his instructions to the steward, clearly demonstrating his profound trust in him. After all, bestowing a surname upon a servant was no trivial matter in this era. It was a rare honor. Yes, master. I understand, the steward responded, bowing again. I shall ensure this matter is handled with utmost care. Very well. Changsun Wuji nodded. Once you are prepared, bring the list to me for my review. Yes, master. I will take my leave for now. With that, the steward bowed once more and exited the room. 2 hours later. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking gradually resonated from outside Changsun Wuji's study. Enter. Hearing the knock, Changsun Wuji looked up and commanded from within. He had not rested since entrusting the matter of the gifts to the steward. Instead, he remained vigilant, awaiting his arrival. Creak. As Changsun Wuji's words fell, the door was gently pushed open from the outside, revealing the steward stepping in. He closed the door behind him before bowing before Changsun Wuji. Master, in accordance with your instructions, the gifts have all been prepared. Here's the list. He respectfully presented the list he held in his hand to Changsun Wuji. Very well. Changsun Wuji took the list from the steward and began to peruse it. Well done. After reviewing the contents inscribed on the list, a smile graced Changsun Wuji's face as he commended the steward. The items recorded in this list are evidently the result of considerable thought and effort, with some being exceedingly rare. While they may not be priceless, they are undeniably precious, and as gifts, they express profound sincerity, which naturally pleases Changsun Wuji. His satisfaction is paramount. Upon hearing Changsun Wuji's praise, the steward humbly bowed. If the master finds no fault with these gifts, shall I instruct the servants to load them onto the cart? He then inquired of Changsun Wuji. It must be said that the steward's foresight is commendable. The list comprises hundreds of items. If transported by manpower, it would inevitably attract attention, given the considerable value of these gifts, which could lead to unwanted gossip. Such a spectacle would surely be counterproductive. However, by utilizing a horse-drawn carriage, these complications can be avoided. A simple burlap covering would conceal the contents, arousing no suspicion and preserving the dignity of the Wang and Zhao families, truly a threefold benefit. Proceed. Changsun Wuji nodded appreciatively, clearly confident in the steward's capabilities. Yes. The old servant takes his leave. The steward bowed and turned to exit. Wait, hold on. Just as the steward opened the door, Changsun Wuji suddenly called out to him. Master, do you have further instructions? The steward returned, bowing once more. Add one more gift, Changsun Wuji said, taking a deep breath. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Chong'er and deliver my piece of black iron to Li Chun as well. What? The steward's expression turned incredulous. Master, you mean the black iron you acquired from the heavens? It is no surprise that the steward is astonished. The black iron Changsun Wuji referred to is an enigmatic object that fell from the sky. After obtaining it, he even summoned the finest craftsmen from all of Chang'an to forge it into a weapon, but despite their myriad efforts, they could not break it down, forcing Changsun Wuji to abandon the endeavor. Consequently, he held the black iron in even higher regard, forbidding others from touching it. Even those like Cheng Yaojin and Gao Shilian, who were aware of its existence, were only permitted to observe but not to handle it. Thus, the prospect of Changsun Wuji gifting the celestial black iron to Li Chun is indeed shocking to the steward. Indeed, Changsun Wuji confirmed, a hint of reluctance in his expression. It is that very piece. From Changsun Wuji's demeanor, it is evident that he harbors some attachment to the black iron. Master, that is your treasured possession, the steward urged. To give it to the winged prince, would you not be? Enough. Do not speak further. Before the steward could finish his words, Changsun Wuji raised his head to interrupt him. Although that piece of celestial black iron was a cherished possession of mine, it holds little value if it cannot be forged into a weapon. However, my lord, it was evident that the steward was still considering Changsun Wuji's interests. He was about to offer further counsel when he was once again cut off by Changsun Wuji. There is no need for further discussion. This matter is settled. Changsun Wuji gestured, stating that the black iron would serve no significant purpose in my possession and would be better bestowed as a favor to that Li Chuanbo. Indeed, my lord. Witnessing Changsun Wuji's resolute demeanor, The steward found it inappropriate to voice any further objections and reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 156. A gifted apology. This is the key to the chamber containing the celestial black iron. Long Sun Wuji retrieved a key from his bosom and addressed the steward, instructing him to retrieve it that very evening. After speaking, he tossed the key towards the steward, who hastily caught it in his hands. "My lord," the steward began, gazing at the key with trepidation. "If that black iron were to fall into the hands of the winged king, and he were to forge it into a weapon, would we not suffer a great loss?" "Forge it into a weapon?" Long Sun Wuji chuckled softly, shaking his head at the steward's concern. "I have already consulted every skilled craftsman in Chengqian and even gathered numerous artisans from afar. None have succeeded in melting it down. Not even I could accomplish such a feat, let alone Li Chun. Indeed, over the years since acquiring the celestial black iron, Long Sun Wuji had sought out many capable individuals in hopes of crafting it into a formidable weapon, but he had never succeeded. He had not even been able to manipulate the surface of the black iron, and after years of effort, he was naturally skeptical of Li Chun's abilities. Little did he know, Li Chun was not comparable to the artisans he had previously employed, even if Li Chun were unable to succeed. He possessed a system that could assist him, but that is a tale for another time. "Very well, go and retrieve it," Long Sun Wuji commanded the steward. "Yes, my lord, I shall do so at once." The steward bowed deeply before turning to leave. "Remember, that piece of black iron must be delivered personally into the hands of winged King Li Chun." As the steward turned away, Long Sun Wuji added this final instruction, clearly wishing to convey the significance of the black iron to Li Chun, hoping to elicit a favor in return. "Understood, my lord." The steward nodded solemnly. "I will ensure it is delivered directly into the hands of the winged king." "Good." Long Sun Wuji nodded. "You know what to say, I trust?" "The old servant understands." The steward replied, bowing again. Having served Long Sun Wuji for many years, he was well aware of his master's intentions. "Then go." Long Sun Wuji waved his hand dismissively. The steward took his leave. Observing the steward's retreating figure, Long Sun Wuji sighed deeply. As previously mentioned, his intention was to use the celestial black iron to gain favor with Li Chun. If Li Chun failed to recognize its true worth, all of Long Sun Wuji's efforts would be in vain, which naturally caused him great concern. However, his concerns were evidently unwarranted. With Li Chun's vast knowledge accumulated over 2 lifetimes, how could he possibly fail to recognize the value of that black iron, even if he were to overlook it? Would the system itself remain oblivious? The following day, before the gates of the Zhao Duke's residence, as the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, a horse-drawn carriage swathed in burlap had already come to a halt. Beside this carriage, a number of indistinct figures stood shrouded in shadow. "Young master." "All is prepared." One individual approached a young man and bowed respectfully. These figures were none other than Chengqian, who was preparing to apologize at the Wing King's residence, along with his steward and others. "Very well, let us proceed," Chengqian replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. It was no surprise. Seeking someone out to apologize so early in the morning would leave anyone feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Indeed, young master," the steward affirmed, then commanded the surrounding servants to usher the carriage towards the Wing King's residence. Wait a moment. Just then, a figure suddenly approached, revealing a man and a woman emerging slowly from the Duke's gates. This couple was none other than Chengqian Wuji and Lady Zhao. Clearly, they were equally invested in Chengqian's endeavor to apologize at the Wing King's residence today. "Father, mother." Chengqian bowed deeply upon seeing them. "Rise." Chengqian Wuji said gently, acknowledging the assembled crowd with a nod. "Cheng'er and the steward shall remain. The rest may withdraw for the time being." "Yes." The bystanders all responded in unison before promptly dispersing. "Cheng'er." Once the servants had departed, Lady Zhao stepped forward to address Chengqian. "When you go to the Wing King's residence today and meet with Li Chun, your demeanor must be sincere. Do not provoke him further. Understand? This apology is crucial for your future, and it is also at the behest of His Majesty, Li Shimin. I must emphasize this to you." "Yes, mother, I understand." Chengqian nodded earnestly. He was no fool. He recognized the significance of the day ahead. "You must, under all circumstances, meet with Li Chun." Chengqian Wuji said with a serious countenance, "You must personally deliver these gifts into his hands to demonstrate your sincerity. Do you comprehend?" "Rest assured, father," Chengqian vowed fervently. "I will do everything in my power to meet with Li Chun today and apologize to him face to face. I will not let you down. That is all I ask." Upon hearing Chengqian's resolute words, Chengqian Wuji felt a slight sense of relief. The reason he insisted on having Chengqian personally apologize at the Prince of Yi's residence was to ensure that Li Chun would cease his agitation regarding the matter of the money house. If Li Chun were to remain unapproached, all his prior efforts would surely dissipate into nothingness. Naturally, he needed to impart a few instructions to Chengqian. Steward, have you prepared the item I instructed you to bring? He then turned his gaze toward the steward standing nearby. Yes, my lord, the steward replied. In accordance with your commands, I have retrieved the treasure. As he spoke, he lowered the bundle he had carried on his back and gestured towards Chang Sun Wuji. Very well. Observing the steward's bundle, Chang Sun Wuji nodded gently. Remember, you must personally deliver this item into Li Chun's hands and convey its significance to him. Do you understand? Chapter 157. Have you always been here? What Chang Sun Wuji referred to was undoubtedly that piece of celestial black iron. The reason he was willing to part with it, despite the pain it caused him, was to ensure that Li Chun would feel indebted to him and thus refrain from pursuing matters concerning Chang Sun Chong. However, if Li Chun were unaware of the true value of that black iron, would all of his efforts not be in vain? Rest assured, my lord. The steward responded solemnly to Chang Sun Wuji's words, clasping his hands in respect. This old servant will certainly handle this matter with utmost care. Very well. Observing the steward's demeanor, Chang Sun Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, he had confidence in the steward's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted this task to him rather than to his own son. Chang Sun Chong, then you shall set forth. He then addressed both Chang Sun Chong and the steward. I will await your news here in the residence. Yes, father. Yes, my lord. In unison, Chang Sun Chong and the steward responded, promptly summoning back the servants who had previously departed. Father, mother, I shall take my leave. Perched upon his steed, Chang Sun Chong bid farewell to Chang Sun Wuji and Zhao Shi before leading the group directly toward the residence of Prince Yi. My lord, do you believe that Li Chun will easily overlook this matter after Chang Chong's apology? Zhao Shi, standing at the door and watching the figures of Chang Sun Chong and the others recede into the distance, voiced her concerns to Chang Sun Wuji. Alas, we shall leave it to fate. Chang Sun Wuji sighed deeply in response to Zhao Shi's question. To be honest, he felt uncertain. After all, his acquaintance with Li Chun was relatively brief, and he was not well acquainted with his character. But what if Li Chun is unwilling to let this matter slide? Wouldn't that place Chang Chong in a perilous situation? Seeing Chang Sun Wuji's expression, Zhao Shi grew anxious. You are overthinking this. Observing Zhao Shi's anxious countenance, Chang Sun Wuji replied calmly, though I am not fully aware of Li Chun's temperament, based on his past conduct. Even if he is reluctant to overlook this incident, he would not take action against Chang Chong within the prince's residence. That is a relief, indeed. Hearing these words, Zhao Shi felt somewhat reassured. My lord, I have heard that Prince Li Chun has a good rapport with Cheng Yaojin and others. She then suggested to Chang Sun Wuji, since you have also maintained a friendly relationship with them, why not seek them out and have them mediate? Zhao Shi's idea was simple, aiming to utilize personal connections to resolve the conflict between the Zhao Guogong mansion and Li Chun. Indeed, that is a viable approach. After considering Zhao Shi's words, Chang Sun Wuji nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, he had been so focused on how to ease Li Chun's anger that he had not thought about Cheng Yaojin and the others. It was only after Zhao Shi's reminder that he took notice of this possibility. Then I shall pay a visit to their residences. Chang Sun Wuji was not one to procrastinate. Upon making a decision, he acted immediately. He promptly offered a few words of instruction to the Zhao family before striding purposefully towards the entrance, heading directly to the residence of Duke Lu. For Cheng Yaojin was the first to engage with Li Chun, making him the most suitable representative for the task at hand. Meanwhile, within the Wing King's mansion, as Zhang Sun Chong arrived with his entourage to summon Cheng Yaojin for assistance, a soft, low murmur emanated from a chamber in the estate. Gradually, a pair of beautiful eyes fluttered open, revealing the room as familiar surroundings. Is this my room? She whispered softly, recognizing the bed. The young woman was none other than Wang Liping. How did I return here? A sudden recollection of the previous day's events washed over her, and her expression shifted to one of dread. She had endured a harrowing experience. Her family had been thrust into chaos, her parents severely injured and their fates uncertain, and she had been abducted by nefarious individuals, nearly facing unspeakable indignities. Later, when Li Chun arrived, she had taken matters into her own hands, slaying the one who had attempted to dishonor her within the confines of a money house. The cumulative impact of these events was indeed overwhelming for a young girl. Oh, you are awake, a gentle voice interjected, breaking her reverie. Li Chun stood at the edge of the bed, stretching leisurely, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Wang Liping. It was evident that he had spent the night at her bedside. Young master, Wang Liping regarded him with disbelief. You have been here all along? She inquired softly. Her intellect was sharp. It was clear that his current state indicated he had not left her side throughout the night. What do you think? Li Chun replied playfully, noting her shy demeanor. Last night, I heard a certain young lady calling my name in her dreams, expressing fear and refusing to let go of my hand. To avoid waking her, I found myself compelled to stay by her side for the night. Although his words were laced with jest, there was a truth to them. After bringing Wang Liping back to the mansion, she had remained in a state of panic even in slumber, murmuring incoherent pleas for rescue. To ensure her peaceful rest, Li Chun had chosen to remain beside her, leading to the current situation. This. Upon hearing Li Chun's teasing remarks, Wang Liping's already lovely face flushed a deeper shade, akin to a ripened peach. Thank you, young master, she murmured shyly, nervously fiddling with the bedclothes as she spoke to him. As Li Chun beheld Wang Liping's current appearance, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. However, amidst his amusement, a profound sense of relief washed over him. He was grateful for his timely arrival the previous day. Had Wang Liping faced misfortune, he feared he would never forgive himself. As long as you are well, that is all that matters, he remarked. Following his laughter, Li Chun gently caressed Wang Liping's flowing hair with his broad palm, his face adorned with a tender expression. Chapter 158. Uncertain whom to favor in the future. Had it not been for his deceit, Wang Liping would never have ventured into the impoverished district in search of the so-called doctor capable of curing rare ailments. Nor would she have endured the humiliation inflicted by the usurers. In a certain sense, one could argue that the entire affair stemmed from Li Chun's actions. Fortunately, Wang Liping emerged from it unscathed. Otherwise, given Li Chun's character, he would likely have harbored deep regret for the rest of his days. My lord. Wang Liping felt a flicker of happiness upon hearing Li Chun's words laced with concern. She vividly recalled the scene in the money house where he ruthlessly punished the proprietor for her sake. What manner of man was Li Chun? The youngest winged prince of the great Tang, willing to go to such lengths to protect her. How could her heart not swell with emotion? My lord, you truly need not. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door interrupted her words. Startled, Wang Liping quickly withdrew from Li Chun's embrace, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Observing her reaction, Li Chun merely smiled gently before calling out to the door, "Come in." Creaking open, the door revealed Zhang Tai stepping inside. My lord, he bowed respectfully. Xiaoping's parents have awakened. Ah, I see. Thank you, village chief, Li Chun replied with a smile. Clearly appreciative of Zhang Tai's diligent care after the previous day's ordeal, which included escorting Wang Liping's parents and seeking medical assistance for them. Had it not been for Zhang Tai's efforts, even if Li Chun had rescued Wang Liping, her parents might not have survived their injuries for long. The thought of that possibility would have weighed heavily on Li Chun's conscience. Thus, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Zhang Tai. My lord, you flatter me. Zhang Tai responded, shaking his head. These are merely my duties. There is no need for thanks. My lord must not say such things in the future, he added. Despite Li Chun's consistent respect towards him, Zhang Tai remained mindful of his own place. Very well, Li Chun conceded with a hint of exasperation. I shall refrain from such expressions in the future. By the way, he turned to Zhang Tai. Did you reward those who accompanied Xiaoping's parents? Li Chun had not forgotten their conversation when he dispatched those men to escort Wang Liping's parents to the winged prince's residence. Promises made must be fulfilled. They mentioned they were fulfilling your instructions, Zhang Tai replied. I prepared some funds in the accounts to reward them, but they declined to accept. They refused? Li Chun's expression shifted to one of surprise. Indeed, Zhang Tai nodded. They claim to serve you, yet how can they demand a reward? And then they turned and walked away. Young master, in the eyes of the common folk, you have truly become a hero. He then smiled at Li Chun. It could be said that Li Chun had grown up under his watch, and now witnessing such achievements, Zhang Tai felt an immense joy in his heart. Village chief, please do not flatter me, as I am prone to arrogance. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Chun also chuckled softly. However, if the opportunity arises, it would be worth inviting those few individuals to the manor. He then laughed lightly, since he had promised to provide them with benefits. Li Chun naturally could not go back on his word. I had thought of that as well, Zhang Tai replied with a smile. Zhao Yong should know the whereabouts of those individuals. I will have him bring them over, and I will arrange a task for them. Surely, they will not refuse. Then this matter is in your hands, village chief. After listening to Zhang Tai, Li Chun smiled again. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. As he spoke, Zhang Tai bowed respectfully to Li Chun and then turned to exit through the door. All right, young lady, you may come out now. After Zhang Tai departed, Li Chun turned to Wang Liping, who was hiding under the covers, shaking his head with a chuckle. Hearing his words, Wang Liping cautiously peeked her delicate head out from the blankets. Master, she called softly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, she was still a bit shy about the earlier events. The young girl was quite bashful. Observing Wang Liping's rosy cheeks, Li Chun smiled gently. Your parents have awakened. Go check on them. Oh, my father and mother. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Wang Liping suddenly jolted awake, recalling that her parents had been gravely injured before she was taken away. With that thought, she disregarded everything else and sprang up from the bed. However, Just as she rose, a chilling sensation enveloped her upper body, followed immediately by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the room. Li Chun was also taken aback, clearly not expecting such a reaction. Young master. Seeing the intense gaze from Li Chun, Wang Liping playfully scolded him, then hurriedly burrowed back under the covers, leaving only her head exposed. Ahem. Hearing her words, Li Chun cleared his throat. I did not mean to. This young girl. Who knows how many hearts she will ensnare in the future? Watching Wang Liping before him, Li Chun could not help but murmur to himself. Indeed. Wang Liping was already quite lovely, and at only 15 or 16 years of age, her astonishing beauty was beginning to emerge. If a few more years passed, it was likely that her appearance would surpass even that of the most renowned young ladies from prestigious families, making it entirely possible for her to outshine them all. It is evident that she is no longer the same as before. In the past, Wang Liping was merely a servant, a maid, who scarcely had the opportunity to adorn herself. However, her circumstances have transformed significantly. Li Chun now regards her as a sister. With a brother like Li Chun, one can only imagine the delightful future that awaits her. Under such conditions, it is certain that Wang Liping will blossom into an increasingly enchanting beauty. One wonders to whom she shall ultimately belong. Contemplating this, Li Chun could not help but shake his head and chuckle softly. Young master, what are you saying? Upon hearing Li Chun's murmured words, Wang Liping playfully reproached him. Clearly, her heart belongs solely to Li Chun, leaving no room for anyone else. Chapter 159. Finally. Peace has returned, hee. Is there nothing? Upon seeing Wang Liping's demeanor, Li Chun gently touched the tip of his nose. Please, hurry and put on your clothes. Do not keep your parents waiting in anxiety. He then tactfully shifted the topic. Upon hearing mention of her parents, Wang Liping felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. After all, following her abduction by those ruffians yesterday, her parents had suffered severe injuries, and naturally, she was quite anxious. Sir, could you turn around, please? She spoke softly, her cheeks flushed, directing her words towards Li Chun. Certainly, no problem. Upon hearing this, Li Chun smiled slightly and gradually turned his back to Wang Liping, observing his retreating figure. Wang Liping finally exhaled a long sigh of relief and slowly rose to begin hastily donning her attire. Hearing the sounds from behind, Li Chun remained in place, smiling gently, showing no intention of glancing back. After all, he harbored no ulterior motives towards Wang Liping. Their previous encounter had merely been an accident, and as for his recent thoughts, well, they were all unintentional. Sir, I'm ready now. Li Chun did not wait for long when a soft voice called out from behind him. Hearing this summons, he slowly turned his head. As he did so, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood Wang Liping, now fully dressed. Not in her usual maid attire, but adorned in silk and satin, complemented by a cinched waist in a lovely shade of blue, bestowing upon her a refreshing aura. Wang Liping was already a beauty, and now, dressed in this manner, her exquisite figure was accentuated, making her appear even more graceful. Moreover, the ensemble radiated an inexplicable elegance that could rival even the most refined of young ladies. Sir, is there something wrong with my appearance? Wang Liping, noticing Li Chun's astonished gaze, shyly inquired. Not at all, quite the opposite. Upon hearing her words, Li Chun shook his head earnestly, stating, How could that possibly be the case? What? Wang Liping became flustered at his response. This is my first time wearing such clothing. I should change back. Without waiting for Li Chun's reply, she began to remove her garments right before him, evidently taking his words to heart. However, it was understandable. In her heart, Li Chun held a place of significance that no one else could replace, aside from her parents, which made her value his opinion immensely. Wait. Seeing Wang Liping's actions, Li Chun hurriedly intervened. You silly girl, I was merely jesting. He expressed with a mix of exasperation and amusement. He had not anticipated that Wang Liping would take his playful remark so earnestly. Then, young master, did you not say it was incorrect? Wang Liping inquired. Still somewhat doubtful. I did say it was incorrect, Li Chun replied helplessly, but I meant to say, how could it be so beautiful? Incorrect? How could it be so beautiful? It was evident that Wang Liping had yet to grasp the meaning, and after silently pondering for a moment, she finally understood. Young master. You are truly mischievous, she exclaimed, her face flushing as she playfully chided Li Chun. Haraha. Observing the playful expression on Wang Liping's face, Li Chun was instantly amused and burst into laughter. All right, come down now, he said with a smile. It's time to see your parents. With that, he extended his hand. Upon noticing Li Chun's gesture, Wang Liping sweetly hummed, then gently grasped his large hand. With his assistance, she slowly jumped down from the bed. Let us go? Releasing Wang Liping's delicate hand, Li Chun smiled slightly and led the way towards the door. As she felt the lingering warmth of his hand, A hint of disappointment flickered in Wang Liping's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed, replaced by a sweet smile. What more could she desire when Li Chun treated her with such care? "Young master, wait for me," she called after him, hastily chasing up. "Young master, who helped me change my clothes yesterday?" she boldly inquired upon catching up, her demeanor suggesting that after the recent events, she had transformed somewhat from her usual self. "It wasn't me." Li Chun quickly shook his head in response. "Then who was it?" Wang Liping pressed further. "I don't know. It definitely was Timmy." Li Chun quickened his pace slightly. "Really not you?" "Not at all." "Really?" "Indeed." Throughout this exchange, Li Chun felt he might lose his sanity. It was true that he had assisted Wang Liping in undressing last night, but that was not his intention. After bringing her back, he had initially thought to have a few maidservants help, but to his surprise, even in her unconscious state, Wang Liping would not allow anyone near her. If anyone approached besides Li Chun, she would thrash about frantically. In the end, he had no choice but to dismiss the maidservants and take matters into his own hands. However, while doing so, he had kept his eyes closed or turned his head away, ensuring he did not take advantage of her in any way. Of course, he would never confess to this. He could not possibly say to Wang Liping, "It was I who undressed you." "All right, we arrived." Seeing the courtyard before him, Li Chun finally let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly informed Wang Liping, "Your parents have been arranged here by Steward Zhang and have already awakened. They must be worried about you, so hurry in and check on them." Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Wang Liping, who had been persistently questioning him, momentarily paused her inquiries. "Young master, I shall enter first," she stated. "Very well, do go ahead." Li Chun replied promptly. With his affirmation, Wang Liping lifted her foot and hurried into the courtyard. At last, the young lady had settled down, observing her retreating figure. Li Chun could not help but shake his head and let out a wry smile, clearly overwhelmed by her barrage of questions. He initially intended to leave but then reconsidered, realizing that he now regarded Wang Liping as a sister. Given that her parents were present, it was only fitting that he pay them a visit. It would be prudent to check in, he thought. With this resolution, Li Chun turned back and strode into the courtyard. Chapter 160, Grateful for the Benevolence of His Highness the Winged King. "Thank you, Steward Zhang." Within the courtyard, the echoes of heartfelt gratitude resonated throughout the room. A man reclined against the edge of the bed, his expression one of profound appreciation as he clasped his fists in thanks to Zhang Tai. He was not alone. Beside him, a woman mirrored his sentiments, her face alight with gratitude as she repeatedly expressed her thanks to Zhang Tai. This man and woman were none other than Wang Liping's father, Wang Lelu, and her mother. The previous day, upon their arrival at the Winged King's residence, they owed their lives to Zhang Tai, who had summoned a physician to treat them and had arranged for their meticulous care. It was through his efforts that they had been pulled back from the brink of death. Without Zhang Tai, they would have surely perished countless times over, leaving them immensely grateful. "You need not express such gratitude," Zhang Tai replied, shaking his head upon hearing their words and witnessing their current state. "I merely acted on orders. The call for a physician and your care were all on behalf of His Highness the Winged King. If you wish to express your thanks, it would be more fitting to do so when you meet him." Indeed, had it not been for Li Chun's directive to send them here, Zhang Tai would never have encountered them. Moreover, this was all in accordance with Li Chun's wishes. As Li Chun's steward, it was only right that he attribute all merits to him. This was the sole principle guiding him in his role. Then, what of His Highness the Winged King? Before Wang Laolu could finish his sentence, a voice filled with urgency interrupted, followed by the door being flung open. A graceful figure rushed in. It was none other than Wang Liping. "Father, mother." Upon seeing her parents, Wang Laolu and his wife were instantly overcome with joy, calling out to her. After having been abducted by nefarious individuals the day before, their hearts had been in turmoil. Now, witnessing their daughter safe and sound, their joy was beyond measure. "Father, mother." With tears welling in her eyes, Wang Liping rushed towards her parents. And in an instant, the three were enveloped in an emotional embrace, weeping together. Observing this touching reunion, Zhang Tai stood quietly to one side, refraining from interrupting. After all, this was a moment of heartfelt reconnection, and he certainly possessed the discernment to recognize their need for privacy. "Are you both all right?" After a moment of shared sorrow, Wang Liping, her eyes glistening with tears, turned to her parents to inquire. We are fine. Wang Lao gently wiped away his tears and responded, "Thanks to Steward Zhang. Without his care, we might never have seen you again." Quickly, bow to Steward Zhang. "Indeed." Hearing her father's words, Wang Liping rose, ready to kneel before Zhang Tai. "Do not." Zhang Tai's expression shifted in alarm as he hurriedly intervened to stop her. "Xiaoping, this is absolutely unacceptable." With a bitter smile directed at Wang Liping, Zhang Tai was acutely aware of Wang Liping's significance in Li Chun's heart. It was entirely plausible that Wang Liping could become Li Chun's first woman in the future. How could he stand idly by and witness her kneeling before him? But Zhang Guanjia, you saved Xiaoping's parents. You are her benefactor. Despite Zhang Tai's attempts to restrain her, Wang Liping stubbornly insisted, Xiaoping has no means to repay you. Please allow me to bow in gratitude. With that, she broke free from Zhang Tai's grasp and resolutely knelt before him once more. This. Witnessing Wang Liping's unwavering determination left even Zhang Tai somewhat at a loss, unsure whether to intervene or not. Hiki, village chief. Why not let Xiaoping express her gratitude? Just as Zhang Tai found himself in a quandary, a light laugh suddenly resonated behind him, and Li Chun's figure gracefully entered the room. Young master. Upon seeing Li Chun, Zhang Tai bowed respectfully, but before he could finish his sentence, Li Chun raised his hand to halt him, stating, you are deserving of it. He then uttered 3 words directed at Zhang Tai. As previously mentioned, without Zhang Tai's intervention, Wang Liping's parents would have likely met an untimely demise. In a certain sense, Li Chun had saved Wang Liping, while Zhang Tai had saved her parents, making Wang Liping's kneeling a reasonable act of gratitude. Well then, if Li Chun has said so, I can only respond with a wry smile and acquiesce. Thank you, Zhang Guanjia, for your life-saving grace. Wang Liping no longer hesitated and immediately knelt deeply before Zhang Tai. Quickly, rise, quickly. After enduring Wang Liping's gesture of gratitude, Zhang Tai hurriedly assisted her to her feet. In truth, the one you should be most grateful to is the young master. Supporting Wang Liping, Zhang Tai turned to Wang Laolu and his wife, saying, upon learning that Xiaoping had not returned all night, the one most concerned was indeed the young master. Had he not sensed something amiss and rushed to the slums without hesitation, not only would your lives have been in jeopardy, but Xiaoping would have also faced dire consequences. If there is anyone you should truly be thankful for, it is my young master. Indeed, as Zhang Tai stated, had it not been for Li Chun's timely intervention, Wang Liping's family would have likely faced utter ruin, and they would never have had the chance for a reunion. Village chief, why do you say such things? Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, Li Chun spoke to him with a hint of exasperation. To be honest, he had no intention of seeking gratitude from Wang Laolu and his wife. After all, he had come to regard Wang Liping as family, discovering a loved one missing. It was only natural for him to search for her. Assisting Wang Laolu and his wife was merely a secondary concern. However, while Li Chun thought this way, Zhang Tai's words resonated differently in the ears of Wang Laolu and his wife, as well as Wang Liping. At this moment, as Wang Liping gazed upon Li Chun, though no words escaped her lips, her eyes were brimming with profound gratitude, even revealing a hint of deep emotion. Li Chun, after all, was the exalted Wing King, while she was merely an ordinary servant, a mere maid. Yet, Li Chun disregarded his lofty status to extend such kindness to her, illustrating the depth of Wang Liping's feelings at that moment. Your Highness, the Wing King. Meanwhile, Wang Laolu and his wife, their faces awash with gratitude, hastily descended from the bed. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving our lives. Thank you, Your Highness. They prostrated themselves on the ground, repeatedly bowing in thanks to Li Chun. Taken aback by their sudden display of reverence, Li Chun exclaimed, please, rise. It was evident that he had not anticipated Wang Liping's parents would disregard their injuries to kneel before him. Chapter 161, Strange Occurrences. Rise quickly. As the conversation unfolded, Li Chun hurriedly approached the 2 individuals, assisting them to their feet and gently guiding them back to the bed. You both are still injured. Do not exert yourselves further. Despite being helped back to the bed, Wang Laolu expressed his heartfelt gratitude with clasped hands. We shall never forget the great kindness of His Highness, the Winged Prince. You need not be so formal. Li Chun replied with a hint of exasperation as he observed Wang Laoyu's gestures. Xiaoping is a member of my household, and I regard her as a sister, naturally. I cannot stand by while she is mistreated. Moreover, as her parents, you are considered my elders, so please refrain from such behavior in the future. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Wang Laolu and his wife stood speechless, utterly astonished. His Highness regards our daughter as a sister? This is something we could never have dared to dream. Thank you, Your Highness. They exclaimed excitedly, their faces alight with joy. They were acutely aware of Li Chun's esteemed reputation, the hero revered by the citizens of the Tang Dynasty, the formidable warrior who instilled fear in their enemies, and the nephew of the current emperor. Each of these titles placed him beyond their reach. Yet now their daughter was considered by him as a sister, a blessing beyond their wildest imaginations. In the room, despite their physical injuries, Wang Laolu and his wife were overwhelmed with exhilaration, their hearts soaring at the mere thought of Li Chun's words. I regard Xiaoping as a sister. To Li Chun, it may have been a casual remark, but for Wang Laolu and his wife, it was a monumental affirmation, a stroke of incredible fortune. They understood the significance of Li Chun's status in the Tang Dynasty, and the notion that he viewed their daughter as a sister was an opportunity their ancestors could scarcely have conceived. Thank you, Your Highness. They continued to express their gratitude profusely, their words flowing like an unending stream. Clearly, their appreciation for Li Chun had reached an unparalleled zenith. As for Wang Liping, her emotions diverged from those of her parents. Upon hearing Li Chun refer to her as sister, a complex mixture of bitterness appeared in her eyes. From the very moment she met Li Chun, she had envisioned him as her Prince Charming, the sole figure in her heart. No other man could take his place. Yet now, being told that he merely regarded her as a sister left her disheartened. No, I cannot give up, she resolved inwardly, mustering her spirit. One day, I will change his mind. As Wang Liping's gaze once again turned towards Li Chun, it gradually solidified with determination. Unbeknownst to Li Chun, who was observing the couple, a faint smile graced his lips. He instinctively understood the source of Wang Lao's excitement. However, he felt no aversion to it. In his heart, Wang Liping was akin to his younger sister. There is no need for such formality, he said, smiling at the couple. Before I became the Wing King, I owe much to Zhaoping's care, and this is merely my due. Indeed, when Li Chun first arrived in Chang'an, it was Wang Liping who tended to all his daily needs. At that time, he was a destitute youth, while Wang Liping, as a maidservant of the Duke of Lu's household, held a status considerably higher than his. Yet, despite the disparity, Wang Liping showed him nothing but kindness, meticulously looking after him. For this reason alone, the support he now offered her was wholly justified. Our Zhaoping has truly elevated herself, remarked Wang Lao and his wife upon hearing Li Chun's words. Indeed, it is only natural for Zhaoping to care for you, they echoed. Listening to their responses, Li Chun merely shook his head with a gentle smile. You need not return to the slums, he said to them. From now on, make your home here at the Wing King's residence so that your family can remain united. Having already extended his assistance, Li Chun was determined to see it through. After all, their home in the impoverished district had been utterly demolished and was no longer livable. He found no inclination to send others to repair it. And keeping them at the Wing King's residence would prevent similar calamities in the future. Li Chun had no desire to witness Wang Liping in peril again. This time, he had arrived just in time, but what if there were a next time? If Wang Liping were to encounter danger once more, like she did the day before, he could not guarantee he would be able to save her again. Thank you, Your Highness the Wing King. The couple stammered, their excitement palpable. They realized that not only had they come to understand their daughter's esteemed position in the Wing King's heart, but they also found themselves unexpectedly fortunate amidst their misfortune. Zhaoping, quickly, thank the Wing King on behalf of your parents, Wang Lao urged, filled with excitement. Yes, Wang Liping replied softly, nodding in acknowledgement. She approached Li Chun, fixing her gaze upon him with profound significance, and performed a graceful bow. Thank you, young master. The intensity of her gaze left Li Chun momentarily taken aback. Rise, he said, raising his hand. There is no need for such gestures in my presence from now on. Yes, Zhaoping understands, she replied, her voice steady. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Wang Liping surprisingly did not refuse. Instead, she readily acquiesced. How peculiar. So very peculiar. As Wang Liping's prompt and decisive response echoed in the air, a wave of suspicion once again stirred within Li Chun. In the past, he had uttered similar sentiments to Wang Liping, yet she had consistently responded with respectful refusals. Now, however, she had accepted without the slightest hesitation, naturally arousing Li Chun's doubts. In the confines of the room, gazing at Wang Liping, Li Chun was enveloped in a cloud of suspicion, sensing that she appeared somewhat different from her former self. Yet, the precise nature of this change eluded him for the moment. Chapter 162. What brings him here? Moreover, he turned to Wang Liping and said, Now that you have become a member of my Wing King manor, it is time for you to shed your identity as a servant. Since he regarded Wang Liping as a sister in his heart, Li Chun naturally could not allow her to continue identifying herself as she had before. The village head. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze toward Zhang Tai. Young master. Upon meeting Li Chun's expectant gaze, Zhang Tai understood immediately and responded affirmatively. He then reached into his bosom and produced a stack of papers, respectfully presenting them before Li Chun. Here. Accepting the papers. Li Chun smiled as he handed them to Wang Liping, cautioning her not to give such things away casually in the future. The papers he held were no ordinary documents. They were Wang Liping's freedom deed. Understood, young master. Upon seeing the deed in Li Chun's hand, Wang Liping's face lit up with a sweet smile as she graciously accepted the document, giving a gentle bow. Thank you, young master. The look in her eyes as she regarded Li Chun was utterly captivating. Witnessing Wang Liping's current demeanor, Li Chun's heart inexplicably quickened. The reason was simple. Wang Liping was exceptionally enchanting at that moment, especially after her recent tears, which left her cheeks with a lingering flush, further enhanced by the silk satin she wore, rendering her utterly beguiling. She is truly a fairy, he silently exclaimed within himself. Well, since you three have just reunited, I shall not intrude. Quickly regaining his composure, Li Chun spoke. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. He added, I will visit again when the time permits. With that, he promptly turned and made his way towards the door, feeling compelled to leave. He was genuinely intimidated by Wang Liping's mesmerizing gaze. How has this young lady changed so dramatically all of a sudden? As he walked, Li Chun murmured to himself. Indeed, today's Wang Liping seemed somewhat different from before, as if she had grown bolder. Deep down, he was well aware of her feelings for him, yet he had always treated the matter lightly. And Wang Liping had not shown her emotions too explicitly. However, today she had transformed so greatly, it was as if she were an entirely different person, leaving Li Chun feeling somewhat disoriented. Nonetheless, he did not find this change distasteful. On the contrary, he felt happy for Wang Liping. For at least she had not succumbed to the shadows of yesterday's events. It seems I must pay more attention to this young lady in the future. With this thought, Li Chun shook his head with a wry smile, and his pace unconsciously quickened. Young master, young master. Just as Li Chun was about to step out of the door, an urgent voice suddenly called out from the courtyard. Soon after, Zhao Yong approached with a serious expression, his demeanor suggesting that he had encountered something of great importance. Upon witnessing Zhao Yong's hurried demeanor, Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Before Zhao Yong pledged allegiance to him, he had served as a guard for Li Shimin within the Imperial palace. Given his composed nature, it was inconceivable that he would exhibit such a flustered state unless something of utmost importance had transpired. What is the urgent matter? Li Chun inquired, halting his steps to directly question Zhao Yong. My lord. Zhao Yong approached Li Chun and first bowed in respect before responding. Chang Sun Chong has arrived. Chang Sun Chong. At the mention of this name, Li Chun's brow immediately knitted in concern. He truly dares to come here. A cold smile escaped his lips, for it was evident that Li Chun perceived Chang Sun Chong as a harbinger of vengeance. After all, he had previously demolished Chang Sun Chong's bank and slaughtered everyone within, naturally leading him to believe that Chang Sun Chong sought retribution. Li Chun's thoughts were echoed by the expressions of Wang Liping and her family, who had overheard Zhao Yong's revelation without any veil of concealment. Their faces paled, for having lived in the impoverished district for so long, they were well aware of the identity of the bank's owner. This, Your Highness, it is we who have caused you trouble, Wang Lalu said, his expression laden with guilt. They believed the turmoil was a result of their involvement, and with Chang Sun Chong now seeking vengeance at the Wing Princess residence, they felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. This matter does not concern you, Li Chun replied with a gentle smile upon hearing Wang Lalu's words. Since he dares to come, he shall not blame this prince. His gaze then shifted towards the entrance, gradually transforming into an icy glare. Turning back to the direction of the Wing Prince's gate, Li Chun's expression hardened. Although Chang Sun Chong's status made others hesitant to act against him, Li Chun was unperturbed by such considerations. This time, as Chang Sun Chong sought trouble at the Wing Prince's residence, Li Chun resolved to show no mercy. And even the formidable Chang Sun Wuji, Chang Sun Chong's father, would not instill fear in him. Come, accompany this prince to confront them. With that, Li Chun made his way towards the entrance of the Wing Prince's residence. My lord. At that moment, Wang Liping urgently called out to Li Chun. My lord. You must exercise caution, she said, concern etched on her face. It was clear that Wang Liping understood Chang Sun Chong's background, having spent considerable time within the Duke of Lu's residence, where she had inevitably heard tales of him. Furthermore, with Chang Sun Chong arriving for vengeance, his status would undoubtedly bring a multitude of followers, heightening her worry for Li Chun's safety. Do not worry. Li Chun turned to Wang Liping with a reassuring smile. He cannot harm me. Indeed, what manner of combat prowess does Li Chun possess? He is akin to a war deity, capable of single-handedly withstanding an army. How could an ordinary person possibly inflict harm upon him? Unless Chang Sun Chong were to bring forth siege machinery, it would be an insurmountable challenge for anyone to even scratch Li Chun. You are advised to remain comfortably within your quarters. I shall handle everything. Having spoken, he ceased further conversation and prepared to lead Zhao Yong and the others towards the main gate. However, just as Li Chun took a few steps forward, he was halted by an unexpected remark. Zhao Yong, observing Li Chun's imposing demeanor, spoke with an air of unease, indicating that Chang Sun Chong did not appear to be seeking trouble. Huh? Li Chun paused, slightly taken aback by this revelation. Not here to cause discord? Yes. Zhao Yong nodded vigorously. But for what purpose then? It was evident that Li Chun was at a loss. It seems he has come to present gifts, Zhao Yong elucidated. I only gathered this from the gatekeeper's report, which mentioned that Chang Sun Chong arrived with merely a few dozen men and a cart. Although the cart was draped in burlap, it was unmistakably laden with numerous offerings. Presenting gifts. Chapter 163, A Man May Enter. But not the carriage. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly relaxed. It was clear that he had grasped the underlying reason. This must surely be the scheme of Changsun Wuji. He chuckled lightly. Historically, the Changsun Wuji he had encountered was undoubtedly a cunning and shrewd individual. Although he had recently destroyed the money house run by Changsun Chong, Changsun Wuji must have understood that, given Li Chun's formidable prowess, they could not hope to gain an advantage. Furthermore, Li Chun's reputation among the people of the Tang was at its zenith. He had just repelled the enemy forces, saving the lives of Li Shimin and Gao Shilian among others. Under such circumstances, it would be rather foolish for his son to provoke trouble at Li Chun's residence. Even if he did come, disregarding Li Shimin, the commanders Li Chun had saved would certainly not tolerate it. Not to mention, Li Chun shared a close bond with Cheng Yujin, Qin Xiong, and Li Jing. Even just these three would be enough to cause a headache for them. With Changsun Wuji's cunning intellect, how could he possibly overlook these factors? As for gifts, looking at Wang Liping and the others, their expressions of guilt transformed into astonishment upon hearing Zhao Yong's words. Clearly, they had never anticipated that after Li Chun had destroyed the money house, Changsun Chong would not seek revenge, but instead would come bearing gifts for Li Chun. The Prince of Wings is truly impressive. When they turned their gaze back to Li Chun, in addition to the respect and gratitude they had previously held, admiration now gleamed in their eyes. Such feats are not easily accomplished by everyone. Young master, you are remarkable. Wang Liping's gaze toward Li Chun sparkled with admiration. He was indeed the Prince Charming of her dreams, the great hero she adored. Since he came bearing gifts, they might as well let them in. However, Li Chun was oblivious to the thoughts of Wang Liping and her family. After gaining clarity, he turned to Zhao Yang with a smile. Yes, young master. Zhao Yang bowed in response, ready to escort them to the reception hall. No need, Li Chun waved his hand, smiling as he said, I shall wait for them here. Just bring them directly to this spot. Understood. Zhao Yang was entirely obedient to Li Chun's words, acknowledging with a nod before turning toward the entrance of the Prince of Wings' residence. By the way, as if recalling something, Li Chun called out to Zhao Yang. Do not let the carriage enter just yet. Understood, young master. Zhao Yang replied, quickening his pace slightly. In front of the Prince of Wings' residence, Changsun Chong and the steward stood quietly, gazing at the grand door, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Behind them stood a carriage, shrouded in a large burlap cover. Yet any discerning eye could perceive that it surely contained a considerable number of items. Butler, Long Sun Chong inquired, his countenance etched with concern as he gazed upon the tightly closed gates of the prince's residence. Do you think Li Chun will receive us? His visit today was of utmost importance, entwined with the delicate matter of his betrothal to Princess Chonglu. Should Li Chun refuse to see them, it would spell great trouble for him, especially since this apology bore the weight of the Emperor Li Shimin's wishes. Well, it should be possible. The butler replied hesitantly, grappling with uncertainty. To be frank, he was merely a steward and could hardly fathom Li Chun's intentions. What if he does not wish to see us? Long Sun Chong's anxiety began to manifest, and he felt the weight of uncertainty pressing upon him. My young lord, do not be too anxious. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps the prince is otherwise occupied, the butler advised, attempting to soothe Long Sun Chong's rising apprehension. But we have already waited. Just as Long Sun Chong was about to finish his thought, a prolonged creaking sound interrupted him, and the imposing gates of the prince's residence began to slowly swing open before them. As the gates parted, Long Sun Chong instinctively fell silent, peering into the interior with bated breath. Could it be that he truly will not see us? However, upon witnessing the scene within, his heart plummeted. The figure he sought was conspicuously absent. Instead, only a man resembling a guard stood before him. Although he had never laid eyes on Li Chun, the prince's reputation was widely known, and given that they were of similar age, it was clear to him that this man was well over 30. It was not difficult to discern that this individual was not Li Chun. Indeed, he was correct. The man before him was Zhao Yang. My young lord, do not fret. I shall inquire further, the butler reassured him, then promptly approached Zhao Yang. Esteemed warrior, he said with great courtesy, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Might I inquire whether his highness is within? Yes, Zhao Yang replied, his expression inscrutable. Although he recognized that the butler hailed from the Duke of Zhao's household and held a rank that could surpass his own, in this moment, Zhao Yang represented the prince's residence and felt no need to adopt a subservient demeanor. Would his highness be willing to meet with us? The butler, undeterred by Zhao Yang's stoic demeanor, pressed on, for they had come specifically to convey an apology on behalf of the young lord from the Duke of Zhao's household. Upon concluding his words, he gestured towards Changsun Chong behind him. Observing the steward's actions, Changsun Chong reciprocated with a smile directed at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang glanced up at Changsun Chong and cupped his fist in a gesture of respect, for despite Changsun Chong's youth, he was indeed a young lord, and such polite formalities could not be overlooked. "Young lord, my master requests your presence." He then motioned invitingly to Chang Sun Chong. Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Chang Sun Chong's face lit up with uncontainable delight. "Excellent, excellent. Quickly, bring the carriage inside." He promptly commanded his servants, eager to follow Zhao Yong into the Prince of Es residence. "Young lord, that cannot be permitted," Zhao Yong interjected, halting him. "My master has given explicit instructions. While individuals may enter, the carriage cannot." Before departing, Li Chun had specifically instructed him to leave the carriage outside the Prince of Es estate. And Zhao Yong was determined to adhere to Li Chun's wishes. "The carriage cannot enter?" Chapter 164. What brings you here? Long Sun Chong was momentarily taken aback. "The carriage contained the gift intended for my apology." He then addressed Zhao Yong, asserting, "That is not permissible." Zhao Yong remained resolute, stating, "This is my master's command. I implore you, young lord, do not make it difficult for me." The steward, noticing Zhao Yong's obstinate demeanor, Long Sun Chong turned to the steward for assistance. Their visit was to express an apology, and the gift was paramount. Without the ability to present it, how could he convey his sincerity? This valiant man. As Long Sun Chong's gaze fell upon him, the steward, with a beaming smile, approached Zhao Yong and discreetly produced a pouch of coins from his sleeve, offering it to Zhao Yong while saying, "Brave sir, my young lord is genuinely here to apologize. I ask you to show some leniency. Please, exercise some restraint." However, Zhao Yong's eyes widened in response to the steward's gesture. As a guard of the Wing Prince's residence, how could he succumb to such petty temptations? If Li Chun were to discover this, how could he remain in the Wing Prince's household? Moreover, the refusal to allow the carriage entry was Li Chun's explicit wish, and Zhao Yong would not dare to defy that. "Please take it back," he replied, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "If the carriage is not allowed entry, then it shall not enter." Seeing Zhao Yong's demeanor, the steward from the Zhao Duke's residence immediately displayed an awkward expression. "I was indeed presumptuous," he admitted. Turning to approach Long Sun Chong. "Steward, how did it go?" Long Sun Chong inquired anxiously upon seeing the steward's return. "Young lord, it seems we must leave the carriage here for now." The steward responded with a wry smile, shaking his head. "This truly appears to be the Wing Prince's directive." "Then how shall we apologize?" Long Sun Chong exclaimed in a flurry. As previously mentioned, the gifts were their means of apology. If Li Chun refused to accept them, would they not be doomed to failure before they even began? "We shall have to enter first," the steward contemplated aloud. "Moreover, the apology does not rely solely on gifts. As long as you demonstrate sincere humility when you meet the Wing Prince, he will perceive your earnestness, which is crucial. As for the gifts, should he accept your apology, we can present them later. Additionally, I possess other means." "Very well then." After hearing the steward's words, Long Sun Chong saw no other option and acquiesced. "Brave sir, we shall not be bringing the carriage inside." Having finally persuaded Long Sun Chong, the steward stepped forward, beaming at Zhao Yong and performing a courteous bow. "Please, allow me to escort you." Zhao Yong gestured for them to proceed, turning to lead the way into the Wing Prince's residence. Observing Zhao Yong's actions, Long Sun Chong and his companion no longer hesitated, issuing instructions to the servants guarding the carriage before hastily following. "Brave sir, are we not heading to the reception room?" As they traversed the grounds of the Prince of Wing's residence, the steward hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, inquiring with a hint of concern towards Zhao Yong. Being the steward, he was acutely aware of the location of the reception hall within every grand estate, yet Zhao Yong was leading them to a secluded courtyard. It was essential to remember that they had come to express their apologies. Moreover, in a certain sense, Chang Sun Chong had indirectly offended Li Chun, nearly causing humiliation to the woman favored by him. Thus, bringing them to this remote area naturally stirred his apprehensions. Not only him, but even Chang Sun Chong's complexion had turned markedly tense. As they walked through the Prince of Wing's estate, both Chang Sun Chong and the steward wore expressions filled with unease. After all, as previously mentioned, they had indirectly offended Li Chun, and now they found themselves in this isolated place. How could they not feel fear and anxiety? "This esteemed warrior, are we not heading towards the secluded courtyard?" The steward, forcibly suppressing his inner tension, once again inquired of Zhao Yong. "Indeed," Zhao Yong replied with a nod, offering no further elaboration. "Then, should not His Highness be in the reception hall?" Chang Sun Chong hastily asked. Clearly, in his understanding, the host typically welcomed visitors in the reception area. "My young master was attending to important matters in this secluded courtyard when you arrived, so he sent me to escort you directly here," Zhao Yong answered nonchalantly. "Oh, I see." Upon hearing Zhao Yong's explanation, both Chang Sun Chong and the steward felt a slight relief. However, upon reflection, if Li Chun truly intended to take action against them, with his unmatched prowess in battle, he would not have gone through such elaborate means. "Well then, gentlemen, my young master is right in this courtyard," Zhao Yong announced. leading the three of them swiftly to the courtyard's entrance. Please, follow me. With that, he stepped ahead into the courtyard, while Chang Sun-chong and the steward quickly composed themselves and followed closely behind. My lord, they have arrived, Zhao Yong declared as he pushed open the door, addressing Li Chun, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with several others. Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Li Chun turned his gaze towards the door, and upon spotting Chang Sun-chong and the steward standing outside, a subtle smile graced his lips. Allow them to enter, he commanded Zhao Yong. Yes, my lord, Zhao Yong replied, turning back towards the door. At his invitation, Chang Sun-chong and the steward finally dared to step closer. We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince, they greeted. Although there were many individuals present in the room, Chang Sun-chong and the steward immediately recognized Li Chun, having seen his portrait before. And given that he was the youngest among those gathered, they could not mistake him. The young lord of the Changsun family, observing the actions of the two, noticed Li Chun's faint smile as his gaze settled firmly upon Chang Sun-chong. It is with great honor that I welcome you. Please, take a seat. He then directed a warm expression toward Chang Sun-chong. I dare not impose, Chang Sun-chong hastily replied, waving his hand. Their purpose for visiting this time was to extend an apology, thus it was only fitting that they adopt a demeanor of humility. Moreover, given Li Chun's exalted status as the Wing King, and Chang Sun-chong's own lack of an official title despite being a young lord of the Changsun family, a certain degree of trepidation was only natural, especially in light of the previous rumors surrounding Li Chun. We are quite content to remain standing, Chang Sun-chong said with a beaming smile. If that is the case, I shall not press you, young lord, Li Chun replied, observing Chang Sun-chong's demeanor without insisting otherwise. May I inquire what brings you both to my humble abode at the Wing King's residence? He then asked, turning his attention back to Chang Sun-chong. Chapter 165. At this moment, let this matter rest. Your Highness, the Winged King, we have come to offer our sincerest apologies. Upon hearing Li Chun's inquiry, Chang Sun-chong hastily replied, Yesterday, it was entirely my subordinates' fault for their arrogance in daring to abduct your beloved woman. This is my error, a consequence of my inadequate discipline. Thus, I have come here today to seek your forgiveness, hoping you will overlook this minor transgression. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Chang Sun-chong's words, Li Chun, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately sputtered it out. What does he mean by daring to abduct my beloved woman? He rolled his eyes in response. Meanwhile, Wang Liping's complexion flushed a deep crimson upon hearing Chang Sun-chong's statement. When she turned her gaze towards him, she thought to herself that he certainly had a way with words, and her previous resentment towards him diminished with his mention of your beloved woman. Li Chun had always been her heart's desire, making her naturally inclined to enjoy such remarks. This man isn't entirely insufferable, she mused inwardly. Your Highness, are you all right? Noticing Li Chun's choking, Chang Sun-chong quickly inquired, have I misspoken? No. Li Chun retorted with irritation, then discreetly glanced at Wang Liping. Seeing her blushing and clearly pleased expression, he inwardly sighed. He was well aware of Wang Liping's affections for him and could not, in her presence, tell Chang Sun-chong that he had erred. Such a statement would likely leave that young lady heartbroken for several days. Oh, I am relieved to hear that. Chang Sun-chong's anxiety began to ease upon hearing Li Chun's response. Your Highness, all faults lie with me. I implore you to forgive my misdeeds and not to hold them against me. With that, he clasped his hands and deeply bowed to Li Chun. Hiki. There is no need for such formality, young lord. Witnessing Chang Sun-chong's humble demeanor, Li Chun smiled slightly. Since the young lord had personally come to apologize, it would be unbecoming of him to hold grudges. Let this matter rest. Really? Upon hearing these words, Chang Sun-chong's face lit up with joy, clearly surprised by the unexpected smoothness of the encounter. Thank you, Your Highness, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. While the matter could be laid to rest, Li Chun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he continued, however, the true victims are not I, but rather Wang Liping and her family. If you are sincere, young lord, you must also offer your apologies to them and ascertain their willingness to forgive. Indeed, in this incident, it was not Li Chun who suffered harm, but Wang Liping and her family of three. As her brother, Li Chun could not allow Chang Sun-chong to so easily dismiss the matter. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Chang Sun-chong, who had initially been filled with inexplicable joy, suddenly found his expression falter. After all, he was a descendant of a national duke. Apologizing to Li Chun did not seem particularly shameful, given the latter's esteemed status as the youngest prince of the Tang Dynasty. Not to mention a formidable warrior who single-handedly withstood an enemy force of hundreds of thousands. Even if word of his apology to Li Chun were to spread, it would not bring him disgrace. However, the same could not be said for others. While he had never encountered Wang Liping, he had heard from his subordinates that she was merely an ordinary servant. If he were to apologize to his servant and that were to leak, how could he maintain his dignity moving forward? What? Young prince unwilling? Observing the turmoil in Chang Sun-chan's expression, Li Chun let out a cold laugh. If you're unwilling, then please return, young prince. I shall personally visit your Duke Zhao's residence to seek an explanation for my sister. The mere thought of a personal visit sent a jolt of panic through Chang Sun-chung. With Li Chun's incredible prowess, should he truly seek out the Duke Zhao's residence? Who could possibly withstand him? Even the combined strength of everyone in the Duke Zhao's household would likely fall short against Li Chun, leading to even greater humiliation. Moreover, although he was not well acquainted with Li Chun, he was not foolish. If Li Chun was capable of such declarations, he would undoubtedly follow through. At that point, their current cordiality would be replaced with a far more formidable demeanor. Young prince. Just as Chang Sun-chung found himself at an impasse, the steward quickly leaned in and whispered, young prince, acquiesce. Our purpose in coming here was to persuade the Wing King to let this matter rest. Do not forget the words of the master before our departure. As the steward paused momentarily, casting a glance at Li Chun, he continued, moreover, this aligns with His Majesty's wishes. Furthermore, your engagement to Princess Chang Lu is closely tied to this matter with Li Chun. Should you mishandle this situation, it may jeopardize your prospects with her. Hearing the steward's words, Chang Sun-chung was struck anew. Indeed, his visit was twofold, to apologize to Li Chun to prevent further scrutiny of the incident and to comply with Li Shimin's directives. Most importantly, his engagement to Princess Chang Lu hinged on Li Chun's response. If his apology were to fail, Li Shimin would undoubtedly be displeased, thereby jeopardizing his union with Chang Lu. Very well. With this thought, Chang Sun-chung exhaled deeply. What His Highness the Wing King says is indeed true. He then addressed Li Chun. The suffering of your beloved is, after all, a consequence of my failure to manage my subordinates. It is only right that I offer my sincerest apologies to her. Please, Wing King, allow me to personally convey my remorse. He concluded with a respectful bow. What a flexible character he is. Upon hearing Chang Sun-chung's words, Li Chun could not help but inwardly commend him. As previously mentioned, Chang Sun-chung, being a descendant of a duke, possessed a certain stature. Had it been anyone else, they would not have responded as swiftly as he did. After all, apologizing to a servant is not a task easily undertaken by any noble scion. It is no wonder that historical records indicate Chang Sun-chung fared the best among the numerous sons of Chang Sun-wuji. Li Chun then mused silently. Historical accounts reveal that after the death of Li Shimin, Chang Sun-wuji wielded immense power, almost threatening to dominate the realm through the emperor. Although he harbored no treasonous intentions, this ultimately aroused the suspicion of Li Ji, who employed various means to diminish his title, forcing Chang Sun-wuji to take his own life. Nevertheless, despite the repercussions, Chang Sun-chung was only relegated to Qianzhou, escaping the tragic fates that befell his brothers. This indicates that Chang Sun-chung possessed a degree of cunning and strategy. Otherwise, he would not have navigated his later years so leisurely amid such tumultuous circumstances. Chapter 166. Was I overthinking, Your Highness the Wing King? Upon witnessing Li Chun's silence, Chang Sun-chung gently called out to him once more, requesting to be taken along. Clearly, his thoughts were consumed by the urgency to apologize and swiftly return home to address matters concerning his engagement to Princess Chang Lu. There's no need. Li Chun replied with a faint smile. My sister's family is right here. Right here? Chang Sun-chung was momentarily taken aback, then turned to survey the room. After scanning halfway, his gaze fixed upon Wang Liping. It seemed she was indeed the one he sought, for she was the only woman present in the room. Undeniably beautiful. It was no wonder she had captured Li Chun's affection so deeply. As he admired Wang Liping's striking features, Chang Sun-chung could not help but express silent admiration. However, he harbored no ulterior motives. After all, Li Chun's willingness to eliminate numerous foes for her sake implied that any inappropriate thoughts on his part would lead to dire consequences. Having resolved to apologize, Chang Sun-chung approached Wang Liping without further hesitation. Miss, I apologize for startling you earlier. It was entirely my fault. I hope you can forgive me. With that, he executed a respectful bow, clasping his hands together. Witnessing Chang Sun-chung's gesture, Wang Liping felt a wave of confusion. As previously mentioned, he was a young lord from a noble family, whereas she, despite Li Chun's regard, was merely an ordinary commoner. The sight of Chang Sun-chung bowing to her left her flustered and uncertain. My lord. In her state of disarray, Wang Liping instinctively cast a pleading glance toward Li Chun. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Li Chun smiled softly. You are the one wronged. His apology is warranted. There is no need for anxiety. Simply accept it. With a gentle smile directed at Wang Liping, she responded with a soft acknowledgement, her previously anxious heart now at ease. Young lord, please rise. Thank you, miss, Chang Sun-chung replied, slowly standing up. Rest assured, I shall ensure my subordinates are managed properly, and such incidents will not occur again. After expressing his gratitude with another bow, he turned to approach Li Chun. Your Highness, what do you think of this matter? Let this matter rest, Li Chun remarked with a slight smile. Given that Chang Sun-chong had humbled himself to apologize to Wang Liping, Li Chun felt no need to prolong the discussion, having never intended to dwell on the issue excessively. Thank you, His Highness the Wing King. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Chang Sun-chong let out a long sigh of relief. This matter had finally been resolved. Your Highness, I have prepared some gifts for you today. What do you think? There is no need for gifts. Li Chun was well aware of Chang Sun-chong's intentions, which were merely to persuade him to accept an entire cart of presents. However, Li Chun harbored little interest in such offerings. Given his current status, he lacked for nothing. His previous curiosity had merely been to gauge the attitude of the Changsun family. Seeing Li Chun dismiss the gifts, Chang Sun-chong found himself in a predicament. After all, the cart of gifts had been specifically instructed by his father, Chang Sun-wuji. How could he explain returning empty-handed? Haha. Young lad Chun, do accept those gifts. Just as Chang Sun-chong grappled with his dilemma, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door, followed by the entrance of 4 figures. What brings these old fellows here? Li Chun silently mused as he recognized the familiar faces of Qing Yeo-jin, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and Chang Sun-wuji. The previous laughter had unmistakably originated from Cheng Yao-jin. Greetings to my 3 esteemed uncles and Duke Zhao. Despite his inner musings, Li Chun maintained his composure and bowed to the 4 men. Haha, young lad Chun. It seems you've stirred quite the commotion this time, Cheng Yao-jin remarked, patting Li Chun on the shoulder, clearly referring to the incident at the bank. Upon hearing Cheng Yao-jin's words, Li Chun merely shrugged with a smile. You gentlemen haven't come to drink with me, have you? He inquired, observing the men before him. It was evident that he had deduced their purpose for visiting. After all, Chang Sun-wuji had never before accompanied Cheng Yao-jin and the others. And the moment the banking incident unfolded, he had summoned them, clearly to intercede on his behalf. Haha, you sly lad, nothing escapes your notice. Qin Xiong chuckled in response. We old fellows have been entrusted by Duke Zhao to come and mediate on your behalf. Indeed, young Chun, grant us the favor of smoothing this matter over, will you? Li Jing added. Young lad Chun, I must inform you that we have personally come here. If you refuse, we shall take up residence in your Wing King's manor. Cheng Yao-jin boldly threatened, stating that Li Chun would be responsible for their sustenance. And he insisted that Li Chun personally prepare their meals. Not to mention, they would require 2 jars of his brewed wine at every meal. At the sound of their words, particularly Cheng Yao-jin's veiled threat, a bitter expression crossed Li Chun's face. He dared not allow these old fellows to linger in his Wing King's residence. Should that happen, it would surely spell the end of his pleasant days. For he could not afford to silence their incessant chatter. The 3 uncles had voiced their opinions, and what more could I say? I could only offer a wry smile and remark to them that this matter had already been settled with the young prince before your arrival. Oh, that is even better. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yao-jin and the others exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Brother Chang-sun, we were not mistaken, were we? This lad is not one to hold grudges. Cheng Yao-jin then turned to Chang Sun-wuji with a playful remark. It was evident that before their arrival, these old-timers had already assured Chang Sun-wuji of their stance. He chuckled softly, I suppose I was overthinking it. Chang Sun-wuji responded with a light-hearted laugh at Cheng Yao-jin's words. Chapter 167, a gift worth accepting amidst the jovial banter. He found himself somewhat envious of Cheng Yao-jin and his companions, who maintained such a cordial relationship with Li Chun. Although Li Chun had addressed him earlier, it lacked the warmth evident in his interactions with Cheng Yao-jin. This distinction was clear from the way Li Chun referred to Cheng and the others as uncle, while he himself was addressed with a title, indicating a noticeable disparity. When might I, too, be as esteemed as these venerable gentlemen? He mused quietly within, recognizing that although Li Chun currently held only the title of Wing King, discerning eyes could see that this was merely a temporary state. Given Li Chun's formidable prowess and the regard in which he was held by Li Shimin, surpassing them in the future was merely a matter of time. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for him to wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Chun. The Wing King truly possesses a magnanimous spirit. With this thought, he observed Chang Sun-wuji break into a hearty laugh directed at Li Chun, exclaiming, Allow me to express my apologies on behalf of my son. With that, he performed a slight bow, clasping his hands together in respect. What is the meaning of this gesture from Duke Zhao? Upon witnessing Chang Sun-wuji's actions, Li Chun immediately reached out to assist him upright, saying, Such humility is unnecessary, and I too have my faults. I hope Duke Zhao will forgive me. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Since Chang Sun-wuji was so courteous, Li Chun felt compelled to reciprocate with some gracious words. Alas, this matter is entirely my son's fault. Chang Sun-wuji waved his hand dismissively, stating that offering an apology was only proper. One could not help but admire Chang Sun-wuji's cunning and skill. While conversing, he once again bowed slightly to Li Chun. Truly, he is a wily old fox. Li Chun thought to himself, recognizing that Changsun Wuji's deference stemmed from an apprehension of his potential. Duke Zhao, you mustn't be so formal. Though he thought this, Li Chun's response was prompt, as he too inclined his body in acknowledgement. The title of Duke Zhao feels somewhat distant, if it does not offend you. Might you call me uncle as you do the others? With a hopeful expression, Changsun Wuji directly proposed this to Li Chun as the moment seemed ripe. Upon hearing these words, Li Chun hesitated. Unlike Cheng Yaojin and his companions, who had genuinely supported him before his rise, he held a deep respect for them. Changsun Wuji, however, was a newcomer to this camaraderie. Ha ha ha, dear lad, just agree. In the midst of Li Chun's indecision, Cheng Yaojin's hearty laughter broke forth. Brother Changsun shares an excellent rapport with us old fellows, and his invitation to join us signifies his sincerity. Indeed, dear lad, echoed another voice in agreement. Qin Xiang also chimed in, stating that Brother Changsun genuinely wished to befriend you, and besides, he has never committed any heinous acts, making him utterly trustworthy. As they spoke, even Li Jing, who stood nearby, nodded and smiled at Li Chun. Clearly, the bond among these three and Changsun Wuji was exceptionally strong, otherwise they would not have made this special trip. A strong bond? However, upon hearing their words, Li Chun couldn't help but inwardly scoff. If only they knew that their association with Changsun Wuji would ultimately lead to their disgrace, would they still harbor such thoughts? To illustrate, take Cheng Yaojin as a prime example. After Changsun Wuji was forced to take his own life by Li Ji, Cheng was ultimately stripped of his official position. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Chun maintained a facade of composure. Since the three uncles had spoken so, how could the young nephew dare to dissent? He then smiled at the group and turned to Changsun Wuji, clasping his fists in greeting. Uncle Changsun. Haraha. Excellent. Upon hearing Li Chun address him, Changsun Wuji burst into hearty laughter. From now on, I shall call you little Li Chun just like old Chin and the others. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's expression froze momentarily. And then he wore a look of resignation. It seemed that the moniker Little Li Chun was here to stay. Little Li Chun. Changsun Wuji referred to him with an air of familiarity, smiling as he continued. I have come here to apologize on behalf of my wayward son. Please accept these gifts. Ah, I truly cannot accept them. Li Chun shook his head at Changsun Wuji's words. Brother Changsun has already apologized to me and my sister, and his demeanor was exceedingly sincere. How could I possibly accept those gifts again? Moreover, as I now call you uncle, you are my elder, and I should not accept gifts from my elder. Upon hearing Li Chun's response, Changsun Wuji was momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances with Cheng Yaojin and the others. Clearly, he sought their assistance in persuading Li Chun, for having just forged a closer relationship with him, he naturally wished to solidify it further. Noting Changsun Wuji's gaze, Cheng Yaojin and the others nodded in understanding. They had always maintained a good rapport with Changsun Wuji and hoped that Li Chun would do the same, as this would not only benefit Changsun Wuji but also greatly aid Li Chun, considering that Changsun Wugo was Changsun Wuji's younger sister. Little Li Chun. Those gifts are yours for the taking. They are simply three uncles, no need to elaborate further. Before Cheng Yaojin and the others could finish, Li Chun raised his hand to interrupt them. I truly cannot accept them. Turning to the few individuals with a wry smile, he said, you esteemed gentlemen are undoubtedly perceptive. Consider this. I have only recently ascended to the position of Wing King, and naturally, there are many eyes upon me. Should a malicious individual seize upon any misstep, it would indeed spell trouble. Therefore, I implore you not to make things difficult for your humble nephew. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the group fell silent, clearly having not contemplated this angle. Indeed, although Li Chun had achieved the title of Wing King, it was inevitable that envy would arise among others. As the saying goes, in a vast forest, one finds all sorts of birds. It was not inconceivable that some might watch Li Chun for any errors out of jealousy. While it may not be a grave concern for him, it certainly remained an annoyance. Well then, I shall leave it to your discretion, they replied, promptly passing the responsibility back to Changsun Wuji. It appears my uncle has not considered this thoroughly, Changsun Wuji remarked, a look of chagrin crossing his face as he tapped his forehead. Addressing Li Chun, he continued, dear nephew, do not take offense. I shall have those bothersome matters dealt with shortly. Thank you very much, Uncle Changsun, Li Chun responded with a smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. Chapter 168. Indeed, it is a meteorite to speak candidly. Li Chun regarded the gifts brought by Changsun Wuji with little interest. They were merely trinkets of gold and silver, items he had no need for. Since his uncle had made the journey, why not remain at his nephew's residence for a meal today? He then courteously addressed the few guests. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Cheng Yaojin and his companions brightened, clearly eager to savor Li Chun's culinary creations and his brood ergo too. Ha ha. Brother Changsun, today you are in for a treat. The wine and dishes crafted by our little Chun are simply exquisite. They began to jest with Chang Sun Wuji, their enthusiasm palpable. Oh, then I must indeed partake today. Chang Sun Wuji replied with a smile, yet as he observed the expressions of the others, Li Chun wore an exasperated look. I was merely being polite. At this moment, Li Chun was profoundly frustrated. His initial intent was simply to extend a courteous invitation to these elderly gentlemen, not genuinely wishing for them to stay for dinner. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would take him at his word? This predicament only served to deepen his annoyance. How foolish of me to speak so freely. He cursed himself inwardly, wishing he could deliver a sharp slap to his own face. My precious wine. He sighed. For these elderly gentlemen were notorious for their fondness for liquor. Even the modest amount of erguotu he had brewed would barely suffice. And with only a dozen jars remaining in his cellar, he wondered if it would be enough for this ravenous group. Ha, our little Chun. You are ever so magnanimous. Cheng Yaojin gave Li Chun a hearty pat on the shoulder, eager to know, where shall we dine? Where shall we dine? In the latrine? Li Chun thought to himself, though he was wise enough not to voice this sentiment aloud. Let us proceed to the banquet hall, he said with a resigned tone. Very well. The elderly gentlemen responded in unison, as if they had conspired in advance. Go ahead, I shall prepare momentarily, Li Chun said with a bittersweet expression. Then turned to Wang Liping. Xiaoping, come with me. Yes, young master, Wang Liping promptly replied, following Li Chun as they moved toward the door. Wait a moment. Little Chun. At that moment, Chang Sun Wuji called out to him again. I have one more matter to discuss. Upon hearing Chang Sun Wuji's words, Li Chun halted, turning his head with a puzzled expression. What else does Uncle Chang Sun wish to convey? I actually have another gift for you on this visit. Chang Sun Wuji chuckled and remarked. What is it? Observing Chang Sun Wuji's demeanor, Li Chun displayed a curious expression. Not only Li Chun, but even Cheng Yaojin and the others were equally intrigued. Brother Cha Sun, what is it? You didn't mention anything about it before we came. Qin Xiong inquired. Clearly, Chang Sun Wuji had not brought this matter up prior to their arrival. I just recalled it, Chang Sun Wuji replied with a laugh. I had the steward bring it along, intending to present it to young Master Chun. What is it? Hurry and show us. We're eager to drink. Cheng Yaojin urged impatiently, evidently believing that anything worth presenting must be significant enough to accompany Li Chun's brew. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Chang Sun Wuji smiled slightly. You have seen this before. We have seen it. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiong and the others were momentarily taken aback, and then, could it be that you mean that thing? They gazed at Chang Sun Wuji with wide eyes, displaying expressions of disbelief. Clearly, they had guessed what Chang Sun Wuji was referring to, and indeed, they had seen it before, although they had never touched it. The reason was simple. Chang Sun Wuji held it in high regard, and after obtaining it, he had permitted only Li Shimin to handle it. Anyone else who dared to touch it would face his ire. Now, the fact that Chang Sun Wuji intended to bestow this precious item upon Li Chun was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, it is that item. Observing the expressions of Cheng Yaojin and the others, Chang Sun Wuji's lips curled into a slight smile. You are truly generous. Upon receiving confirmation, the others shook their heads and chuckled softly. May I ask what it is? At this point, Li Chun, having listened to their conversation, felt increasingly curious. Steward. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Chang Sun Wuji did not hasten to respond, but instead turned to the steward beside him and called out. Yes, my lord. The steward promptly replied and then raised his hand to remove the bundle from behind him, respectfully presenting it before Chang Sun Wuji. After receiving the bundle, Chang Sun Wuji, under Li Chun's inquisitive gaze, slowly began to unwrap it. This is the treasure? When Chang Sun Wuji unveiled the bundle, revealing the contents within, Li Chun was momentarily stunned, followed by a look of utter disbelief. The reason was simple. The bundle contained a piece of pitch-black iron, appearing exceedingly unattractive, with numerous pockmarks and dents adorning its surface. This is considered a treasure? Li Chun could not help but inwardly scoff at the sight of the black iron. Young Master Chun, do not be deceived by its unremarkable appearance. It is undoubtedly a valuable item. The elderly gentlemen present, who were quite astute, recognized the expression on Li Chun's face and understood his thoughts. Cheng Yaojin pointed at the piece of black iron in Chang Sun Wuji's hand, proclaiming with confidence that this object was unique in the world. Upon hearing this, Li Chun expressed his astonishment and shifted his gaze back to the black iron. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a meteorite. After scrutinizing it closely, Li Chun began to murmur to himself. Prior to his journey through time, he had encountered numerous meteorite samples, and indeed, this object shared some similarities. Could it have fallen from the heavens? He hesitantly inquired of the others. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, Cheng Yaojin and the others displayed expressions of surprise, clearly taken aback by Li Chun's discernment regarding the origins of the black iron. You, my lad, possess some knowledge, Cheng Yaojin remarked, affirming that the black iron indeed descended from the sky and was a treasured possession of Changsuan's uncle, which they had previously been forbidden to touch. Indeed, it is a meteorite. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's response, Li Chun's conviction solidified. However, a look of resignation crossed his face. Although it was a meteorite, he was not engaged in any scientific research. It held little practical value for him. Ding dong. Just as Li Chun felt a sense of futility, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Chapter 169, The Extraordinary Metal. Listening to the echoing voice in his mind, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was another task about to be issued? With this thought, he cast aside the presence of Cheng Yaojin and the others, keenly focusing on the sound, as they were oblivious to it. Ding dong. Detection of extraordinary metal. As Li Chun's thoughts deepened, the ethereal voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Not a task? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Chun was once again astonished. Extraordinary metal. Could it be that dark, unremarkable chunk of iron? With this notion, Li Chun slowly shifted his gaze toward the black iron. Was this not a meteorite? Extraordinary metal. Forged in the cosmos. As if sensing Li Chun's inner questioning, the system began to elucidate. As the system explained, Li Chun's eyes gradually brightened. It turned out that this so-called extraordinary metal was naturally formed over millennia through countless collisions and frictions in the universe. Its primary purpose was to forge and transform weapons, meaning that with sufficient extraordinary metal, Li Chun could create an unparalleled divine weapon. Truly a treasure. After absorbing the system's explanation, Li Chun regarded the black iron with newfound reverence, as if beholding a legendary weapon. This was indeed a significant gain. Excitedly, he whispered to himself, "Little Chun, surely you do not perceive this black iron as mere trash?" Observing Li Chun's silence, Cheng Yaojin rolled his eyes in response. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Chun snapped back to reality. How could that be? He replied with a smile, masking his astonishment. I was merely intrigued by the extraordinary metal and momentarily lost in thought. Before the system had provided its insight, Li Chun might have considered the black iron worthless. But now, understanding its value, he realized that to label it as trash would be to dismiss all treasures in existence. Hee. It's no wonder, Li Jing, who had been silent until now, chuckled softly. When I first encountered this black iron, I bore a similar expression. However, its worth is profound. Your uncle Chang's son has consulted numerous blacksmiths to authenticate it, and should it be forged into a weapon, it would undoubtedly slice through iron like mud. Unfortunately, despite knowing its potential as an exceptional forging material, no one has yet managed to melt it down. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Li Chun felt a surge of amusement within. A jest, indeed. This is the most exquisite iron. And for ordinary blacksmiths to attempt to melt and recast it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Nevertheless, Li Chun held a modicum of admiration for those craftsmen, for they could discern that this exceptional iron was a superb material for forging weapons, an insight far surpassing his own, as he had initially deemed it worthless refuse. Uncle Changsan, do you truly wish to bestow such a significant treasure upon your nephew? Li Chun remarked with a sly smile, his address to Changsun Wuji growing more familiar. This extraordinary iron was of paramount importance to Li Chun. It represented the potential to forge a divine weapon. Possessing it would mean acquiring an unparalleled artifact. Even if the iron were insufficient in weight, he could augment it upon his 2 resounding golden hammers, thereby amplifying their might exponentially. Naturally, he yearned to possess it. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Changsun Wuji smiled gently, stating, "Since I have spoken, I shall not retract my words. Moreover, as you heard from Brother Li, although this black iron is indeed a prime material for weaponry, no one can manage to break it, even if it remains in my possession. It would merely serve as a decoration at this juncture." Changsun Wuji hesitated slightly, then continued with a hint of embarrassment, "Although it cannot be broken, it is still a treasure. I hope my dear nephew will not disdain it or refuse my offer." His intention was clear. He wished to convey that he was not gifting this black iron out of a sense of its uselessness. How could that be? Li Chun replied with a dismissive smile. This is merely Uncle Changsuan's generosity. How could I ever reject it? Moreover, it is your heartfelt intention. To refuse would be most unbecoming of me. Ha ha. Then it is settled. Changsun Wuji exclaimed, clearly delighted by Li Chun's words. This black iron shall be yours. As he spoke, he extended the black iron towards Li Chun. Thank you, Uncle Changsun. Though Li Chun felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Changsun Wuji's gesture, he concealed his elation and graciously accepted the exceptional iron. Indeed, this black iron was extraordinary. Upon receiving it, he felt its substantial weight, murmuring silently to himself. Although it appeared no larger than the palm of his hand, it was remarkably heavy, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds. Furthermore, while Changsun Wuji and the others may not have sensed it, Li Chun could feel the pulsating energy within, as if it were in perfect harmony with him. My esteemed uncles, please proceed to the banquet hall. Suppressing the joy swelling within, Li Chun lifted his head and addressed Changsun Wuji and the others, saying, I shall prepare for our gathering now. Let us indulge in merriment today. A hearty laughter erupted from the group in response to Li Chun's words, and they promptly followed Zhang Tai towards the banquet hall. Brother Changsun, do stay with us today. It was evident that Li Chun was in high spirits, turning to Changsun Chong with a cheerful remark. Ah, indeed. I shall heed the words of His Highness, Changsun Chong replied, nodding eagerly at Li Chun's invitation. He had observed the earlier conversation between Li Chun and Cheng Yaojin with keen interest, pondering how Li Chun managed to engage so effortlessly with such illustrious founding figures. Furthermore, even his father desired to cultivate a friendship with Li Chun, going so far as to present the treasured black iron from beyond the heavens, a gesture that was unprecedented. Clearly, Changsun Chong had developed a profound admiration for Li Chun. Chapter 170. They have grown up. I wonder if I will ever be like him in the future? This thought shifted into envy for Li Chun. Although he is the son of a duke and the nephew of the current empress, figures like Cheng Yaojin, a founding father, hardly acknowledged him, let alone displayed the warmth and kindness that Li Chun received. All right, you should head to the banquet hall and wait there. At this moment, Li Chun was still lost in the joy of acquiring a precious treasure, oblivious to Changsun Chong's current thoughts. He smiled at him and then departed with Wang Liping. My lord, is this black iron truly significant? As she walked through the courtyard, Wang Liping noticed Li Chun's infatuation with the black iron in his hands and inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ha. Indeed it is. With no one else around, Li Chun no longer concealed his excitement. This item is a treasure. With it, I can forge a divine weapon. When the time comes to confront enemies, I will be invincible. Indeed, while others only recognized this exquisite iron as a superb material for crafting weapons, Li Chun understood its true worth. He was aware that this black iron could be transformed into an unparalleled divine weapon. As the system had previously explained that this exquisite iron could bestow attributes upon weapons, this meant that a weapon crafted from this black iron could inherit its innate properties, such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Naturally, the attributes conferred would depend on the inherent qualities of the black iron itself. If this piece possessed the ability of wind, then the resulting weapon would share that attribute. If it were fire, then the weapon would embody the fire attribute, and so forth. Given these attributes alone, being referred to as a divine weapon in this world was hardly an exaggeration. How remarkable! Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Wang Liping felt a surge of joy for him, exclaiming, Congratulations, my lord. As he was her admired figure, witnessing his happiness naturally brought her delight as well. However, amidst her joy, a trace of concern crept in. But my lord, she began, her worry evident, I heard from several gentlemen that no one can melt or decompose this black iron. What shall we do? Clearly, she was anxious that Li Chun might ultimately be disappointed. Ha. Worry not. Noticing Wang Liping's expression, Li Chun affectionately patted her head. Just because others cannot accomplish this does not mean your lord cannot. This small piece of iron is no challenge for me. Indeed, without the system, Li Chun might have been left gazing at the treasure with longing. Yet, that was merely a hypothetical situation. In reality, he possessed the system, given its formidable capabilities. If it could detect the origins of this exquisite iron, it would surely be able to decompose and melt it, thus enabling him to forge it into a weapon. Yes, I believe in you, my lord. Upon seeing Li Chun's confident demeanor, Wang Liping playfully clenched her delicate fists, her charming expression radiating an undeniable cuteness. Noticing Wang Liping's adorable antics, Li Chun couldn't help but smile softly. You little girl, he teased, you're not so little anymore. In response to Li Chun's playful banter, Wang Liping feigned annoyance, pouting in a manner that was both endearing and defiant. To prove her point, she straightened her back, embodying the essence of maturity, as if to assert that she had indeed grown up. Clearly, she wished to shed the image of a little sister in Li Chun's eyes, for in his heart, she regarded him as her one true Prince Charming and envisioned him as her future husband. Though these thoughts might be mere fantasies for now, she felt the urgency to assert herself, no longer wanting to be perceived as just a little sister. Upon witnessing Wang Liping's graceful movements, Li Chun felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, awkwardly touching the tip of his nose. Well then, Zhaoping, he said, addressing her. Please take a few people to the wine cellar and bring some drinks for those old fellows. We wouldn't want them to grow impatient. With a huff, Wang Liping, feeling disregarded, wrinkled her delicate nose and turned away, marching towards the wine cellar in a huff. It was evident that she felt increasingly at ease in Li Chun's presence. As he observed her retreating figure, Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he bore no resentment towards her earlier antics. It seemed that he might have to reconsider his thoughts about this spirited girl in the future. Li Chun was well aware of Wang Liping's affections for him. Yet he was presently uninterested in such matters, as they were both still quite young. In the era he came from, they were merely children, and any serious considerations would have to wait until they reached a more appropriate age. Sighing, he reflected, let us take things one step at a time. He then resolved to first deal with the old man's needs before focusing on the matter at hand. His gaze shifted to the exquisite iron in his hand. If he were to forge this exceptional iron into a divine weapon, he would undoubtedly need to utilize the system, ensuring that no outsiders were present. For this was Li Chun's greatest secret, one that demanded utmost caution. With this thought in mind, Li Chun's eyes sparkled mischievously as he declared, if you wish to taste my cooking, then I shall oblige. He chuckled, and, without further delay, made his way towards the kitchen. Half an hour later in the banquet hall. Cough, cough, cough. Long Sun Wuji gulped down the wine in his bowl, only to be caught off guard, choking and coughing. It was clear that this was his first experience with the brewed by Li Chun. Ah, what a fine wine. Truly exquisite, he exclaimed, a look of satisfaction washing over his face. See? We were right, weren't we? As he observed the countenance of Chang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin erupted into a hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. Chang Sun Wuji's eyes sparkled as they fixated on the wine jar before him. The wine was exquisite, smooth, and devoid of any harshness, truly a fine vintage. It seems that you old fellows indulge in this delightful nectar quite frequently, do you not? He then turned his gaze towards Cheng Yaojin and the others, expressing a hint of reproach. Indeed. Upon hearing Chang Sun Wuji's words, Qin Xiong's face broke into a proud smirk. We are, after all, the uncles of the pure lad. It is only fitting that we pay our respects with this fine wine. Then why did you not bring me some earlier? At this remark, Chang Sun Wuji's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in indignation as he directed a fierce gaze towards the group. It was evident that Chang Sun Wuji was also a connoisseur of fine wine, and the neglect of such a splendid vintage by Cheng Yaojin and the others had understandably stirred his ire. Chapter 171. The Perils of Comparison. Ha! You wish to send us some? We ourselves barely have enough to drink. Upon witnessing the furious expression of Chang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin and his companions simultaneously rolled their eyes. Their fondness for wine certainly rivaled that of Chang Sun Wuji. Although Li Chun had previously bestowed upon them a few jars of erguo too, it was merely a handful. Considering they could scarcely quench their own thirst, how could they possibly offer any to Chang Sun Wuji? You lot are truly inconsiderate. Observing the disdainful expressions of Cheng Yaojin and the others, Chang Sun Wuji could only sit down in exasperation. Well then, Li Jing interjected with a smile. You have now become little Chun's uncle. When the time comes, simply ask him for a few jars. I am certain he will not refuse you. Ah, indeed. At these words, Chang Sun Wuji's eyes brightened, dispelling his earlier gloom. I shall request a few jars from that rascal Chun. Come, let us drink. As the conversation flowed, the group resumed pouring and drinking heartily. I must ask, dear uncles, how can you drink without any food? Just then, a voice filled with resignation drifted into their ears. It was Li Chun, who had gone to prepare a meal for these old rascals. He had sent Wang Liping to fetch the wine, only to find that, before the dishes had even arrived, these old men had nearly emptied a jar each. It was worth noting that the stock of wine in Li Chun's cellar was dwindling. If they continued at this pace, there might not be enough left for the old rascals. It matters not whether there is food or not, Chang Sun Wuji remarked after a brief pause. Such exquisite wine can be savored even without a meal accompanying it. At this, Li Chun's face twitched in disbelief. Fortunately, I have made preparations. He thought to himself with a quiet sigh. Ah, brother Chang Sun, you are mistaken, Li Chun replied with a smile after Chang Sun Wuji's comment. The dishes I personally prepared are not inferior to this wine, and paired together, they create an extraordinary experience. Indeed, Cheng Yaojin chimed in, especially the century egg. Paired with wine, it is simply divine. Oh, is it truly as good as you say? Chang Sun Wuji expressed his skepticism. As dukes, they had seen and tasted countless dishes. Yet the praise from Cheng Yaojin and the others piqued his curiosity. You shall find out soon enough, Cheng Yaojin chuckled. Little Chun, you didn't forget to make the century eggs, did you? He turned his attention to Li Chun, clearly showing a fondness for the dish. Of course I didn't forget, Li Chun replied, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bring forth the dishes, he commanded, his voice resonating through the doorway. As if summoned by his words, a procession of maidens clad in elegant attire entered, each bearing a tray, moving in unison like a majestic dragon. Upon gracefully placing the exquisite dishes upon the dining table, they curtsied to Li Chun before departing. Once the maidens had exited, the table was laden with a bountiful array of over 30 distinct delicacies, each unique in its presentation. Did you prepare all of this? Long Sun Wuji inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveyed the sumptuous spread before him. The reason for his astonishment was clear. The assortment of dishes laid out was unlike anything he had ever encountered, each more refined than the last. Some of the platters were so artistically arranged that even the royal chefs would struggle to replicate them. Given Li Chun's tender age, alongside his formidable prowess in battle, it was astounding that he possessed such culinary talent. Apologies for any amusement caused, Uncle Long's son, Li Chun replied with a gentle smile. Fully aware that these dishes were crafted from the memories of his past life, far surpassing the capabilities of any royal chef. Without knowledge of the intricate processes involved, even the palace cooks would find it impossible to replicate such culinary feats. I truly wonder if you are some sort of prodigy, Long's son Wuji remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile. Li Chun's exceptional combat skills were well known at such a young age. He had single-handedly repelled an army of over 100,000 Turks, instilling fear in their hearts. His profound expertise in brewing and now the ability to create these exquisite dishes rendered him nearly otherworldly, especially considering he was merely 16. Turning his gaze to his son, Long's son Chong, he lamented, "It is futile to compare. They are worlds apart." He placed a hand to his forehead, overwhelmed by the stark contrast between the two. Observing his father's expression, Long's son Chong wore an equally perplexed look. That fellow is indeed a freak of nature. How many in this world could possibly rival him? He mused silently. Ha ha ha. Long's son, there is no need for such despondency, laughed Qing Yaojin, seeing the expressions of Long's son Wuji and his son. This lad is truly a marvel. Who could possibly compare? My own sons fall short when placed beside him. Indeed, do not dwell on this matter. Let us drink instead. Qin Xiong chimed in, raising his cup in salute to Long's son Wuji. It was evident that not only Long's son Chong but also their sons were equally overshadowed by Li Chun's brilliance. However, there was a silver lining. At least their sons had discerning tastes. Long's son Wuji, reflecting on their words, responded with a knowing smile. He naturally referred to the bond shared among Li Chun, Cheng Chumo, and Qin Huayu, a matter that has long ceased to be a secret. With Li Chun's current accomplishments, he is destined to become a formidable figure in the future. Given this connection, how could Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, under Li Chun's patronage, falter? In contrast, his son finds himself in a different predicament. The reason he currently enjoys such a carefree existence is merely due to his relationship with his sister, Changsun Wugo. Should this connection wane in the future, the prospects of his son, based solely on his own abilities, remain uncertain. I wonder when this rebellious child of mine will be graced with such fortune. Subsequently, one could observe Changsun Wuji casting a meaningful sight towards Li Chun. Chapter 172. Exquisite dishes paired with fine wine. Upon hearing his words, Li Chun, displaying remarkable tact, refrained from speaking. He was well aware of the underlying intent behind Changsun Wuji's remarks, which was merely a desire for his son to forge a friendship with himself. However, Li Chun was not one to take such matters lightly. After all, during his oath of brotherhood with Cheng Chumo, he was but a commoner. Yet, Cheng Chumo and his companions harbored no disdain and even offered him assistance, which fostered Li Chun's inclination to form that bond. In contrast, Changsun Chong's interests seemed solely rooted in Li Chun's current status and potential, thus he would not easily acquiesce. Noticing Li Chun's silence, Changsun Wuji revealed a hint of bitterness on his face. With a shrewd insight, he could discern that Li Chun was reluctant to draw too close to his son. Changsun Chong. How did we come to discuss such matters? Li Jing interjected, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Today, we are here to enjoy wine. So let us drink. Indeed, let us drink, and speak of nothing else. Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin chimed in, raising their cups. They too could sense Li Chun's sentiments. Although their relationship with Changsun Wuji was amicable, they could offer no assistance in this matter. If Li Chun was unwilling, not even they could persuade him. Seeing their actions, Changsun Wuji could only shake his head in resignation, recognizing that this issue would require a more gradual approach. Come, let us drink, he declared, lifting his cup, and promptly clinked it with Cheng Yaojin and the others, downing it in one go. What a delight! After downing a bowl of strong liquor as if it were water, Cheng Yaojin burst into laughter, thoroughly intoxicated. Li Chun, come, quickly introduce us to these dishes. He placed his cup on the table and called out to Li Chun. Li Chun had prepared over 30 exquisite dishes, many of which Cheng Yaojin and the others had never encountered before, thus it was only fitting for him to provide an introduction, which would also help alleviate the earlier awkwardness. Very well, Li Chun replied with a slight smile, fully aware of Cheng Yaojin's intent. This dish is called century egg, crafted from duck eggs. This one is known as kung pao chicken, made with chicken breast. And this dish is called fish-flavored shredded pork. This one is water-boiled meat slices. Lastly, I have named this one braised pork. As Li Chun approached the dining table, he began to introduce each dish to Cheng Yaojin and the others, detailing every preparation step with utmost precision, leaving them utterly astonished. How on earth did you come to possess such knowledge? Changsun Wuji remarked, astonished as he regarded Li Chun. These dishes are likely beyond the capabilities of even the Imperial chefs. How did you manage to master them? During my idle hours, I merely indulged in some experimentation. Li Chun casually replied to Changsun Wuji. After all, these dishes were crafted from his memories of a past life. He could hardly admit to a few individuals that these delicacies were prepared before his transmigration, lest they consider him deranged. Gentlemen, how about you give these a taste? To divert the old fellows from dwelling too much on the matter, Li Chun swiftly changed the subject, offering them a cheerful remark. Very well, let us indulge, they replied. No longer hesitating as they eagerly picked up their chopsticks, sampling each dish one by one. Observing their actions, Li Chun stood at the table with a subtle smile. A hint of delight curling at the corners of his mouth. Each dish had been meticulously prepared for these gentlemen, infused with special ingredients designed solely to enhance the effects of alcohol. Therefore, once paired with the meals he had prepared, it would be all too easy for Cheng Yaojin and the others to become inebriated. How do you find it, esteemed uncles? Li Chun inquired with a smile, watching the old gentlemen eagerly savoring their food. Delightful, indeed. I have never tasted such exquisite cuisine, especially this water-boiled meat, fragrant and spicy. Truly to my liking. And this, what is it called again? Ah, yes, fish-flavored shredded pork, they mumbled in response, their hands never pausing in their relentless pursuit of more food. How splendid that you all enjoy it, Li Chun remarked, his smile widening as he observed their satisfied expressions. Come now, eat to your heart's content. In the banquet hall, witnessing Cheng Yaojin and his companions feasting heartily, Li Chun secretly reveled in their joy. It could be said that every dish on the table had been enhanced with special seasonings, designed to ensure they would relish every bite. Once they had eaten, paired with his homebrewed liquor, even a bull could be rendered swiftly inebriated. Li Chun, don't just stand there watching. Join us, Cheng Yaojin called out, his mouth full of meat. Very well, Li Chun replied with a smile, promptly taking a seat at the table. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, young lad. I dare say even the Imperial chefs would struggle to match your prowess, Changsun Wuji praised, giving Li Chun a thumbs up. Indeed, Qin Xiong chimed in, continuing. Ever since I had your dishes, returning to my own cook's meals feels utterly dismal. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's words, neither Cheng Yaojin nor Li Jing ridiculed him. Instead, they nodded in deep agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Hiki. Li Chun chuckled. If you gentlemen wish to indulge further, do come often. Your humble nephew shall ensure your visits are filled with delight and satisfaction. Ha ha. So it is settled. Clearly, Cheng Yaojin and the others found Li Chun's words exceedingly agreeable, and they erupted into laughter. Come now, esteemed uncles, do not merely focus on the dishes. Li Chun lifted a cup and called out to them. The harmony of fine cuisine paired with exquisite wine is one of life's greatest pleasures. Allow me to toast to you, dear uncles. With that, he tilted his head back and poured the wine from his cup into his mouth. Cheers. Witnessing Li Chun's exuberant gesture, the others simultaneously cheered, and then they each raised their cups, drinking heartily. Dear uncles, enjoy the feast. Observing their fervent consumption, Li Chun smiled inwardly, then graciously urged them again, please, eat, eat. The old fellows, without a hint of doubt, eagerly picked up their chopsticks and resumed their hearty enjoyment of the sumptuous spread before them. Chapter 173. At last, these old fellows have been bested. To my esteemed uncles, allow me to pour you another cup. Li Chun lifted his wine bowl once more, tilting it back in a toast to Cheng Yaojin and the others, downing its contents in one swift motion. Cheers. Observing Li Chun's actions, the others raised their bowls in unison, swiftly consuming the wine as if it were water. Come, dear uncles, do savor this dish. After the last drop had been drained from their bowls, Li Chun pointed to the platter of pork knuckle, proclaiming, this dish is rich yet not greasy. An ideal companion to our wine. Clearly, Li Chun had adorned this serving of pork knuckle with the most bountiful array of seasonings. Ah, delightful. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the men nodded in agreement and, without a second thought, launched themselves at the pork knuckle. In no time at all, the platter was left with nothing but a bare bottom. Witnessing this scene, Li Chun felt a swell of pride within him. Eh, Chun, dear boy, why are you not partaking in the feast? Qin Xiong raised his head, somewhat slurring as he inquired of Li Chun. Since Li Chun had poured them wine, he had not touched a single morsel of food. This, you see, you might not comprehend, but before Li Chun could conjure a reason, Cheng Yaojin clapped Qin Xiong on the shoulder, saying, this young lad is quite considerate. He wishes for us to enjoy all these dishes. Chun, am I not right? He then turned to Li Chun, seeking confirmation. Clearly, they had all begun to feel the effects of the drink. Not at all. Seeing their current state, Li Chun felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a facade of indifference, stating, I am simply accustomed to these dishes. Hence my lack of desire to indulge. Such a marvelous feast, and you have no wish to partake? Longsun Wuji, sitting beside him, pointed at Li Chun with a somewhat slurred tongue, exclaiming, how can you not want to enjoy such delectable dishes? It would be a waste. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly lifted a piece of fish into his mouth. Dear uncles, have you all truly imbibed too much? Li Chun remarked with a deliberate laugh. Who? Who said that? This young rascal is. He is not intoxicated at all. How could we possibly be drunk? Cheng Yaojin immediately protested, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chun. Exactly. Who claims we have overindulged? Our capacity for wine is such that this mere quantity, this would never inebriate us. It is nothing short of a jest. Long Sun Wuji and the others joined in, vociferously defending their honor, as they were proud men who could never admit to being tipsy. Moreover, given their usual drinking prowess, they had scarcely finished a barrel. Very well, very well. It was merely a slip of the tongue on my part. Upon hearing their declarations, Li Chun hastily offered his apologies. Since you esteemed uncles are not inebriated, let us drink once more. With that, he raised his wine bowl to the group. Come, come, let us drink. Observing Li Chun's movements, Chun Yaojin and the others promptly lifted their cups and eagerly poured the liquor down their throats. Fill them to the brim. Just as they set their cups down, Li Chun seized the wine jar before him and personally filled their cups anew. Gentlemen, cheers. He called out again, turning to the group with fervor. Cheers, cheers. At Li Chun's urging, the elderly gentleman once more imbibed the potent drink. It is a privilege to be acquainted with such esteemed gentlemen. Li Chun raised his cup, declaring, Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Not until we are intoxicated. Chen Yaojin and the others drank heartily once more. Come, cheers. Li Chun lifted his cup again. Cheers, drink. Thus, Li Chun commenced his relentless persuasion, urging Chen Yaojin and the others to drink bowl after bowl. A quarter of an hour later, the table was left with only Li Chun, while Chen Yaojin and the others had succumbed to deep slumber, snoring thunderously. Finally, he had managed to bring these old fellows down. Looking at the inebriated figures of Chen Yaojin and the others, Li Chun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Truth be told, had they not passed out, he might have begun to waver himself. After all, he had been drinking alongside them, and, despite some clever tricks, he had consumed nearly an entire jar. Chen Yaojin and the others, each having drunk at least 2 jars, had only succumbed to the effects due to the potency of the liquor. Otherwise, it seemed they could have easily handled another 2 jars without issue. Their capacity for alcohol was truly remarkable. Turning his gaze to the scattered jars strewn across the floor, Li Chun couldn't help but let out a wry smile. This time, of the remaining dozen jars of wine, aside from the half jar left by Chang Sun Chong, all had been consumed by these old gentlemen. So be it, he mused inwardly, as long as his objective was achieved, that sufficed. He reassured himself that although the wine had been entirely depleted, if he wished to partake again, he could always brew more. It merely required a bit of effort. Young master. Just as Li Chun was lost in self-reassurance, he noticed Wang Liping gracefully approaching. Young master, why do these gentlemen appear so unwell today? She inquired, observing the snoring Chun Yaojin and the others with a hint of confusion. Typically, they could drink several jars without issue. Yet tonight, they were incapacitated after merely 2. Having spent time in the residence of the Duke of Lu, Wang Liping had witnessed Chen Yaojin and the others drink before. As she noted, it was not uncommon for them to consume 3 or 4 jars. Thus, seeing them so affected after only 2 jars raised her eyebrows in curiosity. Huh. Li Chun chuckled at Wang Liping's words. Perhaps it is the strength of the wine brewed by your young master. He certainly could not disclose to Wang Liping what had transpired. If she were to learn the truth, it would undoubtedly tarnish Li Chun's reputation. However, my dear sir, why do you seem unperturbed? Wang Liping fixed her gaze upon Li Chun and inquired once more. I recall that when you used to drink with Lord Cheng, you seemed unable to match his capacity. Well, your master has indeed improved in his drinking prowess, Li Chun replied with a hint of resignation, realizing that Wang Liping possessed an inquisitive nature that would not relent. That cannot be right, Wang Liping retorted, her delicate nose wrinkling in skepticism. I have not seen you practice drinking, so how could your tolerance have? Stop. Without allowing Wang Liping to finish her sentence, Li Chun hastily raised his hand to interrupt her. Is it not commendable that your master has developed a greater tolerance? Please summon Zhao Yong for me. With that, he swiftly redirected the conversation, as he had matters to discuss with Zhao Yong. Oh, Wang Liping replied, and as anticipated, she ceased her probing. She nodded slightly and then stepped outside the room. This young lady does have quite a propensity for conversation. Watching Wang Liping's departing figure, Li Chun couldn't help but offer a wry smile, pondering that had she continued her inquiries, he might have inadvertently let something slip. Chapter 174, The Troubling System Soon. Upon receiving the summons from Li Chun, Zhao Yong hurried over. My lord. Upon reaching Li Chun, he promptly bowed and inquired, how may I serve you? Assign some men to escort these dignitaries back to their respective residences, Li Chun instructed directly. Although his estate was equipped with numerous guest rooms for Cheng Yaojin and the others to rest, Li Chun preferred not to do so. He had significant matters to attend to, and to avert any unforeseen incidents, it was imperative that they did not remain within the manor. Yes, my lord. Acknowledging Li Chun's command, Zhao Yong clasped his fists in respect and promptly exited. Before long, Zhao Yong returned, accompanied not only by himself but also by 4 to 5 dozen armored soldiers, clearly the 300 members of the loyal Imperial Guard who had pledged allegiance to Li Chun. Greetings, my lord. As they approached, the soldiers saluted Li Chun in unison. Indeed, Li Chun nodded slightly, addressing them. Tonight, I ask you to exert yourselves and ensure the safe return of these gentlemen to their homes. Remember, their safety is paramount. This was precisely why Li Chun had instructed Zhao Yong to summon assistance. The presence of Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, as well as the father-son duo of Chang Sun Wuji and Li Jing, brought with it a weighty significance that could not be taken lightly. Though they were currently within the city of Chang'an, their safety was not guaranteed, especially considering the recent conflict with the Turks, which might have allowed their assassins to infiltrate the city. Li Chun did not wish for any misfortune to befall these venerable figures due to his oversight. Such an occurrence would not only be a grievous blow to the Tang Dynasty, but would also haunt Li Chun with regret for the rest of his life. Thus, appropriate measures for their protection were essential. Yes, my lord. The soldiers responded in unison, assuring him, rest assured, my lord. Very well. Li Chun nodded approvingly. He felt a sense of trust in these soldiers, as they were former members of the Imperial Guard who had once safeguarded the safety of Li Shimin. Their vigilance and combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, each capable of contending with 10 adversaries. Even if Turkish assassins lurked within Chang'an, they would be more than capable of handling the situation. Go forth, he commanded decisively. Yes. With Li Chun's words, the group of soldiers immediately dispersed, forming teams of 10 to escort Cheng Yaojin and the others, guiding them from the chamber. Naturally, they would not walk them back. Zhao Yong had already arranged for carriages outside. After ensuring that Cheng Yaojin and the others were safely escorted away, Li Chun turned his gaze towards Zhao Yong. Today, you shall personally lead the guard outside my estate, he commanded. Without my permission, no one is to approach. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong solemnly clasped his fist in response. Under Li Chun's command, Zhao Yong had already organized a heavy guard around the courtyard, preventing anyone from approaching. The security was so tight that it seemed even a fly would find it difficult to enter. Now, there was a sense of reassurance. Inside the room, Li Chun smiled faintly and then immediately produced the exquisite iron he had acquired. Gazing at the precious metal in his hands, his eyes sparkled with fervor. This was indeed the material essential for forging a legendary weapon. It was no exaggeration to say that with this exquisite iron, Li Chun had secured the right to craft an extraordinary armament, and naturally, he was overwhelmed with excitement. What kind of divine weapon could he forge? Gradually, anticipation began to swell within him, with a preference for a warhammer. He had long grown accustomed to wielding the resonant golden hammer and hoped that the system would transform this exquisite iron into a fitting warhammer. With these thoughts in mind, Li Chun hesitated no longer, gently closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the system space. System. Within this ethereal realm, he called out loudly, Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring exquisite iron. As Li Chun's voice echoed, the system's ethereal tone resonated within his mind. Hearing the system's response, Li Chun suppressed his excitement and inquired, Can this exquisite iron be used to forge the divine weapon you mentioned earlier? Exquisite iron is the sole material for crafting divine weapons, and thus it can indeed be forged into such. The system's voice slowly replied, Yes. Li Chun could barely contain his exhilaration, his demeanor suggesting that an unparalleled weapon was already beckoning to him. Can this exquisite iron be fashioned into a warhammer? He asked the system once more. Without a hint of impatience, the system responded, Exquisite iron is in its primordial state and can be freely shaped and modified. As long as the host wishes, it can be crafted into any desired divine weapon. That's good to know. Upon hearing this, Li Chun took a deep breath and asked again, What conditions must I meet to forge a divine weapon? Li Chun's inquiry stemmed from his understanding of the system. After all, he had been acquainted with it for quite some time. The system was known to be one that required a tangible commitment before offering any benefits. For instance, he had previously needed to complete tasks assigned by the system to enhance his attributes, receiving rewards in the form of attribute points, which he could then use to improve his various stats. It was evident that seeking the system's assistance in crafting a divine weapon would also not be an effortless endeavor. To forge a divine weapon from exquisite iron, the host must expend corresponding attribute points. Just as Li Chun had suspected, the system's elusive voice echoed in his mind once more after his question. Indeed, it was a miserly entity. Hearing the system's response, Li Chun couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He is currently so impoverished that he possesses not even a single attribute point. Following the completion of the mission to rescue Shimin, the 2 attribute points awarded by the system were entirely expended on the enhancement of the drum and golden hammer. How many attribute points would be required to forge a divine weapon from this exquisite iron? In a moment of exasperation, Li Chun slowly inquired. Although he may lack attribute points at present, it does not imply he will remain devoid of them in the future. At the very least, he ought to have a rough estimate, which would prove beneficial for accumulating all his attribute points after completing future tasks. The exquisite iron, utilized for crafting divine weapons, necessitates the host to expend 500 attribute points each time. The system's unchanging voice echoed resoundingly in Li Chun's mind. What? Li Chun was instantly rendered speechless. 500 points. Chapter 175. Truly my gifted child. It is essential to note that although the task rewards have undergone considerable adjustments following previous modifications, even upon the completion of a high-level task, he could only acquire a mere 10 points of attribute value at most. Yet, this system astonishingly demands 500 points from him. How many tasks must he complete to accumulate such an amount? Sigh. He subsequently let out a bitter laugh. As he cast his gaze upon the exquisite iron in his hand, a look of profound disappointment marred Li Chun's face, resembling someone who, fully aware of the treasures before him, could only lament his inability to attain them. Ding. In light of the host's commendable past task completions and the fact that this is the first time he has acquired exquisite iron, just as Li Chun sighed intermittently, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind, announcing a complimentary transformation for the host. Complimentary transformation. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a surge of ecstatic joy. A complimentary transformation. Oh, system. I adore you. He then exuberantly shouted at the system space. Of course, this outburst was inaudible to outsiders within the system space. Nevertheless, it was evident how elated Li Chun was. He had never anticipated that the system would graciously forge a divine weapon for him. This marked the first time since acquiring the system, and this single occasion spared him 500 points of attribute value. How could he not be thrilled? This truly is a ray of hope emerging from the darkness. He whispered excitedly in his heart. System, I wish to forge this exquisite iron into 2 divine warhammers. Given that it was complimentary, Li Chun naturally felt no need to be polite with the system. As the saying goes, one should not refuse a gift freely given. He promptly declared to the system. Clearly, he intended to use the warhammers crafted from this exquisite iron to replace the 2 golden hammers he had previously wielded. As he had long since grown accustomed to fighting with warhammers and had no desire to switch to another weapon. However, the exquisite iron, being relatively small and incomplete, could not meet the host's requirements. Just as Li Chun was on cloud 9, the system responded as though teasing him, delivering a blunt refusal. What? Unable to meet the requirements. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Chun felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. System, are you toying with me? He then shouted at the system in frustration. At this moment, Li Chun's face was etched with gloom. Feeling as if he had lost a treasure, engulfed in extreme disappointment. Previously, he had envisioned a scene of invincibility upon acquiring his divine weapons. But now the system had informed him that it could not forge a divine weapon for him, reflecting the depths of his despair. System, are you messing with me? He couldn't help but roar at the system. The exquisite iron possessed by the host is insufficient in weight and fundamentally fails to meet the conditions for forging a divine weapon. As Li Chun's roar echoed, the ethereal voice of the system resonated within his mind. Unable to meet the conditions? Hearing this, Li Chun, filled with indignation, inquired. Yet you just mentioned that you could forge divine weapons for me at no cost? Indeed, the system had explicitly stated moments ago that it could transform his divine weapon free of charge. How could this abrupt reversal not leave Li Chun feeling vexed? Host, please note that what was previously described was transformation, not forging. The system corrected him upon hearing Li Chun's words. Transformation? Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, blinking as he began to recollect their prior conversation. It seemed he had indeed been told about transformation. After a brief period of reflection, Li Chun finally remembered that the system had consistently referred to transformation, and he had merely been misled. How should this transformation be conducted? He asked the system, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. This exceptional iron can be affixed to your exclusive weapon, the system explained. Undeterred by Li Chun's earlier remarks, thereby elevating the tier of your exclusive weapon. That will suffice. Hearing the system's response, Li Chun's spirits lifted considerably. Although he could not directly forge a divine weapon, enhancing his 2 drum-shaped golden hammers was indeed a commendable option. By the way, as if recalling something, Li Chun raised his head and asked the system once more, if I were to transform my 2 drum-shaped golden hammers with this exceptional iron, would it bestow additional attributes? This was the most crucial aspect, for Li Chun clearly remembered that when he had received this exceptional iron from Changsun Wuji, the system had mentioned that forging divine weapons with it could indeed imbue them with attributes. Yes, the system replied, the exceptional iron you possess inherently contains attributes, and utilizing it to transform your warhammers will naturally transfer those attributes onto them. That is excellent. Upon hearing this, Li Chun could not help but smile broadly. Ultimately, his aim was to acquire those additional attributes. Though this exceptional iron could not directly forge a divine weapon, bestowing its attributes upon his 2 warhammers would render them comparable to divine weapons. After all, he now lived in the realm of the Tang Dynasty, where a weapon possessing attributes was regarded as akin to a divine artifact. What attributes does this exceptional iron possess? With this thought, Li Chun promptly inquired of the system. This exceptional iron is imbued with the attribute of lightning, the system replied candidly. Lightning attribute. Li Chun's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Goodness! He had certainly not anticipated that the exceptional iron in his possession contained the formidable lightning attribute, for among all known attributes, lightning was the most powerful. Changsun Wuji. You truly are my treasure-bringing child, or rather, I should say, my treasure-bestowing elder. At this moment, Li Chun could hardly contain a hearty laugh directed at the heavens. What initially seemed to be merely a case of abduction had unexpectedly unfolded into an apology from the father and son Changsun Wuji, culminating in the arrival of such a precious gift. How could this not elate Li Chun beyond measure? Host, do you choose to modify the weaponry now? Just as Li Chun was engulfed in excitement, the system's notification echoed once more within his mind. However, upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Chun did not immediately arrive at a decision. Instead, he lowered his head and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 176. Transforming the exclusive weapon. Previously, I learned from the system that this exquisite iron could be directly forged into a divine weapon. The reason it was not crafted for me was twofold. My attribute values were insufficient, and more importantly, this piece of exquisite iron was merely a fragment, not a complete whole. In other words, if I were to obtain it in its entirety, would I not be able to forge it directly into a divine weapon? Contemplating this, Li Chun suppressed his excitement and promptly inquired with the system. System, I heard you say that this exquisite iron can be forged into a divine weapon, correct? Indeed, the system replied without hesitation. If one possesses sufficient exquisite iron and corresponding attribute values, it can be directly forged into a divine weapon. How much of this exquisite iron is considered sufficient? Asked Li Chun. The piece of exquisite iron you currently possess is merely a fragment, the system responded slowly. To obtain a complete piece, one would require 10 equal fragments of exquisite iron to meet the conditions for forging a divine artifact. 10 pieces. Upon hearing this, Li Chun was momentarily speechless. It is important to note that this exquisite iron is a rare formation from the cosmos and elusive treasure. Even Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji had previously declared that within the Tang Dynasty, there would not be a second piece, leaving him questioning how he might seek it. Was he expected to soar into the universe in search of it? Clearly, even if it were feasible, it would only be after Li Chun's attributes had reached their maximum level, allowing him to traverse the void, which was far beyond his current capabilities. Alas, it seems I am fated to be devoid of true marvels. With this thought, Li Chun sighed deeply. Indeed, if he were to truly reach the realm of transcending the void, soaring freely through the heavens, the divine weapon forged from exquisite iron would hold little significance for him. After all, at that point, any action he took would rival or even surpass the might of unparalleled divine weapons, rendering such a creation merely ornamental. Host, just as Li Chun lamented this unfortunate reality, the system's prompt resonated once more in his mind. Should you wish to acquire exquisite iron, it can be exchanged within the system space. In his moment of helplessness, the system provided yet another notification in his mind. Can it really be exchanged? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Chun was taken aback. Since his arrival in this realm and the acquisition of the system, he had never been informed of the possibility of exchanging items within the system space. Could it be a result of the recent modifications? It seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, he had possessed the system for over a year, and while he could not claim to understand it completely, he had grasped a general idea. Such a situation had never arisen before, and it was only after he had obtained his exclusive weapon that the system had subsequently adjusted its reward and punishment system. Now, the emergence of an item exchange could only be attributed to those adjustments. Indeed, at the moment when Li Chun's thoughts were in a whirlwind, the system responded, indicating that within its vast realm, an array of items awaited. Provided one possesses sufficient attribute points, one could exchange for corresponding treasures. Upon hearing this, even Li Chun could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A cornucopia of items, did this not imply that everything imaginable was within reach? The thought ignited a sense of anticipation within him, akin to a mobile treasury. With the right key, he could take whatever he desired. What exactly is available? Li Chun inquired eagerly. The system gradually elucidated, listing an extensive variety of items including techniques, manuals, elixirs, forging materials, and industrial products, everything one could possibly desire. As the system detailed these offerings, Li Chun swallowed hard, his face alight with excitement. The items ranged from modern inventions to ancient artifacts, and even divine objects from myth and legend. How could he not be exhilarated? Each of these treasures, if he were to acquire even one, would elevate him to a status akin to that of a celestial being. However, amidst his excitement, a wave of frustration washed over Li Chun. The reason was simple. Obtaining these items required a steep price, attribute points. From the system's prior explanation, even the most basic items demanded thousands of attribute points for exchange. And currently, his pockets were emptier than his expression. Thus, he could only lament his situation. How many attribute points are required to exchange for a piece of exquisite iron? He returned to the pressing question at hand, as the previous plethora of items had left him in a daze. To acquire a fragment of exquisite iron, the host must expend 1,000 attribute points. The system promptly answered. 1,000 points. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's head drooped in dismay. How many tasks would he need to complete to amass such a sum? This was merely for a single piece. To obtain 10 would necessitate 10,000 points. By the time he gathered enough, it would be an eternity. Thus, he resolutely abandoned the notion. I choose to use this fragment of exquisite iron to enhance my 2 Thunderhammer weapons. Having made a decision, Li Chun immediately called out to the system. After all, with only one fragment in hand, transforming it into a legendary weapon was clearly out of reach. Given his current status, exchanging within the system's realm seemed impractical. It was more sensible to apply it to his 2 warhammers, enhancing them without expending any attribute points and simultaneously bestowing them with thunder attributes, a win-win scenario. Is the host certain about using the exquisite iron fragment to modify the exclusive weapons? Upon hearing Li Chun's declaration, the system did not hastily proceed with the modification, but rather symbolically inquired for confirmation. Confirmed. Li Chun nodded with unwavering determination. The host has confirmed the modification of the exclusive weapon. The transformation is underway. With Li Chun's affirmation, the system's voice resonated in tandem. The modification of the exclusive weapon is commencing. As the system's prompt echoed, the fragment of exquisite iron, previously grasped tightly in Li Chun's hand, suddenly detached itself, as if controlled by an invisible force, and began to ascend slowly into the air. Suspended by this unseen power, the fragment of exquisite iron paused midair, and then, under Li Chun's gaze, began to spin rapidly. As it revolved, the size of the exquisite iron fragment diminished progressively, until it ultimately transformed into a pool of shimmering purple-gold liquid, floating gracefully in the air. Moreover, within that pool of purple-gold liquid, Li Chun could even discern delicate arcs of electricity darting through it, resembling streaks of lightning in motion. Even from a distance of 10 feet, Li Chun could feel a stinging sensation emanating from it. Is this the thunder attribute contained within the exquisite iron? Chapter 177. Why is it so bright in the young master's room? Gazing at the scene before him, Li Chun could not help but feel an overwhelming excitement. The arcs of electricity darting about were undeniably powerful. Even with his current physical resilience, he sensed a hint of danger. If such energy were to be channeled into his warhammer, would not his enemies be doomed wherever it struck? The mere thought of wielding such a formidable weapon thrilled Li Chun immensely. As he envisioned himself, hammer in hand, looking down upon the world, the 2 golden hammers he had placed on the weapon rack began to tremble violently toward the floating purple-gold liquid, as if they were yearning for it with great fervor. With the shivering of the hammers, the purple-gold liquid seemed to respond, immediately transforming into 2 golden threads that joyously spiraled in the air before swiftly descending towards the hammers, trailing long purple-gold tails behind them. With the descent of the golden threads, the 2 hammers radiated a dazzling brilliance, visible even to Zhao Yong and the others standing outside the courtyard. What is that? How could this happen? Looking up at the spectacle unfolding within Li Chun's room, Zhao Yong and the others exhibited expressions of bewilderment. In their gaze, Li Chun's room was illuminated as brightly as day, resembling the very sun itself, and amidst that radiance, they even discerned lightning. What is happening? Stunned, they stood motionless, their minds struggling to comprehend the astonishing scene. One armored soldier slowly turned his head towards Zhao Yong, questioning, why is it so bright in the young master's room? Not just one soldier, but the others also directed incredulous looks at Zhao Yong. It was indeed nighttime. Yet Li Chun's room had suddenly erupted with such brilliance, banishing the surrounding darkness. How could they not be astonished? Furthermore, I believe I just saw lightning in the young master's room. One soldier exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. I saw it too. They were not blind, and given that it was nighttime, they had witnessed the flickering bolts of lightning clearly in Li Chun's chamber. Could it be that the young master is in danger? Perhaps we should check on him. The concern for Li Chun began to spread among the group. Who is the young master? How could he possibly be in peril? Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Zhao Yong felt a twinge of concern. Yet he possessed unwavering faith in Li Chun. Moreover, Li Chun had previously instructed him to remain steadfast in their duties, forbidding anyone from approaching the room under any circumstances. Thus, he commanded the soldiers before him, no one is to come near until the young master emerges. Yes, the soldiers, exhibiting remarkable discipline, quickly regained their composure amidst the extraordinary circumstances. They responded in unison and returned to their respective posts, their eyes keenly scanning the surroundings. Clearly, they were resolute in preventing anyone from approaching even a step before Li Chun's appearance. Young master, you must not come to harm. After ensuring the soldiers were back at their stations, Zhao Yong gazed anxiously at the room where Li Chun was situated, murmuring his fears. It was evident that he now regarded Li Chun as his sole master, earnestly wishing to remain by his side. And he harbored a deep desire for Li Chun to encounter no misfortune. At that very moment, as Zhao Yong's words fell from his lips, the entire Wing King's residence became abuzz with activity. All the servants and attendants emerged from their quarters, looking up towards the courtyard where Li Chun resided, their faces etched with expressions of astonishment and dread. Oh my, what is happening? It seems to be the Wing King's chamber. A chorus of hushed whispers quickly spread among the servants. Yet, their curiosity was understandable. After all, Li Chun had created quite a commotion, especially at night, where the brilliance of the light was as bright as day, visible to all who had sight. What is going on? What could it be? Such a significant disturbance inevitably drew the attention of Li Chun's mother, Madame Cui. She hurriedly exited her room, her face a mask of worry as she gazed toward the courtyard where Li Chun was. Quick, come with me to see, she called out to Wang Liping beside her, then proceeded directly toward Li Chun's quarters. The servants, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind her. Upon encountering Madame Cui and her entourage, Zhao Yong promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Zhao Yong, what is happening? Madame Cui inquired with urgency. Esteemed matron, I am uncertain. Zhao Yong replied, shaking his head. Truthfully, he had no idea what was transpiring within the room. Li Chun had instructed them to guard the exterior, allowing no one to approach. And even upon witnessing the scene before them, they had not dared to investigate further. Is my little Chun inside? Madame Cui asked hastily. Yes, Zhao Yong nodded in affirmation. The young master is indeed in the room. Very well. Xiaoping, come, let us go and take a look. At this moment, Zhao did not concern himself with anything else, turning to call out to Wang Liping, and then stepped forward, intending to head towards the room where Li Chun was located. Madam. Upon witnessing this situation, Zhao Yong hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct Cui Shi and her companion. Madam, you cannot enter at this moment. He immediately bowed to Cui Shi and stated, Young master has previously commanded that no one is to approach, including yourself. To be honest, as Zhao Yong stood in front of Cui Shi, his heart was heavy with bitterness. After all, she was the mother of his master. Yet, he had no choice but to block her, for Li Chun's orders were absolute, placing Zhao Yong in a most difficult position. What do you mean I cannot enter? Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Cui Shi's expression darkened immediately. I am the mother of your master. Step aside. With that, she attempted to force her way through. Indeed, as Cui Shi asserted, Li Chun was her only son, and given the current circumstances, how could she not feel anxious? Madam, seeing Cui Shi's movements, Zhao Yong gritted his teeth and once again prevented her from advancing. You truly cannot enter. Before entering the room, the young master specifically ordered that no one disturb him. I implore you to forgive me, madam. With that, he knelt before Cui Shi. As Zhao Yong took this action, the guards stationed in the vicinity also gathered, blocking the entrance to the courtyard, and then knelt before Cui Shi, beseeching her forgiveness. This, observing the actions of the guards, Cui Shi, though anxious, was compelled to halt her steps, for she understood very well that these guards were utterly obedient to Li Chun's commands, and even she could not sway them in the slightest. Chapter 178. No unrest occurred? Within the courtyard where Li Chun resided, Zhao Yong and his companions knelt upon the ground, effectively barricading the entrance behind them. Observing this scene, Cui Shi's face reflected a blend of anxiety and helplessness. It was evident that Zhao Yong and the others were resolutely determined not to allow her entry. My lady, please do not be overly anxious. The steward, Zhang Tai, approached Cui Shi, offering words of comfort. The young master will certainly be all right. Are you not familiar with his character? Let us wait a while longer. Indeed, Based on his understanding of Li Chun, Zhang Tai was confident that the young master would never embark on an endeavor without assurance. Although the current circumstances were perplexing, his faith in Li Chun remained unwavering. Well, very well then. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's reassurances, Cui Shi cast a glance towards the room where Li Chun was situated and slowly nodded. As Zhang Tai had articulated, she had witnessed her son's growth. Despite his earlier naivety, since his transformation, he had never acted without certainty. The extraordinary events unfolding before her were evidently orchestrated by Li Chun himself. All right. You may all rise. With this sentiment, Cui Shi gently addressed Zhao Yong and the others kneeling on the ground. Clearly, she bore no ill will towards them for their obstruction, as they were merely following her son's orders. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yong exhaled a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Cui Shi might recklessly charge into Li Chun's chamber. Thank you, my lady. He expressed his gratitude and gradually rose to his feet. Thank you, my lady. Following Zhao Yong's lead, the other guards also voiced their thanks to Cui Shi before standing up. Enough, you may disperse now. Zhang Tai turned to the servants behind him, stating, tonight's events must remain confidential. Do you understand? His insistence on secrecy was well-founded. For the brilliant illumination emanating from Li Chun's chamber was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Should such news spread, it could easily be distorted into something unrecognizable. As Li Chun's steward, it was his duty to protect his reputation. Yes. The servants and attendants responded promptly, then, not daring to linger, they swiftly dispersed. Village chief, your foresight is commendable. Once the servants had departed, Cui Shi turned to Zhang Tai with praise, fully aware of his intentions. Zhang Tai, however, waved his hand dismissively. This is merely my duty. He then cast his gaze towards Li Chun's room, letting out a quiet sigh of concern. Little did they know, such an extraordinary occurrence could hardly remain concealed. Within the Imperial Palace, in the Tai Chi Hall, the Imperial study. Although the hour was approaching midnight, Emperor Shimin remained seated upon the dragon throne. His countenance marred by a frown. The cause of his distress lay in the matters concerning the Turks. While Li Chun had previously repelled the Turkic forces, temporarily silencing the movements of Jili and Tuli, Shimin was acutely aware that this merely heralded a storm on the horizon. The fertile lands of the Tang Dynasty were akin to a sacred realm for the Turks. They coveted the grains and farmlands of the Tang. And Jili and Tuli would not relinquish them easily. Someday, I shall make you pay dearly for your ambitions. With this thought, Shimin's expression hardened. Although the previous battle had seen the Turkic army driven back, it remained a source of humiliation for him, for prior to that, many cities had fallen to the enemy. Had it not been for the indomitable presence of Li Chun, the Turks would likely not have retreated. Furthermore, such a situation had never arisen since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, which naturally incensed Li Shimin. At that moment, an urgent voice pierced the air from beyond the door. Your Majesty, startled. Li Shimin furrowed his brow upon recognizing that the voice did not belong to one of his accompanying eunuchs, but rather to Yin Jishuang, the leader of the 100 riders he had assembled. Could something dire have occurred? The 100 riders were tasked with gathering intelligence and executing special missions, and typically, they would not report to him unless something significant had transpired. The urgency in Yin Jishuang's tone heightened Li Shimin's suspicion. Enter, he commanded, beckoning the individual outside. As his words echoed, the door to the study swung open, revealing a man clad in black armor and a mask, who stepped inside. Your Majesty, he intoned. Kneeling before Li Shimin, this masked figure was indeed Yin Jishuang, who customarily delivered vital information to the emperor following his missions. What has transpired? Li Shimin inquired. His gaze fixed intently on Yin Jishuang. The mere presence of the 100 riders indicated the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, there has been a disturbance at the estate of Prince Yi, Yin Jishuang replied, clasping his hands in salute. With those words, a tempest of fury erupted within Li Shimin. Li Chun was not only his beloved nephew, but also the one who had valiantly saved his life. Without Li Chun, the Tang Dynasty would have faced dire peril, and he himself might have perished on the battlefield. Thus, upon hearing of unrest at the estate of Prince Yi, he instinctively feared for Li Chun's safety. Summon all the 100 riders, he commanded Yin Jishuang. Accompany me to the estate of Prince Yi. I shall ensure that they do not return. The 100 riders, known as the most formidable military force beside Li Shimin, surpassed even the imperial guards within the palace, though their numbers were merely in the thousands. Each soldier possessed the strength of 10. Upon sensing danger to Li Chun, it was only natural for Li Shimin to summon his most powerful troops for support. Within the imperial palace, in the study, Li Shimin's face was etched with a fierce and wrathful expression. It was evident that he had never anticipated someone would dare to launch an attack on Li Chun within the city of Chengqian, an affront to his honor. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of his anxious concern. Observing Li Shimin's demeanor, Yin Jishuang, the leader of the 100 riders, quickly realized that the emperor had misunderstood his previous remarks. He hastily clarified, "Your Majesty, there has been no disturbance at the Prince of Wing's residence." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's expression momentarily faltered. No disturbance? Chapter 179, Guardian of the Wing Prince's Mansion. Indeed. Yin Jishuang nodded resolutely. Observing the unwavering determination in Yin Jishuang's expression, Li Shimin felt a slight alleviation of his concerns. Although with Li Chun's combat prowess, he would likely remain unscathed in the event of an attack, the same could not be said for others, particularly Li Chun's mother, who was but a frail woman without any means of defense. Should any misfortune befall her, Li Shimin would undoubtedly bear the weight of guilt. For the city of Chang'an lay beneath his dominion. What did you mean by your earlier words? He inquired of Yin Jishuang. Your Majesty. It is as follows. The Wing Prince's mansion suddenly shone with an extraordinary brightness. Upon hearing Li Shimin's question, Yin Jishuang did not hesitate, promptly recounting the events that transpired within the Wing Prince's mansion in detail. Is this truly the case? After listening to Yin Jishuang's account, even Li Shimin could not suppress a look of astonishment. Yes, Your Majesty, that brilliance could likely be seen even from within the palace, Yin Jishuang replied with a bow. Oh. At this revelation, Li Shimin pondered for a moment before saying, Come, accompany me to investigate. With that, he stepped out of the study, followed closely by Yin Jishuang. Before long, accompanied by Yin Jishuang, Li Shimin arrived at the highest point of the palace, a magnificent pavilion. Indeed, this is quite remarkable. Standing atop the pavilion and gazing toward the direction of the Wing Prince's mansion, Li Shimin's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. The reason was clear. In his line of sight, amidst the surrounding darkness, the Wing Prince's mansion shone the brightest, resembling a beacon of light in the encompassing gloom. How did this young man manage such a feat? As he beheld the dazzling illumination emanating from the Wing Prince's mansion, Li Shimin could not help but shake his head in resignation, clearly taken aback by this unprecedented spectacle. Do you know the reason behind this? He turned to inquire of Yin Jishuang. As the commander of the 100 Riders, Yin Jishuang was naturally privy to information that preceded Li Shimin's awareness. This? I'm not certain. Upon hearing Li Shimin's question, Yin Jishuang shook his head and replied, I only know that tonight, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Duke Zhao, and Duke Wei have all gone to the Wing Prince's mansion. Cheng Yaojin and the others? Li Shimin's brows furrowed slightly at this news. What business do those old fellows have at the Wing Prince's mansion? According to my knowledge, it was at the invitation of Duke Zhao that Duke Lu, Duke Yi, and Duke Wei went to the Wing Prince's mansion, Yin Jishuang answered. They likely sought to intercede on behalf of the Wing Prince. Long Sun Wujing certainly knows how to choose his allies, Li Shimin remarked with a faint smile. Chang Sun Wuji's visit to the residence of Prince Yi to apologize to Li Chun was, of course, anticipated. After all, their prior conversation had explicitly indicated that the issue concerning the money shop lay with them. If Chang Sun Wuji were not foolish, he would undoubtedly understand the appropriate course of action to take. However, what Li Shimin did not expect was that Chang Sun Wuji had also invited the three old stalwarts, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and Li Jing. With these three esteemed figures present, it was likely that even Li Chun would feel compelled to show them some respect. After all, their care for Li Chun was hardly less than that of his own uncle, and given Li Chun's loyal and righteous nature, he would surely not refuse their requests. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, Li Shimin addressed Yin Jishuang with a pertinent question about the current situation at the residence of Prince Yi. Your Majesty, this evening at the residence of Prince Yi, Duke Zhao Guogong presented a piece of material known as heavenly black iron to His Highness. Yin Yong replied. It was only after His Highness escorted the various dukes back to their abodes that the light emanated from the residence. I believe it may be related to that piece of heavenly black iron. One must commend Yin Jishuang's analytical prowess, although his conclusion was merely a conjecture. It was not far from the truth. The mention of heavenly black iron caused Li Shimin's expression to shift abruptly. He distinctly recalled Chang Sun Wuji's deep regard for that particular metal. No one else was permitted to touch it. The fact that it had now been gifted to Li Chun was indeed astonishing. This material had been validated by numerous master smiths as an exceptionally rare and superb material for crafting weapons. If it could be forged into a blade, it would slice through iron effortlessly. However, despite this knowledge, no one had yet succeeded in dissolving that black iron. Chang Sun Wuji was indeed generous. A smile crept across Li Shimin's face as he pondered the possibility of Li Chun melting and reforming it into a weapon. He was curious to witness Li Chun's expression upon seeing it. With that thought, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Prince Yi's residence. Yet, just as he shifted his head, a sudden jolt coursed through him as if he had realized something significant. He looked towards the residence, his features reflecting astonishment. Could it be that Li Chun had indeed deciphered the heavenly black iron and was currently in the process of forging a weapon? Since their acquaintance, he had witnessed many astonishing feats from Li Chun, and he had long since ceased to be surprised. Though those master smiths could not dissolve the heavenly black iron, It did not imply that Li Chun was incapable. With this realization, Li Shimin's demeanor grew solemn. If this were indeed the case, once Li Chun completed the weapon, his combat prowess would surely double, a boon to the Tang Dynasty that would yield nothing but advantages. Thus, he would not allow anyone to disturb Li Chun at this critical moment. "In Jishuang, heed my command." With a solemn gaze directed towards In Jishuang at his side, an undeniable voice resonated through the night sky. Li Shimin's eyes widened, and his expression took on a grave demeanor as he turned his attention to the leader of the 100 Riders, In Jishuang. "I, your humble servant, shall obey." Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, In Jishuang clasped his hands in salute and immediately knelt before him on one knee. "I command you to lead all members of the 100 Riders to protect the Prince of Wing's residence," Li Shimin declared with unwavering authority. "No one is to approach within 100 paces of the prince's residence. Any who dare to disobey shall be met with lethal force." If Li Shimin's intuition served him right, Li Chun must have already decomposed and melted that celestial iron from beyond. And it was highly probable that he was in the process of forging weapons. This could very well explain the extraordinary phenomena surrounding the Prince of Wing's residence. If this were indeed the case, it would not only be a tremendous boon for Li Chun, but also an unparalleled fortune for the Tang Dynasty. After all, should Li Chun succeed in obtaining divine weapons crafted from celestial iron, his military might would undoubtedly double from its already formidable foundation. At that point, armed with divine weaponry, Li Chun would surely sweep across all corners, leaving none bold enough to infringe upon our great Tang as they had before. Such a momentous matter could not be allowed to encounter even the slightest error. "I shall carry out my orders." Chapter 180, The Radiance Fades. Upon hearing Li Shimin's command, In Jishuang dared not hesitate, promptly acknowledging the order before descending the staircase, his figure gradually melding into the encroaching darkness. "I hope I have not misjudged." Once In Jishuang departed, Li Shimin redirected his gaze towards the direction of the Prince of Wing's residence. A glimmer of anticipation evident upon his visage. A quarter of an hour later, outside the palace, a multitude of soldiers clad in black armor, their faces concealed by masks, surged forth like a great dragon, swiftly departing the palace and heading straight for the Prince of Wing's abode. The sheer scale of these troops revealed that there were thousands in number. What are these troops? I have never seen them before. At the palace entrance, a guard stationed at the gate observed the soldiers disappearing into the shadows, and with a tremor in his voice, he inquired of another. "Hush." Upon hearing the question, the other guard swiftly gestured for silence, his demeanor betraying a palpable fear of the troops that had just rushed out of the palace. "Lower your voice. That is the 100 Riders." The mention of 100 Riders rendered the first guard momentarily speechless, clearly unfamiliar with this elite unit. It is no wonder, for the 100 Riders were a secret army formed by Li Shimin, often lurking in the shadows, with most being largely oblivious to their existence. The guard, referred to as the leader, had gleaned some knowledge of the 100 Riders over his years of service within the palace, thus possessing a modicum of awareness regarding this enigmatic force. "What do you know? The 100 Riders are..." Before he could finish, the leader abruptly sealed his lips, narrowly avoiding a slip of the tongue. "Do not ask so many questions. Just stand your post and maintain your watch." Though still perplexed, the guard dared not inquire further, nodding in acquiescence before assuming his position like a sentinel. It seems something significant is about to transpire. Gazing at the spot where the 100 Riders had vanished, the guard, known as the leader, murmured to himself. Although it was his first encounter with the 100 Riders, he had heard that whenever they mobilized, monumental events were destined to unfold. Could it be related to the luminous phenomenon in the sky? His gaze shifted towards the Prince of Wing's residence, though he dared not speculate further, recognizing that for a lowly soldier like himself, ignorance often equated to safety. Clop, clop, clop. Along the streets of Changqian, the sound of synchronized footsteps resonated like a sharpened blade piercing the darkness. The foremost figure halted, raising his right hand into the air. Plop. With the motion of the leader, the myriad figures behind paused in unison, halting as if they were a single entity, exhibiting no trace of hesitation. This formidable assembly constituted the 100 Riders, and their commanding figure was none other than their leader, In Jishuang. Upon receiving the imperial decree from Li Shimin within the palace, In Jishuang promptly summoned all personnel of the 100 Riders without a moment's delay and hastened directly to this location, positioned a mere 100 paces from the Wing Prince's residence. "All personnel, heed my command," In Jishuang declared, turning to face the thousands of 100 Riders before him. "Our mission is to safeguard the Wing Prince's abode. Before dawn, no one is permitted to approach within 100 paces of the residence. Should anyone attempt to breach this perimeter, they shall face immediate execution." Thunderous agreement resonated as the members of the 100 Riders synchronously struck their weapons against their chests. Though no words were exchanged, their demeanor conveyed an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Observing the disciplined response of his troops, Yin Jishuang refrained from further elaboration and commanded, "Disperse." With that command, the thousands of hundred riders moved into action, parting like two torrents that surged forth, swiftly encircling the Wing Prince's residence in a vast circular formation, effectively enveloping it in their protective embrace. Meanwhile, the leader, Yin Jishuang, stationed himself at the most critical thoroughfare, ensuring that no one could approach within 100 paces of the Wing Prince's domicile under their vigilant guard. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Wing Prince's quarters, Li Chun remained blissfully unaware of the uproar his transformation of the drum-shaped golden hammer had incited throughout Chang'an. At that moment, he was fixated on the two orbs of light before him, his eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. Although he had maintained this concentrated state for nearly half an hour, impatience did not cross his mind. His entire being was dedicated to the two luminous orbs, which were, in fact, his two hammers. With a hum, the orbs began to tremble vigorously under Li Chun's anxious gaze. As if animated by an unseen force, they soared into the air and began to swirl elegantly. As they ascended, their radiant brilliance intensified, transforming the previously gentle glow into an almost blinding luminescence. Fortunately, this dazzling light did not linger long. It rapidly began to retract, ultimately dissipating to reveal the two hammers within. As the light faded, the night sky, once illuminated as if it were day, reverted to its original darkness, as though no transformation had ever occurred. The radiance has vanished. Look, the radiance has disappeared. Gazing upon the scene before him within the Wing King's residence, the murmurs of hushed whispers once again reverberated through the air. Clearly, although they had been previously dismissed by Zhang Tai, they remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the courtyard where Li Chun resided. The brilliance has dissipated. In the heart of Chang'an City, upon the main thoroughfare, raising his gaze to the gradually dimming night sky above the Wing King's estate, the leader of the 100 riders, Yin Jishuang, murmured thoughtfully to himself. It was evident that he had been closely monitoring the circumstances surrounding the Wing King's residence. After all, it was the first time Li Shimin had mobilized all members of the 100 riders, and how could he afford to overlook such a matter? What exactly had caused that luminous display? A shadow of perplexity crossed his features, although he had previously speculated that it might be connected to the celestial iron. That remained merely a conjecture, lacking any definitive confirmation. Chapter 181. Complete Infestation? System, you continue to be deceitful. However, this Prince of Wings is indeed quite enigmatic. To speak frankly, the information he acquired revealed that Li Chun, at the time of his birth, was nothing more than a dullard. It was not until a year ago, after a tumble down the mountain, that he began to show signs of improvement. In this past year, it seems as though he has garnered divine favor, acquiring unparalleled strength that has only intensified. Initially, he frightened off a pack of wolves with a single word, then struck down a great beast with one punch, and ultimately, he single-handedly withstood an army of hundreds of thousands, instilling such fear that they dared not advance, paralyzed with terror. Such remarkable feats naturally evoke a profound sense of mystery. Orders were issued to bolster defenses. Before dawn, no one was permitted to cross the perimeter, although a sense of mystery still lingered in his heart regarding Li Chun. Yin Jishuang dared not delve too deeply, for after all, Li Chun was the beloved nephew of Li Shimin. In the palace, upon the loft, the radiance had vanished. Observing the dissipating light above the Prince of Wings' estate, Li Shimin's brow furrowed slightly. Had he failed or succeeded in his endeavor? He murmured to himself. If his conjecture was correct, and Li Chun was indeed forging a divine weapon from that black iron from beyond the heavens, he fervently hoped for his success, as it pertained to the future prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. Should Li Chun succeed in creating a weapon forged from the otherworldly black iron, he would undoubtedly dominate the battlefield, sweeping all before him. As long as Li Chun existed, who would dare to infringe upon the territory of the Tang? Of course, Li Chun remained oblivious to all that transpired outside. In the Prince of Wings' residence, within the chamber, as the light faded, the two war hammers gradually appeared before Li Chun. Gazing at the hammers still suspended in midair, his eyes gleamed with fervor. Surely, the fusion must have succeeded? Ding dong. The fusion of the exquisite iron is complete. At the very moment Li Chun's words fell, the ethereal voice of the system reverberated in his mind. Indeed, success was achieved. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Chun's expression transformed to one of exhilaration. The completion of the fusion meant that his two hammers now possessed attributes. How could he not be overcome with excitement? Congratulations, host, your exclusive weapon upgrade is complete. With the system's announcement, the two golden hammers gracefully descended from the air and landed with a resounding clang at Li Chun's feet, creating a substantial crater upon impact. However, Li Chun paid no heed to this, his gaze fixated with fervent anticipation upon the two hammers. Yet, when he beheld the appearance of the hammers, he was momentarily taken aback, for in his sight, the hammers retained their previous form, showing no signs of alteration whatsoever. With a gaze filled with perplexity, Li Chun extended his hand to retrieve the war hammer from the pit, scrutinizing it meticulously. Was it supposed to bear additional attributes? Why did it feel utterly devoid of any? After a careful examination, Li Chun's brows furrowed in concern. To his senses, these two war hammers remained unchanged, just as they had been before. The system had previously informed him that upon completion of the fusion, the thunder attribute embedded in the exquisite iron would attach itself to these warhammers. Yet now, there was not a trace of electricity, casting a shadow of doubt in his mind. Could it be that the attributes could only be activated during use? With this thought, Li Chun set aside all else. Adopting a trial-and-error approach, he raised the two warhammers high and then struck them forcefully against the ground ahead. Boom! As Li Chun executed the motion, a resounding crash reverberated throughout the room, and the ground before him shattered, leaving behind two vast, deep craters. Still nothing? Although the previous strike showcased tremendous power, it was evident that Li Chun sought more than mere destruction. The reason was simple. He had not felt even a hint of the electric force. What on earth was happening? Staring at the two war hammers in his hands, Li Chun fell into a state of utter speechlessness. Where was the promised thunderous power? The fusion had succeeded, so why was there no sign of electricity? The system had clearly stated that once the fusion was complete, the thunderous force from the exquisite iron would manifest in his warhammers. Yet now, the reality contradicted the system's assertions, leaving him feeling frustrated. Was my method flawed? With that thought, Li Chun had no choice but to call upon the system once more. System. Submerging his thoughts into the system space, Li Chun promptly summoned it. Host. As soon as Li Chun's words fell, the system's voice responded in kind. Hadn't these two warhammers successfully fused with the exquisite iron? Why was there no electric force? Li Chun inquired directly. Your exclusive weapon has indeed acquired the thunder attribute. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, the system replied. Acquired? Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Then why hadn't he witnessed this earlier? The thunder attribute is indeed attached to your exclusive weapon, the system clarified, but it currently resides in its initial state. To activate it, you must establish a bloodline connection. Only then can the thunder force manifest successfully. Bloodline connection? Hearing this, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such complexity. You simply need to imbue your blood onto these two warhammers. The system responded once more, stating that once the blood was thoroughly absorbed by the two warhammers, it would naturally awaken the power of lightning contained within, fully igniting it. Blood tainting. Surely, you cannot be referring to the ancient rite of blood acknowledgement? Upon hearing the system's response, Li Chun couldn't help but smile wryly as he began to grasp the implications. It bore a striking resemblance to the legendary blood acknowledgement ritual. To his surprise, even such a scenario existed. You may perceive it in that manner, came the system's voice, resonating once again within his mind. However, there is a distinction. The ritual you describe merely requires a single drop of the weapon owner's blood, while awakening the power of lightning necessitates that your blood fully saturate the essence of both warhammers. Only in this way can one successfully evoke the lightning power. Otherwise, it shall remain forever dormant, unreleased. What? Stunned by the system's explanation, Li Chun found himself rooted to the spot, a sense of dread washing over him. Complete saturation. Each of these warhammers in his grasp measured approximately 1 meter in length. How much blood would be required for total immersion? System, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Chapter 182, Stained with Blood. Truly extraordinary. With a sense of trepidation, Li Chun offered a forced smile towards the system. This time, however, the system remained unresponsive to his inquiry, clearly indicating that it was not jesting. As the silence lingered, a bitter expression crossed Li Chun's face. The flicker of hope within him swiftly extinguished. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely posed another question to the system. Is it true that once these two warhammers are infused with my blood, the power of lightning will successfully be unleashed? Indeed. The system finally broke its silence, affirmatively responding to Li Chun. Good. Upon hearing this affirmation, Li Chun's expression hardened. Damn it. I'll give it my all. Although infusing both warhammers would result in a considerable loss of blood, the potential success was worth the sacrifice. After all, the distinction between weapons imbued with attributes and those without was monumental. Furthermore, given his current physical resilience, he could replenish the lost blood in a short span of time. With this thought in mind, Li Chun hesitated no longer. He placed the two warhammers onto the ground and retrieved a longsword from a nearby weapon rack. Positioning himself above the hammers, he drew the blade across his palm with determination. As he executed this motion, blood gushed forth from his hand as if it were flowing without cost. Not daring to delay, fearing wastefulness, he quickly crouched down and began guiding the blood from his hand to drip onto the hammers, from bottom to top. Time passed, and gradually, Li Chun's complexion grew pale. The significance of blood to a person is self-evident. Fortunately, his physical strength had been enhanced previously, or it was uncertain whether he would be able to endure this ordeal. At last, it was complete. After a quarter of an hour, gazing at the two war hammers, now seemingly forged of blood, Li Chun exhaled a sigh of relief. During this time, he had successfully infused his blood into the hammers. Now, all that remained was to wait for them to absorb it. He wrapped his wounds, his complexion still slightly pale, and began to wait in silence. Following the system's guidance, he had bathed both war hammers in his blood. Now it was merely a matter of anticipating the outcome. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Under his tense gaze, the blood on the hammers began to be absorbed slowly, the pace quickening until, akin to a whale consuming water, the hammers completely drew in every drop, exuding a sense of desperate thirst for Li Chun's blood. As the blood was drawn in, the two war hammers began to tremble, the intensity of their quaking increasing until, at last, a crackling flash of lightning erupted from one of the hammers, incinerating the nearby furniture into charred remnants. Eureka! Witnessing this sudden manifestation of lightning, a profound excitement ignited in Li Chun's eyes, an emotion unprecedented in its fervor. The air crackled. The lightning continued to surge forth as if a chain reaction had been triggered within the two hammers, enveloping them in a cascade of electric brilliance. Under the dazzling display of countless arcs of lightning, the hammers radiated a resplendent hue of purple gold, resembling the hammers of a thunder god, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Moreover, Li Chun could sense an inexplicable bond of bloodline connection with these two hammers, feeling as if he could discern their precise location regardless of where he stood. It has come to fruition, finally. Overwhelmed by the mysterious link with the warhammers, Li Chun could no longer contain his laughter. At last, he possessed a divine weapon intertwined with his bloodline and imbued with extraordinary attributes. My loss of blood has not been in vain. Gazing at the hammers at his feet, a subtle smile graced Li Chun's lips as he bent down to grasp the two warhammers, which pulsed with a purple lightning aura. Surprisingly, instead of harming him, the lightning that danced upon the hammers appeared to rejoice in his touch, playfully flickering around his fingers as if these electric sparks held a deep affection for him. Indeed, the electric power within the hammers was merely in its nascent state, far from unleashing its full potential. Their current state was entirely due to Li Chun's blood, which had, in a sense, bestowed upon them a new life, endearing them to him. Observing the lightning weaving through his fingers, a faint smile curved Li Chun's lips. A delicate arc of delight. I wonder how powerful you truly are. With this thought in mind, Li Chun abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon the grand bed before him. Go! He then shouted, and with a swift motion, he hurled the warhammer towards the imposing bed, the weapon hurtling through the air like a cannonball, descending upon the bed with tremendous force thunder. Just as the warhammer was about to strike, Li Chun called out once more. As Li Chun's voice faded, the warhammer astonishingly lingered in the air, and an unbelievable scene unfolded. Countless fine bolts of lightning erupted from the hammer in that fleeting moment of stillness, cascading like a torrential downpour towards the bed. The hammer had yet to descend, but the lightning had already unleashed. Crackle, crackle. Soon, Li Chun's grand bed was enveloped in a myriad of electric lights, and then boom, a thunderous sound reverberated. Upon glancing at the bed, it had transformed into a heap of inky ashes, shrouded in the brilliance of the lightning. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck down, burying the ashes deep into the ground, leaving behind a colossal pit where the bed once rested. Truly extraordinary. Observing the spectacle before him, a satisfied smile graced Li Chun's face. The exchange of a few drops of blood for a weapon akin to divine armament was indeed worth it. Recalling the pit, Li Chun smiled slightly, and then raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. Whoosh! With his motion, the war hammer, which had fallen into the depths of the pit, appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, soaring through the air and returning to Li Chun's grasp. Chapter 183. At Will. At present, Li Chun has forged a profound connection with the two warhammers, intertwining them with his own bloodline and completing a bond that can only be described as a mark of unity. These hammers, under Li Chun's transformative touch, have evolved significantly, stepping into the realm of divine weapons. While they may not yet reach the pinnacle of true divine artifacts, they stand merely a few steps away. With their bloodline connection to Li Chun, he is naturally capable of commanding them with ease. Merely integrating a shard of exquisite iron has endowed them with such formidable power. One can only imagine the spectacle that awaits when he gathers 10 such shards. Gazing at the two hammers in his hands, Li Chun finds himself filled with anticipation. Although the cost of exchanging a shard of exquisite iron within the system's space is exorbitant, he firmly believes that one day, he will fully transform these two resounding golden hammers into a genuine divine weapon. However, the presence of the electric energy poses a conundrum. As he observes the arcs of lightning emanating from the hammers, a wave of concern washes over him. While the hammers now possess an electrical attribute that has exponentially increased their power, revealing them to the outside world could raise suspicions. Li Chun is reluctant to allow others to witness the current state of these hammers, as their transformation stems from the system, which remains his most closely guarded secret. If only he could command the lightning at will. Contemplating the shimmering purple-gold lightning that envelopes the hammers, Li Chun's expression turns somber. Although the hammers are strikingly impressive in appearance, he is decidedly unwilling to flaunt them, as their transformation is solely a result of the system's intervention. And he wishes to keep this secret from prying eyes. If only he could summon and dispel the lightning at his discretion. As he gazes at the flickering bolts, Li Chun shakes his head and murmurs softly, "Buzz," to his astonishment as his words linger in the air. The golden lightning entwined around the hammers seems to respond to his intentions, quivering suddenly before vanishing into the hammers themselves, ultimately disappearing from sight as if it had never existed. Is it truly possible? Witnessing this phenomenon, Li Chun's heart races uncontrollably. Indeed, he has yet to fully grasp the profound essence of their bloodline connection, having established a bridge of communication with the power of lightning through his own blood. It becomes apparent that the lightning can sense his intentions and will respond accordingly. Let us give it a try. Suppressing his excitement, Li Chun shifts his focus and calls out to the two hammers in his grasp, "Lightning, arise." As Li Chun's words fell, the once dormant lightning reappeared upon the two war hammers as if summoned by his command. The flickering arcs of electricity danced around Li Chun's fingertips, radiating an exuberant joy. This time, he had truly struck gold. Observing the resurgence of the lightning power, Li Chun could not contain a hearty laugh. The acquisition of this lightning energy for his war hammers had come at a negligible cost. The exquisite iron required for the transformation was a gift from the elderly Long Sun Wuji, and the modification itself was generously bestowed upon him by the system. Throughout the entire process, he had merely sacrificed a drop of his own blood, and given his physical resilience, a brief period of rest would suffice for recovery. Thus, claiming that he had struck it rich was hardly an exaggeration. "Lightning, arise." Amidst his laughter, Li Chun commanded the electric force once more. At his words, the lightning power instantly dissipated. "Lightning, emerge." The electric light promptly manifested. "Lightning, vanish." The power receded. "Lightning, arise." "Lightning, vanish." "Lightning, arise." "Lightning, vanish." In this manner, Li Chun became utterly absorbed in his playful commands, and with each utterance, the lightning power would obediently respond to his directives. With a sense of relief, after a quarter of an hour, Li Chun finally relinquished the desire to continue his amusement. He had confirmed that the lightning power could indeed be summoned and dismissed at his will, alleviating any concerns of others uncovering his greatest secret, thus rendering further experimentation unnecessary. This room certainly required some repairs. Turning to survey the state of the room, he chuckled softly. Indeed, during the modification of the warhammers, the entire space had been left in disarray. He had nearly demolished the structure itself, necessitating a restoration lest he be left without a place to reside. However, Li Chun was not overly concerned. After all, even if he had completely dismantled the room, the ability to forge hammers comparable to divine weapons was undeniably worth it. With this thought, Li Chun smiled slightly and stepped toward the door. Yet, upon opening the door, he found himself frozen in place. The reason was simple. In his courtyard stood not only Zhao Yong and the other guards, but also his mother, Mrs. Cui, the steward Zhang Tai, and his sister Wang Liping. He could even sense countless eyes within the Wang residence, all observing him intently. Could it be that I had made too much noise? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, for only such a possibility could explain his mother's presence at this late hour and the attention of so many others. This was not going to be easy to explain. With a wry smile, he made his way toward Mrs. Cui and the others. "Mother, what brings you here?" Li Chun inquired with a feigned innocence as he approached the Cui family. "Ah, little Chun, you have finally emerged. I was terrified for you. Are you unharmed?" However, Cui did not respond to Li Chun's question. Instead, she began to inspect him closely, her hands roaming over his body. She had heard the commotion in the room distinctly. The thunderous roar had echoed like a storm, naturally causing her great concern for her son. The cacophony he had created resonated in her ears, akin to an earthquake. And as a mother, how could she not worry for her child? Mother, I'm perfectly fine." Li Chun managed a sheepish smile in light of Cui's actions. That's a relief. Once she confirmed that her son was indeed unscathed, Cui's anxiety eased. "What were you doing just now to create such a ruckus? And what was that brilliant light that burst forth from your room?" "The light?" At her words, Li Chun momentarily paused before realization dawned upon him. It must have been the dazzling radiance unleashed during his attempt to modify the war hammer with the system that had caught Chui's attention. Chapter 184, Surely. They cannot be here to apprehend His Highness the Winged Prince? This was indeed a predicament to explain. With this thought, Li Chun could not help but let out a bitter smile. In this era, the sudden eruption of such dazzling light in his chamber, illuminating the night sky, was not something he could easily account for. Surely, he could not attribute it to a mere light bulb. That would certainly render him a lunatic. Young master. Young master. Just as Li Chun was racking his brains for an explanation, an urgent voice suddenly pierced through the air, followed closely by the sight of Zhao Yong hastily running toward him. Young master, an army has surrounded our winged prince manor. Upon reaching Li Chun, Zhao Yong spoke breathlessly. An army? At these words, Li Chun's brow furrowed, and his expression turned stern. Which army? He inquired coldly. Reporting to the young master, it appears to be the 100 Riders. Zhao Yong replied solemnly. Having once served in the Imperial Palace and even guarded Li Shimin, he was well aware of the 100 Riders. The 100 Riders? Upon hearing these words, Li Chun's expression shifted into one of surprise. As a time traveler, he had indeed heard of the 100 Riders, an elite force under Li Shimin, tasked with intelligence gathering and the assassination of treacherous officials. It seemed that today's events had reached Li Shimin's ears. He could not help but let out another bitter laugh. Clearly, the 100 Riders had been dispatched by Li Shimin, who would not wish him harm. Their presence was undoubtedly to protect him in the Winged Prince manor, likely related to his recent modifications of the 2 warhammers. He had not anticipated such a commotion. Had he known, he would have refrained from making alterations here. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he realized that he had not foreseen that his hammer modifications would light up the sky above the Winged Prince manor. Otherwise, he would have certainly made prior preparations. It appeared he must make a trip to the Imperial Palace. With the 100 Riders mobilized, he had no choice but to provide an explanation to Li Shimin. Otherwise, the latter would undoubtedly cling to this matter. This thought made Li Chun's head throb. After all, Li Shimin was not someone to be trifled with. Mother, I shall visit the Imperial Palace, he called out to Cui Shi before turning and striding toward the entrance of the Winged Prince Manor. Outside the Winged Prince Manor, Li Chun walked along the street, making his way to the Imperial Palace. However, after covering a distance of roughly 40 to 50 paces, a cold snort suddenly echoed from ahead. Stop! Who goes there? Immediately, a host of soldiers clad in black armor surged forth from the shadows, blocking Li Chun's path completely. These must be the 100 Riders, indeed not an ordinary force. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of these figures, even Li Chun could not help but marvel inwardly. From the demeanor of the 100 Riders, he distinctly sensed an imposing aura, akin to a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Such a presence was utterly absent in ordinary troops. Are you the 100 Riders? Nevertheless, these formidable beings posed no threat to Li Chun. He paused momentarily and inquired, Have you met His Highness, the Winged Prince? As Li Chun's words echoed, a figure stepped forth from the ranks, bowing deeply towards him. This individual was none other than the leader of the 100 Riders, Yin Jishuang. As the commander, he readily recognized Li Chun. Who are you? Li Chun queried, regarding Yin Jishuang. In response to His Highness, I am Yin Jishuang, leader of the 100 Riders, he replied without hesitation. Despite his rank, he dared not exhibit arrogance in front of Li Chun, fully aware of the latter's prowess in battle. To speak candidly, although the members of the 100 Riders could each stand against 10 foes, such a feat would not suffice when facing Li Chun. Even their entire contingent would likely be inadequate against him. Yin Jishuang, upon hearing the name, Li Chun committed it to memory. After all, as the leader of the 100 Riders, Yin Jishuang could prove invaluable for future inquiries or pursuits, sparing Li Chun considerable trouble. The Emperor has sent you, has he not? Li Chun then asked Yin Jishuang. Indeed, Your Highness, Yin Jishuang affirmed with a nod, revealing no trace of concealment. Upon witnessing the brilliance emanating from your estate, His Majesty commanded me to bring my men to ensure the safety of the Winged Prince's residence. Indeed, Li Chun sighed inwardly upon hearing Yin Jishuang's response. How could he possibly explain this light to Li Shimin? The issue troubling Li Chun was precisely that radiant phenomenon in the depths of night. A sudden burst of light illuminated the sky. Given the context of ancient times, he found himself at a loss for how to elucidate this to Li Shimin. One step at a time, he murmured softly, turning his gaze back to Yin Jishuang. There is no further need for your presence at the Winged Prince's residence. You may return. I, too, must proceed to the palace to meet His Majesty. However, upon hearing Li Chun's words, Yin Jishuang hesitated. Their deployment had been under Li Shimin's command, and without fresh orders, they dared not withdraw on their own accord. Do not worry. Li Chun reassured him with a gentle smile. I shall convey the matter to His Majesty myself. Very well, Your Highness, Yin Jishuang acquiesced. Upon hearing these words, Yin Jishuang finally acquiesced, for the ultimate purpose of their visit to the Prince of Wing's residence was, in truth, to safeguard Li Chun's well-being. Now that Li Chun was unharmed, they had naturally fulfilled their mission. Moreover, their withdrawal was in accordance with Li Chun's command, given Li Shimin's profound affection for Li Chun. Even if he were to learn of it, he would surely not hold them accountable. Your Highness, we shall accompany you to the palace, Yin Jishuang stated, slightly inclining his body backward as he gestured respectfully towards Li Chun. As he made this motion, the ranks of the Imperial Guard, which had previously obstructed Li Chun's path, graciously parted to clear the way. Thus, amidst the throngs of the Imperial Guard, Li Chun gradually made his way toward the royal palace. At the palace gates, Li Chun entered without any hindrance, followed by thousands of Imperial Guards, their presence akin to a protective escort. Chief, why are these Imperial Guards following His Highness the Prince? One of the guards inquired after Li Chun's figure had faded from view. They can't possibly be there to apprehend the prince, can they? Keep your voice down. The chief swiftly interjected, covering the guard's mouth in haste. Chapter 185. The second piece of exquisite iron. Are you willing to gamble with your life? With a tense expression, he glanced anxiously in the direction where Li Chun and the others had vanished, gesturing for the soldier to remain silent. Once he ensured that the previous conversation would not be overheard by a third party, he lowered his hand and remarked, "Are these matters something we can discuss?" Yes. Understood, Chief. Observing his superior's anxious demeanor, the soldier promptly nodded and hurriedly assumed his post. The chief warned him, remember, while serving in the palace, one must be cautious with their words and actions. Otherwise, you may find yourself losing your head without realizing it. It must be said that the chief was quite considerate towards the soldier, or he would not have shared such advice. Understood, Chief. It will not happen again. The soldier quickly nodded, falling silent as he stood watch with utmost vigilance. Meanwhile, after entering the palace, Yin Jishuang dismissed all personnel from the 100 riders and accompanied Li Chun directly to the study of Li Shimin. Yin Jishuang, is it? Walking along the palace path, Li Chun turned to inquire, what is the primary function of your 100 riders? After all, the 100 riders were a secret unit personally established by Li Shimin, and prior to his arrival in this era, Li Chun had only encountered fleeting mentions of this organization in historical records. Now that it had manifested before his very eyes, he naturally felt a surge of curiosity. I beg your pardon, Princey. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, Yin Jishuang wore a pained expression and bowed deeply. Clearly, he dared not disclose their operations to Li Chun. As previously mentioned, they were a covert force, and their activities were shrouded in secrecy. Indeed, some matters were not meant to be revealed to the public, and without Li Shimin's consent, he could not presume to inform Li Chun. In the palace, along the path, Yin Jishuang bowed deeply to Li Chun. Though his face was obscured by a mask, a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. Evidently, he could neither answer nor dare to respond to Li Chun's inquiry, for the 100 riders operated in the shadows, governed by strict internal protocols, and their dealings were largely confidential. Without Li Shimin's approval, how could he take the liberty of divulging such information to Li Chun? Very well. Noticing Yin Jishuang's demeanor, Li Chun waved his hand dismissively, not insisting on a response, for his curiosity was merely fleeting. By the way, Commander Yin, he said with a smile, if I ever need to seek out something in the future and come to you for assistance, it wouldn't contravene your regulations, would it? Though Li Chun was not entirely familiar with the primary responsibilities of the Baijizi organization, he was aware of their intelligence-gathering activities. Having recently transformed his exclusive weapon with exquisite iron, he reaped considerable benefits, and thus found himself coveting the remaining exquisite iron. Despite its rarity, there was a possibility that information regarding such materials might be found in that realm, and he felt it prudent to give Yin Jishuang a heads up. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Yin Jishuang nodded eagerly, assuring him that as long as it did not pertain to the secrets of Baijizi, he would do his utmost. In truth, Yin Jishuang shared Li Chun's sentiments. Although he was the leader of Baijizi, he was first and foremost a man. And given Li Chun's current status and stature, he naturally wished to foster a good relationship with him. Ah, splendid! Li Chun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I shall not be modest, as I do indeed require your assistance, Commander Yin. Your Highness, please proceed, Yin Jishuang replied respectfully, pledging his commitment to assist in any capacity he could. Very well, Li Chun continued. I would like your aid in keeping an ear out for any news regarding exquisite iron. Exquisite iron? Yin Jishuang's expression shifted to one of confusion, indicating that he had never heard of such a substance. It is the piece of celestial black iron gifted to me by Duke Zhao, Li Chun clarified, observing Yin Jishuang's perplexed demeanor. Celestial black iron. Yin Jishuang's brow furrowed as he addressed Li Chun. To be candid with you, Your Highness, to my knowledge, The only piece of celestial black iron within the borders of our Tang Dynasty resides with Duke Zhao. No other has ever surfaced. Is it truly the sole piece? Li Chun sighed, a rueful smile crossing his face. He had merely entertained a glimmer of hope, should he find nothing. He would have to gradually accumulate attribute points and eventually exchange them within the system. Very well. He waved dismissively at Yin Jishuang. If there is truly nothing, then let it be. With that, he intended to continue his journey to the Imperial study. If the only piece was indeed the one he had previously utilized, he could not possibly compel Yin Jishuang to venture to the heavens on his behalf. Ah, Your Highness, wait just then. Yin Jishuang seemed to recall something and called out to Li Chun. Hearing the call, Li Chun halted his steps and turned his gaze towards him. Your Highness. Yin Jishuang approached. I suddenly remembered something. Many years ago, I received reports from my subordinates indicating that a mysterious object had fallen from the sky in the land of the Turks. And it was in that same year that Duke Zhao acquired the piece of celestial black iron. Really? Upon hearing this, Li Chun could hardly contain his excitement. If it is indeed as Yin Jishuang has stated, then the object that fell in the land of the Turks is very likely to be the exquisite iron. After all, the system had previously remarked that what was given to him by Changsun Wuji was merely a fragment. This implies that the exquisite iron was originally a complete piece, which unfortunately split during its descent from the heavens, resulting in its incompleteness. According to Yin Jishuang's account, the object that descended upon the land of the Turks coincided with the year when Changsun Wuji acquired the exquisite iron. Therefore, if we draw this inference, it appears that Li Chun might indeed be able to locate the remaining exquisite iron. How could this not stir an overwhelming sense of excitement within him? For if he succeeds, he would save a considerable amount of attribute points. Were your words truly sincere? With this thought, Li Chun could not help but grasp Yin Jishuang's shoulders with urgency. Indeed, Yin Jishuang affirmed with unwavering conviction. That year, something did indeed fall from the sky in the land of the Turks. However, whether it is the celestial black iron you seek, I cannot say for certain. Chapter 186. What? No success. This news is already sufficient. After listening to Yin Jishuang's words, Li Chun nodded with a look of joy. Although he could not definitively ascertain that what had landed in the land of the Turks was indeed the supreme refined iron, having this information was far better than being left in the dark, aimlessly searching like a headless fly. Moreover, if it truly was the case, it would save him a significant amount of attribute points. It seemed he would have to venture to that Turkic land in the future. With this news in hand, Li Chun was determined not to let the opportunity slip away, for even a minuscule chance warranted pursuit. After all, the supreme refined iron held immense significance for him at this juncture. He expressed his gratitude to Commander Yin and then clasped his fist in respect towards Yin Jishuang. Without Yin Jishuang's provision of this crucial information, Li Chun would likely have been searching for an indefinite period, making it only right to extend his thanks. Not at all. Yin Jishuang replied, quickly waving his hand. It is an honor to assist His Highness the Winged King. Observing Yin Jishuang's demeanor, Li Chun smiled gently. Choosing not to say more, such matters were best kept in his heart, and when the opportunity arose, he would repay this kindness. Let us go meet His Majesty, he declared, not lingering any longer, and promptly set forth towards the Imperial study. The Imperial study. Although the hour had long passed midnight, Emperor Shimin had not retired to his chambers but remained seated upon the dragon throne, his expression tinged with concern. This was due to two primary factors: the perilous situation confronting their great Tang Dynasty, particularly the threat posed by the Turks, and the events of the night. I wonder if Xiao Chun succeeded in his endeavor, he murmured softly to himself, referring to Li Chun's undertaking of forging weapons with the mystical black iron from beyond the heavens. Ever since he learned that Changsun Wuji had bestowed this precious material upon Li Chun, and following the peculiar radiant display witnessed in the skies above the Winged King's residence, he had harbored a suspicion that Li Chun was indeed crafting weapons with the black iron. Otherwise, such extraordinary phenomena would not have graced the nocturnal sky. I sincerely hope for his success. He prayed silently in his heart. As previously mentioned, if Li Chun could forge weapons from that black iron, it would herald a tremendous boon for their Tang Dynasty. After all, Li Chun's combat prowess had already reached unparalleled heights. And should he possess weapons forged from the black iron, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, surely propelling his battle capabilities to new heights. With Li Chun in their ranks, who would dare to infringe upon the territories of their great Tang? Creek. Just as Li Shimin was lost in silent prayer, the door to the Imperial study was pushed open from the outside, and a eunuch hurriedly entered, bowing deeply before the Emperor. Your Majesty, His Highness the Winged King seeks an audience. This eunuch was none other than the chief eunuch who had served Li Shimin for many years, accompanying him faithfully. Xiao Chun. Upon hearing the words of the attending eunuch, Li Shimin rose swiftly from the dragon throne. Quick, summon them. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch, not daring to hesitate, promptly responded and turned to make his way out of the Imperial study. Soon, under the eunuch's guidance, Li Chun and Yin Jishuang entered. "I pay my respects to your majesty." "We bow to your majesty." The two approached Li Shimin, bowing in deference. "Hurry, no need for formalities." Observing their gestures, Li Shimin swiftly raised his hand, disregarding Yin Jishuang, and focused his gaze on Li Chun. "Xiao Chun, have you succeeded in forging that weapon?" he inquired urgently. Upon hearing this, Li Chun couldn't help but smile wryly. "Your majesty, are you already aware? The brilliance emanating from the Wing King's residence at night is not something I could overlook," Li Shimin replied. "If my deductions are correct, such a celestial phenomenon could only be achieved with that otherworldly black iron. Now, tell me, have you forged the weapon using that black iron?" He turned to Li Chun, his expression brimming with anticipation. Celestial phenomenon. At this, Li Chun's eyes darted, as this spared him the trouble of further explanations. "Indeed, your majesty. I did use that otherworldly black iron to forge a weapon," he replied. "Really?" Upon hearing Li Chun's affirmation, a look of delight spread across Li Shimin's face, as if he had just acquired a divine weapon forged from the otherworldly black iron. "Quick, where is the forged weapon? Bring it to me at once." Observing the expression on Li Shimin's face, Li Chun revealed an embarrassed countenance. "Your majesty, I did not succeed in forging it in the Imperial study." Under Li Shimin's expectant gaze, Li Chun awkwardly admitted. He spoke the truth, due to the fragmentary nature of the precious iron. He had not fashioned it into a weapon, but had instead modified his two war hammers. Thus, in essence, Li Chun had not deceived Li Shimin. "What? You did not succeed in forging it?" Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the look of anticipation on Li Shimin's face was replaced with evident disappointment. "No success in forging it is no matter." It was as if he sought to console Li Chun. "With your combat prowess, even without a weapon forged from that otherworldly black iron, you can still sweep through the land." He then patted Li Chun on the shoulder as a gesture of reassurance. "Your majesty." Li Chun, though he had not successfully forged the black iron into a weapon, felt the need to clarify, "I did not fail." Observing the unmistakable disappointment on Li Shimin's face, Li Chun chuckled. Hearing this, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by Li Chun's statement. "What do you mean?" At that moment, a look of confusion crossed his face as he inquired of Li Chun. Although the piece of celestial black iron was a valuable material for crafting weapons, its size was too small for any proper forging. Thus, Li Chun candidly revealed, "I have integrated it into the two drum-shaped golden hammers." Upon finishing his statement, he extended both hands backward and retrieved the two golden hammers from behind him. As Li Chun performed this action, Li Shimin's gaze was immediately drawn to the hammers. Upon witnessing the current appearance of the two drum-shaped golden hammers, a look of astonishment swiftly emerged in Li Shimin's eyes. Chapter 187. The Descent of the Thunder God. He was profoundly familiar with the two war hammers before him, as they were originally the weapons of his third brother. However, the appearance of these hammers had undergone a remarkable transformation. Each hammer was now adorned with a golden thread that spiraled around it, resembling a diminutive golden dragon, evoking an extraordinary aura at first glance. This was a quality that the traditional drum hammers had never possessed. Could this golden thread be a manifestation of the celestial black iron? He immediately inquired of Li Chun. Upon hearing his question, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. It was evident that Li Shimin had mistaken the golden threads for the effects of the celestial black iron's transformation. Li Chun was pleased by this misunderstanding, as it spared him the need for extensive explanation. Indeed, Li Chun affirmed with a nod. "When I integrated the celestial black iron into the war hammers, these two golden threads emerged." "You mean, you fused them yourself?" Li Shimin's face displayed astonishment, as he had never anticipated that Li Chun had personally melted and reformed the celestial black iron. Initially, he had assumed Li Chun had enlisted the help of master craftsmen. Now it appeared that was not the case at all. "Yes," Li Chun nodded again. "Dissolving that material isn't particularly challenging." "Not challenging?" Li Shimin couldn't help but smile wryly at Li Chun's nonchalant remark. If it were truly easy, then Changqian Wuji would have long since melted and forged it into weapons. Many renowned craftsmen had failed, and yet Li Chun claimed it was simple. Li Shimin could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "How many more hidden talents does this fellow possess that I remain unaware of?" "You rascal." He shook his head in amusement at Li Chun. "Tell me, what kind of power does your war hammer possess after integrating the celestial black iron?" "Well," Li Chun's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Your Majesty, why don't we give it a try?" Clearly, Li Chun had no intention of concealing the truth from Li Shimin, for the fact that his war hammer bore the attribute of thunder would eventually become public knowledge. It was better to resolve the matter now rather than face endless explanations in the future. "Oh?" Li Shimin felt a stir of curiosity at Li Chun's demeanor. Could there be a special ability at play? Haha, you'll find out shortly, Li Chun replied enigmatically, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Very well. I am eager to see what distinguishes these two warhammers. Li Shimin's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and with a grand gesture, he signaled for Li Chun to demonstrate. Your Majesty, perhaps we should step outside. Li Chun winked at him in response to Li Shimin's words. Evidently, he had no intention of dismantling Li Shimin's study directly. Very well, as you wish. Li Shimin promptly acquiesced. Outside the study, he declared, let us showcase it here. Cast in the presence of Li Chun. He turned to address him. The series of remarks made by Li Chun had already piqued his curiosity, and he was eager to witness the differences presented by the drum-shaped golden hammer, transformed from celestial black iron. Indeed, let us proceed. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Li Chun smiled and nodded, grasping two warhammers before stepping forward. Although they were within the Imperial Palace, a vast open space akin to a small plaza lay before them, encircled by 4 towering stone pillars standing sentinel around the area. While Li Chun was unaware of the plaza's purpose, it now served as the ideal venue to unveil the might of his warhammers. Positioning himself at the center of the plaza, he surveyed the grand stone pillars surrounding him, a smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards Li Shimin. Your Majesty, shall I commence? It was clear he was reminding Li Shimin to pay close attention. Yes, do begin. Li Shimin nodded in response to Li Chun's call. Let your eyes be opened. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Li Shimin, Li Chun chuckled inwardly and, without further hesitation, slowly raised the 2 hammers in his hands under Li Shimin's watchful gaze. Thunder emerged. At the moment the hammers were elevated above his head, Li Chun's thoughts coalesced, and he softly intoned the command. With his words, arcs of lightning, akin to serpentine bolts, surged forth from the hammers. Zzzzz. Zzzzz. The lightning intensified above Li Chun's head, growing ever brighter, transforming the space into a veritable ocean of electricity, both magnificent and awe-inspiring. This. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Shimin stood frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the radiant lightning enveloping Li Chun, his expression one of sheer astonishment. This is actually lightning. Not only Li Shimin, but even the leader of the 100 Riders, Yin Ji Shuang, who stood beside him, was similarly entranced, his eyes wide with disbelief. His Highness the Wing King can actually command lightning. It was no wonder they were taken aback. Lightning was a phenomenon of the heavens, often associated with divine retribution. In their understanding, only mythical tales spoke of those who could harness such power. Yet now, Li Chun could gather lightning to himself for his own use. How could this not leave them in awe? Look, what is that? Lightning. How could there be lightning? As the astonishment of Li Shimin and his companion lingered, the entire palace erupted into chaos. It seems to be in the direction of the Imperial study. Quick, hurry to protect His Majesty. As the urgent voices echoed, the guards and attendants on duty within the palace hurriedly rushed towards the Imperial study. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a scene in the courtyard that rendered them motionless, as if enchanted by a spell. For in their sight, the previously observed flashes of lightning were not descending from the heavens, but rather erupting from the very ground beneath them. Look quickly. There appears to be a person. One individual pointed towards the center of the courtyard where the lightning converged and exclaimed in astonishment. It is truly, genuinely a person. Good heavens. Could it be? Could he be the thunder god descended upon us? Chapter 188. Indeed, it is a dragon. With that exclamation, everyone beheld the figure, obscured yet illuminated by the surrounding thunderous light. Although the visage remained indistinct, the silhouette was remarkably clear, arms raised high, radiating thunder as if a true deity had descended from the heavens. The thunder god. Surely, the thunder god has come down to earth. Some attendants and eunuchs trembled, prostrating themselves before the plaza. Silence. Their clamorous voices jolted Li Shimin from his stupor, turning to rebuke them sharply. He was evidently concerned that their noise might disturb Li Chun. Only gazing was permitted, loud outbursts were not. With a swift glance at the soldiers and attendants before him, Li Shimin promptly commanded them to be quiet. It was evident that he had no intention of dismissing them. The reasons for his actions were known solely to him. Yes. Upon hearing Li Shimin's command, the crowd hastily acquiesced, refraining from further sound, their astonished gazes fixed on the center of the plaza. Ah! The thunder god. As the onlookers' eyes turned towards him, Li Chun, enveloped in the tempest of thunder, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Clearly, he had heard the previous remarks of the soldiers and attendants. This title is quite fitting. With a chuckle, he seemed unperturbed by the appellation. Thus, I shall embrace the role of the thunder god today. Thunder. With this thought, Li Chun raised his warhammer, entwined in the crackling lightning, and let out a fierce cry. As his voice echoed, the electric force surrounding his dual hammers surged to life, swiftly coalescing into 2 colossal beams of lightning. soaring into the heavens amid the astonished gasps of the crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, not only the soldiers and attendants but even Li Shimin could not suppress his astonishment. The sight of those two pillars of lightning shooting skyward was akin to witnessing the very arrival of divine thunder. Yet, amid the shock, Li Shimin's heart swelled with excitement. After all, these bolts of lightning were conjured by his own nephew. With such power, who would dare challenge the might of the Tang Dynasty? Truly, the heavens have favored our Tang with such a prodigious talent. As he turned his gaze back to Li Chun, Li Shimin's demeanor had unmistakably shifted. Whereas he had previously regarded Li Chun as merely a junior, this event had irrevocably transformed his view. Now seeing Li Chun as the beacon of hope for the Tang Dynasty, it is essential to recognize that the Tang Dynasty currently stands on the precipice of peril. It is not merely the Turkic tribes that cast covetous glances upon them, but numerous barbaric states, all long envious of the opulence that the Tang possesses. Now that Li Chun has acquired such formidable abilities, he is undoubtedly capable of instilling fear in those petty adversaries. And how could his heart not swell with excitement? At this moment, Li Chun is oblivious to the fact that his actions have significantly altered his standing in the eyes of Li Shimin. His entire focus is now riveted upon the two pillars of light in his hands. With a resolute gaze, he raises the two thunderous beams. And after a moment of concentration, he utters a low command, "Descend." At the instant his words resonate, Li Chun suddenly shakes his hands, causing the two war hammers to soar into the air. Accompanying this motion, the beams of lightning intertwine in the sky, and as if responding to an unseen command, they transform into two colossal thunder dragons, diving downward straight towards the center of the square. Boom! A deafening roar reverberates through the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, a massive crater is formed in the square. Furthermore, as the dust begins to settle, onlookers can see tendrils of lightning, akin to serpents, radiating out from the epicenter of the pit, spreading in all directions until they converge once more at the edges of the square, ultimately coalescing into four golden-purple thunder dragons that ascend into the sky. Zzz, zzz, zzz. The four thunder dragons writhe and soar, leaving a trail of electricity in their wake. Dragons, thunder dragons. Witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, the soldiers and attendants have long forgotten Li Shimin's commands, erupting instead into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. The divine dragon descends. This is truly the manifestation of the divine dragon. In their astonishment, some individuals, filled with reverence, prostrate themselves upon the ground, while others soon follow suit, kneeling and fervently praying. This truly is a dragon. At this juncture, Li Shimin is unable to attend to the throngs before him. He gazes up at the four thunder dragons, his expression reflecting profound astonishment. Were it not for his prior knowledge that these dragons were conjured by Li Chun, he too might have succumbed to the impulse to kneel and worship. In any era, the divine dragon stands as a legendary entity, a symbol of a nation, and, in a sense, a protective spirit. To witness such a sight firsthand is a testament to their fervent emotions. Turning to observe the crowd's reaction, a slight smile plays upon Li Chun's lips. Since he has decided to showcase the might of thunder today, he intends to do so with utmost clarity, thereby averting future complications. After all, Li Shimin will provide the necessary explanations when the time comes. Thunder, arise. As the opportune moment approached, Li Chun issued a low command, pointing a finger at the four thunder dragons. With this gesture, the dragons, which had been soaring and intertwining in the sky, suddenly halted and began to converge towards Li Chun's position. The four thunder dragons danced and soared as if summoned by an invisible force, leaping gracefully towards him. As they neared, Li Chun uttered a sharp command, causing the two golden hammers that had been suspended in midair to tremble violently. In an instant, they sliced through the air, leaving behind dark trails, as if teleporting, and swiftly landed in Li Chun's hands. The moment the hammers returned to Li Chun, the four thunder dragons descended, transforming once more into myriad bolts of lightning, which seamlessly merged into the two hammers. With this, all traces of thunder dissipated into nothingness. As the lightning faded, Li Chun's figure and visage gradually became clearer to the onlookers. It was His Highness, the Winged King. Upon recognizing Li Chun's appearance, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, save for Li Shimin and Yin Jishuang, who remained composed amidst the uproar. Chapter 189. Can the power of thunder within this warhammer be unleashed at will? It was evident that they had never anticipated that the breathtaking flashes of lightning and the four thunder dragons would be unleashed by Li Chun. Could it be? Could it truly be that His Highness, the Winged King, is the embodiment of the thunder god? In an instant, various expressions of astonishment and speculation began to ripple through the crowd. Clearly, after this night, the name of Li Chun would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir throughout the Tang Dynasty. A person capable of summoning thunder and lightning, along with colossal thunder dragons, would undoubtedly be regarded as a divine being. Upon overhearing these hushed whispers, Emperor Shimin surprisingly did not intervene. Instead, a peculiar smile played across his face. It was apparent that he relished this spectacle, as his simple intention was to utilize these people's chatter to propagate the events of the night. This would not only enhance Li Chun's reputation but also serve the Tang Dynasty in countless beneficial ways. After all, the more divine Li Chun became in the eyes of the public, the greater the awe he would inspire. The power of thunder and lightning was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, Li Chun himself did not share the expressions of amazement displayed by those around him. Instead, he surveyed the destruction that lay scattered across the square, murmuring softly to himself. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that the power of thunder would manifest with such ferocity, allowing him to wield it with both heart and mind. Yet, it was understandable. Li Chun had only recently acquired this power. Although he had achieved a connection with it, time had prevented him from fully showcasing its potential. This was his first complete release and mastery of it, and a degree of astonishment was inevitable. It seemed that the time had come to seek out other fragments of the elusive refined iron. If a mere shard could endow his two warhammers with such formidable might, what spectacle would unfold should he gather the entirety of this rare material and augment his weapons? The mere thought exhilarated Li Chun. Clearly, he did not intend to forge any other weapons. His sole desire was to transform these two hammers into true divine arms. However, he was acutely aware that patience was essential in this endeavor. Haste would yield no rewards. The vastness of the world and the rarity of refined iron made the quest for it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He pondered whether the object that had descended upon the land of the Turks years ago might be a piece of this refined iron. Reflecting on this, Li Chun's gaze sparkled with determination. According to the words of Ji Shuang, it was very likely that the land of the Turks possessed a piece of this precious iron. Such an opportunity was too precious for Li Chun to overlook. Perhaps, in due time, he would indeed venture to the Turks. Yet, he also understood the importance of not rushing into this matter. After all, he was unfamiliar with that territory. And given the ongoing conflict between the Tang Dynasty and the Turks, he could not leave just yet. One step at a time would be his guiding principle. Without further contemplation, he returned the two war hammers to his back and strode towards Li Shimin. As Li Chun moved, a profound sense of reverence appeared in the eyes of all present, from the leader of the 100 riders to the palace guards, maids, and servants. In their minds, Li Chun had become indistinguishable from a deity, especially after the unforgettable spectacle of summoning a lightning dragon. As he advanced, the guards and attendants promptly bowed and stepped aside, clearing a path for him. Noticing their actions and expressions, Li Chun's demeanor remained unchanged, his step steady as he approached Li Shimin, though internally, he felt a swell of pride that he concealed. Your Majesty, upon reaching Li Shimin, he clasped his fists and smiled mildly. Your Majesty, what do you think of the might of my war hammers? Standing before Li Shimin, he bowed with a beaming smile, his words brimming with pride. Good, good. Good. Li Shimin erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Li Chun's words. I never anticipated that these war hammers, after merging with the celestial black iron, could unleash lightning. Clearly, he attributed Li Chun's ability to wield lightning entirely to the celestial black iron. Li Chun, however, was pleased with this interpretation, as it safeguarded the secret of his system. Ha ha ha, I wonder what expression Long Sun Wenji would have upon learning this. With a mischievous grin, Li Chun shrugged at Li Shimin's remark. Indeed, the exquisite iron he had received was a gift from Long Sun Wenji. Now, after merging it, his war hammers could channel lightning. If this news reached Long Sun Wenji, his frustration would be palpable. Your Majesty, glancing at the disarrayed square, Li Chun adopted an apologetic expression and said, This is my first time controlling such lightning, so I wasn't able to manage it well, not a matter of concern. Li Shimin waved his hand generously. In the future, I shall have someone repair it. Clearly, he was unfazed by the incident. After all, Li Chun's newfound ability to command lightning was of monumental significance to their Tang Dynasty. Even if Li Chun were to demolish his study, it was unlikely that Li Shimin would hold any grievance. Little Chun, I must ask you, he said, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. Can you wield the lightning power from your war hammers at will? This was of utmost importance. If the lightning power was only a one-time use, it would be a fleeting joy. I can wield the lightning power at will. Amidst the subtly concerned gaze of Li Shimin, Li Chun's lips curled into a faint smile. However, he acknowledged that only he could wield such power. Should another attempt to wield the hammer, they would likely fail to unleash its potential. Li Chun's assertion was not a mere deception for Li Shimin. The formidable lightning force contained within those two war hammers was ignited by Li Chun's own blood. Thus, in this particular circumstance, only Li Chun's essence could resonate with the weapons. If someone else were to wield them, the connection to the lightning power would be utterly ineffective. As long as he could summon that power once more, Li Shimin visibly exhaled in relief. Evidently, he held no concern for others' ability to harness the lightning. In his heart, as long as Li Chun could continue to manifest it, that was sufficient. "Can you summon that lightning power for me to witness once again?" he inquired, clearly seeking confirmation. "Of course, I can," Li Chun replied. Chapter 190. The Thunder God. Li Chun discerned the intentions of Li Shimin and smiled faintly before retrieving the two war hammers from behind him. "Thunder arise," he silently intoned within his mind. Crackle. Crackle. As Li Chun's thoughts shifted, arcs of lightning began to swirl forth from the war hammers, swiftly enveloping them in a dazzling display. The space surrounding Li Chun was instantaneously transformed into a realm illuminated by violet and golden electric light. With the radiance of the lightning reflecting upon him, Li Chun, wielding the hammers, truly resembled a deity of thunder descending upon the world. However, this time, the lightning, under Li Chun's control, did not exhibit even a trace of its formidable power. Well, observing the spectacle before him, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with delight, and he erupted into hearty laughter. The ability to unleash lightning at will truly heralds the prosperity of our great Tang Dynasty. It was evident that he had completely come to trust Li Chun's words. The Thunder God, His Highness the Winged King, indeed, the Thunder God. As they beheld Li Chun illuminated by the lightning, one of the guards or attendants could not contain a shout of astonishment. With that exclamation, all present turned their reverent gazes towards Li Chun. Prior to arriving here, the lightning had already been unleashed by Li Chun, rendering it less vivid in their memories. However, witnessing Li Chun release the lightning with their own eyes and illuminate the surrounding space profoundly stirred their hearts. The Thunder God, indeed. Upon hearing the remarks of those around him, Li Shimin's eyes gleamed with determination. "All shall heed my command." He then assumed a solemn demeanor and proclaimed to the assembly, "Li Chun is the Thunder God manifested. His display of power is an auspicious omen for our great Tang. Henceforth, Li Chun shall not only be our war god but also the Thunder God." With this declaration, Li Shimin solidified Li Chun's title as the Thunder God. In the gathering, Li Shimin's countenance was grave, and his words were resonant, unequivocally expressing his stance. From this moment forth, Li Chun would be recognized as the unparalleled Thunder God of the Tang Dynasty. The Thunder God. As Li Shimin's words settled, one of the attendants immediately shouted with fervor. His outcry roused the crowd, and they all raised their hands in unison, joining in a collective chant. "Thunder God! Thunder God! Thunder God!" The deafening chorus seemed to rend the heavens as it soared into the sky. Even without Li Shimin's earlier proclamation, they had already regarded Li Chun as a celestial being descended upon them, for who else could command lightning if not a legendary deity? Thus, from his title as the God of War, Li Chun acquired yet another honorific. Though this title of Thunder God was not formally conferred, it was evident that the deeds of this night would be recounted far and wide throughout the realm. As Li Chun observed the crowd fervently shouting and interacting, a look of astonishment spread across his face. He turned to gaze at Li Shimin, pondering the peculiar antics of the man before him. While others were oblivious to the source of the lightning he had conjured, Li Shimin was acutely aware that it stemmed from the mysterious black iron from the heavens. Yet, despite this knowledge, he audaciously declared himself as the God of Thunder, leaving Li Chun utterly perplexed. "Your Majesty, what is this all about?" he called out to Li Shimin, his expression laden with confusion. In response to Li Chun's bewilderment, Li Shimin winked playfully before raising his hand to silence the crowd. "All of you, step back." He commanded the soldiers and attendants. His objective had been accomplished, and it was time for these individuals to disseminate the news. "Yes, Your Majesty," the crowd responded in unison, quickly dispersing, yet their eyes remained fixed upon Li Chun, filled with a sense of reverence. "Your Majesty, what are you really up to?" Li Chun inquired once the crowd had departed. "Huh, what is the matter? You're reluctant to embrace the role of the God of Thunder?" Li Shimin chuckled, observing Li Chun's expression. "What kind of God of Thunder am I?" Li Chun replied with a wry smile. "You know well that my ability to unleash lightning is solely due to that piece of celestial black iron. Without it, how could I command such power?" Truth be told, Li Chun was not particularly enthusiastic about the title of God of Thunder. As he had previously mentioned, while the extraordinary iron was indeed a crucial factor, the most significant element was the system that enabled him to harness such power. Without the system, he would struggle to even manipulate that exceptional iron, let alone wield the forces of lightning. Moreover, the system constituted his greatest secret, and he wished to avoid inciting suspicion among outsiders, as it would undoubtedly bring immense trouble to him and his family. Li Chun. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Shimin's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. This matter must remain concealed from outsiders, he cautioned earnestly, especially from those who do not belong to our circle. They must never discover the secret of your lightning abilities. Is Your Majesty concerned that they might resort to desperate measures to seize my warhammer? Li Chun pondered aloud, a hint of contemplation in his voice. It is not merely that, Li Shimin responded, his expression somber. Given your prowess in battle, I have no fear of your warhammer falling into the wrong hands. Then what is the concern? Li Chun was evidently bewildered by Li Shimin's words. Li Shimin took a deep breath, gazing skyward as he spoke. With your insight, you must be aware of the precarious situation that our great Tang currently faces, yes? The Tang Dynasty has just quelled its internal strife, and now finds itself in a state of vulnerability. Beyond our borders, numerous nefarious factions have long coveted our dominion. It was then that the gaze of Li Shimin fell upon Li Chun, and he began to expound on the state of the Tang Empire. As their discourse progressed, Li Shimin's eyes sparkled with intensity as he turned to Li Chun and declared, the subjects of the Tang require a divine figure, and you are that living deity. I understand, Li Chun replied, acutely aware of the implications behind Li Shimin's words. He was no fool. After such a revelation, comprehension dawned upon him. Li Shimin sought to position him as a beacon of hope in the hearts of the Tang people, akin to a figure of faith. Only in this manner could the populace be imbued with optimism, granting Li Shimin the requisite time to usher in an era of prosperity. It seems that my role as the Thunder God is indeed indispensable. With a wry smile, he turned to Li Shimin. Chapter 191. The Turks will surely exploit my people. Observing Li Shimin, Li Chun wore a bitter smile. Previously, Li Shimin had spoken at length, even invoking the concept of national honor. If Li Chun were to refuse now, it would be utterly unreasonable. Although he had harbored concerns about being suspected by others and potentially exposing the secrets of his system, the situation had changed. With Li Shimin's insistence, it would be unseemly for him to deny the emperor's face. Moreover, this matter pertained to the hopes of all the people of the Tang Dynasty. Even if Li Chun were selfish, he could not refuse. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Li Chun's dejection, Li Shimin burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Li Chun could only roll his eyes in resignation at the emperor's words. By the way, your majesty, he then inquired, has there been any movement from the Turks? Although Li Chun had successfully repelled the hundreds of thousands of troops led by Jili and Tuli, he was acutely aware of the strong allure that the fertile lands of the Tang Dynasty held for the Turks. As Li Shimin had just remarked, the Tang Dynasty was currently in a state of weakness, and the Turks would undoubtedly not let such a favorable opportunity slip away. Upon hearing Li Chun's inquiry, Li Shimin's expression grew serious. The Turks appear relatively calm for the moment, he replied, his brow furrowing with concern. However, if I am not mistaken, they will not easily relinquish their ambitions. They are likely preparing for an opportune moment to launch another assault on our Tang Dynasty. As the emperor, Li Shimin could discern what Li Chun understood. He was not blind to the Turks' predatory ambitions. Another assault on our Tang Dynasty? Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the Turks will not launch a large-scale invasion as they did previously. The current tranquility is likely due to two reasons. Their heavy losses from our last encounter, which has forced them to recruit more troops. And perhaps they are concocting some sort of scheme. I believe the latter possibility is the more probable. Indeed, Li Chun's words were not mere conjecture. Following their previous battle, Tuli and Jili would have certainly comprehended Li Chun's formidable combat prowess. As long as Li Chun remained, no matter how many troops they dispatched, it would ultimately be futile. Should they attempt another forceful attack, they would likely incur devastating losses, and with Jili's cunning, he would not be foolish enough to repeat past mistakes. Oh? Upon hearing Li Chun's insights, Li Shimin's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that someone as young as Li Chun would possess such acumen. He shared the same concerns, which aligned perfectly with Li Chun's thoughts. Not only was Li Chun astonishingly powerful, but he also possessed remarkable strategies and governance skills. Li Shimin's admiration for him reached unparalleled heights. Alas, how wonderful it would be if this young man were my son, he sighed inwardly. Although it is true that Li Shimin's sons are exceptional in their own right, they pale in comparison to Li Chun. Upon observing Li Shimin's silent demeanor, Li Chun displayed a look of confusion and gently called out to him. Clearly, Li Chun lacked the ability to read minds and was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Li Shimin's heart at that moment. Hearing Li Chun's voice, Li Shimin was brought back to reality, reining in his emotions, and inquired, pray tell, what schemes are the Turks concocting? Upon hearing this question, Li Chun scratched his head, admitting his ignorance. Indeed, it was no small feat for Li Chun to surmise that the Turks were brewing some clandestine plot. But discerning the exact nature of such a scheme was beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he ventured. The Turks will undoubtedly exploit our common folk for their designs. Well said. Li Shimin's admiration for him deepened upon hearing this insight. You have arrived at the same conclusion as I. He continued, our great Tang lies adjacent to the Turks in the north, if I am not mistaken. They will surely resort to harassing our people as a means of coercion. Your Majesty, do you have a solution? Li Chun queried, his brow furrowed. recognizing the gravity of the situation. In response, Li Shimin remained silent, his expression darkening as he shook his head. It was evident that, while he had anticipated the Turks' forthcoming actions, he had yet to devise a viable strategy to address the issue. After all, the Turks, being a nomadic people, could traverse swiftly and, as previously stated, Tang was currently in a state of diminished strength, making resolution a daunting task. This is indeed troublesome, Li Chun sighed, observing the furrowed brow of Li Shimin. Given the current state of the Tang's power, it was insufficient to eradicate the Turks. Although Li Chun possessed the valor to hold the line against many, he was but a single individual. The Turks commanded an army of hundreds of thousands. And being their neighbor, they could easily raid the populace and retreat at will. Even if Li Chun were to rush to their aid, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. The vastness of Tang's territory meant that while Li Chun could defend one area, the Turks could simply bypass him and strike elsewhere, presenting a significant challenge. A solution must be devised. With this thought, Li Chun murmured softly, gradually sinking into contemplation. Indeed, if this matter were not resolved once and for all, Tang would remain perpetually at the mercy of others. Little Chun, do you perchance have a clever strategy? Li Shimin inquired, his face alight with hope as he looked at Li Chun. Li Shimin's words interrupted Li Chun's contemplation. At this moment, the minister had no immediate solution. He responded to Li Shimin with a wry smile, acknowledging that if the matter were so easily resolved, he would not have to exert himself so intensely. However, Your Majesty need not worry excessively. A solution will invariably present itself. Hearing Li Chun's remarks, Li Shimin chuckled softly, taking it as a form of consolation. Very well, let us set this matter aside for now, he said, turning to Li Chun. The day is drawing to a close. You should return and take your rest. Then, I shall take my leave, Li Chun replied, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin before turning to depart from the premises. Chapter 192. May heaven bless our great Tang. At that moment, just as he turned away, Li Chun suddenly recalled something and turned back to Emperor Li Shimin, saying, Your Majesty. He referred to the numerous lives he had taken in the impoverished district S-Bank while rescuing Wang Liping. After all, it was a matter of dozens of lives. And Li Chun felt it necessary to report to Li Shimin. Remarkably, you still remember, Li Shimin chuckled upon hearing Li Chun's words. Li Chun sheepishly scratched his head, then resolutely declared, Your Majesty, feel free to impose any punishment. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Those lives were taken by me, and I accept full responsibility. Although it was Zhao Yong who had committed the acts, it was under Li Chun's command, and he could not allow Zhao Yong to bear the blame. Besides, he was certain that Li Shimin would not hold him accountable. Enough, you rascal, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts, Li Shimin said, shaking his head with a smile. You needn't concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Clearly, as Li Chun had surmised, Li Shimin would not punish him for the actions of a few miscreants. Thank you, uncle, Li Chun replied with a grin, winking at Li Shimin. You impudent boy, Li Shimin said, shaking his head in mock exasperation. Go on. Well then, your nephew will take his leave, Li Chun said with a smile, turning to depart. Your Majesty. He turned back once more, adding, Do not worry too much about the Turkic situation. There will surely be a way to resolve it. Li Chun, possessing a character that reciprocated respect in kind, felt compelled to repay Li Shimin's kindness. Moreover, he intended to visit the Turks sooner or later. Addressing the matter promptly would certainly alleviate future troubles. Having said this, he did not linger, striding towards the palace exit. Resolving such matters. How easy it is to say. Watching Li Chun's departing figure, Li Shimin let out a wry smile. It was evident that he regarded Li Chun's words as mere self-comfort, for the Turkic threat had long impeded the progress of the Tang Dynasty. If it were so easily resolved, he would not have waited until now. Yingji Shuang, he said, turning his solemn gaze towards Yingji Shuang, who stood nearby. Your servant is here. Yingji Shuang responded, bowing respectfully. Command the 100 riders to seize all current affairs and closely monitor the movements of the Turks, Li Shimin ordered unequivocally. Should the Turks make any moves, report to me immediately. Understood. As Li Shimin's words fell, Yingji Shuang promptly responded with an acknowledgement and then rose, disappearing into the shadows without delay. Turks, you shall wait and see. After Yingji Shuang departed, Li Shimin's gaze slowly lifted, piercing through the night sky toward the direction of the Turks, his expression turning stern and resolute. One day, I shall surely trample upon your barbaric lands. The next day, the news of Li Chun becoming the god of thunder had spread throughout the entire city of Chengqian, and this information traveled with the swiftness of the wind, reaching every county within the Tang Dynasty. It was believed that, through the fervent whispers of the common folk, this revelation would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir across the realm. Have you heard? His Highness, the Winged Prince, is said to be the god of thunder incarnate. Indeed, I have heard this too. on the streets of Chang'an. Whether in the shops or among the pedestrians, discussions revolved around the question of whether Li Chun was truly the god of thunder descended to earth. Is that really possible? How could the winged prince be the god of thunder? Of course, among the crowd, there were those who expressed skepticism, for deities were merely figments of legend. Could there be any doubt? Did you not see the thunder and lightning that enveloped the winged prince's estate last night? It must be that his highness has awakened divine powers. And furthermore, there were also lightning phenomena within the palace last night. It is said that they were unleashed by his highness, along with 4 colossal thunder dragons. Yes, I have heard that too. Even his majesty declared that the winged prince is indeed the god of thunder incarnate. However, the voices of doubt were quickly drowned out by the unwavering affirmations of others. Could it truly be so? So, his highness is genuinely the god of thunder? Of course it is true. Have you not heard that his highness's father is the reincarnation of the golden-winged Great Peng? His highness is his son. It is no wonder he embodies the god of thunder. Listening to such resolute declarations, the crowd's expressions filled with delight, as they readily accepted Li Chun's divine identity. We have a deity among us in the Tang Dynasty. Truly, heaven blesses our great Tang. With the winged prince here, I wonder who would dare to invade our Tang again. In an instant, waves of excitement and joy spread through the crowd. Clearly, the common people had endured for far too long. With the Tang Dynasty weakened and frequently besieged by foreign foes, their hearts had been in a constant state of unrest, living in dire straits. The emergence of a deity ignited their hopes for salvation from their suffering, reflecting their fervent emotions. Observing the exhilaration of the surrounding populace, a group of several dozen individuals exchanged knowing glances and subtle smiles before turning and departing, making their way to other locales. It is evident that these individuals are deliberately amplifying the rumor that Li Chun is the incarnation of the thunder god. As for who appointed them, one can surmise from their occasional glances towards the palace. Lightning, the colossal dragon of thunder. Could it be that the Winged King is indeed the thunder god incarnate? After the departure of a dozen or so individuals, a few others, disguised as common folk, furrowed their brows slightly amidst the crowd. This matter is of great significance. It is imperative to promptly inform the Khan. They exchanged solemn glances and then hastily departed the throng, making their way towards the city gates. Clearly, from their previous discourse, it was apparent that these individuals were not of the Tang Dynasty. Meanwhile, shortly after their exit, 2 handsome young men gradually approached the direction of the crowd. Chapter 193. What thunder god? What are these people doing? Why is it so lively? Observing the bustling crowd encircling the streets, one young lad turned to his companion, perplexed. How would I know? Came the response, accompanied by an eye roll from the other boy. Kiki. The inquirer, undeterred by the retort, chuckled, Qin Dasha. Don't you always claim to be the most well-informed? How is it that you are unaware of this? Call me, brother. Qin Dasha gritted his teeth in response. Clearly, these two were none other than Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. Noticing Qin Huayu's expression, Cheng Chumo merely shrugged and decided against further argument, striding toward the throng. What? Exclaimed Qin Huayu. Xiao Chun, could it be? The thunder god has descended. Upon hearing the topic of discussion among the crowd, both youths widened their eyes in astonishment. This revelation was undeniably shocking, if Xiao Chun truly were the thunder god. However, amidst their astonishment, excitement began to flicker across their faces. Does that mean we would be the thunder god's brothers? With this thought, they burst into laughter, and, under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, they dashed swiftly towards the Prince Yi's residence. Prince Yi's residence. Inside a chamber, on a bed, Li Chun abruptly opened his eyes in irritation. He had barely slipped into slumber when the raucous sounds from outside disrupted his peace. Damn it! Can't anyone let me sleep soundly in the morning? After returning from the palace the previous night and having exerted his thunderous powers for the first time, coupled with the stress over the Turkic affairs, Li Chun only managed to fall asleep at dawn. Yet, before he could enjoy a moment's rest, the incessant chatter outside roused him. Cursing under his breath, he decided against returning to sleep, rising to investigate who possessed such audacity to create a commotion at his doorstep. Have you all eaten and become gluttonous? He bellowed as he swung open the door, but the words caught in his throat upon witnessing the scene before him. Standing outside were not merely servants or maidens, but his mother, Lady Chui, along with a group of women and youthful, radiant girls. What is happening here? Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. As he emerged, the women ceased their discussions, shifting their curious gazes toward him, as if they wished to peer into the depths of his being. Not only the women, but also the dozen or so young maidens standing behind them were enchanted by the appearance of Li Chun, their beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that they have come to propose again? Upon witnessing the eager gazes directed at him, Li Chun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If his intuition served him correctly, these individuals were likely here to seek his hand in marriage. Xiao Chun, You're awake. At that moment, much to his dismay, Shueisha approached him with a beaming smile. Come, take a look. These aunts and sisters are here to propose to you. Do any of them catch your eye? Mother. I am still young, Li Chun replied, his face tinged with bitterness upon hearing Shueisha's words. Still young, you say? Shueisha's expression hardened as she whispered sternly, I must tell you, this time you cannot refuse as you did before. Otherwise, I will truly be angry and spank you. Upon hearing this, Li Chun deflated like a punctured balloon. If there was anything he feared most in life, it was Shueisha, especially the prospect of her anger and the threat of punishment that had haunted him since childhood. Seeing his despondent expression, Shueisha finally broke into a smile. Come, she then pulled Li Chun towards the women, urging him, quickly, greet your aunts and sisters. Resignedly, Li Chun acquiesced. Greetings. Esteemed aunts and sisters, he said, clasping his fists in salute. No need. The women were taken aback by his gesture, quickly waving their hands and even bowing in return. Clearly, they had already heard of the events from the previous night and were aware of his current status. Setting aside his identity as a war god, he was now akin to a thunder deity walking among mortals. How could they dare allow him to bow before them? Moreover, their haste to come to the prince's residence for marriage proposals stemmed from their desire to align their families with Li Chun's fortune. It was easy to imagine the honor it would bring them if their daughters could marry him. Thus, it was understandable why they had previously argued outside his door in a bid to secure his favor. Lord Thunder Deity, we could never impose upon you in such a manner. Indeed, we should be the ones paying our respects to you. As they looked at Li Chun, the women began to pull their daughters forward, eager to pay their respects. Observing their enthusiasm and listening to their words, Li Chun could only shake his head and sigh. How could he not discern their intentions? It was merely his status that drew their interest. Xiao Chun, just as Li Chun felt a surge of exasperation. Shueisha discreetly nudged him. Understanding her prompt, Li Chun spoke up. There is no need for such formalities. You may regard me as an ordinary person. To speak frankly, Li Chun does not hold the title of Thunder God in high regard. Had it not been for Li Shimin's insistence on his acceptance of the role, he would have long since cast aside the mantle. Fear not, you are the living embodiment of the Thunder God. How could we mere mortals dare to regard you as an ordinary person? Indeed, as Li Chun's words resonated, the women present transformed into a state of trepidation. Oh, what is there to be fearful of? Without waiting for Li Chun to respond, Shueisha stepped forward decisively. He is but a mere youth, unconcerned with titles such as Thunder God. Observing the multitude of women before her, Shueisha's words were notably unembellished. Clearly, she was aware of the events that transpired around Li Chun the previous night, including his exaltation as the Thunder God. Yet, what of it? Regardless of how Li Chun may be perceived, he remains her son, the one she has nurtured with unwavering dedication, no matter the opinions of outsiders. This truth has never wavered for Shueisha. Chapter 194. The Savior has arrived. Disregard any titles such as Thunder God. Simply refer to him as Xiao Chun. Shui remarked with a charming smile, surveying the women before her. Oh no, we couldn't possibly. Though Shui appeared to dismiss Li Chun with ease, these women lacked such audacity and quickly shook their heads. It is worth noting that they had come to the prince's residence to propose marriage, and their husbands were all influential officials or even noblemen in the court. Naturally, they were aware of Li Chun's recent exploits in the palace, having learned through various means. Even the current emperor, Li Shimin, had proclaimed Li Chun as a deity descended upon the world. Thus, how could they dare to utter his name so casually? What is there to fear? Shui said nonchalantly upon observing their reactions. You may call him as you wish. Upon hearing this, the women exchanged hesitant glances. Yet none dared to speak, for in their hearts, Li Chun was akin to a living god. Sighing at their demeanor, Shui relinquished her insistence. Come now, let us discuss serious matters. Ladies, please allow your daughters to meet Xiao Chun first. Yes, of course. At Shui's words, the women instantly perked up and turned to advise their daughters. Listening to their mothers, the young maidens nodded eagerly, occasionally casting glances at Li Chun, their eyes sparkling with determination. It was evident that these young women yearned to become Li Chun's brides. After all, his handsome visage and charming demeanor made him incredibly appealing, embodying the very essence of a prince in the hearts of countless maidens. Coupled with his esteemed status, it was only natural for them to aspire to marry him. However, witnessing the longing gazes of the maidens, Li Chun found himself in a state of mild distress. To be frank, while these young women were all fair and beautiful, he was not in the right frame of mind for such matters. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he felt as though he were still a child, and the thought of marriage and family was one he could not yet entertain. In addition to Li Chun's turmoil, there was another individual present, shrouded in melancholy, Wang Liping, whom Li Chun had always regarded as a sister. Standing behind Shui, her delicate face bore an expression of worry. She had long envisioned Li Chun as her Prince Charming and had vowed to marry no one but him, even if it meant remaining a solitary figure. Yet now, she could only watch helplessly as Cui sought a suitable bride for Li Chun, a reflection of her current heartache. However, no matter her efforts, she could not prevent the inevitability of the situation, for Cui was the mother of Li Chun and undoubtedly the most significant person in his life. Everything Cui did, she could only accept in silence. Alas, Wang Liping, do not dwell too much. As long as you can remain by the young master's side throughout your life, you should feel content. Taking a deep breath, she offered herself a moment of solace in her heart. Clearly, her sole aspiration at this moment was to stay close to Li Chun, even if her deepest desires remained unfulfilled. She would find immense satisfaction in simply being by his side. With this thought in mind, Wang Liping could not help but direct her gaze toward Li Chun. As their eyes met, a profound expression of compassion filled her own, while Li Chun's eyes reflected a palpable awkwardness. Wang Liping was acutely aware of his affections for Qin Su, yet the timing was not right, at the very least. A few more years needed to pass before such matters could be addressed. Thus, Li Chun offered a sheepish smile to Wang Liping before hastily turning his head away, evading her gaze laden with sympathy. As he turned, the other women finally concluded their instructions to their respective daughters. Your Highness, Prince Yi, my daughter is named Zhang Heir. A young woman stepped forward gracefully, approaching Li Chun and performing a respectful curtsy. However, this clever girl refrained from addressing Li Chun as the Thunder God, evidently wishing to avoid any impression that she sought his affection for reasons beyond genuine interest. With her movement, the other young ladies, who had lagged behind, were suddenly filled with urgency. They feared that Li Chun might choose someone else first, after all. He was but one, and should he select another, their hopes would be dashed. With this realization, the young women shed their previous reservations and surged forward toward Li Chun in eager pursuit. Your Highness, do you remember me? I am Heir. Your Highness, I am Ligia. Your Highness, do you recall the handkerchief I presented to you? And I gifted you a fragrant pouch. In an instant, Li Chun found himself encircled, inundated with a flurry of voices, each clamoring to catch his attention, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Oh, I see. Hiki. Is that so? Ah, I believe I have a faint recollection. Surrounded by the chorus of youthful voices, Li Chun found himself compelled to engage, for the young women encircling him were all vibrant and eager to interact. He could hardly dismiss them outright. Humph, utterly shameless. Observing the scene from a distance, Wang Liping pouted in indignation, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Li Chun was her one true Prince Charming, and witnessing the behavior of these young women could hardly bring her any joy. Unlike Wang Liping, Cui's demeanor was markedly different as she gazed upon the women surrounding her son, their chatter filling the air. A delightful smile graced her face, for as a mother, she naturally took joy in witnessing her son's popularity. Meanwhile, as Li Chun was preoccupied with the situation at hand, Zhao Yong hurriedly approached. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he faltered in his speech and turned to leave. It was evident to him what Li Chun was currently engaged in, and he had no intention of jeopardizing his young master's prospects. Yet, recognizing the opportune moment for Zhao Yong to escape, Li Chun was unwilling to let him depart so easily and promptly called out to him. Chapter 195, The Reactions of Chengqian and the Others Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong paused momentarily and was compelled to turn around once more. You seek the prince. Is there a matter of urgency? Li Chun winked at Zhao Yong. What? Zhao Yong was momentarily taken aback by Li Chun's playful gesture, but soon comprehension dawned upon him. Ah, yes, your highness. The two young lords from the Lu and Yi dukedoms have come to see you. They claim there is a significant matter to discuss. Oh? At this revelation, Li Chun furrowed his brow slightly and spoke with feigned gravity. As the eldest sons of the Lu and Yi dukedoms, their early visit must indicate something of great importance. Come, let us not tarry. Let us go see them. With that, Li Chun made his way toward the courtyard exit without further delay. My apologies, everyone. However, halfway out, Li Chun suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. He turned back to the group and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. This matter shall be discussed at a later time. Having said that, he hurriedly departed the courtyard with Zhao Yong in tow. Alas, Li Chun, witnessing his swift exit, Cui Shi called out to his retreating figure, but it was as though he had not heard her, vanishing from her sight. Yet again, he has slipped away. She murmured in mild frustration. Others might not discern Li Chun's intentions, but as his mother, she was acutely aware that he was clearly attempting to escape. Yet, there was little she could do. So she turned to explain the situation to the other women and young girls present. Hee. In contrast to Cui Shi's vexation, Wang Liping was elated. With her Prince Charming now gone, the other women had lost their opportunity to shine, much to her delight. Phew, I am relieved you arrived in time. Meanwhile, having escaped the confines of the courtyard, Li Chun exhaled a long sigh of relief and cast an appreciative glance at Zhao Yang beside him. Truth be told, although he had been surrounded by those charming young ladies, he had felt a profound discomfort. Such a scene was unprecedented for him. A few ladies had even brazenly touched him, which had pushed Li Chun to his limits. He could neither shoo them away nor scold them. Fortunately, Zhao Yang had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he truly would not have known how to extricate himself from that predicament. Young master, observing Li Chun's current demeanor, Zhao Yang inquired with a puzzled expression, was it not enjoyable to be surrounded by so many ladies? Clearly, he envied the scene that had unfolded earlier. Enjoyable? Li Chun rolled his eyes in response. Shall I introduce those ladies to you? He retorted, addressing Zhao Yang with a hint of annoyance. Although surrounded by numerous women vying for his attention in the realm of matchmaking, Li Chun felt a modest sense of pride within himself. Yet, his ambitions lay elsewhere, and he was genuinely apprehensive about the previous encounters with those women. He thought to himself, I dare not. I truly dare not. Upon hearing Li Chun's sentiments, Zhao Yang hastily waved his hand, asserting, I find solace in solitude. What a jest. Those women were indeed seeking a match with their esteemed young master. How could he entertain any inappropriate thoughts? It truly vexed him. Li Chun rubbed his forehead, clearly at a loss regarding the matchmaking efforts orchestrated by the Cui family. Moreover, he had yet to resolve matters with Wang Liping. Casting those concerns aside, he inquired of Zhao Yang, is it true that Chengqian and his two companions came looking for me? Indeed. Zhao Yang nodded, responding, those two young masters visited your previous courtyard but found you absent. From their demeanor, it appeared they were in quite a rush. Indeed. The previous courtyard had been left in disarray by Li Chun the night before, rendering it uninhabitable. Consequently, he had sought refuge in another dwelling, leading Chengqian and his companions to arrive only to find the place deserted. What urgent matters could they possibly have? Li Chun scoffed. Clearly familiar with Chengqian and his associates, their visit was undoubtedly prompted by rumors of his divine prowess as the Thunder God, seeking to verify the truth. Are they still at that courtyard? He inquired of Zhao Yang once more. Yes, Zhao Yang affirmed with a nod. Very well, let us go. With that, he made no further delays and promptly headed towards the previous courtyard. Upon arrival at the former residence, Li Chun was greeted by an astonishing sight. Dust and large pits littered the room, leaving Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu in a state of shock. What on earth has he done to this place? Chengqian pondered aloud. I just heard from the servants that the brilliant light illuminating the night sky emanated from this very room. Do you suppose this transformation could be attributed to Shao Chun awakening his divine powers? Could it be that he is truly the reincarnation of the Thunder God? Qin Huaiyu mused, her expression one of skepticism. Who dares to enter my chamber? Just as their minds swirled with uncertainty, a cheerful voice resonated from outside the door, followed by Li Chun slowly pushing the door open. Shao Chun. Upon seeing Li Chun, Chengqian and Qin Huaiyu hurried towards him. We've heard tales of you being the Thunder God incarnate. Please, enlighten us. Is it true or merely a fabrication? Yes, indeed. Do share with us. They both gazed at him with eager anticipation. Clearly, these two individuals were exceedingly eager for this matter to be true. After all, if Li Chun were indeed the reincarnation of Thor, they would stand to gain immensely. They had practically sworn fealty to the Thunder God, with one being his elder brother and the other his second brother. The prospect of such a revelation would undoubtedly be quite spectacular. Observing their current demeanor, Li Chun could only shake his head in resignation. He was fully aware of their underlying thoughts. However, he bore no resentment towards this. The word had already spread, and there was no harm in letting these two bask in a bit of glory. Come on, Shao Chun, do speak up. Seeing Li Chun fall silent, Chengqian, somewhat anxious, pressed him for an answer once more. Indeed, are you truly the reincarnation of Thor? Qin Huaiyu chimed in, urging him from the side. Well, do you two believe that I am the reincarnation of Thor? Li Chun replied, not directly addressing their inquiries but instead smilingly posing a question of his own. Upon hearing Li Chun's query, Chengqian and the other fell momentarily silent, scanning the room before exchanging glances. Ultimately, they nodded in unison. Yes, we believe. Then that settles it, Li Chun responded with a smile. Chapter 196, Aiding with an Object? Regarding the matter of the Thunder God, Li Chun had evidently chosen to acquiesce. After all, during his time in the Imperial Palace, he could not reject the words spoken by Li Shimin, as they pertained to the hopes and aspirations of the people of the Tang Dynasty. He had no choice but to shoulder this heavy responsibility. So, you truly are the Thunder God descended to earth. Upon witnessing Li Chun's expression, Chengqian and his companion became instantly exhilarated. From now on, we shall be the brothers of the Thunder God. I wonder who will dare to point fingers at me again indeed, who would dare to challenge me. I'll make sure to smash their heads. The two erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Two little rascals, are you rebelling against us? Just as Chengqian and his companion were laughing heartily, a furious roar suddenly echoed from behind them. At the moment the voice sounded, the laughter of Chengqian and his companion halted abruptly, as if their throats had been gripped. The reason was simple, they were all too familiar with that voice. Father, slowly turning around, Chengqian called out, akin to a mouse confronting a cat. Father, what brings you here? Not only Chengqian, but also Qin Huayu, who shrank his neck and addressed the figures before them. Standing before them were none other than Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong, and the furious roar had emanated from their mouths. Furthermore, they were not alone. Behind them stood Li Jing, Changsun Wuji, and Gao Shilian. Well, are you two little rascals planning to rebel? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened like copper bells as he sneered at Chengqian and his companion. Who dares to point fingers at you? I'll smash their heads. Come, let us see you try to hit me. As he spoke, he thrust his large head forward. And me, too. Come, my head is itching for a good whack. Qin Xiong followed suit, presenting his head as well. This father. We were merely jesting. Upon witnessing Cheng Yaojin's actions, Chengqian and Qin Huayu were left in a state of despair. To be honest, their greatest fear in life was their respective fathers. At this moment, if they dared to act, they would surely not see the dawn of the next day. Humph, rascals. I doubt you have the courage. Cheng Yaojin snorted disdainfully. Get lost. Yes. Hearing their father's words, Chengqian quickly complied and stepped aside. What? Are you waiting for me to invite you? Seeing Qin Huayu standing motionless, Qin Xiong glared at him. No need. Qin Huayu quickly shook his head and hastily retreated. Observing the current state of the two individuals before him, one could hardly recognize the spirited laughter and vigor they once exuded. They appeared utterly diminished. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Chun smiled and shook his head, subsequently casting a scornful glance at the pair. He had encountered several esteemed elders before, and with a slight smile, he respectfully clasped his hands together towards Chengqian and the others, displaying a demeanor of utmost humility. Clearly, he held a certain reverence for these venerable figures before him. Enough of the formalities, Cheng Yaojin remarked upon seeing Li Chun's gesture, while the others chuckled and waved their hands dismissively. Despite their words, it was evident in their gazes that they appreciated Li Chun's respect. May I inquire, esteemed elders, what brings you to my humble abode? Li Chun inquired with a smile. Feigning ignorance. Do not play coy, Cheng Yaojin replied, cutting straight to the chase. We have heard that you are the reincarnation of the Thunder God, and we have come today to ascertain the truth of this matter. Indeed, Li Chun, is there any truth to this claim? Li Jing interjected. As their words hung in the air, although Changsun Wuji and Gao Shilian remained silent, their eager expressions betrayed their desire for answers. What do you think, esteemed elders? Li Chun countered with a question of his own, observing the reactions of the gathered men. We dare not make any assertions, Li Jing replied, shaking his head. After all, even His Majesty has acknowledged you as the reincarnation of the Thunder God. How could we presume to comment further, given their esteemed status? It was only natural that they were already aware of the events that transpired in the palace the previous night. Indeed, we have come merely to seek verification, Changsun Wuji added. Enough of this idle chatter, Cheng Yaojin interjected, his impatience surfacing. Just tell us plainly, are you or are you not the reincarnation of the Thunder God? Well, Li Chun shrugged, then continued, I cannot definitively say whether I am the reincarnation of the Thunder God. What? Cheng Yaojin and the others looked at him in bewilderment. You do not know? Indeed, Li Chun nodded with a smile. I can merely summon and manipulate some lightning. As for whether I am the reincarnation of the Thunder God, I am uncertain myself. Li Chun's reason for this uncertainty was clear. He was fully aware of the source of his abilities, which stemmed from a system rather than divine heritage. Should he claim to be the reincarnation of the Thunder God, these venerable gentlemen would surely press him for tales of the divine realm, and he could not fabricate such stories. Thus, it was better to maintain an air of mystery. Summoning lightning. The expressions of Cheng Yaojin and the others brightened with anticipation. Quick, show us. Evidently, their primary purpose for coming this time was to ascertain the veracity of the rumors. If Li Chuanjin could indeed summon lightning, it would undoubtedly signify that he is the reincarnation of the Thunder God. Well, upon witnessing their expressions of curiosity, Li Chuanjin offered a faint smile. Uncles, shall we step outside? With these words, he led the way toward the entrance, and seeing his actions, Cheng Yaojin and the others promptly followed suit. Outside in the courtyard, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, Li Chuanjin, why are you standing there idly? Hurry up and take action. Observing that Li Chuanjin seemed reluctant to make a move, Cheng Yaojin urged him on. Uncle Cheng. In response to Cheng Yaojin's insistence, Li Chuanjin shrugged helplessly. To summon lightning, I require a certain object, otherwise, I am unable to do so. A certain object? Cheng Eugene and the others were taken aback. Chapter 197. I, old Xing, have not misjudged you. What is that? A warhammer, Li Chun replied. The two drum-shaped golden hammers left to me by my father. It is only through these that I can unleash the power of thunder. Indeed, Li Chun was not exaggerating. The formidable lightning power derived from the finest iron was entirely concentrated within those two warhammers. Thus, for Li Chun to unleash the storm, he must wield those hammers as conduits. Oh! Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Those two hammers possessed such extraordinary utility? How had they not heard of this before? When Yuan Ba wielded those hammers, he had never manifested thunder. In an instant, Li Jing and the others began to chatter excitedly. Observing their reactions, a slight smile curled at the corner of Li Chun's lips. However, he chose to remain silent. Had those warhammers not encountered him, they would likely have remained mere heavy lumps of iron. Enough talk. What is there to discuss? Cheng Yaojin boisterously declared. Let the boy give it a try, and we shall see. Boy. He then turned his gaze towards Li Chun. Where are your two hammers? Let these two fellows assist you. As he spoke, he gestured towards Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu, who stood nearby. Yes, yes. We will help you retrieve them. Cheng Yaojin's words prompted an eager response from Cheng Chumo and Qin Huaiyu, clearly intrigued to witness whether Li Chun could truly summon lightning. Hiki. No need. Li Chun replied with a gentle smile. Then, before their eyes, he slowly raised his hand. Hammers come. With a sharp command, he exclaimed, Zoom. As Li Chun's voice echoed, two objects, akin to meteors, soared into the sky from the courtyard not far away, as if summoned by an unseen force. They trailed long, luminous tails as they soared toward Li Chun's location. That is. The commotion drew the attention of Cheng Yaojin and the others, who looked up in awe at the enormous black spheres, resembling cannonballs, racing through the sky. Each of their faces bore expressions of sheer astonishment. Those are the warhammers. As the dark figures drew nearer, Cheng Yaojin and the others finally recognized the soaring objects. What else could they be but the drum-shaped golden hammers? How can these two hammers be flying on their own? Clearly, this spectacle shattered their understanding. They were intimately familiar with those two warhammers, having wielded them personally. The sight of them now soaring through the air was utterly unfathomable, leaving them in a state of shock, just as Cheng Yaojin and the others were grappling with their astonishment. The two warhammers swiftly cut through the air and landed precisely in Li Chun's hands. As Sha Chun turned her gaze towards Li Chun, Cheng Yaojin and the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. This scene struck them as exceedingly peculiar. Dear uncles, there is no need for astonishment. Noticing the expressions on Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Chun, wielding two warhammers, offered a slight smile. These hammers were summoned by his young nephew. Ever since he had infused his blood into these two hammers, Li Chun had established a profound connection with them. As long as he lived, he could sense their location with clarity and summon them effortlessly. You summoned them. This is truly astonishing. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, their faces once again displayed a look of awe. Clearly, they had never imagined that Li Chun could conjure these warhammers out of thin air. Looking at Li Chun, the eyes of Cheng Yaojin and the others sparkled with admiration. Their hearts had largely accepted the undeniable truth that Li Chun was indeed the god of thunder. After all, they had witnessed the earlier spectacle with their own eyes. Summoning hammers from nothingness was an act only a legendary deity could accomplish. Young Chun, you should. Old Chum. Just as Cheng Yaojin was about to speak to Li Chun, Li Jing interjected to halt him. How can you still refer to him so casually? He glanced at Li Chun before addressing Cheng Yaojin. He is no longer the young Chun of the past. We ought to address him as Lord Thunder God. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement, their sentiments echoing Li Jing's. In their eyes, Li Chun was no longer the same individual. With such remarkable abilities, he was undoubtedly divine. How could they continue to address him by his name as they once did? That would be a grave disrespect to a deity. Lord Mountain God. As they spoke, the group simultaneously clasped their fists and bowed deeply to Li Chun. Witnessing their actions, Li Chun wore an expression of helplessness. What are you doing, dear uncles? He quickly offered a wry smile. Such reverence is too much for me. He then assisted them to their feet, saying earnestly, regardless of how I may change in the future, you will always be my uncles, and that will never alter. After helping them up, Li Chun spoke with sincerity. I hope that you will refrain from such actions in the future. Indeed, throughout their journey together, Cheng Yaojin and the others had never regarded him as an outsider. Especially when he was still an ordinary person, they had shown him nothing but kindness and support. Without their assistance, Li Chun's rise to prominence in the Tang Dynasty might have been a distant dream. Moreover, Li Chun was one who believed in repaying kindness with gratitude. His convictions would remain steadfast, These men were his elders and would forever hold that status and unchanging truth, no matter the circumstances. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, young lad. Not only Cheng Yaojin, but Li Jing and Qin Xiong, though silent, exchanged glances that radiated a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, both were quite appreciative of Li Chun's recent remarks. Their high positions did not render them arrogant. Rather, their loyalty and gratitude remained unshaken, filling their hearts with a profound sense of contentment. Yet, among them, only Changsun Wuji wore a wry smile. For he understood while Li Chun's words encompassed him, they were solely a reflection of Cheng Yaojin and the other's influence. Otherwise, the nature of Li Chun's feelings towards him remained an enigma. Chapter 198. What is the power of thunder? As several individuals harbored their own thoughts, Cheng Yaojin, with a face full of curiosity, addressed Li Chun. Quick, unleash a bolt of lightning for us to witness. With Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Jing and the others promptly focused their attention, their eager gazes fixed upon Li Chun. Indeed, little Chun, do let us see. Both Ching Chumo and Qin Huaiyu urged him. Very well. Observing the expectant looks directed at him, Li Chun smiled faintly. You must watch closely. Thunder, he silently intoned within his mind. Suddenly, as Li Chun's words echoed, arcs of lightning began to swirl around the two golden hammers in his grasp, instantly transforming them into a radiant hue of purple and gold. This is truly lightning. Even though Cheng Yaojin and the others were somewhat prepared, they could not help but display expressions of awe at the sight before them. In their perception, the thunder that enveloped Li Chun was indistinguishable from the lightning they had witnessed during storms. Even at a distance, they could feel a tingling sensation coursing through their bodies. Noticing their expressions, Li Chun's lips curled into a slight smirk. Dear uncles, behold. Having decided to demonstrate before them, he intended to make it a spectacular display. With that, he hurled the two hammers into the air, and what unfolded next left Cheng Yaojin and the others utterly astonished. Under Li Chun's control, the hammers halted abruptly in midair, emanating brilliant light. Countless bolts of lightning, as if summoned by an unseen force, surged forth from the hammers, creating a veritable ocean of electricity above their heads. Then, a soul-stirring roar of a dragon reverberated through the heavens. The sky was filled with crackling lightning, reminiscent of apocalyptic thunder, evoking a sense of profound awe. Just as the skies were cloaked in thunder, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the tempest, and then, that was a dragon. Li Chun and the others gazed up, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The reason for their astonishment was clear. The myriad bolts of lightning above had coalesced into the form of a colossal thunder dragon. This. As they beheld the majestic lightning dragon soaring and twisting in the sky, they trembled, nearly brought to their knees. In their hearts, the dragon represented a divine beast, a totem revered by the people of the great Tang Dynasty. To witness it firsthand was an overwhelming experience. Seeing their excitement, Li Chun smiled gently, then raised his hand, pointing decisively at the thunder dragon soaring above. As Li Chun moved, the once soaring dragon let out a resounding roar, then dove straight towards him. During its descent, Cheng Yaojin and his companions were astonished to witness the thunderous dragon gradually shrinking until, just before landing at Li Chun's feet, it transformed into a serpent-like creature, coiling around his right hand. The group quickly approached, gazing in wonder at the electric serpent entwined around Li Chun's wrist, their expressions filled with amazement. This was the dragon from before. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Cheng Yaojin inquired of Li Chun. At his question, the others turned their curious gazes toward him as well. Indeed. Seeing their expressions, Li Chun smiled and nodded. This electric serpent was none other than the previous thunderous dragon, having established a profound bond with the lightning. Li Chun could effortlessly manifest it into any form through sheer intent. How powerful is it? Cheng Yaojin asked eagerly. Powerful, you say? At this, a slight smirk appeared at the corners of Li Chun's mouth. Go, he commanded, and with a swift motion, he hurled the electric serpent towards an open space not far away. Upon release, the serpent surged into the air, expanding into a colossal dragon once more. And with a mighty roar, it descended upon the ground with a force akin to teleportation. Boom! A thunderous echo resounded across the expanse. And Cheng Yaojin and the others were left in awe as a massive pit formed at the site where the thunderous dragon landed, instilling a sense of dread. Not only that, but they also observed arcs of lightning surging from the depths of the pit, spreading outward. And anything touched by the lightning was instantly reduced to charred remnants, a terrifying sight to behold. Quick, move aside. The most alarming aspect was that the bolts of lightning seemed to be drawn to them, converging with alarming speed. Cheng Yaojin let out a terrified shout, and, like a startled rabbit, darted backward. It was not just him. Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and Changsun Wuji followed suit, each moving faster than the last, racing towards safety. their actions betraying none of their age. However, it was understandable. They had witnessed the devastation wrought by the spreading lightning. Even the stone slabs turned to ash. They certainly did not believe their bodies could withstand such destructive power. Watching their frantic movements, Li Chun chuckled softly, and with a mere thought, he halted the relentless spread of the lightning. Several uncles, with a teasing grin, turned to Cheng Yaojin and the others, inquiring about the might of his thunder. It was apparent that Li Chun had been deliberately playful moments earlier. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the group quickly grasped the situation. "You rascal! Hurry and gather those lightning bolts." Despite realizing that Li Chun was merely jesting with them, Cheng Yaojin and the others were too unsettled to dwell on it further. They gazed at the lingering bolts of thunder, still filled with trepidation, and called out to Li Chun. They truly dared not let those lightning threads infiltrate their minds. With a chuckle, Li Chun observed their astonished expressions, then gestured towards the two golden hammers suspended in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. As Li Chun moved, the hammers promptly descended, landing effortlessly in his grasp. "Thunder be gone." Holding the two hammers, Li Chun turned to the bolts of lightning on the ground and whispered softly. Chapter 199. What a treasure indeed. As Li Chun's soft voice faded, the countless strands of thunderous energy lingering on the ground seemed to receive a command, instantly soaring into the air and transforming into two streams of lightning, which then completely vanished into the two war hammers. Were it not for the deep pit in the distance, one might have believed that the thunder had never existed at all. With the dissipating electricity, Cheng Yaojin and the others cautiously approached from afar. "Li Chun, have those bolts of lightning been concealed within these two war hammers?" Cheng Yaojin asked, astonished, as he gazed at the hammers in Li Chun's hands. "Indeed," Li Chun replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "They are all contained within." "Little Chun, can you unleash these bolts of lightning at will?" Li Chun, deep in thought, posed the question. "Absolutely," Li Chun nodded again. "As long as I possess these two war hammers, I can unleash an endless stream of lightning." "Wonderful, wonderful." Upon hearing Li Chun's response, Li Jing erupted into hearty laughter. With such an extraordinary ability, how could the Turanians dare to invade our Tang Dynasty again? Indeed, the destructive force of the lightning Li Chun had previously unleashed had left a profound impact on them. Should he employ this method against their adversaries, the Turanians, it would surely achieve the goal of subduing the enemy without the need for battle. Precisely. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong's eyes brightened at Li Chun's words. If little Chun unleashes his thunder, wouldn't the Turanians collapse instantly? Why not pay them a visit and annihilate them outright? Cheng Yaojin urged with fervent eyes. That, Li Chun, upon hearing their remarks, could only shake his head with a wry smile. He understood his own circumstances well. While he could indeed release lightning and cause widespread devastation, he could not act so recklessly. The territory of the Turanians was extensive, and there were undoubtedly many innocent civilians among them. He could not, as Cheng Yaojin suggested, obliterate the entire Turanian realm. Such actions would be too cruel and contrary to his principles, for he was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. "My dear uncles, let us deliberate this matter with caution," Li Chun suggested, offering a resigned bow to the group. "What is there to deliberate?" Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes widening. "With such power at your disposal, you could simply eradicate the Turanians and spare us further trouble." "Old chum." Before Cheng Yaojin could finish his thought, Changsun Wuji, who had remained silent until now, interjected to halt him. Little Chun's reluctance is likely rooted in his own concerns. You need not press him further. Evidently, during their time spent with Li Chun, he had gained a preliminary understanding of Li Chun's character. From Li Chun's previous words, he could surmise the reasons behind his hesitation. For Li Chun's astuteness surpassed that of Cheng Yaojin. Haha, we shall speak of this matter at a later time. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Jing stepped forward to mediate, reassured that with Xiao Chun present, the Turks would not pose any significant threat. "Come now, Xiao Chun, do enlighten us on how you have mastered the power of thunder." He directed his gaze toward Li Chun, inquiring earnestly. As Li Jing posed his question, Cheng Yaojin and the others abruptly ceased their previous discourse, as if they had forgotten it altogether, turning their curious gazes toward Li Chun. Being seasoned veterans, they understood that if Li Chun was reluctant to share, they would not press him further. Such an approach could backfire and provoke his ire, leading him to withdraw into silence, which would be detrimental to them, especially considering Li Chun's current formidable stature. Sensing their inquisitive stares, Li Chun sighed in relief. Recognizing Li Jing's intentions, he smiled faintly and shifted his focus to Changsun Wuji. "My ability to wield the power of lightning is largely due to Uncle Changsun." This statement held considerable truth. Had it not been for Changsun Wuji's gift of that exquisite iron, Li Chun would likely not possess the capacity to command thunder and lightning now. Acknowledging Changsun Wuji's contribution was by no means an exaggeration. "What? Because of Brother Cha-sun? Because of me?" Changsun Wuji was momentarily taken aback by Li Chun's words. Seeing the expressions of those present, Li Chun smiled gently before addressing Changsun Wuji, Uncle Changsun. Do you recall the piece of celestial black iron you gifted me yesterday? At the mention of celestial black iron, Changsun Wuji's brow furrowed slightly before his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that? You mean to say your ability to unleash thunder is a result of that celestial black iron? In the center of the gathering, Changsun Wuji regarded Li Chun with incredulity. Not only he, but even Cheng Yaojin and the others exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment upon hearing Li Chun's revelation. Clearly, they had never anticipated that Li Chun's capacity to summon lightning stemmed from the celestial black iron. Indeed, observing their reactions, Li Chun nodded with a smile. I must express my gratitude to Uncle Changsun. It is solely due to the celestial black iron that I am able to harness this lightning. This matter leaves me indebted to you. He clasped his fists in a gesture of respect toward Changsun Wuji. Without that exquisite iron, Li Chun would have been left waiting indefinitely for his unique weapon to gain its properties. Thus it was not an exaggeration to assert that he owed Changsun Wuji a favor. Indeed, upon receiving a confirmed answer, Changsun Wuji could not help but let out a wry smile, realizing that it was indeed a treasure. However, despite this revelation, he felt no excessive regret. After all, even if he had chosen not to bestow the piece of celestial black iron upon Li Chun, it would merely have remained a decorative artifact in his possession. Now, in the hands of Li Chun, it radiated brilliance, even earning him a favor from Li Chun, which could be deemed worthwhile. Ah, Li Chun, please enlighten us about what transpired, inquired Cheng Yaojin, curiosity evident in his tone. Well, it all began like this. Li Chun responded with a slight smile. And then he began to recount the tale of how he acquired the power of lightning to the gathered audience. Chapter 200, you might as well give up on that thought. Of course, while recounting the tale, the mention of the system was deliberately omitted, for it remained his greatest secret. Even with his close ties to Cheng Yaojin and the others, it was not yet the time to reveal it. Once the otherworldly black iron fused with my 2 warhammers, it would bestow upon me the power of thunder and lightning. After hearing Li Chun's narrative, Cheng Yaojin and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Who could have imagined that the piece of otherworldly black iron was so remarkable? Indeed, it was truly the merit of Brother Changsun. As these thoughts were exchanged, their gazes simultaneously shifted towards Changsun Wuji. Hee, Brother Changsun, do you harbor some regrets? Cheng Yaojin chuckled at Changsun Wuji. He was acutely aware that prior to gifting the black iron to Li Chun, Changsun Wuji had regarded it as a treasured possession. Yet, he had never chosen to dissolve it. Now, having enabled Li Chun to harness its power, it was only natural for Cheng Yaojin to tease him about it. You, stop trying to pry my thoughts. In response to Cheng Yaojin's remarks, Changsun Wuji replied nonchalantly. Though I once held that piece of otherworldly black iron in high esteem, it served little purpose in my possession. Now that it has benefited young Chun, it is indeed a worthy exchange. I am far too pleased to feel regret. TCH. A hypocritical fellow, Cheng Yaojin retorted, rolling his eyes. Having known Changsun Wuji for many years, he understood his character well. Though his words suggested nonchalance, deep down, he might be regretting it immensely. Haraha. Just as Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji engaged in their banter, Li Jing burst into laughter, addressing Li Chun. Young Chun, your newfound abilities surely owe much to Brother Changsun's contributions. You must treat him well today. Absolutely. Li Chun chuckled in response. Today, I shall personally prepare a feast to honor my uncles. Naturally, Li Chun had no objections, for as previously stated, his early acquisition of the power of thunder and lightning was largely attributable to Changsun Wuji. It was only fitting to extend an invitation for a meal. Ah, young Chun, one meal is hardly sufficient. Changsun Wuji shook his head. I have bestowed upon you my most cherished treasure. You ought to treat me to several meals. Seizing the rare opportunity to bond with Li Chun, Changsun Wuji, with his cunning nature, would certainly not let it slip by. Of course, Li Chun readily agreed. To exchange a few meals for such immense benefits was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Moreover, upon witnessing Li Chun's enthusiastic agreement, Changsun Wuji's eyes glimmered with mischief as he added, the erguotu we had last time was quite delightful. After the meal, I expect a few jars of that. Alas, the situation has escalated. This time, before Li Chun could utter a word, Cheng Yaojin and the others resolutely opposed the idea. They were acutely aware that the number of jars of erguotu brewed by Li Chun had dwindled significantly. If they were to offer a few jars to Changsun Wuji, what would be left for them? I must insist, the matter of gifting wine is one we categorically refuse. Gazing at Changsun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Jing unitedly isolated him, vocally rejecting his unreasonable request. What a ridiculous notion. To have Li Chun part with 2 jars of wine would be akin to robbing them of their own sustenance. Moreover, the limited erguotu that Li Chun had crafted was already on their minds. They would never allow Changsun Wuji to monopolize it. Indeed, you can forget about this wine. We shall not acquiesce. Abandon this thought entirely. Upon hearing their words, Changsun Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. What concern is it of yours if I seek wine from young Chun? Besides, it was because of the piece of heavenly black iron I gifted him that he acquired the power of thunder. Is it not reasonable for me to request 2 jars of wine? Chengqian scoffed. What of that piece of heavenly black iron? Were it not for our company, would young Chun even desire your trinket? Qin Xiong chimed in. Indeed, young Chun accepting your offering is partly due to our influence. Thus we can certainly assist him in refusing you. As long as the 3 of us are present, you may as well abandon the hope of obtaining any wine. The old fellows began to bicker among themselves, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Observing this spectacle, Li Chun shook his head in exasperation and then turned his gaze towards Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu. The two stood by, expressionless, as if they were quite accustomed to such scenes. Hey, aren't you 2 going to intervene? He shot them a glance. Upon catching his eye, the pair merely rolled their eyes in response, indicating their reluctance to engage. Cowards, Li Chun thought disdainfully, realizing he had no choice but to step in himself. Esteemed uncles, perhaps we could. Before Li Chun could finish, the old codgers turned to him and shouted, cutting him off, and resumed their fervent debate. Li Chun could only smile ruefully, touching the tip of his nose, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. This is my home, and I am the thunder god. These old rascals. Naturally, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for he was not foolish enough to articulate them. As Li Chun faced an embarrassing moment, Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, who stood nearby, could hardly contain their amusement and cast a glance of schadenfreude towards him. Clearly, they had anticipated such an outcome all along. Upon witnessing their expressions, Li Chun shot them a fierce glare, ultimately resigned to waiting for these elderly gentlemen to conclude their bickering. After a quarter of an hour, the cacophony in his ears finally subsided, indicating that the old men had reached a conclusion after their heated debate. Hearing the silence, Li Chun, who had been languidly seated on a stone bench, engaged in mundane conversation with Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu, slowly rose and sauntered towards them. Esteemed gentlemen, have you arrived at a resolution? He inquired with a bemused expression as he approached. It was evident that he was genuinely astonished by the fervor with which these old men had argued over mere jars of wine. Such fervent disputes were indeed a rarity in this world. Chapter 201. I have crucial intelligence to report to the Khan. Humph. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Jing huffed in annoyance, choosing to remain silent. In contrast, Changsun Wuji appeared radiant, as if he had just emerged victorious from battle. Clearly, in this debate, Changsun Wuji had triumphed against the 3 adversaries. Observing their expressions, Li Chun could not help but silently commend Changsun Wuji. To prevail against such formidable opponents was no small feat. This also attested to Changsun Wuji's capabilities, for he continued to thrive even after the passing of Li Shimin. Aha! We have reached a conclusion, Changsun Wuji exclaimed, his laughter echoing as he addressed Li Chun. After our cordial discussions, you shall treat me to a jar of wine after dinner as a reward for my efforts. Li Chun shrugged indifferently at this remark, revealing his lack of concern for the wine. Humph. The trio of Qing Yaojin, however, huffed once more. Despite their last argument resulting in Changsun Wuji taking home merely 1 jar, it still signified their defeat. Uncles. Noticing the dejected expressions of Qing Yaojin and the others, Li Chun smiled gently and leaned closer to them. Uncles, would I ever neglect you? I have already prepared the ingredients for brewing Erguo 2, and in due time, once it is ready, I can easily deliver each of you a dozen jars. Why quarrel over just 1 or 2? Indeed, during his first brewing of Erguo 2, Li Chun had ample leftover materials. But he simply had not found the time to brew more. If he wished, crafting 100 jars would pose no challenge at all. Oh? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the previously gloomy faces of Qing Yaojin and the others instantly brightened, revealing expressions of delight. It is settled then. Li Chun nodded in agreement. Once it is brewed, I shall send it to your residences. Hiki. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles directed at Changsun Wuji. Although it appeared they had lost this round, little did anyone anticipate that they would actually emerge with a significant advantage. You take 1 jar, while we stand to gain a dozen. Observing the expressions of Cheng Yaojin and his companions, Changsun Wuji furrowed his brow. What did you say to them, Chun? Why do those old fellows look so lecherous? Well, Li Chun replied nonchalantly to Changsun Wuji, I informed my uncles that this was indeed Uncle Changsun's achievement. Without the piece of celestial black iron you bestowed upon me, I would not have acquired the ability to wield thunder and lightning in such a short time. Therefore, it is only fitting that you take a few jars of wine back with you. Li Chun maintained his composure, undeterred. Is that so? Changsun Wuji regarded him with a skeptical expression. Evidently, his trust in Li Chun's words was rather tenuous, for he was all too familiar with the likes of Qing Yaojin and his companions. Oh, don't be so self-righteous after gaining an advantage, he thought. While he understood the temperament of Qing Yaojin and the others, they were equally astute in recognizing his character. Thus, they simultaneously called out to Changsan Wuji, saying, "If you have a change of heart, just leave the jar of wine behind. After all, we are not concerned about having enough to drink. Indeed, if you no longer desire it, simply hand over the jar of wine to me after the meal, and I shall take it." "Who said I no longer want it?" Changsan Wuji retorted, suddenly agitated. "You think I would give it to you? Not a chance. That jar of wine is mine." Observing the expressions of the group, Li Chun could not help but chuckle softly and remarked, "All right, my esteemed uncles, it is getting late. Shall we proceed to the banquet hall?" "Yes, let us dine." Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the debate ceased, and they all readily agreed, clearly still enchanted by the dishes Li Chun had prepared. "Very well, someone fetch." Li Chun called out to the courtyard. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Yong hurriedly rushed in. "Young master, what are your commands?" "Guide my uncles to the banquet hall." Li Chun instructed Zhao Yong. "Then head to the wine cellar and bring all the wine over." "Understood, young master," Zhao Yong replied promptly. After giving instructions to Zhao Yong, Li Chun turned his attention to Cheng Yaojin and the others. "You all follow Zhao Yong. I shall prepare the meal for you." "Yes, do hurry," the three responded eagerly. Then followed Zhao Yong towards the banquet hall. Hey, little Chun, aren't you going to prepare the meal?" "We'll go with you." After Cheng Yaojin and the others departed, Cheng Chimo and Qin Huayu hurried over to Li Chun. Clearly, these two were reluctant to be alone with Cheng Yaojin and his companions, as the pressure was simply too overwhelming. "All right, let us go together," Li Chun smiled slightly. Fully aware of their concerns. "Little Chun, we must learn how you prepare those dishes." "Yes, especially that braised pork, rich yet not greasy. And that century egg, simply exquisite." As they spoke, the three made their way to the kitchen of the Wing King's residence. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the grasslands, several swift steeds galloped, stirring up clouds of grass as they raced towards a tribe nestled within the plains. As the warhorses ran swiftly, a sprawling tribe, stretching for miles, gradually came into view. Upon arriving at the tribe, one individual produced a token and declared, "We bear urgent intelligence to report to the Khan." As he gazed at the token in his hand, the guards, composed of Turkish soldiers, ceased their obstruction and promptly allowed the group to enter. Upon entering the tribe, these individuals dared not linger, clutching the token as they swiftly made their way toward a grand tent situated in the heart of the encampment. The flag fluttering before the tent unmistakably indicated it was the residence of Geely. Inside the tent, Geely furrowed his brow, fixated on the map laid out before him, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a figure lifted the curtain and entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, Geely's expression soured immediately. "Had I not commanded that no one disturb me without my express orders?" He then sharply reprimanded the person standing before him. Chapter 202. It is he. Just moments ago, he was devising a scheme to subjugate the Tang Dynasty, compelling Li Chun to acquiesce, when he was abruptly interrupted. How could he not be enraged? Fortunately, the intruder was merely his deputy, otherwise he would have been dragged out and executed by now. "I acknowledge my transgressions." Upon hearing the words of Geely, the deputy hastily knelt in submission. "Speak, what is the matter?" Observing the deputy's demeanor, Geely took a moment to compose himself and inquired with a furrowed brow. He was well acquainted with his deputy. If it were not of great import, he would not have intruded so rashly into his tent. In reporting to the Khan, the deputy replied without a hint of hesitation, "Abulu and the others have returned." At this news, Geely's brow tightened. Were they not in Chang'an? Why had they returned at this time? Abulu was the scout he had dispatched to Chang'an after the defeat at the Weishui battle. Following that loss, Geely had sent his most capable lieutenant, Abulu, to gather intelligence in Chang'an to facilitate his forthcoming plans. However, it had been less than 2 days since, and Abulu had returned, which left him perplexed. "Abulu has urgent matters to report to the Khan," the deputy continued promptly. "I could see their anxious demeanor, which is why they hastily entered your tent." Urgent matters? The implication struck Geely's heart with a pang. Could it be that Shimin was taking action? Contemplating this, Geely's expression shifted multiple times, and he immediately commanded, "Bring them in." "Yes, Khan." The deputy did not dare to delay, promptly responding, and then swiftly returned to the entrance of the tent. Soon, under the deputy's guidance, Abulu and his companions hastily entered. "Greetings, Khan." Upon reaching a short distance from Geely, Abulu and the others placed their hands on their chests and bowed deeply in reverence. "Speak, what movements has Shimin made?" Geely directly addressed Abulu. Has he begun to mobilize the Tang army towards the north? He had surmised that Abulu's return must be related to Shimin's troop mobilization. For the purpose of sending Abulu to Chang'an was to observe the movements of the Tang army, given that the Turks were adjacent to the northern regions of the Tang. If Li Shimin were to gather his forces, it would certainly be towards the northern borders where they met the Turks. Reporting to the Khan. Upon hearing Jili's inquiry, Abula bowed and responded, "The matter I bring forth is unrelated to Li Shimin and the Tang forces." Unrelated to the Tang army? At this statement, Jili's brow furrowed once more. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. "Then why have you returned?" he questioned Abulu with a stern voice. He had sent Abulu to Chang'an to gather intelligence on the Tang military. Now, to have him return with news that was unrelated to the Tang army was enough to incite his fury. Upon witnessing the expression of Jili, Abulu's countenance abruptly shifted, and he hastily declared, "Though my return is unrelated to the forces of the Tang Dynasty, I have uncovered a significant piece of intelligence that profoundly impacts our Turkic tribe." Oh, Jili's demeanor softened considerably upon hearing Abulu's words. "What news do you bring?" "Last night, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested over the city of Chang'an," Abulu responded without hesitation. A strange light suddenly illuminated much of the sky, and with its emergence, countless thunders followed. "Such a phenomenon is indeed astonishing," Jili exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Abulu's revelation, as he had never encountered such an enigmatic occurrence before. "Have you ascertained the cause of this phenomenon in Chang'an?" he pressed Abulu urgently. Sensing the gravity of the matter he was reporting, "I have determined that the strange occurrence in Chang'an is connected to the newly appointed Wing King, Li Chun," Abulu replied promptly. "Li Chun?" Jili furrowed his brow, evidently unfamiliar with the name. Yet, it was no surprise. Although Li Chun had previously rescued Li Shimin during the Battle of Wei Shui and had utterly routed their forces, he had been unaware of Li Chun's identity at that time. "Indeed, he is the one who repelled our Turkic army." Observing Jili's puzzled expression, Abulu provided a direct answer. "What?" Upon hearing Abulu's words, Jili's expression changed dramatically, his mind in a state of profound shock. "It is he." Inside the tent, Jili's features fluctuated between light and shadow, clearly astonished that the individual Abula spoke of was the very same who had driven their army back. "Clarify to me the connection between this celestial phenomenon and Li Chun," Jili said, turning his gaze towards Abulu with a grave inquiry. "Your Majesty, the situation is as follows." Abulu, sensing Jili's urgency, refrained from concealing any details and began recounting the information he had gathered. Thunderous dragons, the reincarnation of the thunder god. After absorbing Abulu's account, even Jili could not suppress his shifting expressions as tumultuous waves surged within him. It must be understood that deities are not merely folklore among the Tang people. They are similarly regarded as legendary figures within our Turkic culture. If what Abula posits, that Li Chun is the reincarnation of the thunder god, is true, then our Turkic tribe faces grave peril. Is there any basis for this matter? Jili inquired hastily, considering the implications. "This morning, officials and common folk alike in Chang'an have been disseminating tales of Li Chun," Abulu replied, bowing respectfully. "Even Li Shimin has publicly acknowledged him as the reincarnation of the thunder god." "Li Shimin has personally affirmed this?" Upon hearing this, Jili's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that Li Shimin was deliberately orchestrating this, intending to use the identity of the thunder god to instill fear across the land? It was not surprising he would think this way. After all, as previously mentioned, deities are merely legendary entities, seldom witnessed by mortal eyes. Now, during a time of vulnerability for the Tang Dynasty, the emergence of such a thunder god could not help but raise his suspicions. This matter necessitated further investigation. He then turned his gaze back to Abulu, commanding, "Return to Chang'an with your men and ensure this thunder god affair is thoroughly investigated, leaving no room for error." Abulu's appearance closely resembled that of the common folk of the Tang, making him exceptionally suited for blending into the city of Chang'an, which was precisely why Jili had dispatched him. Furthermore, it was Abulu who had gathered intelligence before the Battle of Wei Shui, enabling Jili to discern the stratagem of feigned troops proposed by Fang Xianling and Li Shimin. Chapter 203, A Thunder God Emerges in Chang'an. Indeed, I shall not disappoint the Khan's trust. Upon hearing Jili's words, Abulu solemnly agreed and turned to exit the tent. However, just as Abulu had taken a few steps, Jili unexpectedly called out to halt him. "Khan, do you have further instructions?" Abulu turned back and bowed once more to Jili. "On this mission, aside from investigating the movements of the Tang army and the matter of the thunder god, your primary focus should be on Li Chun," Jili spoke in a grave tone. "Keep a close watch on his recent activities. Should he show any signs of action, relay the message to me immediately." Following the battle at Wei Shui, Li Chun had already become the focal point of concern for the Turks, and now with the sudden emergence of the thunder god, Jili was even more determined to monitor the situation closely. "I understand," Abulu replied earnestly. "I will keep a vigilant eye on Li Chun." "Very well, you may go." Jili nodded, allowing Abulu to exit the tent. "Khan, is the thunder god truly real?" After Abulu departed, Geely's vice commander, with a worried expression, inquired. As Geely had previously contemplated, if Li Chun were indeed the thunder god incarnate, it would bode ill for the Turks, regardless of its truth. Geely replied, his eyes narrowing, nothing can impede my progress. Clearly, Geely harbored grand ambitions, not merely seeking to unify the grasslands, but aspiring to bring the Tang Dynasty under his control, gradually unifying the world. One Li Chun could not quench his aspirations. Moreover, the tale of the thunder god remained an enigma, perhaps merely a ruse concocted by Li Shimin. Then, Khan, his vice commander hesitated. Will the plan you previously mentioned continue as intended? Of course it will proceed, Geely asserted with unwavering resolve. This time, we must compel Li Shimin to acquiesce. His determination was palpable. Geely's strategy was straightforward, as Li Chun had previously surmised. He intended to leverage the northern populace of the Tang as a means of coercion, forcing Li Shimin to concede to their demands. And what of Tuli Khan? The vice commander then asked. This plan cannot be executed without them, Geely replied with a cold laugh. You are to go to Tuli's faction at once. He commanded the vice commander, summon Geely to me, stating that I have matters of great importance to discuss. Yes, Khan. The vice commander acknowledged the order and promptly departed the tent without delay. An hour later, dozens of swift steeds galloped across the grasslands, heading straight for Geely's camp. The leader among them was none other than Tuli. Upon learning that Geely was seeking him for an important matter, Tuli, despite his reluctance, ultimately heeded the words of his subordinate and followed him. After all, he still maintained a cooperative relationship with Geely and had long coveted the opportunities presented by the Tang Dynasty, unwilling to let this golden chance slip away. Before the encampment, Tuli dismounted and, without prior announcement, directly lifted the tent flap and strode inside. Geely, what urgent matter do you wish to discuss with me? He inquired. His tone curt as he confronted Geely, who was seated within the tent. Ordinarily, their statuses as khans of their respective tribes were equal. Yet Geely had sent a subordinate to summon him, which irked Tuli. However, upon seeing Tuli's demeanor, Geely merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed, fully aware of Tuli's current displeasure. Ha! Khan Tuli, please take a seat, he exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh and gesturing for Tuli to sit. Despite his ambitions, he understood that he required Geely's assistance. Humph, Tuli scoffed, unceremoniously flicking his sleeves before seating himself with a commanding presence on a nearby stool. Speak. What matter requires my counsel? Please, you may leave, Geely replied, diverting his gaze to his subordinate and the others who had accompanied Tuli. Yes, Khan. The subordinate responded without hesitation, promptly exiting the tent, while Tuli's companions cast curious glances in his direction. You may go, Tuli waved dismissively at them. Yes, they complied, bowing slightly before following the subordinate out of the tent. Now what does this matter? Tuli turned back to Geely, inquiring once more. My scouts have reported a significant event in Chengqian, Geely stated, no longer hesitating, his gaze fixed on Tuli. A significant event in Chengqian? Tuli's heart raced at this news. Could it be that Li Shimin was mobilizing troops to the north? Clearly, he and Geely shared the same concerns. Believing that Li Shimin would dispatch forces to secure the northern borders of the Tang Dynasty, given their proximity to the Turkic territories. Not that, Geely shook his head, indicating that there was another matter at hand, one of grave importance that, if true, would pose an unprecedented threat to the Turks. What? Tuli could no longer remain seated, abruptly rising from his stool. What does this matter? In Chengqian, a thunder god has emerged, Geely said, narrowing his eyes as he observed Tuli's reaction. A thunder god? Tuli was taken aback. What do you mean by thunder god? Please clarify. It was evident that he did not comprehend the implications of Geely's words. Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate slowly, and you shall comprehend, said Geely once more. According to the reports from the spies I dispatched to Chengqian, an exceedingly bizarre incident transpired last night within the city. Gazing at Tuli, Geely did not conceal anything and recounted the events reported by Abulu once again. What? Upon hearing Geely's words, Tuli's countenance instantly changed to one of astonishment. Such a thing actually occurred? Indeed, Geely affirmed with a resolute nod. That thunderous deity who vanquished our Turkic forces is none other than Li Chun. It is he. Tuli's expression shifted yet again. The battle from a few days prior had left an indelible shadow upon his heart, and now the rumors of his resurgence as a thunderous god filled Tuli with dread. If these rumors were indeed true, then the Turkic people would face utter ruin. Chapter 204. May you not regret your decision today. Is this rumor true? Suddenly turning to Geely, he inquired, his expression revealing a hint of fear. Observing his demeanor, Geely could not help but smirk inwardly, though he maintained a facade of composure. Are there truly any deities in this world? To ensure Tuli's complete cooperation, Geely coldly remarked, if my assumptions are correct, this notion must have been deliberately propagated by Li Shimin, intending to intimidate us and grant his Tang Dynasty a fleeting respite. It seems there is some merit to that. Indeed, upon hearing Geely's analysis, Tuli's demeanor gradually settled. As Geely asserted, deities are merely figments of legend in this contemporary world. Where can one find a genuine deity? It is merely a case of misinformation, and who has ever encountered a true divine being? Within the tent, following Geely's reasoning, Tuli slowly emerged from his trepidation. What shall our next course of action be? He asked, turning to Geely. Have you forgotten what I previously discussed with you? Geely replied with a slight smile. What did you say earlier? Tuli paused, then suddenly recalled, you mentioned harassing the citizens of the Tang, compelling the Shimin to sign an agreement with us? Precisely, Geely affirmed, nodding with a smile. As long as we cooperate sincerely, we shall surely compel Li Shimin to submit. But what about Li Chun? Tuli furrowed his brow. You are well aware of his combat prowess. If Li Shimin dispatches him to the north, our plans would be thwarted. Who could withstand him? Moreover, he has been heralded as a god of war. He must possess some hidden tactics. What shall we do if he launches a surprise attack on our forces? Indeed, Li Chun's previous battle had instilled a lasting fear in Tuli's heart. Should Li Chun truly arrive in their territory, none among the Turks could possibly withstand him, and they would find themselves fleeing desperately, much like last time. After hearing Tuli's concerns, Geely internally scoffed. What a fool. Clearly, Geely regarded Tuli as a simpleton devoid of intellect. Were it not for the imminent conquest of the Tang, and the necessity of Tuli's assistance, Geely might have already devised a means to eliminate him. Do not worry about this matter, Geely stated, concealing his true thoughts. Although Li Chun possesses remarkable combat abilities, he is but a single individual. Even if Li Shimin sends him to the north, what of it? The northern region of the Tang is vast. He can only guard one location. Our Turks are agile. As long as we evade the area he occupies and create disturbances elsewhere, Li Chun would be utterly powerless against us. As for a surprise attack on our forces. As the conversation reached this point, Geely let out a cold laugh, and with unwavering confidence declared, he simply cannot achieve it. Why? Observing the certainty etched on Geely's face, Tuli inquired with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing Tuli's foolish question, Geely silently cursed him as a fool. We are not like the Tang Dynasty with a fixed base, he explained. Our tribe and tents are mobile. Moreover, our vast grasslands allow us to camp here today and choose another location tomorrow. Even if Li Chun possesses extraordinary abilities, how could he possibly find us amidst such boundless expanses? Thus, any thought of launching a surprise attack against us is nothing short of delusional. Indeed, after listening to Geely's explanation, Tuli burst into laughter and clapped his hands. How could I not have thought of that? Our tents are movable, and we often do not know where we will camp next. How could Li Chun possibly know? Geely, amused by Tuli's revelation, remarked, Con Tuli, you simply had a momentary lapse in thought. Shall we proceed with this plan? He asked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, let us do it. Tuli declared with newfound resolve. Tomorrow, I shall send people to the border of the Tang Dynasty to disturb those commoners. He chuckled, envisioning the expression on Li Shimin's face when he learns of this. Con Tuli. Upon hearing Tuli's words, Geely's lips curled slightly. There is no rush on this matter. Why? Tuli asked, taken aback. Did you not just say we should leverage the Tang commoners to force Li Shimin's hand? Why the change? Indeed, we must pressure Li Shimin, Geely replied with a slight smile. But before that, we need to send him a message. If he refuses, we can cause chaos later. A message? You mean, send someone to negotiate with him? Tuli asked, his expression one of skepticism. Precisely, Geely nodded with a smile. We must seize the initiative and deliver a stern warning first. What if he agrees? Tuli inquired. If he agrees? Geely scoffed. Even if he consents, we can still proceed with our plans. It was evident that Geely had no intention of sparing the Tang commoners, regardless of whether Li Shimin ultimately acquiesced to their demands. Haha, I understand now. Tuli instantly grasped Geely's meaning and laughed heartily. Con Geely is indeed cunning. Tomorrow, I shall bring envoys and together we will approach Li Shimin for negotiations. Tuli laughed loudly and readily agreed to Geely's plan. Deciding to send envoys alongside Geely's representatives to Chengqian for discussions with Li Shimin the following day. Very well, it is thus decided. Observing Tuli's demeanor, Geely let out a hearty laugh, hoping that our two factions might continue to collaborate indefinitely. Haha, splendid. Tuli, unsuspecting. I shall take my leave to make the necessary preparations. With that, he lingered no longer, turning to exit the tent. Merely a fool. Daring to aspire to partnership with me? As he gazed upon Tuli's receding figure, Geely's lips curled into a slight smirk, followed by a derisive laugh. Clearly, he never regarded Tuli as a genuine ally. Rather, Tuli was merely a stepping stone along his path. The following day, within the confines of Haiyuan Hall in Chengqian, Li Shimin bore a grim expression as he clutched a letter, forcefully casting it to the ground. Return and inform Geely of this. He fixated on the two men below. His voice sharp as he declared, "Do not entertain the notion of tribute from my Tang to your Turkic people. Let them abandon that hope. Haha, Tang Emperor, I trust you shall not regret your decision today." Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, the two men simultaneously issued a cold laugh. Chapter 205. Your apology lacks sincerity. It was evident that the two individuals were the envoys sent to Chang'an by Geely and Tuli, negotiating terms that sought to coerce Emperor Li Shimin into offering annual tributes of grain, textiles, and even maidservants and slaves from the northern populace of the Tang Dynasty. Such demands were, without a doubt, an affront to the Tang, and how could Li Shimin ever acquiesce to such humiliation? Your Majesty, I hope you will contemplate this matter thoroughly, one of the Turkic envoys sneered. Our two tribes possess countless cavalry. Capturing your subjects would be a trivial endeavor. Should you refuse our terms, the losses to your great Tang will extend far beyond mere grains and fabrics. I implore you, do not delude yourself. The implications of their words were laden with threats. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin's countenance darkened further, his fist clenched tightly, a clear manifestation of his seething rage. However, despite his fury, he refrained from issuing an immediate order for the execution of the two envoys, mindful of the diplomatic consequences that might arise from executing emissaries during negotiations. Consider your own foolishness, Li Shimin thought, though his restraint did not reflect the sentiments of the ministers present. Suddenly, a voice of outrage reverberated throughout the grand hall, followed by a figure charging forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the previously speaking envoy sprawling to the ground. How dare you barbarians demand tribute from our great Tang? Have you lost your senses? The assailant, eyes blazing, raised a massive hand and struck the other envoy across the face. With a pained cry, this envoy too fell to the ground, following the path of his compatriot. Chengqian, we are envoys, cried the fallen envoy, clutching his abdomen in agony, his face contorted with indignation. Indeed, the instigator of this violent outburst was none other than the notorious Chengqian. While others might hesitate to act against envoys due to concerns of decorum, Chengqian was known for his reckless nature and had little regard for such formalities. Envoys, you say? What of it? Chengqian retorted, his brows furrowing. You dare run rampant in our Tang? Who grants you such audacity? Moreover, given your conduct, do you truly believe you are worthy to criticize our sovereign? With that, he unleashed another barrage of blows upon the two envoys. Ah, my head, my face. The air was filled with the anguished cries that echoed throughout the hall of Haiyuan. Witnessing this spectacle, the civil and military officials flanking the hall did not intervene, not even those such as Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling, who were typically staunch advocates of propriety. Instead, they bore smiles that betrayed their delight in Chengqian's actions, evidently finding great satisfaction in the unfolding events. Ah, please, no more. I beg you, do not strike again. The two once arrogant Turkic envoys, under the hospitality of Chengqian, began to plead for mercy. They had now transformed into a ghastly sight, resembling pig heads, particularly their faces, which had received Chengqian's focused attention. Upon returning home, it was likely their own mothers would not recognize them in such a state. Bow and apologize to our emperor, Chengqian exclaimed, looking down at the pitiful appearance of the two envoys, and he delivered another swift kick towards them. His voice laced with barely concealed menace as he glared at the Turkic envoys sprawled on the ground. Be but you. Before they could finish their protest, Chengqian raised his hand once more to strike. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Bow and apologize to our emperor. Why yes, we apologize. Observing the murderous glint in Chengqian's eyes, the two Turkic envoys trembled, nodding fervently. It was clear they were genuinely terrified. Despite their status as envoys, they had certainly heard of Chengqian's notorious reputation as a formidable figure. While others might assume that customary rules would protect them from harm, Chengqian was an exception. If they failed to comply with his demands, he might indeed unleash his wrath upon them. After all, they were merely tasked with delivering a message and had no desire to meet their end here. Move quickly, Chengqian barked, delivering another kick to each of the Turkic envoys. This time, they had learned their lesson well. Hastily rising to their feet and immediately falling to their knees before Li Shimin. Your Majesty, we were in the wrong. Please forgive us, they implored. Their tone increasingly sincere, their posture a stark contrast to their previous arrogance, as they repeatedly bowed their heads in submission. They dared not act otherwise. Chengqian was watching them closely, and should they hesitate, he might strike them down in an instant. Seeing their current demeanor, a hint of amusement crept onto Li Shimin's face, and he cast a grateful glance toward Chengqian. At last, someone was standing up for him. While others might not grasp Chengqian's motives, Li Shimin was fully aware. Though Chengqian appeared reckless, he had merely refrained from inflicting serious harm. seizing the opportunity to vent the emperor's frustrations, especially after the Turkic envoys had been so insufferably arrogant in his presence. Moreover, although Cheng Yaojin appears to be somewhat simple-minded, his thoughts are, in fact, exceptionally intricate. When he was brutally assaulting the two envoys, he did not genuinely intend to take their lives. Each punch and kick was skillfully aimed to avoid their vital areas. It is evident that Cheng Yaojin understood well that the time to kill these two had not yet come. Otherwise, with his strength and capabilities, they would not have survived to this moment. This is also the reason why Li Shimin did not intervene. Upon meeting Li Shimin's gaze, Cheng Yaojin silently smirked. Your apologies lack sincerity. Turning his attention back to the two envoys, Cheng Yaojin's expression transformed once more into one of fierce determination. Let us continue. Chapter 206. How dare they infringe upon the great Tang? Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, the two envoys were instantly rendered speechless. Was this not sincere enough? Just moments ago, they were nearly bowing their heads to the ground in submission. What a farce. Observing their expressions, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened dramatically, resembling brass bells, urging them to continue. Very well, let us proceed. Faced with Cheng Yaojin's fierce demeanor, the two envoys trembled involuntarily, hastily nodding in agreement. Then, with fervent desperation, they implored. Your Majesty, we have sinned grievously. We should not have spoken to you in such a manner, Your Majesty. We beseech you to spare us, Your Majesty. Please consider us insignificant and release us in that moment. The two men bowed their heads repeatedly before Li Shimin, akin to pounding garlic. Each impact of their foreheads against the ground resonating with a heavy thud, devoid of any restraint. Before long, their foreheads became bloodied and bruised. Yet, even in such agony, they dared not cease their supplications, for they were truly terrified. Cheng Yaojin's gaze unmistakably conveyed that refusal could mean death. At last, observing their frantic gestures, Li Shimin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, halting their actions. Clearly, Li Shimin had no intention of allowing these two to perish here. You may return. He waved his hand dismissively at the envoys. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, the envoys felt as though they had received a divine blessing, hastily expressing their gratitude. They dared not cast even a glance at Cheng Yaojin as they swiftly made their way towards the exit of the Hanyuan Hall. Wait, just as the two were about to step out of the Hanyuan Hall, a soft voice called out from behind them at the sound of this gentle command. The two envoys, who had been prepared to flee in panic, abruptly halted, slowly turning their heads with expressions of resignation. However, upon realizing that the voice did not belong to Cheng Yaojin, they breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, they were genuinely intimidated by Cheng Yaojin's earlier display. Your Majesty, do you have further instructions? They returned, standing a short distance from Li Shimin, bowing humbly. Return and inform your Khan, Li Shimin replied, his tone stern, that I shall not acquiesce to their demands. Should they desire war, the great Tang shall be ready to engage at any moment. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall convey your words without fail. The two men no longer bowed as deeply as before, their demeanor more resolute. Furthermore, just as they prepared to depart, Li Shimin spoke once more, conveyed to Jili, should you dare to use the citizens of the great Tang as leverage, I shall undoubtedly march through Turkic lands and sweep away your barbaric domain. As Li Shimin uttered these words, his expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy, resembling that of someone stating a trivial matter, yet it exuded an unwavering sense of determination. In contrast, the two Turkic envoys, upon hearing his proclamation, were visibly moved, for they were not foolish. From his words, they discerned that Li Shimin was not indulging in jest, although they could not fathom the source of his confidence. It felt as though his declarations were destined to manifest in the future. Consequently, the two envoys exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall convey this message to our Khan, they said, bowing once more to Li Shimin. If their earlier obeisance had been compelled by the threat of Cheng Yaojin, now it was genuine, for Li Shimin's words and demeanor compelled their earnest attention. After their salutation, the two departed with heavy expressions, and this time, no one dared to impede their exit. Well, esteemed ministers, let us deliberate on how to resolve this matter. Li Shimin inhaled deeply after the Turkic envoys had left, surveying the court of civil and military officials before speaking slowly. Although his previous words had been resolutely firm, the reality was that the Tang Dynasty was currently in a state of weakness, grappling with a depletion of national strength. The prospect of annihilating the Turkic threat at this juncture was evidently unattainable, and the demands posed by Jili and Tuli were pressing. Thus, he sought counsel from his ministers. Upon hearing his words, the officials exchanged glances, and for a moment, none stepped forward to speak. Even seasoned advisors like Fang Xianling and Wei Zheng wore expressions of wry amusement, indicating that they, too, lacked a viable solution for the predicament. Your Majesty. After a brief silence, one individual, exuding confidence, boldly rose to his feet. I propose we confront them directly. If they seek to encroach upon our Tang interests, they must be made to suffer consequences. This speaker was none other than Qin Xiong. Indeed, our illustrious Tang is not a realm they can violate. Let us engage them. Do we truly fear them? With Qin Xiong's words, a chain reaction ensued among the military generals, who erupted in fervent agreement. They were, after all, soldiers at heart, imbued with a strong sense of valor. Given that the Turkic threat had reached their doorstep, how could they possibly endure such an affront? Upon hearing the clamorous declarations of the military officials, Li Shimin could only shake his head in resignation. He was fully aware of their sentiments. He too yearned for conflict. Yet the current state of their national strength rendered such an ambition utterly unattainable. What are your thoughts? He then turned his gaze towards the civil officials, his expression grave as he sought their input. Upon hearing Emperor Li Shimin's inquiry, the civil officials hesitated slightly. In a different context, they might have stepped forward to strategize. Yet given the current circumstances, they dared not voice their opinions recklessly. Your Majesty, our great Tang is not yet in a position to contend with the Turks. Ultimately, it was Fang Xianling who took a step forward, bowing respectfully to Li Shimin as he spoke. Our Tang dynasty currently faces a depletion of national strength and a superficial military presence. Should we rashly engage in battle, it would be exceedingly detrimental to our state. Then, Minister Fang, do you possess any sound strategies? Li Shimin inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Xianling, his anticipation evident. Fang Xianling was the emperor's most esteemed civil servant and strategist, and in this moment, Li Shimin naturally placed his hopes upon him. Chapter 207. Are there such capable individuals in our Tang dynasty? What strategies might Minister Fang propose? As Li Shimin's words resonated in the hall, all the ministers, civil and military alike, turned their gazes toward Fang Xianling, evidently eager to hear his wise counsel. However, upon feeling the weight of their expectations, Fang Xianling could only offer a bitter smile. Forgive this old minister for his inadequacy. He then bowed slightly to Li Shimin, expressing remorse at present. I have no viable strategies. Indeed, even Fang Xianling found the situation exceedingly challenging, as it involved the well-being of the people in northern Tang. A single misstep could jeopardize countless lives, and he dared not speak hastily, especially after his previous stratagem, devised during the Turkic army's assault on Weishui, had yielded no benefit and nearly prevented Li Shimin's return. This failure was a profound blow to him, and out of caution, he refrained from offering reckless suggestions. Seeing Fang Xuanling's demeanor, disappointment flickered across Li Shimin's face. As one of his most astute advisors, if even he lacked a sound plan, the other ministers would surely be bereft of ideas. Could it be that I must truly acquiesce to the Turks? Contemplating this, Li Shimin sighed, gradually taking his seat upon the dragon throne, his expression heavy with concern. His grand ambition was to forge the Tang dynasty into an unparalleled empire, ushering in an era of prosperity. Yet, now he found himself coerced by a mere Turkic faction, a testament to his current disheartened state. Your Majesty. Observing Li Shimin's troubled countenance, voices among the military ministers surged once more. If we cannot negotiate, let us fight them. Indeed, what are the Turks? To demand tribute from us is sheer folly. Your Majesty, grant me leave to lead the expedition. I shall certainly return with the heads of those wretched Gili and his ilk. In an instant, the hall of Hanyuan was filled with fervent declarations, each military leader's face reflecting a determination to face death without fear. These warriors were known for their valor, and the Turkic provocation was an affront they could not ignore. Your Majesty, this cannot be. Witnessing the impassioned response of the military leaders, Fang Xuanling's expression shifted dramatically. He fell to his knees before Li Shimin. Your Majesty, our Tang dynasty is currently weak. If we were to engage in full-scale war with the Turks, our state would undoubtedly be in peril. His voice trembled with urgency. Moreover, the threats surrounding us are not limited to the Turks. Numerous smaller nations have long coveted our dominion. Should we enter into outright conflict with the Turks, the losses we would suffer would be catastrophic. At that point, those who have long harbored ambitions against us will not let this rare opportunity slip. And under the pressure of such assaults, our Tang dynasty could face obliteration. The words spoken by Fang Xianling are not mere alarmism. He articulates truths that cannot be ignored. After all, the vast expanse of the Tang dynasty's territory has long been coveted by numerous smaller states. Furthermore, the inherent fragility of our national strength renders us vulnerable. Should conflict arise, it would undoubtedly attract widespread attention, placing our very existence at risk. Fang Xiang, you propose neither action nor strategy. Are we truly expected to capitulate to the treacherous Turks? Upon hearing Fang Xuanling's statement, Cheng Yaojin rose with indignation, addressing him with fervor. His remarks were not directed at Fang Xianling personally, but rather stemmed from an internal frustration with his temperament. How could he stand idly by while the Turks tread upon their dignity? Indeed, Fengxiang, we cannot simply allow the Turks to defile the very ground of our Tang dynasty. With Cheng Yaojin's impassioned declaration, Chengqian also expressed his outrage, exclaiming, "We, the Tang, must never bow before the Turks. If it comes to it, let us perish together." Affirmative shouts echoed from the other military officials, rallying in support of his sentiment. Fengxiang's concerns are indeed for the welfare of our Tang dynasty. You all are well aware of our current plight. Witnessing the fervor of the military leaders, the civil officials could no longer remain silent, stepping forward to support Feng Xuanling's perspective. Observing this scene from his throne, Emperor Shimin shook his head in exasperation. Deep down, he understood that both the civil and military officials were motivated by a desire for the Tang's prosperity. Their differing philosophies simply led to discord. Enough, he interjected, raising his hand to quell the tumult. With this gesture, both the civil and military factions promptly fell silent. Clearly, despite their previous arguments, their attention remained fixed upon Shimin. "Let us adjourn for today," he stated wearily, glancing at the officials returning to their respective ranks. "This matter shall be discussed another day." Having said this, he prepared to declare the court dismissed. "Your Majesty." At that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged. Within the hall of Han Yuan, as Shimin was about to announce the adjournment, a figure stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I would like to recommend a person." As these words resonated, all eyes turned towards the speaker, none other than the renowned military deity, Li Jing. Stepping forth amidst the gazes of the assembly, he bowed deeply to Shimin and continued, "If this individual were to take command, it is highly likely that our troubles would be resolved." A ripple of astonishment swept through the court at Li Jing's assertion. Who could this person be, to earn such high praise from General Li? Does our Tang dynasty truly possess such a capable individual? In an instant, these ministers began to murmur amongst themselves like ordinary citizens. Among them were certainly some astute individuals, such as the military generals Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Changsun Wuji, as well as the civil official Feng Xianling, who, at the moment Li Jing made his statement, subtly guessed the identity of the person he was referring to. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Jing's words, Shimin's expression darkened, indicating that he too had surmised the identity of the individual Li Jing intended to recommend. However, from the very beginning, he had no desire to involve this person at all. "Oh, Minister Li, who is the person you wish to recommend?" Despite his reservations, Shimin still inquired of Li Jing in a manner that suggested routine protocol. In response to the emperor's query, Li Jing clasped his hands in respect and replied, "The individual I recommend is Prince Li Chun." As soon as Li Jing's words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, for it was evident that none of them had anticipated that Li Jing would put forth Li Chun as his candidate. Chapter 208. Goodness, I was merely speaking casually. It is essential to remember that Li Chun is only around 15 or 16 years of age, although he previously succeeded in repelling the Turkic forces in a direct confrontation. The situation at hand is markedly different. The Tang dynasty now faces the Turkic menace, who are harassing the populace as a means of intimidation. Regardless of Li Chun's formidable prowess, he remains but a solitary individual, and it is implausible for him to vanquish the swift Turkic cavalry one by one. Upon hearing the murmurs of the assembly, Li Jing chose not to dwell on the commotion but instead addressed Emperor Shimin once more. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Winged Prince previously single-handedly repelled the enemy forces at the Wei River, undoubtedly leaving an indelible shadow in the hearts of our adversaries. We can leverage their psychological state by dispatching the Winged Prince to guard the northern territories of our great Tang. When they behold His Highness, they will surely harbor reservations." Li Jing's intention was straightforward, to instill fear. After all, Li Chun's renown was well established. Following the battle at Wei River, he had forged a formidable reputation, and the Turkic side would certainly tremble at the mere mention of his name. As Li Jing continued, he paused momentarily before elaborating. "His Highness is now the reincarnation of the Thunder God, capable of wielding the power of lightning. His presence in the northern stronghold would undoubtedly compel the Turkic forces to retreat." Having spoken, Li Jing fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Shimin. As his words lingered in the air, the court officials turned their collective attention to the emperor. Fully aware of the truth regarding Li Chun's identity as the Thunder God reincarnate, the moment had arrived to observe how Shimin would respond. Meanwhile, Shimin, upon sensing the expectant stares of the officials, could not help but let out a bittersweet smile. He understood the intricacies behind the notion of Li Chun as the Thunder God. The lightning power was merely a fortunate coincidence, drawn from that celestial dark matter, and the moniker of the Thunder God had been deliberately orchestrated by himself. In a world devoid of true deities, if Li Chun were indeed the Thunder God incarnate, he would not be burdened with the anxieties surrounding the Turkic threat. Moreover, even if Li Chun could command lightning, he had previously confided that its destructive capacity was limited. It would not significantly address the issues they faced unless he could eliminate both Jili and Tuli directly. Otherwise, it would merely be a superficial remedy. Yet, achieving such a feat was no simple task. While sending the winged prince to the north would indeed intimidate the Turkic forces, it was not a sustainable solution. With this in mind, Li Shimin slowly shook his head and spoke. Furthermore, although the winged prince possesses the valor of 1,000 men and the divine power of lightning, our northern expanse is vast, and he stands alone. To effectively thwart the Turkic incursions is no trivial endeavor. Indeed, Li Shimin was acutely aware of the speed of the Turkic cavalry. They could easily circumvent Li Chun's defenses and wreak havoc elsewhere. In such a scenario, even Li Chun would be rendered helpless, unless he had the ability to create duplicates of himself. Otherwise, a lasting resolution to this predicament was unattainable. This matter requires careful deliberation. It is evident that Li Shimin has never contemplated sending Li Chun to the northern front, for he is the sole son of his third brother. The emperor bears a profound sense of guilt towards Li Yuanba and would never willingly place his brother's only child in such perilous circumstances. Although Li Chun possesses formidable combat prowess, capable of vanquishing any adversary, even an army of thousands would falter before him. There remains the risk that the Turks may resort to deceit or cunning schemes. Thus, Li Chun could find himself ensnared in danger, which elucidates why Li Shimin opposed the recommendation of Li Jing. However, Your Majesty, there is no however. As Li Jing attempted to interject further, Li Shimin raised his hand to silence him. I am weary. Let us conclude today's matters here. The court is dismissed. With that, he turned his back on the assembled ministers, departing the hall of Han Yuan without further ado. Witnessing the emperor's actions, the eunuch in charge of issuing decrees swiftly called out for the court to disperse and hurriedly followed after him. Observing this scene, the ministers exchanged glances, bowed deeply, and then withdrew from the hall, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Alas, only Li Jing remained, gazing at the vanishing figure of Li Shimin with a heavy sigh. He was acutely aware of the emperor's thoughts. However, if Li Chun did not take up the mantle, who could possibly restrain the Turks? Not even he could. Enough, old Li. Upon seeing Li Jing's expression, Cheng Yaojin and the others turned back. The emperor's reluctance to allow young Chun to venture north stems from his desire to protect him from danger. There is no need for us to dwell on sorrow here, Long Sun Wujie advised Li Jing. Indeed, the emperor's decisions are irrevocable. We must adhere to his wishes. You are well aware of Li Chun's significance to the emperor. Li Shimin already harbors guilt regarding Yuanba. How could he bear to see his only son venture into such treacherous lands? Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiang echoed their sentiments to Li Jing. Having followed Li Shimin for many years, they understood his character well enough to know that his decisions were not easily swayed. Yet, must we simply stand by and watch as the Turks invade our great Tang? Upon hearing their words, Li Jing sighed once more in response to Cheng Yaojin and the others. We do not wish for it either. Hearing this, the others wore expressions of bitter amusement. They had walked alongside Li Shimin through thick and thin, even participating in the Battle of Zijing Mountain. To call them founding heroes would be no exaggeration, and they were acutely aware of the arduous journey to establish the Tang Dynasty. Now, facing humiliation at the hands of the Turks, their hearts were heavy with discontent. Yet, in the face of overwhelming odds, their current weakness left them with few viable options. Damn it, if all else fails, we should seek out young Chun and urge him to decapitate those old rascals, Tuli and Jili, Cheng Yaojin declared with evident frustration. Indeed, it can be said that a single utterance awakened those in a dream. The indignant words of Cheng Yaojin instantly illuminated the eyes of Li Jing and the others. How could we have not thought of this? What a splendid idea it is. Let us proceed with this plan. As they spoke, the group seemed to be invigorated as if they had been revived with a surge of energy, and without further hesitation, they exited the Han Yuan Hall, striding purposefully towards the palace gates. Are you truly going? Observing the actions of the three, Cheng Yaojin was left momentarily dumbfounded. Goodness. I was merely speaking in jest. Wait for me. He immediately chased after the three. Chapter 209. The medicine sought for me? Hey, I must tell you. Do not let His Majesty know that I was the one who suggested seeking out the pure lad. Cheng Yaojin remarked with a hint of frustration after catching up with the three. Indeed, he had merely spoken impulsively, without any genuine intention of sending Li Chun to the Turks. What, do you actually experience fear? Qin Xiong teased, his expression one of mischief upon seeing Cheng Yaojin's demeanor. Isn't that obvious? Are you not afraid of His Majesty? Cheng Yaojin replied, rolling his eyes at Qin Xiong. To be honest, throughout his life, he feared nothing but the wrath of Li Shimin. I too harbor fears. Qin Xiong chuckled, adding, however, this idea originated from you. So if His Majesty lays blame, we can easily shift all responsibility onto you. At most, we would be mere accomplices. Damn it, are you trying to set me up? Chen Yaojin exclaimed, his frustration evident as he glared at Qin Xiong, who wore a sly grin. Nonetheless, deep down, he understood that Qin Xiong was merely jesting. If the Shimin truly held them accountable, they would not stand idly by. All right, if His Majesty lays blame, we shall bear it together, Li Jing interjected, shaking his head in resignation at the banter between the two. For now, let us prioritize finding little Chun. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their idle chatter and headed straight for the Prince of Wing's residence. The Prince of Wing's residence. In a tranquil courtyard, Li Chun was seen toying with two war hammers, lost in thought. However, the occasional glimmer of contemplation in her eyes suggested that her musings were undoubtedly connected to the hammers she held. I wonder if there truly exists exquisite iron in the land of the Turks? Now that my war hammers are imbued with the power of thunder, if I were to acquire a piece of exquisite iron, could I perhaps add further attributes? Indeed, although these hammers already possess the trait of thunder, who would not desire to amplify their capabilities? Sighing softly, she realized that regardless of the circumstances, a journey to the Turks was inevitable. Ever since the leader of the 100 Riders, Yin Jishuang, had mentioned the possibility of exquisite iron in that land, Li Chun had been unable to shake off the thought. However, due to various complications, she had been unable to set forth. Moreover, as the Tang Empire found itself at odds with the Turks, her current status would surely attract scrutiny from both sides. She could not let her personal desires embroil the entire Tang Empire in turmoil. A solution must be devised. As she contemplated, Li Chun gradually succumbed to deep thought, yet after a while of intense pondering, it truly was a vexing predicament. Ruffling her hair in frustration, she displayed a countenance of worry, evidently at a loss for a viable plan to extricate herself. As Li Chuan found himself increasingly agitated, a gentle voice softly wafted from behind him. Turning around, he beheld the enchanting figure of Wang Liping, who had gracefully approached him. "Zhaoping, come sit," he exclaimed, his furrowed brow easing into a smile as he patted the stone bench beside him. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no affection for Wang Liping. Since their acquaintance, she had been unwaveringly devoted to him. She had anticipated his needs, attending to matters even his mother, Cui Shi, had overlooked. Moreover, considering the perilous incident where he nearly fell victim to abduction, the accumulation of these experiences had only intensified his fondness for her. Li Chuan was not a man of stone. He was acutely aware of Wang Liping's kindness. "I wonder, dear Zhaoping, what brings you to seek me today?" he teased as she took her seat, her cheeks flushing with a charming hue. The endearment my Zhaoping sent her heart racing, akin to a startled fawn. "Here, for you," she murmured, lowering her delicate head to carefully produce a small porcelain vial from her bosom, extending it toward him. "What is this?" Li Chuan inquired, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at the vial she offered. "This is a remedy I obtained for you," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "A remedy for me?" He was taken aback, momentarily bewildered, for he had forgotten his earlier pretense of illness. "Are you not afflicted by a sense of cleanliness?" Wang Liping ventured, her courage wavering as she explained. "This medicine is specifically for your condition." "Cleanliness?" Upon hearing this, Li Chuan blinked in surprise, gradually piecing together the misunderstanding. A look of disillusionment crossed his face. This girl truly believed he was unwell. He had merely concocted a fib about possessing a cleanliness obsession to deter her from attending to his bathing needs, to prevent any untoward incidents. He had not anticipated that she would take him at his word and even procure medicine on his behalf. Yet, amidst this realization, a wave of gratitude washed over him. Wang Liping had ventured into the impoverished district once more, a place laden with his own heartache, to seek a remedy for what she believed to be his ailment. "Zhaoping, thank you," he expressed sincerely, accepting the jade vial from her hand and gently grasping her soft, warm hand as he conveyed his heartfelt appreciation. "Gentlemen, this is something that Zhaoping ought to do." As Li Chun grasped Wang Liping's hands, her heart began to race anew, and the blush that adorned her fair cheeks deepened, resembling a ripe peach, remarkably vibrant and alluring. Witnessing Wang Liping's current appearance stirred an undeniable flutter within Li Chun's heart. Gazing at her enchanting countenance, he felt his pulse quicken uncontrollably. Wang Liping, naturally beautiful, appeared even more captivating in her bashful demeanor, a sight that would be irresistible to any man. Moreover, Li Chun was a vigorous and passionate man. With tenderness, he gazed at Wang Liping's exquisite cheek, instinctively leaning his head closer. Chapter 210. I will certainly give you a title in the future. As Li Chun observed the actions of Wang Liping, he was immediately struck by a sense of panic. She softly murmured to him, and then closed her eyes. This gentle whisper jolted Li Chun from his previous state of distraction. Startled, he chastised himself internally. If Wang Liping had not spoken, he would have likely made a grave mistake. Clearing his throat, He turned to gaze into Wang Liping's beautiful eyes, which quivered with tension. His cough prompted her to open her eyes, but she quickly lowered her face, unable to meet his gaze, clearly affected by his earlier emotions. However, unbeknownst to Li Chun, as Wang Liping bowed her head, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her delicate features, the reason for which remained her secret. That little ping. I have no need for this medicine, Li Chun said, attempting to redirect the conversation as he held the porcelain vial. Immediately, upon hearing his words, Wang Liping lifted her head. Young master, did little Ping not request the right medicine? She stammered, her voice tinged with anxiety. She had ventured to the impoverished district with the intention of helping Li Chun cure his peculiar affliction. And now hearing that he claimed to have no use for the medicine, she assumed she must have made an error in her request. I'm sorry, young master. With this realization, Wang Liping's expression fell, and she bowed her head in despair. Observing her demeanor, Li Chun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He could clearly see the turmoil in her heart. Silly girl. He chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair. What I meant to convey is that this medicine you brought is unnecessary because I am not ill. Really? Upon hearing this, Wang Liping, who had been feeling dejected, suddenly brightened with surprise. Yet, a shadow of doubt crossed her face. But wait, didn't you previously say that you had a peculiar affliction? She recalled how Li Chun's mother, Mrs. Cui, had instructed her to assist him in bathing, and he had explicitly mentioned his peculiarities, warning against allowing outsiders to touch him. You foolish girl. Li Chun shook his head, amused by her naivety. That was merely a jest. Wang Liping's mouth fell open slightly, clearly taken aback, as she had never considered this possibility. Young master, you are truly mischievous. She pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. Having invested considerable thought and effort for Li Chun's sake, she felt somewhat indignant upon learning he had deceived her. It is all the young master's fault. Might I offer you an apology? Upon seeing Wang Liping's sorrowful expression, Li Chun rose dramatically, bowing to her in an exaggerated manner. My lady, please do not. Wang Liping, alarmed by Li Chun's gesture, promptly stood up. Li Chun had already rendered her a significant favor, and being the object of his affection, how could she dare to permit him to apologize? You're not angry anymore, are you? Li Chun chuckled at the anxious look that adorned Wang Liping's delicate face. Wang Liping replied softly, clearly indicating that she had never harbored any resentment towards him. However, she quickly inquired, but why did you deceive me, my lord? Lifting her exquisite face to gaze at him, her curiosity was evident. In response, Li Chun shrugged and explained, it was merely to protect your reputation. As a man, I am indifferent, but you, a young maiden yet to be wed, bathing me. If word got out, it would tarnish your future. Li Chun's words were not a mere fabrication. He understood well that the customs of this era were vastly different from those of the world he once knew. In this time, if a woman engaged in physical intimacy with a man before marriage, the repercussions could be dire. He regarded Wang Liping as family, and thus, he could not allow such negative influences to trouble her. My lord, I actually wish to, Wang Liping declared, her heart having already deemed Li Chun as her one true prince. The fact that he was not yet married bore no significance to her. She was willing to assist him, even at the cost of her own reputation. Li Chun's heart trembled upon hearing her words, for he understood the weight of a woman's honor in this era. Xiaoping, he said, moved, as he drew Wang Liping into an embrace. Li Chun was acutely aware of the sacrifices this woman had made for him, even risking her own well-being due to his deception. He was not devoid of compassion. He felt the depth of her devotion. Yet, he knew the time was not yet ripe for their bond to evolve. My lord, enveloped in his embrace, Wang Liping reveled in the masculine aura that emanated from him. She pressed her small head against his chest, whispering softly before tightening her grip around his waist. A smile of happiness gracing her features. She silently wished for time to halt at that moment, her singular thought. Xiaoping, in due time. Li Chun gently stroked her hair, speaking tenderly, when the moment is right, I shall not disappoint you. Though he acknowledged Wang Liping's affections, his modern sensibilities were deeply ingrained, and he would require several years to adapt. After all, Wang Liping was merely around 16 years of age, still too young. Young master, what? What did you say? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Wang Liping abruptly lifted her head, her delicate face brimming with excitement, as though she had misheard. I said, our little Ping is truly beautiful. Li Chun teased her lightly. No, young master, that is not what you just said, Wang Liping insisted, refusing to let the matter rest. What you mentioned earlier was. As she spoke, Wang Liping's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and she lowered her gaze, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing Wang Liping's current demeanor, Li Chun smiled gently, his expression gradually turning solemn. He tenderly brushed her hair aside and said, in the future, I shall grant you a rightful name. Will you wait for me? Chapter 211. Are you serious? Li Chun's words resonated like a vow, striking directly at the softest part of Wang Liping's heart. She raised her delicate face and nodded earnestly at Li Chun, exclaiming, "Young master, I am willing." As she uttered those words, tears of joy began to flow from her beautiful eyes, a manifestation of her overwhelming happiness. It is no exaggeration to say that Wang Liping had awaited this moment for far too long, finally receiving this affirmation from Li Chun. One can only imagine the elation surging within her. "Young master, am I not dreaming?" she asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice as she looked up at Li Chun, clearly fearing that this moment might merely be a fleeting dream. Upon hearing Wang Liping's words, Li Chun smiled and gently pinched her exquisite cheek. "Ah, young master, that hurts," she exclaimed. It was a realization that this was not a dream, and a wave of ecstatic joy flooded Wang Liping's heart. "Young master, this is not a dream. I am truly so happy." She then buried her delicate head into Li Chun's embrace. "Silly girl, this is undoubtedly not a dream." Observing Wang Liping's jubilant demeanor, Li Chun smiled faintly and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, bestowed a light kiss upon her charming cheek. Feeling the warmth on her face, Wang Liping's heart raced chaotically, akin to a startled fawn. "Young master," she playfully chided, aware that it was broad daylight and they were in the courtyard. If someone were to see, she would wish for a hole to hide in. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Wang Liping's bashful demeanor, Li Chun laughed heartily, for he had already acknowledged her and was no longer afraid of being seen by others. "Young master, could you please lower your voice?" Glancing at Li Chun's unrestrained laughter, Wang Liping, resembling a frightened rabbit, quickly surveyed the surroundings and admonished him playfully. "What is there to fear? This is my Wang mansion. I wonder who would dare to disturb me. Come, let the young master call." Just as Li Chun was about to lean in for a kiss, an unexpected voice broke through from behind them. Are we interrupting something?" At the sound of the voice, Li Chun froze mid-action, while Wang Liping, startled like a frightened rabbit, swiftly extricated herself from his embrace. Turning around, they beheld Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and Chang Sun Wuji, for old fellows, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at them with amused expressions. What are these old rascals doing here? They've interrupted a good moment. As Li Chun gazed at Cheng Yaojin and the others standing in front of his courtyard, he inwardly cursed under his breath. He had mustered the courage to get closer to Wang Liping, only to have his moment disrupted by these old fellows, which clearly reflected his frustration. "Ahem, esteemed uncles. What brings you to my humble abode?" Despite his words, a blush crept across Li Chun's face. After all, being caught in such a compromising situation was undeniably awkward. "Heh, young lad, are we interrupting something delightful?" Cheng Yaojin countered, his response completely sidestepping Li Chun's inquiry. With his words, the others cast sly glances between Li Chun and Wang Liping, their lips curling into mischievous smiles that spoke volumes of their intentions. "Young master, I shall take my leave." Wang Liping could not bear the scrutinizing gazes of the old men. She quickly whispered to Li Chun, covering her peach-like cheeks with her hands, and hurriedly fled the courtyard. In this scenario, one could argue that Wang Liping possessed the most delicate sensibilities, being merely a young girl unaccustomed to such leering attention. Watching her escape, Li Chun displayed a look of helplessness. It was evident that his plan to cultivate a closer relationship with her had been thwarted, and he would have to bide his time for another opportunity. He then turned and shot a fierce glare at the older gentleman. "Ha! Look at the indignation on your face, young lad." The others burst into laughter at Li Chun's expense. "I never imagined you would finally awaken to your feelings," Cheng Yaojin exclaimed heartily. Indeed. Well, that girl is quite lovely. She would make a suitable bedchamber maid for you," he continued. "Yes, this could help you become a true man sooner than later." As Cheng Yaojin concluded, Li Jing and Qin Xiong joined in teasing Li Chun. With their discerning eyes, they recognized that Wang Liping was merely an ordinary maid, which is why they jested about her being a bedchamber maid. After all, given Li Chun's status, marrying a maid would be inappropriate, at the very least. He should aspire to wed the daughter of a noble or even a princess. Upon hearing their banter, Li Chun rolled his eyes at them. "I have never regarded Xiaoping as a mere maid. I intend to give her a proper status." He promptly corrected them. Indeed, Li Chun had never viewed Wang Liping as a servant, especially considering the sacrifices she had made for him. He was certainly not the kind of person to forget his principles for personal gain. Oh, the others could not help but display expressions of astonishment at his declaration. After all, their notions had long been deeply ingrained. It is indeed exceedingly rare for a prince to not disdain a mere maidservant among the nobility. In fact, such occurrences are virtually non-existent. "Pure lad, surely you cannot be serious?" Cheng Yaojin inquired, astonished. He was well aware of Wang Liping's humble origins, having once been an ordinary maid in the Duke Lu's household. Had it not been for Li Chun's insistence on bringing her to the prince's residence, her fate would remain an enigma. Naturally, Li Chun replied with a seriousness that was unprecedented for him. Unlike his peers, he was not bound by antiquated traditions. He cared little for the judgments of outsiders. What if Wang Liping's status was lowly? As long as he held affection for her, not even the mightiest of deities could deter him. Such was his audacity. Witnessing Li Chun's resolute demeanor, Cheng Yaojin and the others exchanged glances, revealing expressions of surprise. Though they were somewhat taken aback by Li Chun's actions, it undoubtedly signified that he was a man of deep emotions. Hiki, pure lad. You are truly no ordinary individual, Long Sun Wuji remarked with a grin, giving Li Chun a thumbs up. However, I have heard that you regard that girl as a sister? To be so bold, I commend you, a true exemplar among us. Chapter 212. Do they even deserve it? In the courtyard, before Li Chun, Changsun Wuji surprisingly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his demeanor radiating an almost reverent charm, akin to that of a worshipper before a deity. Upon witnessing this gesture and hearing his words, Li Chun's expression turned an unmistakable shade of green. What did he mean by implying that he could even lay hands upon his own sister? This old fellow was clearly insinuating that he had no qualms about mistreating his own sibling. Casting his gaze towards Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Chun found them regarding him with peculiar eyes, which only deepened his sense of bewilderment. He opened his mouth to offer an explanation, yet the words faltered on his lips, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, unable to spit it out. "Ha, little Chun. We had not noticed before, but it seems you harbor such peculiar tastes," Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, laughing heartily at Li Chun's discomposure. "Indeed, such inclinations are rather unsavory," Qin Xiong added, feigning a sage-like demeanor, shaking his head in disappointment at Li Chun. Before Changsun Wuji's remark, they had overlooked this detail, but now it was evident that Li Chun treating Wang Liping as his sister was something they had long been aware of. Yet, Li Chun's earlier actions practically suggested he spared no one, not even a sister. Nevertheless, they all understood that Wang Liping was not Li Chun's biological sister. Their remarks were merely playful jests aimed at teasing him. Hearing their banter, Li Chun shot them a fierce glare, wishing he could deliver a slap to each of these old fellows. "What do you mean by such inclinations? Xiaoping is not my real sister," he retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Ha ha." The laughter erupted once more at Li Chun's flustered state, a sight they had never witnessed before. Previously, Li Chun had exuded a composure befitting one far older than his mere 15 or 16 years. It was a rare delight to see him in such a state of disarray. "Dear uncles, your visit to my humble abode isn't merely for the sake of jest, is it?" After their laughter subsided, Li Chun inquired with feigned annoyance. These old fellows, aside from indulging in drink, rarely visited without a significant purpose. And given the time and their attire, it was clear they had just returned from court, certainly not for a mere social call. Indeed, upon hearing Li Chun's words, the smiles on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a hint of concern as they exchanged hesitant glances with one another. Noticing their demeanor, Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. After all, these men were no ordinary individuals. Their unusual behavior indicated that matters were likely far from trivial. The current predicament faced by the Tang Dynasty is indeed linked to the Turks, and these individuals, having just concluded their morning audience, have come seeking my counsel. Could it be that their visit pertains to the Turks? Although Li Chun did not attend the morning assembly, it did not impede his ability to analyze the prevailing situation. As previously mentioned, the Tang Dynasty is currently in a state of fragility, having recently suffered an incursion from the Turks. Various factions are undoubtedly keenly observing the friction between the Tang and the Turks, biding their time to extract something from the Tang. For the vast lands of the Tang hold significant allure for them. The sole remedy for these troubles lies in expelling the Turkish menace. For only then can the remaining smaller states be deterred, granting the Tang the respite it needs to rejuvenate itself. As Li Chun contemplated this, he turned his gaze towards Cheng Yaojin and the others, directly stating, "Speak freely. What matters weigh on your minds?" Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the group exchanged glances, and hesitation dissipated. "Indeed, young Chun, we have come today to discuss something of great importance with you." Li Jing was the first to break the silence, addressing Li Chun. "It pertains to the Turks, does it not?" Li Chun replied slowly. "You are quite astute." The others expressed their surprise, clearly taken aback by Li Chun's ability to discern their purpose so accurately. "Indeed, our purpose today is regarding the Turks," Cheng Yaojin exclaimed with palpable anger. During this morning's assembly, those scoundrels, Jili and Tuli, sent 2 envoys from the Turks. Cheng Yaojin, visibly agitated, recounted the events of the morning audience to Li Chun. "They are using the common people as leverage, demanding that our Tang provide them with provisions?" As Li Chun listened to Cheng Yaojin's account, his expression darkened considerably. As a citizen of the Tang, he regarded the dynasty as his own nation. and the Turks as foreign adversaries. The audacity of using his own country's populace as a bargaining chip, demanding tribute of grain and other resources, ignited a fierce indignation within him. "Do they even have the right?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, do they even have the right?" Li Jing chimed in, vocally supporting Li Chun's outrage before turning to him and stating, "This is precisely why we have come to seek your guidance. Only you possess the capability to resolve this matter decisively." Cheng Yaojin and the others fixed their determined gazes upon Li Chun, as their eyes bore into him. A flicker of apprehension arose within Li Chun. "You do not intend for me to go to the Turks and eliminate them all, do you?" If this were indeed the case, Li Chun would never consent. Not only does he lack the capacity for such actions, but even if he possessed the ability, he would not resort to such measures. After all, the primary reason for the conflict between the two sides is dictated by their respective leaders. The common people of both the Tang and the Turks are innocent. If Cheng Yaojin and his companions were to suggest that he annihilate all the Turks, it would clearly contradict the very principles upon which Li Chun stands. Although Li Chun does not consider himself a saint, he is certainly not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. While we might wish for such actions, why would you even entertain them? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin simply rolled his eyes. Among this group, he was the first to interact with Li Chun and thus possesses the deepest understanding of his character and temperament. He is well aware that even if they harbored such thoughts, Li Chun would not act in accordance with their desires. Chapter 213. Is this matter also your Majesty's intention? Rest assured, we do not wish for you to annihilate all the Turks. That is good to hear. Upon hearing these words, Li Chun felt a slight sense of relief. So, esteemed uncles, the purpose of your visit to me is... He shifted his gaze towards Cheng Yaojin and the others. Although we cannot eliminate all the Turks. Fixating on Li Chun, Li Jing's eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity as he spoke slowly. We can, however, eliminate the commander who instigated this war. The commander? Li Chun pondered for a moment before understanding. You mean to suggest that I should kill Jili and Tuli? Li Chun was acutely aware that the calamity faced by the Tang Dynasty was entirely due to the actions of Jili and Tuli, and historically, without these two figures, there would have been no mention of the Weishui alliance. Precisely. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Jing and the others nodded in unison. The war between our Tang Dynasty and the Turks was entirely instigated by Jili and Tuli. Looking at Li Chun, Changsun Wuji remarked, if we could successfully eliminate Jili and Tuli, it would undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of the Turkic forces, thereby resolving the dire straits our Tang Dynasty faces. Young Chun, for the sake of the people of our Tang Dynasty, I hope you can bear this heavy responsibility. He then deeply bowed to Li Chun, clasping his hands together. Although historical records indicate that Changsun Wuji eventually harbored ambitions to coerce the sovereign and command the lords, his loyalty to the Tang Dynasty was indeed unwavering. Young Chun, I hope you can shoulder this great task. Following Changsun Wuji's gesture, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Jing also bowed deeply to Li Chun. They all understood that Jili and Tuli, being the Khans of the Turks, would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Only Li Chun possessed the capability to eliminate them successfully. Observing the actions of the four, Li Chun could only smile wryly. It appears I truly must venture into Turkic territory. In truth, even if Cheng Yaojin and the others had not mentioned it, he had already planned to go to the Turks. For there was a high possibility of acquiring exceptional iron there. Esteemed uncles, please rise. He immediately assisted them to their feet. So does this mean you have agreed? Standing up, Cheng Yaojin inquired with fervent eyes. As his words fell, the others turned their gazes towards Li Chun, their eyes brimming with anticipation. With all three uncles expressing such sentiments, how could I possibly refuse? Looking into their expectant eyes, Li Chun chuckled softly. Ha. Very well, very well. Upon seeing Li Chun's genuine consent, Cheng Yaojin and the others immediately displayed expressions of exhilaration, bursting into hearty laughter. As long as Li Chun is willing to take action, this matter is bound to succeed, for they held immense confidence in him. Esteemed uncles, do not be too hasty in your joy. Observing the exuberant laughter of the group, Li Chun inquired, is this matter also the Emperor's intention? Upon hearing his words, the previously jovial Cheng Yaojin and his companions abruptly ceased their laughter, their expressions shifting to one of awkwardness. The matter they had approached Li Chun about was merely a decision they had reached among themselves, and moreover, during their previous meeting in the Hanyuan Hall, Emperor Shimin had clearly expressed his desire to keep Li Chun out of danger. How could they dare to let the Emperor know? Could it be? Seeing the expressions of the others, Li Chun's heart suddenly grasped the truth. They had come to seek him out without the Emperor's knowledge. He felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that these old fellows had covertly approached him. Well, the Emperor indeed does not know of this matter, Li Jing awkwardly admitted. We had previously mentioned it to the Emperor in Hanyuan Hall, but he did not consent. so we had no choice but to seek you out ourselves. Young Chun, this matter is essential, and you are indispensable, Li Jing continued. And the other old men joined in to persuade him. This is of utmost importance to our great Tang. If you can successfully eliminate Ji Li and Tu Li, the peril facing our dynasty will be swiftly resolved, saving countless citizens. Just think of the monumental merit you would gain. Indeed, the emperor is your own uncle. Would you really sit idly by and watch him burdened with worry and sorrow? Changsun Wuji added, directly invoking Emperor Li Shimin's name. Moreover, the emperor has always held deep affection for you. Given your character, which values loyalty and gratitude, you should not refuse, correct? Hearing their words, Li Chun was left utterly speechless. He had truly witnessed the prowess of these old men. Their combined efforts were formidable and nearly insurmountable. These crafty old foxes. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Admittedly, their words had indeed struck a chord with Li Chun, setting aside other considerations for the sake of Li Shimin alone. He felt compelled to undertake this mission. After all, since their acquaintance, the emperor had treated him with great care. As Changsun Wuji had pointed out, Li Chun's nature was one that repaid kindness with profound gratitude. Even if it was merely to assist Li Shimin, he felt he must resolve this predicament. You promised us earlier, young Chun. You cannot go back on your word. Cheng Yojin declared assertively, solidifying the agreement. Rest assured, once my word is given, it is as binding as a horse that cannot be turned back. Since I have agreed, I shall not retract my promise, Li Chun replied, shaking his head in resignation. That is good to hear. The group finally felt at ease upon hearing Li Chun's words. Once he had consented, the matter was nearly settled. After all, considering Li Chun's combat prowess and his mastery of the thunderous divine techniques, even with Ji Li and Tu Li heavily guarded, it would not be an insurmountable challenge for him to eliminate them. However, Your Majesty, you must devise a plan. Observing the expressions of relief on the faces of Qing Yaojin and the others, Li Chun addressed them, saying, as I embark on this journey, I cannot foresee when I shall return. During my absence, whether we can keep this a secret will depend on your capabilities. Rest assured, Cheng Yojin replied confidently. Leave this matter to us. We shall ensure that Your Majesty remains oblivious. Indeed, while Li Chun currently held the title of Prince of Wings, Emperor Li Shimin had previously decreed that apart from the Grand Court Assembly, Li Chun was not required to attend the daily morning court. Furthermore, in recent days, Li Shimin had been preoccupied with the pressing matters concerning the Turks and would likely not pay attention to Li Chun's movements. However, the 100 Riders might pose a bit of a challenge. Chapter 214. After eavesdropping for so long, have you heard enough? As Qing Yaojin's words fell, Changsun Wuji grew somewhat apprehensive. Given their status, they were well aware of the existence of the 100 Riders. Although Li Shimin might overlook Li Chun's movements, the 100 Riders were certainly not a mere ornament. The mention of the 100 Riders jolted Qing Yaojin and the others from their excitement, for they understood all too well the troublesome capabilities of this intelligence-gathering unit. In truth, no significant affairs within the sprawling city of Chang'an could evade their scrutiny. Upon witnessing the expressions of his companions, Li Chun couldn't help but smile faintly. This was indeed a matter easily resolved. Oh? The others turned their gazes toward Li Chun. Intrigued, do you possess a method to elude the 100 Riders? I am acquainted with the leader of the 100 Riders, Ji Shuang. Li Chun replied, his smile widening as he met their astonished stares. When the time comes, I shall simply inform him, and I trust he will not refuse. Moreover, this is in consideration of His Majesty. Before I return, he should not divulge anything to the Emperor. You are actually acquainted with the leader of the 100 Riders? The revelation sent ripples of astonishment through Qing Yaojin and the others, stirring a sense of unease within them. Their eyes fixed intently on Li Chun. They could scarcely contain their surprise. They had never anticipated that Li Chun would have a connection to the very leader of the 100 Riders, a secretive force established by Li Shimin himself. Even they only knew of the organization as existence, its leader remained a mystery. Yet here was Li Chun, not only familiar with him, but seemingly able to influence his decisions, which left them utterly astounded. Young Chun, how did you come to know the leader of the 100 Riders? Qing Yaojin managed to stammer, swallowing hard as he posed the question. As he inquired, Changsun Wuji and the others also cast their astonished gazes upon Li Chun. The leader of the 100 Riders was a figure only Li Shimin could command. And in terms of status, he was not far beneath them. Well, Li Chun responded, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. That's a secret. Clearly, he had no intention of divulging the details of his acquaintance with Ji Shuang. As previously mentioned, the 100 Riders were an organization of considerable secrecy, personally established by Li Shimin. Since over the years Li Shimin had not disclosed this information to his trusted subordinates, Li Chun felt it prudent to maintain a degree of discretion. Seeing that Li Chun was unwilling to elaborate, Cheng Yaojin and the others refrained from further inquiries. After all, Everyone harbored their own secrets, and Li Chun was no exception. They could not indiscriminately pry into his affairs simply because he respected them. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, he remarked, since there are no issues at the 100 Riders' command, His Majesty will not discover this matter in the short term. When do you intend to set forth? He then turned his gaze toward Li Chun. At any moment. I am ready to depart, Li Chun replied. After a moment of contemplation upon hearing Li Jing's statement, he addressed the others. However, before I embark, I require your assistance. Assistance? The group was taken aback. Surely, you do not mean for us to accompany you? Exclaimed Cheng Yaojin, his eyes widening. We would like to, but we cannot be absent. As Cheng Yaojin spoke, Li Jing and the others wore expressions of helplessness. Indeed, Xiao Chun, our identities are too sensitive. Moreover, even if we wished to accompany you, His Majesty would not remain oblivious to our movements. We could only send a few commanders with you, and even then, the number must be minimal. Clearly, they had misunderstood Li Chun's intention. Li Chun's expression turned to one of exasperation as he clarified. That is not what I meant. I need no one to accompany me to the Turks. One person is sufficient. Having too many would only increase the risk of exposure. What do you mean, then? The others displayed looks of confusion. Li Chun thought to himself, how on earth did these old fellows become commanders? Observing their puzzled expressions, he rolled his eyes inwardly. I am unfamiliar with the terrain. You must provide me with a map for my journey to the Turks. Furthermore, the expanse of their land is vast. How shall I locate Geely and his companion? I cannot simply wander aimlessly across the steppes. Indeed, while the territory of the Turks may not rival that of the Tang in size, it was considerable nonetheless, primarily comprised of grasslands. Li Chun, unacquainted with the region, would be utterly lost if he ventured forth without guidance. It could take him an eternity to find Geely and his companion. It seems we overlooked that detail. After listening to Li Chun, the group chuckled awkwardly. Do not worry, this is not a problem, Li Jing assured him with a smile. Leave this matter to us. Give us 2 days, and we shall provide you with the location of the 2 Turks. Rest assured, you will not lose your way. Evidently, they were capable of fulfilling Li Chun's request, as their dealings with the Turks were not recent, and if Geely could send spies to gather intelligence in Chang'an, surely they could do the same. That is reassuring. After hearing Li Jing's words, Li Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he could eventually find Geely and his companion without their help, it would undoubtedly take time. With their assistance, however, Li Chun would save himself considerable trouble. Very well. This matter is settled then. We shall return to find you in 2 days. With that, the group hesitated no longer and stepped forward, making their way out of the Prince of Wing's estate. Several gentlemen, please hold on a moment. At that instant, Li Chun unexpectedly interjected, halting their departure. With a cold smirk adorning his face, he directed his gaze towards a distant corridor, much to the confusion of the onlookers. After eavesdropping for an extended period, he had heard more than enough. Fixating on a stout stone pillar situated within the corridor, Li Chun's lips curled into a slight smile as he let out a chilling laugh. As his words echoed in the air, the expressions of Cheng Yaojin and his companions, who were poised to leave, shifted abruptly in astonishment. Chapter 215. Could it be that you were truly unwell? From Li Chun's words, it was evident that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. The matters they discussed were far too sensitive for outsiders to hear. Should this information leak, their meticulously crafted plan could very well come to ruin. At this realization, the others quickly turned their gaze towards Li Chun, their intentions unmistakable. Are you not coming out? Li Chun fixed his eyes on a distant stone pillar and let out a cold chuckle. Since you choose to remain hidden, I shall compel you to reveal yourself. With that declaration, he forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground, propelling the stone stool beneath him into the air. In a swift motion, his left foot followed, delivering a powerful kick to the stool. Whoosh! As Li Chun executed his move, the stone stool shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling through the air before crashing into the stone pillar. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the pillar shattered, and amidst the debris, a figure clad in servant's attire materialized before the onlookers. The figure appeared momentarily stunned, eyes wide with astonishment as they locked onto Li Chun. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected revelation, it was evident that they had believed their concealment to be impervious, never anticipating that Li Chun would expose them in such a fierce manner. However, the shock quickly dissipated, and the figure turned to flee down the corridor, seeking the nearest wall of the Wing King's residence. If they could reach that point, they might scale the wall and blend into the crowd, thus evading capture. To their dismay, Li Chun's vigilance was alarmingly astute. While escaping, the individual muttered under their breath, their pace accelerating with urgency. They resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Gazing at the increasingly proximate wall, a sense of relief washed over the figure once they scaled the barrier ahead. Even Li Chun, regardless of his prowess, would be unable to trace their whereabouts amidst the throng. They were confident in their skills of concealment. Li Chun. We cannot allow him to escape. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Cheng Yaojin and the others were struck with panic. Though the fugitive bore an appearance indistinguishable from that of a Tang citizen, their presence within the Wing King's residence, particularly during a time of conflict between the two nations, left little room for doubt. The individual was undoubtedly a spy from the Turks. Should they succeed in escaping, their carefully laid plans would surely be dashed. Fear not, he shall not elude us. Hearing Cheng Yaojin's declaration, a slight smirk curled at the corners of Li Chun's mouth. If this individual managed to flee right beneath his gaze, it would be preferable for them to meet their demise instead. Did they truly believe they could escape within his presence? Such thoughts were utterly misguided. With a sudden glare at the fleeing figure, Li Chun let out a cold sneer, just as the individual was about to scale the wall. His right hand swiftly swung out. A whoosh echoed through the air as a dark object was propelled forth, creating a cacophony of breaking air before striking the intruder squarely in the lower back. A piercing scream followed, and the figure, who had already managed to ascend the wall, tumbled down to the ground, rendered utterly motionless. It was evident that Li Chun's decisive blow had incapacitated him. Observing this, Cheng Yaojin and his companions finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. Fortunately, they had managed to thwart the escape. Indeed, the man was clearly a spy dispatched by the Turks. Allowing him to evade capture would have spelled disaster for them. Uncles, let us proceed and see, Li Chun remarked with a slight smile as he approached the spot where the man had fallen. Cheng Yaojin and the others followed suit, eager to discern the identity of the enigmatic figure. Ah, young Chun, was it this that you used to bring him down? Upon reaching closer, they did not immediately inspect the Turkish spy, for he was already a captured fish, incapable of fleeing. Instead, their gaze fell upon a black object lying beside him. Is that a medicine bottle? Qin Xiong inquired, bending to pick it up. After a brief examination, he turned to Li Chun and asked, "Why do you carry a medicine bottle with you?" A medicine bottle? At Qin Xiong's words, the others also directed their attention to the object. And when their eyes returned to Li Chun, expressions of bewilderment adorned their faces. For inscribed upon the bottle were 6 curious characters, special treatment for ailments. At the end of the corridor, Cheng Yaojin and the others regarded the inscription on the bottle before glancing at Li Chun, their expressions rife with confusion. Special treatment for ailments. Little Chun, do you have an illness? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers in surprise. Upon hearing Cheng Yaojin's inquiry, Li Chun's expression turned exasperated. You are the one with an illness. Your entire family is ill. Of course, this retort remained unvoiced, uttered only in his thoughts. The bottle was indeed the one gifted to him by Wang Liping. Moved by her kindness, Li Chun had accepted it from her. Little did he expect that these old fellows would misconstrue the situation. Why are you not focusing on the Turkish spy and instead fixating on this medicine bottle? He rolled his eyes in frustration. Little Chun, you wouldn't actually be unwell, would you? Li Jing asked with concern, his expression suggesting genuine worry for Li Chun's well-being. Since the day he became acquainted with Li Chun, Li Jing has sincerely regarded him as a younger generation. Now, upon seeing this medicine bottle, he naturally felt a tinge of worry. This bottle. Faced with the gaze of several individuals, Li Chun found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not disclose that this medicine was procured for him by Wang Liping, as that would only serve to confirm the existence of his ailment. Young master, just as Li Chun pondered how to articulate his thoughts, a voice filled with urgency suddenly echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Turning his head, he beheld Zhao Yong hastily approaching, accompanied by dozens of guards. Clearly, they had been alerted by the earlier commotion caused by Li Chun. After all, the noise from shattering that stone pillar had been quite significant. Upon seeing Zhao Yong's arrival, Li Chun's eyes darted with newfound intent. Chapter 216. This is the first and last time, gentlemen. This vial of medicine is intended for Zhao Yong. Subsequently, I addressed Cheng Yaojin and the others, stating that recently he confided in me about some unspoken troubles. As you all are aware, he currently serves as the captain of the guards at my Wing King Manor. How could I remain indifferent? Thus, I arranged for this curative potion to be procured for him. For Zhao Yong? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin and the others turned their dubious gazes towards Zhao Yong. What? As for Zhao Yong, upon hearing Li Chun's statement and feeling the weight of their scrutiny, he stood there, utterly bewildered. What is happening? My lord, I didn't. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he caught Li Chun's fierce glare and promptly silenced himself. Thank you, my lord. He then expressed his gratitude to Li Chun, his face twitching in embarrassment. Clearly, he had deduced that the vial was not meant for him at all, but rather belonged to Li Chun. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to bear the blame himself. Observing Zhao Yong's reaction, Li Chun nodded with satisfaction, even casting an appreciative glance his way, as if to convey, Well done, young man. I hold you in high regard. Zhao Yong, feeling quite helpless under Li Chun's gaze, hastily shifted the topic. My lord, who is this? He then glanced at the Turkic spy sprawled on the ground, wearing a puzzled expression. A Turkic spy, Li Chun replied nonchalantly. What? A Turkic spy? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong was instantly alarmed. I have failed in my duty. Please punish me, my lord. He immediately knelt before Li Chun, and with him, the dozen or so guards who accompanied him followed suit, kneeling before Li Chun to plead for forgiveness. Now serving as the guards of the Wing King Manor. Their primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of all within its walls. The fact that this Turkic spy managed to infiltrate the manor unnoticed underscores the gravity of the situation. As the captain of the guards, Zhao Yong bore the most significant culpability. Witnessing the scene before him, Cheng Yaojin and the others exchanged glances, refraining from intervening, recognizing that this was a matter pertaining to Li Chun's household, and they felt it inappropriate to involve themselves further. The blame cannot be evaded. Gazing at the kneeling guards, Li Chun pondered briefly before speaking slowly. However, considering that this was a mistake born of ignorance, each of you shall receive 50 strokes of the rod as punishment. And as for you, Zhao Yong, he then turned his gaze upon Zhao Yong, as captain of the guards. Your punishment shall be doubled, 100 strokes of the rod. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong and the others quickly expressed their gratitude, feeling an immense sense of relief, given the severity of their transgression. Receiving strokes of the rod was clearly a leniency afforded by Li Chun. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far more dire. This is the first and last time. In response to the gratitude expressed by Zhao Yong and others, Li Chun spoke again with a cold and piercing gaze. Should such a transgression occur again, I shall not show mercy. Li Chun's stern countenance and words sent a shiver through Zhao Yong and the others, though his remarks were few. The implications were unmistakable. Should a similar incident arise, they would not merely face a punishment of receiving a military baton as they did today. Rest assured, my lord. Zhao Yong solemnly pledged, an occurrence like today will never transpire again. If it does, I willingly accept death as atonement. Very well, you may rise, Li Chun said, his expression softening somewhat upon hearing these words, as he raised his hand towards the assembly. Thank you, my lord. With Li Chun's gesture, dozens of soldiers, including Zhao Yong, expressed their gratitude in unison before slowly standing from the ground. Observing Li Chun's handling of the matter, Cheng Yaojin and the others nodded in appreciation. Clearly, they admired Li Chun's decisive approach. The clarity of reward and punishment exemplified the demeanor befitting a leader. After this episode, they believed that Zhao Yong and his associates would exercise heightened caution, ensuring that no similar incidents would occur within the Duke of Wing's residence. Fathers, let us first examine this Turkic spy. Turning to Cheng Yaojin and the others with a faint smile, Li Chun approached the Turkic spy and deftly flipped him over with his foot. Is it really him? The moment the Turkic spy's face was revealed, Li Jing's expression darkened immediately. Uncle Li, do you recognize this man? Li Chun inquired, casting a curious glance at Li Jing. If his assumptions were correct, this individual was undoubtedly a spy from the Turks, and the fact that Li Jing could identify him piqued Li Chun's interest. It is known that spies from the enemy are typically well concealed. Aside from their master, it is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to discern their identities. Moreover, not only Li Chun, but even Cheng Yaojin and the others displayed astonishment upon witnessing Li Jing's reaction. Indeed, this man is a Turkic spy. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Li Jing spoke slowly. His name is Abulu, a capable subordinate of Jili. His martial prowess is average, but he is exceptionally skilled in intelligence gathering and concealment. Due to his appearance being indistinguishable from that of our Tang people, he has frequently mingled within our territory, uncovering numerous secrets of our empire. Moreover, I suspect that the recent incident at Wei Shui, where His Majesty employed a feigned military maneuver, may have failed due to this individual having already discerned our strengths and weaknesses, leading to the predicament His Majesty found himself in. Oh, this man possesses such abilities? Upon hearing Li Jing's words, even Li Chun could not help but express his astonishment. It is hardly surprising, though, as this Abulu has managed to navigate through the Tang Dynasty unnoticed for years, gathering significant intelligence and relaying it promptly. This undoubtedly attests to his remarkable skills in concealment. It is worth noting that within the city of Changqian, the presence of the 100 Riders' watchful eyes is ever vigilant. Yet he has managed to elude them to acquire information. How could this not astonish Li Chun? It seems that this individual must indeed have been commissioned by Jili. Li Jing remarked darkly. However, something does not add up. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin furrowed his brow and inquired, according to your account, if he is here to gather intelligence, then why has he suddenly appeared in Xiaochun's residence? Chapter 217. Are you overestimating yourself by trying to flatten my grassland? Currently, Xiaochun does not possess any military power. Even if he wanted to gather intelligence, it would be improbable for him to come to the Prince of Wings' residence. This is indeed a perplexity for me. Gazing at the unconscious Abulu, Li Jing furrowed his brow. Although Li Chun is renowned, he is yet to be granted military authority by Li Shimin. This means he cannot partake in any matters concerning the mobilization of troops. The primary accusation against Abulu should pertain to espionage regarding the Tang army's intelligence, yet he appears in the Prince of Wings' residence, which raises their suspicions. Naturally, he is here for me. While Chung Yaojin and the others were at a loss, Li Chun smiled faintly. They must have learned about yesterday's events. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the others paused momentarily before understanding dawned upon them. You mean your identity as the Thunder God? They were not foolish. With Li Chun's hint, they could readily deduce the underlying reason. It seems that Geely is anxious. Looking at Abulu, Li Jing chuckled softly. It was not difficult to surmise that the news of Li Chun being referred to as the Thunder God had reached Geely's ears, and for Geely, it must have been a tremendous shock, prompting him to send Abulu to investigate and perhaps even plot against Li Chun. Observing Abulu's figure, Li Jing revealed a peculiar smile. After years of warfare, he had encountered Geely on numerous occasions, yet nothing quite like today had ever transpired. Abulu's infiltration of the Prince of Wings' residence was evidently ordered by Geely, and if Li Jing's intuition served him right, his aim was to take advantage of the situation to harm Li Chun, illustrating the extent of the threat Li Chun posed to Geely. Hearing Li Jing's words, the others turned to look at Li Chun and smiled slightly. The Tang Dynasty is indeed blessed to have someone like Li Chun. Young Chun, it appears you have become a thorn in Geely's side, Cheng Yaojin remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, if they were in opposing positions, they too would be restless. For a single individual capable of standing against an army and rumored to be the reincarnation of a thunder god is not to be taken lightly by any nation. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Li Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Given his current abilities, it was evidently impossible for Geely to harm him. Uncle Li, since you are familiar with this person, I shall leave him to you. It would be ideal to extract some useful information from him. Turning to Li Jing, he added, it is fortuitous that he has delivered himself into our hands. Very well, Li Jing replied readily. He had been troubled about how to ascertain the whereabouts of Tuli. And now Tuli had practically delivered himself to them. Upon returning, I shall certainly interrogate him thoroughly. Abulu, a trusted lieutenant under Tuli, naturally possesses knowledge of the whereabouts of the Tuli tribe. With him in custody, Li Jing has ample means to extract valuable information from him. I shall take him back first. By tomorrow, I will bring you useful intelligence, he declared. With that, Li Jing and his companions ceased their delay, commanding the guards to escort Abulu away from the Wing King's residence. Wait, Uncle Li. Just as they were about to depart, Li Chun suddenly interjected, as if struck by a thought, halting their progress. Is there something else? The others paused, turning their puzzled gazes toward him. It is this, Li Chun began. Uncle Li, while inquiring about the locations of Tuli and his companion, could you also ask this man if there is any information regarding the celestial black iron among the Turks? During a previous conversation with the leader of the 100 Riders in the palace, Li Chun distinctly recalled that In Jishuang had mentioned the possibility of another exceptionally refined iron existing among the Turks. Such iron would undoubtedly be a treasure, whether in the Tang Dynasty or among the Turks. If it were indeed acquired by Geely, Abulu, as his capable aide, would surely possess some knowledge about it. Li Chun could not let this opportunity slip by. Celestial black iron. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Jing and the others exchanged glances. Yet they refrained from further inquiries, understanding that Li Chun had his reasons. Since he desired information on this matter, they would assist him without hesitation. It posed no inconvenience to them. Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf, Li Jing readily agreed. Thank you, Uncle Li, Li Chun said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Enough. Let's go. Observing Li Chun's gesture, Li Jing waved dismissively and instructed the guards to lead Abulu out of the Wing King's residence. Let us hope the Turks indeed possess the exceptionally refined iron, Li Chun murmured to himself as he watched Li Jing and the others depart, silently wishing he had not made the trip in vain. In the vast steppes, within Geely's tent, he and Tuli sat calmly, listening to the reports from the two individuals before them, both of whom revealed cold smiles. Your Majesty, what the Tang King Li Shimin mentioned is precisely this. The two emissaries, who had previously been dispatched to negotiate with Li Shimin and had suffered a beating from Chung Yaojin, bowed respectfully to Geely and Tuli. You may leave, Geely commanded after hearing their report, waving his hand for them to depart. Ha. Geely, you were indeed right. Once the two emissaries exited, Tuli chuckled heartily, giving Geely a thumbs up. Clearly, they had anticipated that Li Shimin would not easily acquiesce to their demands. Upon hearing Tuli's words, Jili's lips curled into a faint smile as he lifted his gaze towards the direction of Chang'an, letting out a cold chuckle. Do you truly overestimate yourself, Li Shimin? Believing you can trample my grasslands? It was evident that the two envoys had conveyed Li Shimin's message to Jili and his companion verbatim. Inside the tent, Jili's expression darkened as he gazed towards Chang'an, his words dripping with derision. Clearly, he did not take Li Shimin's words to heart. After all, given the current might of the Tang Dynasty, the notion of annihilating the Turks was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Moreover, it was not just the Turks who coveted the Tang. Numerous smaller nations surrounding the Tang harbored similar ambitions. Just based on this fact alone, he was confident that Li Shimin would never dare to mobilize his full forces southward against the Turks, for if he did, the Tang Dynasty would be perilously close to its own demise. Chapter 218. Because I said so. Well then, shall we proceed according to plan? Upon observing Jili's demeanor, Tuli chuckled heartily and addressed him. Of course. In response to Tuli's words, Jili retracted his gaze and coldly remarked, since Li Shimin has refused our demands, we must take matters into our own hands. Let us hope that Li Shimin remains as defiant as he is now. Very well, when shall we commence? Tuli wasted no time and directly inquired about the crucial matter. Let it be tomorrow, Jili replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, considering it a grand gift to Li Shimin. In that case, I shall return to make the necessary arrangements. Tuli stood up promptly, ready to execute the plan to disturb the Tang Dynasty the following day. With that, he left without hesitation, striding out of the tent. Li Shimin, I hope you will appreciate this grand gift I have prepared for you. Once Tuli departed, Jili lifted his gaze once more towards the direction of Chang'an, sneering with disdain. The grand gift he spoke of was evidently a reference to the common folk of the northern Tang, as he intended to leverage them to coerce Li Shimin into submission. Little did he realize that this very plan would ultimately lead to his demise. The following day, in the early morning hours, on the streets of Chang'an, four hurried figures darted through the bustling thoroughfares, all converging towards a singular destination, a mansion, none other than the residence of Prince Yi. These four figures were none other than Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Li Jing, and Chang Sun Wuji, all adorned in official attire, evidently having just concluded their morning court session. Upon their arrival at the Prince Yi's residence, they encountered no hindrances and swiftly entered the premises, making their way directly to the courtyard where Li Chun resided, their urgency betraying the significance of the news they carried. Uncles, what brings you here in such haste? Just as the four entered the courtyard, they coincidentally met Li Chun coming out, who, upon seeing their attire, could not help but exclaim in surprise. The reason was clear. Cheng Yaojin and the others had never before visited his residence clad in official garments. Enough of the pleasantries. We have pressing matters to discuss with you. Hearing Li Chun's words, the others immediately ushered him into the room, and with a resounding thud, they closed the door behind them. Listen, young lad, there is something of great importance we must relay to you. Once inside, Li Jing wasted no time. Fixing his gaze intently upon Li Chun as he spoke, those two, Jili and his accomplice, are plotting to strike against the common folk of our northern Tang. Targeting the northern populace? Upon hearing this, Li Chun's brow furrowed instantly, although he had previously harbored some suspicions upon truly receiving this news. A sense of heaviness inevitably settled within his heart. After all, those individuals were citizens of the Tang Dynasty. Now, as Li Chun, a man of Tang, the common folk in a sense were his comrades, yet they found themselves subjected to the tyranny of foreign powers. Any man of dignity from Tang, upon hearing this news, would not regard it lightly, and even more so for Li Chun. Was this matter discussed during the morning court session today? With a somewhat grim expression, he inquired of Li Jing and the others. Not at all. To his surprise, Li Jing and the others shook their heads, indicating that this matter had not been brought up during the morning assembly. What? Upon hearing this, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Observing the hurried demeanor of these old fellows, it was evident they had just come from the morning court. Naturally, Li Chun assumed the matter Li Jing referred to was reported by officials from the north. However, the reality was otherwise, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Yet, this was merely a reflection of human instinct, for anyone witnessing the current attire of Cheng Yaojin and the others would first think of the morning court. Then where did this news originate? He turned to Li Jing and posed the question. However, immediately after uttering these words, Li Chun regretted not recalling the Turkic spy he had captured yesterday, Abu Lu, a capable aide of Jili. Since this news did not come from the morning assembly, it must have been extracted from Abu Lu. By the way, what else did Abu Lu say? He hastily sought to rectify his oversight and questioned Li Jing once more, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After laboring through the night, he had completely forgotten about the Turkic spy, Abu Lu. Li Jing, disregarding Li Chun's embarrassment, replied with a serious countenance. Last night, through interrogations, we learned that not only do they intend to prey upon our northern citizens, But Jili also aspires to unify the various Turkic factions in a bid to completely conquer our Tang Dynasty. Unify the Turkic factions? At this revelation, Li Chun scoffed softly. Jili's ambitions were indeed considerable. Historically, Jili's aspirations were to unify the steppes entirely, to become a figure akin to Genghis Khan, and to seize all of Tang's territory, fulfilling his ambition of unifying the world. Yet, his grand aspirations were ultimately quashed by Li Shimin in their infancy. Of course, these were merely historical accounts, in reality. With Li Chun present, it was unlikely that Li Shimin would need to intervene. Xiao Chun, this matter is of utmost importance. Observing Li Chun's demeanor, he said with evident concern. Moreover, according to Abu Lu, while Jili is dispatching troops to harass our Tang, he has already begun preparations to unify the steppes. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for our Tang dynasty. Thus, your journey to the steppes must be triumphant. Indeed, Xiao Chun, you are our only hope now. As Li Jing's words fell, Changsun Wujie and the others turned their gazes towards Li Chun. Rest assured. Yet, observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Li Chun smiled with unwavering confidence. Gili shall not unify the grasslands. While others may be unaware of this historical context, Li Chun was acutely aware. Even if Gili harbored such ambitions, they would ultimately come to naught, resulting in a dismal fate. Moreover, with his presence, Gili's aspirations would likely be more challenging to realize than ascending to the heavens. Oh! Upon hearing Li Chun's resolute assertion, Cheng Yaojin and the others displayed expressions of skepticism. Why are you so certain? Because I said so. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Chun articulated each word with conviction, his speech imbued with self-assurance. Chapter 219. Do you take me for a deity? Upon encountering the self-assured demeanor of Li Chun, Li Jing and his companions exchanged glances. And subsequently, as if reassured by a calming elixir, they completely set their minds at ease. They were acutely aware of Li Chun's temperament. He would never utter such unequivocal words unless he possessed absolute certainty. Once spoken, it was assured that he would accomplish the task at hand. Then we shall entrust this matter to you. With these words, Li Jing and the others clasped their fists in salute towards Li Chun. As founding heroes of the Tang Dynasty, they often regarded their nation with greater reverence than their own lives. If the Khitan were to unify the steppes, it would be akin to constricting their throats. The prospect of Li Chun resolving this malignant threat filled their hearts with immense gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. Esteemed uncles. Observing their gestures, Li Chun shook his head and remarked, as a subject of the Tang, it is inherently my duty to contribute to the welfare of our great nation. Since his arrival in the Tang Dynasty, Li Chun had gradually developed a profound sense of belonging, embracing it as his own homeland. When the nation faced peril, any man of valor would rise to the occasion. And Li Chun was no exception. Rest assured, esteemed uncles, you need not worry about this matter. I shall handle everything. He cast a reassuring glance at them. Ha ha. Splendid. At Li Chun's words, Cheng Yaojin and the others exhaled in relief, breaking into hearty laughter. When you return victorious, we shall prepare a grand feast to celebrate your triumph. Li Chun smiled gently in response, then turned his gaze to Li Jing. Uncle Li, regarding the matter I entrusted to you yesterday, have you managed to inquire about it? He referred specifically to news concerning the rare iron from the Turks. Of course. Li Jing replied with a smile. It is rare for you to request my assistance. How could I not fulfill your wish? Then, were you able to gather any information? Li Chun asked eagerly, his anticipation evident. Indeed, the Turks possess a piece of celestial black iron. Observing Li Chun's expectant expression, Li Jing no longer concealed the truth and chuckled. Moreover, it is in the possession of your target, the Khitan. Is it truly so? Upon hearing this, even Li Chun could not suppress his exhilaration. If he could acquire this rare iron, his two war hammers might undergo yet another transformation. The mere thought of this filled Li Chun with uncontainable excitement. Having absorbed one piece of exquisite iron that granted his war hammers the power of thunder, he could only imagine the possibilities should he obtain a second piece. His face radiated joy, resembling that of a child eagerly anticipating a beloved toy. It was no wonder. A single piece of exquisite iron had already bestowed his war hammers with the ability to summon lightning. With an additional piece, who could predict the attributes they might acquire? Such prospects were enough to leave Li Chun in a state of profound exhilaration. Observing Li Chun's childlike demeanor, Li Jing could not help but smile wryly, cautioning him not to rejoice too soon. The quest for the elusive black iron from the Turks was far from straightforward. Last night, according to Abu Lu, Jili held that black iron in the highest regard, guarding it with utmost vigilance, concealing it in a remarkably secretive location, known only to him. To uncover its whereabouts, one must first contend with Jili himself. Clearly, Jili understood the significance of this precious iron, which explained his fervent protection of it. Is this truly a challenge for me? Li Jing remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing his words, Li Chun merely smiled dismissively. Having already acquired a piece of exquisite iron, he was confident that, through their connection, once he reached the grasslands, he would effortlessly sense the existence of other such splendid iron pieces. Even if Geely hit it well, it would inevitably fall under Li Chun's scrutiny. Your confidence is commendable. Noting Li Chun's assured expression, Li Jing refrained from further comment and instead produced an object resembling a map from his pocket. This is the map you requested. Handing the map to Li Chun. He watched as Li Chun accepted it and gradually unfolded it. What? It is drawn with such meticulous detail? As the map unfurled, even Li Chun could not suppress his astonishment. The map encompassed the entire terrain of the grasslands. Though it could not be compared to those he would encounter in later years, the effort required to create such a detailed representation was undeniably significant. Moreover, the map indicated the locations of numerous tribes, making it exceedingly clear. Was this map crafted in a single night? Li Chun directed a gaze of wonder towards Li Jing. If it were indeed drawn overnight, it would be nothing short of terrifying. After all, even in the era before his time, producing such a map would likely require no less than 10 to 15 days, especially with the aid of satellite positioning. What are you pondering? In response to Li Chun's inquiry, Li Jing rolled his eyes. This map was the result of over a decade's labor, not a mere overnight endeavor. Do you consider me a deity? Indeed, the reason Li Jing possessed such a map stemmed from his foresight regarding the Turks. He had commissioned skilled artisans and, through merchants who had ventured into Turkic lands, gathered descriptive accounts of the terrain. After years of diligent effort, this map was finally crafted. Without such dedication, the present depiction would not exist. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, Li Chun sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that in this primitive era, the notion of creating a map in a single day was indeed a fanciful dream. Uncle Li, could you please provide me with an introduction? Hastily diverting the conversation, he spread the map across the nearby table. This map distinctly marked the locations of the various Turkic tribes. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Jing approached the map and began to elucidate each detail. The tribe where Geely resides is indicated by a red dot, right here. As he spoke, he pointed to a prominent red mark on the map. Following Li Jing's gesture, Li Chun shifted his gaze to the area marked in red. This Tuli holds considerable power within the Turkic realm, Li Chun exclaimed, astonished as he surveyed the map before him. Chapter 220. The safety of mother is paramount at the designated location. The tribe where Geely resided was nearly twice the size of the surrounding tribes. This was only natural. In response to Li Chun's remarks, Li Jing elaborated, as Geely was indeed a dominant force on the grasslands, having conquered numerous weaker tribes throughout years of warfare. Thus, his power on the plains was formidable and should not be underestimated. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution on this journey. Hiki, I will. Li Chun replied with a slight smile. Although Geely's influence on the grasslands was considerable, with Li Chun's current capabilities, infiltrating and subsequently eliminating him would not pose a significant challenge. I shall put this map away for now and return it to you upon my return, he stated, gently folding the map and tucking it into his garments. Wait, please ensure you keep that map safe, Li Jing interjected, unable to restrain himself at the sight of Li Chun's casualness. The map he had painstakingly crafted over the course of a decade held immense value, particularly for their future endeavors against the Turks. He cherished it deeply. Young Chun, you must not lose that map, echoed Qing Yaojin and the others, solemnly advising him. This map is of great significance. You absolutely cannot afford to misplace it. Rest assured, I won't lose it, Li Chun replied, rolling his eyes at their anxious expressions. However, should not your concern extend to my well-being? He raised an eyebrow, addressing them, for I shall be delving deep behind enemy lines, facing an overwhelming host of Turkic soldiers. What if I encounter danger? And yet, you only fret over a mere map? TCH. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the elderly gentleman exchanged knowing glances and smirked. If they were unaware of Li Chun's strength and capabilities, it would be one thing. After all, he was a figure capable of repelling hundreds of thousands of troops single-handedly. Even if he penetrated deep into Turkic territory, what peril could he truly face? Moreover, this young man possessed the power of thunder and lightning. Danger? Perhaps it would be Geely and his cohorts who should be worried. Truly, they are misjudging him. Seeing their expressions, Li Chun sighed dramatically. Enough. Observing his playful demeanor, Li Jing and the others shook their heads, chuckling softly. When do you plan to set off? Today. Li Chun pondered briefly before responding, as resolving this matter swiftly would bring him peace of mind. Very well, we entrust this task to you. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Li Jing and the others exchanged glances, then collectively bowed deeply to him. Li Chun's departure this time is indeed for the entirety of the great Tang Dynasty, and naturally, he is deserving of their reverence. Rest assured, my esteemed uncles. Observing their gestures, Li Chun returned the bow, stating that should the two troublesome figures remain, he would not return to Chang'an until they were dealt with. However, it remains uncertain how long this journey will take, and I implore my uncles to look after my household during my absence. Indeed, this venture is not merely an excursion. The vastness of the Turkic lands is daunting. Although armed with a map, he is unfamiliar with the territory, and locating those troublesome figures will undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Additionally, after the incident with the blue yesterday, Li Chun's concerns for his family lingered. With the assistance of Cheng Yaojin and the others, he would feel considerably more at ease. Do not fret over this matter, Cheng Yaojin and the others assured him. During your time away, we will keep a vigilant watch over the prince's residence to ensure that no issues arise. Given their strength and standing, if they were to jointly safeguard the residence, it would be nearly impossible for any adversaries to infiltrate, which was precisely why Li Chun entrusted them with this responsibility. Thank you, esteemed uncles, Li Chun replied, bowing once more in gratitude. Enough with the formalities, why so polite? Li Jing and the others waved dismissively at his gesture. You must prepare for your journey, so we shall not linger. With that, they turned and departed from the prince's residence. As previously mentioned, it remains uncertain how long Li Chun's journey to the Turkic lands will take. Before he leaves, he must ensure everything is well organized and communicated at the prince's residence. The safety of his mother is of utmost importance. Watching their departing figures, Li Chun murmured softly to himself before exiting the room, heading straight towards a specific area within the prince's residence. The prince's training ground. This space was personally planned and established by Li Chun. Though modest in scale, it is equipped with all necessary training apparatus, some of which were constructed based on his memories from a past life. This training ground was specifically built for Zhao Yong and the other guards, as they are now under his command, and it is essential to gradually enhance their strength and combat capabilities. As Li Chun entered the training ground, a vibrant atmosphere unfolded before him. Numerous guards, under Zhao Yong's leadership, were diligently engaged in intense training, pouring sweat in their efforts. Observing this scene, Li Chun smiled slightly and walked towards them. Young master, we pay our respects to you. Upon seeing Li Chun approach, Zhao Yong and the others promptly halted their activities and bowed in unison, their gazes filled with fervent admiration. Recently, the remarkable events surrounding Li Chun have captured the attention of all. Li Chun, single-handedly standing against myriad foes, has been hailed as the god of war, and has even been deemed a thunder deity due to extraordinary phenomena. Such a multitude of titles is truly awe-inspiring. As his loyal guards, they feel immense pride and deep reverence for their master. Upon witnessing the fervent admiration in their eyes, Li Chun offered a subtle smile and gestured casually for them to rise. Thank you, my lord, came the unified response from the soldiers, who then straightened their postures. Standing attentively by his side, Zhao Yang shall remain, the rest may continue with their training, Li Chun commanded succinctly, refraining from any further unnecessary dialogue. Understood. They replied in unison, and with Zhao Yang remaining, the others resumed their vigorous training. The presence of their master invigorated their spirits and their enthusiasm for the drill's sword. For how could they not exert themselves with their lord observing? Chapter 221. Are you heading to the Turks? As the others departed, Zhao Yang limped toward Li Chun, evidently struggling under the burden of the 100 military staves he had received yesterday. My lord, what are your commands? Upon reaching Li Chun, Zhao Yang respectfully clasped his fist in greeting. Noticing Zhao Yang's condition, Li Chun smiled gently. How did you fare with the 100 staves? My lord, please do not jest at my expense, Zhao Yang replied, his face contorting into a rueful smile. Despite his robust physique, the weight of those 100 staves had taken a severe toll on him, leaving him sore and battered. The only reason he could still lead the training today was due to the rejuvenating powder Li Chun had bestowed upon him. Otherwise, he would likely still be confined to his bed. Here, take this. Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Li Chun smiled again and retrieved a black porcelain vial from his robe, tossing it towards him. Startled, Zhao Yang hastily caught it. My lord, what is this? This is an enhanced version of the rejuvenating powder, Li Chun explained. As Zhao Yang looked on in confusion, this vial contains a formula several times more potent than the one you previously used. Apply it to your wounds, and within 3 days, you shall be completely healed. Li Chun was not deceiving Zhao Yang. The vial he provided was freshly concocted the night prior, containing not only the usual healing herbs but also a few special ingredients that significantly amplified its efficacy. It could be considered a miraculous remedy, and the system had greatly assisted in its creation. This, thank you, my lord, Zhao Yang exclaimed, his expression transforming into one of astonished joy. The previous vial had already exhibited remarkable healing properties. After enduring the 100 staves, he had managed to walk again overnight, thanks to its effects. Now, with this new vial, which was allegedly several times more effective, he felt as though he had received a divine elixir. He firmly believed that, with this miraculous remedy, he would recover in less than 3 days. For him, trading 100 staves for this vial was nothing short of a tremendous fortune. Observing Zhao Yong's excitement, a subtle smile graced Li Chun's lips. As a superior, it was essential to balance benevolence with authority towards subordinates. For only in doing so could one inspire both respect and unwavering loyalty. I have certain matters to entrust to you. Li Chun then addressed Zhao Yong. My lord, please give your orders. I shall serve without hesitation. Zhao Yong replied earnestly, his face reflecting unwavering resolve. The prince shall be away from the palace for several days. During my absence, you must ensure the safety of the winged prince's residence. As he gazed at Zhao Yong, Li Chun slowly imparted this counsel. As previously mentioned, he was uncertain how long it would take before he could return, and his greatest concern lay with the safety of his mother, Lady Cui. Although he had entrusted the task to Cheng Yaojin and others, it was always prudent to take extra precautions. Rest assured, my lord, Zhao Yong assured after hearing Li Chun's instructions. I will certainly safeguard the old lady's well-being. If I fail, I shall present my head. Following the incident with Abula yesterday, Zhao Yong's vigilance had heightened, naturally prompting him to bolster their defenses. Should a similar situation arise again, he could only atone with his life. Facing Li Chun, Zhao Yong's gaze was resolute, even emanating a sense of unwavering loyalty. Since departing the palace and arriving at the winged prince's residence, Li Chun had never treated him poorly. He had even bestowed upon them the coveted rejuvenation powder, demonstrating immense trust. Moreover, since becoming the captain of Li Chun's guards, even formidable figures like Chang Yaojin and Qin Xiong treated him with respect, something he had never dared to dream of. Most importantly, Li Chun had discreetly extended numerous benefits to their families. Although he had never mentioned it, whenever a guard's family faced difficulties, Li Chun would send assistance. This was the reason for the guard's profound reverence towards him. Such a master, how could they not pledge their lives and loyalty? Rise. Upon seeing Zhao Yong's earnest gesture, Li Chun smiled gently and extended his hand to assist him up. With your words, I find solace. He then continued, at that time, the Duke of Lu, the Duke of Wei, and the Duke of Yi may also send some personnel. You need only coordinate with them. Other dukes will send people as well. Zhao Yong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Li Chun had ventured outside before, yet such an occurrence had never been witnessed. Reflecting on Li Chun's demeanor, it was evident that this journey was of great significance. My lord, if I may be so bold, where exactly are you headed this time? Zhao Yong inquired. Unable to restrain his curiosity. To the northern regions of the Great Tang, Li Chun replied nonchalantly. The northern regions of the Great Tang, Zhao Yong echoed, his eyes widening in realization. My lord, you intend to go to the Turks? He was no fool. With the ongoing conflict between the Great Tang and the Turks, the northern regions were paramount. Given Li Chun's previous decisiveness, it was clear that this journey was far from ordinary. After all, the north bordered the Turks, and to resolve this military strife entirely, one crucial action was required: to incite chaos within the Turks. Zhao Yong understood this implicitly. Upon encountering Zhao Yong's conjecture, Li Chun exhibited no semblance of surprise. Instead, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Zhao Yong had once been a member of the Imperial Guard and had served under Li Shimin, thus possessing a perspective that undoubtedly surpassed that of the ordinary individual. His ability to deduce such matters was hardly astonishing. Furthermore, Li Chun had no intention of concealing the truth from him. Young master, will you be going alone? Zhao Yong inquired upon receiving Li Chun's affirmation. Shall I accompany you on your journey? I have previously ventured to Turkestan and possess a certain familiarity with its terrain and environment. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Oh, you have been to Turkestan? This time, it was Li Chun's turn to be astonished, as he had never anticipated that Zhao Yong had traveled to such a distant land. Chapter 222. This journey requires extra caution. Indeed, Zhao Yong nodded affirmatively. When I first enlisted, I had accompanied the Tang army on an expedition to the Turks. Although we did not engage in actual combat at that time, I had set foot there. In which regions of the Turks have you visited? Li Chun inquired, eager to ascertain Zhao Yong's knowledge. If Zhao Yong truly possessed an understanding of that land, his guidance would undoubtedly save considerable time. While he could not claim to have traversed the entire steppe, he had certainly gathered information on several notable tribes within the Turks. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, Zhao Yong proudly responded, Oh, you are surprised that I have such knowledge of the Turkic tribes? In my previous life, I was a scout. Zhao Yong admitted with a hint of bashfulness, scratching his head. Indeed. His familiarity with the various Turkic tribes stemmed from his time as a mere soldier in the Tang army, where he served as a scout tasked with gathering intelligence on enemy movements. No wonder. Li Chun chuckled lightly at Zhao Yong's revelation. Now, tell me, do you recognize these locations? As he spoke, Li Chun produced the map that Li Jing had entrusted to him and pointed out several areas. including the tribe where Geely resided. Indeed, I have been to all these places, Zhao Yong replied without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with recognition. Excellent, Li Chun said with a pleased smile. In that case, you shall accompany me on this journey. Yes, my lord. Zhao Yong's face lit up with excitement. First, arrange the necessary preparations and secure a carriage, Li Chun instructed. Be ready to depart upon my command. Since Zhao Yong, the captain of his guards, would be accompanying him, it was essential to appoint someone to temporarily fill his position. Li Chun had faith that Zhao Yong would manage this well, and the carriage would be prepared for Zhao Yong, considering his current condition. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately, Zhao Yong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he hurried off to make the necessary arrangements, seemingly oblivious to his own injuries. In Li Chun's eyes, Zhao Yong was a figure of admiration. The prospect of journeying to the Turks alongside him filled Zhao Yong with uncontainable enthusiasm. Watching Zhao Yong limp away, Li Chun shook his head with a smile. He understood the fervor driving Zhao Yong's eagerness, yet he remained indifferent to it. After all, Zhao Yong was now under his command, and providing him with certain advantages was only natural. Moreover, having Zhao Yong as a living map would undoubtedly expedite their travels. Now, it was time to bid farewell to his mother. As Li Chun spoke, he did not linger any longer, turning to leave the training ground and making his way directly to the courtyard where the Chui family resided. Upon entering the courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Liping. Young master, what brings you here at this hour? She greeted him with a beaming smile. Typically, Li Chun would visit the Chui family early in the morning to pay his respects, and unless summoned by Chui, he would seldom intrude upon her. Having already visited earlier that day, Wang Liping was understandably perplexed by his return. Hiki. At Wang Liping's inquiry, Li Chun flashed a mischievous grin. I simply could not resist coming to see our dear Xiaoping. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Wang Liping's delicate face, gently blowing a breath of air towards her. Young master. Feeling the warmth emanating from his face as it drew near, Wang Liping's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe peach, and she playfully admonished him. What? Does my dear Xiaoping not wish to see me? Li Chun teased, bringing his face even closer to hers, their noses almost touching. You must be careful not to let Madam see, Wang Liping replied, her cheeks still aflame as she took a couple of steps back, casting a playful glare at him. This was indeed the courtyard of the Chui family, and while she enjoyed their flirtatious banter, she feared the consequences if Chui were to unexpectedly appear. Young master, are you looking for Madam regarding something important? She managed to suppress her fluttering heart and inquired earnestly. Upon hearing her question, Li Chun reined in his playful demeanor and nodded. I am about to embark on a journey, so I came to bid farewell to mother. Clearly, he had no intention of revealing the full truth to Wang Liping, wishing to spare her unnecessary worry. A journey? Wang Liping's eyes widened with concern. Where are you going? When will you return? Is there any danger? She bombarded him with a flurry of questions. Hiki, I shall return in a few days. Li Chun reassured her with a gentle smile. There is no cause for alarm. Really? Wang Liping regarded him with skepticism. Indeed, Li Chun affirmed with a nod. Then please tell me, where are you headed? She persisted, unwilling to relent. That is a secret, Li Chun replied, knowing well he could not divulge his true destination of heading to Turkic lands to confront their leader, for such a revelation would surely keep Wang Liping in constant worry. Is that so? Yet Li Chun underestimated Wang Liping's astuteness, as she suddenly adopted a serious expression. Are you going to Turkic lands? To confront their leader? Upon hearing her words, Li Chun was taken aback. How did you know? In a state of astonishment, he blurted out his thoughts. Clearly, he had never anticipated that Wang Liping would be able to discern the destination of his journey, and even more terrifyingly, she could surmise the purpose behind his visit. Is a woman's intuition truly that formidable? Indeed, it seems to be the case. Observing the surprise etched on Li Chun's face, Wang Liping quietly lowered her gaze. Little did Li Chun know that when Chang Yaojin and his three companions sought him out the previous day, Wang Liping had already harbored some inklings of suspicion, though she lacked the confidence to confirm them. However, today, Li Chun's unusually abrupt visit to bid farewell to the Chui family provided her with a definitive answer. This also serves to illustrate that Wang Liping is a woman of considerable intelligence. Young master, please exercise utmost caution on your journey. Slowly lifting her delicate face, her eyes filled with emotion, a soft whisper escaped Wang Liping's lips. It was evident that she had no intention of dissuading Li Chun from his course of action. Chapter 223. Why did you not tell me? In the courtyard, Wang Liping gazed intently at Li Chun, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. The words that escaped her lips left Li Chun momentarily stunned. Xiaoping, you will not stop me? He had been racking his brain, contemplating how to prevent Wang Liping from hindering his departure, yet to his astonishment, she had no intention of doing so. This bewildered him. Was she not supposed to cling to him, tearfully refusing to let go. Why was she not following the expected script? My lord. Just as Li Chun was lost in thought, Wang Liping softly called out to him, then gracefully approached, resting her delicate head against his chest like a little bird seeking comfort. My lord. Xiao Ping understands that your journey is for the sake of our Tang Dynasty and the common people. I shall not selfishly impede your path. You will forever remain a hero in my heart. Nestled against Li Chun's chest, Wang Liping whispered tenderly, I only hope you return safely. Lifting her charming face, she gazed at him with unwavering resolve, adding, Xiao Ping will wait for your return. I will wait for your return. Her final words resonated within Li Chun's heart like a thunderclap, stirring uncontrollable waves of emotion within him. Xiao Ping. He instinctively extended his arms, enveloping Wang Liping in a tight embrace. In the courtyard, surrounded by blooming flowers and beneath the shade of trees, the two stood entwined. Their moment harmonizing with the playful fish in the pond and the gentle flow of water, a picturesque scene. With Wang Liping pressed close to Li Chun's chest and him holding her tightly, it seemed as if time had frozen, creating a warm and enchanting tableau. However, this exquisite moment did not endure long, as it was abruptly interrupted by a soft cough. Awakened by the sound, Wang Liping startled, akin to a frightened rabbit. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily withdrew from Li Chun's embrace, standing in place, fidgeting with her hands, uncertain of what to do. Li Chun, too, looked up at the newcomer, his expression tinged with embarrassment. The reason for his discomfort was none other than his mother, Madame Cui, who stood before them. Mother. Upon seeing Madame Cui, even Li Chun, with his usual composure, couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush, offering an awkward smile. In response to his words, Madame Cui merely rolled her eyes and promptly ignored him, striding directly toward Wang Liping. Witnessing Madame Cui's approach, Wang Liping became exceedingly anxious. Her nervousness stemmed from the stark contrast in their statuses. What was her identity? A mere servant, an ordinary maid, while Li Chun was the Wing King, the youngest prince of the Tang Dynasty. In terms of social standing, she believed herself utterly unworthy of him. Moreover, just moments ago, the scene between her and Li Chun was caught by Mrs. Cui. At this moment, Mrs. Cui approached her without uttering a single word, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Mother. The tension was not solely felt by Wang Liping. Li Chun shared the same sentiment. Indeed, he was unafraid of anyone in his life, except for Mrs. Cui, who instilled a deep-seated fear within him. After all, without her, he would not be the person he was today. Consequently, he hurried a few steps forward, placing himself protectively in front of Wang Liping, clearly concerned about what Mrs. Cui might do to her. Mother, Zhaoping, she. You insolent boy, step aside. However, before Li Chun could finish his words, Mrs. Cui shot him a sharp glance and forcibly pulled him away, continuing her relentless advance toward Wang Liping. Madam, madam. As Mrs. Cui drew closer, Wang Liping nervously called out to her, lowering her head in despair. It was evident that Mrs. Cui was there to demand an explanation. Li Chun gritted his teeth, determined to intervene should Mrs. Cui take any action against Wang Liping. Under Li Chun's anxious gaze, Mrs. Cui finally stood before Wang Liping. Madam. Lowering her gaze at Mrs. Cui's imposing presence, Wang Liping dared not lift her head as she called out again. There was no escaping the reality of her fear, for the disparity in status between her and Li Chun was overwhelming. Zhaoping. Mrs. Cui fixed her gaze on Wang Liping, calling out to her suddenly, and then a smile broke across her face as she reached out to grasp Wang Liping's hands, which seemed uncertain of where to rest. Zhaoping. Madam likes you. With a radiant smile directed at Wang Liping, Mrs. Cui uttered these words. Befuddled. As Mrs. Cui's words fell, Li Chun, who had been ready to intervene at any moment, stood there dumbfounded. What was happening? Clearly, Mrs. Cui's actions were entirely unexpected for him. According to the script, shouldn't he, his mother, have berated Wang Liping vociferously? How could she express affection instead? Are the women of this era truly so unpredictable? He blinked in disbelief, muttering softly to himself. Not only Li Chun, but Wang Liping was also taken aback by Mrs. Cui's sudden gesture. Based on her prior assumptions, she believed Mrs. Cui would be furious upon witnessing her earlier interaction with Li Chun, and she had even prepared herself for the possibility of being expelled from the prince's residence. But Mrs. Cui's unexpected display left her utterly astonished. Madam. Lifting her head, she called out to Mrs. Cui with some confusion. Do not be afraid. Observing Wang Liping's lingering nervousness, Mrs. Cui gently patted her hand and smiled warmly. It was evident that Mrs. Cui had never intended to blame Wang Liping. Mother. Observing the current demeanor of Lady Cui, Li Chun could hardly contain himself and inquired, What is this silence? Before Li Chun could finish his sentence, Lady Cui interjected with a commanding tone, her sharp eyes narrowing. How is it that after so many matchmakers' visits, you have rejected every single one? It turns out you have someone in your heart all along? Pray tell, why did you not disclose this to me? You have left me to fret and labor on your behalf day after day. Upon hearing Lady Chui's words, Li Chun's expression turned awkward. Well, he stammered, his mind racing. I thought it best to inform you later, and besides, I was apprehensive about your potential disapproval. Chapter 224. Have you forgotten me? What do I disagree with? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chui shot a displeased glare at Li Chun. As for Xiaoping, I hold her in high regard. If she were to become my daughter-in-law, I would be overjoyed. After saying this, she turned back to Wang Liping with a radiant smile. Mother, do you not disdain Xiaoping's humble background? Li Chun asked, his eyes wide in surprise as he addressed Mrs. Chui. To be frank, he had previously harbored concerns about this matter, for, as mentioned before, their current status had significantly changed. The potential matches Mrs. Chui had introduced to him were daughters of high-ranking officials or noble heirs, while Wang Liping was merely an ordinary commoner, even a maid in their household. He genuinely worried that Mrs. Chui might look down upon Wang Liping. What of her humble background? Mrs. Chui retorted, her expression stern. As long as we find joy in it, what can others say? Furthermore, do not forget that I was once just a simple village woman. Do you also disdain your mother? Of course not. Li Chun quickly waved his hands in protest upon hearing her words. Humph. Noticing Li Chun's demeanor, Mrs. Chui let out a playful huff and turned to Wang Liping. Moreover, I value Xiaoping. What does it matter if her status is low? Once she marries into our family, who would dare to speak ill of her background? Indeed, what status does Li Chun hold now? He is the esteemed Prince of Yi, the youngest among the princes of the Tang Dynasty, a war god who has fought thousands, and with the identity of the reincarnated thunder god. Who would dare to belittle Wang Liping once she becomes a member of the Li family? Madam. Upon hearing Mrs. Chui's words, Wang Liping's eyes brimmed with tears, clearly moved by her kindness. She had never anticipated that Mrs. Chui would not only accept her but also express such sentiments. Thank you, madam. She then knelt before Mrs. Chui. This gesture was not solely due to Mrs. Chui's status, but also a manifestation of gratitude for her acceptance. After all, she was a servant, and Mrs. Chui, a lady of high rank, treated her with such warmth, which naturally filled Wang Liping with gratitude. Silly child, rise. Witnessing Wang Liping's action, Mrs. Chui promptly helped her to her feet. What is there to thank for? With a twinkle in her eye, she continued. It is I who should thank you. You thank me? Wang Liping was taken aback by Mrs. Chui's words, clearly bewildered by her unexpected gratitude. I thank you for being worthy of my little Chun, Mrs. Chui said with a smile. Otherwise, this brat would still be clueless about when he might find someone he truly desires. Wouldn't you agree, brat? She shot a teasing glance at Li Chun. Indeed. Everything mother says is correct. As Li Chun felt the chilling gaze of Mrs. Chui upon him, he nodded vigorously, driven by an overwhelming desire to survive. His forehead glistened with cold sweat as he sensed the threatening look directed his way, and he nodded incessantly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Mrs. Chui displayed a satisfied expression and shifted her attention back to Wang Liping, her face radiant with a smile. My dear Ping, when did you develop feelings for this insufferable boy? What is the nature of your relationship? Have you? Ah, mother. Listening to Mrs. Chui, Li Chun felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead once more and quickly interjected to halt her line of questioning. He was genuinely apprehensive about what further inquiries she might make. Actually, I came to speak with you about something important today. He hastily changed the subject. What could be more important than little Ping? However, upon hearing Li Chun's words, Mrs. Chui turned her head, her smile unwavering as she grasped Wang Liping's hand once more, appearing exceedingly fond of her prospective daughter-in-law. Madam. Meanwhile, Wang Liping, under Mrs. Chui's unwavering gaze, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Yet, despite her shyness, her heart brimmed with joy, for she understood that Mrs. Chui held a paramount place in Li Chun's heart. Gaining Mrs. Chui's approval meant that her relationship with Li Chun was already halfway to success. Why call me madam? Mrs. Chui remarked, observing Wang Liping's bashful demeanor. You and Li Chun are clearly enamored with one another, and given your prior intimacies, calling me madam seems overly formal. In due time, I shall assist in arranging your marriage to Li Chun, and then you shall address me as mother, just as he does. This. Upon hearing Mrs. Chui's words, Wang Liping became flustered, clearly taken aback by such bold statements. The thought of marriage was something she had never dared to dream of. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Mrs. Chui inquired, her expression playful as she observed Wang Liping's bewilderment. No. I am willing. Wang Liping hastily waved her hands, laughing nervously. How could she possibly refuse? This was a dream she had long yearned for. Since you are willing, then, let me hear you say it. Mrs. Chui smiled warmly. At her prompting, Wang Liping first glanced at Li Chun, then, her cheeks aflame, turned back to Mrs. Chui and softly called out, Mother. Upon hearing this heartfelt address, Mrs. Chui's smile blossomed into an even brighter radiance as she clasped Wang Liping's hand tightly, her heart overflowing with joy. Clearly, as she had stated before, she cared not for Wang Liping's background. As long as Li Chun cherished her, she would wholeheartedly support their union. Xiaoping, allow me to tell you, from now on, we shall be one family. With that, she took Wang Liping's hand and began to envision their future together. Observing this scene, Li Chun, who stood nearby, could not help but smile with delight. This outcome was one he was pleased to witness. As long as her mother was happy, that was all that mattered. Have you forgotten about me? Standing still and noticing that the Chui duo had no intention of acknowledging his presence, Li Chun could no longer contain himself and called out to them with a weary expression. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the Chui pair finally turned their heads. Yet what they said next left Li Chun utterly speechless. You haven't left yet? Chapter 225, buckle up, we are departing. I have something to discuss with you, Li Chun said helplessly. Let us talk about it another day, Chui replied, waving her hand dismissively. Today, I want to have a good chat with Xiaoping. With that, she turned away, leaving Li Chun feeling neglected. Mother, this matter cannot wait until another day, Li Chun said with a bitter smile. I must embark on a long journey. What? A long journey? At this revelation, Chui snapped back to reality. Turning to Li Chun with furrowed brows. Where are you going? I am heading to Hongqi County, Li Chun replied. Hongqi County? Chui was taken aback. What place is that? Oh, it's just a county city in our Tang Dynasty, Li Chun answered nonchalantly. It's not too far from Chang'an. I will return in a few days. In truth, Hongqi County was the closest county city in the northern Tang, bordering the Turkic territories. It was only through there that he could successfully enter the Turkic grasslands. However, Li Chun clearly did not intend to disclose the full truth to Chui, wishing to spare her from excessive worry. Yet, despite this, Li Chun underestimated Chui. Although she did not know the exact location of Hongqi County, a mother knows her son well. From Li Chun's previous words, she sensed that he was embarking on a journey of significant importance. Be safe, Xiaoping, and I will be waiting for your return. Although she understood that Li Chun's journey was no ordinary one, Chui ultimately refrained from saying more, simply fixing her gaze on him, imparting a gentle admonition. He's grown up. He naturally has his own affairs to attend to, and all she needed to offer was support. Yes, I understand, mother. Seeing the concern etched on Chui's face, Li Chun felt a warm surge of affection within him, nodding earnestly. When will you leave? Chui inquired. Today, Li Chun replied. All right, the earlier you go. The sooner you'll return, Chui softly advised, her words laced with care. I will, Li Chun replied with a slight smile. Mother, wait for me to come back. With that, he did not linger, turning to head towards the courtyard exit. Young master, you must be cautious. Just as Li Chun was about to step outside, Wang Liping hurried a couple of steps forward, softly calling out to him. Chui might not be aware of the perilous nature of Li Chun's journey, but Wang Liping understood all too well. After all, it was the Turkic lands, and her concern was palpable. Do not worry, Li Chun said with a gentle smile. I will return. With that, he stepped out without hesitation. Young master, Xiaoping will be waiting for your return. Watching Li Chun's departing figure, Wang Liping stood firm, whispering resolutely. Xiaoping, it will be all right. Chui moved to Wang Liping's side, grasping her small hand as she spoke. Do you not know of Xiao Chun's capabilities? He is surely able to return safely. Upon hearing these words, Wang Liping fixed her gaze on Li Chun's departing figure and gently nodded. After offering her a word of comfort, Chui turned her attention to the direction in which Li Chun had left, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Clearly, her heart was far from as tranquil as it appeared. At the entrance of the Wing Wang mansion, a carriage stood quietly, while Zhao Yong remained stationed nearby, evidently having awaited this moment for some time. Young master, upon spotting Li Chun, Zhao Yong hastily approached him. Is everything arranged? Without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries, Li Chun directly inquired, is everything in order? Yes, my subordinate has taken care of everything, Zhao Yong affirmed with a nod. The command of the guards has been temporarily entrusted to Gao Yuliang, and I have briefed him on how to coordinate with personnel from various noble houses. I am confident that he will fulfill his duties diligently during our absence. Good to hear, Li Chun replied, nodding in acknowledgement. It was evident that he held some regard for Gao Yuliang, who was Zhao Yong's assistant and possessed a certain degree of authority among the several hundred guards. Then let us board the carriage, he instructed Zhao Yong. Yes, young master. Zhao Yong responded promptly, climbing to the front of the carriage. Please, young master, step inside. Grasping the reins, Zhao Yong turned to offer his respectful invitation, clearly eager to assume the role of the driver. Allow me to take the reins. Li Chun interjected with a light chuckle, shaking his head. He was mindful that Zhao Yong was still recovering and did not wish to delay their progress due to his discomfort. Zhao Yong hesitated at this. Knowing he was merely a servant while Li Chun was his master, it was unconventional for a servant to ride while their master drove. "Young master, I insist that I take the reins," he insisted, though his words were met with Li Chun's playful retort. "Enough with the excuses. Just get in the carriage," Li Chun exclaimed, swiftly leaping onto the vehicle and snatching the reins from Zhao Yong's grasp. "When I say to get in, you should get in without all this chatter." Although reprimanded, Zhao Yong's face radiated with gratitude, fully aware that Li Chun was merely looking out for him. With his emotions subdued, he promptly entered the carriage. "Make yourself comfortable. We shall be off." Li Chun laughed heartily and, with a flick of the reins, urged the horses onward. The carriage swiftly racing towards the gates of Chang'an amidst the clattering of hoofs. Under Li Chun's guidance, they soon arrived at the eastern gate. After presenting his identification token, the guards allowed them to pass, and the carriage smoothly exited Chang'an. "Zhao Yong, do you know the way to Hongqi County?" Upon exiting the city gates, Li Chun turned to Zhao Yong and inquired, clearly feeling no need to consult the map he held, given the presence of such a living compass. His subordinate, understanding the question, confidently pointed towards the road on their left and stated, "We shall proceed in this direction. If all goes well, we shall arrive in 3 days." "Very well, you shall lead the way." Li Chun nodded, and without further hesitation, he flicked the whip in his hand and galloped away once more. Hongqi County. This county is situated at the northernmost part of the Tang Dynasty, bordering the vast Turkic steppes, and is home to nearly 100,000 citizens. In times past, Hongqi County was a hub of prosperity, given its proximity to the Turks, before the outbreak of war. Merchants from both the Tang and the Turkic lands frequented its bustling markets. However, that vibrant image has long since faded, following the outbreak of conflict. The region has undergone tremendous upheaval, leaving it scarred and battered. The once mighty city walls now lie in ruins, and the townspeople live in a state of perpetual distress, ensnared in their daily struggles amidst the chaos. Chapter 226. Here come two fearless souls. The plight of the common people is primarily attributed to the incursions of the Turks. Due to the current depletion of military forces in the Tang Dynasty, the garrison in this area is rather meager. Consequently, the Turks take advantage of this weakness to sporadically invade the city, wreaking havoc upon the populace with their pillaging and destruction. This has transformed the Rainbow Pool County into its present dismal state. On a certain official road, clouds of dust arose as two swift horses galloped past, stirring up a whirlwind of debris. Their destination was none other than Rainbow Pool County. "Young master, ahead lies Rainbow Pool County," one rider remarked, tightening the reins and halting his steed. He turned, gesturing toward the distant outline of the city. Upon hearing this, the young man beside him lifted his gaze toward the city. "Isn't Rainbow Pool County rather sizable?" he murmured softly. Indeed, from their vantage point, the city sprawled before them like a colossal beast lying upon the ground, extending for several dozen miles. Although it could not compare to the grandeur of Chang'an, it was undoubtedly far more substantial than the average city. Indeed, the first rider chuckled in response. "Young master, you may not be aware, but within the Tang Dynasty, Rainbow Pool County is considered a significant city, bustling with prosperity, given its location at the border of two nations. It sees a great deal of trade and commerce between merchants from both sides." "Oh?" The young man's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "I shall have to see for myself." The two individuals in question were none other than Li Chun and Zhao Yong. Throughout their journey, Zhao Yong's injuries had nearly healed, aided by the enhanced restorative tonic provided by Li Chun. While he was not yet fully recovered, he was now able to ride without issue. To save time, they had exchanged their cart for two swift steeds, even replacing a few along the way, managing to reduce their 3-day journey to just 2 days, resulting in their current situation. "Young master, once we enter the city, I shall guide you on a thorough exploration," Zhao Yong declared earnestly. "I am quite familiar with Rainbow Pool County." "Very well, let us indeed explore," Li Chun replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. After 2 continuous days of travel, they were both weary, and a well-deserved rest was certainly warranted. While Li Chun could endure, Zhao Yong was in need of a reprieve, for Li Chun still required him as a living map. Upon hearing Li Chun's consent, Zhao Yong's spirits soared. Truth be told, after 2 days of travel, he was indeed fatigued. "Young master, shall we enter the city?" "Yes, let us proceed," Li Chun replied with a slight smile, nodding at Zhao Yong. "Excellent," Zhao Yong exclaimed, invigorated, as he led Li Chun directly toward the city of Rainbow Pool County. However, this time their pace slowed, for the city was now in sight, and they felt no need to rush. 15 minutes later, the two individuals rode their magnificent steeds, leisurely arriving at the foot of Hongqi County. Where are the guards at the city gate?" Zhao Yong voiced his confusion upon observing the desolate entrance. The reason for his bewilderment lay in the stark contrast to his previous visits. In the past, every time he approached Hanxi County. Whether it was the gates within the Tang territory or those bordering the Turkic lands, there were always Tang soldiers stationed to oversee the entrance, conducting meticulous checks on those entering and exiting. Yet now, the gate stood utterly empty, not a soldier in sight, nor even a common citizen. This absence stirred a deep sense of unease within him. Li Chun, observing the scene before him, felt his brow furrow in concern. Surely something has gone awry, he murmured, directing his gaze towards the gate. Clearly, as Zhao Yong had mentioned, Hanxi County was once a bustling hub, and now it lay in this state of disarray, indicating that some calamity had befallen it. Could it be the Turks have invaded? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong's heart tightened with apprehension. Let us venture inside to investigate, he urged. With that, Li Chun snapped his whip and prepared to ride through the gate. Suddenly, a series of anguished screams and cries for help echoed from within the gates. Help! Return my daughter! As the chilling sounds reached their ears, Zhao Yong's expression shifted, and he turned to Li Chun with alarm. We must go. Li Chun's face darkened, issuing a command to Zhao Yong before he charged towards the gate. Upon reaching it, Li Chun wasted no time. He unleashed a powerful punch against the firmly shut entrance. With a resounding crash, the heavy gate splintered under the force of his blow, sending wooden shards flying and revealing the horrific scene within the city. A surge of unrestrained fury welled up in Li Chun's heart as he beheld the devastation. The streets lay strewn with ruins, the surrounding buildings shattered and dilapidated. Most infuriating of all was the sight of numerous lifeless bodies of citizens sprawled across the streets, while Turkic cavalry rampaged through the city, mercilessly slaughtering the populace. Clearly, the agonizing cries they had heard earlier had emanated from these unfortunate souls. Young master. Zhao Yong's face mirrored Li Chun's anger as he turned to him, eyes blazing with indignation. Kill them. Li Chun's voice, laden with a profound desire for vengeance, pierced the air. These people were subjects of the Tang, and the audacity of the Turkic marauders to enter the city and commit such atrocities ignited a fire of rage within him. With that declaration, the two men charged forward, determined to confront the Turkic cavalry. As Li Chun and his companion moved, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the Turkic cavalry. However, upon realizing that there were merely two of them, the riders turned their horses around and erupted into raucous laughter. Haha, here come two who are not afraid of death. It was evident that they regarded Li Chun and his companion as mere harbingers of their own demise, especially considering that they were vastly outnumbered, with nearly dozens on their side compared to the mere two on Li Chun's. Just as their mocking laughter filled the air, the sound of hooves pounding the earth grew increasingly urgent as Li Chun and his companion spurred their steeds forward, closing the distance between them. Chapter 227, Only Breaking, Not Occupying? As Li Chun and his companion drew closer, the Turkic cavalrymen erupted in sinister laughter, some even licking their lips, as if perceiving Li Chun and his companion as mere prey. With a cacophony of clanging steel, they raised their curved sabers, shouting boastfully as they charged towards the duo with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Li Chun, upon witnessing the oncoming Turkic cavalry, merely snorted coldly. Without hesitation, he seized two war hammers from behind, clearly intent on not wasting time on these adversaries. The distance between the two sides closed in an instant. Bang! Bang! Splat! A cacophony of blood-curdling screams echoed through the streets as the two groups converged, revealing a horrifying scene before the onlookers. Wherever Li Chun passed, a mist of blood sprayed forth, accompanied by severed limbs raining down like petals from a celestial maiden. He moved with the ferocity of a deity of death, each swing of his hammers claiming the lives of one or several Turkic cavalrymen. In a matter of moments, the once formidable group of dozens was reduced to fewer than 5, with some being utterly pulverized into a gruesome pulp beneath his might. And as for the few surviving Turkic cavalrymen, they now gazed at Li Chun with expressions of sheer terror, a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. They regarded him as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. You are that Li Chun from the Tang Dynasty. One Turkic warrior, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, fixed his gaze on Li Chun and exclaimed in horror. Clearly, he had deduced Li Chun's identity, for tales of his exploits at the Battle of Wei Shui had long since circulated among the Turkic ranks. Notably, the distinctive appearance of his two weapons had left an indelible mark in their memory. Even those who had never encountered Li Chun knew of the formidable drum and cauldron hammers he wielded. With Li Chun now brandishing the hammers, he bore an unmistakable resemblance to the legendary figure spoken of in their military lore. Li Chun, they murmured in shock. As the realization dawned upon them, the remaining Turkic cavalrymen were engulfed in fear. They had not anticipated that Li Chun would appear in the city of Hanxi County, the very man who had single-handedly thwarted their vast army of hundreds of thousands. Run, flee, they cried. If even their grand army could not withstand Li Chun, what chance did they stand? They turned their horses around and fled in a frenzy. Attempting to escape? Li Chun, observing their frantic retreat, could not suppress a cold chuckle. His gaze shifted towards Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong, who had long been on high alert, sprang into action upon hearing Li Chun's call. Raising his battle blade without needing further instruction and charging directly at the retreating Turkic cavalry. It was evident that he had already blocked their escape route the moment Li Chun had engaged them. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted once more, and within moments, the remaining Turkic riders fell beneath Zhao Yong's blade. Although Zhao Yong's wounds had not yet fully healed, he was more than capable of dealing with these few cavalrymen, especially since they were already paralyzed with fear from Li Chun's earlier display of might, lacking any will to fight back. After dispatching the fleeing Turkic soldiers, Zhao Yong rode up to Li Chun. Li Chun nodded slightly before turning his gaze towards the refugees. As his eyes fell upon them, the stunned refugees began to regain their composure. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor," they exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude. Had it not been for Li Chun's intervention, they would likely have perished at the hands of the Turkic cavalry. Their survival was entirely owed to him, and their gratitude was boundless. Observing their gestures, Li Chun dismounted and raised his hand, saying, "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, benefactor," they chorused once more, expressing their heartfelt thanks before helping one another to their feet. "Dear villagers," once everyone had stood, Li Chun inquired, "when did the Turkic cavalry first appear in this city?" This question weighed heavily on him, as it would allow him to ascertain the proximity of the Turkic encampment to Hanqi County. Given the recent attack by a dozen or so Turkic riders, it was clear they were not mere scattered forces. 3 days ago, replied one of the villagers, lifting his head to answer. 3 days ago, the Turks suddenly sent troops to assault us in Hanqi County, breaching the city gates. Yet, they did not occupy the city. Instead, they have harassed us daily. The villager recounted the Turkic assault on Hanqi County in detail, describing how they tormented the citizens, engaging in plundering and destruction. Not occupying, but only destroying? Li Chun's expression darkened upon hearing the villager's account. Clearly, he discerned the malicious intent behind the Turkic strategy, which aimed to leverage the plight of these civilians to pressure the Tang Dynasty into submission, compelling Emperor Shimin to acquiesce to their previous demands for annual tribute. What a nefarious scheme. A newfound intensity glimmered in his eyes. Such wicked machinations could only be conceived by a cunning mind like that of Geely. Beyond Hanqi County, are there other counties facing similar fates? Calming his thoughts, Li Chun once again posed his question to the villagers. Indeed, the common folk quickly nodded in agreement, recounting the disturbances caused by the Turkic soldiers in neighboring districts such as Hongtian and Fochi. In the presence of Li Chun, these individuals revealed numerous counties that had similarly fallen victim to the Turkic onslaught on the same day, enduring assaults akin to those faced by Hanqi County, raids that involved aggression without occupation. It appeared that this predicament extended beyond merely Geely. Upon listening to the citizens' accounts, Li Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Geely commanded the largest tribe under Turkic control, it would undeniably incur losses to simultaneously besiege several counties. Given Geely's cunning and shrewd nature, he would not be so foolish as to engage in such a perilous endeavor alone. After all, the Turkic tribes were not a monolithic force. Many others loomed with predatory intent. Should his forces suffer significant casualties, his tribe would inevitably find itself in dire straits. Thus, it was evident that Geely would collaborate with others in this siege, and Li Chun had a clear notion of the potential ally. Who else but Tuli? By this reasoning, it stood to reason that Geely and Tuli's location was not far from Hanqi County. Chapter 228. Why does the benefactor not heed the advice? Standing on the street, Li Chun gradually fell into contemplation. According to the words of the townsfolk, Tuli and Geely had dispatched troops to attack various county cities 3 days prior, and had been sending individuals to harass the citizens daily. This indicated that their stronghold was not far from this location. It seemed that the objective of this journey would proceed more smoothly than anticipated. With this thought, Li Chun let out a sigh of relief, as he would soon be able to locate and eliminate Geely and Tuli, thereby alleviating the troubles for the Tang Dynasty, and sparing himself from being led to the distant lands of the Turks by Zhao Yong. It appeared that heaven did not wish for the two of them to escape. He chuckled softly to himself. Perhaps Geely and Tuli had not foreseen that their scheme was, in fact, a grave that they had dug for themselves. Ding dong. At that moment, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in Li Chun's mind. Startled by the sound, Li Chun paused briefly. Could it be a mission? His eyes brightened as he began to listen intently. Mission issued: eliminate the enemy forces. The system's prompt echoed gently in Li Chun's mind. Mission description: eliminate all Turkic soldiers within Hanqi County. Mission reward: gain attribute points for each Turkic soldier killed. There were still Turkic soldiers in this city? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that there were additional Turkic soldiers remaining in Hanqi County, having initially thought that the previous skirmish had accounted for them all. However, this was fortuitous. He licked his lips, revealing an enigmatic smile. From the earlier system notification, it seemed that a considerable number of Turkic soldiers remained in the city. If he could gain attribute points for each one he defeated, and if there were over 100, he could potentially amass 20 points in one go. With this thought, Li Chun's eyes sparkled even more brightly. This journey truly promised great rewards. Good people, are there still any Turkic soldiers remaining in our Hanchi county? He inquired, casting his gaze towards the townsfolk. Yes, yes. A citizen stepped forward, replying, Today, nearly 100 Turkic soldiers breached the city. Indeed, there were over 100. Upon hearing this, Li Chun's heart raced with excitement, for this amounted to a substantial 20 attribute points. Since acquiring the system, he had never before garnered such a significant number of attribute points at once. Do you know where they are now? He asked again. They should be scattered throughout the city, the citizen replied uncertainly. Scattered throughout the city, you say? Li Chun mused, furrowing his brow slightly. This would indeed delay matters somewhat. Indeed, the city of Hanchi County is not insignificant in size. Should one attempt to locate the Turkic soldiers within its confines, it is inevitable that time would be squandered. Perhaps even before the search concludes, a portion of those soldiers would have already plundered their fill and departed. Alas, one must accept what can be captured. Ultimately, Li Chun could only sign resignation, though he yearned to swiftly gather and eradicate all the Turkic soldiers within the city. He was but one man, compelled to search one location at a time. At that moment, as Li Chun sighed, a commoner suddenly seemed to recall something and addressed him, stating that it appeared the majority of the Turkic soldiers had headed towards the county magistrate's office, with only a small contingent remaining to ravage the city. Oh? Upon hearing this, Li Chun's heart leapt with joy. If the commoner's information was accurate, then he could proceed directly to the magistrate's office, potentially resolving the matter in one fell swoop, and even draw the remaining Turkic soldiers towards that location. Pray tell, where is the magistrate's office? With this thought in mind, Li Chun hastily inquired, ensuring that those soldiers would not escape his grasp. It is in the center of the city, the commoner replied, pointing in the direction. It is not far from here, on horseback. You shall arrive in but a quarter of an hour. Very well, thank you. Li Chun expressed his gratitude to the commoner. Zhao Yong, let us depart. He called to Zhao Yong, and the two swiftly mounted their horses. Benefactor, you must not go. The rescued townsfolk began to voice their concerns upon witnessing the pair's actions. Indeed, Benefactor, there are over 100 of them. It is far too perilous for you to go. Their genuine worry was evident. Although they had witnessed Li Chun and Zhao Yong's prowess in previous battles, the sheer number of Turkic soldiers at the magistrate's office, nearly 100, posed a daunting threat. They did not wish for Li Chun and Zhao Yong to walk into certain doom. Having seen firsthand the ferocity of the Turkic soldiers, even the mightiest duo could not hope to contend with such a multitude. Benefactor, you must leave this place, they urged. You have just slain those Turkic soldiers. If others discover this, they will surely not spare you. Yes, yes, Benefactor, you should flee quickly. Do not risk your lives needlessly amidst their entreaties. The townsfolk fervently persuaded Li Chun and Zhao Yong to escape, for they were deeply grateful for the lives Li Chun had just saved and wished to prevent them from falling into a trap. Haha, I appreciate your concern. Li Chun replied with a smile, recognizing the genuine worry etched on their faces. However, he reassured them, fear not. Those Turkic soldiers shall not be able to harm this prince. Zhao Yong, let us be on our way. Having spoken, he did not linger any longer. With a call to Zhao Yong, he spurred his steed and galloped swiftly towards the direction of the prefect's residence. Observing the hurried departure of Li Chun and his companion, the onlookers could only sigh in resignation. How could their benefactor disregard their counsel? Were they not heading towards their own demise? After all, the prefect's residence was fortified with over 100 Turkic soldiers. With heavy hearts, the crowd began to shake their heads in lament. However, a sudden voice broke through their despondency. Wait, did you hear what our benefactor said before leaving? Chapter 229. How long can you hide? What did he say? What words? Upon hearing the words of the common folk, the others seemed momentarily taken aback. The benefactor had just mentioned, this prince. One of the citizens reminded the crowd, this prince. With this prompt, they recalled the words of Li Chun as he departed. This prince. Could he possibly be a prince? Yet, that seemed implausible. A prince so young. Could it be? At this thought, an elder citizen suddenly gasped as if struck by a revelation. Could it be? Is he the young winged prince, Li Chun? The young winged prince. Upon hearing this, the crowd abruptly awakened to the realization. The two enormous hammers he wielded were indeed reminiscent of those used by the legendary winged prince. He truly is His Highness the Winged Prince. Excitement began to spread across their faces. They were already aware of Li Chun's elevation to the position of winged prince, especially after the battle at Weishui, where he single-handedly repelled an army of over 100,000 foes, a feat that had become the talk of the Tang Dynasty. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone in Tang knew of Li Chun. He was a veritable god of war. Moreover, let us not forget that Li Chun bore another identity, that of the reincarnated thunder god. Now, with the winged prince among us, we are surely saved. Indeed. Who would have thought that His Highness the winged prince would come to our aid? Surely he can drive those Turkish ruffians back to their lair. In an instant, the gloom that had enveloped the hearts of the people dissipated, replaced by fervent excitement and joy. They believed that as long as the legendary winged prince was present, their safety in Hongqi County would be assured, perhaps even completely expelling the Turks from their territory. I must return and share this news with my family, so they know we are saved. Gazing at Li Chun's retreating figure, one citizen turned and hurried homeward. I want to go too. Me as well. I must let my family know this monumental news. And I shall inform everyone. With one person's actions, the rest of the citizens began to spring into motion. Some raced back to their homes, while others started knocking on doors along the street, spreading the announcement far and wide. Clearly, the news of Li Chun's arrival in Hongqi County would echo throughout the entire city in no time. Meanwhile, Li Chun and his companion remained blissfully unaware of the stir they had caused among the populace after their departure. They rode swiftly on their steeds toward the governor's mansion, and within a quarter of an hour, the outline of a substantial estate gradually came into view. Young master, that is the governor's mansion. Gazing at the distant silhouette of the manor, Zhao Yong turned to Li Chun and uttered a remark. Clearly, even without the townsfolk's previous assertions, he was well aware of the location of the governor's estate. Li Chun said little in response, merely nodding slightly, and thereafter, the motion of his whip quickened once more. He hoped the Turkish soldiers had not yet departed. On the street, as he observed the outline of the governor's mansion from afar, Li Chun brandished his whip, silently praying. According to the mission recently assigned by the system, those Turkish soldiers represented valuable attributes. Naturally, he wished for them not to slip through his fingers. With this thought, Li Chun instructed Zhao Yong and hastened his whip's movement again. Drive on, accompanied by the rapid sound of hoofbeats. The two soon approached the governor's estate. Were they intending to assault the governor's mansion? However, as they drew nearer, Li Chun tightened the reins and abruptly halted. The reason was clear. Their gaze fell upon the estate, which was already heavily surrounded by Turkish soldiers. Yet, to his surprise, the numbers were far fewer than he had imagined. Upon counting, there were merely 50 or 60 men, a stark contrast to the 100 he had envisioned. Why were there so few? Hadn't it been said there were over 100? Watching those Turkish soldiers from a distance, Li Chun could not help but shake his head. Even if he dispatched them, the attributes they would yield were minimal, far below his expectations. Surely, the townsfolk would not deceive him. Yet here stood only half the force. Had the rest withdrawn? Indeed, the very townsfolk he had rescued had clearly informed him of the presence of over 100 Turkish soldiers in Hongqi County. And now, seeing only these few, how could Li Chun not feel perplexed? Young master, should we advance now? Zhao Yong inquired, observing Li Chun's contemplative silence. Not yet. Let us wait and see, Li Chun replied, shaking his head slightly. Having arrived at this juncture, these Turkish soldiers were already within his grasp. He was determined not to let them escape from under his very nose. If, as he suspected, the remaining Turkish soldiers had not retreated, they would undoubtedly converge at the governor's estate shortly, allowing him to capture them all at once. Furthermore, even if that did not occur, Li Chun was confident he could eliminate these Turkish soldiers before they breached the governor's mansion. Understood. Zhao Yong nodded vigorously. Though he was uncertain why Li Chun hesitated to take action, he was resolutely obedient to his commands. Thus, the two remained at a distance, silently awaiting their moment. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the governor's mansion, the Turkic soldiers encircled in this location remained blissfully unaware that they had become the quarry of Li Chun. As they brazenly shouted at the governor's residence, their demeanor exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. Ha! I wonder how long you can hide. One armored Turk, facing the grand entrance, wore a derisive grin, clearly the leader of the Turkic intruders disturbing the common folk. Hong Lingang, I know you're inside. Open the door at once, or once I breach it, you shall be the first to perish. With a menacing laugh directed at the governor's door, the Turkic chief made his intentions clear, mentioning Hong Lingang, the governor of Hongqi County, who was undoubtedly his target. However, as his words echoed, there was no response from within, for it was evident that the governor was not foolish enough to walk into a trap. Chapter 230. What use are you left here for? Haraha. Chief, it seems that the governor of Hongqi County is nothing more than a coward. Indeed, one wonders why the Tang Dynasty would appoint such a timid individual as a governor. Haraha. What other reason could there be but the fact that the Tang has run out of capable individuals? Observing the silence from within the gates, the Turkic soldiers surrounding the governor's residence erupted into another bout of raucous laughter. Haraha. Hong Lingang, Did you hear that? You are truly bringing shame upon the Tang Dynasty. The Turkic leader, with a mocking expression, shouted once more towards the interior, attempting to provoke Hong Lingang into revealing himself. My lord. At that moment, Zhao Yong, upon hearing the words of the Turkic soldiers, displayed an expression of profound anger and turned to call out to Li Chun. Clearly, he could not tolerate such insults. How could he remain calm while these Turkic soldiers dared to belittle the people of the Tang as cowards? Seeing Zhao Yong's demeanor, Li Chun's eyes also glimmered with a cold, lethal intent. However, he ultimately shook his head, instructing him to hold his ground. Although Li Chun too yearned to slay those Turkic soldiers immediately, he felt it was not yet the opportune moment. Moreover, he was eager to observe how the governor of Hongqi County would respond to such humiliation. He was also waiting for the arrival of the remaining Turkic soldiers, planning to capture them all at once, thus sparing himself the trouble of searching for them. Of course, if the situation grew dire, Li Chun would intervene. He could not bear to watch the governor of Hongqi County being captured or killed by these Turkic soldiers. My lord, we. Yet Zhao Yong remained unaware of Li Chun's thoughts, instead expressing his anger once more towards Li Chun, clearly irked by the previous remarks of the Turkic soldiers. Patience. Observing Zhao Yong's agitation, Li Chun smiled and shook his head, assuring him that soon enough, he would have the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Very well. I shall heed your command. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong reluctantly acquiesced, though he remained perplexed as to why Li Chun would allow the Turkic soldiers to taunt them. Nevertheless, he was resolutely obedient to Li Chun's orders. Thus, the two stood at a distance, awaiting the unfolding events. Inside the governor's residence, listening to the cacophony of taunts and insults emanating from outside, a portly man's expression grew increasingly dark and foreboding. This man was none other than Hong Lingang, the governor of Hongqi County. As a leader of a county and an official of the Tang Dynasty, he found himself humiliated at his own doorstep by foreign invaders, an affront that weighed heavily upon his spirits. Damn it, a bunch of rabble. Today, I shall fight you to the bitter end. With that, Hong Lingang resolved to open the gates and confront the Turkic soldiers in a fierce struggle. Evidently, this fellow is aware that today cannot end peacefully. After all, the guards of the county governor's office are few in number, even if they remain hidden indoors. It is only a matter of time before the gates are breached by the approaching Turkic soldiers. It would be far better to venture out and fight valiantly. Even if it results in death, he would leave behind a reputation of fearlessness. However, it must be said that Hong Lingang possesses a certain bravery. If it were someone timid and fearful, they would have long been contemplating how to escape. My lord, you mustn't. Just as Hong Lingang prepared to open the door, a man clad in armor, resembling a military commander, swiftly stepped forward to block his path. My lord, if you step outside, it will truly be the end. Those Turkic ruffians are waiting for you to emerge. The moment you reveal yourself, you will fall into their trap, and they will surely swarm you and capture you. Consider the consequences if you are seized. Our Hongqi County will be left leaderless, and they would use your capture to boast before His Majesty, further tarnishing the reputation of our great Tang Dynasty. Do you wish for me to stand by and watch as they insult our Tang? Upon hearing the commander's words, Hong Lingang erupted in anger. Moreover, do you think that if I do not go out, they will not attack? With our meager forces, how can we possibly withstand them? He was not devoid of intelligence and understood the logic the commander presented, yet he felt compelled to act. They were far too few to hold the line. Facing certain defeat at the hands of those ruffians, he preferred to meet his end with dignity. The commander's expression turned bitter upon hearing Hong Linggang's words. Indeed, only around 10 soldiers remained in the governor's office, including him. The rest had perished in defense of their country during the Turkic siege. With such a scant number, they were clearly no match for the Turkic soldiers outside. Noticing the commander's silence, Hong Lingang took a deep breath and spoke in a calmer tone. I am the governor bestowed by His Majesty. Without His Majesty, there would be no position for me today. Those ruffians outside insult our Tang, which is akin to insulting His Majesty. I cannot stand idly by. Here is what you shall do. Lead the remaining men through the back door to Chengqian and report the situation to His Majesty. Tell him that I, Hong Lingang, have served him loyally. My lord, this cannot be allowed. The commander rejected Hong Linggang's proposal outright. If anyone is to leave, it must be you. We shall remain here to defend you. Yes, we will defend you. The remaining soldiers of the Great Tang rallied behind their commander, their voices rising in unison. Clearly, Hong Lingang held a significant place in their hearts, for they were willing to risk everything for him. Silence, shouted Hong Lingang, asserting his authority. Upon hearing the cries of the crowd, Hong Lingang bellowed once more at them. You wish to stay? What purpose does that serve? He then surveyed the dozen soldiers before him and scolded, Can you possibly withstand them? Even if you were to perish in battle, would those ruffians spare me? Deep down, Hong Lingang understood that the Turkic soldiers outside had set their sights on him. Even if he allowed these 10 or so Tang soldiers to venture forth, it would merely delay the inevitable. Once they lay defeated, the Turkic warriors would not spare him either. My lord, how could we stand idly by and watch you march to your doom? Upon hearing Hong Lingang's words, a determined captain stepped forward, resolutely stating, no matter what you say, we shall not leave your side. Chapter 231. It seems that your Tang dynasty is not entirely composed of cowards. Indeed, we shall not part from you even for a moment. We are willing to accompany you to death. As the words of the commander fell, the other soldiers echoed his sentiments, their eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. Clearly, they had already embraced the notion of life and death together. You all, sigh. Surveying the expressions of the crowd, Hong Lingang could only lament in frustration. You all, Zhang Bin, directing his gaze to the side. My lord. Upon hearing Hong Lingang's call, the commander clasped his fist in salute. It was evident that Zhang Bin was his name. Do you know why I wish for your departure? Hong Lingang said with a bitter smile. This. Observing Hong Lingang's current demeanor, Zhang Bin hesitated slightly before responding. You intend for us to deliver a message to Chengqian, but let's not dwell on that, my lord. As he spoke, Zhang Bin's expression shifted to one of resolve, stating, our lives were granted by you, my lord. Without your intervention, we would have surely perished at the hands of the Turks. Now that you face peril, how could we flee alone? Forgive us, but we cannot comply. He then bowed deeply to Hong Lingang. It was evident that Hong Lingang had once saved their lives. And seeing that Zhang Bin was a man of gratitude, they could not abandon him in his time of danger. You truly infuriate me. Upon hearing Zhang Bin's heartfelt words, Hong Lingang felt no sense of gratitude. Instead, he angrily struck him with a fist. You foolish man. Sending you to Chengqian to deliver a message was merely one reason. Gazing at Zhang Bin, Hong Lingang spoke with exasperation. The primary reason was to have you escort my family away, especially my son. Our Hong family has but one heir. Must he also remain here to face death? Must I be forced to articulate this? Hearing this, Zhang Bin was momentarily taken aback, clearly having overlooked this fact. What nonsense! Hong Lingang retorted. The Turks' target is me. Should they capture me, they will not concern themselves with insignificant figures like you. Shortly, you must lead my family out and ensure they reach Chengqian. Do you understand? Indeed, Hong Lingang was acutely aware that the sole objective of the Turks' visit was him, should he remain. The Turks would not expend effort in pursuing Zhang Bin and the others, thus sparing them from a futile demise. My lord, but what nonsense! Before Zhang Bin could finish his sentence, Hong Lingang interjected once more, this is my command. All must obey. This. Yes, my lord. Observing the resolute demeanor of Hong Lingang, Zhang Bin clenched his jaw tightly and ultimately acquiesced. My lord, please take care. Tears glistened in his fierce eyes as he bent his knees, kneeling before Hong Lingang. He understood all too well that this act of submission might signify an eternal farewell between them. My lord, please, take care. With Zhang Bin's gesture, the remaining dozen or so soldiers of the Tang Dynasty also bowed in reverence to Hong Lingang. They comprehended that Hong Lingang's insistence stemmed from a desire to prevent their needless demise. This kneeling was not only an expression of gratitude but also a poignant farewell. Enough of this sentimentality. Hurry and leave. Upon witnessing their actions, Hong Lingang waved his hand dismissively and turned away. As they gazed at his retreating figure, Zhang Bin and the others bowed deeply once more, then silently rose, their eyes resolute as they turned to depart. They would undoubtedly swear to protect Hong Lingang's family back to Chengqian, even if only one remained. Listening to the footsteps gradually fading behind him, Hong Lingang's taut expression softened into a bittersweet smile. Clearly, he too wished to avoid dying here. After all, it is better to endure than to perish. For who would willingly embrace death? Sighing softly, he mused how wonderful it would be if someone could come to his rescue. At this thought, Hong Lingang unexpectedly recalled Li Chun. Given the recent rumors surrounding Li Chun, if he were to arrive, he could surely alleviate Hong Lingang's current predicament. However, shaking his head with a bitter smile, he recognized this as mere wishful thinking. The so-called reincarnation of the thunder god, Prince Yi, was far away in Chengqian and would not grace this place with his presence. I truly wish to see what Prince Yi is like, he murmured, shaking his head slightly. Resolving to cast aside such thoughts, he steeled himself, adopting a demeanor of noble sacrifice. Without further hesitation, he approached the entrance and flung the doors wide open. Now, all he could do was strive to delay the Turkic soldiers, allowing Zhang Bin and the others to escort his family to safety. Creaking open, the doors drew the attention of the Turkic soldiers, who turned their gazes toward Hong Lingang. Upon seeing him, the Turkic commander displayed a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Hong Lingang would truly open the door. Yet, he welcomed this development, as it spared them the effort of breaching the gates. Regarding the absence of others, he was indifferent. After all, as Hong Lingang had previously stated, their sole objective was the county magistrate, and the escape of others was inconsequential. Ha ha ha, Hong Lingang, I did not expect you to possess such courage. As he beheld the solitary figure of Hong Lingang, the Turkic general erupted into a hearty laugh. It seems that not all of you from the Tang are cowards, he scoffed. Humph, Shelley, we Tang people are all valiant heroes, incomparable to the likes of you. Upon hearing the general's words, Hong Lingang let out a cold snort, clearly indicating that the name Shelley referred to the Turkic commander. Ha ha ha, valiant heroes? The moment Hong Lingang spoke, Shelley burst into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. You truly amuse me. If all Tang people were indeed heroes, how could we have breached your city? Chapter 232. Decapitate him and present his head to the Khan. Can we continue to pillage this city without restraint? Heroes? Nothing but nonsense. Let me tell you at this point, Shelley's expression transformed into one of disdain as he continued. You Tang people are utterly incapable in the face of us Turks. Indeed, you are incapable. As Shelley's words fell, the Turkic soldiers behind him erupted into raucous laughter. Clearly, their recent rampage within the city had met with no resistance whatsoever, leading them to regard the Tang with contempt. Believing them to be nothing more than a hollow shell, easily squashed at their whim. Yet, observing their unrestrained merriment, Hong Lingang's countenance remained unchanged. With a single phrase, he silenced their laughter. If our Tang were God, Li Chun, were here, would you dare utter such words? Upon hearing the name Li Chun, the previously jovial Turkic soldiers fell silent, as if a hand had gripped their throats, their expressions shifting dramatically. The name Li Chun had already spread like wildfire among the Turks, reaching a level of notoriety that struck fear into their hearts. He was the one who had repelled their vast armies single-handedly. Every division of the Turks trembled at the mere mention of him, for the terror he instilled was immense. If Li Chun were truly present today, not only would they refrain from speaking so brazenly, but they would likely flee in terror. Ha ha ha, look at your pitiful expressions. As he gazed at Shelley and the others, Hong Lingang pointed at them and burst into hearty laughter. Even before his arrival, the mere mention of his name had been sufficient to silence these Turkic ruffians. What an extraordinary renown. At this moment, Hong Lingang's heart swelled with pride. As Hong Lingang laughed heartily, the Turkic soldiers, who had once mocked the Tang for their lack of defenders, found themselves rendered speechless, each face betraying a hint of concealed dread. The reason was simple. The name Hong Lingang had uttered had long since become a nightmare for the Turks. To repel hundreds of thousands of troops single-handedly, how could they not be terrified? Ha, what is this? Are you beginning to fear? Hong Lingang surveyed Shelley and the Turkic soldiers, wearing a look of unparalleled satisfaction. His elation stemmed from Li Chun's reputation. Witnessing Hong Lingang's current demeanor, Shelley's face flushed crimson with rage. He wished to regain a semblance of dignity, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, the fact that Li Chun had single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of their troops, even causing their Khan to flee in panic, was undeniable. What could he possibly counter with? Is my name truly this potent? As Shelley was blushing and at a loss for words, in a distant corner, Li Chun touched his chin in astonishment. Clearly, he had not anticipated that merely his name could evoke such an effect. Upon hearing Li Chun's remark, Zhao Yang, standing nearby, nodded in affirmation, his gaze seemingly conveying the message, "My lord, are you truly unaware of the power of your name?" Well, seeing the intent in Zhao Yang's eyes, Li Chun smiled slightly, understanding the implication. Truly, I am exceptionally talented. He sighed softly and shook his head. My lord, your excellence is universally acknowledged. Upon hearing Li Chun's somewhat narcissistic comment, Zhao Yang felt no discomfort. Rather, he nodded in agreement. In his heart, Li Chun was undoubtedly the most outstanding person in the world, if he were not considered excellent. Who else could be? Indeed, Zhao Yang. Li Chun responded to Zhao Yang's subtle flattery with a nod of appreciation. I have noticed that your discernment is improving. I have great faith in you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang's eyes brightened. It seemed that his lord enjoyed compliments. It was akin to suddenly discovering a window to the heavens. He quickly exclaimed, My lord, you are the hero in the hearts of all in our great Tang. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. Thus, Zhao Yang recounted every compliment he knew, and Li Chun displayed an expression of enjoyment. Why have you stopped? I was relishing it, Li Chun inquired, opening his eyes. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, Zhao Yang appeared embarrassed, for he had exhausted all his words of praise. Sigh. Zhao Yang, I must say, your cultural foundation requires strengthening, Li Chun remarked, observing Zhao Yang's expression with a sigh. Yes, I shall diligently expand my knowledge in the future, Zhao Yang nodded with a bitter smile. However, my lord, should we take action now? He then turned to gaze at the gate of the county governor's office, addressing Li Chun. I suspect that the Turkic soldiers are about to strike against Hong Lingang. Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Li Chun also turned to look ahead. He noticed that the Turkic soldiers, evidently provoked by Hong Linggong's prior words, were glaring menacingly at him, indicating that an attack was imminent. It seemed unlikely that additional Turkic soldiers would appear. Shifting his gaze to other streets in the city and seeing no one else around, Li Chun sighed softly, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a sharp intensity. If that is the case, let us deal with these individuals first. Let us proceed. After issuing a command to Zhao Yong, the two gradually approached the grand entrance of the governor's residence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the residence, Xieli Na glared fiercely at Hong Lingang. His eyes filled with a palpable intent to kill. Initially, he had contemplated allowing you to live a little longer. However, it seems that such a notion has become unnecessary. Clearly, as Li Chun had surmised, Xieli Na was thoroughly incensed by Hong Linggong's previous words, while Li Chun exerted absolute intimidation over them. Hong Lingang was not included in that equation. In response to Xieli Na's threat, Hong Lingang displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he cast a scornful glance in return. When my great Tang war god Li Chun arrives, it will be the day of your Turkic demise. His words exuded unwavering conviction. You shall not witness that day. Xieli Na replied with a dark, mocking snort. Sever his head and present it to the Khan. He then commanded the Turkic soldiers behind him. Chapter 233. You truly are. Decapitate him. Outside the gate of the county magistrate's office, fixated on the figure of Hong Lingang, the Turkic commander, Xieli Na wore a fierce expression as he issued a direct command to the Turkic soldiers behind him, clearly intent on avoiding further verbal conflict with Hong Lingang. As Xieli Na's words fell, several of the Turkic warriors responded in unison, raising their curved blades with sinister grins as they slowly advanced towards Hong Lingang. The chilling malice emanating from their gazes was unmistakably akin to that of vultures eyeing their prey. Indeed, at this moment, Hong Lingang had become their captive. With escape rendered impossible, only death awaited him. Yet, as the Turkic soldiers drew nearer, an air of unwavering courage remained etched upon Hong Linggong's visage. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Chang'an City and murmured softly, Your Majesty, I pledge my loyalty to you in the next life. With that, he displayed a countenance of noble sacrifice, gradually closing his eyes. It was evident that Hong Lingang was acutely aware of his dire predicament. Resigned to the fate of martyrdom for his country. Boom. Just as Hong Linggong's eyelids met, a resounding explosion erupted before him, causing the very ground beneath him to tremble violently. Following this, a cacophony of anguished cries pierced the air, swiftly reaching his ears. Hearing this sound, Hong Lingang, who had been awaiting his demise, abruptly opened his eyes. What is this? The moment he regained his sight, a scene forever etched in his memory unfolded before him. The dozen or so Turkic soldiers that had been advancing towards him had vanished without a trace, and in their stead lay a vast, gaping pit. Through the swirling dust, he could discern what appeared to be lifeless bodies at the bottom of the chasm, resembling a pool of mire. What is happening here? Faced with this bewildering sight, Hong Linggong's mind struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. In stark contrast, Xieli Na exhibited a countenance of sheer terror. Who? He bellowed towards his men. The reason for his alarm was clear. Although Hong Lingang had been unable to discern the events leading to this moment, Xieli Na had witnessed it all. Just as the dispatched Turkic soldiers were about to reach Hong Lingang, a dark object had suddenly hurtled towards them, crashing down before the soldiers and precipitating the current scene. Who could it be? Xieli Na shouted again, his voice laced with dread. Due to the tumult caused by the falling object, a cloud of dust had risen, obscuring their view of the events behind them, preventing him from fully grasping the situation. Upon hearing Xieli Na's frantic call, Hong Lingang displayed an expression of uncertainty, his eyes wide with intrigue as he sought to discern the truth. Could it be that someone had truly come to his rescue? Nevertheless, despite this, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Step. Before long, as Hong Lingang stood in a state of bewilderment, and Xieli Na was filled with inexplicable astonishment, the sound of approaching footsteps gradually reached their ears. Upon hearing these footsteps, both Hong Lingang and Xieli Na exhibited signs of tension. Under the watchful gaze of their anxious eyes, two figures finally emerged through the swirling dust before them. Hiki, are you waiting for me? With the appearance of these two figures, a light chuckle resonated from one of them. As the laughter faded, it was unclear whether it was due to the impeccable timing of the two figures or something else. But the dust that had been suspended in the air began to dissipate slowly. As the haze cleared, a strikingly handsome youth, around 16 or 17 years of age, and a robust middle-aged man became distinctly visible to the onlookers. Who are you? Upon seeing merely two figures, Xieli Na felt a sense of relief and promptly inquired. Although he could surmise that the earlier commotion had been caused by these two individuals, he presumed it was executed through some special means. Furthermore, given the proximity between them, even if such methods could still be employed, he He was confident that the two would not resort to them easily again. After all, he had witnessed the previous disturbance clearly. Should they choose to utilize such power again, they would undoubtedly be affected as well. What are we? In response to Shelina's question, the handsome youth's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a subtle arc. Did not Hong Lingang already inform you? Shelina frowned slightly, and then lowered his head to reflect. Clearly, he was momentarily taken aback by the youth's words. Trying to recall what Hong Lingang had previously conveyed to him, I told them. Not only Shelina, but even Hong Lingang, upon hearing the youth's remark, found himself in a state of confusion. This youth. He then fixed his gaze intently on the youth's face. And as his eyes shifted to the weapon slung across the youth's back, it was as if a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. You are the war god, Li Chun, he exclaimed in disbelief. Observing Hong Linggang's reaction, the handsome youth merely smiled and nodded, tacitly acknowledging the revelation. Indeed, Hong Linggang's conjecture was entirely accurate. The two figures that had suddenly appeared were none other than Li Chun and Zhao Yong. The commotion that had just transpired was undoubtedly the result of Li Chun's intervention, specifically through the formidable weapon he had cast, a warhammer. You truly are Li Chun. Upon hearing Li Chun's affirmation, a look of unrestrained joy illuminated Hong Linggang's visage. Li Chun's renown had long since permeated the fabric of the Tang Dynasty, and the mere presence of such a legendary figure was a testament that he would not have to face a heroic sacrifice today. Such a realization filled him with exhilaration, a profound sense of survival akin to that of a phoenix rising from the ashes. You are indeed Li Chun, in stark contrast to Hong Linggang's elation. Shelina, upon hearing Hong Linggang's words, gasped in astonished disbelief, his exclamation laced with profound horror. Chapter 234, Grateful for the life-saving grace of His Highness, the Winged King. As previously mentioned, the name Li Chun resonates not only throughout the Tang Dynasty but has also become renowned among the Turks. He is a formidable figure who single-handedly withstood the onslaught of their vast army, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands. During the Battle of Weishui, he even instilled such fear that two Turkic Khans were driven to flee in disarray. The fact that he now stood before them was enough to evoke a tumult of emotions. Escape was imperative. This was the singular thought coursing through Shelina's mind. They were, after all, enemies of Li Chun. If his prowess could thwart the might of their vast army, how could a mere handful of them hope to withstand him? Retreat, swiftly. He commanded the other Turkic soldiers, and without a moment's hesitation, Shelina turned to flee, recklessly rushing towards the city gates, even neglecting the nearby war horses. As Shelina made his move, panic spread among the remaining Turkic warriors, who fled in a frenzied rush as if regretting that their parents had only bestowed upon them 2 legs. It was no wonder. The name Li Chun had become a haunting specter within their ranks, and they had all heard of his legendary might. If they did not flee now, would they choose to await their fate at his hands? In an instant, the street transformed into a scene of chaos. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the disarray of the Turkic soldiers, Li Chun wore an expression of astonishment. My aura of intimidation, is it truly this potent? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Since he had come this far, why the urgency to depart? Observing the fleeing figures of the Turkic soldiers, a subtle smile crept across his lips. These individuals were a source of attributes. Though not as numerous as he had anticipated, they still held value. Li Chun would not allow them to slip through his fingers. They were to remain here. With that thought, he gestured towards a nearby deep pit. Whoosh! At his command, a dark object soared from the pit, landing firmly in his grasp. It was the golden hammer he had previously cast aside. Go! With the warhammer in hand, Li Chun smiled slightly and hurled it once more, this time targeting the direction in which the Turkic soldiers were fleeing. Whoosh! As he released the hammer, it flew forth like a cannonball, tracing a perfect arc through the air, its long tail trailing behind, before plummeting down upon the Turkic soldiers. With a resounding crash, the colossal hammer descended, unleashing an earth-shattering roar that reverberated through the grand city of Hongqi. The very ground quaked beneath this tremendous sound, resembling the onset of an earthquake, instilling a profound sense of dread. Moreover, at the sight of the hammer's impact, vast fissures began to emerge, spreading like a colossal beast awakening from the depths of the earth, sprawling ominously across the surrounding streets. Amidst the swirling dust, a chasm stretching several dozen yards appeared before the astonished crowd, resembling a segment of the streets of Hongqi being forcibly cleaved in two. Witnessing this spectacle, Hong Lingang, who stood at a distance, was rendered utterly aghast, his gaze toward Li Chun filled with a reverence akin to that reserved for a deity. He had just witnessed the scene unfold. It was merely a casual strike from Li Chun that had conjured such devastation. He is not human. Meanwhile, Xylena and the Turkic soldiers, who had initially intended to flee, now stared in horror at the chasm before them. When their eyes shifted back to Li Chun, they were filled with palpable fear. Clearly, that single strike had merely obstructed their escape, sparing their lives. Not human, he must be a demon, a fiend from the depths of hell in that moment. Both Xylena and the Turkic soldiers beheld Li Chun with an overwhelming sense of terror. Ah, now you cannot escape. Conversely, Li Chun paid no heed to the expressions of horror from Hong Ligang or the Turkic contingent. He merely regarded the lengthy chasm before him as if it were of no consequence, casually brushing his hands together and chuckling softly. Indeed, he had refrained from annihilating the Turkic soldiers outright, choosing instead to merely obstruct their path, as he still sought to extract valuable information from them. "Are you the magistrate of Hanxi?" he inquired, turning his attention to the still-dazed Hong Ligang. With the escape route blocked, the Turkic soldiers had no chance of fleeing unless they could somehow leap across the chasm, which was evidently impossible. Upon hearing Li Chun's question, Hong Ligang jolted back to awareness from his earlier astonishment. Yes, I am indeed Hong Ligang, the magistrate of this district," he stammered, promptly bowing deeply in reverence before hastening to approach Li Chun. "I am honored to meet your highness, the Winged King. Thank you for saving my life." With that, he bowed deeply once more, expressing his profound gratitude. His bow was sincere and heartfelt. Had it not been for Li Chun's timely arrival at that critical moment, he would have undoubtedly become a soul lost beneath the curved blades of the Turkic soldiers. Now, having transformed peril into safety, how could he not feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Li Chun? No need for excessive formality. Observing Hong Lingang's gestures, Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. For Hong Ligang, this was a life-saving grace, yet to Li Chun, it was merely a trifling act, hardly worth his contemplation. "I witnessed your prior performance. It was commendable." He then turned to commend Hong Ligang, referring to the latter's gallant words in the face of the Turkic soldiers. Upon hearing Li Chun's praise, Hong Lingang's large face flushed with excitement, clearly overwhelmed by the recognition. Although the young man before him appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, his reputation, status, and strength could not be judged by mere appearance. This youth was indeed a prominent figure within the Tang Dynasty, even enjoying the favor of Li Shimin. To receive praise from someone so esteemed was a rare honor, highlighting the profound emotion stirring within Hong Ligang at that moment. Chapter 235. Is it not said that there is no one in my Tang Dynasty? Your Highness, the Winged King, you flatter me unduly. However, despite this, in the midst of such excitement, Hong Ligang quickly composed himself and humbly bowed to Li Chun, replying, "Your Highness, your presence in our Hanxi County is indeed a great fortune for us." While Hong Lingang's words were laced with compliments towards Li Chun, they also held a kernel of truth. With Li Chun's renowned reputation, any news of his arrival in Hanxi County would undoubtedly instill fear in the Turks. Even should those Turkish soldiers possess audacity, they would not dare to tread into the city as brazenly as before. "You are mistaken." Upon hearing Hong Lingang's somewhat flattering remarks, Li Chun smiled and shook his head. "I have no intention of spreading news of my arrival here." Looking at Hong Ligang before him, Li Chun beamed, his words leaving Hong Ligang momentarily stunned. Indeed, he did not plan to broadcast his visit to Hanxi County, for his purpose here was to eliminate Jili and Tuli. If word of his sudden appearance reached their ears, it might raise their suspicions, even prompting them to relocate their tribe. In such a case, where would he go to seek them out? Li Chun certainly did not wish to invite such trouble upon himself. Hong Lingang's anxiety began to surface. "Your Highness, you wouldn't merely be passing through, would you?" To be honest, he genuinely feared that Li Chun was merely hurrying through Hanxi County. If that were the case, it would not bode well for him. Although Li Chun had saved him this time, what about next time? The Turkish forces often raided Hanxi County, and as the county magistrate, he could not leave recklessly. "You are correct." Observing Hong Lingang's expression, Li Chun smiled slightly. "Ah?" Hong Lingang's face turned as bitter as a melon, and the last shred of hope in his heart was shattered by Li Chun's words. "Fear not." Seeing the pained expression on Hong Lingang's face, Li Chun chuckled and said, "While I will not tarry long in your Hanxi County, rest assured, within a few days, the Turks will dare not step foot into our Tang Dynasty again." Although Li Chun did not explicitly state it, he believed that as the magistrate of Hanxi County, Hong Ligang possessed some extraordinary qualities and should be able to discern the meaning behind his words. "Dare not step into our Tang Dynasty." Indeed. Upon hearing Li Chun's statement, Hong Ligang was initially taken aback, but soon, his eyes began to shine with hope. "Your Highness, your visit this time is for beheading." It is evident that Hong Ligang is not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as the governor of a city by the court. Furthermore, Li Chun's arduous journey to this place from Changqian is undoubtedly not a mere whim. Given that Hanxi County borders the Turkic territories, Li Chun's sudden arrival here must be linked to the resolution of the current military conflict. As for the means of resolution, it is clear that one must capture the leader before subduing the followers. Observing the glimmer of hope in Hong Lingang's eyes, Li Chun smiled and nodded. not denying the truth. Your Highness, you are indeed the savior of our great Tang. Upon hearing Li Chun's acknowledgement, Hong Lingang became overwhelmingly excited. On behalf of the people of Hongqi County, I express my gratitude to your Highness. With that, he bent his knees and knelt before Li Chun. He understood the perilous nature of Li Chun's mission, as it led directly into the heart of the Turkic stronghold, a place rife with danger. Even so, Li Chun resolutely ventured forth, deserving of such reverence. Moreover, Hong Lingang harbored an inexplicable confidence in Li Chun. Given his strength, he believed that despite the numerous challenges ahead, success was inevitable. Ultimately, not only would he save Hong Lingang, but also rescue the citizens of Great Tang from peril. How could he not be moved? Rise, Li Chun said gently, smiling as he helped Hong Lingang to his feet. There is no need for such formality. As a citizen of Great Tang, it is my duty to eliminate enemies and eradicate threats. Your Highness embodies righteousness. Hong Lingang bowed deeply once more. If there is any way I can be of assistance, I shall not hesitate to face fire and water. I will not stand on ceremony with you. Li Chun responded with a slight smile. Indeed, Hong Lingang had spent the most time in Hongqi County and possessed the greatest understanding of the Turkic movements. Afterward, Li Chun would certainly seek his counsel thoroughly. However, before that, as he spoke, Li Chun's gaze shifted slowly back to the still dumbfounded Turkic soldiers, a sly smile playing on his lips. Let us first deal with these individuals. With that, he began to walk slowly towards them, guided by their expressions of sheer terror. After such a lengthy wait, it was time to reap the rewards. He is coming closer. And no, please. As Li Chun approached, both Shelly and the Turkic soldiers were overtaken by dread, their bodies trembling involuntarily from fear. The impact of Li Chun's previous display of power was too overwhelming for them to comprehend. The ground-shaking force of his strike was beyond human capability. Indeed, at the moment he unleashed his might, they were already paralyzed by fear, leaving an indelible shadow in their hearts. This man is not one who can be resisted by mere mortals. As they beheld the approaching figure of the young man, their hearts were gripped by an insurmountable fear. Step by step, the youth continued his leisurely advance, seemingly indifferent to their terror, until he halted just a short distance away. So, it was you who claimed that there was no one of worth in the Tang Dynasty, that we were all cowards? He inquired casually, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded the trembling soldiers before him. This young man was none other than Li Chun. His seemingly innocuous words, however, sent a fresh wave of dread across the already terrified faces of the Turkic warriors. We no longer dare. They stammered in response, and soon after, Shelly Na found himself collapsing in submission, bowing before Li Chun with a demeanor that starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogance when facing Hong Ling Chapter 236, Only One Can Survive. Please, spare us. As Shelly Na made his move, the Turkic soldiers trembled and knelt before Li Chun, banging their heads on the ground in desperate supplication. Please, we shall never dare again. We beg you. We implore you. In that moment, all the Turkic warriors resembled pitiful, tail-wagging dogs, devoid of any bravado. This Prince of Wings, truly a divine being. Observing the scene before him, Hong Lingang turned his gaze to Li Chun's silhouette, expressing a heartfelt exclamation. Who could have predicted that the once arrogant Turkic army would lose all courage to fight in the face of Li Chun, collapsing to their knees in surrender? It seems that only Li Chun could achieve such a remarkable feat in this world. Yet, alongside his admiration, Hong Lingang felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He was grateful that Li Chun belonged to their Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, the situation faced by Shelly Na and his men might have been their own. How fortunate we are to have such a Prince of Wings in our Tang Dynasty. With this thought, Hong Lingang's gaze toward Li Chun grew even more reverent. Spare you. Meanwhile, Li Chun remained unaware of Hong Lingang's thoughts. Instead, he looked at the kneeling Turkic soldiers, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing an inexplicable curve. Do not say that I am unwilling to grant you a chance. If you wish to live, it is not impossible. He then addressed Shelly Na and the others with a playful tone. Oh, really? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Shelly Na and his companions momentarily paused, their expressions shifting to one of unrestrained joy. With Li Chun's prowess, any act of defiance on their part would surely lead to their demise, which was precisely why they had refrained from such actions. In truth, they had not harbored much hope. Considering the fierce enmity between the Turkic and Tang forces and Li Chun's reputation as a war god, how could he possibly overlook them? Yet now, Li Chun had uttered such words, resurrecting their extinguished hopes. War god, is what you say truly the case? Shelly Na raised his head, gazing at Li Chun with eager anticipation. As he spoke, the other Turkic soldiers, fearful of mishearing, turned their hopeful eyes toward Li Chun as well. My word is as solid as gold. What I say is indeed true. Observing their expectant expressions, Li Chun nodded with a smile. Thank you, war god. Upon hearing this, Xieli Na and his companions felt as if they had clutched the last straw of hope, their excitement surging. Do not rejoice too soon. Observing their current demeanor, Li Chun's lips curled into a faintly wicked smile. I can refrain from killing you myself, however. Only one among you shall be spared. Under the watchful gaze of Xieli Na and the others, Li Chun slowly extended a finger and continued, this means that among you, only one shall survive. As for who that may be, you shall decide amongst yourselves. With that, he stood in place, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Clearly, Li Chun's intent was straightforward, to incite these Turkic soldiers into a fratricidal conflict. As for who would ultimately emerge alive, he was indifferent. Having made no promises beyond his own non-intervention. One, only one. Upon hearing Li Chun's declaration, the Turkic soldiers, including Xieli Na, were instantly engulfed in a tempest of uncertainty, casting wary glances at their companions. Only one can live. As Li Chun's words echoed, the expressions once filled with hope transformed into apprehension, and as they surveyed those around them, an air of vigilance enveloped them. It was no surprise. The implication of Li Chun's words was unmistakable. He was inciting them to turn against one another, and faced with death or survival, anyone not a fool would choose the latter. In the face of hope, who could afford to care for others? The tactics of His Highness the Winged King. It is a matter of striking at the heart before the blade. From a short distance away, Hong Lingang regarded Li Chun with a gaze that had shifted. Clearly astonished that someone of Li Chun's youth could devise such a cunning strategy at merely 15 or 16 years of age. A surge of inexplicable trepidation welled up within Hong Lingang. If one so young could conceive such heart-wrenching tactics, what might he become as he matured? Meanwhile, Li Chun remained oblivious to the impact of his words on Hong Lingang. He surveyed the dozens of Turkic soldiers before him, gradually revealing signs of impatience. My patience is finite. Should you fail to reach a decision, I shall retract my previous statement. With that, he lifted his foot and began to stride towards them. Upon witnessing Li Chun's approach, the Turkic soldiers, including Xieli Na, were immediately struck with panic. If Li Chun were to act, none of them would escape. In this critical moment, Xieli Na's eyes gleamed with fierce resolve as he shouted at the advancing Li Chun, that you are the war god of the Tang. Do not underestimate us, Turkic warriors. While we may not rival your strength, we shall not resort to fratricide, for we are brethren. As Xieli Na's words resonated in the air, the once vigilant Turkic soldiers, who had been wary of their surroundings, shifted their gaze towards Li Chun, their eyes now reflecting a resolute determination, as if they had been profoundly moved by Xieli Na's speech. Oh, observing the expressions of those before him, Li Chun smiled lightly. His gaze towards Xieli Na imbued with a sense of intrigue, for he discerned something within Xieli Na's eyes. How fascinating. He then halted his steps, a slight smile curving his lips, as if he were a spectator at a grand performance. Brothers, for the glory of our Turkic kin, let us confront him. Upon witnessing Li Chun's pause, Xieli Na's eyes flickered momentarily before he raised his curved blade, bellowing fiercely to the Turkic soldiers behind him, let us confront him. Chapter 237. Continue watching the show as the words of Xieli Na resonated in the air. The Turkic soldiers, driven by a fervent zeal, began to roar in unison. They brandished their weapons and charged toward the position occupied by Li Chun. My lord, witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhao Yong dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Chun. Though he understood that the few Turkic warriors posed no real threat to Li Chun as his guardian, he felt compelled to shield him rather than remain passive. No need. However, upon seeing Zhao Yong's actions, Li Chun smiled slightly and pulled him back. Just wait and watch the spectacle, he whispered softly, leaving Zhao Yong in a state of bewilderment. Watch the spectacle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong was momentarily taken aback, but he refrained from further comment and turned his gaze toward the approaching Turkic soldiers. The cries of anguish suddenly erupted among the Turkic ranks, just as Zhao Yong shifted his attention. This as he beheld the scene before him. Even Zhao Yong could not help but widen his mouth in astonishment. The reason was simple, as the Turkic soldiers charged toward Li Chun, their leader, Xieli Na unexpectedly struck out with his curved blade, dispatching the nearest soldiers with ruthless efficiency. My lord, did you foresee this? When Zhao Yong's eyes returned to Li Chun, they brimmed with admiration. Initially, he had perceived Xieli Na as formidable, but it became clear that his earlier proclamations were merely a ruse to deceive his own men. Even more astonishing was the realization that Li Chun had anticipated this all along, evoking a deep sense of respect within Zhao Yong. My lord, I am truly in awe. He immediately bowed deeply in reverence to Li Chun. His master was nothing short of extraordinary on the street. Zhao Yong, coming to this realization, wore a look of profound respect as he deeply bowed to Li Chun. Clearly, his master had long discerned Xieli Na's intentions, which was why he had invited Zhao Yong to witness the unfolding drama. As Zhao Yong gazed at Li Chun with admiration, Li Chun offered a slight smile and patted his shoulder. Though words were unspoken, the message was clear. Despite your age, you still have much to learn in discerning character. Yes, indeed. Zhao Yong instantly grasped Li Chun's meaning, nodding solemnly. My lord perceives the subtleties of the world and plans with great foresight. I am but a fraction of your wisdom. I shall strive to learn diligently henceforth. Zhao Yong's flattery pleased Li Chun immensely, prompting him to adopt an air of a sage, once more patting Zhao Yong's shoulder. You must earnestly heed my teachings in the days to come. Zhao Yong felt no sense of discord. Instead, he nodded earnestly. Clearly, he was genuinely impressed by the young gentleman before him, who was merely 15 or 16 years old. Very well, let the spectacle unfold. Li Chun smiled leisurely at Zhao Yong, then turned his gaze back to Xieli Na and the others. As the glances from Li Chun and his companion fell upon them, two piercing screams echoed through the air, plunging the Turkic side into utter chaos. What was happening? The Turkic soldiers, who had been charging forward, finally sensed something amiss, halting in their tracks and turning to look behind them. However, upon witnessing the scene behind them, disbelief etched itself upon each of their faces. Their leader, Xieli Na, was tightly gripping his curved blade, blood dripping from it. While behind him lay 4 or 5 Turkic soldiers, their lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of crimson, clearly deceased beyond any hope of revival. Leader, you. Faced with this spectacle, if the Turkic soldiers still failed to comprehend the situation, they would indeed be foolish. The notion of serving the Turkic cause was nothing but a deception spun by Xieli Na. You actually attacked from behind. How could you do this? In an instant, the group of Turkic soldiers directed their furious gazes towards Jilin, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Humph. Now that you have uncovered my ploy, you shall all perish today. Meanwhile, Xieli Na, having been exposed, chose to abandon all pretense, revealing a sinister expression to the Turkic soldiers. For him, in the face of life and death, what did national loyalty matter? Since only one among them could survive today, he was determined to ensure the demise of the others. Rest assured, once I survive, I will grant you a proper burial. All of you, die. With that declaration, he no longer paid attention to anything else and charged directly at the nearest Turkic soldiers. In response, the Turkic soldiers, consumed by rage, disregarded everything else, raising their blades to engage in battle, even seizing the opportunity to strike down their nearby comrades. In an instant, the sounds of clashing metal rang incessantly, and the air was filled once more with cries of anguish and despair. The scene descended into utter chaos. Ding dong. Attribute value 0. 2. Attribute value 0. 2. Attribute value. As the Turkic soldiers engaged in their deadly fray, the system's ethereal and melodious voice resonated within Li Chun's mind. Attribute value 0. 2. Attribute value 0. 2. In a fleeting moment, Li Chun's previously vacant attribute value surged to 5, continuously ascending, and it seemed entirely plausible that by the conclusion of their fierce battle, Li Chun's attribute value would reach 10 without any difficulty. The sensation of effortlessly accruing attribute points was exhilarating. As the system's persistent notifications echoed, Li Chun grinned mischievously, casting his gaze upon the battlefield, revealing a cunning smile. If he could amass attribute points in such a manner consistently, how delightful that would be. A wistful expression overtook him. It could be said that this acquisition of attribute points was the most effortless endeavor Li Chun had ever experienced. Gaining rewards without lifting a finger was simply too easy. Young master, you seem to be. Just as Li Chun was lost in reverie, Zhao Yong, standing nearby, called out with a hint of confusion, sensing that something about Li Chun was amiss, as if he were in a state of fervor. Ahem. Zhao Yong's voice promptly roused Li Chun from his daydream, prompting him to clear his throat. It's nothing, let's continue watching the show. Chapter 238, Continue to Strengthen. With the final scream echoing through the air, the battle on the street approached its conclusion. Xieli Na slowly extracted his curved blade from the body of a Turkic warrior, then collapsed onto the ground. The preceding skirmish had evidently drained him to the brink of exhaustion. After all, he was merely a mortal. To endure such a chaotic melee against dozens of Turkic soldiers until the very end was no small feat for him. The curtain falls on a grand performance. Observing Xieli Na, who lay on the ground like a defeated hound, Li Chun smiled faintly and approached him. Though they were not human, you truly are a dog. As he drew closer, Li Chun pointed at the multitude of fallen Turkic bodies and jestingly addressed Xieli Na. He was, of course, alluding to Xieli Na's willingness to slaughter his kin for the sake of survival. Warlord Xieli Na struggled to sit up from the ground, calling out to Li Chun. I have slain them all. Could you spare my life? His eyes revealed a palpable tension. That is only natural. Upon hearing this, a slight smirk curved Li Chun's lips. I am a man of my word. If I promise to spare one life, then one life shall be spared. I shall not go back on my word. Thank you, Warlord. Xieli Na's expression transformed into one of immense relief, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Li Chun. Truth be told, everything he had done was to secure his own survival, and now that his wish was finally fulfilled, he felt an overwhelming sense of reprieve, as if he had escaped from death. However, just as Xieli Na basked in his elation, a cunning smile crept across Li Chun's face. While I may not take action myself, I cannot vouch for others. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Zhao Yang, who stood behind him. It was clear that Li Chun had never intended for Xieli Na to return unscathed. Hiki, a knowing, sinister grin spread across Zhao Yong's face as he picked up a Turkic curved blade from the ground and advanced step by step towards Xieli Na. Why? You cannot betray your word. Terror washed over Xieli Na as he beheld the unfolding scene. He could hardly fathom that someone of Li Chun's stature would engage him in such a cruel game of semantics. You have misjudged me. Li Chun replied earnestly to Xieli Na's protest. I only promised that I would not act against whoever among you survived until the end, but I did not guarantee that others would refrain from doing so. Why? You. Stammering, Xieli Na found himself at a loss for words. Recalling Li Chun's earlier statement. Indeed, Li Chun had articulated it precisely as such. Enough. Observing Xieli Na's current state, Li Chun grew somewhat impatient. You have reaped what you have sown. Do not blame others for your fate. To speak candidly, Li Chun was not a man prone to violence. Had Xieli Na not previously inflicted suffering upon the people of the Tang Dynasty, it is conceivable that Li Chun might have spared his life. Alas, in this world, there is no remedy for regret, and since Xieli Na had committed such heinous acts, Li Chun could not allow this scourge to persist. Zhao Yong, take action, he commanded, his patience worn thin. Yes, my lord, Zhao Yong replied with a nod, and without further hesitation, he raised his curved blade, striking down upon Xieli Na, whose eyes were filled with terror. A piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by a fountain of blood that erupted skyward as a severed head, resembling a grotesque ball, was flung far into the distance. Clearly, Zhao Yong harbored deep animosity towards Xieli Na, for he showed no mercy, swiftly beheading him. Ding dong. At the very moment of Xieli Na's demise, the system's melodious voice resonated in Li Chun's mind. Attribute value, 1. Congratulations, host. Your attribute value has risen to 10 points. To his astonishment, Li Chun found that slaying a Turkic general had yielded him an attribute point. It was surprising indeed, for previously, each fallen Turkic soldier had only contributed a fraction of an attribute value, while this Xieli Na had provided a singular point. A delightful unexpected boon. A faint smile graced Li Chun's lips. It seemed he ought to eliminate more Turkic generals in the future. The reward for vanquishing a general equaled 5 times that of a common Turkic soldier, a most enticing prospect that he could not afford to overlook. With this thought, anticipation stirred within him for the journey ahead, as his mission was to eliminate both Tuli and Jili, necessitating a venture into the heart of the Turkic stronghold, where formidable Turkic warriors would surely abound. This venture promised considerable profit. My lord, just as Li Chun reveled in his thoughts, Zhao Yong approached. Having discarded his blade, and inquired, gesturing towards the multitude of Turkic corpses strewn upon the ground, what shall we do with these bodies? This is still Hongqi County City. And while it has suffered under Turkic oppression, many citizens remain. We cannot simply leave these corpses in the streets, can we? I trust that Governor Hong can manage this matter. Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Li Chun smiled faintly and slowly turned his gaze towards Hong Lingyang. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take care of this. Hong Lingyang, meeting Li Chun's gaze, did not dare to be remiss, hastily clasping his fist in acknowledgement, adding, moreover, having these bodies present offers a measure of closure to the citizens of the city. Oh. Upon hearing these words, Li Village immediately displayed an expression of keen interest. What do you intend to do, Your Highness? Zhao Yang, with a broad grin upon his face, turned and strode confidently towards the governor's mansion. Young master, what is he planning to do? Watching the retreating figure of Hong Ling, Zhao Yong inquired of Li Chun, somewhat perplexed. Hong Ling certainly knows how to seize the moment. Li Chun, however, did not respond to Zhao Yong's question. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of understanding. Chapter 239, Capturing the Citizens of My City as Servants? What on earth is he up to? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yong found himself even more bewildered. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Zhao Yong was enveloped in confusion, a resonant sound akin to a mighty bell suddenly reverberated within the governor's mansion. The sound was so profound that it echoed throughout the entire city of Hongqi, clear for all to hear. This is summoning the citizens of the entire city? At the very moment the bell tolled, the initially perplexed Zhao Yong finally comprehended the situation. If he were still unaware of Hong Linggang's intentions, he would truly be on the verge of foolishness. Ding ding ding. The bell's toll grew increasingly urgent, imparting a sense of urgency, as if urging the populace to hasten their arrival. Within moments, the once desolate streets began to fill with figures, increasing in number until the thoroughfares were entirely crowded. Viewed from above, it would present a magnificent spectacle. As these figures emerged onto the streets, they quickly surged like a tide towards the governor's mansion. Clearly, these citizens had received the signal to gather, the signal being the sound of the bell, orchestrated by none other than the governor of Hanqi, Hong Lingang. Your Highness the Winged King, I have summoned the citizens of the entire city. I hope you will not take offense. Stepping out of the governor's mansion, Hong Lingang approached Li Chun and clasped his hands in salute. His words implied a desire to inform the citizens of Li Chun's arrival in Hanqi. After all, the recent relentless oppression from the Turks had dealt a heavy blow to the townspeople, and the presence of a savior like Li Chun could offer them a glimmer of hope. Well, if I must inform them, so be it. Li Chun understood the essence of Hong Linggang's message. Although he preferred to avoid complications, the situation had reached a point where it could not be ignored. After all, as previously mentioned, providing the citizens with a semblance of hope would undoubtedly benefit the Tang Dynasty. Thank you, Your Highness the Winged King. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Hong Lingang expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. He was acutely aware that if the news of Li Chun's arrival were to spread to the Turks, it would undoubtedly impede Li Chun's objectives. Yet, he felt powerless. Otherwise, the mounting pressure on the citizens could lead to a catastrophic collapse. Enough. No need for formalities. Upon witnessing Zhao Yong's actions, Li Chun casually waved his hand in dismissal, then turned his gaze towards the various streets of the city. As he followed the movement of the crowd, he noticed a throng of people, as relentless as a torrent, surging frantically towards their location. Soon, under Li Chun's watchful eyes, the tide of humanity gradually coalesced near the few individuals present. What could account for such a vast chasm? As the crowd beheld the enormous ravine spanning across the street, astonishment painted every face, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. It is essential to note that these individuals were residents of Hanqi County, intimately familiar with the city's landscape. The sudden emergence of such a colossal fissure, seemingly cleaved by some divine force, left them utterly flabbergasted. What is happening? What is this? With an increasing number of people halting in their tracks, the streets grew congested, and those stranded at the back began to inquire about the commotion ahead. Clearly, they had yet to glimpse the immense chasm due to their position in the crowd. Do not push. There is a long, deep pit ahead. Yes, it seems as if that pit appeared out of nowhere. I even heard someone say it fell from the sky. The residents at the forefront began to elaborate, and their words grew increasingly fantastical. What? It fell from the sky? Then, is it a divine pit? Could it be the work of celestial beings? Upon hearing the explanations from those ahead, the people in the back widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer incredulity. I want to see it. I want to see it too. In an instant, chaos erupted across the streets as everyone clamored to advance and catch a glimpse of the heavenly chasm that had seemingly descended from above. Meanwhile, before the county magistrate's office, Li Chun, upon overhearing the citizens' discussions, displayed a bemused expression, bemused that his casually created pit had been transformed into a divine phenomenon. One must admit, the imagination of these people knows no bounds. Hong County Magistrate. Turning his attention to the throng pushing forward, he inquired of Hong Ling. Are these all the residents of the county? Yes, Your Highness. Hong Ling responded promptly, not daring to exhibit any negligence. However, upon hearing her reply, Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly. According to his knowledge, the population of Hanqi County numbered at least several tens of thousands. How could it be that only this many were present? Indeed, although Li Chun had never visited Hanqi County, he had previously gathered information indicating that the city housed around 40 to 50,000 inhabitants. Yet now, the crowd before him barely totaled 10,000. This discrepancy piqued Li Chun's curiosity. Your Highness, the Winged King, you are perhaps unaware of the circumstances. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Hong Lingang immediately revealed a bitter smile. Our Hanqi County was once considered a flourishing place. In the past, with the influx of merchants and the existing populace, the number of inhabitants indeed approached 50,000. However, this prosperity could not withstand the ravages of war. Since the Battle of Weishui, following the retreat of the Turks, trade between our two nations has been effectively severed, resulting in a substantial exodus of merchants. Furthermore, just a few days ago, the Turks brazenly dispatched troops to harass our citizens, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage within our city. They even abducted numerous individuals to serve as their slaves, leaving the populace in a state of perpetual fear. In desperation, most citizens have been compelled to leave the county, seeking a means of survival elsewhere. Thus, our once thriving Hanqi County has been reduced to its current lamentable state. As Hong Lingang recounted these events, his face betrayed profound sorrow and an undercurrent of self-reproach, for he is the magistrate of this county. The transformation of Hongqi County into such a pitiful sight weighs heavily upon his heart. The abduction of our citizens for enslavement. Li Chun, however, paid no heed to Hong Lingong's expression. Upon hearing his account, his demeanor darkened significantly. Chapter 240. You call them divine beings, and you are not wrong indeed. Hong Lingyang wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, her face contorted with rage as she spoke. They have not only seized the citizens of our city to serve as their slaves, but they have even targeted young maidens, turning them into their playthings. With the utterance of Hong Lingong's words, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Li Chun's body. The force generated by this fury shattered the ground around him into dust. They deserve to die, he articulated, each word deliberate and heavy. It was evident that Li Chun was genuinely incensed by the actions of the Turks. How could those Turks treat the subjects of our Tang Dynasty like mere cattle, brazenly plundering young girls? One can only imagine the fate that awaits those maidens in the den of wolves. Although Li Chun did not consider himself a savior of the downtrodden, such behavior was a direct assault on his principles. His expression was cold and fierce, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable, striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. Clearly, he had been provoked beyond measure by the Turks' transgressions. Observing Li Chun's demeanor and the ground shattered by his overwhelming presence, Hong Lingyang staggered backward in astonishment, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. This Prince E is terrifying. The murderous aura emanating from Li Chun, though intangible, sent chills down her spine. At the moment his fury erupted, the tempestuous winds felt as if she were a tiny boat adrift in an immense, formless sea, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Cold sweat cascaded down Hong Lingong's face, and when she turned her gaze back to Li Chun, her eyes were filled with awe and fear. Throughout her life, she had encountered many who bore a countenance of wrath, yet none had instilled such dread as Li Chun. Even the formidable generals like Cheng Yaojin, who had emerged from rivers of blood, could not compare. Not only her, but Zhao Yong also wore a look of astonishment. Having followed Li Chun for so long, he had developed some understanding of his character. Li Chun had always been gentle with others, never displaying such ferocity before. It seemed that the young master was genuinely enraged this time. Gazing at Li Chun, Zhao Yong could not help but murmur inwardly, the Turks were surely doomed. Meanwhile, as Zhao Yong and Hong Lingyang were engulfed in their astonishment, Li Chun took a deep breath, his murderous intent retracting as he turned his gaze toward Hong Lingyang. First, calm the citizens. Yes, yes. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Hong Lingyang did not dare to hesitate and quickly responded. I shall go at once. With that, she hurried toward the frightened populace. Meanwhile, the citizens of the city remained oblivious to the events transpiring before the governor's residence, engrossed in fervent discussions regarding the mysterious pit, creating an atmosphere of considerable excitement. Everyone, please quiet down. At that moment, Hong Lingyang stepped forward, raising his hand to address the crowd. As his voice resonated, the previously boisterous assembly gradually fell silent. Allow me to speak. Once the crowd settled, Hong Lingyang continued, I shall elucidate the matter of the pit shortly. However, prior to that, I urge you all to circumvent the pit and proceed to the front of the governor's residence. To truly assuage your concerns, it is imperative that you witness the entirety of the governor's estate. Upon hearing his words, the citizens responded affirmatively and soon began to mobilize. Although the chasm created by Li Chun obstructed their path, alternative routes were readily available, for Hongpu County was not limited to a single street, and the chasm merely blocked one avenue leading to the city gate. As time passed, the citizens successfully circumvented the chasm, arriving at the governor's residence via other streets. Once gathered, the throng of people was remarkably quiet, not a sound escaping their lips as they awaited the governor, Hong Lingyang, to speak. Dear citizens, do you find yourselves perplexed by the sudden appearance of this deep pit? Hong Lingyang surveyed the crowd before slowly articulating his inquiry. Indeed, Governor. With his words, the citizens began to voice their questions. Governor, did the pit truly descend from the heavens? Is it possible that this pit was created by celestial beings to thwart the incursions of the Turks? Governor, regarding this pit. In an instant, waves of inquiries surged forth, each louder than the last, directed at Hong Lingyang. Yet, rather than display any impatience, he smiled broadly, raising his hand to quell the clamor, and spoke gently. Indeed, this pit did fall from above. However, it was not the work of divine beings. At this juncture, Hong Lingyang cast a glance at Li Chun behind him before continuing. Rather, it was a human endeavor. A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd as they processed his revelation, their faces reflecting incredulity and disbelief. What they had just witnessed was a chasm nearly several dozen zhang in length and almost 2 zhang in depth. The enormity of this pit, which Hong Lingyang had astonishingly attributed to human intervention, left them utterly astounded. How could this be possible? As his words echoed, a wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. Such a vast pit could hardly be the result of human endeavor. They exchanged glances, their expressions revealing incredulity. Who could possess the capability to create such a monumental abyss? Were they to believe it was the work of divine beings? Clearly, skepticism lingered in their minds regarding Hong Lingang's assertion. Silence, he commanded, raising his hand to quell the clamor of the bewildered assembly. Have I ever deceived you? He continued, addressing the townsfolk with fervor. The chasm behind you is indeed a product of human effort, however. At this juncture, he paused, his tone shifting before he added, it would not be entirely incorrect to refer to those responsible as extraordinary beings. Chapter 241. Only you can save us now. Lord County Magistrate. Who is the one responsible for creating this deep pit? A citizen at the forefront could not restrain himself from asking. Indeed, Lord County Magistrate. Referred to as a divine being. Who exactly is he? Who possesses such remarkable abilities? One voice sparked curiosity among the others, who began to question Hong Lingang in earnest. It was evident that they yearned to uncover the identity of the creator of the abyss. You may have heard of him, Hong Lingang replied with a slight smile. He is none other than His Highness the Winged King. It must be him. Before Hong Lingang could finish his sentence, a citizen suddenly exclaimed. This citizen was none other than one of those saved by Li Chun upon entering the city from the hands of the Turks. Do you remember what I told you? His Highness the Winged King has arrived in our Hanqi County. The citizen pointed excitedly towards Li Chun's location, proclaiming to those around him. That is His Highness the Winged King. It was he who rescued us, and undoubtedly, he is the one who created this divine pit. His Highness the Winged King. Upon hearing these words, the crowd momentarily froze, then recollected and turned in unison to gaze at Li Chun. His reputation had long spread throughout the Tang Empire, having single-handedly repelled hundreds of thousands of Turkish soldiers, causing the likes of Jili and Tuli to flee in terror. He was subsequently hailed as a reincarnation of the Thunder God. If that deep pit were indeed created by Li Chun, it would hardly be surprising. For he was the living Thunder God. Is that youth truly His Highness the Winged King? He is indeed as young as the legends say. Truly, he is the Thunder God incarnate. His Highness the Winged King has genuinely come to our Hanqi County. We are saved. In an instant, waves of joy spread through the crowd, as if infectious, and soon, fervent admiration filled their gazes directed at Li Chun. Your Highness, please, you must save us. Your Highness, you must take action on our behalf. Consequently, the citizens, like a rising tide, knelt before Li Chun, their thoughts aligning perfectly with Hong Lingang's earlier sentiment. As long as Li Chun was willing to intervene, he would undoubtedly rescue them from their dire predicament. What is happening here? Witnessing the scene before him, Hong Lingang stood in stunned silence, baffled by how they knew of the Winged King's presence in Hanqi County. Clearly, he was unaware of Li Chun's deeds in saving the citizens after entering the city. Not just Hong Lingang, but even Li Chun, standing a short distance away, could not help but reveal a look of astonishment upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Have they seen me before? He turned and asked Zhao Yang beside him in a daze. My lord, have you forgotten? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, Zhao Yang could not help but smile. For he realized that the common folk he had saved during his previous venture into the city must have deduced his identity and subsequently informed others, thus leading to the current situation. It seemed to be the case. After listening to Zhao Yang's response, Li Chun quickly comprehended the matter at hand. After all, his reputation within the Tang Dynasty was exceedingly prominent. He recalled having proclaimed himself as this king in front of those citizens, and it was hardly surprising that they would surmise his identity, given that there was no other young prince in the realm. Truly, this king was remarkably exceptional. With a deep sigh, he acknowledged this reality. Upon hearing Li Chun's remarks, Zhao Yong wisely chose to remain silent. It was not that he lacked the desire to compliment Li Chun, but rather that he had exhausted his words of praise on him previously. He resolved in his heart to diligently study poetry and literature, particularly those that extolled others. After waiting for an extended period without receiving any praises from Zhao Yong, Li Chun's enthusiasm began to wane. He looked at Zhao Yong and sighed in exasperation. He had anticipated this fellow would shower him with accolades, yet unexpectedly, Zhao Yong chose to retreat into silence, which left Li Chun feeling as though he had struck a blow against cotton, utterly ineffective. Zhao Yong, it is not that I am reprimanding you. He then adopted a grandiose demeanor, addressing Zhao Yong with a tone of authority. You are now the captain of the guards of my wing Prince's residence, leading hundreds of men. You cannot simply wield swords all day. You must also devote time to studying literature to be worthy of your position. Otherwise, how will outsiders perceive my wing princess residence? Shall they think we are merely a band of simple-minded brutes? That would be a disgrace to my honor. Yes, your highness, you are absolutely correct. Upon hearing Li Chun's admonishments, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yong's forehead. Was it merely a lack of words to praise him? He lamented silently within. Of course, This thought was one he would never dare express aloud. The consequences would surely be dire. Rest assured, Your Highness, he replied earnestly, his conviction unwavering. In the future, I shall heed your teachings and diligently lead the guards of our winged princess residence in the study of poetry and song, ensuring that I will not disappoint you again. He emphasized the phrase not disappoint you again with particular weight. Indeed, let us hope so. Observing Zhao Yong's earnest demeanor, Li Chun nodded in satisfaction. However, he pondered whether being too exceptional might not be entirely advantageous. His gaze shifted to the citizens who continued to kneel and plead, and he could only shake his head with a wry smile, a sigh escaping his lips that was evidently heartfelt. Although his reputation is currently resounding throughout the Tang Dynasty, this acclaim also brings with it certain burdens. For instance, now, when faced with the earnest pleas of the common people, he cannot simply turn a blind eye like an ordinary individual. Come, follow me, he said, gently shaking his head as he beckoned Zhao Yong and then stepped toward the crowd of citizens. Your Highness, please, you must save us. Indeed, Your Highness. Only you can rescue us now, Your Highness. As Li Chun drew nearer, the fervent voices of the citizens swelled once again. Observing their desperate expressions, Li Chun slowly raised both hands to quell the tumultuous cries. Chapter 242. His Royal Highness, the Winged King, is truly humble. Rest assured, my esteemed friends, I have come here to address the issues concerning the Turks. I am well aware of your tribulations, and my presence here signifies that I shall not turn a blind eye to your plight. With a solemn expression, he urged the crowd, please, rise. Thank you, Your Highness. The Winged King, thank you, Your Highness. The Winged King. As Li Chun's words resonated, the common folk displayed expressions of fervent gratitude, bowing repeatedly in thanks before gradually standing. Your Highness, we are truly grateful. Despite rising, their expressions of appreciation continued to flood towards Li Chun like relentless waves. As previously mentioned, Li Chun's reputation had already taken root in the hearts of these people. He was the war god who single-handedly repelled hundreds of thousands of troops, and the living thunder god at that. The combination of these two illustrious titles stirred immense excitement among the populace. Moreover, Li Chun had just assured them of his commitment to aid them, instilling hope that he could indeed rescue them from their dire circumstances. How could they not feel profound gratitude? Enough, my friends. Listening to their chorus of thanks, Li Chun smiled gently before raising his hand to quell their voices. It is premature to express such gratitude. I have yet to do anything for you, and thus I cannot accept your thanks. He continued. Once I have thoroughly resolved the threat posed by the Turks, then your expressions of gratitude will be timely. Indeed, Li Chun had come here to confront the Turks, particularly the likes of Shelley and his men, but he had not yet rendered any service to the citizens of the city. Naturally, he felt somewhat uncomfortable accepting their gratitude. However, this was merely Li Chun's personal sentiment. Your Highness, you are far too humble. After Li Chun spoke, a citizen at the forefront cried out, you saved our lives. How can you say you have done nothing for us? Indeed, Your Highness, echoed another, were it not for you, we would have perished at the hands of those Turkic scoundrels. As one voice rose, several others joined in, their faces alight with gratitude. Indeed, Your Highness, you are our benefactor. Your Highness, you are our savior. Were it not for you, we would not be standing here. How can you claim to have done nothing for us? Although Li Chun viewed his actions upon entering the city as mere happenstance, the citizens held a different perspective. They believed he had saved their very lives. Yes, Your Highness, you are far too modest. With these voices joining in, the rest of the populace began to express their gratitude as well. Moreover, you were the one who eliminated those calamities, were you not? There were even those who pointed to the lifeless bodies of the fallen Turkic soldiers, long beyond the point of death, saying, these scourges have tormented us for many days. Today, you have vanquished them, thus avenging us. Indeed, without your intervention, we would have remained at their mercy indefinitely. Your efforts to eliminate these threats are deeply appreciated. The crowd, filled with sincerity and devoid of any pretense, expressed their gratitude to Li Chun once more. Li Chun, upon hearing their words, could only manage a wry smile. He had not anticipated that his casual remark would elicit such a profound response from the populace. It appeared that he truly needed to take substantive action. Whispering to himself, he acknowledged the trust these people placed in him, and he resolved not to disappoint them. Please, disperse for now, he said, having made his decision. He bowed slightly to the crowd and declared, I assure you, from this day forth, there shall be no further incursions by the Turkic forces upon our town. Li Chun was particularly confident in this promise, for his sole purpose in coming here was to eradicate the Turkic menace. If he could successfully eliminate the two key figures, it would surely incite chaos among the Turkic ranks, rendering them incapable of further harassment of the Tang Dynasty, thereby alleviating the plight of the people. Thank you, Your Highness. The crowd exclaimed, their voices filled with joy, reverberating through the air of Hanchi County as if they could infect the very atmosphere with their elation. Clearly, They had awaited this moment for far too long, and now Li Chun descended upon them like a celestial being, ready to resolve their troubles. The intensity of their emotions was palpable. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Li Chun felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his lips, revealing a glimmer of shared sentiment. "Commander Hong, please have the citizens disperse. I have matters to discuss with you." His gaze shifted to the side, finding Commander Hong Lingang. "Yes, Your Highness." Hong Lingang replied promptly, stepping forward to address the crowd, calming their exuberance. "You have all heard the words of His Highness. He has come to rescue us. What we must do now is return home and await the good news that His Highness will surely bring us in a few days. Now, let us disperse for the time being." "Very well. We shall return and await the good news from His Highness, the Winged Prince." "Your Highness, we await your word." As Hong Ling's words fell, the multitude of commoners responded in unison, and as if prearranged. They collectively bowed to Li Chun before turning to make their way back to their respective homes. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, however, from a distant street, the unmistakable sound of galloping hooves began to resonate, growing ever closer, evidently approaching their direction. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound of the hoofs, Li Chun's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to look. To his astonishment, nearly 100 war horses were charging towards them, and on those steeds, he could faintly discern the attire and adornments of their riders. Turkic soldiers. Gazing upon the myriad of figures, Li Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Turkic soldiers would emerge from behind them as well. Chapter 243. This bunch of scoundrels seek death. "Young master, look behind them." As Li Chun momentarily lost his focus, Zhao Yong approached him and whispered with a countenance filled with malice. Upon hearing these words, Li Chun's gaze shifted towards the rear of the Turkic soldiers' mounts. Boom. The sight that met his eyes unleashed an icy wave of murderous intent from within Li Chun, so potent that it seemed to distort the very fabric of space. This wretched lot deserves death. A surge of killing intent enveloped Li Chun, the tempest it generated fracturing the ground beneath him. The source of this storm was none other than the actions of the Turkic soldiers. Behind the steeds ridden by these warriors, a line of common folk was bound together, reminiscent of cattle strung in a row. What incited Li Chun's fury even more was the pitiful state of these captives, their bodies in tatters, some barely clinging to life. Yet the Turkic soldiers remained indifferent, treating them like livestock, mercilessly striking them with whips and deriving pleasure from dragging them along with their steeds. "This vile scum deserves death." Witnessing this abhorrent scene, Li Chun muttered through gritted teeth before taking a step forward, resolutely advancing toward their direction. Turkic soldiers. It is indeed the Turkic soldiers. As Li Chun moved, the citizens of Hongqi County, who had initially intended to disperse, became acutely aware of the sudden appearance of the Turkic soldiers and the plight of their fellow countrymen. These brutes. Anger etched across their faces as they beheld the suffering of their kin. These beasts deserve a wretched fate. In an instant, a chorus of curses erupted among the throng. "Look, His Highness the Winged King approaches." Amidst the invectives, some citizens turned their gaze to Li Chun. "His Highness the Winged King will surely not let them go." "Yes, His Highness the Winged King, slay them, slay them." In that moment, a wave of fervent cries surged like a tide behind Li Chun, the intensity of their collective rage palpable and awe-inspiring. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Li Chun, hearing the uproar behind him, remained unresponsive. Even without their exhortations, he knew what must be done. His eyes, filled with lethal intent, remained fixated on the Turkic soldiers as he steadily and resolutely approached them without pausing. "Stop." As Li Chun continued to approach, the Turkic soldiers finally sensed something amiss. A figure resembling a leader narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand, halting the advance of the Turkic troops. "Who are you?" he inquired, pointing his sword toward the gradually approaching Li Chun. Clearly, he recognized that Li Chun was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such caution. However, upon hearing the question, Li Chun remained silent, steadfastly advancing toward them. "Humph. Seeking death." The Turkic leader's expression darkened as he coldly scoffed. Although he could discern that Li Chun was exceptional, it was evident that he was merely one man, while they boasted over 100 Turkic soldiers, all cavalry. Regardless of how remarkable Li Chun might be, he was undoubtedly no match for them. As for the commoners behind Li Chun, he regarded them with utter disdain. "Bring him down," he commanded, gesturing casually to the soldiers behind him. "Yes, Commander." The Turkic soldiers responded in unison, a dozen cavalrymen grinning maliciously as they turned toward Li Chun. "Kid, there are paths to heaven you refuse to take, yet you insist on crashing into hell. Prepare to meet your demise," they taunted, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward him. To them, Li Chun was merely a hot-headed youth from the Tang Dynasty, and slaying him would be a trivial task. Observing the oncoming Turkic cavalry, Li Chun momentarily paused, then coldly chuckled. "Seeking death. with a sudden push against the ground. He charged forward, advancing rather than retreating. Haha, does this fool actually think he can resist? The Turkic soldiers remaining behind were taken aback for a moment, then erupted into mocking laughter. Their disbelief was understandable. The assailants were elite cavalry, and even dozens of men would be reduced to mere flesh under their iron hoofs. The fact that Li Chun did not flee, but instead dared to confront them was sheer folly in their eyes. Haha, is this kid truly a fool? On the street, the Turkic soldiers laughed derisively at Li Chun's actions, their expressions akin to that of onlookers witnessing a simpleton. It turned out he was just a naive hothead. Not only the soldiers, but even their leader wore an expression of disdain at that moment. Initially, he had presumed that Li Chun possessed some unique qualities, yet it now appeared that he was merely a disillusioned youth. In stark contrast to these Turkic warriors, the citizens of Heir County gazed upon Li Chun with faces etched in anxiety. Although they had heard tales of his exploits, such accounts were merely hearsay for most. Aside from a select few, the majority had never witnessed Li Chun in action, rendering their apprehension entirely understandable. However, this sentiment did not encompass all, as exemplified by Hong Lingyang and Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong, of course, was already well aware of Li Chun's capabilities, while Hong Lingyang had just witnessed how Li Chun had effortlessly vanquished the likes of Sheli Na and other Turkic foes. With Li Chun's prowess, dispatching a dozen Turkic cavalrymen was no more than child's play. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, as both sides harbored their own thoughts, Li Chun's figure finally closed the distance to the group of Turkic cavalry, and then, with a sudden halt, he retrieved the two resounding golden hammers from behind, following which he brought them crashing down upon the ground before him. Chapter 244, The Fate of Shattered Organs and a Body with 7 Openings. In an instant, a scene of sheer astonishment unfolded before the eyes of all present. With a thunderous roar, the ground ahead began to tremble violently, as if something were about to burst forth from the earth. Suddenly, from the once even surface, enormous spikes erupted from below. As these formidable spikes emerged, the group of Turkic cavalrymen had no time to react. They were impaled, much like skewered candied hawthorn, as the spikes pierced both horse and rider, freezing them midair. The battleground was adorned with these towering spikes, while the once charging Turkic soldiers stood like statues, suspended in the air, blood cascading down the stone pillars, presenting a scene both shocking and chilling. Though this unfolding drama may seem lengthy when recounted, it occurred in the blink of an eye. From the moment Li Chun made his move, only a few breaths had passed, leaving the remaining Turkic soldiers still caught in their previous laughter, unable to emit another sound. They resembled ducks whose necks had been grasped, appearing utterly ridiculous. How is this possible? How could he have accomplished this? Moments later, amidst the Turkic soldiers, someone finally reacted, gazing at the horrifying spectacle from a distance, his face contorted in terror. As he spoke, the rest of the Turkic soldiers began to awaken from their shock. When their eyes fell upon Li Chun, disbelief filled their expressions. Even their leader wore a countenance of sheer horror, as though he were gazing upon a demon. Who is he? Fixated on Li Chun, they felt their bodies tremble involuntarily. They had witnessed the previous scene in its entirety. Li Chun had merely struck the ground with his weapon. Yet such an eerie spectacle had emerged. How could they not be overwhelmed with dread? Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the Turkic soldiers, the citizens of Heir County, situated on the opposite side of the street, beheld the scene before them. After a brief silence, they erupted into frenzied cheers. Your Highness, the Winged King, is magnificent. Well done, Your Highness, the Winged King. Your Highness, the Winged King. In an instant, waves of fervent shouts resounded like thunder within the city of Heir County, their cheers soaring high into the heavens, surely audible even from miles away. Your Highness, the Winged King, our god of war. Amidst the excitement, a citizen suddenly raised his right fist high, shouting fervently towards Li Chun. God of war, God of war, God of war, God of war. The mere utterance of these words sent ripples through the crowd. As the voice resonated, it triggered a chain reaction among the thousands of citizens, who raised their fists and chanted in unison, their eyes fixed upon Li Chun, brimming with fervor. As previously mentioned, they had never witnessed Li Chun in action, and now they were finally beholding the awe-inspiring scene of his prowess. The spectacle ignited a tempest of emotions within them. With a warrior like Li Chun, how could the Turkic forces ever hope to prevail? The Winged King, war, god of war. Yet, upon hearing the fervent cries of the multitude, the expression of the Turkic leader transformed in an instant, his face paling dramatically. He was Li Chun. In the streets, upon hearing the jubilant cheers of the populace, the Turkic general's countenance turned ashen. He was indeed Li Chun. It was evident that he had discerned Li Chun's identity from the enthusiastic shouts of the people. After all, Li Chun's renown was not merely confined to the realms of the Tang Dynasty. It had also permeated the Turkic lands. where his legendary ability to repel hundreds of thousands of troops single-handedly had become the stuff of legend. Moreover, the formidable strength he had just exhibited, coupled with the unique weapon he wielded, left no doubt. Who else could it be but Li Chun? Retreat. Quickly retreat. Terrified by the presence of Li Chun, the Turkic leader's spirit for battle evaporated entirely. He turned to his troops and shouted urgently, then fled in haste. Witnessing their leader's actions, the Turkic soldiers sprang into action, fully aware of the implications of his words. The name Li Chun had become a taboo among them. A figure who stood resolutely against an army of hundreds of thousands. Their presence here, with barely 100 men, would surely lead to their demise if they lingered. In an instant, the 100 Turkic horsemen scattered like frightened animals, fleeing in disarray. But could they escape? Observing their frantic retreat, Li Chun let out a cold chuckle. From the moment they appeared, he had harbored lethal intent toward them. How could he allow them to depart so easily? Since they had come, they would remain here. With that, Li Chun slowly raised the 2 massive golden hammers in his hands, flexing his arms slightly before hurling them toward the direction of the fleeing Turkic soldiers. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Li Chun made his move, the 2 golden hammers were released, cutting through the air with a deafening roar, tracing perfect arcs like heavy cannonballs, and crashing down on the path the Turkic soldiers had taken to escape. Boom! Boom! As 2 war hammers struck down, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air, and clouds of dust surged skyward, obscuring the heavens. Amidst the tumultuous swirling of debris, the ground trembled violently. This seismic disturbance caused the Turkish soldiers, who had intended to flee, to tumble from their steeds like dumplings, sprawled chaotically upon the earth while issuing pitiful cries. The noble steeds beneath them had already succumbed to the force of the tremor, for the might wielded by Li Chun was beyond what these animals could withstand, even though he had not exerted his full strength. However, they ought to count themselves fortunate. Had they not been mounted atop these horses, they too might have met a gruesome fate, their organs shattered, their lives snuffed out. Run, flee swiftly. Though cast down from their mounts, their desire to escape remained undiminished. The Turkish commander sprang up from the ground and once again dashed forward, with his rallying cry. The remaining Turkish soldiers scrambled to their feet, frantically fleeing as if they resented their parents for not granting them an additional pair of legs. Chapter 245, The Devil. He is the devil. Yet, it is no wonder they react this way. After all, Li Chun had carelessly hurled 2 war hammers, causing the death of the steeds beneath them, over 100 trained horses, dispatched with such nonchalance. If not now, when would they flee? Moreover, they did not believe their frail bodies could compare to those magnificent beasts. Thus, in a moment of panic, these Turkic soldiers abandoned all else and scrambled away in a hasty retreat. Observing their frantic movements, Li Chun remained unmoved, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Just then, amidst his derisive amusement, the Turkic soldiers abruptly halted their flight, gazing ahead with expressions of sheer despair. The reason was stark. Before them lay 2 immense chasms, completely obstructing their escape route. Even if they wished to circumvent the barriers, it was utterly impossible. The most horrifying aspect was the multitude of spikes that loomed ominously at the chasm's depths, previously concealed by the billowing dust. They had failed to notice until they drew near, and some of the soldiers at the front were already trampled by those fleeing behind them. Before their eyes, the sudden appearance of the chasms sent the would-be escapees reeling backward in terror, each face etched with horror and desperation. For not only were there chasms blocking their path, but at the bottom lay countless spikes, and indeed, some among them had already fallen victim, impaled gruesomely. He is not human, the devil. He is the devil. As they stumbled backward, their gazes shifted toward Li Chun's direction, their bodies trembling involuntarily. It was no surprise. Those 2 chasms, stretching nearly dozens of yards in length and reaching depths of 3 yards, along with the spikes, were beyond the capacity of mere mortals to conjure. Thud. Thud, thud. Amidst their astonishment, the sound of footsteps resounded through the chaos. As the dust settled, a figure emerged, advancing steadily toward them, step by deliberate step. This figure was none other than Li Chun. With their path now firmly blocked, it was time for the harvest. Do not come any closer, please. Do not approach. The advancing silhouette of Li Chun struck terror into the hearts of the Turkic soldiers, causing them to halt their retreat in sheer panic. Clearly, they had already been thoroughly intimidated by Li Chun. The mere mention of his name could evoke such a terrifying scene. If he were to approach them, their fate would be all too predictable. How could they dare allow him to come near? You demon, please, do not come any closer. Some even sank to the ground, their eyes brimming with fear, their speech becoming increasingly incoherent. Witnessing the chaotic state of the Turkic soldiers before him, a faint smile curled at the corners of Li Chun's mouth, prompting him to halt his advance. Run, continue to flee. I can grant you the chance to escape, he declared, a mocking grin adorning his face. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, The Turkic soldiers displayed not a hint of excitement. Rather, despair enveloped them even more. Before them lay an insurmountable chasm, a veritable death trap, while behind them stood Li Chun. How could they possibly escape? Since you choose not to flee, do not blame me for what follows, he proclaimed, stepping forward, inching closer to them. It was evident that Li Chun intended to instill despair, to let them experience the taste of oppression and fear. Observing Li Chun's movements, a Turkic commander clenched his teeth in determination, suddenly bellowing to his soldiers, "Quick! Seize those Tang people!" Hearing his command, the previously despondent Turkic soldiers' eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope. Yes, they still held many Tang civilians captive. Though they had neglected them during their escape, they could now use them as hostages to coerce Li Chun into allowing their departure. With this realization, the soldiers sprang to their feet as if seizing a lifeline, swiftly approaching the Tang civilians they had previously captured, reasserting their control over them. Li Chun, witnessing their actions, paused momentarily, his expression darkening. The reason he had refrained from attacking them earlier was primarily due to his concern for the Tang civilians, after all. They were perilously close to the Turkic soldiers. A direct assault could easily harm the innocents, which is why he had created the chasm to block their escape, intending to rescue the civilians first. However, he had not anticipated such a swift reaction from the Turkic leader. "You are not entirely foolish," Li Chun remarked, fixing his gaze on the commander, enunciating each word deliberately. Upon hearing Li Chun's statement, the Turkic commander exhaled a sigh of relief, for he understood that Li Chun could not disregard the lives of the Tang civilians. "Li Chun, I acknowledge your prowess," he began, addressing Li Chun. "However, these Tang civilians are in our grasp. If you wish to avoid their demise alongside us, then allow us to depart. I assure you, they will be released unharmed. What say you?" As he uttered these words, his eyes were filled with an unmistakable tension, revealing his concern that Li Chun might disregard the lives of the common people and resolutely act against them. It was not only he who felt this way. Even the Turkic soldiers shared the same sentiment. In their eyes, the lives of the Tang citizens were of little consequence, yet they genuinely wished to return home alive. Upon hearing the Turkic leader's words, Li Chun cast a glance at the Turkic civilians and fell into a brief silence. However, within his gaze, an almost imperceptible glimmer of calculation emerged, as if he were measuring the distance between the two parties. Beasts, these wretched beasts. Meanwhile, as Li Chun remained silent, the citizens of Hongqi County in the rear displayed expressions of indignation. The audacity of the Turkic people, who resorted to threatening Li Chun with the lives of innocent civilians in their desperate bid for survival, incited their fury. How could they not be enraged? Truly a pack of brutes. How dare they use unarmed civilians as hostages, showing no shame whatsoever? And as for the elite Turkic troops, their lack of honor was utterly appalling. Chapter 246. Consider the safety of the people. In an instant, the air was thick with shouts of indignation, echoing throughout the crowd. Yet, despite their anger, the people found themselves powerless to act. They could only watch helplessly. The Turks were utterly shameless, and thus, the common folk placed their hopes firmly in Li Chun. This situation was dire. Not only the citizens, but even Zhao Yong let out a sigh. Fully aware of Li Chun's character, he would never abandon the people of the Tang Dynasty. "Brother Zhao, what should we do?" Hong Ling asked anxiously. "Will His Highness agree to their demands?" "That's difficult to ascertain," Zhao Yong replied, shaking his head. After all, the citizens were in their grasp. Even if the young master wished to take action, he had to consider the safety of the people. Then, are we truly to let them leave? Upon hearing Zhao Yong's response, Hong Ling's face contorted with frustration. He certainly did not wish for Li Chun to release those Turkish scoundrels, as they had inflicted so much suffering on the populace. It was insufficient to quell public outrage without retribution. Yet, he also recognized the predicament Li Chun faced. They were using the citizens as leverage, and Li Chun could not disregard their lives. Thus, it was highly probable that Li Chun would concede to their demands. Should Li Chun allow them to depart, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains. News of Li Chun's arrival in Hongqi County would undoubtedly reach the Turks, and once he left, they would surely return for vengeance. Who would be able to stop them then? This thought made Hong Ling exceedingly anxious. There is no need for such haste. Observing Hong Ling's distress, Zhao Yong cast a glance at Li Chun and, narrowing his eyes slightly, remarked, "Although they currently hold the citizens hostage, I believe my young master will devise a solution." Hong Ling was unaware of Li Chun's capabilities, but he certainly understood that, despite the Turks' desperate tactics, it was not beyond Li Chun's prowess to potentially turn this unfavorable situation around. "Are you suggesting His Highness could resolve the current predicament?" Upon hearing this, Hong Ling's previously despondent expression brightened with a flicker of hope as he eagerly inquired, "Do you know how His Highness intends to resolve it?" "Well," Zhao Yong chuckled awkwardly, "I do not know." Nevertheless, he was certain that his young master would never allow those ruffians to escape so easily. Indeed, While he held immense faith in Li Chun, he could not fathom the means by which Li Chun would navigate the current crisis. You do not know. Hong Ling stood there, momentarily stunned. See? That is precisely it, Zhao Yong asserted resolutely. My young master will undoubtedly meet everyone's expectations. Well, very well. With a gentle sigh, Hong Ling turned his hopeful gaze towards Li Chun. I sincerely hope that His Highness the Winged King can truly resolve this predicament. Meanwhile, Li Chun, have you made up your mind? The Turkic leader gazed at Li Chun's silent demeanor, growing increasingly impatient. He raised his battle knife against the throat of an innocent civilian, shouting once more at Li Chun. As he uttered these words, he deliberately drew a crimson line across the civilian's neck, clearly intending to coerce Li Chun into allowing their escape. Observing this action, Li Chun slowly shifted his gaze towards him, a cold and piercing intensity emanating from his eyes. Upon meeting Li Chun's gaze, the Turkic leader shuddered, a chill coursing through his body, as though he were being scrutinized by a demon, instilling a profound dread within him. Just let us go, and I assure you, we will not harm the citizens of the Tang Dynasty. In his terror, the Turkic leader mustered the courage to address Li Chun once more, adding, otherwise, we will take them down with us. Moreover, you are the war god of the Tang. If these citizens perish, it would tarnish your reputation. How about we each take a step back? There is some merit to your words. Upon hearing this, Li Chun paused momentarily, taking a couple of steps forward, as if genuinely moved by his plea. In the street, Li Chun advanced, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the Turkic commander, creating an impression that he might truly acquiesce to the latter's proposition. Do you truly agree? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the Turkic commander's face lit up with unrestrained joy, entirely unprepared for the effectiveness of his prior statements on Li Chun. Why would I disagree? Locking his gaze onto him, Li Chun offered a slight smile. You mentioned that if these citizens were to perish, it would reflect poorly on my reputation. I would never engage in actions detrimental to my own honor. As he spoke, Li Chun did not halt his stride, instead closing the distance between them even further. Indeed, Your Excellency the War God, your considerations are astute. If it were to be this way. Suddenly, the Turkic leader attempted to exchange further pleasantries, but as he noticed Li Chun's approach, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to shout, Stop. Quite the vigilant one. Observing the Turkic leader's demeanor, Li Chun paused, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. However, the distance now was sufficient. He cast a glance at the civilians held captive, a light chuckle resonating within him. Indeed, the reason why Li Chun engaged in conversation with the Turkic general was merely to conceal his true intentions. Now that his aims have been achieved, there is no need for him to draw any closer. Consequently, Li Chun's grip on the war hammer tightened ever so slightly. Naturally, the Turkic general remained oblivious to these subtle gestures. It was only when he observed Li Chun's footsteps halt that he exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the distance between them had significantly diminished, a gap still remained. Should Li Chun make any rash movements, the general could effortlessly issue commands for his soldiers to execute the hostages without hesitation. War God, he began, since you have acquiesced to our demands, might we be allowed to depart at this moment? However, it must be noted that this Turkic leader exhibited a degree of caution. In the interest of avoiding prolonged entanglement, he chose not to engage Li Chun further and stated directly, as long as you permit us to exit the city, I assure you that all the captives will be returned to you unharmed. What say you? Chapter 247. There is no regret medicine for sale in this world. Upon hearing his words, Li Chun could only chuckle softly, feeling rather indifferent. You. The Turkic leader, witnessing Li Chun's demeanor, was suddenly struck with alarm, a foreboding sense creeping over him. Approaching closer, he raised his right hand high. As he did so, the Turkic soldiers promptly pressed their blades against the necks of the hostages, appearing as though their leader would command them to take the lives of the innocents at any moment. Are you not afraid that I might order the slaughter of all these citizens of your great Tang? The Turkic leader, with a grim expression, shouted back at Li Chun. He was evidently prepared to go down fighting, willing to sacrifice the hostages along with himself if Li Chun refused to relent. However, this was merely a delusion of their own making. When you spoke those words to me earlier, I must admit I felt a twinge of fear, Li Chun replied, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. But now, it is no longer in your hands. With a decisive command, he raised his right hand and pointed sharply in their direction. With a crackle of energy, a multitude of dazzling lights erupted beneath the feet of the Turkic soldiers. The brilliance transformed into tendrils of lightning, swiftly coiling around their bodies, rendering them utterly immobile, as if they had become statues of thunder. What is happening? Bound in place, both the Turkic leader and his soldiers were filled with astonishment, eyes wide as they beheld the flickering bolts of electricity encircling them. What have you done to us? The Turkic leader gasped, his gaze fixed on Li Chun, filled with a mix of horror and disbelief. Clearly, He had never anticipated that Li Chun possessed such formidable power, capable of wielding lightning to ensnare them. Was he truly a god of thunder? Did you not see? Li Chun replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is merely a matter of employing some lightning to keep you in check. Fear not, you shall not perish. Yet, you are truly, the god of thunder descended upon us. As Li Chun's words settled in, despair washed over the Turkic leader's face. He finally comprehended the sheer foolishness of his prior actions. Negotiating with a divine being was akin to courting death. At this moment, a surge of regret welled up within him. Had he known how things would unfold, he would never have insisted on coming to Hachi County. In truth, he had not intended to lead his troops to disturb the citizens of the great Tang today. He merely sought to earn a bit more merit to impress their Khan. Thus he had arranged a shift with other commanders after paying a certain price for a substitute. Little did he know he would encounter Li Chun, a misfortune that would cost him dearly. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Meanwhile, was that thunder and lightning? As despair flickered in the eyes of the Turkic leader and his soldiers, the citizens of Hongqi County on the opposite side of the street erupted in astonishment at the sight before them. Bewilderment painted their faces, each person unable to conceal their disbelief. What am I witnessing? Thunder, lightning. Princey, His Highness the Winged Prince can actually control thunder and lightning. Could it be that His Highness truly is the reincarnation of the thunder god? In an instant, waves of astonished murmurs swept through the crowd, gaining momentum as they spread. Although they had previously heard tales of Li Chun being the reincarnation of the thunder god, such stories were merely hearsay. The concept of deities felt ethereal and unreal, prompting a sense of skepticism among them. However, the scene where Li Chun commanded lightning to subdue the Turkic soldiers was undeniably tangible, and the sight of the incapacitated soldiers before them dispelled all doubt. Li Chun was undoubtedly the thunder god incarnate. The thunder god. His Highness the Winged Prince must certainly be the thunder god come to earth. With the protection of the thunder god, who would dare to bully us again? As they turned their gaze back to Li Chun, fervor ignited in the eyes of the citizens. Soon after, they began to kneel in reverence, chanting, "We pay homage to the thunder god. We pay homage to the thunder god." Their cries resonated through the heavens, echoing for an extended period. Thunder god. Winged Prince, His Highness, he truly is the thunder god come to earth. Amidst the citizens' worship, Hong Ling's face also displayed profound astonishment. Clearly, he had never anticipated that Li Chun could command thunder and lightning. Yet, despite his surprise, his actions were swift. And he too knelt before Li Chun. No wonder he had been so confident. He then lifted his gaze to Zhao Yong and whispered softly. At last, he comprehended why Zhao Yong had previously expressed such unwavering certainty that Li Chun possessed the means to resolve the predicament. It turned out that he was, in fact, the reincarnation of the thunder god. Confronting those Turkic soldiers in the presence of deities was akin to child's play. He chuckled to himself, proclaiming that his master would undoubtedly find a solution. Observing Hong Linggong's current demeanor, Zhao Yong could not help but smile with satisfaction. Although he had previously been unaware of the specific methods Li Chun would employ, this did not diminish his faith in him. In his eyes, his master was truly omnipotent. "So do you believe now?" Zhao Yong remarked, as he knelt beside Hong Linggang in reverence towards Li Chun. Although Li Chun had previously requested that they refrain from kneeling upon their encounter, the scene before them was entirely different. Thousands of commoners bowed in unison, and Zhao Yong dared not set himself apart. Moreover, his master was, after all, the thunder god incarnate. He had witnessed the breathtaking spectacle of lightning illuminating the sky during their time in Chang'an, a memory that remained vividly etched in his mind. Kneeling before his master was far from an act of disgrace. Chapter 248, The Gift of Salvation. I believe. Upon hearing Zhao Yong's words, Hong Ling nodded fervently. Akin to a chick pecking at grains, the truth lay bare before her. Should he still harbor any doubts, it would only suggest that his mind had been addled. Meanwhile, Li Chun stood in quiet composure. Upon hearing the fervent calls from behind, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a delicate curve. Clearly, he had anticipated this moment long before unleashing his power of thunder. Thus, despair shall no longer cloud your hearts. On the streets, the citizens of the great Tang Dynasty prostrated themselves, their faces alight with fervor. The resounding cheers ascended toward the heavens, their raised fists embodying the exhilaration that coursed through them. Their gazes towards Li Chun were filled with fervent admiration. From the display of his thunderous might, they had confirmed his identity, the true thunder god among them. In these chaotic times, besieged and plundered by the Turks, many had been driven from their homes. Yet now, a genuine celestial being had emerged to protect them, igniting their spirits with uncontainable excitement. Surely, you can regain your confidence now. Upon hearing the thunderous cheers behind him, Li Chun turned slightly, offering a warm smile to the gathered populace. His earlier display of thunder was not merely to rescue the captives, but primarily to instill hope and confidence in those behind him. He was aware of the historical context. After enduring the Turks' tyranny, many citizens had resigned themselves to a life of despair, losing all hope in the Tang Dynasty. Li Chun sought to rekindle the flames of hope within their hearts, for only then could they rise once more. Now is the time. With a slight smile, he advanced towards the Turkish soldiers. The seeds of hope had taken root within the hearts of the Tang people, and there was no reason for him to linger any longer. You. As Li Chun approached amidst the resounding cheers, both the Turkish leader and his soldiers could not help but exhibit expressions of fear. Yet, despite their trepidation, they found themselves powerless to act. As fear etched their faces, Li Chun finally stood before them. You are safe now. He paused momentarily, choosing to overlook the Turkish soldiers ensnared by his thunder, and instead cast his gaze towards the citizens who had been taken captive. Now, you may return home. A gentle smile illuminated his face. Previously, although these common folk had been captured by the Turkic soldiers, the moment Li Chun harnessed the power of lightning to subdue the multitude of invaders, they had already freed themselves from their grasp. Li Chun's mastery over the thunderous energy contained within his dual warhammers had reached an extraordinary level, ensuring that none of it would inadvertently affect the innocent. Home. Whispering Li Chun's words, the survivors felt tears streaming down their faces. Home. We can finally return home. The elation soon erupted as they embraced one another, their cheers echoing with uncontrollable excitement. After enduring the torment of captivity, a sense of despair had long settled in their hearts, and they had even contemplated their grim fates. Yet now, as Li Chun proclaimed that they could return home, the sheer relief and joy of their miraculous deliverance was beyond words. Suddenly, amidst the fervor, one citizen shouted, We owe our salvation to Lord Thunder God. Thank you for your life-saving grace. With that, he fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head before Li Chun in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Thunder God. Thank you for your life-saving grace. As he knelt, the remaining captives reacted in unison, like a surging wave, bowing down before Li Chun. Thank you, Lord Thunder God. Thank you, Lord Thunder God. The chorus of gratitude resonated through the air, their eyes reflecting sincere appreciation. Had it not been for Li Chun's timely intervention, rescuing them from the clutches of those vile Turkic marauders, their fate would have been grim. Perhaps they would never have seen the dawn of another day. Now, Li Chun appeared like a celestial deity descending from the heavens, granting them a second chance at life. This profound gratitude was evident in their hearts. There is no need for such reverence. Observing the citizens bowing in thanks, Li Chun gently waved his hand. His voice, though soft, possessed an enchanting quality that reached the ears of all present with remarkable clarity. As his words resonated, the once fervent expressions of thanks gradually hushed, and the citizens raised their gazes towards him. You are all subjects of the Tang Dynasty, and I am no exception. Looking into the eyes of the crowd, Li Chun spoke earnestly, To save you is my duty. Our great Tang, how could it be subjected to external humiliation? His resolute demeanor and unwavering words carried an undeniable weight, reflecting his genuine sentiments. This proclamation was not mere theatrics, it was a true reflection of his inner convictions. Since his arrival in this world, Li Chun has regarded the Tang Dynasty as his homeland. Now, as a citizen of Tang, he cannot idly witness the humiliation and oppression of his nation. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the common folk were invigorated with the protection of the Thunder God. Who would dare to oppress them in the future? The might of the Thunder God resounded. Consequently, a powerful shout erupted amidst the crowd. The might of the Thunder God resounded. The might of the Thunder God resounded. As these words fell, it triggered a chain reaction among the masses, leading to a thunderous chorus that erupted throughout the gathering. The might of the Thunder God resounded. The might of the Thunder God resounded. The Thunder God.